Chapter 1 Devouring the World, Night Rain. September 2056 in Earth's calendar. Jiangnan Base City, Jiangnan University. The scorching sun of September hangs high, and waves of heat wash over people, unconsciously stirring up feelings of irritability. Bang! 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 A tranquil university campus, inside the gymnasium. In the empty training ground, hundreds of figures stared intently at the two stunningly beautiful figures in the arena. Two stunningly beautiful figures, one in red and one in white, moved with lightning speed, leaving behind afterimages in the arena. The occasional clash of weapons exploded in everyone's ears like firecrackers. Clang! In an instant, as the two phantoms collided again, an invisible shockwave exploded outwards, silencing the entire room. Whoosh! It wasn't until quite a while later that everyone in the training ground reacted, and an uproar instantly erupted. Good! Sharp! They've improved again. They're probably not far from reaching the warrior level. Today has truly been an eye-opening experience. Is this the true value of last year's first and second place winners in the High School Martial Arts League? They certainly live up to their reputation. This level of skill is probably comparable to that of the senior students who have already graduated. Inside the spacious training ground, a group of college students watching from the stands applauded and cheered, their expressions extremely excited. Two stunningly beautiful figures? One red and one white. The red is fiery as fire, the white is snow. Both women had exquisite faces, tall figures, slender waists, and long, straight legs like white pythons. The red-clad figure wore a high ponytail, her long hair cascading down to her waist and hips. She held two willow leaf-shaped long swords, exuding a heroic aura. The white-clad figure held a sharp long sword, her long hair was tied up high, and she exuded the gentle and quiet temperament of a well-bred lady. Both women have perfectly proportioned figures, with prominent curves in the chest and buttocks. With the two women's rapid breathing, their full breasts rose and fell, arousing the imaginations of countless people. The two women were named Lu Ting and Su Xin. He was the first and second place winner in the previous Jiangnan Base City High School League, and a true genius. Okay, get down now. In the center of the arena, Yi Yu looked at the two women and nodded in satisfaction, signaling them to leave the stage. Both women had reached a level of expertise and mastery in swordsmanship, knife skills, and movement techniques. Sword skills levels: basic, advanced, masterful, and artistic. Body technique levels: basic, subtle, perfect, and artistic conception. Whether it's mastering knife and sword techniques or achieving minute footwork, both are extremely difficult things. In addition to having a very solid foundation through daily practice. Then you'll need a lot of combat experience. Through hundreds or thousands of battles, the knife skills, sword skills, and movement techniques become conditioned reflexes, ingrained in one's very being. This means that your hands are faster than your brain, forming your own instincts. Before the brain can even react, the hand has already retaliated or dodged. Only after meeting the above conditions can one reach the levels of specialization and meticulousness. This level of knife skills, swordsmanship, and movement techniques is something that even many warriors at the general level cannot achieve. Teacher. Hearing Yi Yu's praise, the two women strode over to Yi Yu's side, their beautiful faces flushed with joy. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Yi Yu was filled with a unique emotion. Others may not know, but how could they not understand that they are unparalleled geniuses? They owe their success today entirely to the years of dedicated guidance and cultivation they received from teacher Ye Yu. Leaving aside others, just take Luo Feng from their old school, he was a true genius. Alright, you can go now. Yi Yu pointed out the problems with the two women's knife skills, sword skills, and movement techniques, then smiled and waved to them. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. After listening attentively, the two women seemed to understand something, bowed to Yi Yu again, and then obediently withdrew. The others present also showed expressions of sudden realization upon hearing Yi Yu's words, clearly having gained a lot as well. Next group, Luo Feng, Zhang Haobai. After the two women left, Yi Yu looked at the two young men in the crowd and said. The others all looked disappointed when they heard that Yi Yu hadn't called their names. Especially those sophomores, juniors, and seniors. They knew that teacher Ye Yu was an extremely special person. Yi Yu is not only a teacher at Jiangnan University, but also a guest teacher at more than a dozen universities, including Jiangnan First Military Academy, Jiangnan University of Science and Technology, and Aurora University. Yi Yu's teaching ability is beyond doubt. Each time a lucky person receives guidance from Yi Yu, their skills improve significantly in a short period of time. Most importantly, Yi Yu doesn't come to Jiangnan University very often. Sometimes he only comes once every 1 or 2 months. Anyone with a bit of ambition wants to make a good impression on Yi Yu. Luo Feng walked out excitedly. He had known Yi Yu for 10 years, and the opportunity to receive guidance from Yi Yu was extremely rare. He knew some of the true details about Yi Yu. Just a few months ago, a black-crowned golden eagle caused trouble in Yangzhou City. It was Yi Yu, his teacher and superior, who descended from the sky and killed it with a single sword strike. That's the black-crowned golden eagle, the third most ferocious bird of prey, with strength reaching the level of a high-ranking lord. He still vividly remembers that sword strike that changed the heavens and tore the sky apart. Zhang Haobai also looked at Luo Feng with a grim expression. Being overshadowed by Luo Feng in high school was bad enough, but being overshadowed by Luo Feng in college was still a problem. How could a novice warrior like him fight against Luo Feng, a high-level warrior? This made him feel very frustrated. However, he dared not disagree with Yi Yu's words. He had witnessed the scene a few months ago when Yi Yu slew the black-crowned golden eagle with a single sword strike. And it doesn't matter if I lose face in front of others, but losing face in front of Su Xian. Su Xian is very likely the legitimate daughter of the Su family, one of the 12 major families in the HR alliance of China. If he could win Su Xian's favor, he could avoid taking at least 20 years of detours in his life. This is why he followed Su Xian to Jiangnan University after learning that she had applied there. After giving pointers to Luo Feng and Zhang Haobai, Yi Yu then selected a few more promising talents and gave them some guidance. Then Yi Yu handed over the battle safety to the assistant coach and returned to the stands. As soon as Yi Yu sat down, two fragrant breezes wafted over. It was none other than Su Xian and Lu Ting. Here, teacher, have some water, it's ice cold. Su Xian held up a bottle of chilled mineral water and handed it to Yi Yu with a smile, as if presenting a treasure. Teacher, you've worked hard. Let me massage your shoulders. Lu Ting came directly behind Yi Yu and massaged her shoulders. The two women flanked Yi Yu from both sides, showering her with attention, which made Yi Yu chuckle. It could also be due to martial arts training, or the optimization and modification of genetic energy. Please add my new book to your favorites. Thank you everyone. Chapter 2. The system is loading. Compared to their naivety in high school, the two girls, now 18 or 19, seemed to have undergone a second growth spurt during their summer vacation after entering university. That perfect S-curve is quite mature, full and round, with slender branches bearing abundant fruit, and its toes are not visible when it bows down. The two women were also extremely tall. He must be at least 177 centimeters tall, with long torso and legs. His height is comparable to that of many boys. The two women, one in a red outfit and the other in a white outfit, perfectly accentuated their waists and hips. The two girls, aged 18 or 19, were full of youthful energy and vitality, yet also possessed the aura of mature women. Speak, what is it? Yi Yu took the chilled mineral water from Su Xian and smiled. He, Brother Yi is indeed insightful. I knew I couldn't hide anything from your discerning eyes. Lu Ting chuckled. For some reason, the two women had actually known Yi Yu for more than a decade. Of course, the same goes for Luo Feng, and those who know why they got to know each other. Therefore, when they were alone, both girls called Yi Yu Yigij Brother Yi Yu. Speak quickly if you need something. Yi Yu tapped the two girls on the forehead, and they cried out in pain, then looked at Yi Yu pitifully. Don't try to act cute or pitiful, I don't fall for that. Yi Yu chuckled. All right. Seeing that this approach was useless against Yi Yu, the two girls deflated and asked, Brother Yi, are you free this weekend? Are you trying to freeload at my house again? Upon hearing this, Yi Yu knew exactly what the two women were up to. They were trying to freeload off his family's meals again. Then Yi Yu thought for a moment and said, I'm free this weekend, you can come to my house, and it's a good opportunity for you to further improve your skills. Yay, I knew Brother Yi was the best. Upon hearing this, the two women's eyes lit up, and they immediately showed expressions of joy. If it weren't for the inappropriate situation, they probably would have directly executed Yi Yu as a jockey. Seeing the two happy women, Yi Yu shook her head with amusement. Yi Yu ignored Su Xian and Lu Ting, and soon his mind began to wander. Suddenly, a line of text appeared in front of Yi Yu. System is loading, please wait patiently, host, 99.9999872%. Seeing these suddenly appearing words, Yi Yu felt somewhat helpless. 30 years had passed, and this broken system still hadn't finished loading. That's right, Yi Yu isn't from this world, he's a time traveler. Moreover, he didn't just transmigrate through his soul, he directly entered this world of swallowing the starry sky. Like most time travelers, Yi Yu boosted the truck driver's sales performance and hit the jackpot. However, Yu, who was transported to the world, was transformed into a 2-year-old child and was then adopted by an orphanage and raised to adulthood. Except for the time when he came into this world, this broken system made a brief appearance. After giving Yu a talent that rewards diligence, and a formula called primary neutralizing agent. After that, the system was in a continuous loading state. This loading process took 30 years with no progress, which left Yu feeling very exhausted. It'll be soon. Looking at the constantly flashing numbers in front of him, Yu muttered to himself. According to his calculations, the broken system should be fully loaded by tomorrow morning at the latest, which made Yu breathe a long sigh of relief. This system is really terrible, a complete disaster. This is because loading this system requires energy, and a lot of energy at that. Over the past 30 years, the system has been absorbing cosmic energy on a massive scale, causing nearby cosmic energy to continuously converge towards Earth. Over the past 30 years, it has directly elevated the Earth's cosmic energy to several levels. It also changed the life trajectories of many people. For example, in the original novel, Luo Feng missed the opportunity to go to university in June this year because of a headache. He officially passed the martial arts assessment in August of this year and then joined the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Everything has changed now. Luo Feng passed the preliminary martial artist assessment last year and successfully passed the formal martial artist assessment this February. Compared to the original novel, Luo Feng became a martial artist a full 6 months earlier. Because of this, Luo Feng was directly admitted to the elite class of Jiangnan University ahead of schedule. Luo Feng may appear to be just a high-level warrior now, but when you include his mental power, his actual combat strength has reached the level of a mid-level warrior. For example, Su Xian in the original work was not even a martial artist. Or rather, as a tool for the Su family's marriage alliance, the Su family didn't need her to have any power, nor did they need her to go out and fight. All she had to do was be a tool, marry into another family, and become a virtuous wife and loving mother. Now, under the influence and help of Yu, Su Xian's life trajectory has deviated. Now, Su Xian has not only become a martial artist, but his actual combat strength has also reached the level of a high-level warrior. Of course, the same goes for Lu Ting. That's why the two girls achieved first and second place in the high school league a few months ago. It's not just 3 people who are changing, the whole world is changing. As cosmic energy continues to converge on Earth, the number of martial artists worldwide is rapidly increasing. In the 30 years since Yu transmigrated to this world, the entire human world has undergone earth-shattering changes compared to the original story. The number of martial artists has increased more than tenfold. In the original work, the total number of martial artists worldwide during this period was less than 1 million. According to statistics from the War God Palace, the number of martial artists worldwide exceeded 10 million last year. Moreover, the number of martial artists continues to increase by 10% annually, with an annual increase of 1 million. In the original work, there were only over 3,500 War God level experts during this period. Currently, the number of God level warriors worldwide has reached over 30,000, which is 7 or 8 times the number in the original story. Therefore, nowadays, ordinary War God level masters can no longer be considered true masters. The number of planetary level powerhouses is also the same. However, it is extremely difficult for planetary level experts to break through to the next level. There is no secret method for breaking through to the planetary level on Earth. There's no secret method for breaking through, or you might suddenly have a whim one day and break through. Either you force a breakthrough under the test of life and death limits. Forcing a breakthrough under the test of life and death limits has a high failure rate and is very dangerous. Therefore, very few people will try it. Therefore, even with the massive convergence of cosmic energy across the globe today, the number of powerful beings at the planetary level remains small. Compared to the original work, the number of planetary level powerhouses has only more than doubled. The original novel had 57 planetary level beings worldwide, but now there are fewer than 200 planetary level beings in the entire world. Don't be fooled by the fact that 200 planetary level personnel seem like a lot when distributed globally. Each base city only has 2 or 3 of them. Compared to the numerous planetary level monsters around the world, humanity remains at a disadvantage. Certainly. Besides the emergence of countless powerful humans, the monsters in the wilderness are also undergoing large-scale mutations. Please add my new book to your favorites. Thank you everyone. Chapter 3: Cultivation Technique: Subduing the Dragon in the Vast Sea. Nowadays, the number of high-level monsters in the wilderness is also increasing. Even now, 1 or 2 Lord-level monsters can occasionally jump out in ordinary wilderness areas. This has also put enormous pressure on the defense of human base cities. All of this is thanks to the butterfly effect brought about by the arrival of night rain into this world. No, to be more precise, the system loading changed the entire Earth. This is the trap the system set for Yu. Then Yu opened his Heaven Rewards Diligence panel. Name, Night Rain. Age, 32. Level, Planetary Level 5, 75% progress. Telekinesis Apprentice Level 9, progress 92%. Cultivation Technique, Subduing Dragon in the Vast Ocean. Skills, Vast Ocean Dragon Subduing Sword Technique, Level 10 Tenfold Power, Fish and Dragon Dance Movement Technique, Level 10 Tenfold Power. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship and Movement Techniques Artistic Level 85% progress. Attribute, Water Boundless Ocean. Talent Heaven Rewards Diligence. You reap what you sow. Bloodline 7th Class Bloodline. Gene 1 times. Soul 1x. This is the attribute panel that comes with Yu's talent of Heaven Rewards Diligence. 30 years after transmigrating to this world, Yu has also broken through to the 5th level of the planetary realm. Furthermore, Yu also awakened her spiritual power. Relying on the principle of Heaven Rewards Diligence, and without any mental cultivation techniques, Yu figured out how to grind his skills to the 9th level of Apprentice. Only 8% progress is needed to break through to the 1st level of planetary evolution. Yu's martial arts level is only 25% away from breaking through to the 6th level of the planetary realm. Then there's Yu's self-created Han Hai Fu Long technique, which has a power multiplier of tenfold. It is 2.3 times stronger than Thor's tenfold Thunderblade, which has a power multiplier of 7.7 times. Of course, in the original work, Thor's technique is called Ninefold Thunderblade, and its power is 7 times stronger. Because of the butterfly effect of the night rain coming into this world, Thor has now created the 10th layer. The same applies to Hong's destruction of the world. Night Rain's Han Hai Fu Long is also currently the martial art with the highest power multiplication rate in the world. This is why Yu's Han Hai Fu Long and Hong's Miashur and Lei Shen's Jiu Chong Lei Dao are known as the 3 top divine skills in the world. Night Rain's Han Hai Fu Long is also divided into 3 parts, one on guiding techniques, one on swordsmanship, and one on movement techniques. That is, Han Hai Fu Long Divine Skill, Han Hai Fu Long Divine Sword, and Fish and Dragon Dance Body Technique. Of course, the Vast Ocean Dragon Subduing Divine Sword can also be used with knife and spear techniques, but its core lies in the application of force. The reason why Yu was able to create Han Hai Fu Long was not because of his own high talent, but entirely because of the system's reward for hard work. Then there's Yu's basic swordsmanship and movement techniques, which, through hard work and perseverance, have reached the realm of artistic conception. Yu is only 15% away from mastering his own domain. The next level after the realm of intent is the domain. Currently, only Hong has comprehended the domain, even Thor is still a little short. Ring ring. As soon as the school bell rang, the students of Jiangnan University rushed out like wild horses. Goodbye, teacher. Goodbye, teacher. Everyone greeted Yu. Su Xian and Lu Ting were also among them, and the 2 women, dressed in different outfits, looked even more beautiful and charming. The 2 women, one in a red dress and the other in a white dress, paired with black stockings and high-heeled boots, made countless perverts around them unable to take their eyes off them. The high-heeled boots stomped on the ground, making a clattering sound that seemed to pound into their hearts. It slowed their breathing. Luofeng, Su Xian, Lu Ting, wait a moment, Yu said directly to Luofeng, Su Xian, and Lu Ting. The 3 seemed to have thought of something, their eyes suddenly lighting up, while those who knew the inside story looked at them with envy. Okay, teacher. Yu led the 3 to the office and then took out 3 contracts and placed them in front of them. Take a look at this contract. If you agree, sign it. Of course, you can also go back and ask your family for their opinions. Yu said with a smile. These 3 contracts are for the Huashan Elite Training Camp. Mount Hua is also the strongest special department of the Chinese military, founded by Jia Yi, who was once the strongest man in China. Like the Huashan Elite Training Camp, the Extreme Martial Arts Academy Elite Training Camp is a place for cultivating genius martial artists. No need, Brother Yi, we'll sign now. Upon hearing Yu's words, the 3 of them agreed without hesitation. Just kidding, Huashan Elite Training Camp is one of the world's 3 major training camps, on par with Extreme Martial Arts School and Thunder Martial Arts School. A place that countless geniuses would kill for but could never enter. Even for Su Xian's family, it would be extremely difficult to obtain such a spot even if they had to spend a lot of money. Great, I can finally move out of my house. Su Xian and Lu Ting looked at the detached villa in the contract with joy on their faces. Night rain. Yu looked at the 2 women speechlessly. So the greatest value of this contract was that it allowed them to move out and live alone, right? Are you too short of a villa to live in? Yi Yu asked with amusement. One of the women is the legitimate daughter of the Su family, and the other's mother is a high-level war goddess. They don't lack a villa like this at all. That's different. We earned this through our own abilities, Su Xin said with a chuckle. Luo Feng's face was also full of smiles. He can finally move to a bigger house. Although Luo Feng became a martial artist early on, at Yi Yu's suggestion, he did not sign a contract with any force. He still lives in the townhouse he bought not long ago. The townhouse didn't have a separate training room, which was very inconvenient for him to practice martial arts. With the emergence of martial artists tenfold in the past 30 years, good housing resources have become even more scarce. Nowadays, even the top warriors of the two top-tier martial arts schools, Extreme Martial Arts School and Thunder Martial Arts School, can only live in townhouses. A detached villa is not something you can buy just because you have money. It's a highly sought-after resource by various powerful groups. If you don't demonstrate exceptional talent and potential, don't even think about living in a detached villa. Alright, focus on improving your skills during this time, so you don't embarrass me when you get to the training camp. Yi Yu put away the contract and sent it to her eldest sister, Tang Qin, then smiled at the three of them. Hee, how could that be? Su Xin and Lu Ting chuckled. Don't worry, I promise I won't embarrass you, brother Yi. Luo Feng immediately assured him. Alright, that's settled then. After finishing her sentence, Yi Yu ignored the three of them and walked straight out of the office, heading all the way to the top floor of the stadium. On the rooftop, a dark red, prehistoric-level intelligent fighter jet sat silently. The fuselage is dark red, 42 meters long, and has a wingspan of 36 meters. It exudes a metallic sheen. The entire fighter jet resembled a crouching, ferocious beast, poised to devour its prey. A prehistoric-level intelligent fighter jet, currently one of the most advanced technologies on Earth. It was also designed by Yi Yu himself over the years, and this fighter jet has reached the I6 level. Please add my new book to your favorites. Thank you everyone. Chapter 4 Eldest and Second Sisters, Vinina. This fighter jet reached the I6 level and was designed by Yi Yu in his spare time over the years. Weighing over 100 tons and reaching speeds exceeding Mach 60, it can circle the entire Earth in just 2 hours. It is also equipped with a variety of laser weapons, and even ordinary king-level monsters cannot withstand its sharpness. With its sharp edges, weight of over 100 tons, speed of Mach 60, and a 6th-grade alloy, it can easily cut ordinary king-class monsters in half. Yi Yu entered the cabin, which was spacious enough to accommodate more than a dozen people without feeling crowded. Little Demon, go to the HR Alliance building. Yi Yu said directly to the AI Little Demon. Okay, Dad. As the AI finished speaking, the fighter jet roared into the sky and then disappeared into the horizon. Soon the fighter jets arrived in the city center of Jiangnan Base and landed on the top floor of the HR Alliance building without any obstruction. You dare to ask for such an exorbitant amount? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? What? Do you think our brother Yi can't beat the fifth elder, Atkin, or do you think our brother Yi's sword is not sharp enough? When Yi Yu arrived outside the HR Alliance president's office, she heard these two sarcastic remarks. Inside the office, a stunningly beautiful young woman in her late 20s, with blonde hair and blue eyes, sat languidly in the CEO's office chair. Those sexy red lips looked at the virtual screen in front of them with a hint of mockery. The young woman had long, wavy blonde hair and wore a black and gold leather jacket and a mini skirt. Her features were exquisite and three-dimensional, her neck was long and white like a swan's, and her chest stood proudly upright, as if she wanted to break free from her constraints. Her voluptuous waist was as slender as a water snake, and her round, pert buttocks were wider than her shoulders. And those long, slender, snow-white legs were like white pythons, with a pair of golden sky-high heels on their feet. She is an absolutely stunning beauty, exuding allure from head to toe. She has also held a high position for a long time, exuding an aura of domineering female CEO. This person was none other than Vinina, the female president of HR Alliance China region, and also Yi Yu's third woman. That's right, the stunning beauty Vinina is now Yi Yu's woman. Now that Yi Yu has come to this world, there's naturally no need for Li Yao from the original story anymore. Yi Yu's first and second women were his childhood sweethearts who grew up with him in an orphanage. The two women were named Tang Qin and Zhang Feng. Both women were several years older than Yi Yu, so Yi Yu called Tang Qin elder sister and Zhang Feng second sister. Tang Qin never appeared in the original novel, but of course, it's possible that the arrival of Yi Yu changed her fate. Zhang Fong is naturally the same female teacher, Moon Witch Zhang Fong, from the elite training camp of the Limit Martial Arts Academy in the original work. Yi Yu's cultivation is not for the sake of cultivation itself, nor does he want to be a heartless cultivation machine. Yi Yu cultivates to become stronger so that she can live better and enjoy life better. Therefore, Yi Yu, as a woman, is naturally desirable. What's wrong? What made you angry? As Yi Yu walked along, many senior executives from the HR Alliance greeted him, chuckled, and then walked directly into Vanina's president's office. Isadora greets the elder. When Yi Yu entered, Isadora, the HR Alliance chairperson and the actual controller of the HR Alliance, looked slightly uneasy on the virtual screen. Although Yi Yu has been relatively quiet in recent years and rarely makes a move, no one can ignore his strength. This person became a martial artist at the age of 16, achieved the ultimate war god at 19, and became a powerhouse surpassing the war god level at 20. In the year Yi Yu turned 26, he defeated Atkin, the 5th elder of the war god palace and a 4th-rank planetary, with only a 3rd-rank planetary rank. That battle shocked the world, with Night Rain, a 3rd-tier planetary warrior, defeating Atkin, a 4th-tier planetary warrior, to a draw. This almost allowed Yi Yu to seize the position of the 5th elder of the war god palace and dethrone Atkin. 6 years have passed since then, and even the 5th elder, Atkin, continues to make progress. Based on the talent and growth potential shown by Yi Yu, he has probably already surpassed the 5th elder, Atkin, in just 6 years. He's probably no less skilled than East, the 4th elder of the Ares Palace and the world's #1 psychopath. Night Rain simply nodded indifferently to Isadora. To others, the head of this HR alliance is a high-ranking figure, a legend, and someone whom many heads of state treat as an equal. But for the Night Rain now, it means nothing. Alright. That's enough. Seeing Yi Yu come in, Vinina immediately ended her call with Isadora. Honey. Upon seeing Yi Yu, Vanina's face lit up with a smile, and she immediately threw herself into Yi Yu's arms. A pair of jade-like arms wrapped around Yi Yu's neck, while her long, white legs, like a white python, coiled around Yi Yu's waist. It seems those 2 4th and 5th elders are really anxious. Vinina chuckled as she looked at Yi Yu. How so? Yi Yu grabbed Vinina by the waist and carried her to the large executive chair, letting her sit in his lap. Although Isadora is the nominal controller of the HR Alliance, the real controllers are actually Ist and Atkin, among others. Besides, Isadora doesn't have the guts to ask for those technologies. Only when Ist and Atkin were on her side did she have no choice but to bite the bullet and come to discuss things with me. What do they want? Yi Yu chuckled and, without any hesitation, reached his hand directly inside Vanina's leather skirt. Vanina's legs involuntarily tightened, her face flushed, and she looked at Yi Yu with seductive eyes. The various technologies of the prehistoric-level intelligent fighter jet, as well as the formula for the neutralizing agent, are just wishful thinking on their part. At this point, even Vinina had to admire Yi Yu. Yi Yu is a true genius, not only in cultivation but also in scientific research. They not only developed and designed the A6 class intelligent fighter jet, but also a neutralizing agent that can rapidly enhance the strength of martial artists. This is also the real reason why Vinina took a liking to Yi Yu. Yi Yu is simply too talented. Of course, what Vinina didn't know was that Yi Yu believed in the principle of heaven rewards diligence. As long as Yi Yu was willing to spend the time, no skill was too difficult for him. They certainly have big appetites. Yi Yu chuckled and shook his head. These guys were really dreaming. It's important to understand that the A6 class prehistoric level intelligent fighter jet is not simply a smart fighter jet. It contains A4, A5, and A6 grade alloy technology, a 6 grade laser cannon technology. There are also tens of thousands of cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, a 6-level engine, a 6-level energy crystal technology, anti-gravity technology, and outdoor simulation technology. There are also various advanced machine tool technologies used in the production of fighter jets. There are also weapons and combat uniforms ranging from A1 to A6 levels, forming a huge industrial chain. Please add my new book to your favorites. Thank you everyone. Chapter 5 System Loading Complete. I reckon that East and Atkin's main objective is still the neutralizer formula, Vinina said. 6 years ago, Atkin was probably terrified of you. He was afraid that you would take away his position as the 5th elder. The 4th elder, East, probably also felt the crisis. Only a neutralizing agent can allow them to quickly increase their strength. The neutralizing agent was a potion formula given to Yi Yu by the system when she came to this world. It can neutralize the berserk factors in a monster's body while preserving the essence of its flesh and blood. And the world has no shortage of monsters, whether on land or in the sea, they are endless. The neutralizing agent played a crucial role in Yi Yu's breakthrough to the planetary level at the age of 20. This was even when he was weak in the early stages and had no good monster meat to eat. If there's high-level Lord-class monster meat available to eat during the early night reign. Similarly, the eldest sister Tang Qin, the second sister Jiang Fong, and the three women, Vinina, were able to break through to the planetary level 6 years ago entirely thanks to this thing. Of course, there are also many strong individuals in China who have broken through to the planetary level in the past 6 years. 6 years ago, after proving his strength in a battle with Atkin, Yi Yu shared a small portion of the neutralizing agent. Over the past 6 years, many planetary-level talents have emerged in China, especially within the Huashan Elite Training Camp. Currently, the Huashan Elite Training Camp is controlled by the eldest sister, Tang Qin. Similarly, the Elite Training Camp of the Limit Martial Arts Academy is controlled by the second sister, Jiang Fong, in addition to the Thunder Martial Arts Academy. It was precisely because of the alliance between Yeyu, Huaxia, Jixian Martial Arts School, and Leidian Martial Arts School that the EU and North America dared not cross the line. Otherwise, given the bandit-like nature of these two countries, they probably would have already come up and robbed them. Of course, there are also the two countries of Polar Bear and India Vatican, as well as the remaining 23 scattered base cities. It's not scarcity that's the problem, but inequality. Countless forces are eyeing Yi Yu's neutralizing agent formula. Although this stuff is only effective on monsters below planetary level, and ineffective against king-level monsters. Even so, for planetary-level experts, using it to cultivate is much faster than simply absorbing cosmic energy. The people around me who are often accompanied by night rain are the best example. So what are their bargaining chips? What do they plan to exchange them for? Yi Yu asked with a smile. HR Alliance branches in a total of 17 base cities, including 6 major base cities in China, Thailand and Vietnam, Singapore and Malaysia, Myanmar and Laos in Southeast Asia, 4 base cities in India and Vatican City, and 4 base cities in Russia and Ukraine. Isn't this trying to trade my things with me? Vinina said with a smile. Over the years, Yi Yu has been there to support her. In fact, Vinina had already thoroughly managed and acquired the HR Alliance branches in the 6 major base cities in China and the 3 major base cities in Southeast Asia. The annual profit handover depends entirely on Vinina's mood. If they're in a good mood, they'll give more. If they're in a bad mood, they won't give a penny, and there's nothing the EU can do about it. The EU's offer of these 17 base city branches in a deal with her is tantamount to offering her possessions in return. Moreover, the technologies that Yi Yu has developed over the years are far superior to those of the mere 17 HR Alliance branches in these base cities. It would be more like exchanging the entire HR Alliance for it. At this point, Vinina's sexy red lips took the initiative to kiss him. Yi Yu chuckled and placed the stunningly beautiful mature woman, Vinina, directly on the desk, lifting her long, slender legs. The red crystal high-heeled boots swayed incessantly. Nighttime, Qinfang Garden. The name Qinfang Yuan is clearly derived from the combination of the names of the two sisters, Tang Qin, eldest sister of Yi Yu, and Jiang Fong, second sister of Yi Yu. Qinfang Yuan is located in the heart of Jiangnan Shanshui Community, the best residential community in the city center of Jiangnan Base. The location here is quite high, offering a panoramic view of the entire Jiangnan Base city center. This area is right next to the Jiangnan Base Municipal Government Residential Area, the Extreme Martial Arts Residential Area, the Thunder Martial Arts Residential Area, the Military Martial Artists Residential Area, the HR Alliance Martial Artists Residential Area, and the Free Martial Artists Residential Area. The entire estate covers an area of over 300 acres. The entire garden is antique and elegant, with pavilions, towers, flying eaves and brackets, rockeries and flowing water, just like a traditional garden. Inside the attic room, Vinina's long neck was held high, and her long golden hair danced in the air. The system is loading, please wait, host. Loading progress is 99.9999%. System loading complete. Just then, the system's voice sounded, and upon hearing this pleasant voice, Yi Yu's breathing slowed down. 30 years have passed, and this broken system has finally finished loading. It's been such a long and difficult journey. Is this some kind of twist of fate, where fortunes change every 30 years? You've caused such a huge commotion, even altering the entire Earth's ecosystem. I'd like to see just what you really are. Staring. Host detected. System is automatically naming, Immortal God Clan, marry a wife and become a god, many children and many blessings. System naming complete. Night Rain. Night Rain was speechless. I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already named me. That's incredibly rude of you. What's wrong? The Nina's eyes were glazed over, her body drenched in sweat. She looked at Yi Yu with some confusion and asked. It's nothing, let's continue. Yi Yu chuckled, calmed himself down, and kissed the Nina's sexy red lips again. Even the system couldn't disturb him from doing his important business. After an unknown amount of time, Vinina fell into a deep sleep. Yi Yu walked out of the room, shirtless, revealing his streamlined muscles and strong physique. Standing at nearly 200 centimeters tall, Yi Yu didn't appear particularly imposing or clumsy. He had a handsome face and a tall, slender figure, resembling a long spear. After washing up, Yi Yu went to the French windows and looked at the brilliant lights outside. Then Yi Yu opened the system after it had finished loading. Before Yi Yu could react, a torrent of information flooded into her mind. The massive amount of information directly impacted Yi Yu's consciousness, causing her to lose her composure instantly. It took Yi Yu quite a while to finish receiving all the information. Phew, is that so? Yi Yu first took a long breath, digested all this information, and then smiled silently. Even with his cultivated composure over the years, Yi Yu couldn't help but be moved. The heaven rewards diligence principle given by the system 30 years ago allows Yi Yu to ignore any bottlenecks. Just like 12 years ago when Yi Yu, an apprentice, broke through from the 9th level to the planetary level, without any breakthrough techniques, Yi Yu could still break through by sheer hard work. Furthermore, it can also produce a rough version of a planetary level breakthrough technique. This also benefited the eldest sister Tang Qin, the second sister Jiang Feng, and Vinina. It is no exaggeration to say that hard work and talent have given Yi Yu the qualifications to reach the pinnacle of the universe. The now completed system undoubtedly provided an accelerator for Yi Yu's cultivation. Please add my new book to your favorites. Thank you everyone. Chapter 6: The Immortal Gods, Rewards. Create an immortal god race, marry a wife to become a god, and have many children and much happiness. As the name suggests, it is about creating an immortal god race, and the core purpose is to expand the family. How do you strengthen your family? Simply get married and have children. In short, getting married and having children will make you stronger. It seems I need to rethink my future plans, Yi Yu thought, rubbing her chin. From now on, Yi Yu and her bound partner will receive a reward for each offspring they have. Moreover, the offspring born can replenish their cultivation and that of their mother after they grow up or embark on the path of cultivation. Not only his sons and daughters can support him, but also his grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and great-great-grandchildren. As long as they are his and his bound partner's bloodline descendants, they can replenish his cultivation, making him and his woman continuously stronger. Of course, the effect decreases progressively the further the bloodline, the less cultivation it will replenish. Yi Yu had thought about having several children before. But considering that this is the devouring star world, where planetary-level lifespans are 1,000 years, stellar-level lifespans can reach 10,000 years, and cosmic-level lifespans can reach 100,000 years. Domain Lord level lasts 1,000,000 years, World Lord level lasts 10 million years, and achieving immortality grants eternal life. It's important to know that the entire history of China is only about 5,000 years. With the talent of heaven rewards diligence, Yi Yu only needs to play it safe and develop his abilities. He believes that achieving immortality is only a matter of time. Is it necessary to have children to continue the bloodline? Of course not. But things are different now. Yi Yu wants his descendants to be scattered throughout the universe. Then Yi Yu looked at the newbie gift pack that was given after the system finished loading. Reward 1, 1 Advanced Neutralizer Formula. Reward 2, 1 copy of the Ultimate Secret Technique, the Gluttony Secret Technique. Reward 3, increases affinity with the opposite sex by 1000%. Reward 4, 1 top-tier otherworldly opposite sex spot card. Reward 5, 1 copy of the Ultimate Secret Technique Dragon and Phoenix Harmony. There are 5 rewards in total, and each reward is exactly what Yi Yu needs right now. The Advanced Neutralizer Formula is an upgraded version of the basic neutralizer formula obtained by Night Rain, and it is effective against planetary-level monsters. This made Yi Yu's eyes light up. With this, Yi Yu, her 2 older sisters, and Vinina's cultivation levels can once again advance by leaps and bounds. It only took Yi Yu 4 years to go from becoming a martial artist at the age of 16 to breaking through to the planetary level. Even after eating high-level Lord-level monster meat every day, it took Yi Yu 12 years to break through from the 1st level of planetary rank to the 5th level of planetary rank. The speed of cultivation is far too slow. Furthermore, because of him, the current global situation is far from optimistic. It can be said to have reached an extremely dire state. Earth needs strong individuals, and specifically, a large number of planetary level or higher strong individuals. The second ultimate secret technique, the gluttony secret technique, allows one to devour the heavens and the earth when fully mastered, thus enhancing oneself. Good. With this secret method, you no longer needs to meditate in a boring and tedious way, but can absorb the energy of the universe step by step. This is an ultimate secret technique, one that even many cosmic venerables might not be able to create. Common arcane techniques, advanced arcane techniques, top-tier arcane techniques, ultimate arcane techniques, strongest arcane techniques. From now on, you will only need to grow by eating, just like the golden horned beast. The golden horned beast can only eat metal, while Night Rain can swallow anything as long as it can digest it. As for Reward 3, after Night Rain, he will become a walking male succubus. Reward 4, you took out a card with a picture of an incredibly beautiful woman on it. The system is allowing me to cross boundaries and find a wife. This small card allows you to directly cross over to another world. The system's goal is not to spread its descendants throughout the entire universe, but to spread them throughout all the heavens and myriad worlds. Upon seeing this, you smiled. Finally, there is Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony, which is also an ultimate secret technique. It is a dual cultivation technique, divided into yin and yang sections. It is divided into Dragon's Roar and Phoenix's Cry. These two secret cultivation techniques can not only enhance bloodline, but also genes and spirit when practicing yin-yang dual cultivation with a woman. Seeing the effects of this cultivation technique, Yiyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. This is a cultivation technique that is far more powerful than the 9 Tribulations Secret Manual. The 9 Tribulations Secret Manual requires 9 deaths and 1 life, 1 wrong move and you'll explode and die. In contrast, the Dragon and Phoenix Harmony Manual only requires you to lie down and comfortably cultivate together. Moreover, this cultivation technique can not only increase the genetic diversity of both parties, but also enhance their spiritual essence and bloodline. Upon seeing this, Yiyu's heart began to pound uncontrollably. System bound to Vanina. Bound partner 110. The number of bound partners that the system currently provides is not unlimited. Based on the current system level, Night Rain only has 10 bound partner slots. If you want extra partner slots, you'll have to wait for the system to upgrade again. As Yiyu finished speaking, Yiyu felt a strange connection with Vanina and was able to check Vanina's specific situation. Name, Vanina Bolinas. Height, 180 centimeters. Age, 40. Rank planetary tier 3. Cultivation technique, subduing dragon in the vast ocean. Attribute, water. Bloodline 7th class. Gene 1 times. Soul 1x. Vanina also cultivates the Han Hai Fu Long created by Yiyu, as do Yiyu's eldest and second eldest sisters. This has nothing to do with attributes, it's simply because the guiding technique in Han Hai Fu Long is the highest level guiding technique. Moreover, its power generation method is the one with the highest power multiplication rate in the world. Then let's try out this Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony and see how it goes. Yiyu turned off Vanina's attribute panel, strode into the bedroom, and picked up the sleeping Vanina. I can't take it anymore. In her dazed state, Vanina felt as if something else had entered her mind. However, before she could react, Yiyu lifted her up again, carrying her long, straight legs. The next morning, sunlight spills across the earth, and the night rain gently awakens me, leaving me feeling refreshed and invigorated. Strength. Yiyu felt her whole body was filled with power, and she felt incredibly clear-headed. Level planetary level 5 progress 75% 79%. Psychic power apprentice level 9 progress 92% 97%. Bloodline grade 7 bloodline 11% 13%. Genes 1x 0% 2%. Soul 1x 0% 2%. Upon seeing the new attribute panel, Yiyu's pupils suddenly contracted. What a powerful Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony! In just one night, the martial artist's cultivation level increased by 4%, his mental strength increased by 5%, his bloodline improved by 2%, and his soul and genes also improved by 2%. In other words, in just 5 or 6 days, Yiyu will be able to break through to the 6th level of the planetary realm. Moreover, it only takes about 40 days for Yiyu's bloodline to be upgraded to the 6th level. His genes and soul will reach twice the size in just 50 days. Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony progress, not yet beginner 0.01%. This is still the result of his Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony technique, which he hasn't even mastered yet. Chapter 7 Breakthrough, Planetary Rank 6. What would be the effect if one cultivated it to the level of beginner, or even minor, major, or perfect mastery? I can't even imagine what it would be like to reign at night. Then Yu opened Vanina's attribute panel, and Vanina's progress was about the same as Yu's. Not only has her strength increased, but her genes and soul have also improved. At this moment, Vanina also slowly woke up, feeling the same way as Yu, her whole body feeling refreshed. Although she couldn't see the changes in her own data, she could clearly feel that she had become significantly stronger. Vanina felt completely relaxed and comfortable all over, feeling better than ever before. In fact, once you reach the planetary level of cultivation, you can control and perceive every change in your body. Vanina could sense that her own cultivation level hadn't improved much, but rather that a strange change had occurred within her body. Vanina is currently unaware of the concepts of gene multiplication and soul multiplication. If she finds out, she'll know what happened to her. Compared to last night, Vanina quickly sensed that her overall strength had greatly improved, increasing by more than one level. It should be noted that the minimum strength of a single level in the third tier of planetary power is 800,000 kilograms. Planetary tier 3 power 8 million kilograms, 16 million kilograms. Not only did she experience physical changes, but Vanina also felt that her mind was becoming clearer. Buzz. As Vanina's thoughts stirred, it seemed as if an invisible tentacle emanated from her mind. Then, wrapped around the water glass on the table next to her, it flew directly into her hand. Psychic power. Vanina was taken aback at first, then gasped in surprise, staring blankly at the water glass in her hand. She had actually awakened her psychic powers. Although this mental power is very weak, only able to lift a few thousand kilograms of weight, it is insignificant compared to martial arts cultivation. But she did indeed awaken her spiritual power. She quickly remembered the cultivation technique that Yu had passed on to her last night. It was the result of that technique. What kind of cultivation technique did you pass on to me last night? It's amazing. Vanina, her beauty almost bursting with desire, stared at Yu with eyes practically drooling, and wanted to have a 300-round battle with him. Okay, then practice more often. Yu chuckled, lifted Vanina's smooth chin, and looked at her charming demeanor without offering any further explanation. I only want to cultivate with you. Seeing that Yu didn't seem inclined to explain, Vanina, despite her curiosity, didn't press the matter, being an extremely intelligent woman. What she knows, Yu will tell her even if she doesn't ask. If Yu doesn't want her to know, asking won't help. Men will only like a sensible woman who knows when to advance and when to retreat. All she needed to know was that Yu hadn't harmed her. This time, Yu not only didn't harm her, but she also received huge benefits, just like before. At this moment, Vanina also noticed that the night rain was a little different, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. She just felt that the night rain was becoming more and more attractive. This made it increasingly difficult for her to control herself. Feeling the warmth emanating from Yu's large hands, Vanina felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, and her legs involuntarily tightened. Okay, let's practice some more. Yu laughed heartily, embraced Vanina's voluptuous body, and rolled over to pin her down once more. He liked Vanina's sensible nature. Next, Yu kept Vanina in her room for 3 days, making her verify the technique with him. Vanina, who benefited from the situation, became even more clingy and proactive. 3 days later, time quickly passed. Boom! In the spacious training room, as the aura of the night rain surged, an invisible storm instantly swept through the room. Within Yu's Dantian and Dantian, the original 5 asteroids split into a 6th one. A tremendous power erupted from Yu, and Yu herself floated directly into the air. Sizzle! Invisible moisture began to gather in the entire training room, and icicles, radiating a chilling aura, floated around the night rain. Call! As Yu exhaled a breath of stale air, the temperature in the entire training room plummeted once again, as if entering an icy hell. The entire training room creaked and crackled under the chill. Feeling the 6 tiny planets within his Dantian and the spiritual planet within his consciousness, Yu was quite satisfied. Martial Artist rank, Planetary Tier 6. Psychic power level, Planetary Tier 1. Just 2 days ago, Yu's mental power broke through the planetary level barrier and reached the 1st level of the planetary realm. Just now, Yu's martial arts cultivation also broke through to the 6th level of the planetary realm. Planetary Tier 6, plus the tenfold power of Night Rain's Sea of Divine Sword, plus 1.08 times the genes in Divine Soul. At this point, Yu had become the 3rd person in the world to achieve this. In today's world, Hong and Thor are in a league of their own. The 2 individuals possessed the cultivation level of the 8th rank of the Hongxing realm and also wielded domains, and more than one domain at that. With Thor's planetary cultivation at the 9th level, Yu estimated that he was not far from mastering the domain. Then there's the third elder, North America's Merhanson, with a 6th level planetary cultivation. Then there's the fourth elder, East, the world's #1 mentalist, who is now at the 5th level of the planetary realm. Then there's Atkin, who, under the pressure of the night rain, also broke through to the 5th planetary order last year. Finally, there are Jia from China, Sokolov from Polar Bear, Singh from India, and more than a dozen others, all of whom are at the 4th level of planetary cultivation. Yu originally thought it would take 5 or 6 days to break through, but the gluttonous divine skill was very powerful. The gluttonous divine skill is unparalleled in its digestive capabilities. It can be said that this skill and the neutralizing agent are a perfect match. You broke through? When Yu stepped out of the cultivation chamber, Vinina, who had been waiting outside for a long time, suddenly brightened up upon sensing the change in Yu's aura. Yu nodded with a smile. I knew you were the best, honey. Hearing Yu's affirmative answer, Vinina's eyes filled with joy, and she even blushed with excitement. Yu was even more excited about breaking through than if she had broken through herself. Yu was her man, her support, and the stronger Yu was, the happier she was. Yu broke through to the 6th level of the planetary realm. With the 10-fold power of the vast ocean divine sword, he was almost the 3rd strongest person in the world after Hong and Lei Shen. Neither the 3rd elder, Merhanson, nor the 4th elder, Easter, are a match for her man, Night Rain. Vinina was actually angry. Back then, in order to win over Yin Hai, a powerful figure, the family wanted her to marry Li Yao, who had a good relationship with Yin Hai. As a result, Vinina's relationship with her family became very strained, and she even broke ties with her family at one point. As it turned out, her judgment was correct. Later, Yu not only rose to prominence at an extremely rapid pace, but she also benefited from it. She benefited greatly from these 4 days, and she felt that she would be able to break through to the 4th level of the planetary realm soon. Chapter 8 Li Qi, a king-level monster. Planetary 4th Order. Reaching this level already qualifies one as a true master. People like Sokolov, the top expert from the Arctic Bear, Singh, the top expert from the Indian Empire, and Jia, the former top expert from China, were only at the 4th level of the planetary realm, as well as Yin Hai. Globally, there are only about a dozen people who have reached the 4th level of planetary evolution. And most importantly, she awakened her mental powers. In just 4 days, with Yu's help, her mental strength increased exponentially, reaching the level of a warrior general. Now, whether it's Li Yao or Yin Hai, whom the family tried so hard to win over back then, they've all become cowards. Now, Vinina can finally hold her head high. Yu knew exactly what Vinina was thinking. He couldn't let his woman suffer in silence. How's the collection of the medicinal herbs for the formula going? Yu asked as she walked out of the cultivation room and into the living room. The medicinal materials that Yu mentioned were naturally the ingredients for a high-grade neutralizing agent. The Alliance is working hard to collect them. In the past 3 days, it has collected 3,000 units, and it is expected to collect about 30,000 units in the next 10 days. At this point, Vinina became quite excited. Night Rain had actually produced the advanced formula. The significance of advanced neutralizing agent formulations is self-evident. Thinking back to 3 days ago, the two of them were so engrossed in each other that they both forgot about time, even in the night rain. Both Yu and she were immersed in the thrill of their increased strength. Then came unbearable hunger. It wasn't just hunger, but a hunger stemming from the evolution of their body cells. The table full of high-level Lord-class monster meat was devoured by the two of them in a whirlwind, which relieved the pressure a little. And it only provides slight relief. You should know that the meat of high-level Lord-level monsters is the most precious part. This also shows that the meat of high-level Lord-level monsters can no longer satisfy their daily training needs. Just like in the original novel, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen needed to replenish their energy after injecting the bloodline potion. Fortunately, Yu came up with a formula for an advanced neutralizing agent. That's not enough. We need to continue collecting. If it's a rare medicinal herb, we should start planning its cultivation now, Yu said. The medicinal ingredients provided by the system are all readily available on Earth. The only question is the quantity. Moreover, Yu is not alone. He has many people around him to support. Don't worry, I know. Even without Yu's instructions, Vinina had already been preparing for this matter for the past 3 days. How could she not take it seriously? Before long, 3,000 portions of medicinal herbs were delivered from the HR Alliance to the manor. Each of these medicinal herbs is worth tens of millions, so 3,000 portions would be worth 30 billion Chinese yuan. 30 billion is not a small amount, even for a high-level war god. Due to the emergence of a large number of martial artists worldwide, materials from monsters below the king level have become significantly less valuable. In the original work, the materials from a high-level Lord-class monster are worth approximately 5 billion to 20 billion Chinese yuan. Now it's only worth around 500 million to 2 billion, a tenfold decrease in value. Based on an average price of 1 billion per monster, it would take killing 30 high-level Lord-level monsters to sell them for 30 billion Chinese yuan. However, with Yi Yu's current strength, money on Earth no longer means anything to him. Not to mention, Vinina controls the HR Alliance in 9 major base cities, which are also the 9 most profitable branches. Take, for example, the Han Hai Fulong divine skill created by Yi Yu, which brings Yi Yu trillions of yuan in revenue every year. Yes, that's roughly 1/10 cent per year, and it's in cash. Yi Yu brought the materials directly to his private laboratory and had Vinina assist him. Pharmaceuticals Late Stage 1. Pharmaceuticals is one of the side businesses that Yi Yu has mastered over the years. In addition, Yi Yu has mastered multiple fields such as machinery and forging, and has achieved considerable success in each. With the two working together, Yi Yu quickly prepared 3,000 doses of the potion. Each dose of the potion can be used to prepare approximately 1,000 kilograms of ordinary king-level monster meat. Of course, if it is a high-level king-level monster of planetary rank 4 or above, or a beast king of planetary rank 7 or above, the potion ratio will be greatly reduced. The potion is ready now, all that's left is to cook the king-level monster meat. I'll be right back. As he spoke, Yi Yu waved his hand, and a great alloy longsword, salvaged from the wreckage of a spaceship and polished, flew directly into Yi Yu's hand. At the same time, more than a dozen great alloy throwing knives also flew in. Boom! Then the night rain shot straight up into the sky and sped away from the Jiangnan base city. Above the sky, the night rain transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the air and breaking the sound barrier in just a few breaths. After breaking through to the planetary level with my mental power, flying is indeed much easier, Yi Yu exclaimed. The speed at which a martial artist of the same planetary level can fly is indeed much slower than that of a mentalist. Hey, Laoli, send me the locations of those 2 king-level monsters. Just then, Yi Yu directly connected with Li Dawei of the Southeast Military Region. The Southeast Military Region headquarters also controls space satellites, which are constantly monitoring the movements of king-level monsters around the base city. Okay, I'll send you the location right away. At the Southeast Military Region headquarters, Li Dawei's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Yu's words. Li Qi, quickly send the location of the king-level monsters near the base city to your teacher. Li Dawei quickly and gently spoke to a young woman in her early 20s, dressed in military uniform, who looked very dashing. At the same time, Yi Yu's call was transferred to the young woman. Yes, sir. The woman in military uniform smiled playfully upon hearing this, and then quickly began operating the monitor screen. Brother Yi, I've sent you the location of the king-level monster. Take a look. Also, be careful. A sweet, innocent voice rang out from the sky, instantly letting Yi Yu know who was speaking. The woman who spoke was named Li Qi. She was not only Li Dawei's granddaughter, but also Yi Yu's former student at the First Military Academy in Jiangnan. Later, Yi Yu recommended him to the Huashan Elite Training Camp, and he just graduated from the training camp this year. Moreover, Yi Yu and Li Dawei had been acquainted for over a decade, so naturally they knew Li Qi as well. The little girl still calls him Brother Yi. I know, little girl. Yi Yu chuckled. Brother Yi, the time for the cleanup hasn't come yet, what are you doing? Li Qi asked with some confusion. The time Li Qi mentioned for the crackdown was when Yi Yu was the first person to guard the Jiangnan base city. Every so often, Yi Yu would lead a group to clear out the king-level monsters around the base city that could threaten its safety. Although Hong and Thor reached an agreement with several monster kings in the deep sea. King-level monsters are prohibited from participating in the siege of human base cities, and humans are also prohibited from actively using laser cannons to kill king-level monsters. However, hunting between martial artists is permissible. Chapter 9 Grade B Alloy Longsword and Throwing Knife. Furthermore, just as a large forest has all kinds of birds, even the kings of monsters in the deep sea cannot control all king-level monsters. Especially the king-level monsters on land and the flying monsters in the sky. Furthermore, there are too many king-level monsters in the deep sea, and even king-level monsters face great pressure to survive. Every now and then, 1 or 2 blind or brainless king-level monsters will come ashore and launch an attack on the base city. Let's kill a couple of king-level monsters for fun. Yi Yu chuckled. At the military headquarters, everyone in the hall looked on with respect upon hearing Yi Yu's words. The #1 person in Jiangnan base city spoke with such domineering authority. Come to my house later, I have a gift for you, consider it a graduation present. Yi Yu said again. Really? Li Qi asked in surprise. When have I ever lied to you? Yi Yu laughed. Okay, I'll come over at noon. No, I'll go and wait for you now. Yi Yu ended the call and then looked at the smartwatch, which showed the locations of more than a dozen king-level monsters within a radius of 500 miles of the Jiangnan base city and its 8 satellite cities. The lowest-ranking king-level monster is only planetary tier 1, while the highest-ranking one reaches planetary tier 3. King-level monsters are already quite intelligent. King-level monsters that reach planetary level 4 or above possess intelligence comparable to that of an 8 or 9-year-old human child. Knowing that humans possess such deadly weapons as laser cannons, they dared not approach the base city. Only those king-level monsters below the 4th rank of planets have the intelligence of a 4 or 5-year-old child and are not afraid of death. It's only been a month since the last cleanup, and yet more than a dozen king-level monsters have already approached the base city. It seems like there's no end to them. They're all dim-witted. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Yi Yu glanced at the nearest monster, a planetary level 3rd tier king-class monster, and charged straight towards it. Boom! Night Rain accelerated directly in the sky, breaking through layers of sound barriers, and soon Night Rain's flight speed exceeded 5,000 meters per second. In just a few breaths, Yi Yu arrived at the place where the first monster was entrenched. This is a dense forest in the northwest of Jiangnan Bay City. Decades of pristine environment have transformed the trees here into towering ancient trees, which are now home to countless ferocious beasts. Roar! Sensing the undisguised aura of the Night Rain, a deafening roar echoed through the mountains and forests, and a giant white tiger, as large as a small mountain, suddenly leaped into the sky. A tiny human dares to trespass into his territory, he must be utterly torn apart. You beast! Looking at the white giant tiger that was actively attacking Yi Yu, it was over 30 meters long and about 20 meters tall. The entire white tiger probably weighs no less than several thousand tons, carrying the majesty of the king of beasts, its sharp claws radiating unparalleled sharpness. A white tiger? This tiger skin is nice, I'll take it. Clang! A crisp sword cry echoed in the air, followed by a dazzling flash of light that seemed to tear through the void. At the same time, the speed of the Night Rain suddenly increased, directly exceeding 10,000 meters per second. In an instant, the tiger's roar stopped abruptly, and then a bloody hole appeared directly on the white tiger's forehead. The large king character also vanished completely, with brain matter mixed with blood spraying out. The white tiger, a 3rd-tier planetary-level warrior, is dead. In a single exchange, Yi Yu pierced his head with a single sword strike, his tiger-like eyes wide with bewilderment and disbelief. Boom! The giant tiger's massive body fell from the sky, its thousands of tons of force crashing onto the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble and creating a deep crater. Roar! 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 Upon witnessing the white tiger king being slain by Night Rain, countless monsters in the forest were terrified and scattered in all directions, including many lord-level monsters. Go! Yi Yu stood proudly in the sky, his clothes fluttering in the wind, and a dozen or so throwing knives flew up and down around him, radiating endless sharpness. As Yi Yu waved his hand, more than a dozen throwing knives instantly sliced through the air and flew into the forest below. Put! 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 The sounds that pierced through flesh and blood were like a beautiful piece of music. Within a few dozen breaths, the entire forest fell completely silent, and dozens of lord-level monsters were utterly annihilated. With his mental power breaking through to the first level of the planetary realm, Yi Yu was virtually invincible in slaying these lord-level monsters that hadn't even reached the planetary level. The wheat fell in swathes, much like wheat being harvested, which pleased Yi Yu greatly. Of course, she also benefited from the sharpness of the B-grade alloy longsword and throwing knife in Yi Yu's hands. Both the longsword and the throwing knife were crafted from materials that Yi Yu selected from the wreckage of the spaceship. Yi Yu put in a lot of effort to forge this weapon. And the facts proved that Yi Yu's efforts were not in vain. Buzz! A moment later, Vinina transformed into a streak of light and flew to Night Rain's side, followed by more than a dozen transport planes from the HR Alliance. More than a dozen warriors belonging to the HR Alliance fell from the transport plane. These war gods looked at the monster corpses on the ground. Although everyone was already used to it, their eyes were filled with endless worship, fanaticism, and awe as they looked at Yi Yu. This is a powerhouse who surpasses even the god of war level. Vanina's stunning face was also filled with pride and passion. These past few days, the Night Rain has become increasingly uncontrollable for her. Looking at the Night Rain, which seems to be floating on air, like an immortal being, Vanina's legs involuntarily tighten. Don't damage this white tiger skin, Yi said with a smile. This white tiger skin can be processed into dozens of cloaks and inner armor, or it can be made into carpets. I'm leaving this place to you. As he spoke, Yi, sword in hand, soared into the sky once more, rushing towards the next monster. Soon, Yi arrived at a lake, and beneath the lake was a giant black python over 100 meters long. Within the deep lake, a giant black python appears and disappears, exuding an aura that inspires fear. Boom! Without any further ado, the night rain plunged down, instantly sending water splashing hundreds of meters high across the entire lake. Clang! The long sword was drawn once more. Before the black python, a second-tier planetary serpent, could react, its head was severed by night rain. Amidst the rolling waves, the giant black python was dragged to the surface by the night rain. Night rain left the giant python's corpse behind and then flew off again toward the next monster. Over the past decade, Yi has gained considerable experience in this kind of crackdown. From being extremely cautious when slaying a planetary-level monster 10 years ago, to now handling it with ease. Now, Yi can kill these ordinary king-level monsters as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Afterwards, Yi spent 2 hours touring the 8 satellite cities surrounding the Jiangnan base city. In total, 12 king-level monsters were killed, and more than 200 lord-level monsters were killed. Chapter 10 Sister Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang. These king-level monsters were at most planetary level 3, and none of them could withstand a single blow from Yi. Whether they were in the mountains, in lakes, in city ruins, in rivers, or flying in the sky, they were all killed by Yi's sword. Even those first-tier planetary monsters, Yi doesn't need to draw his sword, a single throwing knife is enough to reap them. Not to mention that Yi has now reached the 6th level of planetary rank. Unless it is a beast king of planetary rank 7 or above, no king-level monster can withstand Yi's sword strike nowadays. Brother Yi. Teacher. The night rain transformed into a stream of light and returned to Qinfang Garden, where Li Qi, Lu Ting, Su Xian, and Luofeng were seen. Today is Saturday. The four were following behind Vin Ina, dissecting the corpses of the king-level monsters and extracting their essence. They're all here. Yi smiled and nodded at the four of them. Don't force yourself if you can't do it. Li Qi was fine, but the power of a king-level monster was something that Lu Ting, Su Xian, and Luofeng could not withstand at their current level. Even though it was a dead king-level monster, it still had a great impact on the minds of the three of them. It's alright. If we can't even withstand this much power, how can we talk about protecting humanity in the future? All three were strong-willed individuals, and their eyes were filled with admiration and fervor as they looked at Yi. Only then did the three of them learn about Yi's true strength and legendary experiences from their senior sister, Li Qi. This caused a tremendous surge of awe and boundless reverence in the hearts of the three. Although I already knew that Yi was very powerful, I didn't expect her to be this powerful. Only then did they realize that Yi was the guardian deity of the entire Jiangnan base city. That's fine, it can also temper your will. Then Yi looked at Li Qi, who was wearing a black leather skirt, and said, "Not bad, you're about to break through." Li Qi took off her military uniform, and now she was wearing a black leather skirt that hugged her tall figure. A delicate face, a slender waist, long, straight legs beneath a black leather skirt, and high-heeled boots. In terms of both appearance and figure, Li Qi is in no way inferior to Lu Ting and Su Xian. She is even slightly stronger. After all, her life evolution is more advanced and her aura is more powerful. Her short hair is neat and tidy, full of youthful vitality, and makes her look extremely heroic and capable. It's all thanks to Brother Yi and Sister Qin's excellent teaching. Li Qi chuckled and hugged Yi's arm affectionately. 22-year-old Li Qi just graduated from the Huashan Elite Training Camp this year, and her strength has reached the level of the ultimate war god. It's just one step away from reaching planetary level. Without a breakthrough technique, she either waits for a sudden flash of inspiration and breaks through directly, or she forces a breakthrough through life or death trials. The reason Yi called her over today was to teach her the secret method to break through to the planetary level. Brother Yi, we're here. Just then, several figures flew directly from the sky. Their voices arrived before they did. 5 people flew directly through the air and landed in the courtyard. Among them were 3 people, Li Daowei, Yi Zhong, mayor of Jiangnan Base City, and Lan Ran, whose hair was glowing green. All 3 are now planetary-level powerhouses. The last 2 were Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang, the 2 inspectors of the current Limit Martial Arts School and Thunder Martial Arts School in Jiangnan Base City. Fu Junyu has a baby face and a petite figure, but her body is not small at all. She is quite well developed and has a standard lowly face and mature woman figure. Tang Xiang is a typical mature and domineering woman with a very imposing figure. You can't see her toes when she looks down. The two women, one in a black dress and the other in a purple dress, with their long hair pulled up high, were truly more beautiful than flowers. The moment the two women arrived, they instantly made Li Qi, Su Xian, and Lu Ting pale in comparison. It's not a difference in appearance or figure, but a difference in temperament. After all, both women are planetary-level beings, and they are also inspectors of the Limit Martial Arts Academy and the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, making them regional lords who have held high positions for many years. The two women also have another identity. They are the younger sisters who grew up in the orphanage with Yi Yu. The two women are about 6 years younger than Yi Yu, and are 26 years old this year. Later, one of the two women joined the Limit Martial Arts School, and the other joined the Thunder Martial Arts School. 4 years ago, with the help of Yi Yu, the two women broke through to the planetary level. The two women then returned to Jiangnan Base City and served as inspectors for the two major martial arts schools. Not bad. The rank of the inspectors of the two major martial arts schools has also been raised. Today, there are nearly 200 planetary-level martial artists worldwide, and more than half of them are from the two major martial arts schools. After all, Hong and Thor are the world's number 1 and number 2 strongest fighters, and their two martial arts schools recruit talent all over the world. It can be said that it is full of talented people. The Limit Martial Arts Academy has over 50 planetary-level practitioners, while the Thunder Martial Arts Academy has over 40. Elder brother. Upon seeing Yi Yu, the two women rushed into his arms like swallows returning to their nest, giving him a hug. "Why didn't you invite us to come with you, brother?" the two girls asked Yi Yu with a hint of reproach. "They're just a bunch of small fry, no need to bother with them." Yi Yu chuckled. "Wow, bro, you broke through again?" The two women's eyes lit up as they sensed the change in Yi Yu's aura. Of course, this was something Yi Yu deliberately showed to the two women. "She'll keep it low-key. Keep it low-key." Yi Yu chuckled and ruffled the two women's long hair, winking as she hinted. "Aha!" The two women nodded quickly to show they understood. Keeping a low profile and playing dumb to outsmart others was just like what Yi Yu taught them when they were little. Leaving Yi Yu's embrace, the two girls blushed slightly, and a strange emotion inexplicably rose in their hearts. Especially when smelling the masculine scent emanating from Yi Yu, her heart started racing involuntarily. After not seeing her for a few days, they noticed that Yi Yu was different, especially when they were in her arms just now. The two women exchanged a glance, but quickly looked away as if nothing had happened. I hope I didn't bother you guys." "You guys have pretty good noses, you came right up by the smell," Yi Yu said with a smile, looking at Li Daowei, Yi Zhong, and Lan Ran. The three of them had been friends and comrades in arms with Yi Yu for over a decade, so they spoke very casually. 12 years ago, Yi Yu broke through to the planetary level and teamed up with 3 others to fight monsters outside. Although Yi Yu is a full 12 years younger than the 3 of them, Yi Yu is their captain. Later, the 3 of them broke through to the planetary level, also with the help of Yi Yu. Therefore, the 3 of them can be considered as one of their own. Sister-in-law, this kind of thing can be left to us roughnecks. There's no need for you to do it yourself. The 3 chuckled and, as if old friends, snatched the work from Vanina's hands. They eagerly approached the corpses of those king-level monsters and began to dissect them. Chapter 11: The Primal Core Method, My Precious Treasure. Goodness, this 9-headed dragon snake has escaped several times, but I never thought it would fall into my hands this time, little brother. Everyone looked at the 9-headed dragon serpent in the very center, which was 300 meters long and was a king-level monster of the mental type, capable of destroying electronic devices over a wide area. This guy has the strength of a third-tier planetary being, and also the ability to foresee danger. He's extremely difficult to deal with. Several times, he ran away before the laser cannon could even lock on. The group's eyes lit up, and they were quite excited. All 3 of them were shrewd and experienced. Normally, Yi Yu would lead the 5 of them in a regular sweep every 3 months. It has only been a little over a month since the last cleanup, and nothing unexpected has happened. Most importantly, Yi Yu even had someone bring the corpse of a king-level monster into the house. Their sudden, unusual behavior during the night rain quickly led them to many possible interpretations. It's speculated that Yi Yu might have developed an advanced formula for the neutralizer. Otherwise, why would Yi Yu bring the corpse of a king-level monster home? Now that they had received Yi Yu's reply, the 3 of them were overjoyed and their movements became even more swift. Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Luo Feng all froze for a moment. Whether it's Li Daowei, Yi Zhong, Lan Ran, Fu Junyu, or Tang Xiang, these are people they often see on TV. They are always seen on the front lines of every beast tide. Even Su Xan's grandfather, the head of the Su family, was no match for these people. These men were all extremely important figures in the Jiangnan Bay city, and only now did they truly realize the weight of their elder brother and teacher. Li Qi first rolled her eyes at her grandfather, Li Dawei. Grandpa Li Dawei is usually very serious. I never expected him to have this side to him. I've really learned something new today. It's striking how even the important figures are taking matters into their own hands. Then Li Qi, along with Luo Feng, Su Xan, and Lu Ting, quickly began assisting the three big shots. I'll leave this to you. Vinina, go and bring out the grill. We'll have a barbecue feast. After saying that, Yi Yu looked at her two younger sisters and said, Yuer, Xianger, come with me. Okay. Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang didn't ask any further questions. They simply responded and followed Yi Yu into the house. Go ahead, it's a good thing. Vinina knew what Yi Yu was up to, chuckled, and gave Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang a knowing look. Come, I will teach you 2 cultivation techniques. Yi Yu had the 2 women sit cross-legged and relax, and the 2 women trusted Yi Yu completely. They were just curious about what kind of cultivation technique Yi Yu was going to pass on to them, and about Venina's ambiguous look just now. What kind of cultivation technique? The 2 women asked expectantly. They knew about Yi Yu's talent and ability to say it was unprecedented would be an exaggeration. However, Yi Yu's Han High Divine skill is ranked alongside Han's Destroy the World and Lei Shen's Tenfold Thunder Blade as one of the 3 great divine skills in the world. This is why they have admired Yi Yu so much since they were young. You'll see in a moment. Come on, sit down. As he spoke, Yi Yu placed his finger directly between the 2 women's eyebrows, transmitting the gluttonous divine skill and the Phoenix Cry chapter to them through his mind. Both of these secret techniques are ultimate secret techniques, containing an extremely large amount of information. Common secret techniques, advanced secret techniques, top-tier secret techniques, ultimate secret techniques, strongest secret techniques. How enormous is it? If it were copied from paper books, one secret method could fill an entire library. Yi Yu had personally verified both secret techniques, and their power was beyond doubt. Although Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony is a secret method of dual cultivation, it can be practiced without dual cultivation. It's just that without dual cultivation, and cultivating alone without the help of Yi Yu, the progress is slower. Most importantly, this technique contains the original core cultivation method of the Golden Horned Beast. Once you cultivate to the point of mastering the primordial core, your soul returns to the primordial core, and even if your body is destroyed, you can rebuild it. This is a true life-saving secret. Yi Yu only transmitted the 2 secret techniques to the beginner level before stopping, otherwise they wouldn't be able to handle such a huge amount of information. The reason why Yi Yu and Vinina were able to withstand it was because of the system's protection. The secret techniques at the beginner level are enough for the 2 women to cultivate for many years and eventually reach the original core. After the 2 women finished processing this information, their gazes towards Yi Yu became ambiguous. Forget about the gluttonous divine skill, but the Phoenix Cry chapter turned out to be a secret technique for dual cultivation. The 2 women's pretty faces were flushed, and they were full of charming allure. They finally understood what their sister-in-law Vinina meant by that look in her eyes earlier. Hee, bro, tell me honestly, haven't you been plotting against us all along? Night Rain. Thank you, brother. Seeing Yi Yu's speechless expression, the 2 women giggled, each giving Yi Yu a sweet kiss before quickly leaving the room. Yi Yu watched the 2 women escape, chuckled to himself, and followed them out of the room. As for whether or not to take in the 2 women later, we'll let nature take its course and things will fall into place when the time is right. When Yi Yu came out, everyone had finished their preparations and was just waiting for Yi Yu to show off her skills. Captain, come here, I've saved a big treasure for you. Just then, Lan Ran peeked out from in front of Yi Yu, holding a box that was more than a meter long. What? Yi Yu asked, somewhat puzzled. Hee, you'll see when you open it. Lan Ran smiled mischievously and said mysteriously. Yi Yu opened the box with some doubt, and was stunned for a moment when she saw what was inside. She then quickly closed the box. It is indeed a great treasure. It is the tiger whip of the White Tiger King. How was it, Captain? That old bastard Yi Zhong tried to hide it, but luckily I found out quickly, Lan Ran said smugly. Night Rain. Yi Yu glanced at Lan Ran with disdain and said, You think I need this thing? Hearing Yi Yu's words, Lan Ran felt a chill run down her spine and knew something was wrong. She quickly said, Captain, you misunderstand. I think this white tiger is a rare species, maybe the only one in the world. Rare items are best for collecting, yes, best for collecting. You're right, rare items are worth collecting. As she spoke, Yi Yu silently used her telekinesis to move the box into the house and hide it. "You old rascal, you've got potential, I'm rooting for you." As she spoke, Yi Yu patted Lan Ran on the shoulder, and then leisurely went to the barbecue grill to start cooking. Culinary skills, master level. Over the years, Yi Yu has honed her culinary skills to a high degree. Even the most renowned chefs, capable of hosting state banquets, are no match for her. Soon, a rich aroma filled the entire courtyard. Li Dawei, Yi Zhong, and Lan Ran quickly extracted the essence from more than a dozen king-level monsters. The essence of more than a dozen king-level monsters weighs over 100 tons, enough to feed them for quite some time. "Alright, Lao Li, Lao Yi, Lan Ran, where's your good wine?" "Hee, I brought them a long time ago." As he spoke, one of the three miraculously produced 2 bottles of fine wine. The crowd, who had been unable to contain themselves any longer, began to wolf down their food. Chapter 12. Eldest and second sisters go home. Boom! Just then, 2 prehistoric-level intelligent fighter jets approached the Jiangnan Shanshui residential area from the west and north. The fighter jets pierced the sky and quickly arrived directly above Qinfang Garden. Then it landed directly on the lawn in the courtyard. Although the 2 intelligent fighter jets look somewhat different, they are clearly the same model as Night Rain's prehistoric-level intelligent fighter jet. The fighter jet's cabin door slowly opened, and 2 stunningly beautiful figures, one in white and one in black, emerged from the cabin. The one on the left is a woman wearing a white dress. The woman appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. She wore a fitted off-white blazer and off-white high-waisted cropped straight leg trousers. The woman had exquisite features and skin as clear and smooth as jade, like a masterpiece of nature. The fitted blazer not only perfectly accentuated her figure but also made her upper body look fuller, as if it were trying to break free from its constraints. High-waisted cropped trousers not only accentuate the bust line, making it stand out proudly, but also make the waist appear extremely slender. And those long, straight legs, measuring 1.2 meters. She wore a pair of purple crystal ankle boots, and a section of snow-white skin and lace stockings were exposed at her ankles. A perfect waist-to-hip ratio, like a full moon, makes a woman look curvaceous and graceful. The woman's long hair was styled in a high bun, giving her an innate elegance and nobility. She possesses a delicate and full face, a blessed life of peace and prosperity, a long and slender white swan neck, full breasts and a pert bottom, a slender waist and long legs. Wearing an exquisite off-white office lady outfit, her voluptuous figure not only accentuated her elegance and poise. It also made the woman look very mature and intellectual, like a ripe peach. The other woman was also extremely tall and voluptuous. The woman also looked to be only 27 or 28 years old. Unlike the noble and dignified woman before her, she possessed a beautiful appearance with a touch of aloofness. The woman had smooth, shoulder-length short hair, with a few strands tucked behind her left ear, revealing her glistening left ear. A delicate gold diamond-shaped earring dangled from her earlobe, adding a touch of intellectual beauty to her otherwise cool and pretty face. The woman was wearing a black, tight-fitting long dress with a black and gold belt around her waist. The black and gold corset tightly bound her voluptuous waist, showcasing her perfect figure. Standing at least 180 centimeters tall, the woman exudes a powerful aura. She wore a pair of black thigh-high stiletto boots, and black lace stockings tightly hugged her long, slender legs. Simply put, she is also a stunning woman with a large bust, a slender waist, a perky bottom, long legs, and an extremely domineering figure, so beautiful that you can't see her toes when she looks down. Especially her aura of coldness and domineering sharpness, which made her seem like an unparalleled divine weapon. One woman was noble and elegant, like a blooming peony. The other was aloof and domineering, like a thorny purple rose. These 2 women were none other than Yi Yu's eldest sister, Tang Qin, and second sister, Zhang Feng. "Wow, it's so lively here, and there's delicious food too. Looks like we came back just in time." Looking at the furnishings in the courtyard, Tang Qin giggled, her eyes shining. Her original noble elegance instantly vanished. The once aloof Zhang Feng's beautiful face was filled with smiles the moment she saw Yi Yu. Her aloofness vanished, and her eyes were filled with warmth. "I'm back." Upon seeing the 2 women, Yi Yu went straight up to them, gave each of them a hug, and then ruffled their long hair. The 2 women, like 2 docile kittens, showed expressions of enjoyment under Yi Yu's large hands. Despite their strong, independent nature, these 2 women are older than Yi Yu. However, after Yi Yu broke through to the planetary level 12 years ago, they, like Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang, were 2 younger sisters who needed to be protected in front of Yi Yu. Big sister, second sister. At this moment, Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang also quickly got up and gave each of the 2 women a hug. Sister-in-law. Teacher. Elder sister. Sister-in-law. The others quickly greeted Tang Qin and Zhang Feng. Without needing to say anything, with Yi Yu's culinary skills tempting them, the two women quickly joined the rice-eating team. King-level monster meat. The two women, with their keen eyesight, quickly recognized the grade of the roast meat on the table and looked at Yi Yu with questioning expressions. Yi Yu nodded, confirming the two women's guess. This also made the two women show excited expressions. This was the first time they had ever eaten meat from a king-level monster. With Yi Yu's culinary skills and the fine wines they brought, everyone ate until they were stuffed. Good. TSK, meat from a king-level monster, truly extraordinary. Under Yi Yu's culinary skill, the essence of the meat is brought out, making it easy for people to digest and absorb. Everyone felt their bodies undergoing a continuous transformation, and the cheers emanating from within their cells were genuine. The group cheered, but unfortunately, their stomachs were only so big, and even with their best efforts to digest, they couldn't eat anymore. Compared to the others, Yi Yu, Vinina, Fujinyu, and Tang Xiang's stomachs seemed to have no bottom. The gluttonous secret technique was activated, and the essence within the meat was quickly digested by the four people, turning into nutrients to strengthen themselves. This Taodai secret technique is truly incredibly powerful. Both Fujinyu and Tang Xiang were shocked. The two women had no idea how Yi Yu had created this secret technique, and their eyes were full of stars as they looked at Yi Yu. The others also noticed the problem with Yi Yu and the other three, but knowing the gravity of the situation, they didn't ask any further questions. Tang Qin and Zhang Feng were the same, which is probably why Yi Yu asked them to come back this time. Why are you only coming back today? Shouldn't you have been back yesterday? Yi Yu asked curiously. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the two women would typically return to Jiangnan Base City every Friday to spend the weekend with Yi Yu. What else could it be? Some people just want to die. Tang Qin shook her head and said. What's going on? Yi Yu frowned, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Boom! As Yi Yu's murderous intent was revealed, everyone instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, and the entire world seemed to freeze over. The temperature inside the courtyard dropped to freezing point, and everyone involuntarily shivered. Especially Luo Feng, Su Xian, and Lu Ting, whose strength was still relatively low, all had frost rising from their bodies. Everyone stared at Yi Yu in shock. This was Yi Yu's true strength. With Yi Yu's current strength, she can change the magnetic field within a radius of tens of kilometers with a single thought, causing changes in celestial phenomena. A full force strike could shatter an area of several kilometers in radius, reducing hundreds of buildings to ashes. It's not what you think. Tang Qin held Yi Yu's hand and gave him a reproachful glare, but her eyes were full of affection. With her current strength at the peak of the third level of the planetary realm, and her status within Mount Hua. Chapter 13 The Wang family destroyed, Li Qi breaks through. In addition, there's Yi Yu, who is openly the sixth strongest expert in the world. Who would dare to cause her trouble or provoke her? Do you know the Wang family in Kyoto? Tang Qin quickly explained the reason. What's wrong? As Tang Qin explained, everyone quickly understood the reason, and Yi Yu also showed a look of sudden realization. In short, it's still about Tang Yongqing, Luo Feng's cousin from the original novel. Unlike the original story, Tang Yongqing's family was weak and alone, and she could only endure the harassment from the Wang family as playboy. Later, it was Luo Feng who became the ultimate god of war and found his cousin Tang Yongqing's family, which led to the downfall of the Wang family. Now, Tang Qin has taken notice of the talents of Tang Yongqing and Tang Yongyuan, siblings. Tang Qin knew how rare a genius scientist was. A genius scientist can drive an entire country to take off and lead an era. Night Rain is the best example. One night of rain has at least raised the overall strength of the entire China, whether in terms of technology or martial arts, by 2 or 3 levels. Currently, the number of official planetary-level martial artists in China has reached more than 30, second only to the Limit Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School. Half of these people's breakthroughs can be attributed to Yi Yu. Therefore, Tang Qin highly values these two siblings who are very talented in scientific research. The two were directly recruited into the research laboratory of the elite training camp, and their status was half a level higher than that of ordinary elite training camp members. As a result, the playboy of the Wang family unfortunately ran right into Tang Qin's line of fire. Then the entire Wang family was wiped out last night. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Wang family is one of the 9 core families of the HR Alliance and one of the 12 great families of China. It's just a business family that doesn't even have a planetary level expert. Don't be fooled by its impressive name, it's nothing in front of Tang Qin. With just one sentence from Tang Qin, the entire Wang family of dozens of people was wiped out. Those who should be arrested were arrested, and those who should be killed were killed without any mercy. The entire Wang family collapsed overnight. Let me see. At that moment, Vinina quickly took out her phone and started looking at the screen. She is the president of HR Alliance in China. The Wang family are shareholders and board members of HR Alliance, and this was quickly confirmed. Many members of the Wang family from the HR Alliance, as well as people related to the Wang family, were quietly taken away last night. The peace we fought so hard on the front lines to win is not meant to be used by those insects to run rampant. Lan Ran said. Olji, do you think this kind of thing has happened in our Jiangnan base city? You need to investigate this thoroughly. At this moment, Li Dawei looked at Yi Zhong, the mayor of the Jiangnan base city, and said, All right, we need to investigate this thoroughly. I'll pass the word down now, Yi Zhong said solemnly. There are actually many such cases, it just depends on whether the higher-ups want to intervene. Now that everyone has reached a consensus, especially regarding Yi Yu's attitude, we must see this through to the end. After saying that, Yi Zhong took out his phone and notified the entire municipal government to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Jiangnan base city. A storm swept through the Jiangnan base city. After the meal, everyone felt very comfortable, and the effects of the king-level monster meat were undeniable. Grandpa, Brother Yi is about to break through. After finishing a large plate of barbecue, Li Qi's pretty face turned red, steam rose from her head, and her whole body looked like a boiled shrimp. She was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and this plate of barbecue acted like a catalyst, causing her body to begin to boil. The same applies to Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Luo Feng. The three of them only ate a few bites and then dared not eat anymore. The essence within the planetary-level monster's flesh was so vast that the three of them were not much better off than Li Qi at this moment. Come, sit cross-legged and calm your mind. Yi Yu went directly to Li Qi's side, made her sit cross-legged, and then Yi Yu touched her forehead with her finger. He directly used his mind to transmit the planetary-level breakthrough secret method, which he had perfected many times over the years, into her mind. This secret technique, Night Rain, was created 12 years ago and has become quite perfect after more than a decade of refinement. There's also the breakthrough secret method for planetary spiritual master that Yi Yu compiled 2 days ago. 2 days ago, Yi Yu's mental power broke through to the planetary level, and Yi Yu also compiled a breakthrough secret method. However, that secret method was very crude and needed to be continuously improved before it could be used by others. Of course. In fact, there are also more advanced secret techniques for breaking through various realms in Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony. It contains breakthrough techniques for all types of martial artists, mentalists, and illusionists. It covers everything from apprentice level to cosmic venerable, in incredibly detailed terms. After obtaining the secret technique, Li Qi immediately began to practice the breakthrough technique transmitted by Yi Yu. Boom! In just a moment, a powerful aura erupted from Li Qi's body, the ultimate war god. Li Qi broke through on the spot. Good. Li Dawei, who was standing next to him, was overjoyed, while Yi Zhong and Lan Ran looked at him with envy. They had quite a few descendants in their family, but unfortunately, Yi Yu didn't take a liking to any of them, allowing that old rascal Li Dawei to get a good deal. The two then looked at Lu Ting, Su Xian, and Luo Feng, who were still in shock. You three are lucky, keep up the good work. The three of them have earned Yi Yu's favor and are destined to break through to the planetary level in the future. Moreover, just like Li Qi, with full-fledged training, she can break through in just 2 or 3 years. No, now that we have king-level monster meat as a resource, we might break through in a year or 2. Go to the gravity chamber and digest your strength properly. After you come out, your physical fitness should surpass that of a junior warrior. At this moment, Tang Qin and Zhang Feng looked at Luo Feng, Su Xian, and Lu Ting and said. With their extensive experience, the two instantly recognized the immense spiritual power contained within Luo Feng's body. Luo Feng is a true genius mentalist, no wonder his younger brother, Yi Yu, was willing to guide him. The gravity chamber was naturally modeled after the gravity chamber at the Limit Martial Arts Hall by Yi Yu. When designing the prehistoric level intelligent fighter jet, Yi Yu increased the gravity technology by 300 times. Today, the Huashan training camp has more than a dozen 300x gravity chambers. Although it's not as powerful as the 1000x gravity machine at the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy, 300x gravity is still sufficient for cultivation below the 3rd level of planetary cultivation. Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Luo Feng, their faces beaming with excitement, quickly entered the gravity chamber. It squeezed out all of its potential. I've broken through. After Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Luo Feng left, Li Qi opened her eyes a short while later. After breaking through, Li Qi's entire aura changed. Feeling the immense power within his body, especially the small asteroid in his dantian, he jumped up in joy. Planetary level refers to the formation of a small asteroid within the dantian energy center. The magnetic field emitted by an asteroid's orbit can directly counteract Earth's gravitational magnetic field, enabling it to fly. At this moment, Li Qi was floating in mid-air, her body radiating flames. Chapter 14 Rapid Improvement in 2 months. The high temperature caused the temperature in the courtyard, which was several dozen feet in radius, to suddenly rise to several thousand degrees, enough to melt gold and forge iron. If it weren't for the presence of numerous highly skilled individuals, the entire courtyard would likely have been burned to the ground. This blazing flame is an ability that is automatically controlled after breaking through to the planetary level. It is the result of the combination of the physical body and the divine soul. It is also a person's attribute, one of the 8 major attributes. A further step is the domain, and above the domain is the power of the world. This is planetary level power? It's so strong, thank you, Brother Yi. The strength limit of a 9th level apprentice is 500,000 kilograms, while the minimum strength of a planetary level person is 2 million kilograms. With a power difference of 4 times and additional attribute bonuses, combat strength skyrockets tenfold. Li Qi's face was flushed, and she hugged Yi Yu and gave him a sweet kiss, which made Tang Qin, Zhang Fong, and the other women smile. Even Li Dawei had a smile on his face. How could his granddaughter's little schemes escape his sharp eyes? He would be happy if his granddaughter Li Qi and Yi Yu really got together. Ah! Li Qi blushed instantly under everyone's gaze, especially since Tang Qin, Zhang Fong, and Vin Ina were also present. Moreover, being a virgin who had never experienced the ways of the world, she vanished from the spot in a flash. Ha ha! Everyone laughed. Alright, you old folks, stop loitering here. Night Rain chased the 3 freeloaders away. We understand. The 3 old men chuckled, ate and took some food, and happily left Qinfang Garden. Yi Yu even brought Lan Ran an extra 200 gene of meat, which made Li Dawei and Yi Zhong very envious. With the king-level monster meat provided by Yi Yu, their strength can be further improved in a short time, reaching the 4th level of the planetary realm. Of course, this was also intentional on Yi Yu's part. The increased strength of the 3 individuals will also make Jiangnan Base City safer. Just like my second sister Jiang Fong, who was urgently dispatched to the North Asia Base City in South America yesterday afternoon to provide support. The North Asia Base City is a base city jointly established by several small countries in northern South America. Last night was extremely dangerous. The North Asia Base City was almost overrun by a king-level monster from the Amazon rainforest and surrounding waters. In fact, neither Tang Qin nor Jiang Fong spends most of their time in the training camp. They are always out there supporting various base cities. The Jiangnan Base City was so peaceful because of the night rain. Just like today, Yi Yu single-handedly killed more than a dozen king-level monsters in 2 hours. If it were Li Dawei, Yi Zhong, and Lan Ran instead, all 3 of them would only be at the 3rd level of the planetary realm. Even if the 3 of them were tied together, it would be extremely difficult to kill a king-level monster of the 3rd planetary rank. In base cities outside of China, king-level monsters launch beast tides to attack the city every few days. In particular, those 23 independent base cities are constantly on the verge of collapse. If it weren't for the Limitless Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School, it wouldn't be surprising if Yi Yu heard news of the city's collapse one day. It should be noted that in the original work, there were only 2 Beast Kings, the Thunder Dragon King and the 8-Clawed Beast King, and they were only Beast Kings at the 5th or 6th level of the planetary realm. Currently, there are more than a dozen planetary-level Beast Kings of the 7th rank or above that can be detected in the deep sea. There are over 1,000 high-level Beast Kings ranging from planetary 4th to planetary 6th rank. Night Rain is going to travel to other worlds, and she doesn't know what the situation will be like or how long it will take to return after she travels there. Yi Yu must at least ensure the stability of his rear. 2 hours later, when Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Luo Feng walked out of the gravity chamber, all 3 of them were completely exhausted. However, the physical abilities of the 3 also improved dramatically, from being close to that of a junior warrior to being close to that of an intermediate warrior. Its strength exceeded 15,000 kilograms, and its speed exceeded 120 meters per second. If the 3 of them could spend another 2 or 3 days to fully digest the source energy within their bodies, they would all be able to reach the level of intermediate-level warriors. Of course, Luo Feng was an exception at this moment. His mental power had approached the level of a war god. Night. Only 5 women remained in the manor: Tang Qin, Zhang Fong, Vinina, Fu Junyu, and Tang Xiang. Yi Yu directly bound himself to Tang Qin and Zhang Fong, and then passed on the gluttonous divine skill and the Phoenix Cry chapter to them. The flood of information overwhelmed the 2 women, leaving them momentarily dazed. These two secret techniques look very powerful. After the two women finished processing this information, they couldn't understand it. They simply couldn't comprehend these two secret techniques, which were beyond their comprehension. You don't need to understand it, just follow my instructions. Yi Yu chuckled, put his arm around the plump waist of his eldest sister Tang Qin, and then strode into the bedroom, lifting her by the knees. The clothes slipped off one by one, soon revealing a perfect work of art. Seeing Tang Qin's face flushed, Yi Yu placed her directly on the bed and then lifted her long legs. Soon, beautiful singing filled the room. In the days that followed, after Tang Qin and Zhang Fong truly experienced the power of these two secret techniques, the two women became just like Vinina before them. I was completely shocked. The two women, who had been stuck at the fourth order bottleneck of planetary cultivation for nearly half a year, broke through it on the spot. Boom! The bottleneck of the fourth order planetary stage was immediately broken through, and his body began to undergo rapid transformation. With just one cultivation session, the two women broke through to the fourth level of the planetary realm, which greatly pleased them. Both women knew that they were not actually geniuses. Compared to her peers Vinina and the two enchanting women from the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, she is not as good. Their current strength is entirely due to Yi Yu's support. Name, Tang Qin. Age, 38. Realm Artistic Conception Level 55% Progress. Martial Artist Planetary Rank 4. Telekinesis Apprentice Level 1. Cultivation Technique, Dragon and Phoenix Harmony not yet mastered, Progress 0.01%. Secret Technique Gluttonous Divine Skill not yet mastered, Progress 0.01%. Skill, Vast Ocean Dragon Subduing Spear Technique, 8th Level Progress 23%. Attribute, Earth Power to Suppress Mountains. Bloodline 7th Class 2%. Genes 1-fold 2%. Soul 1 times 2%. Whether it's Tang Qin, Zhang Fong, or Vinina, their stats are quite similar, except one is Earth type and the other two are Metal type and Water type. One used a spear, while the other used a double moonblade, and finally, Vinina, like Night Rain, used a long sword. More. Feeling the immense power within her body, as well as the newly awakened spiritual energy, Tang Qin, with seductive eyes, flipped over and straddled Yi Yu. For some reason, Tang Qin felt that Yi Yu was even more attractive to her this time she came back, making her feel like she couldn't extricate herself. Good. Yi Yu laughed heartily, put his arm around the waist of his eldest sister Tang Qin, flipped her over and pinned her down, then lifted her long, slender legs up again. 3 days later, Vinina also successfully broke through to the fourth level of the planetary realm. Chapter 15. How many good sisters do you have? For the next 2 months, Tang Qin, Zhang Fong, and Vinina all stopped working. Vinina didn't even bother to clean up the various businesses left behind after the royal family's downfall. The three women and Yi Yu focused all their efforts on cultivation, since their strength was the foundation. Ultimately, this world is still about strength. Strength is everything. Just like the royal family of Kyoto, if the royal family has 1 or 2 planetary level figures in charge, even the War God Palace will give them face. Everyone was immersed in the thrill of their increased strength. That's the benefit of having a cheat code. In the evening, I practiced Dragon and Phoenix Harmony with Yi Yu. Each time, the girls were improving at an astonishing rate of 3-4%. They taught them knife skills, sword skills, and spear skills during the day and night. From time to time, they would go out to hunt a king-level monster of the same level to hone their martial arts skills and agility. With the existence of prehistoric intelligent fighter jets, it would only take them 2 hours to fly around the world anyway. Yi Yu led the girls on a tour of the 6 major base cities in the country and the 3 major base cities in Southeast Asia. They also brought some people back. The 6 women are Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxue, Su Hongdou, and Su Xiangxi. Like Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang, the 6 girls were also Yi Yu's younger sisters in the orphanage. The 6 women were all around the same age as Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang, the youngest being 23 and the oldest 27. The 6 women's strength ranged from the lowest to the 2nd level of the planetary realm, and the highest reached the 3rd level of the planetary realm. The 6 women, each with their own unique beauty, some plump, some slender, some graceful, some delicate, were all exceptionally beautiful. After all, life has undergone a great leap forward and been sublimated. Even if one's appearance is ordinary, reaching such a level of cultivation will result in an extremely outstanding temperament. Moreover, all the women themselves are quite good-looking. A white dress is like a fairy, a red dress is like fire, black is mysterious, purple is elegant, yellow is noble. They all have big breasts, slim waists, perky butts, and long legs. Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu, one passionate and fiery, the other gentle and quiet, both helped Tang Qin at the Huashan Elite Training Camp in Kyoto Base City. Lu Xiua and Yao Bingxue, one alluring and sexy, the other aloof and ethereal, helped Jiang Feng at the Extreme Martial Arts Elite Training Camp. Su Hongdou and Su Shangxi are twin sisters. The elder sister, Su Hongdou, is charming and petite, while the younger sister, Su Shangxi, is calm and serene. Both women work under Vinina. One is based in Singapore and Malaysia, and the other in Thailand and Vietnam. The two women are the presidents of the HR Alliance in their respective base cities. After bringing the 6 women back, Yi Yu also passed on 2 secret techniques to them. Brother, something's wrong with you. After the 6 women obtained the 2 secret techniques, their reactions were the same as those of Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang at the time. What? You don't want it? Then I'll take it back right now. Yi Yu said to the 6 women with a teasing smile. No way. Brother, if you want, we're available anytime. All 6 girls had blushing faces, looking quite beautiful. Then, each of them gave Yi Yu a sweet kiss and ran out. The 6 women were either alluring, charming, gentle, innocent, elegant, or noble. Add to that 2 women, Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang, one charming and the other aloof. Most people really couldn't resist them. Yi Yu wiped away the lipstick marks left by the girls, smiled, and shook his head. Tang Qin and Jiang Feng each rolled their eyes at Yi Yu, then grabbed Yi Yu's weak spot from the left and right. Night Rain. Is this some kind of rebellion against heaven? Yi Yu chuckled and pulled his second sister Jiang Feng's voluptuous body into his arms. Then he grabbed Jiang Feng by the knees and strode towards the bedroom. Soon, beautiful singing filled the room. Time quickly passed to November 2056. During these 2 months, the series The Gluttonous Divine Skill and Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony were released simultaneously. Tang Qin, Jiang Feng, and Vinina have all reached a new level of skill. Even with the 3 women sharing the burden, they all broke through to the 5th level of the planetary realm in just 2 months. Under the influence of Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony, the bloodlines of the 3 women were upgraded from 7th grade to 6th grade. The 3 women's genes and spiritual essence also increased from 1 to more than 2 times. Only then did Yi Yu realize that the gene multiplier and the soul multiplier were calculated separately. Genetic multiples are genetic multiples, and spiritual multiples are spiritual multiples. They are different. Both have doubled in strength, so the base strength, plus the original double, makes the overall strength 3 times greater. For example, the original power of a 5th-order planet was 32 million to 64 million kilograms. Now that both genes and spirit have doubled, the force is 96 million to 192 million kilograms. The strength of a 5th-tier planetary being, with twice the genes and divine soul, is equivalent to the strength of a 7th-tier planetary being. Furthermore, the 3 women's mental energy also broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the apprentice class. With further consolidation, they will be able to break through to the planetary level. In just 2 months, the 3 women's strength increased several times over, and they are now among the top-tier experts in the world. Only now can Yi Yu truly feel at ease. It was too dangerous for Tang Qin and Jiang Feng to be out there. Now, even if they encountered the Beast King, they could handle it with ease. The Beast King generally doesn't come out of the deep sea. Because humans possess laser cannons, weapons that can truly kill them, they haven't lived long enough. The 3 women's improvement in just 2 months felt like a dream. And during these 2 months, the strength of the 8 women Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxue, Su Hongdou, and Su Shangxi is also improving rapidly. With a large amount of high-level king-level monster meat and the gluttony secret technique, the 8 women also broke through from the 2nd and 3rd planetary ranks to the 3rd and 4th planetary ranks. All 8 women also advanced a small level. The 8 women practiced Dragon and Phoenix Harmony on their own for the past 2 months. Although they only grasped a little bit of the basics, it also allowed them to awaken their spiritual power. Although this mental power was very weak, only enough to lift a few dozen kilograms of weight, it truly awakened mental power. Among them, Bai Susu and Lu Xiua, who were originally spiritual practitioners, benefited greatly. Of course, Yi Yu's strength improved the most in the past 2 months. Name, Night Rain. Age, 32. Level, planetary rank 7, progress 35%. Telekinesis planetary level 3, 45% progress. Cultivation technique, subduing dragon in the vast ocean. Skills, vast ocean dragon subduing sword technique, level 10 tenfold power, fish and dragon dance movement technique, level 10 tenfold power. Skills, basic swordsmanship and movement techniques artistic level progress 97%. Attribute, water boundless ocean. Talent heaven rewards diligence, you reap what you sow. Bloodline 6th class bloodline 11%. Genes 2.5 times. Soul 2.5 times. This is Yi Yu's current strength. Her martial artist source power has directly increased to the 7th level of the planetary realm. His mental power has been upgraded to the 2nd level, reaching the 3rd level of the planetary realm. At the same time, he was only 3% away from comprehending the domain. His bloodline had been upgraded to level 6, and his genes and divine soul had been upgraded by 2.5 times. Chapter 16 The Palace of All Heavens, Doluo World. Yi Yu has made remarkable progress in the past 2 months. At this point, Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxue, and the other women had no choice but to leave. With a global labor shortage already in place, the 8 women now have to return to their jobs. At the same time, Tang Qin also took Li Qi, Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Luo Feng with her. As for why Li Qi also had to leave, it was because Li Daowei, Yi Zhong, and Lan Ran had all broken through to the next level. The 3 of them were originally at the late stage of the 3rd level of the planetary realm, and after 2 months, they naturally broke through to the 4th level of the planetary realm. In addition, there are the 3 women, Vinina, Fu Junyu, and Tang Xiang, as well as the powerful Yi Yu. Jiangnan Base City is teeming with experts and is probably one of the safest base cities in the world. In the world, only Hongning Base City and Leitang Base City can compare with Jiangnan Base City in terms of security. Then the 2 sisters, Su Hongdo and Su Shangxi, must now return to their base cities in Southeast Asia, namely Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Although they are the presidents of the HR Alliance in 2 base cities, the 2 women are also high-end combat forces ensuring the security of the 2 base cities. Vinina, who had been delayed for 2 months, now also had to deal with the problems left over from the downfall of the royal family. Only Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang, the 2 women, are in the Jiangnan base city, where they have a relatively relaxed lifestyle. At this moment, Yi Yu also took out the card that the system rewarded. The card showed a woman with waist-length white hair and wearing a gorgeous long dress with gold and red stripes. The woman was stunningly beautiful, holding a golden scepter. She was truly a woman of unparalleled elegance and grace. Yi Yu took the card, examined it for a moment, and prepared to go and see what was going on. As for having Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and Vinina have children, Yi Yu plans to wait. With the current global situation tense, neither Tang Qin nor Zhang Feng have the time. We'll make further plans after Yi Yu's strength has increased and he has wiped out all the monsters in the world. Moreover, Yi Yu, Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and Vinina are all currently in their peak growth period. Their strength, bloodline, genes, and soul are now rapidly improving every day. Since the goal is to raise offspring, it is natural that the offspring's innate talents should be as outstanding as possible. If you're not born with good talent, the cost of making up for it later in life is extremely high. The stronger Yi Yu and his companions become, the higher their life forms evolve, and the more outstanding their offspring will be. Night. Yi Yu pulled himself out of the sleeping Vinina, took out the card, washed up, dressed neatly, and then went to the training room. System, I want to travel through time. I've already told you everything I need to, Yi Yu said without hesitation. As soon as Yi Yu finished speaking, she disappeared from the cultivation room. When Yi Yu reappeared, she arrived at a magnificent palace. The main hall is called the Hall of All Heavens, which is the core hub connecting all the heavens in myriad worlds. Yi Yu travels through this hall to cross other worlds. The entire hall was under the control of the night rain. The hall was extremely spacious, with an altar in the middle. Behind the altar were tiered platforms, with an unknown number of thousands of steps. Each step is like an independent space, and at the very top of the platform are several enormous statues. These statues are none other than Yi Yu, and the 4 people bound to Yi Yu, Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and Vinina. The walls of the Hall of All Heavens have countless doors on all 4 sides. These doors connect to all the worlds, and the card in Yi Yu's hand is like the key to enter those doors. The main hall also contained many miscellaneous items, including food, clothing, drinks, and various weapons and armor. Following the card's guidance, Yi Yu arrived directly in front of a portal of light. Without hesitation, Yi Yu stepped directly into the portal, and the card transformed into specks of light that disappeared into Yi Yu's brow. When the night rain reappeared, an endless sea stretched before me. The ocean waves rolled and the sea breeze howled, carrying with it a distinctive fishy smell. Yi Yu stood proudly in mid-air, her feet treading on the void. Soon, she sensed a connection. At the same time, a message automatically entered Yi Yu's mind. Night Rain can stay in this world for 3 months. After 3 months, Night Rain will be forced to return to the devouring world. Unless the Palace of All Heavens opens a spacetime passage between the 2 realms, Yi Yu will not be able to freely enter and leave this world. I see. Yi Yu closed her eyes and quickly sensed the presence of the cosmic source force, which made her secretly relieved. As long as we have the power of the universe. Is this a ferocious beast or a demonic beast? Just then, Yi Yu sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching him from beneath the sea. Wah! Just then, a great white shark, over 40 meters long, suddenly leaped out of the water, its massive jaws looming over Yi Yu, seemingly intent on swallowing her whole. Those huge, gleaming white teeth gleamed with a cold light even steel would probably not be able to withstand such a biting force. How dare you! Yi Yu shook his head, waved his hand, and a blade of light suddenly shot through the air, its unparalleled sharpness piercing directly through the great white shark's head with a soft thud. This great white shark is quite large, but its strength is not that great, only approaching the level of a high-level beast general. Boom! The great white shark's massive body crashed directly into the sea, creating a colossal wave. And those eyes were still filled with astonishment, as if they couldn't believe it was dead. Just as Yi Yu was about to leave and head towards the direction where the connection had been sensed, a black ring floated up from the seabed. No, to be more precise, it was a black ring that condensed from the corpse of the great white shark that Yi Yu had just killed. This is. Yi Yu looked at the ring with some surprise, and with a wave of her hand, the black ring flew automatically to Yi Yu. Could it be a spirit ring? Yi Yu quickly realized something. Could it be that she had transmigrated to the Dolua continent, a world known for its fantastical floor tiles? Could the white-haired woman on that card be Poseidon, one of the 3 peerless Dolua? The image of the woman on the card was most similar to that of Poseidon. The black spirit ring is a 10,000-year spirit ring, or perhaps it's tens of thousands of years old. The spirit rings in this world are easy to identify. 10 years of white, 100 years of yellow, 1,000 years of purple, 10,000 years of black, 100,000 years of red, 1,000,000 years of gold. As soon as Yi Yu's fingers touched the black spirit ring, a surge of power flowed from the spirit ring into Yi Yu's body. This force kept circulating within Yi Yu's body, as if searching for something. Could it be that it's searching for a martial spirit? But I don't have a martial spirit. Everyone in this world possesses a martial soul, but Yi Yu is not from this world. Yi Yu shook her head, and with a thought, she directly guided the power, forcing it out of her body. A 10,000-year spirit ring, a 10,000-year spirit beast, and that's all? Looking at the black spirit ring in his palm, enveloped by the power of Night Rain shook his head again. I'm looking forward to reading your new book, thank you everyone. Chapter 17 Tang Chen Xian Dao Lu. Luckily, I even got a soul bone. Looking towards the deep sea, Yi Yu soon saw a bone, like a gemstone, that had condensed inside the great white shark's body. Soul rings and soul bones not only help soul masters in this world level up, but they also contain skills. We can look into it. With a wave of his hand, the soul bone that had exploded fell directly into Yi Yu's hand. Wow, it's actually a torso bone. Torso bones can greatly enhance a person's physique. Soul bones can be directly integrated into a person's body without the need for a martial soul. Friends, have you had your fill of looking? Now come out. Just then, Yi Yu put away the sealed black 10,000-year soul ring and soul bone, and then looked up at the sky. Friend, don't misunderstand, we have no intention of spying on you. We are here to chase this tiger shark. Just then, 2 figures appeared in the sky 100 meters away. Both men appeared to be in their 40s, but one looked extremely rugged while the other was handsome and refined. The fact that the 2 of them were suspended in the air indicated that they were at least at the level of title Dolua in this world. Only when one reaches the title of Dolua can one fly without needing a flying soul skill. Of course, the speed and distance of this flight are best left unsaid. You came here chasing after it. I see. Night Rain said, pointing to the dead great white shark below. Good. The 2 nodded. They had indeed come after this 90,000-year-old tiger shark. The 2 had almost had their boat capsized by this 90,000-year-old tiger shark, and they were furious, so they chased after it. On land or in the sky, a soul beast less than 100,000 years old would have been killed by them with a few sword strikes or hammer blows long ago. Once they reached the open sea, they could barely unleash even a fraction of their full strength. The tiger shark dove into the deep sea, leaving the 2 men helpless and quite frustrated. However, just as they were about to give up, the tiger shark was killed in a single encounter by the person in front of them. Most importantly, the person in front of him did not release his martial soul or soul rings, nor did he use any soul skills. They only saw a dazzling flash of light, and then a 90,000-year-old tiger shark was instantly killed. Looking at the Night Rain ahead, their eyes were filled with solemnity and vigilance. Is this the strength of overseas soul masters? I am Tang Chen of the Haotian sect, and this is Qian Daolu, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall. May I ask your name, friend, said the burly man among them. So it was you guys. Yi Yu nodded, quickly recalling which part of the story this was. This takes place more than 20 years before the main storyline begins. First, the people from the Spirit Hall accidentally arrived at Sea God Island, only to be driven away by the people of Sea God Island. Afterwards, Qian Daolu, the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, received the news and invited Tang Chen to come to Sea God Island to investigate the situation. Afterwards, the two met Poseidon and were not only defeated by her, but were also amazed by her beauty. They both fell in love with her irrevocably. The timing is perfect. Poseidon had not yet fallen in love with Tang Chen, Bibi Dong had not yet been fooled by Yu Xiaozhang, nor had she been ruined by Qian Xuanji. Yin hadn't met the Tang brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, or Lu Erlong yet. They weren't surprised that Yi Yu recognized them, given how famous the two were in the Dolua continent. The two are known as the twin mountains of Dolua continent, one an invincible figure in the heavens and the other an invincible figure on earth, both being level 99 peerless titled Dolua. Level 99 peerless titled Dolua? But how come you are so weak? Night Rain's mental power swept over them, revealing all their secrets. The two are level 99 peerless titled Dolua, and their strength is equivalent to that of a peak high-level warrior approaching a low-level war god. Yes, that's right. Two level 99 peerless titled Dolua are only close to the strength of a beginner war god. Too weak. Yi Yu shook her head, somewhat disappointed. However, considering that there is a realm of gods in this world, I wonder how powerful the gods in that realm are. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Tang Chen and Qian Daolu were immediately enraged. They thought to themselves, the twin mountains of Dolua continent, when had they ever been looked down upon like this? Having been invincible for decades, do they know how lonely it is to be invincible? They wanted to see what this kid was really made of, with such a boastful tone. Just as the two were about to summon their martial souls and release their soul rings, their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Boom! As Yi Yu's immense spiritual power swept over the two of them, they instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Compared to their souls, Yi Yu's spiritual power was like a vast ocean. Their souls were like two small flames, which could be submerged and extinguished at any moment by this vast power. The two men's faces turned deathly pale instantly. They nearly lost their balance and fell from the sky. God! The thought arose uncontrollably in their minds. They were already the pinnacle of humanity, level 99 peerless titled Dolua. Only true gods possess such immense power. Especially the Spirit Hall, which possesses the inheritance of the angel god. Qian Daolu knows that gods truly exist in this world, and he also knows how terrifying gods are. Even though he and Tang Chen have reached the threshold of the level 100 god realm, it can be said that they have already stepped into the god realm with one foot in the door. However, all of this is an illusion. Level 99 and level 100 are an insurmountable chasm. Seeing the two who were practically terrified, Yi Yu shook his head again and said, "My name is Yi Yu. Are you going to Sea God Island?" "Right." At this moment, the two of them lowered their bodies and came to Yi Yu's side, bowing their heads and not daring to look directly into Yi Yu's eyes. It's terrifying. Just now, Yi Yu only glanced at them, and now both of them are soaked in sweat. "Then give me a ride," Yi Yu said. "That would be our honor. Please come with us, sir." "The ship is just ahead," Qian Daolu said respectfully. Soon, Qian Daolu and Tang Chen brought Yi Yu to a multi-story ship. According to the boatman's prediction, it would take the ship another day to reach Poseidon Island. Of course, if Yi Yu wanted, she could fly there now, in less than half an hour. Yi Yu sat on a deck chair on the deck and took out the soul ring and soul bone to study them. Ha! As Yi Yu infused the cosmic energy into the spirit ring and spirit bone, the spirit ring and spirit bone underwent a direct change. The black spirit ring and spirit bone immediately emitted a red light. As Yi Yu infused the spirit ring and spirit bone with the cosmic source power, they began to transform, evolving into spirit rings and spirit bones that would last for 100,000 years. Buzz! Two dazzling red lights erupted, and the color emitted by the soul rings and soul bones also turned completely red. Qian Daolu and Tang Chen both stared wide-eyed at the two red lights in the sky. Meanwhile, just as Yi Yu arrived in this world, in the magnificent central palace of Poseidon Island, a stunningly beautiful figure suddenly opened her eyes. "I'm looking forward to reading your new book, thank you everyone." Chapter 18. Two gods were created by accident. Both Qian Daolu and Tang Chen stared blankly at the two beams of red light shooting into the sky. It wasn't until quite some time after the two beams of red light disappeared that the two people finally realized what had happened. Then, looking at Yi Yu, his eyes were filled with astonishment, shock, and countless unspeakable emotions. What did they see? They had just witnessed Yi Yu kill the orca, which was indeed only 90,000 years old. The spirit rings produced were only black, not red, and the same went for the spirit bone. When these two items came into Yi Yu's hands, he somehow managed to tinker with them for a couple of months and they became 100,000 years old. Those are soul rings and soul bones that are 100,000 years old. Even superpowers like their Hautian sect and Spirit Hall don't have a soul bone inheritance of 100,000 years. Could this be the power that God possesses? Xian Daolu quickly realized something. His whole body trembled as he recalled the divinely bestowed soul ring. According to records before him, the angel god of the Spirit Hall's inheritance was the divine test, which possessed a divinely bestowed spirit ring. A divinely bestowed soul ring is one that grants the examiner the most suitable soul skill and the highest level of soul ring that the examiner's body can withstand. However, for some reason, the angel god trial no longer offered this reward. Not only is the divine soul ring reward gone, but many other rewards are also gone. I see. Meanwhile, looking at the upgraded soul rings and soul bones, Yi Yu revealed a look of sudden realization. The reason why the spirit ring and spirit bone were upgraded is because Yi Yu's power level was too high. The cosmic source power that Yi Yu cultivates is the fundamental power of the universe. Not to mention the soul power of this world, even the divine power wielded by the gods in the divine realm of this world is not on the same level as the primal power of the universe. The two streams of cosmic energy that Yi Yu had just transmitted made the soul ring and soul bone seem as if they had taken a super tonic. I wonder if a soul ring that has been absorbed by someone can undergo a second evolution. Yi Yu muttered to herself, then looked at Tang Chen and Xian Daolu. You two, come here. Yi Yu waved to Tang Chen and Xian Daolu, who were still in shock, beckoning them over. The two approached Yi Yu somewhat bewildered, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation. Release your martial spirits and spirit rings. Yi Yu said directly. Ah. Both of them looked at Yi Yu with some confusion, not understanding what Yi Yu meant. I told you to release your martial spirits and spirit rings, was I not clear enough? Yi Yu frowned. Boom. The immense pressure emanating from Yi Yu pressed down on the two of them in an overwhelming manner. The difference in their levels of existence made their souls tremble. Understood. Understood. The two were immediately startled and released their martial spirits and spirit rings without hesitation. Both of them smiled bitterly to themselves. Having been invincible in the world for decades, it made them feel as if they had returned to the weak, pitiful, and helpless state they had been in decades or even centuries ago. It's not that they lack the heart of a strong man, nor that they lack the courage to challenge the strong. Night Rain was truly terrifying. They could sense that Night Rain could annihilate them with a single thought. There is an insurmountable chasm between them and the Night Rain. It is a difference in the essence of life, a difference that is too great. Boom! Without wasting any words, the two obediently summoned their respective martial souls as Yi Yu instructed. The two who summoned their martial spirits flew directly into the air. Chen Daolia's martial soul is a six-winged angel, while Tang Chen's martial soul is a pitch-black hammer, the clear sky hammer. Buzz! Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black encircled the two of them, creating a dazzling spectacle. Whether it's Xian Daolu or Tang Chen, their spirit ring configurations are quite similar. It looks good. Even Yi Yu couldn't help but admire the two who had summoned their martial souls and soul rings. Whether you're strong or not is a matter of time, but whether you're handsome or not is a matter of a lifetime. Yi Yu took a step and arrived in mid-air, examining the two people's spirit rings. Then, Yi Yu directly touched the outermost 9th black spirit ring of Xian Daolu. Don't move! Yi Yu said something directly, and then directly channeled a stream of cosmic source power into the 9th black soul ring. Chen Daolia's 9th spirit ring, although not a 100,000-year spirit ring, is still 90,000 years old. The Night Rain kept Qian Daolia still, and Qian Daolia truly dared not move. Buzz! With the input of cosmic energy from Yi Yu, Chen Daolia's 9th soul ring instantly emitted a dazzling light, as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Black, an intensely dark black, enveloping an area of 10 feet in darkness. Then, in this absolute darkness, streaks of red light began to appear. It can work! Yi Yu's eyes lit up, and he directly increased the input of cosmic source power. The red light grew brighter and brighter, and finally the red light illuminated the sky within a radius of dozens of feet. At the same time, Xian Daolu, who was in mid-air, felt a surge of power flowing into his body from within his soul ring. That immense power continuously washed over his body, cleansing his marrow and meridians, and enhancing his cultivation. My spirit ring. And my cultivation level has also improved. Chen Daolu couldn't help but let out a groan as his 9th spirit ring suddenly became a 100,000-year spirit ring. And his cultivation level actually increased along with the advancement of his soul ring. Keep in mind that he is a level 99 peerless titled Dolua, and he has remained at level 99 for decades. And what comes after level 99? Naturally, it's the realm of level 100 gods. Xian Daoliu's mind trembled violently. Concentrate and calm your mind. Yi Yu glanced at Chen Daolu, who had lost his composure. Since she had used him for experiments, Yi Yu didn't mind giving him a chance to make a fortune. Moreover, Yi Yu also wanted to see if he could directly send Chen Daolu to level 100 and become a god. Boom! Night rain intensified the transmission of cosmic energy, causing Chen Daoliu's 9 soul rings to shine brightly. Then it started to change color. Red, 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 red. The sky was ablaze with red, illuminating half the horizon. The 9 red spirit rings turned the entire sky crimson. Roar! He didn't keep Yi Yu waiting for long. Xian Daolu let out a deafening roar, as if some kind of shackle had been broken within his body. Boom! Xian Daolu unleashed his full power, his aura increasing tenfold compared to before. Level 100. Tang Chen stared in disbelief at Xian Daolu in the sky, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. Under the miraculous power of the night rain, Chen Daolu directly and forcefully infused it to level 100. Level 100, that's godlike. Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction at her masterpiece, then looked at Tang Chen and waved to him. Come here, do you want to become a god? Chapter 19, Taking Down Poseidon. Do you want to become a god? In the center of Poseidon Island, inside a magnificent palace, Yi Yu lay lazily on the throne, embracing the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms. The woman appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, wearing a gorgeous red and gold dress that hugged her perfect, delicate figure. The woman had long, snow-white hair that cascaded down to her knees. The woman was extremely tall, at least 180 centimeters, and her exquisite face was like a masterpiece of nature. Her long, snow-white swan neck and towering chest made it impossible to see her toes when she looked down. Her slender waist, so delicate it could be grasped in one hand, was like a willow swaying in the breeze, and her perfectly perky buttocks curved like a full moon. And those long, straight legs, each 1.2 meters long, encased in white stockings, are so beautiful you could look at them for a year and never get tired of them. The woman not only possessed a perfect face and a graceful figure, but her temperament was also exceptional. Noble and elegant, she was absolutely stunning. This woman was none other than Poseidon, a high priestess of Poseidon Island and Yi Yu's target this time. This was half a month after Yi Yu brought Chen Daolu and Tang Chen to Sea God Island. With the arrival of the night rain, the stunningly beautiful Poseidon naturally had nothing to do with Chen Daolu and Tang Chen. Women admire strength, especially in a world where martial prowess and the strong are revered. The night rain descended upon Poseidon Island like a divine being, instantly captivating this noble woman. In the original novel, Poseidon took a liking to Tang Chen because Tang Chen had the potential to become a god. Tang Chen reached level 99 entirely through his own cultivation, while Chen Daolu was able to reach level 99 only because he had the inheritance of the angel god. The difference in their abilities is immediately apparent. Not only is Yi Yu stronger than Chen Daolu and Tang Chen, but she also possesses divine power. Half a month ago, Yi Yu directly and forcibly infused Chen Daolu and Tang Chen with power, raising them to level 100. After reaching level 100, the two immediately acknowledged Yi Yu as their master and subdued him. Then, thanks to the system binding, the inexplicable connection between the two made Poseidon feel a good impression on Yi Yu at first sight. Moreover, Poseidon was a woman who dared to love and hate, and in just half a month, Yi Yu completely won her over. In the past 2 weeks, except for the final step, Poseidon has basically lost all control and is completely subservient to night rain. Do you want to become a god? Do you want to trample him under your feet? Night rain lifted Poseidon's smooth, rounded chin and pointed at the sea god statue with a chuckle. Think. Poseidon answered without hesitation, and at the same time, looking at Yi Yu with seductive eyes, she collapsed into Yi Yu's arms. Every time Yi Yu touched her, Poseidon would tremble all over, completely powerless to resist. Moreover, his eyes were filled with longing as he looked at Yi Yu. Becoming a god is something everyone wants, and Poseidon naturally wanted to be one too. At that time, Poseidon was also exceptionally talented and had completed the first 8 tests, but she failed at the last step and was left with nothing. To say she lacks talent and is unqualified? Not only did they fail to become gods, but they were also bound to the position of high priest, to be sacrificed for those chosen by the gods later. The result was that she was reduced to ashes after the sacrifice, which she was naturally unwilling to accept. She also knew that the man before her possessed the strength and ability to make her a god. His two divine servants, Shen Daolu and Tang Chen, are the best proof of this. Very well, I will help you become a god today. Yi Yu chuckled, embraced Poseidon's voluptuous waist, and kissed her sexy red lips. Night Rain was satisfied with Poseidon's answer. Between faith and love, Poseidon chose love. Poseidon's choice to become the high priest undoubtedly demonstrates her extremely firm faith in the sea god. Fanatics are extremely terrifying. They can abandon their wives and children, and even give up their own lives. Fortunately, this is a continent of love, where no belief can outweigh love. Everyone says that being love-struck is hateful, but it's a different story if the object of that love-struck person is oneself. As for saying that Poseidon is not talented enough and is not qualified to inherit the position of sea god, does that little bastard have the qualifications and talent? The little scoundrel was killed several times, but if it weren't for Poseidon colluding with the Azura god to cheat, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Poseidon wrapped her arms around Yi Yu's neck and her thighs around Yi Yu's waist. Splash! Everything on the table in front of the throne was swept off, and Yi Yu placed Poseidon directly on the table. Then he picked up Poseidon's long, straight legs in white stockings. Red crystal high-heeled boots swayed, and soon beautiful singing voices filled the hall. System, bind to Poseidon. Yi Yu directly chose to bind with Poseidon and then passed on the Phoenix Cry chapter to her. In her dazed state, Poseidon seemed to sense something new in her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Meanwhile, inside Hailong City. Drink! With a flushed face, Tang Chen pulled Chen Daolu along and gulped down cup after cup of wine. Take it easy. Chen Daolu patted Tang Chen on the shoulder and shook his head. How could he not know what Tang Chen was thinking? However, the high priestess is probably already the mistress now, which is beyond your comprehension, Tang Chen. The next day, the sun shone down. The reflection made the room look messy, with torn dresses, stockings, and crystal high-heeled boots scattered all over the floor. Yi Yu woke up quietly, looking at Poseidon sleeping soundly in her arms, her eyes still bearing the traces of blissful tears. Night Rain directly opened Poseidon's panel. Name, Poseidon. Martial Soul Sea God. Level, 99th Peerless Title Doluwa Progress 99%. Soul Rings, black, 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 red. Cultivation Technique Phoenix Cry Chapter. Bloodline 7th Class. Genes 1.03 times. Soul 1.03 times. The Night Rain ultimately prevented Poseidon from breaking through to level 100 and becoming a god last night. It wasn't that Yi Yu was incapable, but rather that Poseidon wasn't fully prepared. Without divine inheritance, after breaking through to level 100, you need to condense a level 100 divine ring on your own. Furthermore, upon reaching level 100 and becoming a god, one will undergo a comprehensive transformation. For example, one's weapon will be transformed into a divine artifact of this world. For example, the soul bones throughout the body will transform into one's own divine armor, and the 9 soul rings will also be sublimated. Poseidon, however, does not have a full set of high-level soul bones, and his soul ring configuration is also very poor. Yi Yu didn't want his woman to become a god, like Shen Daolu and Tang Chen before her, just a low-level blank god. Night Rain will help her get the 10th divine ring set, as well as a full set of high-level soul bones. Night Rain can also upgrade all of them to 100,000 years. And of course, external soul bones are also necessary. And her 8 10,000-year black soul rings, Yi Yu is determined to upgrade them all to red 10,000-year ones. If possible, Yi Yu hopes to make all 9 of Poseidon's spirit rings golden and last for millions of years. As for whether Yi Yu can accomplish it, it's simply a matter of injecting more of the cosmic essence. It all depends on whether Yi Yu is willing to spend more time. Chapter 20 Divine Position, Condensing the Divine Ring. Ease? Just as Yi Yu was looking at Poseidon's interface, Poseidon slowly woke up. Memories of last night flooded back, and Poseidon's pretty face flushed red as she looked at Yi Yu with eyes full of affection. After transforming from a young girl into a real woman, Poseidon's eyes and brows exuded a certain allure. At the same time, she also looked several years younger. Her skin looked more radiant and glowing, and she looked like a fully mature young woman. At the same time, she also felt changes in her body. Awesome! Poseidon felt her whole body brimming with power, and her overall strength had increased by at least 3 levels. 3 levels of strength was already quite an achievement for her, considering that at her level, every bit of improvement was extremely difficult. The sheet slipped down, revealing Poseidon's boundless spring-like beauty. Hey hey! Yiyu chuckled, and amidst Poseidon's gasp, Yiyu once again pinned Poseidon beneath him. Then she lifted her long legs up again. At noon, Yiyu carried the weak, sweaty, and extremely hungry Poseidon to the dining table. Hungry! The dual enhancement of genes and soul, the evolution of life requires a lot of energy, which also directly made Poseidon so hungry that he became dizzy. Fortunately, Yiyu had made preparations, placing a lot of exotic beast meat inside the Zhutian palace. What kind of meat is this? After swallowing just a small piece of meat, no bigger than the palm of his hand, Poseidon, sitting in Yiyu's arms, felt his strength rapidly returning. Poseidon's red lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with shock. The immense power quickly dissolved in her stomach, and the boundless energy rapidly circulated throughout her limbs and bones. She felt every cell in her body cheering and jumping for joy, which made her unable to help but let out a groan. Come, I'll teach you a guiding technique. Yiyu chuckled and led the well-fed and watered Poseidon back to the bed. Poseidon's beautiful face flushed red, and she rolled her eyes at Yiyu, thinking he was up to no good again. What are you thinking about? Yiyu chuckled and directly passed on the entire Hanhai Fulon and Tao Timi Fa to Poseidon to help her digest the essence within the flesh. What a profound and mysterious technique! Yiyu kept bringing out one good thing after another, leaving Poseidon somewhat overwhelmed. Aside from the Phoenix Cry chapter and gluttonous secret technique that Yiyu passed down to her in Hanhai Fulon, she couldn't understand them and could only passively cultivate them. She was immediately awestruck by Hanhai Fulon after only learning about its contents. Of course. Yiyu laughed. Even excluding the gluttonous secret technique and dragon and phoenix harmony, Yiyu's own creation, Hanhai Fulon, would be a game changer in this world. Aside from meditation, there is no proper method for cultivating soul power in this world. Moreover, even if this lowly nobody were to cultivate the mysterious heaven divine skill from a low-level martial arts world into a god-king level in this world, he could still achieve that. Night Rain's Hanhai Fulon is many times better than Xin Tian Shingon. For the next 2 weeks, Yiyu did not allow Poseidon to leave the room even once. Poseidon, having just become a real woman, also developed a taste for love and became obsessed with Yiyu. The entire palace bears the marks of their love in every corner. In the past 2 weeks, Yiyu has also upgraded all 9 of Poseidon's spirit rings to over 100,000 years, greatly increasing the power of his spirit skills. Similarly, Poseidon also selected a complete set of soul bones, limb soul bones, torso soul bones, and head soul bones that suited her. With such a powerful force as Poseidon Island, it has collected quite a few soul bones over the years. Night Rain also upgraded all 6 soul bones to over 100,000 years old. All that's missing now is an external soul bone, but this thing is very rare and hard to come by. So Yiyu decided to take Poseidon out for a stroll. It's impossible for Yiyu to stay on Poseidon Island for 3 months naturally, she needs to see the sights of this world. 3 days later, in Hanhai City. People came and went on the street, and Yiyu led Poseidon to stroll along the street, looking very relaxed and content. After becoming Yiyu's woman, Poseidon immediately put her snow-white long hair up in a bun, which made her look even more charming. Yiyu always loved it. Having grown up on Poseidon Island, Poseidon was filled with curiosity about everything when she first came to the mainland. Go do whatever you were doing. Yiyu looked at the 2 giants behind him, Tang Chen and Shandalu, and said. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, the 2 exchanged a glance, wanting to say something but not daring to. Don't worry, I'll be going to Wuhuan City and Hautian sect then. You guys just go back and wait for me, Yiyu said. Oh, by the way, how's your divine ring coming along? Night Rain asked. In this world, one either inherits a divine position or collects faith to create one's own, just like Poseidon, the sea god, and the angel god of the spirit hall. Tang Chen and Xian Daolu were able to forcefully break through to level 100 with the help of Yiyu. It belongs to breaking the suppression of the world's dimensional rules, which can be considered as becoming a god through power. It's almost done. As they spoke, smiles appeared on their faces, and they released the divine halos that had been accumulating behind their heads over the past few days. In just over a month, each of them condensed 3 divine rings. According to the rules of this world, the God King has 9 gods, a first-level god has 7 divine rings, a second-level god has 5 divine rings, a third-level god has 3 divine rings, and a priest has 1 divine ring. Both of them have now condensed 3 divine rings, making them level 3 gods. Moreover, these 2 third-level gods are different from other gods. In the divine realm, apart from those who create their own divine positions, those who inherit divine positions can ascend to heaven in one step. However, the divine position inherited will always remain at the same level, and there is no way to advance further, which is equivalent to being trapped. Unless one relinquishes the inherited divine position, or of course, upgrades the entire divine realm. After all, you can't raise a dragon by diving. A deity who creates their own divine position can continue to cultivate and improve. Tang Chen and Xian Daolu, who both achieved godhood through strength, can also continue to cultivate and improve. Yi Yu sensed the strength of the 2 third-level gods, which was roughly equivalent to the peak war god of the devouring world. That is, the strength of a peak 9th-level apprentice. Alright, go ahead. Yi Yu waved to the 2 of them. Yes, master. The 2 bowed to Yi Yu and then disappeared from the spot. They weren't oblivious people. If they wanted to be third wheels, they naturally followed suit since Yi Yu hadn't spoken. Now that Yi Yu has spoken, they should naturally get as far away as possible. Call. Seeing the 2 leave, Poseidon instantly relaxed and became lively again. I want this, and this, and this. Before long, Poseidon had many things in her hands: candied hawthorns, steamed buns, small sugar figurines. This made Yi Yu chuckle. Chapter 21: A Chance Encounter. Ayin makes her appearance. With no outsiders around, Poseidon immediately abandoned her high priestess reserve and dignity, transforming into a lively and charming young woman. This made Yi Yu chuckle. Everything was new and exciting for Poseidon, who was going out for the first time. Yi Yu took her to Hanhai City for several days and they bought a lot of trinkets. Then the 2 of them slowly headed towards the Star-Do Great Forest. Their purpose was naturally to acquire an external soul bone, but such a thing was extremely rare and hard to come by, so the 2 of them were just trying their luck. It doesn't matter if we can't find it. Several days later, outside the blue-silver forest. At night, the sky is dotted with stars, and the bright moonlight shines down, turning the earth into a silvery white. Inside the small village, a lively bonfire party was being held in the center of the village. Hundreds of villagers sang and danced, creating a lively atmosphere as they celebrated the joy of the autumn harvest. In the center of the square, Yi Yu and Poseidon watched the villagers singing and dancing, their faces also filled with joy. The 2 men faced a burly man in his 30s with a thick beard. Beside the burly man with the thick beard was a young man who looked to be around 28 or 29, or even 30 years old. The 2 look very similar, about 70–80% alike, and are obviously brothers. It is fate that we meet. May I ask your names, my friend and the young lady? I am Tang Xiao from the Haotian sect, and this is my brother, Tang Hao. At this moment, the burly man in his 30s with a thick beard stood up, holding a wine bowl, and smiled at Yi Yu and Poseidon. Night Rain, this is my wife, Poseidon. It's a pleasure to meet you. Night Rain also stood up, picked up his wine bowl, and smiled. Yi Yu never expected that she would run into the Tang brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, here by such a coincidence. However, Yi Yu quickly realized something. This is a small village on the outskirts of the blue-silver forest. With Tang Xiao and Tang Hao here, could it be that Ayin is about to make an appearance? That's quite a coincidence. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao both revealed undisguised disappointment in their eyes. Poseidon was simply too beautiful. Her looks, figure, and demeanor were unlike anything the brothers had ever seen in their lives. Upon hearing that Poseidon was Yi Yu's wife, how could the 2 not be disappointed, and even feel a pang of heartache? Before they found out, both of them had a bit of wishful thinking, wondering if Poseidon was Yoru's sister or something. Now the 2 of them didn't want to talk anymore, and their attitude towards Yi Yu instantly turned colder. This made Yi Yu find it somewhat amusing. Haotian sect? Who is Tang Chen to you? Just then, Poseidon, who was nestled beside Yi Yu and helping him grill meat, looked at the 2 brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, like a virtuous wife and loving mother. That's our grandfather. Does Madam know our grandfather? Tang Xiao and Tang Chen puffed out their chests and said with some pride. After all, it was Tang Chen who led the Haotian sect to become the #1 sect in the world, and his grandfather was also a level 99 peerless titled Doluo. At the same time, the 2 of them looked at Yi Yu and Poseidon with some curiosity. We've met, you could say. Poseidon gently handed the grilled meat she had just finished cooking to Yi Yu, and then said, I see, then it really is fate. Although Tang Xiao said this, he was thinking about the aristocratic family and sect on the mainland whose surname was Yi. Judging from their luxurious attire and extraordinary demeanor, the fact that they knew his grandfather meant they must not be from ordinary families. And most importantly, the woman named Poseidon called his grandfather Tang Chen by his own name. You see, these days on the mainland, everyone speaks of their grandfather with a respectful expression, but these 2 didn't. That means their status is. It's quite a coincidence, and a deep one at that. Yi Yu said with a smile, turning her head to look meaningfully at the back mountain of the small village. Yiyu could only sense a vigorous vitality emanating from the back mountain, constantly approaching the small village. Something terrible has happened. A child has been kidnapped by a soul beast. Just then, a villager rushed into the square, his face filled with anxiety. Whoosh! The surrounding villagers were immediately in an uproar upon hearing this, and then they all showed anxious expressions. Everyone hurriedly headed towards the back mountain, while some went towards Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, and Yiyu in the middle. Soul beasts are not something ordinary people like them can deal with, they can only rely on the few soul masters in front of them. Brother Yi, madam, let's talk later, we need to go rescue them first. Seeing the anxious villagers, Tang Xiao didn't have time to think about the meaning behind Yiyu's words. The two brothers rushed out of the crowd and headed towards the back of the small mountain village. Night Rain and Poseidon did not move, because there was no need to. Before long, the two brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, were escorted down the mountain by the villagers. Among the crowd was a stunningly beautiful woman in a blue dress. The woman had long, sky blue hair, and a long, blue and silver dress that hugged her voluptuous figure. The woman's features were exquisitely delicate, as if crafted by nature itself, and her sky blue eyes were like the starry sky. Her skin was like jade, radiating a crystal clear glow, and her long, white neck was like that of a swan. She was also extremely tall, no less than Poseidon, and was estimated to be at least 180 centimeters tall. The woman's exact age was hard to discern at first glance, she looked to be around 25 or 26, but upon closer inspection, she resembled a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She possesses a mature and intellectual elegance, yet also exudes youth and vitality. In addition, the woman's figure was extremely domineering, with her breasts towering high, so large that, like Poseidon, one could not see her toes when she looked down. Her slender waist was so delicate it could be encircled by a single hand, like a willow swaying in the breeze. Her rounded, pert buttocks and long, straight, fair legs were graceful. Her smooth, white calves were clad in a pair of sky blue lace stockings, adding to her allure. On her feet were a pair of crystal high heels, as blue as sapphires, enveloping her jade-like feet. Under the bright moonlight, the woman truly looked like a fairy descended from the moon palace. Even in the night rain, one cannot help but marvel at the woman's beauty. This is a woman whose looks, figure, and temperament are no less than Poseidon's. Soon Yiyu learned who the woman was. She was none other than Ain. At this moment, both Tang Xiao and Tang Hao looked at Ain with infatuation in their eyes. Brother Yi, come, let me introduce you. This young lady is named Ain, she was just now. Both Tang Xiao and Tang Hao wore smug expressions, as if they were showing off to Yiyu. It's as if to say, see? You may have a beautiful wife, but the girls we know aren't bad either. At that moment, Ain also looked over at Yiyu and Poseidon. When Ain saw Poseidon in the night rain, her body stiffened instantly, as if she had encountered some great terror. Ha, a soul beast that's been around for 100,000 years has taken human form, that's quite rare. Just then, Poseidon seemed to sense something and looked at Ain with a soft brush. When Poseidon said these words, Ain's pretty face turned pale, and she froze on the spot. Senior, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao looked bewildered. Chapter 22. An unprecedented sense of security. How could Ain's meager cultivation level possibly fool Poseidon's eyes? Poseidon immediately saw through her disguise. At this time, Ain was only level 50-something, not yet reaching the mature stage of level 60, and could not completely conceal his aura. In fact, let alone a powerhouse like Poseidon, even a level 80 soul Doluwa can see through the true nature of an immature transformed soul beast. Senior, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Ain's stunningly beautiful face changed drastically in an instant, but she quickly recovered and calmly said, after a 100,000-year-old soul beast transforms into human form, it must integrate into the human world and absorb human energy in order to continue its cultivation. Ain has already cultivated to level 50-something, so she has naturally lived in human society for a long time and is no longer some naive girl. Although I was terrified, I had to calm down because it concerned my life. At this moment, Ain was anxious, and her legs were trembling. She wanted to turn around and run away, but she didn't dare. At this moment, when Ain faced Poseidon, it was like a little white rabbit seeing a prehistoric beast. With just a breath, he could suppress her so tightly that she dared not move. She never expected to be so unlucky today, actually encountering a powerhouse above the title Doluwa level. Poseidon is definitely a powerhouse above the title Doluwa level, and not just any ordinary title Doluwa, otherwise she wouldn't have brought such pressure to her. Madam, you must have made a mistake. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao paused, then both looked bewildered. Yi Yu looked at the Tang brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, with a half smile, trying to see if they really hadn't figured out Yin's background. Tang Hao, who broke through to level 70, Soul Saint at the age of 30, was sent by his father to train with Tang Xiao. After 5 years of wandering, the two arrived outside the blue-silver forest. At this time, Tang Hao was 35 years old and his cultivation level had reached level 81, while Tang Zhao's cultivation level had reached level 87, not far from becoming a titled Duluo. Yi Yu's eyes held a playful look. If the two of them were initially attracted to Yin's beauty and were indeed lusting after her body, they didn't realize that Yin was a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form. So how could the two brothers not see that Yin is a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form? If the two of them were really that stupid, they wouldn't have achieved such a great reputation. They would have been killed by someone long ago. They're all movie stars. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, Yi Yu smiled and shook her head. Alright, Cici, stop scaring people, Yi Yu said with a smile to Poseidon. Poseidon chuckled and stuck out her little tongue at Yi Yu, looking extremely cute. Having spent so much time with Yi Yu and relying on her, Poseidon has become increasingly like a little girl these past few days. She used to be the high priestess of Poseidon Island, the strongest of them all. No one was there for her to rely on, everyone else relied on her. Now she has someone to rely on. Staying by Yi Yu's side makes her feel very safe and secure. It feels so good. He started calling Ye Yu dad at night. Yin, right? Alright, sit down. Don't worry, we mean no harm and won't do anything to you. Poseidon chuckled and went straight over to pull the stiff Yin down to sit. Then he said, as long as you don't do evil, we're not the kind of people who don't distinguish right from wrong. I didn't. Yin quickly replied. I can see that. Your aura is pure. Otherwise, you would have died just now and wouldn't have been able to enter the village, Poseidon said. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Yin's body stiffened again, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Okay, relax. Poseidon patted Yin's hand and pulled her to sit down next to Yi Yu, comforting her. My name is Poseidon, the High Priestess of Poseidon Island. This is my husband, Yi Yu. My daughters, Xiaobai and Leah, are not human either. One is a demon soul great white shark, and the other is a mermaid. Hearing Poseidon's words of comfort, Yin gradually relaxed. That's true. If a powerful figure like Poseidon wanted to kill her, she definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Of course, she didn't completely let her guard down. She hadn't been living in human society for nothing all these years. Alright, I accept you now. From now on, let us call each other sisters. Poseidon said. Sister. Brother-in-law. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Yin had no choice but to call her sister Poseidon and then call Yi Yu brother-in-law. Hee, that's more like it. Poseidon chuckled, then looked at the Tang brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, and the smile on her beautiful face instantly turned cold. Speak. What are you two plotting? I don't believe you two haven't figured out my sister's background. Boom. At that moment, Poseidon's soul power surged, and the sea god martial soul appeared directly behind her. This sea god martial soul is not the same as that sea god martial soul. In recent days, Poseidon's original sea god martial soul has also undergone tremendous changes. The martial spirit behind Poseidon today is almost identical to Poseidon himself, and is no longer the original sea god Poseidon. Boom! Red, gold. 8 red spirit rings and 1 golden spirit ring appeared around Poseidon, illuminating the entire sky and dimming the moonlight. At this moment, Poseidon floated in the air, her entire being like a goddess descending to earth, her beauty unparalleled. Dignified, noble, graceful, luxurious. No amount of praise is too much for Poseidon at this moment. The two brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, were completely stunned when they saw Poseidon's 8 red and 1 gold spirit rings in the sky. A tremendous wave of emotion surged within him, 8 red 100,000-year soul rings, and a golden 9th soul ring. Gold? What does that represent? Could it be a million-year spirit ring? How could this be? It's a hallucination, it must be a hallucination. The two were going crazy. The 9 spirit rings released by Poseidon completely shattered their previous understanding and their worldview. Even their grandfather Tangchen, who was known as one of the 2 great masters of Doluo continent, was a level 99 peerless Doluo and did not have a 100,000-year soul ring. At the same time, Yin was also looking at Poseidon in the sky, her eyes filled with a blank stare. Who exactly is this new adopted older sister of hers? She's too strong. Even the ferocious beasts in the core of the Star-Do Great Forest are probably no match for her adopted sisters. The immense pressure made Ain tremble all over. Come to my side. Seeing Ain standing frozen in place again, Yu shook his head with amusement and pulled her to his side. Behind Yu, none of the villagers in the entire village were affected, but they all looked bewildered, wondering why this soul master was angry. Upon arriving beside Yu, all the oppressive aura emanating from Poseidon vanished instantly. Ain was taken aback at first, and then an unprecedented sense of security rose unconsciously in her heart. Chapter 23: The feeling of being moved, traveling together. Upon arriving beside Yu, Ain felt all the suffocating pressure she had felt dissipate. This also made Ain breathe a huge sigh of relief. That's terrifying. At the same time, an unprecedented sense of security arose in my heart. Yu possessed an inexplicable allure that made her unable to resist wanting to get closer to him. Looking at her brother-in-law Yu's handsome profile, Ain's pretty face inexplicably flushed. How? Yu turned her head and looked at Ain, who was wearing a blue dress and had a graceful figure, and chuckled. And nothing. Smelling the masculine scent emanating from Yu, Ain's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Is this what it feels like to be smitten? Seeing Yu's gaze, Ain blushed and quickly turned her head to the side, afraid that Yu would notice. Boom! Above the sky, a vast and powerful pressure, like the ocean, pressed down directly on the two brothers, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Thump! The immense pressure pressed down directly on the two brothers, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, whose minds had already been completely overwhelmed. No! The two screamed as they were pinned to the ground, causing the entire bluestone floor to crack. Spare me! Tang Xiao and Tang Hao stared wide-eyed, only managing to utter the words "spare us" before spitting out mouthfuls of blood, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. Looking up in the sky at Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, who were coughing up blood and then dramatically falling into a coma, Poseidon was completely stunned. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. Poseidon blushed slightly, feeling a little embarrassed, and quickly withdrew her aura, martial spirit, and spirit rings. At that moment, she forgot that she was no longer the same person she was a month and a half ago. Her current strength is more than 2 or 3 times stronger than it was a month and a half ago, and she immediately inflicted serious injuries on the two of them. She only wanted to teach Tang Xiao and Tang Hao a lesson, not to seriously injure or kill them. Even for Tang Chen's sake, she couldn't possibly kill the two of them. Ain looked at Tang Xiao and Tang Hao on the ground, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. They both seemed honest and simple, but it turned out they were quite cunning. This made her feel a little scared. If it weren't for her older sister, she would have almost fallen for their trick. If that were the case, Ain couldn't even imagine what would happen to her. Looking into their eyes, Ain felt a lingering fear, but a flash of disgust also crossed her eyes. At this time, Ain and Tang Hao had just met, so it was impossible for her to say that she had fallen in love with Tang Hao at first sight. It's worth noting that in the original novel, Tang Hao and Ain had known each other for 11 years before Ain gave birth to Tang San. Note, Tang San became a god at the age of 25, and Qian Rinxue became a god at the age of 36, with a difference of more than 11 years between them. If the two people had fallen in love at first sight and gotten together long ago, they wouldn't have waited 11 years. It's nothing. Just some minor injuries, it won't kill you. Yu shook his head, and 2 streams of source energy entered their bodies, repairing their injuries. Then Yu waved his hand and sent the two people directly to 2 villagers, instructing them to take good care of them. After this farce, the bonfire dinner naturally couldn't continue. Hee, my husband, I'm sleeping with Ain tonight, we need to whisper some secrets. As she spoke, Poseidon pulled her newly adopted sister, Ain, into a room that a villager had prepared. Poseidon didn't know why, but she felt a strong connection with Ain, even though it was the first day they had met. Of course they hit it off. In the original story, they were practically family. One of them eventually married Tang Chen, the grandfather, and the other married Tang Hao, the grandson. How could we not get along? In the middle of the night, looking at the sleeping Ain, Poseidon quietly got up, left the room, and went to the next room. Then, looking at the sleeping Yu, Poseidon crawled directly into Yu's bed. Hee. Yu chuckled and said, how could Poseidon possibly resist? Sure enough, she sneaked back in the middle of the night. Yu pulled Poseidon's voluptuous body into his arms and kissed her sexy red lips. Then, after patting Poseidon's round, full moon-like buttocks, Poseidon rolled her eyes at Yu and turned away. Soon, beautiful singing filled the room. Next door, Ain quietly opened her eyes, her long, straight legs tightly wrapped around the quilt, her pretty face flushed. Having lived in the human world for so many years without ever eating pork, surely I've seen a pig run before? Moreover, she has been in human form for over 20 years. The next morning, none of them paid any attention to Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. After leaving a few gold coins, they left the small mountain village. The group that set off on the journey had changed from 2 people, Yiyu and Poseidon, to 3, with Lanin joining them as well. Blue Silver is Ah Silver's name. Upon learning that Yiyu and Poseidon were going to the Star Do Great Forest to find an external soul bone, Lanin volunteered to lead the way. Last night, Poseidon and Lanin whispered to each other until midnight, and Lanin completely let down her guard and accepted Poseidon as her older sister. Of course, I won't go into the main reasons here. Every time Ayin gets close to Yiyu, she can feel the unparalleled allure of Yiyu, her cheap brother-in-law. This also made it impossible for Ayin to take those legs and leave, no matter what. The Blue Silver Forest and the Star Do Great Forest were not far apart, and the 3 of them arrived at their destination in the afternoon. Roar! In the inner perimeter of the Star Do Great Forest, with a roar, an 80,000-year-old 6-winged flying ant queen was pierced through the head by Ayin's spear. Boom! With a deafening roar, the 6-winged flying ant queen's massive body crashed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Then a pitch-black soul ring condensed directly from the 6-winged flying ant queen. Go absorb it quickly. Yiyu chuckled and reached out to ruffle Ayin's soft, long hair. Okay, brother-in-law. Ayin smiled gently and put away the blue-silver overlord spear in her hand. The valiant Ayin, who was just now transformed into a gentle and lovely sister-in-law. Ayin then went directly to the spirit ring and began absorbing her 6th spirit ring. That's right, it's Ayin's 6th spirit ring. Ayin simply ate a meal with Yiyu and Poseidon, and then she underwent a complete transformation. It was a true transformation, a complete cleansing of her body, which caused her strength to skyrocket. This also allowed Ayin to level up from level 55 to level 60, truly entering the mature stage, saving her from years of arduous training. Of course, this is just the surface. Both Yiyu and Poseidon could see that after one meal, Ayin's soul power had increased to at least level 70. The 6th and 7th spirit rings can be obtained at the same time. Ha! There really is a soul bone, and it's even an external soul bone. Once Ayin had finished absorbing the 80,000-year-old soul ring, her soul power directly reached level 70. Chapter 24 Little Lion, Little Rabbit. At noon, Ayin had just eaten a meal with Yiyu Bosaishi, and her whole body underwent a complete transformation. Having just absorbed the 6th spirit ring, Ayin's strength immediately broke through to level 70, allowing her to absorb the 7th spirit ring. Buzz! Yellow, purple, black. 6 spirit rings surrounded Ayin, making her look even more beautiful. After breaking through level 60, Ayin has now fully entered her mature stage. At this moment, Ayin held a blue-silver spear in her hand, and behind her were 3 pairs of 6-winged blue-silver wings. He looked very dashing and heroic. That's right. Just now, when Ayin absorbed the 6th spirit ring, the external spirit bone was also automatically absorbed into Ayin's body. How did you do that, little sister? Poseidon asked, looking at the 6 wings behind Ayin. This greatly surprised Poseidon. Ayin said she could find external soul bones, but Poseidon didn't pay much attention at the time. External soul bones are not something you can just get, it depends a lot on luck. The production rate of ordinary soul bones is only 1 in 1,000, while external soul bones are even rarer. And now, Lanin has only killed the first soul beast, yet he has already obtained an external soul bone. This made her truly believe Ayin's words. It depends on bloodline. Regardless of the type of soul beast, those with higher bloodlines among their own kind will generally be able to develop a soul bone. Ordinary bloodline soul beasts cannot nurture soul bones, only high bloodline soul beasts can. As for what kind of soul bone will be nurtured, it depends on luck. It might be the limbs, the torso, the skull, or an external soul bone, Ayin said. Upon hearing this, both Yiyu and Poseidon seemed to be deep in thought. So, to find a winged external soul bone, do we have to kill a high-level bloodline soul beast with wings? Poseidon asked, his eyes lighting up. Sister is so smart, that's why my first target was the 6-winged ant queen, Ayin chuckled. I see. It seems bringing you here was the right decision, Poseidon said thoughtfully. However, this isn't always the case sometimes. It's still early, let's go pick out a level 70 soul ring for you. Yiyu said to the 2 women, glancing at the sky and noting that there was still some time before sunset. Okay. Ayin nodded quickly. The thrill of this increase in strength was almost irresistible to her. After she transformed into human form, it took her more than 20 years to cultivate to level 55. Now, after spending just one day with Yu and Poseidon, she has directly broken through from level 55 to level 70. This leap in strength is incredibly satisfying. Next, with Yu's divine sense searching, she quickly found Ayin's 7th soul ring. It is an 80,000-year-old purple thunder bamboo. Just like the 6-winged flying ant queen, Yu used her power to bind the 80,000-year-old purple thunder bamboo, and then Ayin, who took out a long spear, killed it with a single blow. An 80,000-year-old soul beast corresponds to a human level 70 or 80, soul saint or soul doluo. Without the help of Yu and Poseidon, Ayin simply cannot kill it with her current strength. Boom! Holding a long spear, Ayin's long, sky blue hair flew wildly as she uprooted the purple thunder bamboo, rendering it utterly dead. A black spirit ring slowly condensed once again. At this point, Ayin's absorption speed of the spirit ring slowed down considerably, taking a full hour to complete. After absorbing the soul ring of the purple thunder bamboo, Ayin broke through to level 76. After absorbing the spirit ring, Ayin's blue-silver overlord spear also gained the power of lightning, greatly increasing its destructive power. At the same time, this thunder bamboo also produced an 80,000-year-old torso bone, which also indirectly confirms that Ayin's theory is correct. After absorbing the 80,000-year-old thunder bamboo soul ring, it was already dark, so the three of them didn't bother to go out and rest. Let's set up camp here, Night Rain said. Good. The two women had no objections, so they simply set up their tents on the spot and planned to spend the night in the starry sky forest. Poseidon took out various items directly from his spatial soul tool. Here, this is for you. Seeing Ayin's envious gaze, Poseidon smiled and tossed a spatial ring to Ayin. As a major power, Poseidon Island can certainly afford to produce several spatial soul tools. Yu also had one, given to her by Poseidon, and it contained more than 30 cubic meters of space. Thank you, sister. Ayin didn't stand on ceremony and happily put the spatial ring away. Crackling and popping. The aroma of roasted meat filled the camp, making Poseidon and Ayin's mouths water. Especially Ayin, who only ate a small piece at noon and underwent a complete transformation. She naturally knew that this was an absolute treasure that was extremely rare and hard to come by, which also proved that she was right to follow Yu and Poseidon. Brother-in-law, let me help you. Ayin quickly stepped forward to lend a hand. No need, you can't activate the nutrients in this meat, Yu said, shaking her head. Only through Yu's culinary skills can the full potential of this ingredient be unleashed, making it easier to digest. If the source energy within this meat is not activated, not only will it take a long time to digest, but most of the source energy will also be lost. Come on, one for each of us. When the meat was almost cooked, Yu handed 2 pieces of roasted meat, one large and one small, to the two women. The flesh of this 6th-order planet contains a vast amount of nutrients, so much so that even Poseidon cannot eat too much of it now. She's on the verge of a breakthrough, but she has to suppress it and not rush into it. She needs to find an external soul bone before she can break through. Gurgle. Just as Yu and his two companions were enjoying their meal, 2 untimely voices rang out from not far away. Not only Yu heard the sound, but Poseidon and Ayin also heard it. Heh, you guys have quite the nerve. Yu and his companions looked out of the camp and saw 2 little ones staring longingly at them. No, to be more precise, they were looking at the roasted meat in the hands of Yu and the other 2. It turned out to be a small golden lion with a 3rd vertical pupil on its forehead and a small white rabbit. At this moment, the 2 little ones stared longingly at Yu and the other 2, wanting to get closer but not daring to. Of course, besides Ayin, Yu and Poseidon had already discovered the 2 little guys long ago. Wow, what adorable little creatures. Ayin's eyes lit up. Although she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast in human form, she still had no resistance to this furry little guy. Upon hearing this, Yu and Poseidon both chuckled, realizing that these were no ordinary little creatures. Both little creatures are comparable to soul beasts that are 100,000 years old. Whether it was Yu or Poseidon, the 2 only released a trace of their aura, and no soul beast within a 10-mile radius dared to approach. Even the immense allure of barbecue remains the same. These 2 little guys are incredibly brave, they actually dared to come closer. Upon seeing that Yu and the other 2 had discovered them, the 2 little ones were immediately startled and tried to run away. Chapter 25. Ayin takes the initiative, binding. The 2 little creatures were startled when they saw that Yu and the other 2 had discovered them, and they tried to run away. The auras of Yu and Poseidon were too powerful, their auras were like 2 blazing suns, making them tremble with fear. However, the roasted meat was simply too attractive to them. It was a primal instinct, a thirst for life, that made them unable to resist coming over. Hey, don't run away. Seeing the two little ones about to run away, Ain chuckled and quickly got up to chase after them. Come here. With a wave of his hand, a rabbit and a lion flew into his hands with terrified eyes. Wah! Once in Yiyu's hands, the two little ones didn't dare to move at all, their eyes filled with fear. Perfect, let's roast you two little ones too. Yiyu chuckled. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, the two little ones trembled, their eyes filled with pleading as they looked at Yiyu, tears streaming down their faces. Ha ha! Seeing the two little ones looking so pitiful, Yiyu and Poseidon both laughed heartily. Yiyu naturally knew who these two little ones were. They were none other than Xior, the three-eyed golden lion king, and Xiao Wu from the original story. Brother-in-law, sister, rabbit and little lion are so cute, please don't eat them. Ain said coquettishly, clinging to Yiyu's arm. Night Rain. Night Rain discovered that Ain, her sister-in-law, was quite the actress, especially the softness of her arm, which was simply irresistible. As a manifestation of the Blue-Silver Emperor, which has existed for 100,000 years, it possesses the ability to detect information within the Blue-Silver domain, making it virtually invincible. In the original novel, she and Tang Hao spent more than 6 years on the run from the Spirit Hall. How could she not know the truth about these two little ones? They were just putting on an act. Okay, I was just kidding. Looking at the two pitiful little ones, Yiyu smiled and shook her head, then let them go. Here, this is a reward for you. Yiyu took 2 small pieces of roasted meat and fed them to Wang Qior and Xiao Wu. Smelling the aroma of the roasted meat, and driven by a deep-seated hunger, the two little ones couldn't resist and devoured it in one gulp. It's just too tempting. Boom! In just a short while, the aura of the two little ones began to surge, and soon their aura doubled. The little Lion King Xior, who was originally only 5,000 years old, suddenly had her aura surge to more than 10,000 years. Meanwhile, little rabbit Xiao Wu's cultivation level directly broke through to the 100,000-year mark. The two little ones felt the changes in their bodies, their eyes widening with excitement. Having benefited from the situation, the two little ones were no longer afraid of Yiyu and his companions, and became bolder, playing around them. We can't give any more. Seeing the longing in the two little ones' eyes, clearly wanting more, Yiyu shook her head with amusement. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, both little ones showed expressions of disappointment. Go ahead. Come back tomorrow. Once the two little ones' cultivation had stabilized, Yiyu released them. The two little ones rubbed against Yiyu's hands to show their affection, then left reluctantly, turning back every few steps. They disappeared from the three people's sight in no time. Over the next few days, the three of them continued to search for soul bones. Ain said that they could rely on bloodline species to find them, but there were times when they would fail. It is certain that a soul bone exists, but it is uncertain what kind of soul bone it is. These past few nights, a little lion and a little rabbit have been coming over for dinner every night, and have become quite familiar with the three of them. With Yiyu feeding them, their cultivation levels rose rapidly over the course of a few days. The little lion's cultivation level quickly reached 100,000 years, while the little rabbit's cultivation level directly broke through to 400,000 years. The three-eyed golden lion, a mythical beast revered by emperors, possesses extraordinary bloodline. Despite having cultivated for 100,000 years, her strength was in no way inferior to Xiao Wu's 400,000 years. If a 100,000-year-old soul beast does not choose to transform into human form, it must undergo a tribulation of lightning every time it breaks through 100,000 years of cultivation. In just a few days, Xiao Wu survived 3 tribulations. The terrifying lightning tribulation terrified Xiao Wu. If Yiyu hadn't cleaved the tribulation in 2 separate instances with a single sword strike, she wouldn't have dared to eat Yiyu's roasted meat again. Next, Yiyu directly helped Ain break through to level 99, the peerless title Doluo. This made her one of the strongest people in the world. 9 spirit rings, 6 spirit bones, and an external spirit bone directly helped her level up to over 100,000 years. Yiyu also passed on Han Hai Fu Long to Ain. Although it was just a story called Hidden Dragon in the Vast Sea, it still had a great impact on Ain. She's no innocent fool, she knows how precious this thing is, being unique across the entire continent. This also made Ain, the sister-in-law, look at Yiyu with increasingly strange eyes. Her gaze was almost squinting. Night. A stunningly beautiful figure slipped directly into Yiyu's tent, and then a warm, delicate body snuggled into Yiyu's bed. Brother-in-law. One by one, the dresses slipped off, revealing a perfect work of art. Yiyu's eyes revealed admiration, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. As for Ayin, Yu naturally wanted to win her over. Seeing how proactive Ayin was, Yu naturally didn't hold back either. He pulled Ayin's delicate body into his arms and kissed her sexy red lips. Ayin's jade-like arms wrapped around Yu's neck, her eyes filled with seductive allure as she looked at him. After a long while, Yu placed the dazed Ayin directly on the bed, and then lifted her long, slender legs. Soon, beautiful songs echoed throughout nature. System binding with Ayin. At this time, Yu naturally passed on the gluttony secret technique and the Phoenix Cry chapter to Ayin, and then bound them together. Although the system has a limited number of binding slots, Yu is not a fussy person. The next morning, looking at Ayin, who was like a kitten in his arms, Yu chuckled. Now that Ayin has become a real woman, she has lost some of her girlish naivete and gained more of the charm of a young woman, with a hint of spring in her eyes and brows. Then, Yu opened Ayin's control panel. Name, Lan. Age, 26. Cultivation level, level 99, Peerless Title Doluwa Progress 99%. Soul rings, red, 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 gold. Soul bones, limb bones of 100,000 years, torso bones of 100,000 years, skull of 100,000 years, and external soul bones of 100,000 years. Bloodline Blue Silver Emperor Bloodline rank 7. Genes 1.03 times. Soul 1.03 times. As Yu's cultivation level improved, the efficiency of her cultivation sessions also increased, rising from 2% to 3%. Seeing Ayin fast asleep, Yu put her down and went straight to another tent. Chapter 26 Two Women Become Gods, Level 1 Gods. How is it? Is my dear sister being taken care of well? As Yu walked into the tent, Poseidon chuckled and wrapped her arms around Yu's neck. Women are the most perceptive, and she had already seen through Ayin's little scheme, so she simply granted her wish. As for Yu, if she were an ordinary man, even one of equal strength, she could forget about having 3 wives and 4 concubines. But Yu stood too high, so high that she could only look up at him. She could create 2 gods with ease, something even Poseidon, the sea god she had worshipped for the first half of her life, couldn't do. Isn't it normal for a man like that to have multiple wives and concubines? Moreover, she noticed that Yu treated Ayin differently, and Ayin was indeed very beautiful. On Poseidon Island, Yu treated Leah, the chief of the mermaid clan, and Xiaobai with normal indifference. Poseidon wrapped her arms around Yu's neck and wrapped her long legs around Yu's waist. He. Yu chuckled and lifted Poseidon's smooth chin. Yu, being a sensible woman, naturally liked it. Holding Poseidon's voluptuous waist and looking at her alluring eyes, Yu kissed her sexy red lips directly. Poseidon responded even more enthusiastically and became more proactive. The thin gauze skirt slipped down, quickly revealing a stunning work of art. Several days later, Poseidon finally found the external soul bone she wanted, obtaining 8 spider lances from a human-faced demon spider. This made Yu wonder if this human-faced demon spider was the one Tang San obtained later. Boom! Having obtained the external soul bone, Yu didn't delay and immediately had Poseidon and Ayin break through together. Yu still wanted Poseidon to get pregnant and have her child, so how could she delay? Are you ready? High above the 9 heavens, Yu stood proudly in the void, looking at Ayin and Poseidon in front of her. Ready! The 2 women nodded solemnly, their eyes brimming with undisguised excitement. Become a god. This is becoming a god. This is the ultimate goal of their countless years of cultivation, and today it is about to be achieved. How could this not excite them? Alright, let's break the seal now. I'll help you. Don't be nervous, relax. Yu said with a smile. Good. Poseidon and Ayin, who had reached the peak of level 99 demigods, took a deep breath and directly broke the seal, releasing their martial spirits. Boom! The 2 women, having broken free of their seals, unleashed a vast and boundless power that directly shattered the level 100 restraints. In an instant, the entire Star Do Great Forest underwent a dramatic change. Gold, 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 gold. Both women possess 9 golden spirit rings that are each 1,000,000 years old, plus 6 spirit bones that are 1,000,000 years old, and 1 external spirit bone that is 1,000,000 years old. Poseidon and Ayin, both equipped with max-level divine gear, underwent a spectacular transformation. Under the rules of this world, all 6 soul bones in his body transformed into a sexy divine outfit. The scepter in Poseidon's hand and the blue-silver overlord spear in Ayin's hand also transformed into divine artifacts of this world under the power of the gods. Poseidon's 8 spider spears also transformed into 8-winged sea god wings directly at Poseidon's will. Yin's 6-winged flying wings also underwent a magnificent transformation, directly becoming 6-winged space wings. Boom! 2 vast beams of divine light, one cyan and one blue, shot straight into the sky, directly shaking the entire Star Do Great Forest and the entire Doluwa continent. Endless divine light spread, illuminating the entire sky and allowing the entire Doluwa continent to see these 2 soaring beams of light. Roar! 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 Countless soul beasts trembled under the divine power of Yin and Poseidon, prostrating themselves on the ground, too afraid to move. The soul beasts in the distance charged in all directions under this divine power, throwing the entire Star Do Great Forest into chaos. Even deep within the core, those ferocious beasts that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years felt fear under this oppressive force. Azure Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, Hell Demon Dragon, Emerald Swan, 10,000 Demon King, Dark Gold Terror Clawbear, 3-headed Crimson Demon Mastiff, and Emperor Tian all trembled under this pressure, their expressions solemn as they looked toward the direction where Poseidon and Yin broke through. At the same time, within the Lake of Life, a silver-white dragon suddenly opened its eyes, its gaze filled with solemnity. Similarly, Tang Chen and Shen Daolu from the Clear Sky sect in the Spirit Hall also flew into the sky, looking towards the direction of the Star Do Great Forest. Especially after sensing that one of the auras belonged to Poseidon, the two quickly understood what had happened. Is this all the methods you have, Master? While both were shocked, they admired Night Rain's power even more. The breakthroughs of Poseidon and Aegon caused a much greater commotion than when the two of them broke through. After their breakthrough, they directly achieved the status of a third-level god. Judging from this grand display, their matriarch Poseidon and the other person are probably at least second-level gods, or even first-level gods. Driven by fervor, the two were determined to cling tightly to Yu's coattails. Meanwhile, on the other side, Poseidon and Yin, both clad in divine armor, were growing stronger and stronger under the continuous flow of night rain. The divine halo behind his head was also rapidly condensing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In just a short while, the divine rings behind Poseidon and Yin reached 6 rings. The 6 divine rings signified that Poseidon and Yin have now surpassed the level of a second-tier god in this world. Good. Looking at the two stunningly beautiful women, Poseidon and Yin, in the sky, Yu nodded in satisfaction. It was worth all the effort he put in these past few days to upgrade his soul rings and soul bones to over 1,000,000 years. Under this immense soul power, the shackles of a second-level god in this world were broken in one fell swoop. However, it's still not enough. Yu thought, rubbing her chin. A level 2 god has 5 divine rings. While a level 2 god with 6 divine rings surpasses an ordinary level 2 god, it still hasn't reached the level of a level 1 god in this world with 7 divine rings. I'll help you out one more time. Just as the two women's auras were about to stabilize, Yu gave a soft shout and increased the infusion of cosmic source power once again. Not reaching the level of a first-class god always feels like something's missing. Night Rain is a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. She wants to directly send them to the level of first-class gods, second only to the God King of this world. Boom! As Yu poured all the cosmic source power into them, the divine light on the two women shone brighter once more. The cosmic source power of the Night Rain is like a catalyst. This is the primordial power of the universe. With the infusion of all of Yu's source power, the 7th divine ring behind the two women gradually took shape. Boom! As the 7th divine ring behind the two women was fully formed, their divine power erupted once more, suddenly reaching a new level. In an instant, the entire Doluwa star trembled. Chapter 27. Take Wang Qior in Xiao Wu Wei. That's more like it. High in the sky, when the two women had completely transformed and slowly awoke, their beautiful faces were filled with smiles. We've truly become gods. Both Poseidon and Yin were still somewhat incredulous, their eyes glazed over. Poseidon had undergone divine trials, and she knew how difficult it was to become a god. As for Yin, she had never witnessed Tang Chen and Shen Daolu become gods. Although she trusted Yu, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. Furthermore, she is a soul beast in human form, and in this world, soul beasts are not allowed to become gods. Moreover, right from the start, Yu directly pushed them to the level of a first-level god. My husband. The two women leaped and threw themselves into Yu's arms, their eyes filled with affection as they looked at him. The two women each gave Yu a deep kiss. Sensing that the two women's auras had completely calmed down, Yu compared them and found that the first-level gods of this world were roughly equivalent to the fifth-order planets of the world that devoured it. Level 99 Demigod Novice War God. Priest Intermediate and High-rank War God. A third-tier god is roughly equivalent to a first or second-tier planetary being. Second-tier god planetary third and fourth tier? A first-level god is roughly equivalent to a fifth or sixth-level planetary being. God king level planetary level 7 or above. After all, the highest level in this world is a god king with 9 divine rings, the highest is 12 divine rings. The god king Yiyu with 12 divine rings is estimated to be roughly equivalent to a first-order star. However, none of the 5 great god kings of this world have reached more than 10 god rings. They are all currently god kings with 9 god rings. Name: Poseidon. Rank: Level 1 God 7 rings. Cultivation techniques: Phoenix Cry Chapter, Gluttonous Gluttony Secret Technique, Subduing Dragon in the Vast Sea. Divine Gear: Poseidon's Divine Gear, 8-winged Poseidon's Wings, Poseidon's Scepter. Bloodline 6th Class. Genes 2.5 times. Soul 2.5 times. Although Poseidon was only a first-level god of the 7th ring after becoming a god, with more than twice the genes in Divine Soul, she was not invincible even to the so-called God King. Of course, Ian is still somewhat lacking at the moment. Because she had only been with Yiyu for less than half a month, her genes and soul were only 1.4 times stronger. Looking at the two increasingly stunning women, there was no need to say anything. Yiyu put his arm around Yin's voluptuous waist, lifted her legs, and strode into the tent. Soon the tent began to shake. You want to come out with us? The following day, as Yiyu, Poseidon, and Ain were preparing to leave the Star-Do Great Forest, they were approached by someone. The woman who came to the door was a gentle young woman. She looked to be around 25 or 26 years old. She wouldn't say she was an absolute beauty, but she was still a first-rate beauty. The beautiful woman was also holding 2 little ones in her arms. One was naturally the little rabbit Xiao Wu, and the other was naturally the 3-eyed golden lion King Xiao. This beautiful woman was none other than Xiao Wu's mother, Aro. Xiao Wu has changed so much in the past few days, how could her mother, Aro, not notice? He was shocked that his daughter, Xiao Wu, had not only met the auspicious beast of the emperor, but also received such an incredible opportunity. Yesterday, Poseidon and Ain became gods, which shocked the entire Doluwa continent. Soon, Aro learned what Xiao Wu's destiny was. The daughter, Xiao Wu, and the imperial mythical beast, the 3-eyed golden lion, unexpectedly gained the favor of a powerful deity. So today, she brought Xiao Wu and the 3-eyed golden lion to pay her respects without hesitation. When she learned that Yiyu and the other two were leaving, Aro became a little anxious. Not only was Aro anxious, but Xiao Wu and Wang Qiuer were also anxious and wanted to leave with Yiyu. She couldn't even imagine what it would be like to follow such a powerful deity and receive his protection. Please take me in, sir. I am willing to serve you like a horse or an ox to repay your kindness. Aro knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with hope and pleading. What do you think? Yiyu asked Poseidon and Ain. It's all up to my husband. The two women giggled and said directly to Yiyu. Alright, I happen to need a housekeeper to serve me. Yiyu smiled as she looked at the gentle young woman in front of her. This servant greets my master. This servant greets the two mistresses. Upon hearing Yiyu's agreement, Aro was overjoyed and quickly bowed to Yiyu, Poseidon, and Ain to express her gratitude once again. The 3-eyed golden lion and Xiao Wu were overjoyed to see that Yiyu was willing to take them away. Afterwards, Yiyu didn't linger and led the group directly away from the Star-Do Great Forest. The next step is to find a place to stay. Yiyu will be leaving the Doluwa world in a month, and she needs a place to settle Ain and Poseidon. Soon, Yiyu chose a location, Sunset Forest next to the capital of the Heavenly Do Empire. Night Rain likes quiet, but also enjoys liveliness. Sunset Forest is peaceful, and when there's nothing to do, she can also stroll around the capital of Tiando. There happens to be a yin-yang well of ice and fire there. Yiyu directly notified Chen Daolu and Tang Chen. A vast manor was built directly around the yin-yang well of ice and fire and the 8 surrounding mountain peaks. Chen Daolu and Tang Chen had actually been considering this matter for a long time, wanting to build a temple for Yiyu. Upon receiving Yiyu's message, the two dared not delay and immediately issued orders to the Spirit Hall, the Clear Sky Sect, the 7 major sects, and the 2 great empires. Tens of thousands of soul masters above level 40 were mobilized to participate. The two were originally the strongest in Doluwa continent, known as the Twin Mountains of Doluwa continent, and no one dared to disobey their orders. In just half a month, the manor requested by Night Rain was completed in the center of Sunset Forest. All servants, furniture, and decorations need not be taken care of by Yiyu and the others, they can simply move in directly. Good. Walking through the newly built manor in the Sunset Forest, looking at the picturesque scenery, Yiyu nodded in satisfaction. The entire Sunset Forest covers an area of hundreds of miles, and this will be his home in this world from now on. The entire resort is built against the mountain, encompassing the 8 peaks surrounding the ice and fire spring. I'm glad you're satisfied. Hearing Yi Yu's praise, Tang Chen and Shen Daolu both showed joy on their faces. It was good that Yi Yu liked it. Meanwhile, Tang Chen and Shen Daolu were followed by people from the other 7 major sects and 2 major empires, but none of them dared to approach. Among these people, Yi Yu also saw several familiar faces from the original work. For example, Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the spirit hall Tang Yuehua, Tang Chen's granddaughter, and Lu Erlong, among others. Tell me, what reward do you want? Night Rain said. It is our honor to serve you, sir. We do not need your reward. I am a person who punishes those who commit wrongdoings and rewards those who perform meritorious deeds. I see that none of you have cultivation techniques, so I will give each of you a cultivation technique. Yi Yu waved her hand, interrupting the two, and before they could react, she placed 2 fingers between their eyebrows. Yi Yu directly transmitted to each of them a cultivation technique, Angel's Holy Sword and Heaven's Shaking Hammer technique. Yes, this is the name Yi Yu chose herself. Yi Yu had browsed through all the cultivation techniques on Earth, because to create a new technique, one must learn from the strengths of many. Chapter 28 Poseidon is Pregnant, Reward. Each of the 2 cultivation techniques contains a guiding technique, which is an internal energy cultivation method used to absorb and refine soul power. One method for generating power can achieve 9 times the power. There is also a movement technique included. After the 2 of them finished digesting the cultivation technique that Yi Yu had passed on to them, they were both shocked and overjoyed. The guiding techniques within the cultivation method, in particular, broadened their horizons. Throughout the recorded history of Dolua continent, they had never heard of any techniques for refining soul power. Seeing the 2's delighted expressions, the others knew they had received a great benefit, and their eyes were practically red with envy. This is a benefit bestowed by a powerful god. By this time, they had basically understood Yi Yu's identity. After all, the commotion caused by Poseidon and Ayin's breakthrough to godhood half a month ago was too great. And only in this way would the 2 Yu brothers of Dolua continent go to such lengths to please him. Soon, the group arrived at the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire. Around the Yin-Yang Well of Ice and Fire, there are many immortal herbs growing, totaling no less than 100. When they arrived here, they knew these treasures were extraordinary, but no one dared to touch them. The Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect personally sent people to guard it. Then, with a wave of her hand, more than a dozen immortal herbs fell into Yi Yu's hands and were placed into a jade box. These are for you. Each of these immortal herbs has different effects, which I have noted down. However, the younger you are when you take these herbs, the better. As he spoke, Yi Yu pushed out more than a dozen jade boxes, and basically each of the remaining 6 major sects and families of the 2 great empires received one. When everyone saw the effects of these magical ingredients, their eyes widened in astonishment. Ningfengji, in particular, was so impressed by the fact that the immortal materials in his hand could actually upgrade the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the martial soul of their 7 treasure glazed tile school, that his breathing became rapid. The rest of the people were not much different. After Yi Yu finished dispersing everyone and they left, Ayin and Poseidon were accompanied by more than a dozen people. It was Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, Tang Yuehua of the Clear Sky sect, and Lu Erlong of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, among other women. The remaining ones are also the legitimate daughters of various powerful families. The dozen or so people were all top-notch in terms of appearance, figure, and temperament. Especially Bibi Dong, Tang Yuehua, and Lu Erlong, these 3 women have the added bonus of the original work. The 3 women are now in their early 20s, the prime of their lives. Even the issue of Tang Yuehwa's mutated martial soul preventing her from cultivating has been resolved by Tang Chen in the past few days. After all, Tang Chen is now a level 3 god, so dealing with a mutated martial soul shouldn't be a problem for him. The fact that these powerful groups brought their female relatives here today speaks volumes. By leaving them here, they established a connection with Yi Yu. If Yi Yu takes a liking to any of them, it would be a true meteoric rise to fame. Not only did they themselves rise to prominence, but their families also benefited greatly. They were willing to be wives, or even concubines. Moreover, such a large resort needs some people and someone to manage it. So Ayin and Poseidon simply let them stay. Looking at Bibi Dong, Yi Yu wondered if Qian Rinxue could still be born without her. Bibi Dong wore a gorgeous purple dress, which made her look extremely noble and elegant, like a blooming purple rose. Tang Yuehua, dressed in a sky blue palace gown, looked extremely elegant and noble, just like a blooming peony. Lu Erlong wore a long black and red dress that hugged her voluptuous figure, so long that her toes were completely hidden when she looked down. Each of the women has her own unique characteristics. Whether noble and elegant, graceful and luxurious, gentle and quiet, passionate and fiery, heroic and dashing, alluring and charming, petite and exquisite, graceful and charming, or a secluded orchid in a secluded valley. A dozen or so people standing together formed a beautiful sight, and it was quite pleasing to the eye. Looking at Yiyu, a blush appeared on the beautiful faces of all the women. They all felt a sudden flutter in their hearts. Leaving aside Yiyu's succubus attributes, the fact that higher life levels of the same kind naturally attract lower life females is a natural phenomenon. 3 days later, just when Yiyu had given up hope, she finally received good news. Poseidon is pregnant, which makes Night Rain overjoyed. As Poseidon became pregnant, the system's rewards followed, and because it was his first child, the rewards were doubled. Reward 1 12 sets of top-tier AI lifeforms. Reward 2 12 sets of F-grade original armor. Reward 3 12 sets of the 9 divine weapons for martial artists. Reward 4 1 bottle of transformation pills x 10 pills. Reward 5 100 high-grade wood crystals. Reward 6 1 additional registration card. Looking at the 6 rewards, Yiyu's eyes were filled with smiles. They were all things he needed at the moment. Top-tier artificial intelligence lifeforms, if they possess an evolutionary heart and take another step forward, become true mechanical intelligent lifeforms. Artificial intelligence, ordinary program intelligence, optical brain, intelligent life. The primordial intelligent fighter designed by Yiyu before only achieved advanced program intelligence, far below the level of a quantum computer. The 12 top-tier intelligent lifeforms that are being awarded now are all those that have already developed human emotions. With this intelligent lifeform, returning to Earth, the world that devours the world, will make many things much easier for Yiyu. After all, with Babata on Earth, the whole planet has no secrets from her. Most importantly, the 12 sets of intelligent lifeforms that are awarded also come with 12 world rings. The second reward, 12 sets of F-grade original armor, goes without saying. These are immortal level original armors, which can save your life. The third reward, the 9 divine weapons of martial artists, are of the same level as the 9 divine weapons derived from the divine weapons controlled by the original characters. It is divided into 9 major attributes: metal void, wood void, water void, fire void, earth void, wind time, thunder time, light time, and time space. Moreover, each of the 9 divine weapons comes with a corresponding secret method for martial artists to use and cultivate the weapon. The fourth reward, a transformation pill, which is obviously meant for demonic beasts or soul beasts. A transformation pill can not only allow demonic beasts and soul beasts to perfectly transform into humans, but also does not require them to give up their previous cultivation. There are 10 transformation pills as a reward this time. The fifth reward, a superior grade wood crystal, containing 100 times the life energy of an ordinary wood crystal. Bind partner 512. Needless to say, the final extra binding slot card is equivalent to giving Yiyu one more binding slot. Here, I'll give you something good. Yiyu took out 2 transformation pills and tossed them to the 3-eyed golden lion King Xiao and Xiao Wu. This is a transformation pill. Yiyu explained it to the 2 little ones, which made their eyes light up more and more. The mere fact that it could perfectly preserve their strength was enough to win over the 2 little ones. It's not that they don't want to transform, but once they do, they have to start all over again, which is why they've been hesitant. Chapter 29, Transformation, Weapon Proto-Armor. Note, there have been changes in the previous chapter. The number of intelligent life forms, original armor, and divine weapons has been changed to 12 sets, and there are now 12 bound partners. Wang Xiao and Xiao Wu did not want to transform into human form, but rather that they would have to start all over again afterward. So I was always torn, but now that I have the transformation pill given to me by Yiyu, I don't have to be torn anymore. Come on, transform into this form. Yiyu chuckled, placed 2 fingers on their foreheads, and directly transmitted 2 figures to them with his mind. This transformation pill can transform a person into any shape according to their wishes, and Yiyu was afraid that they would transform incorrectly. So their original images were projected. Wang Xiao and Xiao Wu carefully recalled the images Yiyu had designed for them, and were quite satisfied. With her delicate face, tall figure, full breasts, slender waist, perky buttocks, and long legs, she is absolutely stunning. Buzz. As soon as the 2 women swallowed the transformation pill, they began to change, and white mist began to rise from their bodies. The white mist condensed and did not dissipate. As the white mist increased, it began to form cocoons on the 2 women, enveloping them completely. The transformation pill doesn't just change your shape, it completely transforms you into a human form from the inside out. A ferocious beast that has been in human form for over 200,000 years can easily transform into human form. Looking at the two women wrapped in cocoons, Yi Yu ignored them and took out a set of intelligent life forms. The 12 sets of intelligent life forms awarded as prizes come in various shapes, including bracelets, rings, gloves, buttons, and necklaces. Yi Yu directly chose a ring-shaped object to bind to her and designed a virtual image. Soon, a cute, chibi-style figure appeared in front of Yi Yu. From now on, you'll be called Little Demon. Night Rain simply named it Little Demon, since she was used to calling it that and was too lazy to change it. Yes, Master, this little demon greets you, the little demon said. From now on, we'll be close partners. Call me Dad from now on. Yi Yu said with a smile, ruffling the little demon's head. Okay, Dad. Hee hee, little demon has a dad now. Little demon has a dad now. Hearing Yi Yu's words, the little demon giggled, looking very happy, and kept flying up and down around Yi Yu. After all, they are intelligent beings with emotions, and they know what the father-daughter relationship is like. Clearly, Yi Yu regarded her as family, a partner, and his closest person. How could she not be happy? Little demon, record their transformation data and the entire process, Night Rain said. Okay, Dad, I promise I'll get the mission done. The little girl immediately patted her chest and assured them, then began to investigate the entire process of the two women transforming into human form. Then Yi Yu took out another F-grade original armor. F-grade original armor is generally a treasure used by immortals, capable of withstanding attacks from ordinary immortal powerhouses. The original armor, about the size of an infant's fist, quickly integrated into Yi Yu's skin surface and formed a thin film as Yi Yu's genes recognized it. It's warm in winter and cool in summer, and very breathable. You don't feel anything, it's as if you're not wearing anything at all. Good. After putting on the F-grade armor, Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction, and then took out the Ice Soul Divine Sword, one of the 9 great divine weapons of martial artists. The Ice Soul Divine Sword has water and air attributes, which perfectly match the attributes of Night Rain. This is an extremely ornate broadsword, entirely the color of ice crystals, about 1.6 meters long and 20 centimeters wide. The Ice Soul Divine Sword is divided into 10 styles, which also correspond to the 10 levels of the Sky Bridge in Chaos City. Mastering the first move, Sword of the Great River, makes one invincible at the stellar level. Mastering the fourth move, Frozen Hell, makes one invincible at the cosmic level. Mastering the seventh move, Mysterious Origin Heavy Water, makes one invincible at the Domain Lord level. Mastering the 10th move, Frozen World, makes one invincible at the Realm Lord level. Night Rain is only at the planetary level now, and hasn't even mastered the domain yet, so he can't cultivate the Ice Soul Divine Sword for the time being. He then directly stored the Ice Soul Divine Sword into the little demon's world ring. Finally, there was the superior grade wood crystal, a fist-sized piece of wood crystal. Just smelling its rich life force made Yi Yu feel completely comfortable. Yi Yu took the wooden crystal and began to absorb it directly. A powerful life force continuously flowed into Yi Yu's body, transforming her physical form and soul. Before long, the other women also noticed what was happening and gathered around. Upon learning that it was Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu who were transforming, they both showed interest. They had never seen a ferocious beast-level soul beast transform before. Without keeping Yi Yu and the others waiting any longer, Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu completely transformed into human form in just half an hour. Snap! With a snap, the giant cocoon broke open, and 2 stunningly beautiful figures walked out. Great! Even better than I expected. Yi Yu admired the 2 women who had completely transformed into human form and nodded in satisfaction. After transforming, the 2 women looked to be about 18 or 19 years old, with long, flowing hair that reached their knees. Her skin was as smooth as jade, radiating luster. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, every part of her body was flawless. After all, women are naturally good at dressing up and know what beauty is. Moreover, their strength has not diminished in the slightest. They have all retained the strength of a level 97 title Doluo. Come on, put your clothes on. At this moment, Poseidon and Ain rolled their eyes at Yi Yu and quickly took out 2 long dresses to drape over the 2 women, covering up their perfect view. Yi Yu chuckled, unconcerned. He figured she'd be his sooner or later anyway. Ah! Just then, Wang Qiu'er and Xiao Wu also noticed the problem, and their beautiful faces quickly flushed red. Then the 2 women left behind a lingering fragrance and dashed into their room, hiding inside. Ha ha! Looking at those 2 stunningly beautiful figures, Yi Yu couldn't help but laugh. He pulled Tang Yuehua, who was dressed in a long palace dress, into his arms. Holding Tang Yuehua's voluptuous waist, Yi Yu's large hand unconsciously slipped inside her skirt. Eek! Tang Yue's delicate body went limp, and she collapsed directly into Yi Yu's arms. Tang Yue's pretty face flushed slightly, but she did not resist. Jin buried her head in Yi Yu's arms, not daring to look at the sisters around her. Giggle. The women chuckled at the shy Tang Yuehua, their smiles revealing amusement. In just a few days, the women became thoroughly familiar with Yi Yu. In particular, Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, and Lu Erlong, the three women, all saw Yi Yu's attitude. It was obvious that Yi Yu intended to take them into his household. Here, Aru, this is for you. Yi Yu smiled and took out another transformation pill, tossing it to Aru, whose eyes were filled with longing. She hadn't fully transformed into human form either. This world didn't allow soul beasts to become gods. Thank you for the gift, master. Aru was overjoyed to receive the transformation pill and quickly thanked Yeyu. No need to thank me, we're all on the same side. Yi Yu waved his hand, then directly picked up Tang Yue's legs and strode into the house. Let's go, let's take a look at your noble ring domain. Yi Yu laughed heartily. He was now in a bad mood because of Wang Qiu and Xiao Wu, and he desperately needed to put out the fire. Chapter 30 Taking Down the Women, Returning. The other women watched as Yi Yu carried Tang Yuehua away, their eyes filled with envy. Inside the room, Tang Yue's palace dress slipped off piece by piece, soon revealing an exquisite work of art. Needless to say, Tang Yuehua has a truly remarkable temperament. She exudes an air of elegance and majesty, befitting an empress, which evokes a strong desire to conquer her. My husband, please have mercy on me. The charming Tang Yuehua wrapped her arms around Yi Yu's neck, her long eyelashes trembling, revealing her inner turmoil, as it was her first time. Yi Yu chuckled, picked her up and placed her on the bed, then kissed her sexy red lips directly. After a long while, Tang Yuehua collapsed, her eyes glazed over. Finally, Yi Yu simply carried Tang Yuehua's long, straight legs. System, bind to Tang Yuehua. Yi Yu directly bound the reward slot to Tang Yuehua, and then taught her several cultivation techniques. Thus, Tang Yuehua became Yi Yu's third woman in the Doluo world. Name, Tang Yuehua. Age, 20. Level, 65. Martial Soul Rui Flowing Light Zither. Domain Noble Circle. Soul Rings, Yellow, Purple, Black. Bloodline 9 classes. Gene 1 times. Soul 1x. Tang Yuehua was unable to cultivate due to a mutation in her martial soul, so Tang Chen simply reshaped her martial soul. The Rui ring transformed directly into the Rui Flowing Light Zither. Since resolving her martial soul issue, Tang Yuehua has only cultivated for less than a month, making her the weakest among the women. However, due to her talent field, Tang Yuehua is very talented in the mental realm and is very suitable for the path of illusion and sound attacks. After winning over Tang Yuehua, the following night, Yi Yu went directly into Bibi Dong's room. In the days that followed, Yi Yu took Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Wang Qiu, and Xiao Wu into her room one by one. Yi Yu is not a pretentious person. When the meat is offered to her, why wouldn't she eat it? Then, following Poseidon, Ain, and Tang Yuehua, the 4 women also became Yi Yu's women. At the same time, the 7 women also learned about Yi Yu's origins and that Yi Yu could only stay in this world for 3 months. Then, the 7 women, unwilling to let Yi Yu leave, became deeply attached to him. Besides studying the rewards given by the system, Yi Yu had Xiaoyao scan all the usable information. After all, the new reward monsters are still a blank slate, requiring a lot of data to fill in the gaps. Yi Yu directly instructed Tang Chen and Xian Daolu to collect all the books on the entire continent and then store this knowledge in them. Especially the cultivation system of this world. Soul rings, soul bones, soul skills, soul tools, and the power of the rules of this world. When Tang Chen and Xian Daolu saw Bibi Dong and Tang Yue's hair tied up in buns, they became even more proactive in their work. Then, take out the high-grade wood crystals from the rewards to enhance the strength of Poseidon and the other girls. Yi Yu didn't want anyone to bully his woman after he left. That would be too dramatic. Such a rich life force. When Yi Yu took out the superior grade wood crystal, the life essence it emitted made the women feel so comfortable that they couldn't help but groan. Here, one for each of you. Yi Yu chuckled and took out 7 pills, giving them to 7 women: Poseidon, Ain, Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Wang Qiu, and Xiao Wu. After becoming Yi Yu's women, the 7 women all styled their long hair into a high bun. Especially the 5 women who only became Night Rain women in the last few days: Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Wang Qiu, and Xiao Wu. The 5 women have lost some of their girlish naivete and gained more of the charm of mature women, making Yi Yu love them dearly. Thank you, my husband. The 7 girls smiled as they received the wooden crystal, their hearts filled with joy. The superior grade of wood crystal contains immense life force, 100 times greater than that of ordinary wood crystal. A single high-grade wood crystal is enough to allow a 9th-level planetary martial artist to break through to the stellar level. Even for someone like Yu, whose genes and soul are 3 or 4 times stronger than others, it would be more than enough. Gene 4.2 times. Soul 4.2x. This is the result of Yu and the women's cultivation over the past few months. Their genes and divine souls have both increased by more than 4.2 times. Afterwards, Yu took out 2 sets of F-grade original armor and 2 sets of artificial intelligence and handed them to Poseidon and Ain. With the superior grade wood crystal, even Poseidon and Ain, who had already become gods, saw their strength increase rapidly. In just half a month, the 2 women made further progress and both broke through to the 8th divine ring. 8 divine rings, surpassing the existence of ordinary first-level gods, second only to the God King of this world. At the same time, their combat experience was not neglected. Yu personally taught them the power generation methods in Han Hai Fu Long to improve their combat power. Moreover, with top-tier artificial intelligence, it is possible to directly construct virtual worlds and improve combat experience within them. After dozens of battles every day, the women's overall strength improved rapidly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day when Yu left will soon be fast approaching. Aside from Poseidon and Ain, who have already become gods, the rest Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, Luerlong, Wang Shor, and Xiao Wu have all reached level 99 demigod status. He was just half a step away from becoming a god. However, Yu didn't have the time to help them, not because Yu couldn't push them to the god level in one fell swoop. A single high-grade wood crystal is enough to help the girls break through to the level of God King in this world. However, Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, Luerlong, Wang Shor, and Xiao Wu, the 5 women, have not yet found suitable external soul bones. Therefore, the 5 women are not in a hurry to break through. At night, looking at the 7 sleeping women, Yu withdrew from Ain and then washed up. When Yu finished washing up, she saw that all the women had woken up and were waiting for her, their faces showing reluctance. "Don't worry, I'll be back." Yu comforted the girls. "Yes, we believe you. We and the children are waiting for you to come back." Poseidon stroked her belly, her face glowing with maternal love. She was only half a month pregnant and her belly wasn't showing yet. "Put these things away safely, and wait for me to come back." Night Rain handed over the supplies in a spatial ring to Poseidon, which contained a ring full of exotic beast meat. It can help them cultivate themselves properly. Then Yu waved to the 7 reluctant women and disappeared into the house. When Yu reappeared, she had already returned to the world of swallowing the stars. "Phew! I'm finally back." Inside the secluded room of the Jiangnan Mountain and Water Residential Complex, Yu immediately looked at the wall clock. February 1, 2057. Although the system told him that the time on both sides was synchronized, Yu was relieved after it was actually confirmed. It is February 1, 2057. The day after tomorrow is Lunar New Year's Eve, and the New Year is coming soon. Chapter 31 Return, New Year, and Treasure Distribution. Name, Night Rain. Age, 33. Level Planetary Tier 7 Tier 8 Progress 65%. Telekinesis Planetary Tier 3 Tier 6 Progress 95%. Cultivation Techniques, Dragon and Phoenix Harmony, Gluttonous Secret Technique, Subduing Dragon in the Vast Sea. Skills, Vast Ocean Dragon Subduing Sword Technique, 12th level 12 times the power, Fish and Dragon Dance Body Technique, 12th level 12 times the power. Skills, Basic Swordsmanship and Movement Techniques Artistic Level Progress 99.8%. Attribute, Water Boundless Ocean. Talent Heaven rewards diligence, you reap what you sow. Bloodline 6th class Bloodline 11% 5th class Bloodline 65%. Genes 2.5 times 4.5 times. Soul 2.5x 4.5x. This is what Yu gained during her 3 months in the Dolua world. Her strength has greatly improved. Yu's source power cultivation level has increased from the 7th level of the planetary realm to the 8th level of the planetary realm, and she is only 35% away from reaching the 9th level of the planetary realm. Although it only improved by a little over 1 rank in 3 months, that's 4.5 times the improvement in genes and soul. That's roughly right, he improved his strength by 9 levels in 3 months, which is quite an incredible improvement. His mental power has also increased from the 3rd level of the planetary realm to the 6th level, and he will soon break through to the 7th level of the planetary realm. It's improved by a full 3 levels. Then, Night Rain's Han Hai Fu Long increased its power multiplier from 10x to 12x. Then there's Bloodline. With the efforts of Yu and the other girls, they broke through to the 5th grade Bloodline. A 5th-class bloodline is already considered quite high in the universe. It can reach the stellar level upon adulthood. Finally, Yiyu's basic swordsmanship and movement techniques have reached 99.8% of the artistic level. With only 0.2% progress remaining, it might only take a few more nights of rain to master the field. After taking stock of her gains, Yiyu walked out of her secluded chamber with satisfaction. Vinina, Fu Junyu, and Tang Xiang had also sensed Yiyu's presence long ago and were waiting outside the secret room. This is the first time in all these years that Yiyu has been in seclusion for such a long time. In the past, Yiyu would only go into seclusion for a maximum of 10 days or half a month, but this time she went into seclusion for a full 3 months, and the women missed her terribly. Upon seeing Yiyu, the 3 women clearly sensed a change in Yiyu's aura, and their eyes lit up. "Brother, you've finally come out of seclusion." The 3 women rushed into Yiyu's arms, and the allure emanating from him made them all instinctively tighten their legs. "Good." Yiyu glanced at the 3 women and immediately saw through their true abilities clearly. All 3 women had made significant progress in the past 3 months. Vinina was promoted from planetary rank 5 to planetary rank 6. Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang both advanced 2 ranks, reaching the 6th rank of the planetary realm. As for why the 2 women improved so quickly? That's because their genes and spirit are only 1-fold, while Venina's genes and spirit are more than 2-fold. It's almost Chinese New Year, and they still haven't come back? Yiyu asked. Yiyu was referring to the eldest sister Tang Qin, the second sister Jiang Feng, and the 6 other women, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Shua, Yao Bingxua, Su Hongdou, and Su Shangxi. You know the situation, they might be back in the next day or 2. The group entered the hall, and Vinina, with her long legs, sat directly into Yiyu's lap. Looking at Yiyu, Vinina smiled seductively, the meaning of which was self-evident. "Huh, what's that smell?" "It's the smell of a woman's rouge." "Something's wrong, bro. You're definitely up to something." Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang looked at Yiyu suspiciously, their little noses constantly sniffing at Yiyu. Night Rain. Night Rain was speechless. "Do you guys have dog noses? They're so sensitive. You can smell this." "Hee hee, I'll tell you later." Yiyu chuckled and, without saying a word, put his arm around Venina's voluptuous waist. Then he grabbed Venina's legs and strode into the bedroom. Venina's arms wrapped around Yiyu's neck, and her sexy red lips pressed against his. Pooh. Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang both rolled their eyes at Yiyu as they watched the 2 men walk away. "Want to go in and take a look together?" Fu Junyu suggested with a playful chuckle. "Oh, this isn't a good idea." Tang Xiang blushed upon hearing this, saying no, but her eyes clearly showed a hint of interest. 2 days passed quickly. Crackling and popping. The sound of firecrackers echoed throughout the Jiangnan mountain and water community, filling the entire Jiangnan base city with a festive atmosphere for the Chinese New Year. Yiyu personally led the girls in putting up the Spring Festival couplets. The first line reads, "May you have this day every year." The second line reads, "May every year bring this day." Horizontal scroll, welcoming the new year. The group was led by the eldest sister Tang Qin, the second sister Jiang Feng, and the 3 sisters Vinina. Following the 3 women are 8 others, Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Shua, Yao Bingxua, Su Hongdou, and Su Shangxi. With the arrival of the new year, the other women returned to the Jiangnan base city, and the entire manor became lively again. "Here, these are the gifts I prepared for you." That night, everyone gathered together, and Yiyu then brought out the reward for this event. The original reward was 12 sets of F-grade original armor, 12 sets of top-tier intelligent lifeforms, and 12 divine weapons. However, Night Rain left Poseidon and Aeon with 2 sets of original armor and 2 sets of intelligent lifeforms. Yiyu kept a set for herself. There are still 9 sets of F-grade original armor, 9 sets of top-level intelligent lifeforms, and 11 martial arts divine weapons remaining. Of course, there's also the superior grade wood crystal, and the spatial soul tool that Yiyu brought back from the Doluo world. "Is this the Black God set?" Tang Qin, the eldest sister, asked curiously, holding the F-grade original armor. "This is much stronger than the Black God set. This is an F-grade original armor," Yiyu explained directly to the women. Yiyu also took the opportunity to explain to the women the levels of cosmic items and cultivation levels. Grade A, Grade B, Grade C, Grade D, Grade E, Grade F. Apprentice level, planetary level, stellar level, cosmic level, domain lord level, world lord level, immortal level. The women were all in high positions and knew many secrets of the universe from various ancient ruins. However, they didn't know as much as Yiyu did. As Yiyu explained, the women's eyes were opened. When the women realized that they were holding such a precious treasure, their hands trembled involuntarily. At the same time, the vastness of the universe also made the women feel somewhat heavy-hearted. Alright, don't be so serious. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Don't worry. Well, okay, we're tall, so there's no need to say anything more. Things will work themselves out. Come on, one for each of you. As he spoke, Yi Yu gave 11 martial arts weapons to the women, one for each of them. Then each of the 11 girls received a spatial equipment and 5 high-grade wood crystals. The remaining 9 F-grade original armors and 9 top-tier artificial intelligences were not enough for the women to share, so they all declined. Well then, my fourth sister and I aren't in any danger staying in Jiangnan Bay City, so let us not bother, Fu Junyu said. The fourth sister that Fu Junyu mentioned was Tang Xiang. The eldest sister is Tang Qin, the second sister is Jiang Feng, the third sister is Fu Junyu, the fourth sister is Tang Xiang, the fifth sister is Gu Shanshan, the sixth sister is Bai Susu, the seventh sister is Lu Shua, the eighth sister is Xiaobing Shua, and the ninth and 10th sisters are Su Hongdo and Su Shangxi. Okay. I'll make it up to you later. Yi Yu nodded, and that was settled. Chapter 32 Domain, 13-fold sword technique. The other girls wanted to say something, but seeing that Yi Yu had made the decision, they stopped refusing. After the items were distributed, the women began to examine the treasures in their hands, clearly captivated by them. Those who recognize a master, those who name intelligent life forms, and those who design images. Little demon, come out and say hello to everyone. Yi Yu chuckled and sent out a chibi-style little demon to greet the women. Are you still hung up on that alluring woman? When Jiang Feng, the second sister, heard that Yi Yu had named her intelligent life form Little Demon, she immediately rolled her eyes at Yi Yu. I'm just used to it and too lazy to change it. Yi Yu said with a sheepish smile, touching her nose. Jiang Feng simply gave her a "I'd be a fool to believe you" look. The women were in high spirits and kept busy until late at night before they stopped. Third sister, fourth sister, I'm leaving that little rascal to you tonight and tomorrow night. Tang Qin chuckled at that moment. Ah. Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang, who were about to leave, were stunned when they heard their eldest sister's words. What do you mean, oh? It's settled then. The women all gave Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang a teasing smile before leaving the hall, clearly having planned it all out. What? Third and fourth sisters aren't going? Then we sisters will go instead. At this moment, the twin sisters Su Hongdo and Su Shangxi chuckled and teased each other. Go away, what do children know? The two girls blushed and rolled their eyes at Su Hongdo and Su Shangxi, then went to tickle them. The room was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Ah. Just as the four girls were playing around, Fu Junyu and Tang Xiang suddenly felt a suction force that pulled them in. The two women exchanged a glance, their pretty faces instantly flushing red, and they immediately gave up resisting. Yi Yu chuckled, stepped forward, put his arm around Fu Junyu's waist, then lifted her legs and strode into the bedroom. And then everything fell into place so naturally, and I enjoyed the silky smooth experience. The next morning, I woke up to a quiet night rain, and sunlight streamed through the window into the messy room. The floor of the room was covered with various dresses, stockings, lace, and high-heeled boots. Looking at Fu Junyu lying in his arms like a kitten, Yi Yu's lips curled up. Last night, Yi Yu also chose to bind with her directly, so that the efficiency of dual cultivation would be faster. Name, Fu Junyu. Age, 27. Rank planetary tier 6. Telekinesis apprentice level 4. Cultivation techniques, Phoenix Cry chapter, Gluttonous Gluttony secret technique, Subduing Dragon in the Vast Sea. Bloodline 7th rank. Gene 1.15 times. Soul 1.15 times. More. At this moment, Fu Junyu also slowly woke up, noticed the changes in her body, and her eyes lit up. Especially mental power. She had cultivated alone for 5 months, but she hadn't made as much progress as she had in just one night with Yi Yu. That's the difference, so how could we let such an opportunity slip by? Fu Junyu chuckled, flipped over and straddled Yi Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with seductive allure as she looked at Yi Yu. After becoming a real woman, Fu Junyu's brows showed more signs of spring and she also had the charm of a young married woman. Fu Junyu is petite and delicate, with a cute, doll-like face, which makes Yi Yu swoon over her. Yi Yu chuckled, flipped over and pinned Fu Junyu beneath him, then lifted her long legs up. For the next few days, Yi Yu didn't let Fu Junyu leave the room. Having enjoyed the benefits of dual cultivation, Fu Junyu became completely obsessed with Yi Yu, unwilling to waste a single moment. The festive atmosphere of the Lunar New Year continues, and with no major events happening in the country, the women have had a rare moment of leisure. Of course, even when they had free time, the women were all on standby at any time. Xinfang Garden is becoming increasingly lively, with a constant stream of people coming and going. Especially Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Li Qi, as well as their best friend Tang Yongqing, whom they met in the training camp. After arriving at the training camp, Luo Feng learned by chance that he had an aunt. He then reunited with Tang Yongqing and her brother Tang Yongyuan. Su Xian, Lu Ting, Tang Yongqing, and Li Qi also became good friends and besties. Inside the training camp, Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Tang Yongqing are all practicing under the guidance of their senior, Li Qi, who has also become a teacher at the camp. During this spring festival, Tang Yongqing's family also visited Luo Feng's family in Jiangnan Bay City. After that, Tang Yongqing was brought to Yeyu by Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Li Qi. Rooftop Terrace. Buzz. The long sword in Yeyu's hand sometimes flowed like a mighty river, and sometimes it was as fierce as a raging torrent. Yeyu cannot use the Ice Soul Divine Sword yet. To cultivate the Ice Soul Divine Sword, the minimum requirement is to reach the 7th level of the domain. Therefore, Yeyu had no choice but to continue improving the vast ocean dragon subduing divine sword. Since Yeyu's genes and soul were upgraded, Yeyu's comprehension has also greatly improved. When it comes to liver-related experience, it's practically invincible. Over the past 6 months, Yeyu's cultivation has been incredibly smooth, as if divinely aided, and his efficiency in gaining experience has greatly improved. At the artistic level, progress 99.99%. Han Haifu Long level 12, progress 99.99%. The rooftop was bustling with women, led by Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and Vinina. On the left are 8 women: Fu Jinyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxua, Su Hongdou, and Su Xiangxi. On the right are 4 women: Su Xian, Lu Ting, Li Qi, and Tang Yongqing. All the women were stunning beauties, dressed in revealing outfits that were a feast for the eyes. At this moment, all the women were staring intently at Yeyu, watching the changes in the sword intent in her hand. They all practiced the Han Haifu Long technique created by Yeyu. With Yeyu's frequent hands-on guidance, Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and Vinina all cultivated their power to the 8th level. The 8th level is 8 times the power, which is not far from Thor's 8.4 times power. The other women had also cultivated to the 6th or 7th level or above. As time passed, Yeyu became completely immersed in a state of blissful oblivion, feeling as if she had merged with the entirety of nature. This is a state of enlightenment. Seeing Yeyu's state, Tang Qin and the other women, with their vast knowledge, knew that Yeyu had entered a state of enlightenment, and they couldn't help but smile with delight. Let's stay away so as not to disturb him. The women quickly retreated within 10 feet of Yeyu, and at that moment, Yeyu's sword aura suddenly changed. Splash splash. In an instant, the entire world darkened, and the women could faintly hear the roar of ocean waves. Whether it was Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, Vinina, or Fu Jinyu and Su Xian, everyone's breath caught in their throats. The women felt as if they were suddenly under immense water pressure, making it difficult for them to breathe. It feels so bad. The immense water pressure from all directions acted directly on them, as if it would crush them. Field. Tang Qin and Zhang Feng quickly realized something: Yeyu had grasped the domain. It was clear that Yeyu had comprehended the domain, which delighted all the women. Senior, what is a domain? Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Tang Yongqing, who were somewhat confused, looked at Li Qi with curiosity. The domain is. Chapter 33: New Cultivation Technique, Soaring Wealth. Seeing that Yeyu had directly comprehended the domain in front of them, Tang Xiang, Zhang Feng, Vinina, and the other women were overjoyed. As for Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Tang Yongqing, they were still somewhat confused and all looked at Li Qi, the leader. The domain is the combination and sublimation of attributes, abilities, and physical source power after breaking through to the planetary level. Li Qi had no choice but to explain the concept of a domain to the 3 women. Let's put it this way. Currently, there is only one person in the world who has mastered this domain, and that is the master of the Limit Martial Arts Hall, the number 1 person in the world, Hong. At that moment, Yeyu also woke up from that realization and looked at the attribute panel. Water Domain, Level 1. The 13th level of the vast ocean dragon subduing divine sword, 13 times the power. Looking at the words flashing on the panel in front of her, Yeyu's face was full of smiles. After months of hard work, Yeyu finally grasped his own domain and also pushed his swordsmanship to the 13th level. Brother, you're amazing. As soon as the night rain stopped, the women swarmed around her, their eyes sparkling as they looked at her. Currently, only one person in the world controls the domain, and that person is Hong. With his strength at the 8th level of the planetary realm and his mastery of the domain, Han was able to defeat Thor, a 9th level planetary being. Now their husband's brothers also control the territory. Come on, remember that feeling from just now, I'll teach you. Yi Yu laughed heartily. With his strength improving once again, Yi Yu was in a great mood and began to instruct the women. Aside from Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Tang Yongqing, whose abilities are still relatively weak. The night rain caused Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, Vinina, Fu Jinyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxua, Su Hongdo, Su Xiangxi, and Li Qi to stand in a line. Night Rain carefully recalled the entire process of comprehending the domain, and had Little Demon compile a complete cultivation secret method. With the help of the little demons, he used his mind to directly transmit the secret techniques he had just learned into their minds. Xiao Yao is a top-tier artificial intelligence life form. Its computing power is unimaginable on Earth today. Previously, Yi Yu's planetary breakthrough secret method would take more than 10 years to perfect before it was suitable for the general public to cultivate. Now, with Xiao Yao's assistance, as long as Yi Yu paves the way, Xiao Yao, this top-tier artificial intelligence, can immediately add to and perfect the secret technique. As the women held their breath and focused. Soon, the benefits of the night rain instilled in them the study of Taoist, Buddhist, and Confucian thought from a young age became apparent. Knowing the value of Earth from the beginning, Yi Yu would never do anything to waste it, and she had been nurturing them since they were young. And they did not disappoint Yi Yu in terms of mindset, the women were definitely ahead of many others. Under the guidance of Yi Yu and Xiao Yao, the girls quickly fell into a profound and mysterious state of meditation. This is the state of harmony between humanity and nature, which is already the second level of mental state. The saying goes, one generation plants the trees, another enjoys the shade. The domain secret technique that Yi Yu had painstakingly developed through experience gain was now complete, and with a complete cultivation path, it was believed that the women would soon be able to comprehend their own domains as well. After watching the women enter meditation, Yi Yu chuckled, ignored them, and then lay down on the recliner by herself. Watching the clouds drift and gather in the sky, Yi Yu stretched and relaxed completely. Little Demon, upload the new version of Han Hai Fu Long to the War God Palace online store. Yi Yu said. Okay, Dad. Xiao Yao responded and uploaded the latest version of Han Hai Fu Long directly to the War God Palace online store. Apocalypse, category, gunplay, rating, ultimate, price, 10 billion Earth credits, half price for 4-star contributions 5 billion Earth credits. Dragon subduing in the vast ocean, category, swordplay, rating, ultimate, price, 10 billion Earth coins, half price for 4-star contributions 5 billion Earth coins. Tenfold Thunderblade, category, sword technique, evaluation, ultimate, price, 10 billion Earth coins, half price for 4-star contributions 5 billion Earth coins. Heavenly Sound Sword technique, category, swordplay, rating, SSS, price, 3 billion Earth coins, half price with 3-star contribution, 1.5 billion Earth coins. Phantom Blade technique, category, blade technique, rating, SS, price, 1 billion Earth coins, 3-star contribution half price 500 million Earth coins. Shadowless Sword technique, category, swordplay, rating, S rank, price, 300 million Earth coins, half price for 2-star contribution 150 million Earth coins. The War God Palace's online store is densely packed with cultivation techniques, totaling over 1,000. It is divided into 9 levels, Ultimate, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. As for the price, it is naturally different from the original work. In the original works, both World Destruction and Ninefold Thunder Blade had a total price of 100 billion. However, due to the butterfly effect of Night Rain, the God of War Palace is naturally not as outrageous in terms of prices as in the original work in order to promote the development of martial artists worldwide. Among these techniques, Night Rain's Han Hai Fu Long is ranked second among martial arts techniques, surpassing Thunder God's Tenfold Thunder Blade. With the release of Yi Yu's new version of Han Hai Fu Long, Yi Yu's technique was quickly judged to have surpassed Hong's Niesher and ranked first. Although Yi Yu's technique had previously increased its power tenfold, it lacked a cultivation method for a domain and thus remained in second place. However, not long after Yi Yu uploaded the new technique, someone quickly discovered the problem. Soon the news spread like wildfire, from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. In just half an hour, more than 10 million martial artists around the world discovered that Yi Yu's Han Hai Fu Long had topped the charts, surpassing Hong's Niesher. Boom! Soon, the news caused a global uproar, creating a storm. North America, the European Union, Russia, India, Vatican City, and China, 5 major countries, with 23 independent base cities. The HR Alliance, Thunder Martial Arts School, Extreme Martial Arts School, and the top leadership of major mercenary organizations were all shaken. What's going on? Wasn't it said that world destruction was the #1 cultivation technique in the world? Quickly, inform the master. The world's #1 martial arts technique has changed hands. The top spot on the martial arts ranking has changed. Does that mean that the person's strength has surpassed that of Hong, the world's #1 martial arts master? Quickly buy it and see what's so special about this technique that it was even evaluated by the War God Palace's AI. High-ranking officials from major, influential organizations around the world began placing orders like crazy, eager to see how Yiyu's Han Hai Fu Long could surpass Hong's Mieshur. After all, Hong has been the world's #1 for decades, and his name is already deeply ingrained in people's minds. Then Yiyu's account balance began to skyrocket. If you've already purchased the earlier levels of the cultivation technique, you can directly purchase the later levels. If you haven't purchased them before, you can purchase the entire book. Looking at the account balance that kept receiving notifications from all over the world, Yiyu was both amused and exasperated. In just over 10 minutes, Yiyu's account balance increased by more than 2 to 3 trillion Earth coins. This means that in just over 10 minutes, more than 200 to 300 people worldwide have purchased Night Rain's new version of Han Hai Fu Long. That's really crazy. To be able to easily come up with 10 billion, one must be at least a mid-level war god or higher. Chapter 34: A global sensation, alluring. Meanwhile, Hongning Base City and Leitang Base City. Hongning Base City and Thunder Base City are located on the plains of Central and South Asia. The two base cities aren't exactly adjacent, but they're not far apart either, only a few hundred kilometers as the crow flies. These two base cities are also the two safest base cities in the world. As the ruler of the War God Palace, Hong immediately discovered the new version of Han Hai Fu Long uploaded by Yiyu. Similarly, Thor, as a close friend, is the same. The two of them bought Yiyu's new edition of Han Hai Fu Long immediately and began to study it. I see. Truly a genius. Regardless of their vast experience, Hong and Leishan quickly discovered the power of Yiyu's new technique. Its power not only increased from 10 times to 13 times, but also increased its explosive power by a full 3 times. The guiding technique in the new version of the cultivation method has also been greatly improved in terms of refining the source energy of the universe. Its efficiency has increased by at least 40%. Don't underestimate this small 40% efficiency. If it takes 10 years for someone to reach the planetary level by practicing the original guiding technique, then now, with the new version of Night Rain guiding technique, it only takes 6 years to break through to the planetary level. This improvement is enormous. The most important part is the secret method of domain cultivation, which is much more detailed than his world destruction. To put it simply, Hong's destruction of the world teaches you to comprehend a realm, but only provides a general direction. There's a sense of something being there but not quite, something that can be understood but not explained. Yiyu's Han Hai Fu Long clearly outlines each step. With each step clearly defined, the original difficulty of cultivation was reduced from 10 to 1. This is the true value of the Night Rain cultivation technique. Brother Hong, I really owe him a huge favor. With this secret technique, I'm confident I can comprehend the domain within 3 months. At this moment, Thor directly connected with Hong's call, and on the virtual screen, Thor said with some excitement. Over the years, he has tried every possible way to take that step, but he has never been able to find the right method. Even with Hong's hands-on instruction, if you don't know how, you simply don't know how. That's good. You should focus all your energy on seclusion during this time. Break through to the next level. Hong said directly. Okay. I'll log off then. Keep an eye on the global situation during this time. Thor nodded quickly, then immediately logged off to prepare for seclusion. The pressure they've been under these past few years has been immense. Facing over a dozen beast kings, neither of them dared to relax for a moment. Moreover, judging from this trend, the frequency of the birth of beast kings in the ocean will increase, and there will be more and more of them in the future. They must ensure a balance, or even an advantage, in high-end combat capabilities. I owe them a huge favor this time, it seems I have to repay it. Meanwhile, in Hongning Base City, Hong hung up the phone and stroked his chin, thinking to himself. Not only did Thor gain great inspiration from Yiyu's techniques, but he did too. Especially with Yiyu's guiding technique, perhaps he can soon break through to the 9th level of the planetary realm. When the time comes, combined with his double beam field, he won't be afraid of even a few beast kings coming at him. Soon, Hong compiled a list of his cultivation insights at the 2nd level of the domain and prepared to send it to Yiyu. I believe that the insights gained from cultivating in these two realms will be helpful to Yiyu. However, just as he was about to make his move, he seemed to remember something and stopped abruptly. Yao Rao, come here. Yes, master. At this moment, another slightly cold voice rang out. Soon, a woman with a graceful figure and charming demeanor walked in, wearing high-heeled boots. The woman had long, flaxen hair, and her exquisite features combined the sculpted features of a Westerner with the softness of an Easterner. The woman looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, and was at least 180 centimeters tall, with an extremely slender figure. In addition, the woman has an extremely domineering figure, with full breasts, a perky butt, a slender waist, and long legs, forming a perfect S-curve that makes it impossible to see her toes when she looks down. The woman was none other than Yao Rao, one of Hong's 3 personal guards. Master. Yao Rao, from today onwards, you will no longer serve as a bodyguard. Your position will be transferred to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy as an inspector. From today onwards, you will be the 10th inspector of my Extreme Martial Arts Academy. I will issue the transfer order shortly. Ah, this, master. Yao Rao froze on the spot upon hearing Hong's sudden order, not understanding what Hong meant. Alright, that's enough for now. Also, do me a favor? Go and deliver this to Yi Yu. Hong looked at Yao Rao and smiled meaningfully. Yes, master. Seeing Hong's expression and hearing about the task he asked her to do, Yao Rao could easily understand what Hong meant. A blush crept onto her beautiful face, and she took the documents from Hong before quickly disappearing from the spot. This guy, he's really good at causing trouble. Stepping out of Hong's worship palace and breathing in the fresh air, Yao Rao felt her mood improve completely. How could she not know that Yi Yu had caused such a stir online? The thought of meeting someone made her steps lighter. Looking at the prehistoric intelligent fighter jet in the square, she realized that it was a gift from someone a few years ago. There are fewer than 30 of these fighter jets with the most advanced technology in the world today. Yao Rao walked directly into the fighter jet and then disappeared into the sky. Aside from Hong and Lei Shen, countless people treasured Yi Yu's cultivation technique that afternoon. I also understand why Yi Yu's Han Hai Fu Long surpasses Hong's destroy the world. Especially those powerful individuals at the planetary level or above, if they follow Yi Yu's secret method, they truly have a chance to comprehend the domain. Previously, Hong's destruction of the world was completely incomprehensible to them, like reading gibberish. While the night rain technique was also obscure, at least they could make out some clues about it. Meanwhile, Yi Yu saw that Hong and Lei Shen's world destruction and tenfold Thunderblade had also been updated. This made Yi Yu smile and shake her head. Since ancient times, there has been no first place in literature, but there is no second place in martial arts. Obviously, Hong and Lei Shen do not want to fall behind. Yi Yu also opened it and took a look. Hong's destruction of the world had been updated to the 8th level. Originally, destruction of the world only had 6 levels. Thor's tenfold Thunderblade has also been updated to the 12th level, adding 2 more levels. However, even after the update, the technique still ranks below Yi Yu, placing 2nd and 3rd. Unless Hong incorporates his insights from the 2nd realm into the annihilation of the world, it is unlikely to surpass Yi Yu's work. And just then, as the saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Boom! In the distance, a prehistoric level intelligent fighter jet flew directly towards the Jiangnan Mountain and Water residential area. Soon, a stunningly beautiful figure stepped off the fighter jet. The person was none other than Yao Rao. Hey, Sister Yao Rao, what brings you here? Yi Yu asked Yao Rao with some surprise. What? Can't I come? Seeing Yi Yu, a smile appeared on Yao Rao's stunningly beautiful face. Chapter 35 Updating the Cultivation Technique, the alluring woman remains. Since ancient times, there has been no first place in literature, but there is no second place in martial arts. After Yi Yu updated his cultivation technique, Hong and Lei Shen also updated their own cultivation techniques one after another. Not only that, the others were not to be outdone. Even the most powerful martial artists cannot escape the pursuit of fame and fortune in this world. Of course, perhaps it's due to selflessness. Starting with Jia Yi from China, then with Singh from India, well, the Indians are the most concerned about their reputation. Then there's Sokolov of the Polar Bear, the European Union, North America, and so on. Soon, this update of cultivation techniques spread all over the world, and all 1,300 plus cultivation techniques were updated. More than 200 new and valuable cultivation techniques have also emerged. This brought the total number of cultivation techniques in the War God Palace to over 1,500. This time, the cultivation techniques have been updated and evaluated by the War God Palace's artificial intelligence. The number of techniques that have reached the SSS level or above has increased from the original 4 to as many as 13. Yi Yu had Xiaoyao record all these techniques, and then deduce and utilize them. In just a short time, all 1,500 plus cultivation techniques were deduced to be at the same level as Han Hai Fu Long. This is the terror of a little demon. In just a few days since returning from the night rain, Xiaoyao has grown a lot. Martial arts, mechanics, technology, biology, and various ideologies. The little demon has already undergone several self-updates and iterations. Improved gene-based drugs, water of life, design of the A9 class prehistoric intelligent fighter jet, laser cannons, energy crystals, gravity chambers, and so on. Seeing this, Yi Yu's face was filled with smiles. And it was at this moment that Yao Rao arrived. What? Can't I come? Is it because someone doesn't want to see me? She said with a charming smile. Ha! Hearing this, Yi Yu laughed awkwardly and said, how could that be? I'd be more than happy to welcome Sister Yao Rao. Yi Yu stepped forward and gave the stunningly beautiful Yao Rao a big hug. Smelling the masculine scent emanating from Yi Yu, Yao Rao's breath caught in her throat, her long legs involuntarily tightened, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. Feeling the beauty's physical reaction in his arms, Yi Yu chuckled and then released her. Wow, what a rare guest! At that moment, Tang Qin, Jiang Fong, Vinina, Fu Junyu and the other women also awoke from their reverie. The eldest sister, Tang Qin, and the second sister, Jiang Fong, both smiled teasingly at Yao Rao. With Yi Yu personally interpreting its divine intent, and with the assistance of artificial intelligence, it's clear that all the women gained a lot. At this moment, all the women were brimming with divine energy, their swordsmanship, spearmanship, and other martial prowess were palpable, and they were truly displaying their sharpness. A single moment of enlightenment can save them years of arduous practice. However, the women quickly concealed their sharpness, but they were still quite alarmed by what they saw. Basic shooting skills at the artistic level 85%. Yi Yu glanced at her eldest sister Tang Qin's cultivation progress and found that she had reached 85% of the intent level, only 15% away from mastering the domain. The other girls were not much different, especially the second sister Jiang Fong and Vinina. The remaining 8 women Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxua, Su Hongdou, and Su Shangxi were several levels below. Li Qi, the last one, has only just touched the threshold of the artistic level, while Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Tang Yongqing have only just stepped into the perfect level. Basic level, expert level, perfect level, artistic level, domain level. Yao Rao was already familiar with her eldest sister Tang Qin, second sister Jiang Fong, and Vinina. The 4 women are about the same age and were best friends and sisters at the Extreme Martial Arts Training Camp 18 years ago. Not to mention, Jiang Fong is now the head instructor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy Training Camp, and the 2 women often meet. Once you're here, don't leave. Tang Qin teased, holding Yao Rao's hand, while also observing Yao Rao's reaction. Back then, Yao Rao did have feelings for Yi Yu, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, the 2 missed their chance. Especially since Yao Rao was Hong's personal guard, her identity was rather sensitive. The master has resigned from my position as personal guard and taken on the role of inspector of the Limitless Martial Arts Academy, Yao Rao said to Tang Qin, the meaning of which was self-evident. At the same time, he secretly glanced at Yi Yu beside him, wanting to see how she would react. Yi Yu, of course, understood what Yao Rao meant, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Yi Yu was naturally interested in Yao Rao, this stunning beauty, and not only interested, but also very sexually interested. He chuckled and stepped forward to grab her delicate, boneless hand. She gave Yi Yu a reproachful glare, struggled symbolically for a moment, and then let Yi Yu hold her hand. Oh! Seeing the 2 of them like this, the surrounding crowd also started to cheer and jeer. Meanwhile, Su Xian, Lu Ting, Li Qi, and the other girls who had long harbored feelings for Yi Yu revealed resentful expressions. The curator also asked me to give you this as a gift. She was initially shy and coy when teased by the crowd, but quickly became poised and confident. After all, she's not some 18-year-old girl anymore, and she's one of the world's top planetary-level powerhouses. As she spoke, Yao Rao handed over the information about her insights into the dual realms to Yi Yu. Holding the documents, Yi Yu's eyes lit up, and she immediately asked Xiaoyao to write them down and analyze them. That's all there is to say. Everyone gathered, and the manor was bustling with activity. Yi Yu went out and killed several top-tier beast kings of the 6th planetary level. Everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, and swims in the sea. Yi Yu once again showcased her culinary skills, creating a barbecue feast. During the night, Yi Yu also found several spirits of plants on a small island in the East China Sea. With the massive convergence of cosmic energy, spirits of plants and trees are now rare on Earth, but not uncommon. Every now and then, someone finds a few in the deep mountains and forests, thus greatly improving their strength. Good luck! On the shores of the East China Sea, Yi Yu collected several plant spirits and then directly stored the 1,000-ton king crab into his world ring. Boom! 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 Then Yi Yu plunged headfirst into the deep sea. For others, their strength is greatly limited in the deep sea. For example, Hong and Thor would absolutely be no match for monsters of the same level in the deep sea. However, for Night Rain, who is associated with the water element, this is like a fish in water, and her strength can be greatly enhanced. With precise positioning from satellites in the sky, dozens of king-level monsters that were near the coast of Jiangnan Bay City were quickly wiped out by Yi Yu. Yi Yu really wanted to try and kill a Beast King, but then thought better of it. It's not that Yi Yu can't defeat the Beast King right now, but rather that a single move could have far-reaching consequences. The death of a Beast King will definitely alert the other Beast Kings, and it will be troublesome if they find out that a human killed a Beast King. This explains why Hong and Thor couldn't defeat a Beast King of planetary rank 8 or 9, but defeating a Beast King of planetary rank 7 was still a piece of cake. The reason why Hong and Lei Shin didn't touch them was because they were afraid that if it provoked a collective counterattack from the Beast Kings, then there would be big trouble. Chapter 36 Yao Rao and Tang Xiang, Two Women. The monsters in the ocean are countless, numbering in the hundreds of billions, trillions, and even tens of trillions. There are tens of thousands of king-level monsters. They are simply impossible to kill them all. If the Beast King in the sea were to lose all restraint and launch a reckless beast tide, it would be a disaster. Even if humanity were to win this war, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Unless we can eliminate all those Beast Kings at once and prevent them from retaliating. It'll be soon. Yi Yu assessed his own strength and realized that he could reach the peak of the 9th level of the planetary realm in at most 6 months. Within a year, the Night Rain can break through to the stellar level. At that time, with several times the genetic and spiritual power, the Beast King will be nothing more than food raised by Yi Yu, at Yi Yu's beck and call. It's better to stay still than to take any action. Boom! The Night Rain transformed into a streak of light and quickly disappeared into the horizon of the East China Sea. Just as Yi Yu returned with her spoils, 2 more girls around 20 years old appeared in the courtyard. One is the fiery and charming Zhao Ruo, and the other is the blonde, blue-eyed, long-legged Janet. Both girls were students favored by the 2nd sister Jiang Feng, the 7th sister Lu Xiuyi, and the 8th sister Yao Bingxue at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy training camp. Moreover, Zhao Ruo is from Jiangnan Bay City, and Yi Yu used to teach her at university. Teacher. The 2 women greeted Yi Yu warmly, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at him. They had clearly seen the update to the cultivation techniques in the War God Palace shop. The 2 women had originally planned to come and wish Yi Yu, Jiang Feng, Lu Xiuyi, and Yao Bingxue a happy new year tomorrow, but after seeing this news, they couldn't wait to come. You've come too. Yi Yu smiled and nodded to the 2 women, showing no surprise at their arrival, as they had visited Yi Yu's home last year to offer New Year's greetings. Not bad, they both reached the intermediate level of War God. Yi Yu praised the 2 women. Hee, it's all thanks to the teacher's excellent teaching. The 2 girls chuckled, quite proud that they had broken through to the intermediate War God level in just 2 years since entering the extreme training camp. Soon, plates of roasted meat were arranged by a group of young and beautiful waitresses. These maids were all hand-picked by Vin Ina from within the HR Alliance, the best of the best. To enter the HR Alliance, aside from martial artists, they are all graduates of prestigious universities, and all have excellent looks and temperament. Each one is a class beauty or department beauty. Those chosen by Vin Ina to come to Qin Fong Garden are at least school beauties, each one a first-class beauty with tall stature, long legs, and graceful figure. Here, this is for you. Yi Yu immediately gave the few plant spirits she had just obtained to Su Xian, Lu Ting, Tang Yongqing, Zhao Ruo, and Janet. These ordinary plant spirits have no effect on targets above the planetary level, so keeping Night Rain is pointless. Apart from Su Xian and her group of 5, everyone else present had reached the planetary level or above. Is this the spirit of plants and trees? The 5 women gasped in surprise as they received the spirits of plants, their eyes widening in astonishment, then overjoyed. Thank you, teacher brother Yi. In particular, Zhao Ruo and Janet never expected that their visit to wish their teacher Jiang Feng a happy new year would lead to such an opportunity. This kind of thing is rare even in the God of War training camp. The medicinal effects of this plant spirit are extremely mild. Both of them are currently at the intermediate level of War God. After consuming this herbal spirit, they will be able to directly reach the advanced level of War God. After the breakthrough, as long as one consolidates one's strength and reaches the peak of the high-level War God, one can break through to the planetary level. Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Tang Yongqing are currently high-level warriors, and after consuming the medicine, they can break through to the initial level of warrior god in one fell swoop. Night falls in Xin Fang Garden, the sky is dotted with stars, and the enchanting beauty lingers. Seeing that only Yiyu and she remained in the hall, a blush crept onto her alluring face. I know what's going to happen next. Yiyu chuckled and stepped forward to pull Yao Rao's voluptuous waist into his arms. As a mixed-race individual, she possesses alluring and exquisite features, and her figure is not only tall but also extremely domineering. Her chest stood proudly erect, her flat stomach had no excess fat, and her full, round buttocks were a standard hourglass figure. Yao Rao didn't resist instead, she simply slumped into Yiyu's arms. Yiyu lifted Yao Rao's smooth chin and kissed her sexy red lips directly. Yao Rao responded by hugging Yiyu's neck and wrapping her long legs around Yiyu's waist. After a long while, their lips parted. Seeing Yao Rao's dazed look, Yiyu grabbed her by the knees and strode into the bedroom. One by one, the dresses slipped off, quickly revealing a perfect work of art. Soon, beautiful singing filled the room. System, bind to enchanting. Without wasting any words, Yiyu directly chose to bind with Yao Rao and then passed on the two secret techniques to her. A flood of information rushed into her mind, bringing some clarity to her dazed and alluring gaze, but it was quickly overwhelmed again. Name, enchanting. Age, 38. Level, peak of planetary tier 3. Attribute, thunder. Cultivation techniques, Phoenix Cry Chapter, Gluttonous Gluttony Secret Technique, Tenfold Thunderblade. Bloodline 7th rank. Gene 1 times. Soul 1x. 10 years ago, as Hong's personal guard, Yao Rao cultivated the electromagnetic demon whip. Later, after being persuaded by Yiyu, she switched to the Tenfold Thunderblade. Just like her eldest sister Tang Qin and second sister Jiang Fong, Yao Rao broke through to the 4th level of the planetary realm in one night. It also awakened its spiritual power. Seeing the changes in herself, Yao Rao's eyes widened in disbelief. I want more. Like the other women, Yiyu had anticipated this outcome and immediately flipped over to pin Yao Rao beneath him. Yao Rao is an extremely alluring woman who can arouse a man's primal desires. Especially after becoming a real woman, every smile and gesture exudes a charming allure, making her an absolute must-have for men. And so, Yao Rao stayed in Jiangnan Bay City, and Xin Fang Garden also had Yao Rao's room. The spring festival is still ongoing, and the night rain is quite pleasant. After the third sister, Fu Junyu, and Yao Rao became Yiyu's women, the fourth sister, Tang Xiang, also became Yiyu's women. At night, just as Yiyu was drifting off to sleep, a delicate body automatically slipped into Yiyu's bed. Tang Xiang is another type. If the eldest sister, Tang Qin, is noble and elegant, she is like a blooming peony, symbolizing wealth and prosperity. Second sister Jiang Fong is a cool and aloof queen, with the temperament of a valkyrie, and is also a peerless blade. Vinina is a domineering female CEO and a charming beauty, like a poppy, with a fatal attraction. Enchanting is like a blooming datura flower, possessing a deadly allure. Fu Junyu is a dark elf who appears innocent and cute on the outside, but is actually a little cunning. Tang Xiang, on the other hand, is a black rose with thorns. When she is quiet, she is as gentle and serene as a lady from a noble family, but at night she has a different face, like a burning flame. This is what they mean by a lady in public, a slut in private. Chapter 37 S-Type Gene Agent. Each of the women had her own unique charm, which made Yiyu fall in love with them. You little rascal, you really have the potential to be a tyrant. Tang Qin looked at Yiyu and chuckled as she pointed to the large group of beautiful women outside. Inside the hall, everyone gathered together. Leading the group were Tang Qin, Jiang Fong, Vinina, and 4 alluring women. Then on both sides are 8 women, Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Shua, Ya Bingxua, Su Hongdo, and Su Xiangxi. Night rain. Is this some kind of outrageous act? Yiyu grabbed her eldest sister, Tang Qin, and pulled her into his arms, then slapped her shapely buttocks with a loud smack. The sight of the camera made Tang Qin's heart flutter, her legs involuntarily tightened, and she let out a soft moan before collapsing into Yiyu's arms. Yiyu chuckled, and then his large hand unconsciously slipped inside Tang Qin's skirt. The other women chuckled as well. I'm also curious why Yiyu had Vinina select so many people to come here. As for the claim that Yiyu was licentious and dissolute, they didn't believe it, since there were still quite a few of them in line. There were at least 100 women outside. These people were naturally selected by Vinina from the HR alliance of the 9 major base cities. The reason Yiyu gathered them all together was naturally to conduct a small experiment. If they succeed, they will soar to new heights and never be ordinary again. Half a month later, Yiyu's good days came to an end. After the Lantern Festival, the women left Jiangnan Bay City with a lot of harvest. This made Yi Yu very depressed. 3 months later, in Kyoto Bay City, at the headquarters of the Huashan training camp. The entire camp is located on the western hills of Kyoto Bay City, which is also the front line against the monsters in the Taihang Mountains. Inside an 80-story skyscraper nestled in a mountain valley. This should be like this, and this should be like this. Inside a laboratory filled with all sorts of high-tech equipment, Yi Yu is personally instructing Tang Yongqing on how to improve the gene optimization solution. Yes, this gene optimization solution is not the same as that gene optimization solution. This is a defective gene-based drug that was discovered in the ruins of an extraterrestrial civilization. This gene-based drug is divided into 2 categories, A and B. Category B gene-enhancing drugs are for ordinary people. After taking them, one's physical abilities can directly reach the standard of a martial artist. That is, 1,000 kilograms of force and 25 meters per second. However, the side effects of this potion are severe. After taking it, one's future achievements are basically locked in. Not only will one never be able to make any further progress, but one will basically be stuck at the warrior level and have no chance of breaking through to the general level. Then there are Class A medicines, which are for use by martial artists. Generally, martial artists below the general level can double their strength after taking this Class A potion. Even a warrior-level warrior can significantly boost their strength by wearing this outfit. Of course, there is also a price to pay. You can forget about improving your strength in the future. These 2 potions actually increase strength by burning one's own potential. Moreover, both of these medicines are very expensive, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them medicines for the rich. The poor basically can't afford them. Now, under Yi Yu's guidance, Tang Yongqing is working to eliminate the side effects of the 2 medications and reduce costs. Furthermore, they developed an S-class gene drug that can significantly enhance the strength of warrior-level warriors. If these 3 medicines are successfully developed, China will enter an era where everyone is a martial artist. And indeed, it actually succeeded. With the presence of the little demon, these 3 potions were actually deduced more than a month ago. And they even produced the finished products. The 100+ people that Vanina selected during last night's reign were for that experiment. Monster meat plus Class B potions plus Class A potions plus Class S potions plus herbal spirits. With this combination, a high-level war god can be created in just 3 months. That's right, a high-level war god can be created in just 3 months. Now, all the hundreds of maids in Qinfang Garden have reached the level of advanced war gods in terms of physical fitness. As for where all those plant spirits came from, with the wood crystal, it would be easy for Night Rain to get plant spirits. A single high-grade wood crystal directly gave birth to hundreds of plant spirits. However, the high-level war gods created in this way are merely those with brute strength but no substance. They lack the corresponding martial arts skills, movement techniques, and combat awareness. To become a qualified high-level war goddess, they need at least 1 or 2 years of systematic study. Yi Yu had no doubt about their learning abilities. After all, those who could get into prestigious universities must have good learning abilities. Moreover, there are virtual spaces available for everyone to engage in extensive practical training every day. Having reached the level of a high-ranking war god, learning the basics becomes a matter of great importance. Listen up! Seeing Tang Yongqing lost in thought again, Yi Yu gave Tang Yongqing a sharp tap on the forehead. Ouch! Tang Yongqing covered her forehead where she had been hit, her pretty face slightly flushed, and she quickly looked away from Yi Yu's face. Okay, that's basically it. Half an hour later, after Tang Yongqing had fully understood, Yi Yu clapped her hands and said. At this moment, whether it was Tang Yongqing or the researchers around her, their eyes were filled with stars and admiration as they looked at Yi Yu. Tang Yongqing, in particular, looked at Yi Yu with such intense, almost drooling gaze. When Yi Yu left, Tang Yongqing's legs went weak and she almost couldn't stand up. Ha, I've finally broken through. A loud, unrestrained laugh echoed through the martial arts hall to the north of the training camp. A figure emerged from the gravity chamber, stepping through the sweltering heat. A powerful force surrounded him, making him appear like a true god. This person was none other than Jia Yi, the top military expert from Mount Hua. Take this. Looking at Yi Yu waiting in the hall, Jia Yi laughed loudly and suddenly punched Yi Yu. Boom! That fist, as hard as steel, radiated heat and carried immense force, tearing through the air and creating continuous sonic booms. Good timing. Seeing the incoming fist, Yi Yu chuckled, neither dodging nor avoiding, and also threw a punch directly. Night Rain's fists were faster and stronger. Boom! The forces, like raging waves and a celestial river turned upside down, collided violently. The fierce and domineering force exploded throughout the entire training camp, causing the entire martial arts hall building to shake violently. In an instant, countless windows of the building, which was hundreds of meters tall and covered more than 300 acres, were shattered by the aftershocks of the force. What happened? Whoosh! 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 The entire training camp was shaken as if by an earthquake, with hundreds of figures, all at least high-ranking warriors, rushing out of their rooms. They all stared in horror at the martial arts hall, hundreds of meters tall, in the valley north of the training camp, as the building exploded with a deafening roar under the violent force. Chapter 38 Yi Yu and Jia Yi's Plan. Among the crowd were Li Qi, Su Xian, Lu Ting, Tang Yongqing, Luo Feng, and Tang Yangyuan. Boom! Above the sky, Yi Yu and Jia Yi stood on the void, surrounded by collapsing buildings that kicked up clouds of dust. Brother Shi Yi. Li Qi, Su Xian, Lu Ting, Tang Yongqing, and Luo Feng all recognized the night rain in the sky. Especially Li Qi, Su Xian, Lu Ting, and Tang Yongqing, their eyes were filled with fervor. The more than 100 geniuses below looked at the two people in the sky, feeling both awe and boundless longing. A building several hundred meters tall was reduced to ruins in the hands of these two people. What incredible power! Is this the power that surpasses even the god of war? You should know that it wasn't an ordinary building. To prevent attacks from king-level monsters, the buildings throughout the training camp have been specially reinforced in terms of foundation and walls, capable of withstanding a magnitude 10 earthquake. However, this very building was directly collapsed by a single punch from the two men. Stop, stop, stop. It's numb, my arm is numb. Above the sky, the force of Yi Yu's fists surged towards Jia Yi wave after wave. Jia Yi's expression suddenly changed, turning a deep liver color. So, do you still want to fight? Let's find an open space to have a spar. Yi Yu chuckled, withdrew his fist, and looked at Jia Yi. I'm not fighting anymore, you're a freak. Jia Yi said, swinging his arms in frustration. The excitement of breaking through to the 5th level of the planetary realm vanished instantly under Yi Yu's punch. He has broken through to the 5th level of the planetary realm. Currently, there are only 6 people in the world who have reached the 5th level of the planetary realm or above. The 5 elders of the War God Palace, plus the 6 people from Night Rain. No, even including him now, and Yi Yu's wives and sisters, there are only a dozen or so people. Yi Yu is a monster. Just now, Yi Yu only used the 3rd level of force, and it almost caused him internal injuries. Everyone knows that Yi Yu's Han Hai Fu Long Divine Sword has a full 13 layers of power. However, he was somewhat unable to withstand the triple force. Yi Yu hasn't used his full strength for 6 or 7 years, so no one knows the extent of his power. You pay for it. Looking at the mess on the ground, Yi Yu saw that the newly built and yet to be used experimental building of the martial arts hall had collapsed. I'll pay. Jia Yi looked down and said with some pain in his eyes. I got a little carried away just now. Building such a building must have cost a lot. It's obviously not something that can be settled with a few hundred or a few trillion. How could this not make him depressed? Let's go, let's find another place to talk. I have something to discuss with you, Yi Yu said with a laugh. The two then moved to another location and sat down directly in the office of Tang Qin, the eldest sister at the top of Shishan Mountain. From here, you can also get a direct view of the entire Kyoto base city and the 8 surrounding satellite cities. What is it? Jia Yi asked, his eyes fixed intently on Yi Yu. A few days ago, Yi Yu contacted him about something and brought him perfect Type B, Type A, and Type S medicines. Then he also obtained the meat of a king-level monster from Yi Yu, and subsequently broke through to the 5th level of the planetary realm. Now, how many peak war gods in the country haven't broken through yet? Yi Yu asked directly, crossing his legs. What's going on here? Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Jia Yi, who had just sat down, seemed to have thought of something, and stared intently at Yi Yu. Yes, that is exactly what you think. Yi Yu said affirmatively. After thinking for a moment, Yi Yu realized that the entire nation of China couldn't rely solely on its high-end combat forces. It also needed to cultivate some mid-level combat forces. Currently, the entire Chinese government has over 30 planetary-level officials, which is far from enough. We need to cultivate more mid-level combatants so that Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and the others can be freed from their busy schedules and focus on improving their strength. Otherwise, you'd have to travel thousands of miles just to be intimate with your wife. As soon as Yi Yu finished speaking, Jia Yi vanished from the spot. I'll have someone do the statistics right now. After Jia Yi disappeared completely, his words echoed in the office, causing Yi Yu, Tang Qin, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu to burst into laughter. Look at these people, they are all candidates to reach the peak of the god of war. A moment later, Jia Yi handed a list to Yi Yu, his eyes burning with fervor as he looked at her. The list contains 17 people, all of whom are top warriors from the 6 major base cities in China and the 3 major base cities in Southeast Asia. Yes, that's right. The 3 major base cities in Southeast Asia were actually brought under our jurisdiction more than a decade ago. Military and economic power are already in their hands, and administrative power will soon follow. Singapore Malaysia base city, Thailand Vietnam base city, Myanmar Laos base city. In fact, these 3 base cities took the initiative to come to us. They had no choice but to come to us because they lacked the strength. Without our early assistance, these 3 base cities would have been destroyed long ago, just like Japan and the peninsula. It is thanks to our support and assistance that the 3 major base cities have been able to survive over the years. Of course, Yi Yu felt that doing it this way was too troublesome and too tedious. If it were him, he would have taken over these 3 places long ago. Are they all reliable? What's their character like? Yi Yu asked, flipping through the list of 17 people. They are all reliable. Their character and loyalty are absolutely beyond question. Jia Yi said solemnly. Why bring up reliability and character? Night Rain doesn't want to create any ungrateful bastards. Yi Yu's breakthrough secrets is something she doesn't want to leak out. It's too complicated. Especially if it's leaked to Europe and America, Yi Yu doesn't want to benefit others. Now that Yi Yu is strong enough, there's no need to keep this breakthrough secret technique a secret anymore. 17 people are still too few. Let's add 83 more high-level war gods. That will make a total of 100, Yi Yu said after thinking for a moment. Very few people reach the peak of the war god realm, but quite a few reach the advanced war god realm, at least 800, if not 1,000. Gather 100 people. Once these 100 people break through, they will be distributed among 9 base cities, with each base city receiving about a dozen people. If each base city has a dozen or so planetary level cities, it won't be as stable as Mount Tai, but there shouldn't be any major problems. Of course, several mobile teams can also be formed to provide support to all parties. With this, China now has over 130 planetary level beings, and the entire land of China is truly secure. Good, I will bring 100 men within a day. Jia Yi's eyes were filled with barely suppressed excitement. He was genuinely excited if all 100 people could break through to the planetary level under Yi Yu's tutelage. He couldn't even imagine it. It should be noted that currently, the Limit Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School only have more than 50 and 40 people respectively who have reached the planetary level. However, Jia Yi's vision was still somewhat limited. Eldest sister, 5th sister, 6th sister, let's remove the restrictions on the breakthrough secret technique from the training camp from now on. Yi Yu said. Chapter 39 Gu Shanshan, the red-clad sword immortal. When Jia Yi heard that Yi Yu was going to gather 100 people, his heart was in his throat. That's 100 people. Then came an overwhelming excitement, and my whole body began to tremble. He chose to trust Yi Yu. He had known Yi Yu for so many years, and Yi Yu was always reliable. Jia Yi left in a flurry once again, determined to bring the 100 people Yi Yu wanted within a single day. However, what Jia Yi didn't know was that this was just the beginning. Yi Yu planned to have her eldest sister, Tang Qin, lift the restrictions on the breakthrough secret technique within the Huashan training camp, so that they no longer had to do it secretly. It should be noted that, in order to keep the secret, even Li Qi was personally taught the technique by Yi Yu, just to prevent the technique from being leaked. Moreover, the Huashan training camp gathers geniuses from all over the country, and planetary-level talents will continue to emerge from here in the future. Good. Tang Qin, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. The 3 women didn't ask Yi Yu why, because they knew that Yi Yu's strength was now such that he feared no one. At night, the sky is dotted with stars. Elder brother. After finishing the business, Gu Shanshan, wearing a pair of red crystal high-heeled boots, strode over and sat directly into Yi Yu's lap, her meaning self-evident. Holding such a beautiful woman in his arms, Yi Yu felt a surge of energy. Tang Qin and Bai Susu smiled and then disappeared from the spot, leaving the place to the 2 of them. Oh. Yi Yu chuckled, raised his eyebrows, put his arm around Gu Shanshan's voluptuous waist, and lifted her smooth chin. Gu Shanshan's long red dress was like a blazing flame, and her figure was extremely tall with a perfect S-curve, so tall that her toes were not visible when she looked down. Gu Shanshan uses a long sword with the element of metal, and she is also known as the red-clad sword immortal. Yi Yu carried Gu Shanshan and strode into her bedroom. Looking at Gu Shanshan's dazed eyes, Yi Yu kissed her fiery red lips. Gu Shanshan wrapped her arms around Yiyu's neck, and her long legs were wrapped around Yiyu's waist. With a delicate moan, the fairy descended to the mortal realm, and soon her celestial voice filled the room. Afterwards, Yiyu directly bound Gu Shanshan to his body and passed on the complete secret technique to her. Name: Gu Shanshan. Age: 25. Source power level: planetary tier 6. Psychic power level: apprentice level 2. Cultivation techniques: Phoenix Cry Chapter, Gluttonous Gluttony Secret Technique, Subduing Dragon in the Vast Sea. Bloodline 7th Class. Genes 1.03 times. Soul 1.03 times. With ample resources, Gu Shanshan's martial arts level has reached planetary rank 6. Apart from the alluring woman, the remaining 11 women all reached at least the 6th level of the planetary realm. After a night of passionate lovemaking until dawn, Gu Shanshan finally experienced the exhilarating feeling of rapid spiritual elevation. This was something she could never achieve by cultivating the Phoenix Cry Chapter alone, which explained why her eldest, second, third, and fourth sisters were so attached to Yiyu. One day later, inside the Shishan Huashan Elite Training Camp. Inside a standalone martial arts hall. The 100 high-level and ultimate war gods selected by Jia Yi stood neatly in front of Yiyu and Tang Qin, led by the heads of various base cities. Not all of the 100 people were from the military or the administrative system, some were patriotic freedom fighters. For example, Lu Gang, whom Yiyu saw in the crowd, died in the rat swarm not long after in the original novel. There are also 2 celebrities from Jiangnan Base City, Wang Tong and Li Kan, both extreme warriors. There's also Lu Ting's mother, a mature woman who looks to be in her 30s, named Lu Shi, who is a high-level war goddess. The rest of the people came from all over the country. Kyoto Base City, Tohoku Base City, Central Plains Base City, Jiangnan Base City, Southwest Base City, Southern Base City. There are also base cities in Singapore and Malaysia, Taipei, and Myanmar and Laos. I've gotten to know most of the people in Yiyu's group, since Yiyu has provided support to other base cities quite a bit over the years. Brother Yi. The heads of the 9 base cities all came up to greet Yiyu. Jai, Li Dawei, Wu Changwan, Yan Zhenan, and others still had expectant and excited expressions in their eyes. The 100 high-level war gods below all looked at Yiyu with burning eyes. Clearly, they all knew Yiyu, the number 1 person in China. The story of Atkin, the 5th elder of the War God Palace, fighting to a draw in the Night Rain 6 years ago is widely known. The Han Hai Fu Long created by Yiyu is one of the 3 great classics in the world, and at least half of them have studied it. Especially a few months ago, Yiyu's Han Hai Fu Long surpassed Hong's Miesher to take the top spot. At the same time, they also knew why they had been brought here today. Night Rain wants to help them break through to the God of War level and become powerhouses beyond the God of War level. This made them both excited and uneasy, unsure whether Yiyu could pull it off. Of course, some of them absolutely believe it. Take Lu Shi for example. Her daughter, Lu Ting, is favored by Yiyu, and Lu Ting doesn't hide it from her. There are also many things her daughter has seen and heard in Yiyu's place, such as how Yiyu helped Li Qi break through to the planetary level. Lu Ting's strength has improved too quickly in the past 6 months. She broke through to the initial level of War God in just over half a year, as if she were riding a rocket. This was Yiyu's method, and she benefited greatly from it as well. Originally, she was just a newly ascended high-level war god, with a strength of 260,000 kilograms and a speed of 600 meters per second. Thanks to Lu Ting, her strength has now reached 400,000 kilograms and her speed has reached 1,000 meters per second, making her not far from becoming a peak war god. Lu Shimi's eyes were bright and full of anticipation. Alright, everyone, quiet down. I'm sure you all know why I had Jia Yi summon you here. I won't waste any more words. Next, I will teach you a secret technique specifically for breaking through to the planetary level. I have only one request: this secret technique must not be passed on to anyone outside the family, not even your own relatives. If it is discovered that it has been passed on, I will personally retrieve it and kill the person responsible. Kill. 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 As Yiyu uttered the word kill, it pierced the hearts of everyone present, and at the same time, Yiyu's aura exploded without reservation. Boom! The power of a 9th-tier planetary being swept across the sky and crashed down on the 100 people present. Yes, that's right. Just a few days ago, Yiyu broke through to the 9th level of the planetary realm. With the power of a 9th-tier planet, plus the domain released by Night Rain, in an instant, the 100 people were like ordinary mortals caught in endless waves and storms. A suffocating force rushed towards them, leaving them no room for resistance. What terrifying power! The faces of the 100 war gods present turned deathly pale instantly, as if they were drowning and unable to breathe. Boom! With just a casual step from Yi Yu, everyone felt as if a million tons of weight were pressing down on them. I almost lost my balance and fell to the ground. Chapter 40 The White-Clad Sword Immortal, by Susu. However, Yi Yu quickly withdrew his oppressive aura, preventing them from collapsing from exhaustion. In that short time, everyone was drenched in sweat, and their eyes were filled with awe as they looked at Yi Yu. Field. Jia, Li Daowei, and Wu Changwang, on the other hand, had seen much more, and their eyes lit up with unprecedented brilliance when they saw Yi Yu's domain. The reason why Hong became the world's #1 is because he mastered the field. Now, Yi Yu is the second person to master the domain, and Yi Yu's own strength has reached an unfathomable level. It remains to be seen who is currently the world's #1. Without further ado, Yi Yu began to teach the techniques to each student one by one. After finishing the instruction, Yi Yu left directly, handing the task over to her eldest sister Tang Qin, as well as Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu. With cultivation techniques, a supply of high-level king-class monster meat, a gravity chamber for training, and virtual space battles, they have access to all these resources. The next day, 5 ultimate warriors broke through to the planetary level. On the third day, of the original 17 ultimate war gods, the remaining 12 also broke through. Boom! 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 A powerful force permeated the entire training camp, leaving countless people stunned. Those who made the breakthrough were overjoyed, while those who didn't work even harder, this was probably the closest they'd ever come to reaching the planetary level. Half a month later, half of the remaining 83 high-level war gods also completed their breakthroughs. A month later, in June 2057, all of the hundreds of war gods had completed their breakthroughs. In just 1 month, the efficiency of this breakthrough left Jia, Li Daowei, and the others dumbfounded, as if they were in a dream. Not only them, but also the 100 people who broke through were the same. Thus, China now boasts over 130 planetary-level powerhouses, while the global total reaches 312. The entire Chinese nation accounts for more than 1/3 of it. Greetings, teacher. At the banquet, 100 newly breakthrough planetary-level powerhouses gathered together, each with a radiant face and a fiery expression. As Yi Yu and the others entered, they all bowed to Yi Yu and addressed her as teacher. Night Rain had been a great help to them, teaching and guiding them. If even 1/10 of these 100 people could break through on their own, they would be lucky. I wish you all great success in your military endeavors. Yi Yu, along with her eldest sister Tang Qin, 5th sister Gu Shanshan, and 6th sister Bai Susu, laughed heartily. After accepting the greeting from everyone, she raised her wineglass and addressed the crowd. After the banquet, everyone was quite drunk and didn't disperse until late at night. Teacher, I'd like to join the HR Alliance, is that possible? After the banquet, Lu Shi, her pretty face flushed, took her daughter Lu Ting and went straight to Yi Yu Road. Lu Shi wore a white dress that hugged her voluptuous figure, making her look graceful and charming. Originally nearing 40, she experienced a spiritual elevation after breaking through to the planetary level, making her appear even younger, like a woman in her early 20s. Standing next to Lu Ting, the two women, who shared an 8/10 resemblance in appearance, looked like twin lotus flowers blooming side by side. You don't need to call me teacher anymore. Just call me Yi Yu, or Brother Yi, or Brother Yu. Yi Yu said directly. Okay, Brother Yu. Lu Shi blushed and her heart began to pound. She cried out and her eyes lit up with anticipation. Okay, you can just go find Vinina then, Yi Yu said with interest. Okay, then Brother Yu, Ting Ting, and I won't bother you any longer. Lu Shi glanced into the room and saw Bai Susu. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed her eyes. Then, pulling his still somewhat bewildered daughter Lu Ting along, they vanished from the spot. This made Yi Yu chuckle, and she also revealed a meaningful smile. Why won't you let them in? Seeing Yi Yu enter, Bai Susu, dressed in a white dress with her long hair styled in a high bun, smiled playfully at Yi Yu. Unlike Gu Shanshan's fiery personality, Bai Susu was a typical virtuous wife and loving mother. She is gentle and elegant, dignified and beautiful, like a lady from a noble family, and also has a quiet and serene temperament that is detached from worldly affairs. At this moment, she revealed a playful expression, which gave her a unique charm. Really? Should I let them come back? Unaware of Bai Susu's little scheme, Yi Yu chuckled and teased. No way. Bai Susu gave Yi Yu a reproachful glare and then threw herself into his arms. Then Yi Yu swept Bai Susu's voluptuous body up in his arms and strode toward the bed. Bai Susu's pretty face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were almost filled with tears as she looked at Yi Yu. Looking at Bai Susu, who was blushing, just like Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu also had the title of White-Clad Sword Immortal. Although Bai Susu appears dignified, beautiful, noble, and elegant, But this is only her outward appearance. In reality, she is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside, and she is also decisive and ruthless in her methods. Otherwise, she would not have earned the title of Sword Immortal. The title of Sword Immortal is earned through bloodshed and valor. One by one, the dresses slipped off, and soon a perfect work of art was presented before Yi Yu. Looking at Bai Susu, whose skin was glowing white and whose delicate feet were bare, Yi Yu chuckled and simply lifted her long legs up. Name, Bai Susu. Age, 25. Source power level, planetary tier 6. Psychic power level, apprentice level 2. Cultivation techniques, Phoenix Cry chapter, gluttonous gluttony secret technique, subduing dragon in the vast sea. Bloodline 7th class. Genes 1.03 times. Soul 1.03 times. June 6, 2057. This is a day that will be recorded in human history, as 100 newly breakthrough planetary level powerhouses make their collective appearance. After some consideration, Jai, Li Daowei, and the others decided that none of the 100 people who broke through should make a fuss. Night Rain's breakthrough technique was truly astonishing. If it were just 1 or 2 people breaking through, that would be one thing, but now it's 100 people breaking through. There's no need for that. Yi Yu shook her head and said. Originally, Yi Yu didn't care, as long as she could free her eldest sister Tangqin, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu from their tedious affairs. However, such news could not be kept secret unless these 100 people did not fight or reveal their strength. However, what's the point of breaking through if they don't fight and show their strength? The purpose of improving their strength is to enable them to withstand monsters. So why not just openly admit it and reveal it? We've been a bit too cautious, Jia said with a self-deprecating smile. That's right, we're already this strong, why should we hold back? Li Daowei chuckled. The others nodded in agreement, then began to rub their hands together, ready to make a big splash. We must expand our territory. Land is an obsession etched deep in the soul of every Chinese person. How can 9 base cities be enough? We must establish 10 or more base cities. Chapter 41 100 Planetary Level Ranks, Trade. At this moment, everyone was filled with enthusiasm and determined to expand their territory. The first batch of locations were directly selected, 1 in the northwest region, 1 in the northern grasslands, 1 in the Jianghan Plain, and 1 around Mount Tai in northern Jiangsu. The plan is to build 4 base cities within 2 to 3 years. This will give the country 10 base cities, greatly alleviating the pressure of overcrowding in these cities. What they didn't say was that they chose to hide it in order to protect Yi Yu. Now that Yi Yu says it's unnecessary, they choose to believe in Yi Yu's abilities. The group reached a consensus and decided to stop hiding their identities and instead announce it globally, allowing all 100 people to make a collective appearance. Then a press conference that shook the world was held. This press conference lasted a full day. For the entire day, the broadcast consisted entirely of live streams of 100 planetary-level monsters defeating king-level monsters after their breakthroughs. 100 powerful individuals mobilized collectively, dispersing to the 9 major base cities to conduct a comprehensive sweep of the areas surrounding them. One by one, the king-level monsters were either killed by a single person or by 2 or 3 people working together, which made countless people's blood boil. The press conference provided detailed introductions to 100 powerful figures, including Lu Gang and Lu Shi, causing a global sensation. Boom! More than 100 high-level war gods have broken through to the planetary level, a force powerful enough to change the world order. This also directly boosted global confidence in the fight against the monster, especially among the Chinese people, whose faces were filled with excitement. As 100 heroes battled the monsters, countless people cheered excitedly. They have been suppressed for too long over the past few decades, and far too many people have sacrificed their lives. The news that 100 high-level war gods had broken through to the planetary level swept the globe like a tsunami. This has drawn the attention of various major powers to the land of China. How is that possible? How did they do that? Could it be that China has discovered some new alien ruins? The breakthrough of 100 high-level war gods at once was truly shocking to them, considering that there are only about 200 planetary-level beings in the entire world at present. However, the facts are undeniable, leaving them no choice but to believe them. The video of 100 people fighting against a king-level monster is still going viral online, and it can't be faked at all. It's fake, it must be fake. How could someone who just broke through be able to fight a king-level monster one-on-one? Then the next piece of news shattered the illusions of countless people. Hereby, First Elder Hong and Second Elder Lation of the War God Palace jointly confirm that Lu Gang, Wang Tong, Li Can, Lu Shi, and others are hereby approved to join the War God Palace Council as members. Below is a long list of 100 people. This list of 100 people matches the list of people introduced at the Huaxia press conference just now. The War God Palace directly issued a notice approving the applications of 100 people, including Lu Gang, Wang Tong, Li Kan, and Lu Shi, to become counselors of the War God Palace and enter the War God Palace Council. Boom! The announcement from the Ares Palace immediately caused a huge uproar around the world. While the video could still be faked, the fact remains that both the first and second elders of the War God Palace, Hong and Thor, have confirmed it. No one believed that Hong and Thor would make a mistake. Let's go to China. Whether it's Sokolov of the Polar Bear, Singh of the Indian Vatican, East and Atkin of the European Union, or Merhanson of North America, they all decided to make a personal trip to China. At the same time, requests for help from all sides poured into China like snowflakes. Especially for those independent base cities who were struggling to survive, it was as if they had seen a savior and a ray of hope. Boom! 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 One after another, intelligent fighter jets streaked across the sky, continuously heading towards the capital city of China. However, none of this concerned Yiyu anymore, as Yiyu had already arrived at Hongning Base City. Congratulations! Inside the 10,000-meter spaceship at Hongning Base City, the room was filled with the aroma of tea. Yiyu, Hong, and Lei Shin sat cross-legged facing each other. Jiang Fong, Yao Rao, Lu Xiui, and Yao Bingxue sat casually in the nearby lounge. Night Rain could tell at a glance that Thor had broken through and mastered the lightning domain, so he spoke directly to Thor. Consider this a favor I owe you. If there's anything you need from me, just let me know, Thor said, patting his chest as he assured Yiyu. Okay. Yiyu nodded without refusing. Both Hong and Thor are extraordinary talents in the universe, and their final achievements are remarkable. Then Yiyu looked at the list of items to be exchanged, which was also the real purpose of Yiyu's trip to Hongning Base City. Spiritualist's Basic Secret Techniques, 3 stars. Sky Shuttle 100 stars. Yiyu looked at Hong's price tag and her lips twitched involuntarily. Yiyu remembered that in the original novel, Hong My Duntian shuttle was only sold to Luo Feng for 30 stars, but when it came to him, he directly priced it at 100 stars, which was 3 times higher. Fine. I'll buy it. However, considering that this was a true treasure, a third-tier mental weapon worth at least 18 billion Black Dragon coins, Yiyu still agreed. Here's my inventory list. See if you need anything. As Yiyu spoke, she waved her hand, and a virtual screen appeared in front of the three of them. The surface was covered with all sorts of treasures that Yiyu had collected. In the end, Hong chose 10,000 doses of advanced neutralizing agent and 2 brand new A9 class prehistoric intelligent fighter jets. Yes, that's right. During the Chinese New Year period, Xiaoyao had already designed the A9 class intelligent fighter jet. Now, both Yiyu and the 12 girls have upgraded their fighter jets to the A9 class. The A9 class intelligent fighter jet represents the highest level of technology below the speed of light, and can approach the speed of light. Only warships and spaceships that reach Class B or higher can exceed the speed of light, enter the dark universe, and engage in interstellar travel. With 2 of the latest A9 class prehistoric intelligent fighter jets, Hong and Thor, as the world's first and second, naturally need to show off their status. 10,000 doses of advanced neutralizing agent formula would be more than enough to raise Hong and Thor's strength to the peak of the 9th level of the planetary level, with some left over. The remaining advanced neutralizing agent can be used to train subordinates. Actually, what Hong really wanted was Yiyu's planetary level breakthrough secret method, but Yiyu simply wouldn't sell it. Soon, Yiyu obtained what he wanted, the basic secret techniques of spiritual masters and the Sky Escape shuttle. Buzz. As Yiyu's mental power swirled, the 365 blades of the Sky Shuttle continuously danced up and down around her. Then there's the basic secret methods of spiritual masters. As Yiyu and the women's mental strength improved, they all urgently needed a secret method to enhance their mental strength. Even now, Yiyu's mental energy is only 11 times stronger. Although Hong's basic secret techniques for spiritual masters is crude, it is the only secret technique that Yiyu can currently obtain. Then Yiyu directly instructed Xiaoyao to record the secret technique and to deduce and improve upon it. Chapter 42 War. Hong and Thor. Vinina, send 2 A9 class fighters over. After packing up his things, Yiyu directly connected with Vinina. Good. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan Base City, at the HR Alliance building, Vinina received Yiyu's call and nodded directly. Subsequently, in a fully intelligent factory in the northern part of Jiangnan Base City, 2 brand new fighter jets that had just been assembled slowly took off and then disappeared into the sky. Boom! They didn't keep Yu and the others waiting for long. In just over 10 minutes, two dark red and dark blue fighter jets, each 100 meters long and with a wingspan of over 80 meters, slowly landed on the square of Honing Base City. Even Hong and Thor's eyes lit up when they saw the two menacing and imposing intelligent fighter jets. Men, after all, are all drawn to machinery and fighter jets. I never imagined that the HR Alliance's technology had reached this level. Hong exclaimed with some admiration. After the transfer of ownership was completed, both parties were happy. What level have you reached in terms of strength now? Hong asked Yu. Now, with his strength at the 9th level of the planetary realm and mastery of 2 domains, and advancing towards the 3rd domain, he still cannot see through Yu. This shows that Yu's strength is already on par with his and Thor's. Moreover, his intelligent optical brain scanning failed on Yu, and he could not detect Yu's strength. Leaving aside Yu, he didn't know what to say about Zhang Feng, Lu Xiui, Yao Bingxue, and Yao Rao. The 4 women were chatting and laughing in the lounge. Even though the 4 women had suppressed their full aura, Hong could still roughly tell that they were quite strong. They are at least planetary level 6 or 7 or higher. Even Yao Rao has reached the 5th level of planetary rank or above. Yao Rao does not have intelligent life to conceal her aura. This made Hong's eyelids twitch. He knew all too well what kind of strength Yao Rao possessed. 4 months ago, Yao Rao was at the peak of the 3rd level of the planetary realm, but in just over 4 months she has reached the 5th level of the planetary realm. How about we have a friendly spar? At this moment, Thor looked at Night Rain with a hint of eagerness in his eyes, his fighting spirit soaring. Thor, having broken through to the next level, has nowhere to vent his energy and needs a worthy opponent to have a good fight. Alright. Having been battling himself and the monsters in the virtual space, Yu also wanted to see the strength of Hong and Thor. Where should we fight? Thor asked. Outer space. As Yu spoke, he entered the intelligent fighter jet and headed straight for outer space. Walk. Seeing Yu leave, Hong and Lei Shen immediately piloted their newly acquired A9 class intelligent fighter jets and soared into the sky. Let's go take a look. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng, Lu Xiui, Yao Bingxue, and Yao Rao followed suit, piloting their fighter jets towards outer space. At the same time, messages were sent to Tang Qin, Vinina, Fu Junyu, and other women. How could they possibly miss a battle between their husband, Yu, and the world's number 1 and number 2, Hong and Thor? The universe and starry sky are vast and magnificent. Every now and then, transport ships, some as long as a kilometer, travel between the Moon, Mars, and Earth. These transport ships also bear the markings HR, indicating that they belong to the HR Alliance. Of course, this is only the HR Alliance in the China region, and has no relation to the HR Alliance in the EU. The black iron from Mars was slowly transported back by EU several years ago, and mining of black iron continues on Mars. Shin Tai is an A8 grade metal, and Mars has extremely rich deposits of Shin Tai, so Yu naturally did not waste them. In the starry sky, Yu, Hong, and Lei Shen stood suspended in mid-air. It then landed directly on a nearby asteroid with a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Behind them is a blue planet, which is Earth. All of you, come at me together. Yu stretched, his entire body enveloped in F-grade original armor, and beckoned to Hong and Lei Shen. Night Rain is planning to take on 2 opponents at once. Name, Night Rain. Age, 33. Level, Planetary Tier 9 Progress 55%. Telekinesis Planetary Rank 8 Progress 35%. Cultivation Techniques, Dragon and Phoenix Harmony, Gluttonous Secret Technique, Subduing Dragon in the Vast Sea. Skill, Vast Ocean Dragon Subduing Sword Technique, 15th level 15x Power. Area, First Heavy Industry Progress 40.5%. Attribute, Water Boundless Ocean. Talent Heaven rewards diligence, you reap what you sow. Bloodline 5th class Bloodline 95%. Genes 6.5 times. Divine Soul 6.5 times. This is the strength of Yu today. With 6.5 times the genetic and spiritual power, Yu has the confidence to look down on Hong and Lei Shen. Flood. 4. Are you sure? In the starry sky, all around was deathly silent. At this moment, Hong and Thor were also completely wrapped in the Black God suit. The two exchanged a glance and looked at Yu. I have a feeling this kid is asking for a beating. As the number 1 and number 1 powerhouse who have dominated the world for decades, when have they ever been looked down upon like this? Sure. Bring it on. As Yu finished speaking, her source energy surged, and her entire body's power exploded. The overwhelming and domineering power created a vacuum vortex within a radius of several thousand meters around Yu. Splash! The starry sky is boundless and deep, as if a great river is flowing within it, or as if a mountain torrent is erupting. Little demon, record the data of Hong and Thor. Night Rain said. Okay, Dad. Both Hong and Lei Shen were startled when they saw the cultivation level that Yu had unleashed. It turns out that Yu wasn't arrogant, rather, Yu truly had the strength to take on two of them at once. The two were initially taken aback, realizing how quickly Yu had grown, but they quickly adjusted their mindset. Both of them had reached the second level of mental state, their hearts were as clear as ice, and they would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed, and they would not change their expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of the Emperor. Kill! Then, their eyes gleamed with boundless excitement. After so many years, they had finally met a worthy opponent. Hong immediately took out his world-destroying spear, causing the light within thousands of meters around him to distort. Boom! Thor also drew his long sword, his entire body crackling with electricity, instantly transforming the area within a few thousand meters around him into a world of lightning. Spears and swords tore through the void, and the two men, one on the left and one on the right, charged towards Yu with unstoppable power and speed. Good timing! Yu drew his long sword and unleashed his fish dragon body technique, the dazzling sword light colliding directly with the two of them. Boom! The moment they clashed, both Hong and Thor's expressions changed drastically. Not only were Yu's attacks easily dodged, but he even managed to strike their weakest points with his sword. Such a powerful and domineering force. With just two casual thrusts of his sword, Yu blocked the full force of their attacks. Boom! The power of the three was immense, like a nuclear bomb with a yield of tens of millions of tons exploding on the ground at this moment. At the same time, the asteroid beneath their feet, spanning several kilometers in circumference, could not withstand the force and exploded under their power. Chapter 43: The Great Battle and the Shock. Boom! In the vast universe, an asteroid tens of kilometers in size resembles a dazzling firework, illuminating half of the night sky. The exploding meteorite shot out in all directions, burning with raging flames. Hong and Lei Shen's mere test with Yu was enough to shatter the asteroid beneath their feet, which spanned over 10 kilometers in diameter. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng, Yao Rao, Lu Shui, and Yao Bingshui also arrived in the starry sky aboard fighter jets. Not only 4 people came. Before long, Tang Qin, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Jai, Li Dawei, Wu Changwang and others who were in Kyoto base city also arrived. There are also powerful figures from various countries who have remained in the Kyoto base city, such as Sokolov, Merhanson, Singh, East, and Atkin. There are also Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang, and Winana in the Jiangnan base city, as well as Su Hongdo and Su Shangxi in the Singapore, Malaysia, and Thailand, Vietnam base cities. At the same time, experts from all over the world received the news, and those who could come were heading towards the cosmos. Satellites from various countries also captured images of this battle in the cosmos, transmitting the footage of the event back to Earth. Again! Night Rain, Flood, and Thor emerged directly from the exploding asteroid. A continuous river surrounds Yu, a manifestation of Yu's sword intent. Every drop of water in the river contains terrifying power. Hong and Thor were the same, their light and lightning abilities, along with their spears and swords, were constantly aimed at Yu. Boom! 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 Clusters of explosions continuously erupted in the starry sky, turning everything in their path into dust. In just a short time, the three of them exchanged thousands of blows. Hong and Thor became increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. I thought that Yu was young and didn't have much combat experience. After all, Yu hadn't fought publicly for 7 years since his battle with Atkin. However, Yu's swordsmanship and movement were both extremely amazing. Every sword strike was perfectly executed and impossible to predict. Yu always timed her attacks perfectly. What incredible eyesight, and how many battles must one have to acquire such combat experience? What alarmed the two even more was the power of the Night Rain. As fellow Ninth Order planetary beings, they felt that the power of Night Rain was like an endless abyss. With a casual flick, deflection, and guide of his long sword, he neutralized their all-out attack. What kind of monster is this? They felt that Yu's Ninth Order planetary rank was not even in the same league as theirs. Boom! 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 As the three of them passed by, the surrounding meteorite belts and asteroids exploded, forming beautiful fireworks in the starry sky. Countless people around them flew into the starry sky in fighter jets, watching this unprecedented battle that was a once-in-a-century event. Countless people around were stunned, their shock beyond words. If Yu, Hong, and Lei Shen were to fight inside Earth, it would be a massive natural disaster. Moreover, given their abilities, only a few people present could clearly see the battle taking place. Quick! That's incredibly fast. With the speed they unleashed, exceeding 10,000 meters per second, they reached a distance of over 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. All that was left was a mess, which shocked everyone present. Even the aftershocks of their fight would likely tear most of the people present into a bloody mist. He's already reached that level? Among the crowd, Atkin and East were pale and covered in cold sweat. The two exchanged a glance, thinking that no matter how much Yu grew, she would at most be similar to them. After all, the difficulty of cultivating at the planetary level is undeniable. Even Hong and Lei Shen need several years of arduous training to break through a small level. They also pressured Isadora to get the neutralizer formula from Vinina. They were afraid that the Night Rain would take their place and make them a laughingstock. Looking back now, how ridiculous the two of them seem. It's likely that the other party never took them seriously from the very beginning. Both of them were somewhat relieved, thankfully, they hadn't done anything too outrageous, otherwise. If you don't go all out, you're going to lose. In the starry sky, 6.5 times the genes and divine soul made Yiyu's physical qualities reach 13 times that of others of the same level. Furthermore, Yiyu would battle against herself in the virtual space every day to identify her shortcomings. Night Rain's actual combat experience is only better than Hong and Thor's, not worse. There's also Yiyu's, the vast sea dragon subduing divine sword, which reaches 15 times the power. Holding a long sword, Yiyu appeared quite relaxed and at ease as the two men continued to attack him. To Yiyu, their attacks seemed to be in slow motion, posing no threat whatsoever. Slow. Too slow. If Yiyu wanted to, she could kill Hong and Lei Shen with a single sword strike at any time. Yes, that's right, it's a one-hit kill. Of course, this is assuming that Hong and Thor do not use their domains. Good. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, both Hong and Lei Shen looked rather displeased. They both gave a wry smile, unsure of what to say. At this moment, the chests of the two people were heaving. Planetary-level beings cannot freely roam the universe, and the vacuum environment also places a huge burden on their bodies. Boom! Neither of them held back any longer and activated their domains, knowing that if they didn't use their true abilities today, they would suffer a crushing defeat. Night Rain is truly enchanting. The two unleashed their full power, with Hong's dual beam domain instantly plunging the surrounding starry sky into darkness and silence. Hold head high. Thor's lightning domain roared, and in an instant, thousands of feet-long lightning dragons circled around the surrounding starry sky. Hong and Thor also vanished from the spot. That's more like it. Enveloped by the two domains, Yiyu felt as if she were sinking into a swamp, and her vision also darkened. Is this your territory? Yiyu stood proudly in the void, surrounded by howling winds, carefully sensing the domains of the two. At this moment, Hong was like a god of light. At this moment, Thor seemed to have transformed into a true god of thunder. The two activated their domains, and Yiyu was completely suppressed, while Hong and Lei Shen's energy and spirit surged. Their combat power increased exponentially. Kill! The peerless spear light carried the power to suppress mountains, and the battle blade, flashing with endless thunder, carried an indomitable destructive momentum. Splash! The great river roared around Yiyu, and the entire river began to boil. Boom! The three clashed again, exchanging hundreds or thousands of blows every second. However, even after the two expanded their domains, it was still of no use. Chapter 40 for the first Elder of the War God Palace. With 6.5 times the genetic and spiritual strength, plus 15 times the effort, it cannot be smoothed out by simply doubling the power. Night Rain is not a newly born golden-horned behemoth. In the original story, the golden-horned beast, with 10 times the genetic power and being a whole realm higher, was almost killed by the two of them working together. If it weren't for the core of the golden-horned beast. As long as the original core remains intact, the golden-horned beast can regenerate indefinitely, and the two of them join forces to kill it. Night Rain stood amidst the starry sky, like a majestic sacred mountain or a vast ocean. No matter how fierce the storms come from all directions, I remain steadfast and unmoved. With each strike of his longsword, Yiyu precisely blocked the attacks of the two men and launched a counterattack. Then Yiyu directly overwhelmed the two, causing them to retreat steadily under Yiyu's sword. Boom! Yiyu swept his sword horizontally, and Hong was blasted away like a cannonball. Seeing Thor charging forward, Night Rain swung her longsword, as if using minimal force to deflect a great weight, and struck Thor's battle blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed through the starry sky. Thor's battle sword flew out of his hand, his blood surged, and his face turned bright red. Roar! Under the onslaught of the night rain, the two were like two small boats swaying precariously in the vast ocean. Amidst the torrential rain, fierce winds, and raging waves, the two roared repeatedly, unleashing their full power to the extreme. Each of Yi Yu's sword strikes was like the sharp claws of a ferocious beast, carrying endless ferocity, killing intent, and sharpness. Ha, he's even had an epiphany. Yi Yu stepped onto the long river, paused with his long sword, and looked at Hong and Lei Shi in a daze. At this moment, the two entered a state of oneness with nature. Under the pressure of the night rain, the two directly activated the unity of man and knife and the unity of man and gun. Their marksmanship and knife skills became increasingly sharp, which made Yi Yu chuckle. Fortunately, I'm not your real enemy. After thinking for a moment, Yi Yu decided to help the two of them, so he added 2 more points of force to the long sword in his hand. Han Hai Fu Long. Open for me. Hold head high. In an instant, deafening dragon roars resounded through the void, and 9,000-foot-long water dragons circled around Yi Yu. Yi Yu rode on 2 water dragons, surrounded by thousands of sword energies, making him appear as if he were a god descending to earth. This is the true essence of night rain's Han Hai Fu Long. 9 water dragons roared, baring their fangs and claws, and reached out directly towards Hong and Lei Shin. Yi Yu hadn't expected that a battle would turn into a teaching session, allowing Hong and Lei Shin to gain enlightenment under his pressure. Alright, then I'll lend you a hand. The battle lasted for half an hour and cleared out a void. The 3 of them shattered countless asteroids in the surrounding area, a truly devastating attack. Ha 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 ha. Happy. When Hong and Thor awoke from their epiphany, they discovered the changes in themselves and exclaimed how exhilarating and satisfying it was. Taking advantage of the pressure from the night rain, the two broke through to the 9th level of World Destruction and the 13th level of Tenfold Thunderblade. Perhaps calling it Tenfold Thunderblade is no longer appropriate, it needs to be renamed. The two of them felt completely relaxed. With this insight, the two might be able to create the 10th level of the World Destroyer and the 14th level of the Thunderblade. Thank you. Hong and Lei Shin were in high spirits, and the two of them quickly stepped forward to sincerely thank Yi Yu with a bow. No need, that's because you have high talent and comprehension, and you've accumulated enough experience. I'm just going with the flow, Yi Yu said, waving her hand. Their talent and comprehension were truly exceptional. They were indeed the first and second to emerge from the Great Nirvana period. If Yi Yu didn't have the system and the principle of heaven rewards diligence, she would be far behind them. No matter what, it's all because of you. If someone is narrow-minded, how can you expect them to be given advice and pressured gradually to bring out their potential and breakthrough? As they spoke, they both looked at Yi Yu with somewhat complicated expressions. They lost, and even with their combined efforts, but they accepted their defeat wholeheartedly. The two could only marvel at Yi Yu's extraordinary talent, which they were far inferior to. At the same time, I am happy and gratified that such a genius as Yi Yu has appeared on Earth. They've had such a tough few decades, and the pressure they've faced has been immense. Now that a tall person is standing in front of them, the two of them feel a great weight lifted off their shoulders. Boom! Meanwhile, dozens of figures who had witnessed this epic battle were left with a buzzing in their heads. It was as if a muffled thunderclap had flashed through everyone's minds, leaving them somewhat dizzy. Hong and Thor were defeated. These two masters, who led humanity out of the Great Nirvana and dominated the entire planet for decades, have now been defeated. The two of them were defeated by Yi Yu. Quiet. In the void, the entire crowd was silent, and everyone remained somewhat bewildered for a long time. Only the 12 women Tang Xin, Zhang Fong, Vinina, Yao Rao, Fu Jinyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxua, Su Hongdo, and Su Shangxi looked at Yi Yu with fiery eyes. The 12 women were not surprised that Yi Yu was able to defeat Hong and Lei Shin. They knew Yi Yu's strength all too well. At this moment, the women's eyes were practically melting with tears as they looked at Yi Yu. From this day forward, Night Rain will be the #1 person in the world, the first elder of the War God Palace, and Thor and I will step down from our positions as first and second elders. Before anyone could react, Hong and Thor stepped forward and announced. Whoosh! Upon hearing Hong and Lei Shin's words, the crowd erupted in an uproar. When Yi Yu heard Hong and Lei Shin's announcement, he was not surprised, as neither of them were people who coveted power. Perhaps the two of them wished they had someone as tall as Yi Yu to stand in front, as the first elder of the War God Palace was not only a position of power, but also a great responsibility. However, since both of them had stood up to support him, Yi Yu naturally had to accept it. Simply put, who's in favor? Who's opposed? Greetings, First Elder. Hong and Lei Shin were the first to step forward and bow to Yiyu. We have no objections. We pay our respects to the first elder. Following closely behind were Jia Yi, Li Dawei, Wu Chengwan, Yan Zhennan, and others who stood up to support Yiyu. Then there are 12 women including Tang Qin, Jiang Fong, Vinina, Yao Rao, Fu Jinyu, and Tang Xiang. We have no objections. We pay our respects to the first elder. We have no objections. We pay our respects to the first elder. We have no objections. We pay our respects to the first elder. As Jia Yi and Tang Qin stepped forward, the rest of the group followed suit. Sokolov of the Polar Bear, Singh of the Indian and Vatican, Mohanderson of North America, East, and Atkin of the European Union. No one is foolish enough to actually stand up and oppose it after all. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. Chapter 45 6 months, Global Changes. This is a world where strength reigns supreme, and at this moment, Yiyu defeated Hong and Lei Shin in a 1-against-2 battle. Night Rain's strength is beyond doubt. Therefore, no one would be foolish enough to stand up and oppose it, otherwise they would be made the target of a show of authority, which would be tragic. Hong and Lei Shin looked at the Night Rain, feeling a mix of disappointment, sadness, but mostly joy. Disappointed and disheartened, the two never expected to lose their position at the pinnacle of martial arts. What's truly remarkable is that Yi Yutian is a prodigy, and his cultivation speed is truly incredible. Yiyu is almost 20 years younger than them, so they probably won't be able to surpass her in the future. Finally, it's gratifying that a younger generation has grown up, relieving them of some of the pressure. It is truly a case of the new generation surpassing the old, with new talents emerging in every generation, each leading the way for decades. Looking at the center of the crowd, the Night Rain shone brightly. Tang Qin, Jiang Fong, and the other women couldn't hide their smiles. They felt incredibly proud. These are their men. None of them could have imagined that the child they had taken in back then would grow up to be this big. Yiyu, however, remained calm. The world was only just beginning, and there was a long road ahead. There was nothing to be proud of. Alright, the War God Palace will hold a general meeting in half a month. I have something to announce. That's all for now. Yiyu said directly to everyone. As he spoke, Yiyu returned directly to Tang Qin, Jiang Fong, Vinina, and the other alluring women. Yes, sir. Watching Yiyu's retreating figure, everyone bowed respectfully, and then the group of dozens headed directly towards Earth. In just a short while, everyone disappeared into the starry sky. Today's events have had a huge impact on everyone. They need some time to process them. Brother! You're amazing! Seeing that only they remained in the void, the two youngest women, Su Hongdo and Su Shangxi, rushed directly into Yiyu's arms. The two girls clung to Yiyu like two koalas, their pretty faces flushed, looking exceptionally excited. Her eyes were full of stars as she looked at Yiyu. The two women are twins, and they are 99% similar in appearance and figure. Both women had pretty, delicate baby faces, but their figures were just as good, and in fact, quite imposing, with their toes barely visible when they looked down. Yeah? Yiyu chuckled and ruffled the two women's long, soft hair, which made them look like they were enjoying it. Dad, the calculation is complete. Just then, Xiaoyao's voice rang out, and soon a method for cultivating mental power appeared in Yiyu's mind. It was the basic secret method of spiritual power that Yiyu had exchanged from Hong not long ago. Hong's basic secret method of mental power was mostly deduced by the intelligent light brain. The little demon's computing power was even stronger, directly optimizing the entire secret technique and raising its upper limit. It can directly increase the power by more than 30 times. Seeing this, Yiyu's face was full of smiles. It was truly a double blessing. At least for a long time to come, Yiyu and the women would not have to worry about the cultivation of their mental power. Boom! When news spread that Yiyu had defeated Hong and Lei Shin in a 2-on-1 battle, it was undoubtedly like dropping a nuclear bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons onto the calm surface of the world. The entire world was in an uproar. Hong and Thor, as the world's first and second most popular figures, have long been deeply ingrained in people's minds. Countless people couldn't believe that Hong and Lei Shin would be defeated so easily. The world was in an uproar, and countless people were caught off guard. Time flies, and half a year has passed in no time. Time passed unnoticed, and it was now December 2057 in the Earth calendar. 2058 was just around the corner. Many significant events have occurred in the past 6 months. First, 6 months ago, Yiyu succeeded as the first elder of the War God Palace and issued a global announcement. It is announced that the War God Palace has entered a new era, which is also the era of Night Rain. Secondly, Yu directly put Xiao Yao in charge of the War God Palace, and then completely optimized the virtual space of the entire War God Palace. It is divided into a council hall, a shopping mall auction area, a leisure and entertainment area, a fighting arena, and a trial tower area. The trial tower is the same kind of trial tower as the God of War training camp in the original novel's Limit Martial Arts School. With the top-tier AI of the Little Demon, creating several trial towers was a piece of cake, and these trial towers were open to the world. Whether you're a martial artist or an ordinary civilian, you can enter the trial tower to increase your combat experience. Of course, this will cost money. This money will be used to provide pensions and compensation to heroes around the world who sacrificed their lives fighting the monsters. Even if you are not a martial artist, you will receive a pension and compensation if you are killed or crippled in the global fight against monsters. With no worries about the future, the global enthusiasm for resisting the monsters soared to unprecedented heights. Many people are not afraid of risking their lives, but they are afraid that after risking their lives and sacrificing themselves, their families, wives, and daughters will be left without anyone to take care of or protect them. This move also brought Yu's personal prestige to an unprecedented level globally. Third, Yu directly changed the number of elders in the War God Palace, increasing it from 5 to 10. The strong rise and the mediocre fall. After fierce competition, the 10 strongest people in the world were selected to serve as the 10 elders of the War God Palace. As the first elder, there is naturally no suspense. Yu's strength is unshakable. However, the second and third elders experienced a stunning reversal. Both Hong and Lei Shen were outmaneuvered and lost to Tang Qin and Zhang Feng. At that time, Tang Qin and Zhang Feng's genes and spirits were more than 5 times stronger thanks to Yu's tireless efforts day and night. Added together, that's 10 times the physical attributes of someone of the same level. Moreover, as their spiritual essence improved, their comprehension also greatly increased. Although the two women have not yet grasped their own domain. However, both women increased their power by more than 13 times, and their mental power also broke through to the planetary level. The two women's combined strength far surpassed that of Hong and Thor. Hong and Lei Shen were outmaneuvered by Tang Qin and Zhang Feng, leaving them quite frustrated for a while. They couldn't beat Yu, and they couldn't even beat Yu's woman. How could they not be frustrated? Then there's the 4th elder, Hong, and the 5th elder, Thor. Then came the 6th elder, Jai the 7th elder, Mohansen the 8th elder, East the 9th elder, Sokolov and the 10th elder, Singh. Yes, that's right, the original 5th elder, Atkin, was not selected. Of course, this was also intentional on Yu's part, because Atkin was portrayed as utterly disgusting in the original work. Even if Yu brings up Singh for Mean Fan, he doesn't want to see this guy again. Of course, the 10 elders also let the rain down. Not to mention, there are 10 women in Night Rain's group: Vinina, Yao Rao, Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu. Li Dawei, Lan Ran, Wu Chengwang, and Yen Jinan are all stronger than Sokolov and Singh. Fourthly, Starry Sky University was established under the Palace of the God of War. The university recruits students from universities in major cities around the world, with Tang Qin serving as its dean. Chapter 46 Personal Guard, Kirishima Moyun Fuji. Fifth is to establish a global rapid support force under the Palace of War God, with 10,000 personnel, the minimum requirement being a beginner war god. 10 people form a small team, 100 people form a platoon, and 1,000 people form a large brigade, for a total of 10 large brigades. Of course, these 10,000 men were equivalent to Yu's personal guard. Yu also invested a lot of money in training them. Its core members are the more than 100 maids that Vinina selected from the HR Alliance during the New Year's Eve reign last year. Now, all of these more than 100 people have broken through to the ultimate war god level thanks to Yu's spare no expense. With just a few more months of practice, they should be able to break through to the planetary level. Originally just ordinary people, they naturally cherished this opportunity all the more after receiving it. 6th Isadora stepped down as global president of HR Alliance, and Vinina took over the position. Currently, Vinina has taken full control of the HR Alliance, and Yu has essentially brought the entire HR Alliance under her control. 7th Yu has restricted the sale of low-grade neutralizing agents. Previously, neutralizing agents were only available at Huashan Training Camp, Extreme Martial Arts Training Camp, and Thunder Martial Arts Training Camp. Now you can buy it directly from the HR Alliance Mall. The neutralizing agent was also supplied to more than 1,000 universities worldwide. This move also directly led to a surge in the number of low-level martial artists worldwide, with the number of martial artists increasing by tens of millions in just 6 months. Especially in universities around the world, many people are just one step away from becoming martial artists. With the supply of neutralizing agents, just a few meals of monster meat were enough to transform him into a martial artist. According to the latest statistics, the number of martial artists worldwide has now reached 24 million. It is estimated that as long as the neutralizing agent continues to be supplied, the number of martial artists worldwide will increase by more than 20 million each year. This is the story of the changes that have taken place globally in the 6 months since Yu took office as the first elder of the War God Palace. Overall, everything is moving in a positive direction. Now, there is only one threat left in the world: the 16 Beast Kings in the Deep Sea. With Yiyu's current strength, plus Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and Vin Ina who have broken through to the 9th level of the planetary realm. And the girls Yao Rao, Fu Jinyu, and Tang Xiang, who broke through to the 8th level of the planetary realm. In addition, there are 2 top-tier experts, Han and Thor. Yiyu and the others now have the strength to kill the 16 Beast Kings together and wipe them out in one fell swoop. Just as Yiyu was planning to find an opportunity to gather his forces and kill the 16 Beast Kings in one fell swoop, an unexpected event occurred. That is, the Fog Island in Australia has also been discovered. In the original story, it was in August of this year that the Extreme Training Camp went to Australia for a life-or-death experience, and Luo Feng was chased into Fog Island by Li Yao. But things are different now. It was a life-or-death trial that was jointly conducted by the Huashan Training Camp, the Extreme Training Camp, and the Thunder Training Camp in Australia. Furthermore, the timing has been pushed back from August in the original story to December now. Brother, look what we found. Just then, Yiyu's phone rang, and soon 3 figures appeared in front of her. It was Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, and Lu Shui. The 3 women were all dressed in alloy armor, with their hair tied in high ponytails and weapons in hand, looking extremely heroic and dashing. The eldest sister, Tang Qin, and the second sister, Zhang Feng, have become the second and third elders of the War God Palace. Naturally, the 2 women could no longer serve as the head instructors of the Huashan Training Camp and the Extreme Training Camp. After the 2 stepped down, the head instructors of the 2 training camps were handed over to the 5th sister, Gu Shanshan, and the 7th sister, Lu Shui. As for why Tang Xiang was with the 2 women? Tang Xiang is now the head instructor of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy training camp. Tang Xiang was originally the inspector of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy in the Jiangnan base city. Later, Thunder God transferred him to the position of chief instructor of the Thunder Martial Arts Academy training camp. As for the reason? Of course, it's for that advanced neutralizing agent. When the woman in the Night Rain served as the head instructor of the Huashan and Extreme Martial Arts training camps, the students of both camps benefited greatly. This made Thor, who was slow to realize the situation, extremely envious, and he then transferred Tang Xiang to the headquarters of Thunder Base City. Mayun Vine? Looking at the dozen or so towering vines behind the 3 of them, Yiyu quickly recognized them as the Mayun Vine from Wudao Island. Great, the 3 women exclaimed excitedly. With Yiyu explaining things to them, the 3 women naturally knew that the Mayun Vine was a good thing. Can you handle it? In the Jiangnan Mountain and Water residential area, on the rooftop terrace, Yiyu lazily lay on a deck chair, enjoying the winter sunshine. Yes, I can handle it. The 3 women looked at the dozen or so long, shady vines on the distant misty island and said uncertainly. Yiyu couldn't help but chuckle when he heard the 3 women's words. Even through the screen, Yiyu could sense that the Mayun Vine had evolved to the peak of the 9th level of the planetary realm. Moreover, it has 16 vines, each of which is equivalent to a 9th level planetary expert. 16 vines are equivalent to 16 planetary level 9 powerhouses. Although Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, and Lu Shui are very strong. In particular, Tang Xiang's strength has reached the 8th level of the planetary realm, and his genes and divine soul have increased by more than 4 times. However, since she had not yet grasped the essence of the domain, she could not yet subdue the Cloud Vine with overwhelming strength. The Mayun Vine is renowned for its defense. Its defensive capabilities and regenerative abilities are no joke. Unless Tang Xiang breaks through to the 9th level of the planetary realm, or comprehends the domain now, it's probably not possible. Wait here, I'm coming right away. As Yiyu spoke, he boarded the fighter jet and took off, disappearing into the sky. In just over 10 minutes, Yiyu traveled directly from Jiangnan base city to the skies above Wudao. Hey, not bad haul. At this moment, all 500+ students from the 3 training camps gathered around Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Lu Shui, and teachers like Li Qi. Among them are Su Xian, Lu Ting, Tang Yongqing, Zhao Rua, Janet, Luo Feng, Tang Yongyuan, and others. Of the more than 500 geniuses, more than 50 have reached the peak of the God of War, and none of the rest are below the intermediate God of War level. These people are on average between 19 and 20 years old. In the hands of these people, almost all of them held a spirit of a 1,000-year-old plant. There were even more than 50 people holding the spirits of plants and trees that were 10,000 years old. That's why Yu said their harvest was good. Compared to the more than 100 plant spirits in the original work, this time the three parties worked together to discover more than 500 plant spirits. Among them, there are an astonishing 50 or so spirits of plants that have existed for thousands of years. A single ancient plant spirit can directly enable a high-level war god to break through to the planetary level. Unsurprisingly, everyone benefited from Luo Feng's status as the protagonist this time. Although Li Yao wasn't chasing him this time, Luo Feng still accidentally stumbled into Fog Island and discovered a large number of plant spirits. Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, and Lu Xiui would not compete with the students for their opportunities. Moreover, even if it were a spirit of a plant that had existed for thousands of years, it would be useless to them now. So the three women worked together to suppress the news and left the opportunity to these students. Unexpectedly, they eventually discovered the Moyun Vine. Chapter 47: The Ninth Order Planetary Cloud Vine. Above Kirishima. As Yu strolled down from the fighter jet, the assembled geniuses were filled with awe and their eyes burned with admiration. Is this the world's #1 player now? He defeated Hong and Thor together all by himself. He is indeed powerful. I didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Within the crowd, many people couldn't help but tremble. Yu did not deliberately conceal his aura. His overwhelming power was still evident even without being specifically targeted at them. But even these geniuses who haven't yet reached planetary level dare not look directly at him. This is the pressure from the level of life. Night rain nearly swept over everyone, and they felt as if night rain could see right through them, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. Elder brother. Upon seeing Yu, the three women smiled, but because there were 500 or 600 students present, they did not rush into Yu's arms as usual. Greetings, First Elder. The remaining 500 plus people, seeing Yu arrive through the air, dared not be negligent and all bowed to him. Yes. No need for formalities. Yu smiled and nodded, then waved for everyone to stand up. They felt a gentle force that helped them straighten up. Let's go. Let's go take a look. Yu said directly to the three women. Good. The three women nodded, then turned to the more than 500 students and 6 teachers and said, Li Qi, Xiao Ning, Miao Miao, Yan Yan, Diana, Athena, keep an eye on them. Don't worry, teacher, we'll keep an eye on them. The 6 teachers, Li Qi, Li Xiaoning, Gong Miao Miao, Gong Yan Yan, Diana, and Athena, all nodded in agreement. Li Xiaoning, Gong Miao Miao, Gong Yan Yan, Diana, and Athena, like Li Qi, all came from the 3 major training camps. After graduation, he broke through to the planetary level and then became a teacher in one of the 3 training camps. The 6 women are now all assistants to Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, and Lu Xiui. Li Xiaoning is a woman who looks to be in her early 20s, wearing red alloy armor, with a high ponytail, and a tall, heroic figure. Gong Miaomiao and Gong Yanyan are twin sisters, and both of them look to be in their early 20s. Just like their names suggest, one is as gentle as water, and the other is as fiery as fire. Diana was a stunningly beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, who looked to be in her late 20s and had a voluptuous figure. Moreover, her appearance and figure are 9/10 similar to that of the Italian ballplayer in Yu's previous life. Athena also has short blonde hair and wheat-colored skin, and she looks full of wild beauty. These 2 foreign beauties were no less attractive than Vinina, which made Yu take a few more glances at them. As the night rain swept over them, the 6 women felt a tingling sensation all over their bodies, as if they had been electrocuted, and their legs involuntarily tightened. Also, since it was Luo Feng who made the discovery and then reported it, you all benefited from it. Each of you should give 10% of the harvest to Luo Feng. No objections, right? No objections. More than 500 people shook their heads. What could they possibly have to say? They were just benefiting from Luo Feng's success. Moreover, if Luo Feng doesn't report it, they won't get anything. Furthermore, the 3 head instructors, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, and Lu Xiui, have all spoken who would dare disobey them? Moreover, if Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, and Lu Xiui choose to pick these plant spirits themselves, they will also get nothing. After giving his instructions, Yu led the 3 women directly to the still wildly dancing Moyun Vine. Do you want to go down and give it a try? Yu asked the 3 women. All 3 women now possess F-grade original armor, so Yu is not afraid that the Moyun Vine will harm them. No need. We've already tried, but we can't do anything about it unless we fight a protracted battle with it. All 3 women shook their heads. They couldn't do anything to the cloud-piercing vine, and the cloud-piercing vine couldn't do anything to them either. Good. Yi Yu nodded, then took a step forward and entered the attack range of the Mo-Yun vine. There are a total of 16 vines, each about 20 to 30 centimeters thick, and each vine is nearly 3,000 meters long. This is already the limit of the planetary-level cloud vine. Boom! As the night rain approached the cloud-patterned vine, a vine instantly lashed out straight at it. The vines were powerful and heavy, moving at speeds exceeding several thousand meters per second, directly tearing the air apart. The night rain neither flinched nor avoided, letting the cloud-patterned vines whip it away. However, just 100 meters away from the night rain, the entire vine seemed to sink into the mud and came to a stop. However, it was directly blocked by Yi Yu's mental power, and no matter how hard the vine tried, it could not get within 100 meters. Boom! 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 After struggling for a long time, a whimpering sound came from the air, as if the Mo-Yun vine was angry. Then came the second vine, the third vine, the fourth vine. Each vine, carrying the power to shatter mountains and break peaks, relentlessly approaches the night rain. If the power emanating from each vine were at the ordinary planetary level, it would be enough to instantly shatter the vine, turning it into a bloody mist. However, the night rain was no ordinary planetary rain. A dozen or so vines danced wildly, tearing the earth for several kilometers around them apart and creating waves hundreds of feet high. However, it was all in vain. Yi Yu's vast spiritual power blocked all directions, preventing it from advancing an inch. Rise! With a soft shout in the night rain. Boom! The entire earth trembled, and the 18 cloud-piercing vines, each 3,000 meters long, were stretched straight by Yi Yu's mental power. Then the entire Mo-Yun vine was uprooted by the night rain and flew into the sky. Let's see how you retaliate. Yi Yu chuckled, and with a single clench of his hand, an empty cage instantly enveloped the Mo-Yun vine. Boom! Boom! Within the void cage, 18 vines thrashed about, trying to break free from Yi Yu's control. The impact of each vine created a deafening roar. Meanwhile, outside Kirishima Island, hundreds of people watched as the night rain in the sky displayed its divine power. The hundreds of people were stunned as they watched the entire fog island, spanning over 10 kilometers in radius, be sunk. That powerful force also directly shattered the clouds within a radius of tens of kilometers. Seeing how easily Yi Yu subdued the Mo-Yun Tang that had almost taken their lives, everyone was shocked. If it weren't for the three chief instructors, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, and Lu Xiui, many of them would probably have died on the island. No, I'm going to participate in the selection for the first Elder's personal guard next year. Yen Yen, Meow Meow, we can't go on, please help us up. Looking at the majestic figure of the night rain in the sky, Diana and Athena trembled and almost collapsed to the ground. Diana and Athena blushed deeply and quickly grabbed Gong Yen Yen and Gong Miao Miao beside them. Gong Yen Yen. Gong Miao Miao. Li Qi. Li Xiaoning. Chapter 48 4 Women Pregnant, Reward. The four women looked at Diana and Athena speechlessly and said, "Stop embarrassing yourselves, stand up straight, you two little sluts. Don't think we don't know, you're the same way." Diana and Athena, biting their sexy red lips, rolled their eyes at Li Qi and the other three women, and giggled. The girls' thoughts were written all over their faces, you didn't even need to guess to tell. Upon hearing this, a blush immediately crept onto the beautiful faces of Li Qi, Li Xiaoning, Gong Yen Yen, and Gong Miao Miao. The four women looked around and saw that everyone was in a daze and had not noticed them. This finally put the girls at ease. Participating in the selection for the Royal Guard? That seems like a good suggestion. Behind the girls, Suexian, Lu Ting, Tang Yongqing, Zhao Rua, and Janet blushed. The women had all reached the peak of their power as war gods, and were already very sharp-witted. How could they not hear what Diana and Athena were saying when they were so close? The women looked at the ancient plant spirits in their hands. After consuming them, they were all able to break through to the planetary level. The girls exchanged glances, then pretended to look away as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, in the sky. No matter how much Mo-Yun Tang struggled, it could not escape Yi Yu's mental control. Psychic Power Planetary Rank 9 Progress 30% Power Activated 19x. In the past 6 months, Yi Yu's mental strength has improved rapidly, especially in terms of exertion, reaching 19 times the normal force. It can control the 19 blades of the Sky Shuttle to achieve perfect power. If Yi Yu possesses the secret technique of the Sky Escape Shuttle, Sky Escape, he can directly cultivate the first level of the Sky Escape Shuttle. The first level of the Sky Shuttle only requires 12 times the force to cultivate. As time passed, the struggles of the Moyun vine lessened, and it eventually gave up entirely. The 18 vines, which had extended for thousands of meters, began to shrink rapidly, eventually transforming into a sphere the size of a football. Upon seeing this, Yi Yu chuckled and quickly pricked her finger to begin the process of recognizing the master. Moyantang seemed to have resigned itself to its fate and began to drink Yi Yu's blood voraciously until Yi Yu finally sensed that it had established some kind of connection with Moyantang. It's done! Seeing the cloud vine transform into a ball the size of a soccer ball, it stretched out a small vine and rubbed against Yi Yu's body, appearing very affectionate. Yi Yu's face lit up with joy. With a thought, the Moyun vine wrapped around Yi Yu's body and transformed into a set of purplish-red battle armor. Is that all? Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, and Lu Xiui quickly gathered around, all very curious about the Moyun vine. The three women stretched out their slender hands and kept caressing Yi Yu's body, looking at him with seductive eyes. Night Rain. Oh. Yi Yu chuckled, put his arm around Lu Xiui's plump waist, scooped up her legs, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Snort. Tang Xiang and Gu Shanshan stomped their feet in annoyance, wanting to follow, but they still had a group of students to take back. They could only watch helplessly as Yi Yu carried Lu Xiui away. As Yi Yu's cultivation level increased, her attraction to them grew stronger. Every time they saw Yi Yu, they couldn't help themselves. Yi Yu carried Lu Xiui into the fighter jet, where the alluring beauty began to frantically nibble at him. The alloy armor on her body fell off, revealing a pale yellow long dress. Lu Xiua has a voluptuous figure with a touch of classical beauty. She also has a pair of captivating eyes, especially the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which adds to her charm. Lu Xiui is the kind of woman who appears dignified and elegant on the outside, but is actually passionate on the inside. Compared to the tall figures of the other women, Lu Xiui and Fu Junyu both had petite and delicate figures. Although she is petite, her figure is quite stunning. A delicate face and a graceful figure. One by one, the dresses slipped off, and soon a perfect work of art was presented before Yi Yu. Yi Yu lifted her smooth chin and kissed Lu Xiui's sexy red lips directly. After a long while, their lips parted. Lu Xiui's eyes were already glazed over, and her jade-like arms were tightly wrapped around Yi Yu's neck. Yi Yu placed it on the long table in the center of the fighter jet, and then lifted Lu Xiui's long, slender legs. Soon, beautiful singing filled the cabin. During these 6 months, Yi Yu naturally did not waste any time, and successfully won over Lu Xiui, Yao Bingxue, Su Hongdou, and the Su Shangxi sisters one by one. From then on, all 12 women became Yi Yu's women. Apart from the last two sisters, Su Hongdou and Su Shangxi, who were not paired up due to insufficient spots. Lu Xiui and Yao Bingxue were also bound by Yi Yu, and the complete technique was passed on to the two women. Boom! The fighter jets circled in the sky again and again, and the obsessed Lu Xiui fainted several times. It wasn't until evening that the fighter jet landed in the Jiangnan Shanshui residential area, and Yi Yu carried the unconscious Lu Xiui off the jet. Time quickly passed to January 2058. Yi Yu was waiting for news from Poseidon in the Doluwa world, but unexpectedly, good news came first from here. My eldest sister, Tang Qin, is pregnant. Not only did the eldest sister Tang Qin become pregnant, but the second sister Jiang Feng, Wenina, and the three enchanting women also became pregnant within a month of each other. China now has more than 100 planetary-level beings. The Limit Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School were also affected by the 10,000 doses of high-grade neutralizing agent they traded with Night Rain. In the past 6 months, the two martial arts schools have each trained more than 20 people to break through to the planetary level. After all, the two martial arts schools have gathered far too many geniuses over the decades. Even without breaking through the secret techniques, they still witnessed a powerful surge in strength. With so many experts around, Tang Qin, Jiang Feng, and other women were finally freed from their busy work. With more time to spend together, the women began to discuss having children. Yi Yu was surprised to receive a series of good news. It seems that the task of sweeping away the world's beast kings will be delayed again. Consider yourself lucky. In Qin Feng Garden, Jiangnan Bay City, Yi Yu chuckled as he embraced his elder sister Tang Qin's voluptuous waist, feeling quite pleased with himself. In fact, given the cultivation speed of Yi Yu and the others, those dozen or so beast kings were no longer a concern for Yi Yu. Those dozen or so beast kings are no longer a threat, but rather resources that can be provided for their martial arts progress. Then Yi Yu looked at the reward that the 4 women's pregnancies had brought him. Award. Reward 1, 1 copy of Basic Secret Techniques for Martial Arts. Reward 2, 1 5-star account from the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Reward 3, 1 extra slot card for the other world. Award. Reward 1, a copy of Basic Secret Techniques for Spiritual Masters. Reward 2, 9 Divine Weapons for Spirit Masters X14. Reward 3, 1 extra slot card for the other world. Chapter 49 Rewards, another round of treasure distribution. Award. Reward 1, 100,000 kilograms of Jadeite marrow. Reward 2, 15 SSS rank Bloodline Evolution Potions. Reward 3, 1 extra slot card for the other world. Award. Reward 1, 10,000 Lanko fruits. Reward 2, 10,000 high-grade wood crystals. Reward 3, 1 extra slot card for the other world. Because Poseidon was pregnant with Night Rain's first child, the reward was doubled. The double reward is no longer available, so the number of rewards has been reduced from 6 to 3. Upon seeing these things, Yiyu's breathing became rapid, and her heart began to pound. Basic Secret Techniques for Martial Artists and Basic Secret Techniques for Spiritual Masters are secret techniques for enhancing physical and mental power. Both secret techniques can be cultivated to achieve a perfect 100x increase in physical strength. With these two secret techniques, Yiyu and his woman's basic cultivation could then enter a fast track. Previously, Yiyu had no secret techniques and could only create them himself, relying on the Heaven Rewards Diligence panel to grind and push forward. Now that we have the secret method, it's like we've built a high-speed rail line. All Yiyu needs to do is travel on it. Moreover, these two fundamental secret techniques exert their power in all directions, from attack to defense, and then to speed. All martial arts techniques on Earth have flaws. They cannot utilize the body's amplitude of force for physical defense. Then there's the 5-star account from the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. With this, things became much more convenient for Yiyu. Whether you're buying or selling valuable treasures, you can do so through this account. The universe is dangerous after all, one should not flaunt one's wealth. This 5-star account provides Night Rain with privacy protection. Then there are the 9 divine weapons for those who control mental power. There's no need to elaborate on these. Previously, Yiyu had already obtained the 9 divine weapons of martial artists. Most importantly, Yiyu later discovered that these 9 divine weapons of martial arts had been enhanced by the system. The enhanced 9 divine weapons are no longer E-grade weapons, but have reached F grade. The original martial arts weapons only had 9 forms, but the divine weapons rewarded by the system have 10 forms. Reaching the corresponding stage of cultivation does not mean being invincible among those of the same level, but rather being able to fight against opponents of higher levels. For example, if someone cultivates to the first major technique at the stellar level, they can directly defeat a cosmic level powerhouse. He cultivated to the 4th level of the cosmic realm, enabling him to defeat a domain lord level powerhouse. A domain lord level cultivator who has mastered the 7th major technique can now defeat a world lord level expert. A world lord who cultivates to the 10th major form can directly defeat an immortal army lord. The 9 divine weapons for mental power controllers, which are now being rewarded by the system, are the same. They have all been enhanced by the system. As expected of a product from the system, it's bound to be top-notch. Azure Wave Marrow is the best nutrient solution for enhancing planetary level life forms, but its drawback is that it cannot simultaneously enhance the soul, unlike wood crystal, which can enhance both the body and soul at the same time. This stuff costs 9,000 black dragon coins per gram. The current reward is 100,000 kilograms, totaling 900 billion Halon coins. Moreover, 100,000 kilograms is more than enough. It's simply not enough. In the original novel, Luo Feng only bought 30 kilograms of Azure Wave Marrow, which enabled him, Hong, and Thor to break through to the stellar level. However, Yiyu and the others could use the surplus to train their subordinates. 100,000 kilograms of Azure Wave Marrow is enough to enable 10,000 people to break through to the stellar level in just 2 or 3 years. If some wood crystal is added to enhance the soul, this time can be shortened to less than 2 years. SSS Grade Bloodline Potion. The ordinary bloodline evolution potions from the Virtual Universe Company elevated the bloodlines of Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Xin to intermediate levels. It's roughly equivalent to a 5th or 6th grade bloodline. While the original novel didn't mention the effects of the S-type bloodline evolution potion, it could roughly elevate one's bloodline to level 3 or 4. The SSS-type bloodline evolution potion rewarded by the system is the Domain Lord Bloodline Potion, which can directly upgrade one's bloodline to the first tier. Those with first-class bloodlines are at the Domain Lord level upon reaching adulthood. Then there's the Lanko fruit, the best treasure for cultivating plant life and pets. Night Rain just received the Cloud Vine a month ago, and now he's rewarding her with the Lanko fruit. It's truly timely. 100 Lanko fruits can upgrade the Moyan Vine to the cosmic level within 2 or 3 years. Needless to say, the last high-grade wood crystals were almost all used up by Yiyu and the others, who had been rewarded with 100 high-grade wood crystals last time. Yi Yu's genes and soul were at least several times stronger than those of the 12 women, including Tang Qin, Zheng Fong, Vinina, and Yao Rao. The resources required to advance to each minor tier are several times, even more than 10 times, those of others. In Confanjuan, Jiangnan Base City. Come here, all of you. Yi Yu clapped his hands, summoning all the women together again, including those who were outside. The group is led by 4 women, Tang Qin, Zheng Fong, Vinina, and Yao Rao. Fu Jinyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Shua, Yao Bingxua, Su Hongdo, and Su Xiangxi, 8 women, stood on both sides. The 12 women gathered together, creating a lively and bustling scene. All the women looked at Yi Yu with curiosity. Junyu, Xianger, Yao Rao, give me your smartwatches first, I'll upgrade them for you, Yi Yu said after thinking for a moment. Tang Xiang and Fu Junyu didn't get assigned to artificial intelligence last time Yao Rao was assigned later, and they were still using ordinary program intelligence. That's too unsafe. Night Rain knew that the quantum computer at Ruins No. 9 and Babata in Australia were still monitoring the world through the network. Good. Although the 3 of them were somewhat puzzled, they still handed their smartwatches to Yi Yu. Little Demon, can you level up? Night Rain asked Little Demon directly. Don't worry, Dad. I've grown a lot recently. It's just rewriting an intelligent program, adding some firewalls, and upgrading some hardware. If it's attacked, it definitely won't hide from me. Or I could just create a separate subsystem, the Little Demon said proudly, patting her chest. Over the past year, Xiao Yao has grown remarkably fast. If Yi Yu were willing, Xiao Yao could destroy the quantum computer in Ruins No. 9 in a short time. The reason they didn't do that was because destroying it would mean losing all the data inside, which would be a net loss. Night Rain could only allow the Little Demon to slowly wear her down, hoping to quietly and completely control Ruins No. 9. Okay. Yi Yu nodded. Xiao Yao quickly got it done. She rewrote the smart program for the 3 women's smartwatches and upgraded the hardware. Calling it an upgrade is an understatement, it's more like creating a completely new one. Inside the Little Demon's world ring, Night Rain had set up a small factory for her over the past year. The Little Demon can directly manufacture some gadgets inside, such as intelligent optical computers and nanobots. While the newly upgraded smartwatch may not reach the level of an intelligent life form, it definitely surpasses ordinary optical computers. Yi Yu didn't keep him in suspense and took out the items. The 12 women were all his closest people now. Yi Yu first distributed a copy of the 2 secret techniques he had been rewarded with, basic secret techniques for martial artists and basic secret techniques for spiritual masters. Chapter 50 Sword Pellet, Stellar Level. Then, each of the 12 women was given a divine weapon, and all 12 women chose a divine weapon that matched their own attributes. Night Rain also put away the water attribute telekinetic weapon. This divine weapon is shaped like a crystal flower bud about to bloom, or perhaps like a sword pellet from a cultivation world. The crystal flower, about the size of a baby's fist, looks extremely beautiful and radiates a rainbow of colors. Disperse. After recognizing its master, with a thought from Yi Yu, the entire crystal flower unfolded layer by layer, like a fairy flower blooming, breathtakingly beautiful and mesmerizing. What a nice view! The women gasped in amazement at the blooming fairy flower, their eyes dazzled by its beauty. Buzz. With Yi Yu's thoughts, the entire crystal flower transformed into 9,600 petals as thin as cicada wings. These 9,600 petals also resemble 9,600 small swords, much like flying swords in the world of cultivation. The flying sword, composed of 9,600 flower petals, exuded endless chill, and its destructive power was beyond doubt. The hidden sharpness emanating from it caused the women to feel a stinging pain in their pupils in an instant, and they dared not look any longer. Why isn't my divine weapon a flower? The women looked at the sword pellet in Yi Yu's hand with envy. The sword pellet was simply too beautiful. This divine weapon can change shape at will. Come, let me teach you. Yi Yu chuckled. Night Rain guided the women to recognize their genes as master, and then taught them how to change the appearance of this divine weapon. For example, the divine weapon of the Golden Void attribute is shaped like a hexagonal long staff, but it is actually composed of 10,081 gold swords. These 10,081 golden swords can be combined into more than just a long staff, they can be arranged into any shape. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks can also be arranged to form a flower, a sphere, or a cube matrix. The women had a great time playing with the telekinetic weapons they received. Once they break through to the stellar level, their mental power multiplier will reach 36 times, and they can begin cultivating this divine weapon. This is also the minimum requirement for cultivating this divine weapon. Then there's one SSS grade bloodline potion for each person, and also top grade Muya crystal. When the women received these treasures again, they were all stunned. By this point, even the most naive women would realize that Yi Yu was suspicious. Last time, and this time, everything Yi Yu brought out was an absolute treasure in the universe. Thanks to Yi Yu's explanations, the women were no longer clueless newbies. Brother! Are you an alien? The women all looked at Yi Yu seriously. Especially for Tang Qin and Zhang Fong, the origin of Yi Yu has always been a mystery. Given their current high positions, it wouldn't be difficult for them to investigate people before the Great Nirvana. However, they could not find out who Yi Yu's parents were. Even orphans are born of parents, right? Night Rain couldn't have just popped out of a rock. What? Just because he's an alien doesn't mean he's not your brother? Yi Yu chuckled and pulled the two sisters, Su Hongdo and Su Xiangxi, into his arms. Of course not. Su Hongdo leaned closer to Yi Yu, wrapping her arms around his neck and giggling. That settles it then? Yi Yu said, shrugging. We're afraid that one day you'll suddenly leave us and not want us anymore, Su Xiangxi said, holding Yi Yu's arm. What are you thinking about? Yi Yu shook her head with a wry smile, but didn't offer any further explanation. The women didn't ask any more questions. Come on. I'll show you how effective this SSS-type bloodline potion is, Yi Yu said directly. Inside the secluded chamber, Yi Yu gazed at the 9 planets in her Dantian and Sea of Consciousness. Level, peak of planetary rank 9, progress 99.99%. Psychic power, peak of planetary rank 9, progress 99.99%. Recently, both of them have finally reached the peak of the 9th level of planetary rank. As long as Yi Yu is willing, she can break through to the stellar level at any time. Around the spacious secret chamber, the women solemnly surrounded Yi Yu, protecting her. At the same time, there was a hint of excitement in her beautiful eyes. Stellar level. That's stellar level. Their husbands are about to break through to the stellar level. How could they not be excited? Ignoring the women, Yi Yu calmed down and took out 2 high-grade wood crystals, placing them in her hand. Before taking the SSS level bloodline potion, Yi Yu decided to break through to the stellar level first. While breaking through to the stellar level, Yi Yu also needs to condense his own primordial core in one fell swoop. Only after the original core is repaired will Yi Yu's ability to survive be greatly increased. Even if Yi Yu's head is shattered, he can quickly regenerate a new body. Simply put, as long as the original core remains intact, Yi Yu will not die. Boom! Yi Yu focused her mind and directly activated the Dragon and Phoenix Harmony technique. In an instant, changes occurred within Yi Yu's body. Within his Sea of Consciousness, 9 miniature planets, resembling crystals, emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, within the Dantian's Dantian, 9 miniature planets also shone brightly. As Yi Yu's cultivation technique circulated, they began to explode one by one. Boom! 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 18 explosions followed in quick succession, with both the 9 psychic crystal planets in Yi Yu's mind and the 9 martial artist planets in his Dantian exploding. Boom! As Yi Yu circulated the Dragon and Phoenix Harmony technique, his ancestral aperture at the center of his forehead and his lower Dantian seemed to resonate with each other. 2 torrents suddenly rushed towards Yi Yu's middle Dantian. Boom! On Yi Yu's chest, in the middle Dantian area, it was as if the heavens and earth had been created, and a bolt of lightning ripped through the void. Splash! At this moment, the 18 miniature crystals, planetary powder, and dust from the explosion seemed to find an outlet for their torrent. Countless sources of energy, like 2 torrents, began to converge madly towards the middle Dantian in Yi Yu's chest. Soon a singularity formed at the middle Dantian. Boom! Endless energy converged wildly, the singularity grew larger and heavier, and eventually formed a brand new planet. However, this is not the end. The endless energy crystal powder and dust that gathered together made the singularity planet seem to have reached some kind of limit. Then, with a loud rumble, it began to collapse and shrink inward continuously. Expansion, collapse, contraction. Expand, collapse, contract. This cycle repeats itself. At the same time, a large amount of life force was continuously extracted from the wooden crystal in Yi Yu's hand. Endless life force surged wildly into Yi Yu's body. In just a short while, the life energy of the 2 top-grade wood crystals was drained, turning them into powder. Quickly, release Muya Jing. Seeing this, the women quickly took out 2 more wooden crystals and placed them in Yi Yu's hand. Once. Twice. 3 times. Night Rain continued to absorb the energy frantically, and the women kept replacing the wooden crystals. A large amount of life energy was continuously integrated into the singularity planet that was undergoing transformation. Within the middle dantian, each expansion and contraction brings about a qualitative change and leap for this singularity planet. Time slowly passed. Boom! After the 9th transformation was completed, the singularity planet burst into flames, emitting raging infernos. Source core, complete. Star complete. Chapter 51 SSS Grade Bloodline Potion. Source core, complete. Star complete. Within Yiyu's chest, in her middle dantian, a sphere radiating 7-colored light floated silently. This sphere of 7-colored light is the original core of Night Rain, and also the foundation of Night Rain's future. Without hesitation, Yiyu picked up the SSS level bloodline potion and swallowed it. The medicine is taken orally. Boom! A surge of immense energy exploded within Yiyu's body, then flowed through her limbs and bones. Instead of the pain Yiyu had imagined, Yiyu felt a warm sensation all over her body. It's worth noting that in the original story, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen were in excruciating pain all over their bodies after drinking the bloodline potion. After all, the evolution of bloodlines is a long process that takes tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. How can this process be compressed into just a few hours without any side effects? However, the products produced by the system must be of the highest quality, with side effects eliminated directly, or in other words, the technology of the drugs produced by the system is more mature. Driven by the medicine, Yiyu's bloodline is improving at an extremely rapid pace. 5th class bloodline. 4th class bloodline. 3rd rate bloodline. 2nd class bloodline. 1st class bloodline. Several hours later, 1st class bloodline achieved. Boom! Meanwhile, as the potion was ingested, Yiyu, who had just broken through to the stellar level, experienced another burst of internal energy, like mountains and rivers. Soon, a second blazing star emerged within the protocore. Seeing that the wooden crystal in Yiyu's hand was being consumed at an extremely rapid rate, the women kept replacing it for Yiyu. With a large amount of life force as a supplement, a large amount of life force once again surged into Yiyu's body. Then came the 3rd star, the 4th star, and the 5th star. 5th order stellar model, achieved. Driven by the bloodline potion, Yiyu broke through to the 5th level of the stellar realm in just a few hours. Of course, that's not the most important thing. Improving his cultivation level is just a side effect. The most important thing is his bloodline. Inside the protocore, 5 stars, burning with raging flames, float silently, constantly pulling each other in opposite directions. Buzz! The 5 stars within the protocore rotated slowly, and strange rhythms spread out in all directions like ripples on water. A large amount of life energy continuously flowed into Yiyu's body, causing his body to undergo a rapid transformation. From skin and flesh to bones, then to internal organs, to limbs and bones, and finally penetrating into Yiyu's genes and soul. Transformation, and more transformation. Get stronger, keep getting stronger. An inexhaustible source of life energy continuously transforms his life genes and every cell in his body. Yiyu's physical body and soul are growing stronger at an alarming rate. This process continued for 3 days until everything calmed down and Yiyu opened her eyes. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a prehistoric beast was awakening, and its powerful and domineering force spread out and filled the entire secret room. Boom! The entire modern underground chamber, constructed from A8 alloy, vibrated, causing the space around Yiyu to distort. The women stared at Yiyu in awe, their beautiful faces filled with joy. Is this what a stellar-level object is? Thump 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 thump. Under Yiyu's overwhelming and domineering aura, the women involuntarily retreated until they reached the edge of the secret chamber, where they were stopped by the alloy wall. So strong. At this moment, it felt as if a mountain of immense weight was pressing down on the women, and they finally began to have a vague understanding of this realm. A stellar-level burst of power could destroy a modern metropolis in a single strike. A stellar-class planet is essentially a massive, mobile natural disaster. Even with her overwhelming aura and domineering power, Yiyu made it impossible for them to even get close to her. A surge of immense power erupted, but it was quickly drawn back into Yiyu's body. Yiyu got up, her whole body making a crackling sound. Yiyu felt every inch of her body, every cell, was cheering with joy. The SSS grade bloodline potion is indeed extraordinary. Yiyu let out a long breath of stale air, feeling incredibly refreshed and better than ever before. Powerful. Yi Yu felt that he was hundreds of times stronger than when he was at the 9th level of planetary cultivation. This was a leap in the level of life. Stellar class and planetary class are no longer considered the same species. How are you feeling? The eldest sister, Tang Qin, strode over to Yi Yu's side with her long legs and high-heeled boots, her eyes burning with intensity. Very good. Yi Yu laughed. Yi Yu examined her body. Her blood flowed like lead and mercury, her internal organs were as tough as refined iron, and her bone marrow was as solid as silver frost. Name, Night Rain. Age, 34. Rank Stellar 5th Order. Cultivation techniques, Dragon and Phoenix Harmony, Gluttonous Secret Technique, Subduing Dragon in the Vast Sea. Skill, Vast Ocean Dragon Subduing Sword Technique, 19th level 19 times the power. Skill Basic Spiritual Mastery 19x power. Area Dual Progress 35.5%. Talent Heaven Rewards Diligence. You reap what you sow. Bloodline First Class Bloodline Progress 1%. Genes 8.5 times. Soul 8.5 times. After consuming the SSS level Bloodline Potion, Yi Yu's bloodline not only reached the 1st rank but also broke through to the 5th rank of the Stellar Realm. However, the consumption is also extremely high. If it were an ordinary person breaking through, a single high-grade wood seed crystal would be enough to help several people break through to the stellar level. Even though Yi Yu possesses the Gluttonous Secret Technique and can utilize 100% of the life force within Mu Yijing. Even with her genes and soul reaching 8.5 times their previous level, Yi Yu's breakthrough still consumed 7 high-grade wood crystals. Afterwards, he broke through to the 5th level of the Stellar Realm, and even consumed another 112 high-grade wood crystals. Such a large amount of high-grade wood crystals is enough to allow an ordinary star-level expert to break through to the cosmic level. Night Rain only broke through to the 5th level of the Stellar Realm. However, it's all worth it. Resources are meant to be used to both increase strength. Then, after Yi Yu cultivated the original core, his spiritual power and physical energy merged into one, becoming inseparable. This is somewhat similar to the feeling of the unity of essence, energy, and spirit in the cultivation system. As she spoke, Yi Yu directly pulled her eldest sister Tang Qin and second sister Jiang Fang's voluptuous bodies into her arms. After becoming pregnant, Tang Qin, Jiang Fang, Wenina, and Yao Rao became even more voluptuous, and all of them radiated a maternal glow. The Night Rain broke through, life was sublimated again, and he became more and more attractive to the women. Looking at the women with their seductive eyes, Yi Yu chuckled and pulled Yao Bingxue, who was closest to him, into his arms. Then he grabbed her by the knees and strode out of the secret room. Snort! Seeing Yi Yu carry Yao Bingxue away, the women all let out a soft snort, rolled their eyes at Yi Yu, and then unconsciously followed him. Holding the aloof beauty in his arms, Yi Yu quickly entered the room. Yao Bingxue has a cool and aloof appearance, and her white dress makes her look like a fairy, just like a snow lotus from the Tianshan Mountains. One by one, the white dresses slipped off, soon revealing a perfect work of art. A new month begins. Requesting monthly votes. Requesting monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Chapter 52. Back to the Doluo world. Yi Yu placed her on the bed, looked at Yao Bingxue's blushing face, and kissed her sexy red lips directly. Yao Bingxue wrapped her arms around Yi Yu's neck. After a long while, their lips parted. Yi Yu chuckled, then directly hoisted those long, slender legs onto her shoulder. Inside the room, white crystal high-heeled boots swayed continuously, and soon beautiful singing voices filled the air. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and the room was a mess, with dresses, stockings, and high-heeled boots scattered everywhere. Yi Yu woke up slowly, and upon seeing the beautiful Yao Bingxue in his arms, he immediately pulled away. Yi Yu stepped out of the room and stretched, feeling refreshed and invigorated. Here, this is for you. After breakfast, Yi Yu led the women to the back courtyard and tossed a lanka fruit to it. Night Rain is planning to upgrade the Cloud Vine. Upon seeing the lanka fruit, Mo Yun Tang was extremely excited and immediately wrapped it up. Boom! As the lanko fruit was digested, the Moyun vine began to grow and extend wildly. The Moyun vine had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the planetary realm. After taking a lanka fruit, the Moyun vine advanced directly to the next level. Boom! Soon the vines exceeded 3,000 meters, and the original 18 vines began to branch out, quickly becoming 28. 28 pieces? Upon seeing this, Yi Yu frowned. Yi Yu remembered that with the perfect cultivation method, a star-level Mo Yun vine could reach 36 main vines. That's true, it seems like your foundation isn't solid at all. Night Rain shook his head. This cloud vine was bait thrown out by Babata, left to fend for itself outside, and had not been carefully cultivated at all. After thinking for a moment, Yu tossed out another lanka fruit. Boom! As another lanko fruit was digested, the original 18 main vines branched out into 4 more vines, bringing the total to 32 vines. There's hope! Seeing this, Yu's eyes lit up, and she took out a few more lanko fruits and threw them out. As several more lanko fruits were digested, 36 vines were perfectly presented before Yu. In addition to the 36 main vines, hundreds of smaller vines have also grown. Excellent, this is the perfect evolutionary path. Fortunately, the Mayun vine didn't break through to the stellar level too early, so a large amount of lanka fruit can still make up for its foundation. If it had broken through earlier, it would have been ruined. Boom! Having eaten its fill, the Mayun vine began to grow wildly, its original purple vines turning blood red. The 36 main vines grew wildly, reaching tens of thousands of meters in no time. 10,000 meters. 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. Half an hour later, all 36 main vines had reached a length of 30,000 meters, or 30 kilometers. In addition to the 36 main vines, there are hundreds of secondary vines that reach a length of tens of thousands of meters. A 30-kilometer stretch of Moyan vine lies across the center of Jiangnan Bay City, almost covering the entire city center, truly a canopy that blocks out the sun. What is that? Countless people looked up at the city center, their eyes filled with awe. The vines stretched for 30 kilometers straight up to the sky. Fortunately, over the past decade or so, the people of Jiangnan Bay City have become somewhat immune to any strange things that happen in the night rain. Everyone knows that's where Yu, the world's #1 human being, lives. With Yu becoming the first elder of the War God Palace more than half a year ago, and Tang Qin and Zhang Feng becoming the second and third elders, Xin Feng Garden has also been expanded long ago. Originally only a few hundred acres in size, Xin Feng Garden has now expanded to more than 30,000 acres, which is roughly the size of 30 forbidden cities. 3 guard battalions are often stationed here, ready to be dispatched by Yu at any time. Second Order Stellar? Alright, put it away. As Yu finished speaking, the Moyun vine, which had broken through to the second level of the stellar realm, began to frantically regenerate. Of course, the second order stellar level is not its limit. It has absorbed several lanko fruits and still has a large amount of energy that has not been digested. After a few days of digestion, I should be able to break through to around the 4th or 5th level of the stellar realm. Before long, the Moyun vine transformed into an inner armor covering his body, which made the women envious. I'll get you a few someday, Yu said with a smile. Thank you, brother. Fu Junyu chuckled and hugged Yu's arm affectionately. Let's go, let's give you the bloodline potion, Night Rain said. Upon hearing this, all the women's eyes lit up. They still vividly remembered Yu's breakthrough the previous night. For the next few nights, the rain did not move at all. The successive breakthroughs and the consumption of SSS-level bloodline potions caused Yu's strength to surge. After the breakout, the night rain needs to slow down and we need to adapt to the new surge in power. But to adapt to the full power of one's body, nothing beats dual cultivation with one's own woman. In the days that followed, Yu had a good chat with the women. It's a bit of a pity that Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, Vinina, and Yao Rao are all newly pregnant and not yet in their safe period. Boom! 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 Half a month later, following the example set by Yu, the women successively took the SSS-level bloodline potion. In particular, Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, Vinina, and Yao Rao are all pregnant now. The earlier the bloodline potion is taken to enhance the bloodline, the more the child will benefit in the future. After taking the potion, not only did the bloodlines of all the women reach the first rank, but they also all broke through to the stellar level. Of course, the original nucleus was also repaired. Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and Vinina broke through directly from the 9th level of planetary rank to the 4th level of stellar rank. The remaining 7 women Yao Rao, Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Shua, and Yao Bingxue broke through directly from the 8th level of planetary rank to the 3rd level of stellar rank. The last 2 remaining sisters, Su Hongdou and Su Shangxi, broke through from the 7th level of planetary evolution to the 2nd level of stellar evolution. I wonder if the child's bloodline can also be improved, Tang Qin asked. After learning about the different levels of bloodlines, the women realized how much the quality of one's bloodline could affect their cultivation. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any problem. Besides, I've made preparations, so don't worry, Yu said with a smile. Another month passed quickly, and it was March 2058. The news that Yu had been waiting for finally arrived. Poseidon is due to give birth in about a month. It's been a year and a month, and Yiyu still thinks something has gone wrong. It wasn't until later that Yiyu learned that the stronger the bloodline of a child, the longer the gestation period would be, which put Yiyu at ease. So Yiyu wasn't in a hurry anymore. She even hoped the child would be born as late as possible. The night rain didn't stop until the child was born. Yiyu had purchased everything she needed in advance and was preparing to go a month ahead of time. That night, after giving instructions to the women, Yiyu disappeared from the room. A new month begins. Requesting monthly votes. Requesting monthly votes. Thank you everyone. Chapter 53 The Law, Farewell, Women. Now all the women know that Yiyu has a big secret, such as the fact that Yiyu mysteriously went into seclusion for 3 months last time. This time, Yiyu gave the same instructions as before, which clearly indicates that Yiyu has something else to do this time. However, Yiyu didn't say anything, and they didn't ask any more questions. They just needed to know that Yiyu wouldn't abandon them. In particular, Tangqin, Zhang Fang, Vinina, and Yao Rao are all pregnant with Yiyu's child. Of course, it wasn't that Yiyu didn't trust them and was unwilling to talk, she simply didn't know how to say it. We should wait until later, when we can fully connect the worlds, and then I can personally take them to see the other worlds. Then we'll understand everything. When the night rain reappeared, it had already arrived at the central manor of Sunset Forest in the Doluo world. Ha! When Yiyu returned to the Doluo world, she immediately sensed that something had changed. It's as if the world is evolving. Not only are the spatial barriers more stable, but the energy density between heaven and earth is also slowly increasing. Why is this happening? Night Rain murmured to herself, could it be related to my breakthrough to godhood with Poseidon and Ain last time? Then Yiyu shook her head. No matter what, the evolution of this world is always a good thing. Yes, this is the power of the laws of heaven and earth in this world. As soon as Yiyu had a thought, a strange change occurred around her. Night Rain's eyes flashed, and the world instantly lost its color. The once vibrant and colorful world vanished before Night Rain's eyes. Immediately following, countless silk threads appeared around Yiyu, intertwining around her. The densely interwoven silk threads display a variety of colors, including red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Countless threads intertwine, seemingly forming another magnificent world. Yiyu reached out her finger and touched a sky blue silk thread. Soon, a wave of enlightenment surged into Yiyu's mind. This sudden realization was indescribable, yet it subtly resonated with the night rain. Water is both the strongest and the softest. The highest good is like water, which benefits all things without striving. The law of water progress not yet a beginner's 0.001%. I see. Seeing the changes on the attribute panel, Yiyu's eyes flashed with golden light. These threads were actually laws. He could directly see the fundamental laws of this world, and even comprehend them. This immediately lifted Yiyu's spirits. Yiyu had no idea that he was devouring the power of the laws that he had been unable to sense for a month. After Yiyu came into this world, she appeared naked right in front of him. After Yiyu broke through to the stellar level, his perception of the laws of devouring worlds remained hazy. It was as if he had grasped something, yet it seemed so far away, like a woman playing the pipa while half concealing her face. Yiyu originally thought that after making a breakthrough, he would need to spend a lot of time comprehending the laws. Little did he expect that such a big surprise awaited him upon returning to the Doluo world. As Yiyu found himself in this world of primordial laws, countless insights surged towards him, gradually drawing him in and making him unable to extricate himself. Meanwhile, Yiyu's understanding of the laws of water was also improving at an extremely rapid pace. The laws of water 0.001% beginner. The laws of water 0.002% beginner. The laws of water 0.003% beginner. In just a few breaths, Yiyu's comprehension of the law of water reached 0.003%. If things continue like this, Yiyu will probably be able to directly step into the threshold of the laws in just a few years. This made Yiyu extremely happy. Indeed, lower-level worlds have their advantages. Although the laws of lower-level worlds are incomplete, they are relatively simpler. The simpler the rules, the easier they are to understand. In advanced worlds, the laws are more complex and perfected. Without reaching a certain level, it's difficult to even sense the laws, let alone comprehend them. Simply put, the laws of lower-level worlds are simple, and the threshold for comprehending them is low, but the upper limit is not high. The higher the level of a world, the higher the threshold for comprehending its laws. Don't be fooled by the fact that during the Battle of Devouring Worlds, there were plenty of people who had comprehended the laws at the stellar level. But that's survivor bias, a logical fallacy. There are countless billions of stars in the universe, yet only a handful of people comprehend the power of the laws. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just then, a series of whooshing sounds came from the air, and soon several stunningly beautiful figures appeared in front of Yu. The leader was a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a long, gold and red palace-style dress. The woman's long, snow-white hair was tied up high, and her azure eyes and exquisitely beautiful face were like a masterpiece of nature. The woman was voluptuous and tall. In particular, her noble and elegant temperament made the woman look like a goddess, with unparalleled beauty. Especially her high, protruding belly, which adds to the woman's charm as a young woman, and her maternal glow. The woman was none other than Poseidon, who was 11 months pregnant. Beside Poseidon were 4 other figures, each no less impressive than her. The 2 people on the left, one wearing a sky blue palace dress and the other wearing a light gold palace dress. Both women looked to be in their early 20s, with long legs and white stockings and extremely domineering, voluptuous figures that made it impossible to see their toes when they looked down. Both women, like Poseidon, had their long hair tied up high, exuding a gentle elegance and a noble air. The 2 women were none other than Ain and Tanguewa. To Poseidon's right were 2 stunningly beautiful women dressed in long palace gowns. The 2 women, one in red and one in black, both appeared to be in their early 20s. The woman in red exuded nobility and elegance, while the woman in black looked dashing and heroic. Her slender waist was like a water snake, her chest was towering, and her buttocks were like a full moon. Black stockings tightly wrapped around her long, slender legs. Wearing crystal high-heeled boots, her 10 fingers, round and full, were accentuated by red nail polish, adding to her allure. The 2 women were none other than Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong. The 5 women approached gracefully, and upon seeing Yu, they trembled, their eyes filled with excitement. "I'm back." Upon seeing the 5 women, Yu forcibly suppressed his desire to comprehend the laws, his face filled with smiles, and he directly opened his arms. "My husband." Upon seeing Yu, the 5 women's faces were filled with smiles, and they immediately rushed into Yu's arms one by one. Poseidon, Ian, and the other girls held onto Yu tightly, unwilling to let go for a long time, as if afraid it was all a dream. It was only after a long time that the women calmed down from their excited joy. "Where are Xiao Wu and Xior?" After Poseidon and the other girls calmed down, Yu looked at them curiously and asked. Poseidon, Ian, Tanguewa, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and even Aro were all there, but Yu didn't see Xiao Wu and Wang Xior. More than a year had passed since they last met, and the women had become even more graceful and charming. Especially Poseidon and Aegon, who had already become gods, were even more stunningly beautiful. Chapter 54 Gu Yuna, ZG, and by G. After a year apart, Poseidon and Ain, who had long since become gods, were even more stunningly beautiful. The same applies to the other 3 women, Tanguewa, Bibi Dong, and Lu Erlong. As the group left the room, Yu immediately pulled Poseidon's alluring body into his arms. Feeling the aura emanating from Yu, and the warmth of her large hand, Poseidon's delicate body trembled. Her legs involuntarily tightened. It had been far too long since she had been intimate with Yu. More importantly, after returning from her trip to Yu, she found that Yu was even more attractive to her. Not only her, but also Ain, Tanguewa, Bibi Dong, and Lu Erlong are the same. Looking at Yu, her eyes sparkled with charm, her brows and eyes filled with both spring-like allure and melancholy. They went to the core of the Star-Do Great Forest, and I have already notified them to come back. At this moment, Aru, the steward, walked in with a group of maids, her steps light and graceful. Looking at Yu, Aru's body trembled. She was so tempted that she almost couldn't resist pouncing on him. The maids who followed them in were even worse off, their pretty faces flushed red. This is the male master they've been longing for over a year, a truly powerful deity. Meanwhile, at the heart of the starry sky forest lies the Lake of Life. Several exquisite pavilions stand quietly on the lakeside, and inside the pavilions, several beautiful figures are chatting and laughing together. 2 of them look to be around 18 or 19 years old, with delicate features, graceful figures, and full of youth and vitality. They also possess the charm and temperament of young women. The 2 women were none other than Xior and Xiao Wu, the 3-eyed golden lion kings in human form. Besides Wang Xior and Xiao Wu, there were 3 other stunningly beautiful figures in the pavilion. 1 white, 1 purple, and 1 green. The white figure was graceful and slender, with long, snow-white hair that reached all the way to her knees. Her long, silver hair cascaded down like a waterfall, not only smooth but also possessing a crystal-like texture. The woman's beauty can be described as breathtaking and stunning. The woman was extremely tall, and her gorgeous silver palace dress perfectly accentuated her curves, making her look sexy and charming. The woman not only possessed stunning beauty and a graceful figure, but also an innate nobility and elegance. She resembled an empress who ruled the world, and also a female emperor who held the power of life and death over the entire nation. This woman was none other than Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King, the ruler of the soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest of Dolua continent. The purple figure had a cool and aloof face, a voluptuous figure, and was both sexy and alluring. Its forehead was covered with purple dragon scales, rippling with layers of light. It also has a pair of small horns on both sides, which are exquisite, cute, and sexy. The woman wore a long purple palace dress, her breasts were full and round, and deep cleavage was visible beneath large expanses of snow-white skin. Her toes were not visible when she looked down. The woman had long, purplish-black hair, a waist as slender as a water snake, and long, straight legs. This woman was none other than ZG, one of the ferocious beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest, the Hell Demon Dragon. And the gentle woman in the last one, dressed in a turquoise dress, is also the Emerald Swan, by G, one of the ferocious beasts in the Starry Sky Forest. Bridget wore a long, emerald green palace dress, and her beautiful emerald green eyes were like jewels. She was a gentle and graceful woman with long, emerald green hair, radiating a vibrant life force. The Emerald Swan is not good at fighting. It is a healing spirit beast and is also known as the kindest spirit beast. Bridget was stunningly beautiful, especially with her gentle and graceful demeanor. She was clearly the type of woman who would be a virtuous wife and loving mother. The five women chatted and laughed in the attic, clearly having become good friends. Even Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King who was the ruler of all soul beasts, humbled herself and addressed the two women as sisters. In the past, the three-eyed golden lion King Xior would have been fine, as she was an imperial auspicious beast, and all the soul beasts around her would have their cultivation speed doubled. But Xiao Wu is hard for Gu Yuna to take seriously, as she is the Silver Dragon King. They inherited the wisdom and elemental control of the dragon god. It possesses the power of 9 elements: water, earth, wind, fire, light, darkness, space, creation, and destruction. Although she does not hold a divine position, her true strength is still formidable, comparable to that of a first-level god in the divine realm. Soul beasts are all about bloodline and strength. Not to mention Gu Yuna, even her subordinate D Tian wouldn't take a 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit seriously. Unless it reaches the level of a ferocious beast that is over 200,000 years old. But things are different now. Putting aside Xiao Wu's current level 99 peak demigod realm, her true strength is not much inferior to hers. Moreover, she could sense that Xiao Wu's bloodline had also evolved and mutated, and was probably no less powerful than her own Silver Dragon King bloodline. Most importantly, Xiao Wu has a powerful divine husband supporting her. I recall a year ago, in the Star-Do Great Forest, the being who personally created 2 first-level gods. Gu Yuna still vividly remembers the overwhelming, domineering pressure she felt a year ago. Such power is something even the resurrected dragon god probably couldn't achieve. Ah! Just then, Wang Xior and Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise, their pretty faces filled with ecstatic joy. What's wrong with the 2 younger sisters? Gu Yuna asked curiously. My husband is back, we should go back now. Didn't my sister say she was going to pay her respects to him? Why don't we go back together now? Wang Xior said. Watching Wang Xior and Xiao Wu fly away quickly, Gu Yuna ultimately decided not to go to Sunset Forest with the 2 women. Is your majesty truly going to pay homage to that esteemed person? ZG and Bai Ji watched Xiao Wu and Wang Qior's departing figures, then looked at Gu Yuna and said. Certainly. Gu Yuna answered decisively. This is our chance. It's rare to encounter a powerful deity who has no prejudice against soul beasts, although I don't know who he is. However, we must seize this opportunity firmly, no matter the cost. Upon hearing this, both ZG and Bai Ji fell silent. Yes, that powerful being not only had no objections to them, the soul beasts, but even married Wang Qior and Xiao Wu. Especially the Blue-Silver Emperor of the Blue-Silver Forest, who even helped him achieve godhood. Moreover, it is in existence like a first-level god. If it were them, both women felt a surge of excitement upon thinking about this. We swear to follow our lord to the death. ZG and Bai Ji hurriedly bowed to Gu Yuna. Alright, go and make preparations, especially the external soul bone. That person's first child is about to be born, and we'll all go together to congratulate and pay our respects, Gu Yuna said with a smile. Yes, ma'am, the 2 men quickly bowed and replied. For others, obtaining an external soul bone is very difficult, but for them, it's not a difficult task at all. Wang Xior and Xiao Wu came here specifically to acquire external soul bones. Chapter 55. Let the music continue, let the dance continue. Become a god. Even Gu Yuna felt an intense longing burning within her. Having a divine position meant gaining the recognition of heaven and earth. Even Gu Yuna was a little jealous of that blue-silver emperor's good fortune. She must become the new dragon god. Once she becomes the new dragon god, the ban on soul beasts becoming gods will be lifted. Watching ZG and Bai Ji retreat, Gu Yuna gazed wistfully towards the north. That was the direction of the sunset forest of the heavenly Do Empire, and then her gaze became even more determined. Then Gu Yuna's gaze passed over the sunset forest and looked towards the ice plains in the far north. I'm going to the far north ice plains. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Yuna turned into a white light and disappeared from the spot. Nighttime in the heavenly Do Empire. The entire Sunset Manor, surrounded by 9 mountains, was brightly lit and filled with a joyful atmosphere. Inside the manor, graceful and beautiful maids moved about. Seemingly infected by the good mood of the ladies of the manor, everyone's steps became much lighter. Especially the return of the male protagonist, Yi Yu. For over a year, the male protagonist of Night Rain has been a legend, but now we've finally met him in person. I heard that their master is a god, and an extremely powerful one at that. Inside the magnificent hall, Yi Yu sat in the head seat. Poseidon, Ayin, Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, and a host of other beautiful women surrounded Yi Yu, creating quite a lively scene. Below, dozens of singers and dancers, their bodies draped in thin veils, danced lightly, making the night rain a delight to behold. Each of them was carefully selected from the most prestigious families and sects across the entire continent. Regardless of their exceptional talent, each of them possesses unparalleled beauty, making them top-tier beauties across the entire continent. Yi Yu also saw cat-eared girls, rabbit-eared girls, and fox-eared girls, among others, inside. Night Rain embraced Poseidon's voluptuous waist, gently stroking her pert belly, feeling the little life inside. This also filled Poseidon's beautiful face with a happy smile. Because Yi Yu left early last time, Poseidon was only a week pregnant and couldn't tell whether the baby was a boy or a girl. Now, with a sweep of his divine sense, Yi Yu sensed that there was a little girl inside Poseidon's belly. Yi Yu didn't care whether it was a boy or a girl. What made him happy was that his first child was about to be born. Ha, here's our reward. In high spirits, Yi Yu laughed heartily and casually waved his hand, releasing hundreds of drops of energy transformed from the essence of the Azure Waves. The last reward of Azure Wave Marrow amounted to 100,000 kilograms. Besides enhancing the strength of the personal guards, Night Rain still had quite a bit left. Hundreds of drops of Azure Marrow instantly seeped into the entire manor and into the bodies of dozens of singers and dancers below. Boom! The immense power instantly exploded within the bodies of hundreds of maids and dancers throughout the manor, then flowed through their entire bodies. Boom! Throughout Sunset Manor, the aura of hundreds of people surged instantly, and various skirts fluttered in the hall. Azure Marrow is a treasure that enhances the physical body of planetary-level powerhouses. For these maids, whose soul power was only at level 50 or 60 and whose physical bodies weighed less than a few thousand kilograms, even a drop of Azure Wave Marrow was an unparalleled treasure. Boom! The physical bodies of the maids, singers, and dancers began to rapidly transform, and their soul power also surged rapidly. Level 60. Level 70. Level 80. Level 90. In just a few dozen breaths, the hundreds of people in the entire manor, who were originally only at level 50 or 60, were directly promoted to level 90 title Dolua. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing about the Azure Wave Marrow is to enhance the transformation of the physical body. In just a few dozen breaths, their physical bodies were greatly strengthened, increasing at least tenfold. Each person possessed at least tens of thousands of kilograms of strength. This is still the result before they have fully digested it. Once they have completely digested the Azure Wave Marrow in their bodies, their power will at least double. Then let us lend you a hand. Just then, Poseidon and Ayin smiled, their spirits high, and with a wave of their hands, one divine soul ring after another flew out. Then it flew towards the women. In an instant, divinely bestowed soul rings of various colors shone throughout the entire manor, illuminating the entire sunset forest and making it appear incomparably magnificent. It contains high-quality wood crystals left by the night rain. Over the past year, Poseidon and Ayin have already broken through to the 9th Ring God King realm. A 9-Ring God King is arguably the pinnacle of this world. Acquiring divinely bestowed soul rings is not difficult for him at all. Only then did Ji Yu understand why Dolua Star had evolved. It was because Poseidon and Ayin ascended to the level of God King that the evolution of Dolua Star was spurred. It is said that dragons cannot be raised in small ponds. Poseidon and Ayin, however, used their dragon bodies to drag the small pond and expand it. This made Yi Yu chuckle. You can't raise a dragon in a small pond, so I'll dig the small pond into a lake, or even a river or sea. Boom! 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 Powerful forces erupted from the women. Not only that, beneath that emerald marrow, the night rain also gave hundreds of them a thorough cleansing and marrow refining treatment. It not only improved their physical attributes but also enhanced their martial spirit. Thank you for the gift, Master Mistress. Thank you for the gift, Master Mistress. Thank you for the gift, Master Mistress. Hundreds of clear and melodious sounds resounded throughout Sunset Manor, wave after wave, shaking the entire Sunset Forest. Sensing the changes in their bodies, the hundreds of beauties in the entire manor were overjoyed and knelt down in unison. Yes, get up, keep the music playing, keep dancing. Yi Yu chuckled and with a wave of his hand, helped the kneeling women to their feet. The music started again, and the entire manor became even more enthusiastic, with the dance moves becoming even more graceful and alluring. This also provoked repeated complaints from women such as Poseidon, Ain, and Tangnuehua. My husband. Just then, two figures rushed into the main hall and threw themselves into Yi Yu's arms. The two women were Xiao Wu and Wang Qiu'er, who had just returned from the Star Do Great Forest. You're back? Upon seeing the two women, Yi Yu's face was filled with smiles, and he pulled them into his arms. Yi Yu's large hand unconsciously slipped inside Wang Qiu'er's skirt. With her arms around Yi Yu's neck, Wang Qiu'er's pretty face was flushed, and her long legs wrapped around Yi Yu's waist. Those sexy red lips pressed against my skin and kissed me. The banquet lasted until late at night. Looking at Poseidon, Ain, Tangnuehua, Bibi Dawn, and the other women, whose eyes were already glazed over, Yi Yu chuckled. Then he simply grabbed Poseidon's limp legs, picked her up, and strode into the room. The women, who had been eagerly waiting, followed closely behind Yi Yu. I'm asking for monthly votes in the new month. Thank you everyone. Chapter 56 The Women Become Gods, Shocking the World. Inside the magnificent room, the lights flickered. Night rain kissed Poseidon's sensual red lips. Soon, beautiful singing filled the room. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. The room was in complete disarray, with palace-style long dresses, bodices, stockings, and high-heeled boots scattered all over the floor. My husband. Yi Yu woke up slowly, and looking at the beauty who was already awake in his arms, Yi Yu's lips curled up slightly. Lu Erlong's long hair was tied up high, and her eyes and brows were full of spring, making her even more radiant. Originally a fiery and impulsive person, Lu Erlong now lay in Yi Yu's arms as docile as a kitten. My husband. At Yi Yu's signal, Lu Erlong gave a coquettish laugh and rolled her eyes at Yi Yu with a charming expression. Then, with a swift movement, her entire body slipped and she slipped directly into the covers. Over the next few days, Yi Yu comforted the women and fed them all well. The night rain after the breakthrough became increasingly attractive to them. I don't want to be separated from Yi Yu for even a moment. At the same time, Yi Yu distributed the things he had brought to the women, which caused them to exclaim in surprise. Intelligent optical computers, black god suits, B-grade alloy armor, B-grade weapons, and fighter jets, etc. The women were absolutely delighted with these items. In particular, the top-tier artificial intelligence in the hands of Poseidon and Aegon can construct virtual worlds. The rules governing the universe are different in every world. Especially at the moment of becoming a god in this world, one will receive the blessing of the rules of this world. Or rather, it is recognized by the rules of this world. Yi Yu also wanted to see if the Black God set, the B-grade alloy armor, and the B-grade weapon would undergo a transformation after being initially refined by the women. 3 days later, Yi Yu led the goddesses out of the room, looking refreshed. Boom! 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 Inside the manor, 6 women Tangnuehua, Bibi Dawn, Lu Erlong, Wang Qiu'er, Xiao Wu, and Eru stood in a row. The 6 girls' eyes were filled with anticipation, and their pretty faces were flushed, because tonight Yi Yu would help them become gods. The hundreds of maids around them, all of whom had reached the title Dolua level, were excited. Today was the moment they would witness a miracle. Let's begin. Yi Yu stood in front of the 6 women, with Poseidon and Ain on either side of him. As Yi Yu finished speaking, the 6 women immediately released the seals on their bodies. As the night rain poured in a large amount of cosmic energy, the auras of the 6 women suddenly exploded. Over the past year, with the superior grade wood crystals given to them by Yi Yu, their bodies have long since evolved to their limits. Whether it's the 9 spirit rings or the 6 spirit bones on his body, they are all over 1,000,000 years old. Furthermore, the external soul bone has been fully equipped and upgraded to over 1,000,000 years. Their martial souls are the same. Their quality has long since transformed into god-level martial souls. Boom! A tremendous power erupted from the 6 women, shaking the entire sunset forest before spreading in all directions. Countless soul beasts throughout the sunset forest lay prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear under this divine might. Then it spread to the entire Star Do Empire, the entire Doluwa continent, and finally directly to the entire Doluwa planet. Boom! 6 beams of light shot straight into the sky. Tang Yue's green beam, Bibi Dong's black beam, Lu Erlon's red beam, Wang Qiuer's golden beam, and Xiao Wu and her daughter Aru's white beam. The 6 beams of light radiated overwhelming divine power, piercing through the clouds in the sky. The fierce winds of the heavens caused the entire Doluwa star to tremble. What happened? Countless people stared in horror toward the sunset forest, their eyes filled with shock as they looked at the 6 beams of light piercing the sky. Meanwhile, the Clear Sky Sect, the Spirit Hall, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect, Sea God Island, Star Do Forest, and the Arctic Ice Plains. The Lord has returned. Tang Chen's eyes burned with fervor, and then he transformed into a long rainbow and headed straight for Sunset Forest. Inside the Hall of Worship in Wuhuan City, Qian Daolu was playing with his granddaughter, who was only a few months old. He handed Qian Rinxue directly to her mother and then transformed into a streak of light, flying towards Sunset Forest. Another first-level god, and 6 of them at that. In the far north, amidst a vast expanse of white snow and raging winds, atop a majestic ice and snow peak, Gu Yuna trembled violently, her eyes filled with horror. Then it became incredibly hot, and a pair of long, slender, snow-white fingers clenched tightly. Not only her, but also 2 other stunningly beautiful women beside Gu Yuna, whose beauty was in no way inferior to Gu Yuna's. One of them, like Gu Yuna, had long, snow-white hair like a waterfall, and clear, ethereal sky-blue eyes. They seemed naive to the ways of the world, yet also seemed to see through everything. Her graceful and exquisite figure, and her crystal-clear palace dress fluttering in the wind. Like plum blossoms braving the snow and frost, they stand out from the crowd. She stood proudly atop the snow-capped mountain, surrounded by swirling snowflakes, noble and pure. She is the absolute ruler of this extreme northern ice plain, the Snow Empress of 700,000 years. The Snow Empress is a being formed from the pure ice attribute elemental energy of the northernmost ice plains of Doluwa continent. After countless years of gestation, she finally developed her own thoughts and wisdom, becoming an intelligent being, the Ice and Snow Maiden. The other woman, however, was different from the tall and slender figures of Gu Yuna and the Ice and Snow Fairy. A long, emerald green dress hugged her petite, delicate figure, which was just over 1.5 meters tall and less than 1.6 meters. Although she is petite, she has a great figure and is definitely a combination of youthful face and large breasts. She had long, dark green hair, a beautiful and aloof face, and a delicate face that seemed like a masterpiece of nature. Her skin was as white as snow, with a luster like jade, making her look like a snow fairy. A pair of delicate, jade-like feet treading in the wind and snow added to her allure. At this moment, the 2 women's eyes were burning with passion. Soul beasts are not allowed to become gods, this is an ironclad rule. However, 3 of the 6 pillars of light are actually soul beasts transformed into humans. Meanwhile, inside Sunset Manor, Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlon, Wang Qiuer, Xiao Wu, and Aru are at a crucial moment of transformation. The 6 soul bones on the 6 women's bodies had merged with their refined B-grade alloy armor, transforming into a magnificent divine set of armor. The B-grade weapons in their hands also transformed into divine artifacts of this world under the rules of heaven and earth. Furthermore, the external soul bones behind the 6 women also transformed into 4 wings, 6 wings, or 8 wings, merging with the divine armor into one. Upon seeing this, Yi Yu smiled. It seemed his guess was correct. Buzz. As the 6 women underwent changes, their 9 spirit rings disappeared, transforming into their divine rings. A divine ring. 2 divine rings. 3 divine rings. 4 divine rings. 5 divine rings. 6 divine rings. 7 divine rings. As time passed, apart from Aru who only managed to condense 5 divine rings, the other 5 women all directly condensed 7 divine rings. I'm asking for monthly votes in the new month. Thank you everyone. Chapter 57 The Women Become Gods Part 2. Sunset Forest, high in the sky. Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlon, Wang Qiuer, Xiao Wu, and Aru stood in mid-air. The 6 women unleashed divine power as deep as an abyss, distorting the surrounding space. Multicolored divine halos gradually coalesced behind the 6 women, bursting forth with dazzling light. The overwhelming and domineering power directly shook the surrounding void. The 6 women stood proudly in the heavens, like 6 blazing suns overhead, making the sun in the sky lose its color. The entire Doluwa continent was under the influence of these 6 divine powers. Night Rain's eyes flickered, just like a few days ago, and the surrounding world instantly lost its color. Countless threads of law surrounded the 6 women, continuously merging into their bodies. There were also the weapons held by the 6 women, and the divine armor that materialized on their bodies. In particular, the divine rings that the 6 women had just formed had endless threads of law that flowed like swallows returning to their nests. He was giving the 6 women a comprehensive upgrade. God! Countless people stared with fervor at the 6 peerless figures standing high in the heavens. The hundreds of maids in the manor, in particular, were filled with shock and fervor in their eyes. Even with Poseidon and Aegon standing in front of them, they still trembled under the divine power. Yu stepped through the void, scanning the 6 women one by one, and finally settling his gaze on Aru. After condensing the 5th divine ring, Aru's divine power was already somewhat exhausted. I'm afraid that reaching the 5th level of godhood is already Aru's limit. Although Aru's other external conditions are the same as the other 5 girls, her soul rings, soul bones, and external soul bones have all reached millions of years. But Aru was not Yeyu's woman after all, and she did not cultivate with Yeyu. Her genes and soul were much inferior to the other women. Furthermore, after she transformed into human form, her martial spirit, the soft bone rabbit, also advanced to the god level over the past year. However, even divine-level martial souls have varying degrees of power. However, Yeyu is a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. The other girls have all reached the 1st level of godhood at the 7th ring, so Yeyu naturally won't let her fall behind. Boom! Night Rain intensified the infusion of energy into Aru, and streams of primordial cosmic power flowed into her body through the divine ring. Night Rain was directly and forcibly cleansing her marrow and using the power of the universe's origin to improve the quality of her martial soul. Aru let out a soft moan, so comfortable that she cried out. Looking at Yeyu, her eyes sparkled, and her beautiful face flushed red. Boom! The divine power within Aru's body, which was about to stop transforming, suddenly surged up again. The 5 divine rings behind him shone brightly, and then the 6th divine ring began to rapidly condense. Then came the 7th ring. In just a short while, Aru, like the other 5 women, advanced to the 7th ring 1st level god. That's more like it. Yeyu clapped his hands, chuckled, and nodded in satisfaction as he looked at Aru, who was dressed in magnificent divine attire. The sublimation of life after becoming a god made this stunningly beautiful woman even more alluring, giving Yeyu a strong urge to bully her. Smack! Calm down and focus. Seeing Aru lost in thought, Yeyu couldn't help but slap the beautiful woman's shapely buttocks. Ah! Aru trembled all over, her legs tightened involuntarily, and she almost cried out. So she quickly covered her sexy red lips with her hand and gave Yeyu a somewhat resentful look. Wait for me tonight. Yeyu whispered with a chuckle in Aru's ear. Aru felt the warm breath of Yeyu near her ear, and her whole body trembled again, the blush on her face spreading all the way to her ears. Snort! The other women, seeing this, all gave Yeyu a charmingly disdainful look. Ha ha! Yeyu laughed heartily, in high spirits, not only because of the 6 women's ascension to godhood, but also because of his enlightenment regarding the laws. The 6 women became gods, thus drawing upon the laws of this world. The manifestation of numerous laws allowed Yeyu's understanding of laws to increase tenfold or even 100-fold. Yeyu directly abandoned other laws and chose to comprehend the law of water, which was compatible with her own attributes. Tang Yue's law of water, Bibi Don's law of darkness, Lu Erlon's law of fire, Wang Chouer's law of metal, and Xiao Wu and Aro's law of water. Unlike the 10 fundamental laws that devour the world: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, time, and space, this is different. The fundamental laws of this world are far more complex. For example, the destruction and creation powers possessed by the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. Yeyu is not yet qualified to say she wants everything. She can only master one skill first, and plan for the rest later. The law of water 0.01%. The law of water 0.05%. The law of water 0.07%. A flood of insights into the laws of water rushed in, and soon Yeyu's understanding of these laws reached 0.1%. Time passed slowly, and as the outward manifestations of the laws dissipated, the 6 women, who had already stabilized their cultivation, watched as the laws faded away. Yeyu directly embraced Xiao Wu and Aru by their voluptuous waists and landed them inside the manor. The law of water 0.19%. In just 1 hour, Yeyu's water elemental power increased from 0.01% to 0.19%, which greatly pleased her. After their breakthrough, Tang Yuehua, Bibi Don, and the other 6 goddesses were in a state of high excitement, and their expressions remained unsettled for a long time. They really became gods. Moreover, upon breaking through, one directly becomes a level 1 god, and there are only a handful of level 1 gods in the entire god realm. In particular, Wang Qiu'er, Xiao Wu, and Aro, who were originally soul beasts, all looked somewhat dazed. Then the 6 women looked directly at Yi Yu and gave him a kiss, including Aro. You all need to stabilize your cultivation. As he spoke, Yi Yu flipped his hand and took out an SSS level bloodline potion and 100 Lanka fruits, handing them to Poseidon and Ain. This is for you. Before the little girl is born, Yi Yu plans to further enhance Poseidon's bloodline. As long as Poseidon's bloodline improves, the little girl's bloodline will definitely benefit as well. As for the Lanko fruit? Lanko fruit is an excellent treasure for cultivating plant life. Ain was originally a human form of the Blue Silver Emperor, so this thing was naturally of great use to her. What is this? Poseidon asked with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. The moment Aegon saw the Lanko fruit, an instinctive desire arose within him. These are good things. This is a bloodline potion. This is the Lanko fruit. Yi Yu patiently explained it again, which made the women's eyes light up. I've stored these things in your personal computers. You can learn more about them when you have time. Good. Without hesitation, Poseidon and Ain swallowed the SSS level bloodline potion and the Lanko fruit. Boom! In an instant, 2 divine powers, even more vast than the 6 divine powers from before, erupted forth. Chapter 58 Supreme God, World Ascension. Boom! 2 auras of God King level spread across the entire Dolawa continent, and then across the endless sea. Soon, the entire Dolawa star was under the pressure of the 2 women's God King aura, causing the entire planet to tremble. That's a bit of an exaggeration. As Yi Yu looked at Poseidon and Ain, who had revealed their complete forms in the sky, he thought to himself. It was clear that the 2 women weren't very strong in Yi Yu's opinion, they were only around the 7th level of the planetary realm. Well, a 7th tier planet isn't weak. If placed in a world that devours everything, it could destroy a small city with a single blow. Even a 100-story building would be nothing more than a toy. However, the commotion caused by the 2 women directly covered the entire continent, which can be attributed to the rules of this world. Become the God King and master the fundamental laws of this world. Every move they made carried the power of the world's fundamental laws, which did seem somewhat exaggerated. However, this primordial law power is not something they truly control, rather, it is a kind of authority granted by the heavenly Tao. In other words, you can use this power, but it doesn't truly belong to you. Yi Yu looked at the 2 women in the sky, lost in thought. Here we go again. It's them. They've become even stronger. Only a God King could possess such power. The sight of those 2 even more dazzling halos in the sky than the 6 pillars of light from before once again shook the entire continent. You know them. In the far north ice plains, both the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor looked at Gu Yuna beside them. I don't know them, but I do know that one of them is the Blue Silver Emperor of the Blue Silver Forest in human form. As she said this, Gu Yuna's eyes burned even brighter. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. 2 months have passed since Tang Weihua, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Xiao Wu, Wang Qiu'er, and Aru became gods. Not only did the 6 women become gods, but also Poseidon and Aegon. With the help of Yi Yu's SSS level bloodline potion and the Lanka fruit, Poseidon and Ain broke through the 9-ring God King's restraints in one fell swoop. Poseidon achieved the highest level of godhood in this world with 11 divine rings in one step, almost reaching 12 divine rings. Meanwhile, Yin's strength has been elevated over these 2 months. Ain also broke through to the 10th ring God King realm, almost reaching the 11th ring Supreme God realm. Yes, that's right, the Supreme God of this world. Then, as the 2 women advanced, the entire Dolawa star also advanced along with their breakthroughs. That's right, the entire Dolawa planet also advanced along with the 2 women. Poseidon and Ain had already broken through to the level of the 9 God rings God King in this world several months ago. After their breakthrough, the 2 women used the rules of this world to directly open up Dolawa star into their God King realm. In other words, the entire Dolawa star will become their private territory. Becoming a god, especially a God King, means that the heavenly Tao has granted you certain privileges. For example, by utilizing the rules of this world, a new realm of gods and kings could be created. However, the 2 women had only broken through to the 9th divine ring at that time, and it would take a long time to advance the entire world. It requires not only effort, but also energy. At that time, thanks to the efforts of the 2 women, Dolawa star was already advancing towards the realm of demigods. The levels of the Dolawa world: ordinary plane, demigod realm, demigod star, god star. When the two women broke free from the shackles of the ninth ring god king 2 months ago, they directly elevated the entire Dolawa star to the realm of demigods. Of course, the most important of these is Poseidon. To ascend to become a supreme god with 11 divine rings is a bug in this world. The entire Dolawa star has been upgraded to the demigod realm, the space is more stable, and the energy within the planet has been greatly enhanced, which is equivalent to the revival of spiritual energy. With the revival of spiritual energy, the lifespan of both ordinary people and cultivators has become longer. With normal cultivation, level 100 is no longer an obstacle on Dolawa star. The upper limit is directly raised to level 120. In other words, you can directly reach level 120 when cultivating on Dolawa star. This is the benefit that the two women's breakthrough brought to the entire world. Moreover, driven by Poseidon's 11 divine rings and supreme godhood, the entire Dolawa star is rapidly advancing towards the true god realm. Upon ascending to the true realm of gods, a central hub of the divine realm can be born under the rules of the universe. Moreover, given the women's breakthrough speed, as long as they are given time, it wouldn't be a problem to elevate the entire Dolawa star to the level of a god star, or even surpass it. As a result, the entire Dolawa planet was shaken. Not only the entire Dolawa continent, but also the Sun-Moon continent across the ocean was shaken. Then there is the realm of gods in this world. Because of the series of changes in Dolawa continent, the god realm directly lost control of Dolawa continent. You must know that this world is also home to the sea god Poseidon and the land where the Asura god's legacy resides. Meanwhile, in a strange space, at the central hub of the Divine Realm, the Divine Realm Committee, the 5 god kings of the Divine Realm, the god of Asura, the god of life, the god of destruction, the god of goodness, and the god of evil sat around the central hall of the Divine Realm. Have you confirmed that the god realm's central hub can no longer sense the location of Dolawa continent? One of them asked. It has been confirmed that Dolawa star has indeed disappeared from the central star map of the god realm. So what exactly happened? I don't know, but before I lost my position, I sensed several vast forces. 6 of them are no less than first-level gods, and 2 others are no less than those present here, that is, god kings. How is that possible? Everyone was incredulous upon hearing this. That was an energy fluctuation at the level of a god king. The god kings, there are only 5 of them in the entire god realm. Nothing is impossible. One of those 2 energies has even surpassed me. God of Asura, don't exaggerate. Don't you find what you're saying ridiculous? I'm not kidding. Even my Asura divine sword has lost its connection. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned and fell silent, sensing that things were getting a bit tricky. Who is the Asura god? He was the one who could slay the dragon god back then. Although the dragon god held back then, it still took the combined efforts of the 5 of them to kill the dragon god. But there is no doubt that the Asura god is indeed the strongest among the 5 of them. Could it be the dragon god? No, I personally checked the seal at the Golden Dragon King's place, and there are no problems at all. Then there is only one possibility: it is a powerful being from another divine realm in the depths of the universe. The universe is vast and boundless. Even they, as the 5 great god kings of the divine realm, do not know how vast it is. The entire universe is not just their one divine realm, but there are countless divine realms existing. Their entire divine realm reached its peak during the reign of the dragon god, but even then, it only covered a dozen or so star systems. Chapter 59: Goddess of Life, Goddess of Kindness. The universe is vast and boundless, it's so incredibly big. The dragon god realm created by the dragon god only covered a dozen or so nearby star systems. The current god realm is nothing more than a reconstruction created by the 5 great god kings using the destroyed dragon god realm. Their strength is far inferior to that of the dragon god back then. Back then, the dragon god had more than a dozen god king level experts under his command, so the 5 of them couldn't even be ranked among them. Therefore, the new divine realm they rebuilt only covered a few nearby star systems. It's still several levels below the peak of the dragon god realm. At that time, the dragon god realm, under the leadership of the dragon god, almost advanced to the level of a god star. No, it had already been promoted to a god star, but later the dragon god went mad because of the death of the dragon god prince and the collapse of the planet. Therefore, the universe is vast, and the dragon god realm of that time was merely a small part of the universe. No one knows how many masters are hidden among them. Just as they would explore the universe after passing on their divine positions, so too would the gods of other divine realms in the universe. Perhaps gods from other realms of gods have happened to come to them. Everyone's mind raced, and the question now facing them was, what should they do? Everyone, please share your thoughts. What should we do? At this moment, the Azura god, clad in blood-red armor and exuding an aura of slaughter, looked at the other four and said, "Should we just abandon the Doloa continent like this? Ignore it, or send someone down to the mortal realm to see what's going on? We absolutely cannot give up. There are only so many planes under the god realm now, and each one is extremely precious. If we give up such an important high-level plane, how will the god realm advance in the future? The Doloa plane is currently ranked among the top among all the tens of thousands of subordinate planes belonging to the god realm. It was once a high-level plane that produced two first-level gods, the angel god Qianyuhan and the sea god Poseidon. Even the god of Azura, one of the five great god kings, placed a place of inheritance on Doloa star. He even placed his super artifact, the Azura divine sword, there. The Doloa star plane provides a considerable amount of faith power to the god realm every year, so naturally they won't just give it up. Besides, since they've come to their territory, they can't just cower and lose face. Then who will handle it? Azura god looked around at everyone and asked again. What about Poseidon? Doloa continent is where he became a god, and it's also his hometown. Let him go there, someone suggested. The others nodded in agreement, agreeing that it was most appropriate to send Poseidon away. Moreover, Poseidon is the strongest among all the first-level gods in the divine realm, having condensed 8 divine rings, making him second only to the 5 great god kings in strength. His strength is insufficient. It would be best if one of the 5 of us went instead, said the Azura god, shaking his head. Poseidon was a key figure in his faction. The other 4 were not in the central part of the god realm at the time, and the power that erupted from Doloa star at that time shocked them. There are at least 6 first-level gods and 2 god king-level powerhouses. He didn't know whether such plastic surgery would be a friend or foe, and he certainly didn't want anything to happen to Poseidon. Upon hearing this, the other 4 frowned. Even Poseidon, an 8th ring first-level god, was somewhat lacking in strength, which made the 4 of them secretly alarmed. It seemed that the matter was more serious than they had imagined, and their expressions became solemn. Is there still no movement from the Temple of Angels? At this moment, the evil god, who had been shrouded in a black robe and exuding an extremely evil aura, appeared. Angel god Qianyuhan also ascended from Doloa continent. He was a figure who ascended to the divine realm around the same time as Poseidon 20,000 years ago, which is more than 50 years ago in the divine realm, and his strength was no weaker than Poseidon's. And most importantly, angel god Qianyuhan is not from any of their factions. When the god of evil mentions the Temple of Angels, the meaning is self-evident. Unfortunately, the angel goddess Qianyuhan disappeared from the divine realm at some point after leaving her divine position in the angel temple, and no one knows where she went. No. Everyone shook their heads. Then let me go myself, said the god of life. The goddess of life appears to be a mature and beautiful woman in her 30s. A long, emerald green palace dress enveloped her voluptuous, peach-like body. She had beautiful, emerald green eyes and long, flowing hair that reached her knees. Her delicate face was like a masterpiece of nature, and her chest stood tall and proud, as if trying to break free from its constraints. With a perfect S-curve and a graceful figure, she possesses a boundless life force. She is a woman who is perfect to the extreme. She is graceful, noble, and elegant, exuding a natural and peaceful aura. No. As soon as the god of life finished speaking, the god of destruction was the first to stand up an object. Such a thing, which increases prestige in the divine realm, is something that the Azura god would have been eager to take on in order to increase his prestige. Most importantly, the Azura god's ultimate artifact, the Azura god sword, was lost there. Now, however, the god of Azura has brought the matter to the forefront. Seeing how cautious the Azura god was, the god of destruction knew that this matter was probably not so simple. Then who of you will go? The goddess of life asked calmly, her beautiful emerald eyes looking at the crowd. Upon hearing this, the god of destruction choked, speechless. The Azura god remained calm and composed. It was not his turn to go here, as he was to take charge of the central authority of the divine realm and maintain its order. The evil gods were all shrouded in black robes, and no expression could be seen. Sister, you excel at support but not at combat. Let me go instead, said the kind goddess. The goddess of kindness also appears to be a stunningly beautiful woman in her early 30s. The kind goddess is also very beautiful. Whether it's her figure or her appearance, calling her stunningly beautiful would be an insult to her looks. The goddess of kindness was dressed in a moon-white palace gown, her long hair piled high, and her graceful figure looked extremely noble and elegant. 9 halos shone behind him. These were the 9 divine rings unique to the God King. Beneath these 9 divine rings, she exuded an aura of unapproachable holiness and purity. It prevents one from having any sense of blasphemy. She exuded a sacred and peaceful aura, as if she could soothe people's hearts. No. At this moment, the god of evil also stood up to object. Just kidding, even the Azura god wasn't worried about losing the Azura god sword, so why are they in such a hurry? Oh, right, Poseidon's ultimate artifact, the Trident of Poseidon, was also left on Dolua Star. Then let us go together. It'll be good for us to look after each other, the god of life said again. The goddess of life didn't know why, but she always felt that she should take this journey. It was a kind of inexplicable feeling, or perhaps a sudden impulse, as if some great opportunity was waiting for her. It's not that she insists on being this saintly, overly kind person. Chapter 60 Eldest Daughter Yifengshi, Reward. The goddess of life had a feeling that she should take this trip, otherwise she would miss a great opportunity. Then she looked at the goddess of kindness, wondering why the goddess of kindness would want to go to Dolua Star. The woman's intuition told her that perhaps she, like herself, also had this kind of feeling. The goddess of kindness smiled and nodded to the goddess of life. Then let's add Poseidon, the sea god. He can be your assistant, how about that, said the Azura god. The Azura god's eyes flickered, and he was happy that the two of them had volunteered to scout ahead. However, the goddess of life and the goddess of kindness were not on his side, so he naturally wanted to add one of his own to the group. He wouldn't say he was monitoring the two women, it was just a habit, and he needed to know what was happening over there. Unfortunately, he had another plan back on Dolua Star. He was very unhappy that he didn't know if things could continue after this incident. Good. The goddesses of life and kindness nodded, fully aware of what the Azura god was planning. The odds were 3-2, and even the objections of the god of destruction and the god of evil were ineffective. Both of them glanced at the goddess of life and the goddess of kindness with some dissatisfaction, and then left the central hub of the divine realm. In the past, the two women were always on their side, but their current actions have greatly displeased them. Upon exiting the central hub of the divine realm, both the god of destruction and the god of evil wore somewhat grim expressions. However, there was nothing the two could do. The goddess of life and the goddess of kindness were neither their subjects nor their accessories. The two women are genuine god kings from the divine realm, beings of equal status to them. Let us talk. The god of evil said to the god of destruction. Good. The god of destruction nodded, and then the two of them transformed into two long rainbows and left the central hub of the divine realm. Meanwhile, the goddesses of life and goodness watched the departing god of evil and god of destruction with a sense of helplessness. However, they couldn't care less about that, nor could they explain to the two why they wanted to descend to the mortal realm. The two women then left to prepare for their journey to the mortal realm. Neither of the women were reckless, knowing there might be danger there. They naturally wanted to make thorough preparations. On the other side, in the Dolua continent, Night Rain and the other women were unaware of what was happening in the god realm, and even if they had known, they wouldn't have cared. Meanwhile, Yiyu was pacing back and forth outside Poseidon's door, and the other women also came to Poseidon's door. It was simply because Poseidon was about to give birth. Poseidon was supposed to give birth in 2 months, but the little girl stayed in her belly for another 2 months. As for the reason, it is naturally because Poseidon broke through to the 11th ring Supreme God King after taking the SSS level bloodline potion, and his bloodline was also improved. Yiyu, who has lived 2 lives, has this as his first child. 7 women, namely Ayin, Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Wang Qiuer, Xiao Wu, and Aro, surrounded Yiyu. The women all looked nervously toward the room door. Time passed slowly until noon, when a loud cry of a baby rang out. Yiyu breathed a huge sigh of relief, and as the door opened, she vanished from the spot. At the same time, with the birth of the little girl, the sky suddenly changed, and endless colorful rays of light filled the sky. The entire Dolua continent, and even the entire world, was shrouded in a 7-colored glow. Sweet dew fell from the sky, and the glow of the sunset stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless people were bathed in this sweet dew and rosy light, and their sickly old bodies were like withered trees that had come back to life, their deep-seated illnesses cured. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire Dolua planet surged dramatically, as if the whole world had been reborn. Throughout Dolua Star, countless people sensed that the world seemed to have changed. At the same time, endless energy began to gather in the void, as if something was being conceived. Along with the endless energy, there also came the boundless laws of heaven and earth, various threads of law intertwined, constantly flowing towards the void. Congratulations, Your Majesty, it is a... The midwife was looking for Yiyu, but after scanning the room, she couldn't find her. Meanwhile, Yiyu had already entered the room. Thanks for your hard work. Yi Yu held Poseidon's hand and gently stroked her somewhat tired cheek with a smile. It's no trouble at all, it's all what I should do. Poseidon looked at Yi Yu with a happy smile on her face. Here, drink this. Night Rain took out a vial of the water of life and gave it to Poseidon. As Poseidon drank the water of life, he regained his vitality in just a dozen breaths. The fatigue in my body vanished, and my lower abdomen regained its flatness and firmness. Sister, come and see the little girl. Just then, the women filed in, with Ain leading the way, carrying the newborn baby girl. Hee, let me see. With a smile on her face, Yi Yu took the little girl from Ain's hands. The little girl was beautifully sculpted, unlike ordinary newborn babies who were all wrinkled. Yi Yu had already thought of a name for the little girl, Yifengshi. Phone is the surname of Yi Yu in his previous life, and it will now be directly added to the generation name of his future children. As for the character, it is naturally a homophone of the character in Poseidon's name. Name, Yifengshi. Rank, eldest daughter. Attribute, water. Talent, heaven rewards diligence. Bloodline, supreme god king bloodline, second class bloodline. Genes, triple. Soul, 3 times. The little girl's bloodline only reached the 2nd grade, which made Yi Yu feel a little sorry. If the little girl had drunk the SSS level bloodline potion when Poseidon was pregnant with her, she might have reached the 1st rank. However, it doesn't matter. Yi Yu will have plenty of ways to improve the little girl's bloodline aptitude in the future. What made Yi Yu happiest was that the little girl inherited his talent of hard work pays off. Then came the reward for giving birth to the little girl. Reward 1, 19 potions of peak bloodline. Reward 2, 1 chaos steel of the water and void laws, and 1 accompanying secret manual. Reward 3, 1 extra spot card. Upon seeing these 3 rewards, Yi Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Just now, Yi Yu was lamenting that the little girl hadn't reached the 1st class bloodline level, but now she immediately rewarded her with 19 peak bloodline potions. The peak bloodline potion is a more precious potion than the SSS grade bloodline potion. After taking the SSS level bloodline potion, one can only reach the 1st class level, and a 1st class bloodline can only reach the domain lord level upon reaching adulthood. The peak bloodline potion, once ingested, is comparable to devouring the 12 peak bloodlines of the world and universe. The 12 most powerful bloodlines in the universe are like golden-horned behemoths, capable of reaching the level of a world lord upon adulthood. Upon seeing this, even Yi Yu's heart began to pound. Then there's the Chaos Steel of the water and void laws, which perfectly matches Yi Yu's attributes, and it also comes with a matching secret technique. This Chaos Steel still contains 29 diagrams. It is a Chaos Steel that leads directly to the 5th Order Universe Lord. Most importantly, this Chaos Steel follows the path of the Beast God, which integrates the laws of water in space. Chapter 61 Ning Dingling, add points to the system. P.S. There were some minor changes to the previous chapter. My daughter has been given a new talent called Heaven Rewards Diligence. Most importantly, the Chaos Steel rewarded by the system follows the path of the Beast God based on the law of water and air fusion. How could Yi Yu not be pleasantly surprised? Then Yi Yu glanced at the secret technique corresponding to the Chaos Steel. The secret techniques are also divided into 29 major forms, each corresponding to a diagram on the Chaos Steel, and also to the 29 levels of the Sky Bridge in Chaos City. However, Yi Yu couldn't bother checking the rewards given by the system right now. She would have to study them later. Yi Yu carried the little girl directly to Poseidon's side. Looking into the little girl's big, dark eyes, it seemed as if she was full of curiosity about this unknown world. The girls all gathered around, chattering and teasing the little girl. The little girl didn't cry or fuss. Instead, she giggled, much to the delight of the other girls. This shows that the little girl is extraordinary. However, being a newborn, the little girl quickly got tired and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Yu broke off 2 tiny wooden crystals, each the size of a grain of rice, and made them into a pair of small bracelets for the little girl to wear. With the little girl's breathing. Soon, wisps of life force surged into the little girl's body, nourishing her. Alright, don't bother big sister and Xiaoxi anymore, said Ain, then dismissed all the women. Although Poseidon drank the water of life and his body was fully restored to its peak condition, he was still somewhat mentally exhausted and needed to rest. Congratulations, my lord. 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 As Yi Yu led Ain, Bibi Dong, and the other women out of the room, the entire manor was filled with congratulatory voices. At the same time, his voice shook the heavens, and his eyes were filled with fervor. It wasn't just the 3,000 maids inside the manor, but also the 30,000 divine guards composed of important members from various families outside the manor. Yes, that's right. Since the 6 women became gods 3 months ago, the entire Dolawa continent has been in an uproar once again. The original 300 maids in the manor were increased to 3,000. 3 months ago, after Yiyu took the stunningly beautiful Aro into his room, he also resigned from his position as housekeeper. The new housekeeper is none other than Ning Dingling, the eldest daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Dingling's 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda evolved into the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda a year ago under the influence of the Chilawa tulip that Ningfengji brought back. Then Ning Dingling voluntarily came to Sunset Manor and became one of the 300 maids. Then Yiyu chose her to take over the position of housekeeper from Aro. Then, during these 3 months, Sunset Manor was expanded again, with magnificent palaces rising up along the mountainside. Today, Sunset Manor is a magnificent and truly resplendent temple. Today, the entire temple covers an area of tens of kilometers around the mountain villa. Finally, there are the 30,000 divine guards. As the most powerful force in the world, they need to maintain a certain level of prestige. So Yiyu had Tang Chen, Chen Daolu, and Shen Sun form the 30,000-strong divine guard army to protect the temple. The commanders of these 30,000 divine guards were Tang Chen, Shen Daolu, and Shen Sun. Shen Sun is the grandfather of Sword Dolawa Chen Xin in the original novel. He is a level 98 peak Dolawa, just one step away from becoming a level 99 demigod. He later challenged Tang Chen multiple times but failed. Whether it's Chen Sun, Chen Jianjun, or Chen Xian, all 3 of them are considered geniuses in swordsmanship. 3 months ago, through Tang Chen's introduction, the 3 generations of the family recognized Yiyu as their master, and Yiyu also helped Chen Sun break through to the top level 3 god level. He has reached the same level as Qian Daolu and Tang Chen, becoming a 4th ring, 3rd level god. Originally, Tang Chen and Qian Daolu had only broken through to the 3rd level of the 3 divine rings, but in the past year, their strength has also increased. Especially after this world advanced to the realm of demigods 3 months ago, its strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Ha ha! Seeing everyone's congratulations, Yiyu laughed heartily, feeling great. Reward! With a wave of his hand, Yiyu unleashed countless drops of azure marrow from the sky, covering everyone in the temple. Boom! The azure marrow landed precisely on each person, unleashing powerful bursts of energy that shook the entire Sunset Temple. Those 33,000 people who felt their strength had increased were overjoyed. With each person receiving a drop of azure wave marrow, the 33,000 people all gained the strength of a tidal Dolawa in just a short time. At night, rain pattered on the banana leaves. After giving birth, Poseidon rested for an afternoon and returned to her peak condition. She exudes an even stronger maternal glow and possesses a more captivating charm. Poseidon's long hair danced in the air. Having not cultivated with Yiyu for almost 2 months, Poseidon was clearly obsessed with Yiyu. It continued until late at night before abruptly ending. Late at night, looking at Poseidon, who was even more rosy and tender in his arms, like a delicate rose that had been nourished by rain and dew, Yiyu's face was full of smiles. In the following days, not only Poseidon, but also the other women such as Tang Yuehua and Bibi Dong, experienced the same thing. Seeing that Poseidon had given birth to Yiyu's child, they naturally wanted to as well, and Yiyu naturally obliged. Meanwhile, Yiyu also spent the past month studying the rewards given by the system and the changes in the system. With the birth of the eldest daughter, Yifengxi, the system also unlocked a new function, System Guardian. This is equivalent to a passive skill. As long as the little girl doesn't encounter attacks stronger than Yiyu in the future, she can withstand them all. Moreover, in times of crisis, activating the system's protection allows Yiyu to directly cross space and arrive in front of the little girl. It's not just the little girl, all his children will be like this in the future, essentially gaining this passive skill. Most importantly, from this moment on, the cultivation return process officially begins. Cultivation points returned 1.3 years. Upon seeing this, Yiyu smiled. The returned cultivation points can be added to any cultivation level, skill, technique, domain, and understanding of laws by Night Rain. This is equivalent to adding points to the system. From this moment on, Night Rain truly begins to take off. System points added. Deep within the temple, Yiyu issued the order to add points without hesitation, directly adding them to the domain. Domain triple, progress 15%. From the time Yiyu comprehended the domain last March during the Lunar New Year to now, a little over a year later, Yiyu's domain has reached the 3rd level. This speed of comprehension is undeniably rapid. As Yi Yu finished speaking, a wave of enlightenment surged into Yi Yu's heart, simultaneously bringing her into a state of harmony with nature. Domain triple, progress 15%. Domain triple, progress 40%. Domain triple, progress 75%. Domain triple, 95% complete. Domain quadruple, progress 10%. In just a short while, Yi Yu's domain directly crossed the third domain and reached the fourth domain. Chapter 62 Gu Yuna and the Others' Defection. This wasn't the end of it. Yi Yu's comprehension of the domain was still progressing at an extremely rapid pace. Domain quadruple. Progress 15%. Domain quadruple. Progress 35%. Domain quadruple. Progress 55%. Domain quadruple. Progress 75%. Domain quadruple. Progress 95%. And the 1.3 years of cultivation return is also being rapidly depleted. He quickly surpassed the 4th level and reached the 5th level, but the 1.3 years of returned cultivation were also completely used up, and he finally settled at 35% of the 5th level. The 1.3 year cultivation bonus directly boosted Yi Yu's domain to level 5, 35%. Domain level 5, progress 35%. Hold head high. Inside the temple, 36 water dragons circled around Yi Yu, emitting a heart-stirring roar. 36 water dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, made the night rain seem like a celestial being descending to earth, and each water dragon contained the power to destroy the world. It truly possesses earth-shattering power. A single water dragon is enough to destroy a mountain range stretching for thousands of miles and sink a continent. Although the domain level only increased by a little over 2 levels, Yi Yu's strength increased several times over. This feeling is wonderful. Yi Yu treads on the void, her long, black hair flying wildly, her cloak rustling loudly. The 9 women below Poseidon, Iin, Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, Lu Erlong, Wang Qiuer, Xiao Wu, Aro, and Ning Dingling were both terrified and mesmerized. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Even if Poseidon and Iin, the 2 women who broke through to the 11th ring of the Supreme God, even if they possessed the laws of this world. Possessing the power of the fundamental laws, one can resonate with the laws of this world. But faced with the immense power of the night rain, neither of the 2 women could muster the slightest thought of resistance. The 9 women's eyes gleamed with wonder, their bodies trembled, and their legs involuntarily tightened. Then Yi Yu took out that peak bloodline potion again. The peak bloodline potion, displaying 9 colors and radiating a magnificent light, was immediately tilted back by Yi Yu without hesitation and drunk down. Boom! When the peak bloodline potion was ingested, the power to modify bloodlines spread directly throughout Yi Yu's body. The potion's power penetrated directly into Yi Yu's genes and soul. The process of discarding old genes and regenerating new ones is also refining the soul of Yi Yu. It is transforming the original nucleus of the night rain. Then, a large amount of high-grade wood crystals were absorbed by Yi Yu, and Yi Yu's cultivation level began to surge. When Yi Yu emerged from the secluded temple, she underwent another dramatic transformation. Level, Stellar Grade 6 Stellar Grade 9 Peak. Yi Yu's strength also broke through from the 6th level of the stellar level to the peak of the 9th level of the stellar level. With a little effort, Yi Yu can break through to the cosmic level directly. Bloodline First Class Bloodline Peak Bloodline. Yi Yu's bloodline was also upgraded from a first-class bloodline to a peak bloodline in the universe. Like the golden horned beast, it possesses the pinnacle of cosmic lineage. In the future, it will probably no longer be the 12th peak bloodline of the universe, but the 13th peak bloodline of the universe. With a bloodline at the pinnacle of the universe, even if one just eats and sleeps all day without cultivating, one can still evolve to the stellar level in 10 years. Evolving to the cosmic level in a century. It evolved to the level of a domain lord over 1,000 years. Evolved over 10,000 years to reach the level of a world lord. It takes more than 40,000 years to reach the peak of the 9th level of the realm lord. Of course, if there are special evolutionary methods and a large amount of energy to supplement it, this time can be shortened by 10 times or 100 times. Just like the golden horned beast in the original story, it evolved using a special combination of metals and reached the stellar level in just 1 year. It reached the cosmic level in less than 10 years, the domain lord level in less than 100 years, and the world lord level in just over 1,000 years. This is the true value of a bloodline from the pinnacle of the universe. Of course, at this time, Yi Yu's peak bloodline was still somewhat different from those of the 12 peak bloodlines. Because Yi Yu's peak bloodline was cultivated later in life. One lacks innate secret techniques. Neither of them are naturally close to any particular law, nor do they become the darlings of any particular law. For example, the golden horned beast is a favorite of the law of gold, and its speed in comprehending the law of gold is unparalleled. Furthermore, the Demon Slayer clan are favored by the laws of space, and they can comprehend the laws of space with ease. However, regardless of the circumstances, Yiyu's heaven rewards diligence, and one certificate is eternal already surpasses other talent secrets by 10 or 100 times. Moreover, this innate secret technique can be passed down to his children. My husband, I want a child too. As Aru watched the night rain, her dress slowly slipped down, revealing her exquisite beauty. Aru's eyes were alluring, her gaze already hazy and indistinct. Yiyu chuckled, looked at the stunningly beautiful woman, lifted her smooth, rounded chin, and then kissed Aru's sexy red lips. After a long while, their lips parted, and he looked at Aru's charming face. Then Yiyu placed her directly on the stone table and lifted her long, slender legs. 3 months ago, on the day Aru became a god, Yiyu asked Aru to wait for him, and of course, he kept his word. That very night, Yiyu took the stunningly beautiful woman into his room. Nourished by the night rain, Aru has become even more mature and charming, her gourd-shaped figure resembling a ripe peach. One bite and it's bursting with juice, making Yiyu absolutely love it. A month later, the Sunset Forest Temple became lively again. The entire manor was filled with joy, and guests came and went in an endless stream, all because today was the little girl's full moon celebration. The little girl's second-class bloodline is indeed exceptionally gifted. They can crawl 7 days after birth, walk with support after half a month, walk steadily after a month, and start speaking, calling out daddy and mommy. This is equivalent to the ability of a child who is a little over 1 year old. Everyone is overjoyed that the child is growing up healthily. The baby's full moon celebration. Almost everyone who was supposed to come from the entire Dolua continent, the 2 great empires, the major families, the Spirit Hall, the 7 sects, and Sea God Island had arrived. The people of Poseidon Island, in particular, were the most excited. After Poseidon became a god more than a year ago, the entire island of Poseidon basically forgot about him. Because their high priest Poseidon was the new god, and that was their new faith. As former subordinates of Poseidon, the 2 women, Little White the Great White Shark and Leah, the leader of the Mermaid clan, were also summoned by Poseidon to the Sunset Temple to become Poseidon's personal maids and take care of the little girl. Yiyu was not stingy and rewarded the 2 women with 2 transformation pills. The last time Poseidon was pregnant, she was rewarded with 10 transformation pills. Wang Xiu'er, Xiaowu, and Aro took 3 of them, and now there are 7 left. Then, as the representative of the Soul Beast race, Gu Yuna arrived with Biji, Ziji, the newly subdued Shuedi and Bingdi, as well as Di Tian and others. The banquet lasted for 3 days before everyone reluctantly dispersed. You want to pledge your allegiance to me? Inside the magnificent temple, Yiyu sat on the throne on the high platform in the center of the temple. Holding his daughter Yifengxi in his arms, he looked down at Gu Yuna, Baiji, Ziji, Bingdi, Shuedi, and Di Tian, among others, and said with amusement. Chapter 63 Gu Yuna, by Ji, Ziji, Shuedi, Bingdi. In the magnificent and resplendent temple, Yiyu sat high on the throne above the temple. To the left of Yiyu are 4 women, Poseidon, Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, and Lu Erlong. To the right of Yiyu are 4 girls, Ain, Aro, Wang Xiu'er, and Xiaowu. Yiyu held the little girl Yifengxi in his arms. After the little girl could walk and run, she became very mischievous, flying up and down on Yiyu's body like a koala. Yiyu picked up the little girl and handed her to her mother, Poseidon, before looking down at Gu Yuna and the others below. Below, Gu Yuna, Ziji, Baiji, Shuedi, Bingdi, Di Tian, Xiangjun, Shi Wang, and others knelt on the ground, showing respect and submission to Yiyu. None of them felt humiliated. In the world of spirit beasts, only bloodlines matter, only the strong matter, the strong are respected, and the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Submitting to the strong is a matter of course, and the strong can even take everything away from the weak. At this moment, Yiyu sat high on the divine throne, even though he did not exude any power. But the invisible pressure made the people below the hall afraid to even breathe. Especially under the watchful eyes of the night rain, they felt as if they could be seen through, and that they had no secrets left. Powerful. That's incredible. Even Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King, felt that everyone above her was stronger than her. Especially Yiyu, Poseidon, and Ain, Gu Yuna felt that it would be no easier for them to crush her than to crush an ant. Even Wang Xiu'er and Xiaowu, whom I had only met a few months ago. At that time, with her control over the power of the 9 elements, defeating the 2 women would not have been difficult. At this time, Xiaowu and Wang Xiu'er had already become gods, and their true combat power had long surpassed hers. This is Yiyu's method. Seeing this, everyone, including Gu Yuna and the others, as well as Bingdi and Shuedi, had burning desire in their eyes. Your Majesty, the great and supreme God, we are not surrendering, but acknowledging you as our master and becoming your eternal servants. You may place a divine soul restriction on us, so that we will never betray you. Gu Yuna's voice echoed in the hall, startling Yi Yu and the other women, including Poseidon. Neither Yi Yu nor the other women expected Gu Yuna to have such great courage. Looking at Biji, Ziji, Shuedi, Bingdi, Ditian, and the others, none of them seemed to be acting strangely, which clearly indicated that this was all something they had planned together. In fact, Yi Yu and the other women did not know that this was a last-minute change of plans after they arrived at the Sunset Temple in Medellin, Aro, Wangqior, and Xiaowu. The four were originally soul beasts in human form, but the treatment they received here in Yi Yu was far too good. Clearly, Yi Yu truly regarded the four women Ain, Wangqior, Aro, and Xiaowu as his wives and women. Oh, tell me your reasons? Yi Yu asked with great interest. Actually, once Doluwa Star completes its advancement, the laws of the God Realm will no longer affect you. I believe you have also sensed the changes on Doluwa Star, and that the suppression of the laws within yourselves has lessened. At that time, without the suppression of the law that prevents soul beasts from becoming gods, you will be able to become gods through your own abilities. Therefore, you don't actually need to do this, you don't even need to come to me for help, nor do you need my protection. Yi Yu looked at the people below with amusement. At the same time, he looked towards the void of Doluwa Star, where a special treasure was being nurtured, which was the new God Realm Central Hub. Once the new God Realm Central Hub is fully developed, Doluwa Star will be able to truly ascend to the God Realm. At that time, Doluwa Star will be on equal footing with the God Realm. No, Your Majesty, the great and supreme God, we still desire your protection, if not for your generous offerings. Gu Yuna said a lot, but the core meaning can be summarized in 2 points. First, without night rain, this world could not have advanced. As the world progresses, the native creatures will naturally benefit greatly, and they come with gratitude. Second, even if this world is promoted to a new divine realm, who will be in charge of the new divine realm and the old divine realm? The two divine realms are so close together that conflict is inevitable in the future. Whether the new God Realm will devour the old God Realm or the old God Realm will devour the new God Realm depends on the strength of the powerful beings in each God Realm. And with powerful figures like Yi Yu, as well as supreme gods like Poseidon and Ain, in Doluwa continent, what more needs to be said? And most importantly, they actually had no choice. If the old God Realm were to devour the new God Realm, the ironclad rule that soul beasts could not become gods would not change. Moreover, this ironclad rule will become even stronger as the old God Realm devours the new God Realm. They will never have a chance to rise above their circumstances. Of course, the most important thing is Yi Yu himself, Yi Yu's strength, and Yi Yu's attitude towards Ain, Aro, Wangqior, and Xiaowu. You want to be my woman? After listening for a while, Yi Yu finally understood that Gu Yuna's core message was that she wanted to become Yi Yu's woman, which made Yi Yu chuckle. Yi Yu looked down at the 5 women below, Gu Yuna, Ziji, Baiji, Bingdi, and Shuedi. The 5 women were indeed very beautiful. Not only were their features exquisite, but each of them also had a full bust, slender waist, perky buttocks, and long legs, so tall that you couldn't see their toes when they looked down. Moreover, each of the 5 women has her own unique charm. Gu Yuna possesses the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King, and her innate nobility and elegance are complemented by her queenly demeanor. Bridget exudes the peaceful aura of nature. She is a woman of ultimate grace and elegance. She is elegant and graceful, like a swan. Yes, she herself is an emerald swan, a typical virtuous wife and loving mother. Murasaka's true form is a hellish demon dragon, and she is one of the few people who have inherited the pure bloodline of the dragon god. She possesses the noble elegance of a dragon, as well as the ultimate sexiness and allure of a demon queen. This is a woman who combines nobility and elegance with sex appeal, making her very alluring and sensual. As for Hyotai and Yukiti? Hyotai is petite and delicate, a legal lowly, and a typical childlike face with large breasts. The Snow Empress is as aloof as a snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains, and as noble as a goddess descended from heaven. The 5 women were all stunningly beautiful and possessed unparalleled charm, whether in appearance or temperament. However, the 5 women at this time did not have their true appearances. Those who did not choose to take human form, their appearance is merely a figment of their imagination. Poseidon, Ain, Tanguehua, and Bibi Dong initially looked puzzled, but then all showed expressions of no surprise. It would be strange if Yi Yu's excellence didn't arouse the lust of these women. Inside the manor, among the 3,000 maids, which one didn't dream of climbing into Yi Yu's bed and becoming his woman? In the end, they all gave Yi Yu a charmingly disdainful look, then chuckled, and the 8 women vanished from the spot. The intentions of the 5 women, Gu Yuna, Bai Ji, Zg, Shui Di, and Bing Di, were directly exposed by Yu. Chapter 64. Take it down, and return once again. At this moment, the women's pretty faces were flushed, and they wished they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. At the same time, I was filled with anticipation, but I was also filled with more trepidation and unease. The magnificent temple was completely silent, you could hear a pin drop. At some point, Di Tian, the Crimson King, Xiong Jun, the Demon King, and others also left the main hall. Only Yu and the 5 women, Gu Yuna, Bai Ji, Zg, Shui Di, and Bing Di, remained in the main hall. Yu also stepped down from the throne and came before the 5 women, Gu Yuna, Bai Ji, Zg, Shui Di, and Bing Di. As the night rain drew closer, the 5 women's hearts pounded wildly. The strong masculine scent emanating from Yu made the 5 women feel dizzy and their bodies hot. Raise your head. With a smile on her lips, Yu reached out and lifted Gu Yuna's smooth, round chin. When Yu touched her with his finger, Gu Yuna trembled all over and almost collapsed to the ground. Then Yu also lifted the chins of Bai Ji, Zg, Shui Di, and Bing Di, making the 4 women raise their heads as well. Just like Gu Yuna, the 4 women's legs involuntarily tightened. Looking at the 5 beauties before him, each with their own unique charm and unparalleled elegance, Yu nodded in satisfaction. Eat it. Then Yu took out the remaining 5 transformation pills, one for each of the 5 women. Gurgle. Looking at the 5 pills in front of them, Gu Yuna, Bai Ji, Zg, Shui Di, and Bing Di instinctively felt a desire. They all unconsciously swallowed, wanting to swallow it whole. What's this? Gu Yuna, dressed in a moon-white palace gown, her ample bosom seemingly about to break free from its constraints, couldn't help but ask. Although they longed to devour it whole, the laws of nature tell us that the more tempting and beautiful something is, the more poisonous it often is. What? You just said you were willing to acknowledge me as your master and to place a sole restriction on me, but now you're afraid I'll harm you? Yu said with a half-smile. No. The 5 women blushed again as Yu watched them, then steeled themselves and swallowed the pills. This is a transformation pill. After you eat it, you will be able to truly transform into human form, and your strength will be perfectly preserved. As soon as Yu finished speaking, the 5 women fell into a deep sleep before they could even react. Then a large number of silk threads emerged from the 5 women's bodies, and after a moment, the 5 women were wrapped in these silk threads. 2 months passed quickly. Since the 5 women Gu Yuna, Bai Ji, Zg, Shui Di, and Bing Di have come knocking on my door, Yu isn't one to be coy. Since it's all been delivered right to my door, Yu naturally has to accept it, especially since it also has the blessing of the original work. 2 months ago, the 5 women swallowed the transformation pill given to them by Yu, and then they truly transformed into human form. All the women are of good blood. After transforming, both Ice Emperor and Purple Princess reached level 97, titled Doluo. Women like Shui Di and Bai Ji, who had cultivated for over 700,000 years, directly reached the level 99 peerless titled Doluo after transforming into human form. Gu Yuna inherited half of the dragon god's power and mastered the power of the 9 elements, making her a top-tier first-level god. Her abilities have long exceeded expectations. Therefore, the moment she transformed, the ironclad rule that soul beasts could not become gods no longer applied to her. This made Gu Yuna overjoyed, and she almost burst into tears on the spot. She immediately broke through to godhood, reaching the level of a first-level god with 8 divine rings, and then Yu directly sent her to Qingyun. With the powerful infusion of the universe's origin from the night rain, Gu Yuna directly broke through to the strength of a 9-ringed god king. She became the 3rd woman among all the women in night rain to reach the level of a god king, after Poseidon and Ain. Meanwhile, the other women, including Tang Yuehua, Bibi Don, and Lu Erlong, were still lingering around the 8 gods ring. Name, Gu Yuna. Rank, 9 Ring God King. Bloodline Silver Dragon King Bloodline 6th grade Bloodline. Genes 1.5 times. Soul 1.5 times. Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna's bloodline is quite good, so Yu directly gave the rewards binding slot to Gu Yuna. That very night, to express her gratitude, Gu Yuna and Yu consummated their relationship. Yu put his arm around Gu Yuna's waist, then lifted her legs and strode into the room. One by one, the long palace dresses slipped down, soon revealing a perfect work of art. Seeing Gu Yuna's flushed face, Yu placed her directly on the bed. Soon, beautiful singing filled the room. Only after Gu Yuna became Yu's true woman did she understand why she reacted so strongly when Yu touched her. Then, like the other girls, he became obsessed with Yu. More. Gu Yuna flipped over again and sat directly on Yiyu's lap, wrapping her long legs around Yiyu's waist and looking at Yiyu with seductive eyes. After becoming a real woman, Gu Yuna had almond-shaped eyes and peach-blossom cheeks, and her eyes and brows had become more spring-like and more charming as a young woman. Yiyu raised his eyebrows, looking at Gu Yuna with amusement, thinking that she was really bad at the game but loved to play. Over the next 2 months, Yiyu also won over the 4 women, Bai Ji, Ziji, Shuedi, and Bing Di. They became the true women of the Night Reign. Gu Yuna's noble elegance, Bai Ji's gentle grace, Ziji's alluring charm, Shuedi's ethereal beauty, and Bing Di's delicate charm made Yiyu fall in love with them all. With Yiyu's help, the 4 girls broke through to level 120 or higher in just 2 months. Dolua Star has now advanced to the demigod realm and is moving towards the true god realm, with its upper limit increasing every day. Dolua Star is changing every day now, with the level cap increasing from 125 months ago to 125 today. Then Yiyu had 13 women in this world. Boom! A silver fighter jet, hundreds of meters long, pierced the sky, soaring straight into the heavens at speeds exceeding Mach 100. Then it flew beyond Dolua Star. The starry sky is vast and magnificent. The women were amazed as they saw the full picture of the world they lived in for the first time. They were also amazed by the power of technology, such as the warship they were currently aboard. Over the next few days, Yiyu led the women on a tour of the entire Dolua continent, and then they also visited the Sun and Moon continent on the other side. How delightful! By this time, Yiyu had spent half a year in the Dolua world, and it was time for her to leave. Upon learning that Yiyu was leaving again, Yiyu once again comforted the women. At night, Yiyu withdrew from Hyodai, the legally recognized lowly, and then took back the arm of Shuedi and Shou beside her. Just as Yiyu was about to get up, she was tightly embraced from behind by a voluptuous and delicate body. Want more? Looking at the alluring Ziji in his arms, Yiyu chuckled and had no choice but to kiss the sexy red lips of the person in his arms again. Then he once again lifted up Murasaka's long, straight legs. Chapter 65 The Primal Cosmic Will descends. In the Dolua continent, in that strange space that is being nurtured, all the women gathered together. Poseidon, Ian, Tanguatwa, Bibi Dong, Luerlong, Wangchor, Shaowu, Oro, Guyuna, Baiji, Ziji, Bingdi, Shuedi. There's also Ning Dingling with Yifengshi, Xiao by the great white shark with the demon soul, and the mermaid Lia. This strange space that is being nurtured is the central hub of the god realm that is being nurtured in the Dolua continent. This emerging divine realm hub was built solely by the efforts of Poseidon and Ain. Of course, now we also need to add Gu Yuna, who has broken through to the 9th Ring God King. Gu Yuna's breakthrough also played a significant role in accelerating the formation of the divine realm. Therefore, this place is basically unguarded against the 3 women. Coming here is basically no different from coming home. If you want to accelerate the formation of this divine realm's central hub, the best way is to break through your current realm. If Cece and Ian, you two break through to the 12th ring of Supreme God, this place might be able to complete its formation in a year or 2. Breakthroughs in a short time? It's not that easy. Ain shook her head and laughed. Even she received an SSS-level bloodline potion from Yiyu, which elevated her blue-silver emperor bloodline to the 1st tier. Breaking through to the 12th ring of the Supreme God is not easy. It will take at least 3 to 5 years. Moreover, the fact that she and her elder sister Poseidon were able to achieve the 11th ring of Supreme Godhood was entirely due to the energy and drugs that Night Reign used to build up. They now feel that their own strength is somewhat lacking. If it weren't for the fact that I could cultivate with Yiyu every day to solidify my foundation, I could also engage in a lot of battles in the virtual world every day. There were also various cultivation techniques given by Yiyu, including Phoenix Cry Chapter, Gluttonous Secret Technique, Basic Secret Technique for Martial Artists, Basic Secret Technique for Controllers, Subduing Dragon in the Vast Sea, and World Destruction. If it weren't for the various cultivation methods to help them manage their issues, they would probably have run into problems long ago. They need time to reflect and process things. If Yuehua, Donger, Erlong, Shoer, Xiaowu, Aru, Biji, Ziji, Binger, and Shuer also break through to the God King realm, it will accelerate this process. Tang Yuehua, Bibi Dong, Luerlong, Wangchor, Xiaowu, and Aru have all reached the 8th level first-class god. Breaking through to the 9th Ring God King level will take about a year and a half. Of course, if you unify the entire Dolua Star and unify the faith, you can also accelerate the formation of this god realm. Is your husband a god from another realm? Gu Yuna asked somewhat wistfully. The woman looked at Yiyu with a resentful gaze, as did the other women. In particular, the 5 women, Gu Yuna, Baiji, Ziji, Shuedi, and Bingdi. They had only been Yiyu's women for 2 months, just as they were beginning to enjoy the experience, and now Yi Yu was about to leave. With Yi Yu's popular science explanation and the demonstration in the virtual space, the women also learned about the concept of the universe. They also learned that there is more than one divine realm in this universe. There are countless worlds in the universe just like the divine realm. No, you can think of it as me coming from another universe, not within this one. Yi Yu shook his head and pulled Ayin and Xiao Wu's voluptuous bodies into his arms. Then his large hand reached directly into Ayin's skirt, and Ayin collapsed into Yi Yu's arms. Another universe? The women were stunned by these words. The vastness of one universe exceeded their imagination. What was the other universe like? Since they started following Yi Yu, their values have been constantly challenged. We want to unify Dolua Star. Then unify the God realm, and then Poseidon said. The other women exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. Upon seeing this, Yi Yu couldn't help but chuckle. How could a few words have stirred up the women's ambition? However, this is for the best, since Poseidon, Ayin, Bibi Dong, and Gu Yuna were not weak women to begin with. Aside from being love-struck, none of them are exactly the typical demure women. It's good to give them something to do, otherwise they'll get sick from being idle. Besides, strong women are more attractive. In September of Earth calendar 2058, Yi Yu left the Dolua world amidst the reluctant gazes of the women. When Yi Yu reappeared, he returned to the underground secret room of the Jiangnan Mountain and Water Community. Just as Yi Yu was about to take stock of what she had gained from this trip back to the Dolua world, that's when. Boom! In the few breaths between the appearance of the night rain, the whole world fell silent. A vast and imposing force, utterly irresistible, descended upon this cosmic expanse. Faced with this power, not to mention Yi Yu, even immortal gods would appear insignificant. What happened? Yi Yu's body was frozen in place, and the surrounding space and time seemed to be frozen as well. Then Yi Yu felt a surge of energy appear out of nowhere at the location of his Dantian core in his chest. This energy, in a domineering and forceful manner, directly enveloped Yi Yu's primordial core. Buzz. Then, under this mysterious power, Yi Yu's primordial core began to change. It was undergoing a metamorphosis. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The primordial core of the night rain emitted various colors, eventually turning into black and white, which then faded away, transforming into a hazy chaos. The seemingly hazy and chaotic gray-white color contains endless mysteries. This incredible power, after transforming Yi Yu's primordial core, then directly penetrated into Yi Yu's primordial core world. Night Rain was horrified. His soul was still within the primordial core world. If this power. Could it be? At that moment, Yi Yu shuddered, and her pupils suddenly contracted. This is the descent of the primordial cosmic will. This unstoppable pressure was not only domineering, but also had a warmth like returning to a mother's embrace. Why did the primordial cosmic will descend? Those who have read the original novel know that the moment a perfect lifeform is achieved is when the genes are multiplied by 10,081. Then the primordial cosmic will descend and bestow innate secret techniques as a reward. In the original novel, Luo Feng received a reward from the primordial will of the universe, which granted him the innate secret technique I am the universe. He didn't even reach 10,081 times the perfect gene. He was still a long way from having a perfect gene. Could it be because of my bloodline that is at the pinnacle of the universe? That's right, the changes in myself could only have occurred after I drank the peak bloodline potion in the Dolua world and achieved peak bloodline. Could this be a reward from the primordial will of the universe? Boom! Before Yi Yu could think any further, her consciousness was suddenly stretched and then elevated. Then Yi Yu's consciousness arrived in a chaotic space. The hazy, chaotic space seemed endless, filled with countless points of light, densely packed and innumerable. Call out. At that moment, among the countless points of light, one of them suddenly shone brightly. The dazzling light completely overshadowed the faint light emitted by the other points of light. Chapter 66 Innate Secret Technique, Tenfold Burst. No, it's not that it's glowing, it's that it's rapidly approaching the night rain. Having read the original novel, Yi Yu knew what it was a secret innate technique. So Yi Yu didn't try to dodge it, though of course, he couldn't dodge it anyway. Boom! The light point hurtled towards Yi Yu at a speed exceeding the speed of light, and then a series of images appeared in Yi Yu's consciousness. Hold head high. A black, five-clawed dragon, stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers and blotting out the sun, stomped across the sky, carrying boundless giant waves. Boom! The black, five-clawed dragon roared, its cry shattering the heavens and turning swaths of starlight into nothingness. Shocking! An indescribable shock penetrated the very soul of Yu. However, Yu forgot these images in an instant. They couldn't be ingrained in her mind at all. Then, an endless stream of information flooded into Yu's mind. Bang! Immediately afterward, Yu felt a sudden darkness before her eyes, and then her consciousness returned directly to her body. The primordial cosmic will comes quickly and goes quickly. Only Yu could sense it, while the entire manor outside, even the entire Black Dragon Empire, and even this starfield, felt nothing at all. Yu was excited. He never expected that he would receive a secret innate talent bestowed upon him by the primordial will of the universe. Even Yu, who had read the original novel, couldn't figure out the intricacies of this matter. With this innate secret technique bestowed by the primordial universe, Yu's position as the 13th peak bloodline is now secure. Yu disregarded everything else and immediately closed her eyes to sense the surroundings. Soon, Yu sensed two complex patterns deep within her soul. These two patterns were etched into Yu's soul as if carved by a knife and axe. These two pictures are extremely complex, and Yu cannot understand them, let alone their profound meaning. However, the methods used to create these two paintings were directly imprinted into Yu's instincts. Night Rain doesn't need to know the principles behind it, she knows directly how to use it. The two pictures, one of which depicts the secret technique Heaven Rewards Diligence that Yu first obtained. The other painting is titled The Body of Mysterious Water. The Shen Shui body not only has an innate affinity with the laws of water, but also grants Yu an unparalleled speed of comprehension of the laws of water. Moreover, once the Shen Shui body is activated, it can unleash 10 times the combat power of Yu. 10 times the combat power. Upon seeing this, Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, knowing that even the golden horned beast's innate secret technique, enhancement, only doubled its combat power. The combat power of devouring the world equals base level strength gene multiplier power exertion multiplier talent secret technique amplitude secret technique burning divine power treasure. This combat power conversion is multiplicative, not additive. Having an additional talent or secret technique, when amplified, can result in 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, or even 100,000-fold increase in combat power. Seeing this, Yu was in a great mood. With just this one innate secret technique, Yu surpassed others with several innate secret techniques. After experiencing it for a while, Yu's understanding of the law of water became much clearer. If this applies to the laws of water, then it goes without saying that it applies to the realm of water. Boom! Yu immediately activated the mysterious water body, unleashing 10 times the power from her body, which distorted the surrounding space. Most importantly, the Shen Shui body did not cause any burden to Yu. Very good. Yu pointed directly with her finger, and with a soft poof, the force of her finger penetrated the B9 grade alloy wall, which was over a meter thick. 10 times the explosive power, plus Yu's own 12 times the gene and soul, and 35 times the exertion, equals 8,400 times the power of a 9th order star. With 8,400 times the combat power of others of the same level, how terrifying is that? Even an ordinary 9th level universe level Night Rain could fight against it. Characters like Nuo Lanshan can be instantly defeated by Yu. The terrifying power erupted, leaving a small hole the size of a thumb in the B9 level wall. Tyrannical. Overbearing. Its penetrating power is unparalleled. After calming down, Yu opened her attribute panel. Name, Night Rain. Age, 34. Level, peak of the 9th rank of the stellar realm. Cultivation techniques, Dragon and Phoenix Harmony, Gluttonous Gluttony Secret Technique, Subduing Dragon in the Vast Sea. Skill Basic Martial Arts Secret Technique 35x Power. Skill Masters Basic Secret Technique 35x Power. Domain 5-fold Progress 55%. Talent Heaven Rewards Diligence, Shen Shui Physique. The law of water 35% unfamiliar. Law Spatial Laws not yet grasped 0.01%. Bloodline Peak Bloodline Progress 2%. Genes 12.5 times. Soul 12.5 times. Refund of cultivation level 1 year. This is what Yu has gained in the Doluo world over the past 6 months. His cultivation, bloodline, genes, and soul have all improved significantly. Its power output has also increased by 35 times, which is considered excellent among 9th order stars. Well, it can only be considered excellent, not top-notch. In the original work, for the meteorite star lineage, an apprentice level is considered qualified if they exert 9 times their power, a planetary level is considered qualified if they exert 18 times their power, and a stellar level is considered qualified if they exert 27 times their power. Then the domain level was raised to the 5th level. The most important thing is the law of water, which has been improved to 35%. I believe that in 2 or 3 years, you will be able to step into the threshold of the law, that is, enter the law of water. Then there was the year of cultivation that brought him back to life. Yu hadn't expected the little girl Yifengshi to be so capable, returning a year's worth of cultivation to Yu in just 3 months. After thinking for a moment, Yu decided to put aside her cultivation efforts for the past year and wait until she had accumulated more before making any moves. Boom! Then Yu took out the Chaos Steel and placed it directly in the center of the underground. The Chaos Monument, standing 100 meters tall, with its body surrounded by chaotic energy, was placed on the ground, causing the entire underground chamber to tremble. Fortunately, the underground chamber in Yeyu was large and tall enough, otherwise it wouldn't have been able to accommodate this 100-meter-tall Chaos Steel. Night Rain is associated with the water element, and among the women, several others are also associated with the water element. The 3 sisters, Fu Junyu 3rd sister, Bai Susu 6th sister, and Yao Bingxue 8th sister, are all of the water element. Placed here, the 3 women can also come here to meditate. The door to the secret room opened, and Yu stepped out, where the women had been waiting for a long time. The moment Yu appeared in the secret room, all the women knew that Yu had returned. The group was led by 4 women, eldest sister Tang Qin, second sister Jiang Feng, Vinina, and Yao Rao. The 4 women are over 7 months pregnant and their bellies are starting to show, with their bellies protruding high. The 4 women all radiated maternal glow after becoming pregnant. Then there are 8 women, Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Shua, Yao Bingxue, Su Hongdo, and Su Shangxi. I'm back. Yu chuckled and went straight up to give each of the 12 women a hug. You still know how to come back. The eldest sister, Tang Qin, gave Yu a charmingly disdainful look. The other women were the same. They hadn't expected that Yu's departure would last for half a year. No way. It's best not to argue with women, but to let actions speak for themselves. Yu chuckled and pulled his eldest sister, Tang Qin, into his arms. Then he simply grabbed her by the knees and strode into the room. She's over 7 months pregnant, so the safe period is long over and she can have sex. After that, Yu didn't go anywhere else, but instead comforted the women in Qin Fong Garden. Yu had been gone for half a year, and they were all craving it terribly. Then, incidentally, he also promoted his carefully selected 10,000 personal guards. Chapter 67: The Current State of Earth. Yu spent a week indulging in wild and unrestrained behavior with the women before finally starting to learn about the current global situation. First is the Palace of War. The War God Palace is no longer as loosely organized as before, or rather, its nature has changed somewhat since Night Rain formed his personal guard. Then the War God Palace also moved from online to offline, and its headquarters were set up in Jiangnan Base City. Since Yu basically doesn't handle anything, the War God Palace is essentially run by the eldest sister Tang Qin and the second sister Jiang Feng. The 2 women have now become the de facto controllers of the War God Palace. Secondly, martial artists are emerging all over the world like mushrooms after rain. Firstly, the large-scale cultivation of medicinal herbs used in the neutralizing agent formula has greatly reduced the cost of the neutralizing agent. Secondly, the HR Alliance developed Type 1 and Type 2 agents with lower costs based on Night Rain's neutralizing agent formula. Type 1 and Type 2 potions are 2 types of potions that are effective against ordinary beast soldiers and beast generals. The widespread availability of these 2 medicines led to a rapid surge and increase in the number of martial artists worldwide. Today, the number of registered martial artists worldwide has reached 68 million, approaching 70 million. How can there be so many? Yu asked, somewhat surprised. Yu remembers that in December of last year, there were only 24 million martial artists worldwide. In just 9 months, the number of martial artists has nearly doubled. Of course, it's because of the Type 1 and Type 2 potions. Vinina said, taking out 2 sky blue potions and giving them to Night Rain. The cost of 1 dose of this Type 1 drug is less than 30,000, and the global unified price is 50,000. 1 dose can neutralize 100 kilograms of flesh and blood of a beast soldier. Nowadays, processed beast-grade flesh and blood on the market costs less than 1,000 yuan per kilogram. A senior student at a martial arts school can break through to become a martial artist by eating a pound of meat every day for several months. Upon hearing Vinina's explanation, Yu immediately understood. Over the decades, with a global population of over 7 billion, there have been countless advanced students who haven't yet broken through to become martial artists. Even if there aren't a billion, there are still 600 or 700 million senior students at the martial arts school. These advanced students at martial arts schools can become martial artists by gritting their teeth and spending tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. Why not? As a result, the War God Palace predicts that the number of martial artists worldwide will reach approximately 600 million within the next 2 years. 10 years from now, the number of martial artists is expected to reach 1.2 billion. Who developed this medicine? Yi Yu asked. Guess? Vinina said with a playful smile. Vinina was already naturally sexy and charming, and this playful smile revealed even more of her allure, making Yi Yu restless. Hee hee. Yi Yu chuckled and pulled Vanina's voluptuous body into his arms, then reached his hand inside her halter dress. Vanina's delicate body trembled, and then she collapsed weakly into Yi Yu's arms. The women stared intently, all rolling their eyes at Vinina and secretly calling her a slut. It was developed by that little girl Yongqing. Vinina, rewarded by the night rain, had a blush on her beautiful face, making her even more charming. So it was her. Yi Yu said knowingly. If it was Tang Yongqing, Yi Yu wouldn't be surprised. Thirdly, the number of planetary-level people worldwide is now approaching 6,000. Yes, that's right, 6,000 people. With Yi Yu and the others breaking through to the stellar level, Yi Yu no longer needed to be stingy. Therefore, the eldest and second eldest sisters were allowed to loosen their control over the advanced neutralizing agent once again. With advanced neutralizing agents and Yi Yu's breakthrough techniques, almost every day more than a dozen advanced war gods in China break through to the planetary level. In China today, there are nearly 2,000 people who have broken through to the planetary level. Then, of the remaining 4,000 people, 3,000 were basically from the Extreme Martial Arts School, the Thunder Martial Arts School, and the HR Alliance. The HR Alliance among the three has risen against the trend, surpassing the Limitless Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School, and has reached a planetary level of about 1,500 people. The remaining 1,500 people were divided roughly equally between the two martial arts schools. The remaining 1,000 people were from the other 4 major countries and more than 20 independent base cities. Therefore, of the 10 elders of the War God Palace, besides Tang Qin, Zhang Fong, Hong, Lei Shen, and Jiai, there are 5 others. The remaining 4 elders were also replaced. The remaining 4 elders have now all become members of the Chinese side. The 4 substitutes for these positions are Li Dawei, Wu Chengwang, Yan Nantian, and Lan Ran. Whether it was Mohanson, East, Sokolov, or Singh, they all lost to Li Dawei, Wu Chengwang, Yan Nantian, and Lan Ran. Today, China has fully grasped global discourse power and has become a true behemoth. In today's China, unifying the world is just a matter of a word. This can be considered a great national revival. 6,000 planetary-level beings, 60 million martial artists, that's the current global strength. This is precisely why the pressure on the world to combat animal hordes has been greatly reduced. Fourthly, with the emergence of a large number of top players in the country, the 3 base cities that were initially planned were recently completed. Currently, China controls 12 base cities, including 3 in Southeast Asia. With the completion of the 3 base cities and the large-scale migration of people, the major base cities are no longer as crowded as before. The next phase of the base city plan has also directly reached as many as 6. Fifth is the HR Alliance, which has almost achieved a comprehensive industrial upgrade. Today, the HR Alliance has more than 3,000 factories under its umbrella, and its technology, equipment, and machine tools have all been fully upgraded. All A-level technologies have also fully matured. For example, the HR Alliance can now produce a grade source force armor and a grade source force weapons. If the A9 fighter jet were to reach full production capacity, hundreds could be manufactured in a single month. To build a Class B fighter jet, all that's missing is a Class B engine. It's important to know that Class B fighter jets are capable of reaching the speed of light and entering the dark universe. The 6th issue is the matter of the Imperial Guard, which has now expanded to 30,000 men. Under Yi Yu's tireless nurturing and the baptism of the Azure Marrow, the previous 10,000 people all broke through to the planetary level. Moreover, they are all at least planetary level 4. That's right, all 10,000 people have now reached the 4th level of planetary rank or above. If the power of 10,000 4th-tier planetary experts were released, it would definitely cause a global earthquake. The remaining 20,000 people have all reached the advanced war god level. All that Yi Yu needs is a breakthrough technique, and these 20,000 people can immediately break through to the planetary level. The 30,000-strong personal guard consisted of 3 commanders and 30 deputy commanders. Yi Yu even spotted many familiar faces among them. For example, Su Exayan, Lu Ting, Li Qi, Tang Yongqing, Zhao Rua, Janet, Li Xiaoning, Gong Miaomiao, Gong Yanyan, Diana, Athena, Jinnan, and other women. All the women are now close to Yi Yu, or to his women. They can be considered part of the direct line. Chapter 68 Ruins Number 9, Sweeping the Globe. Therefore, Yi Yu did not mistreat them with ample resources, they all basically broke through to the 7th level of the planetary realm or above. Yi Yu also bestowed upon him a simplified version of the Taotai secret method. It was precisely because of this simplified version of the Taotai secret method that they were able to break through so quickly. Come on. Drink this. Having learned about the current state of the earth, Yi Yu flipped his hand and took out his spoils. Yi Yu obtained 19 peak bloodline potions during her return to the Doluwa world. After using it, Yi Yu had 18 left. Looking at the 12 women in front of her, Yi Yu took out 12 of them. Yi Yu had no intention of storing these things, she would use them when needed. First, the night rain was meant to enhance the bloodlines of all the women. Second, the night rain was also for the children in the bellies of Tangqin, Zhangfang, Vinina, and Yao Rao. One person drinks the bloodline potion, and 2 people benefit, why not? Thirdly, Yi Yu also wanted to see if raising the 12 women's bloodlines to their peak would attract the primordial cosmic will, just like he had. Then you will receive the talent arcane reward. The women looked at the bloodline potion in Yi Yu's hand, initially puzzled, since they had all taken it before. This is a more advanced bloodline potion. Yi Yu explained to the women, which immediately made their eyes light up. They knew the power of this bloodline potion, so upon receiving it, the women immediately tilted their heads back and drank it down. Boom! 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 As the women drank the potion, powerful forces erupted throughout the manor. The 12 forces, surpassing the level of stars, directly shook the entire Jiangnan Bay City, and then directly shook the world. South America, Amazon, Ruins Number 9. Boom! As the gate to Ruins Number 9 roared open, the guards of Ruins Number 9 looked at Yi Yu with utmost awe. First Elder, please, the crowd said respectfully to Yi Yu. Yi Yu nodded, then strolled inside. A month had passed since the last time Tang Qin and the others drank the peak bloodline potion. A month ago, after the 12 women drank the potion, their bloodlines were directly pushed to the peak of the universe. Then, with the help of the bloodline enhancement brought by the bloodline potion, the 12 women broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the stellar realm. To Yi Yu's delight, the 12 women did not disappoint him. The breakthrough in the bloodlines of the 12 women indeed triggered the descent of the primordial cosmic will, which rewarded each of them with a unique innate technique. Secret techniques are divided into 3 main categories: techniques that accelerate cultivation, techniques that enhance combat abilities, and techniques that protect one's life. Night Rain's mysterious water body is a secret technique that enhances combat abilities. The 12 women each possessed different innate talents and secret techniques, but all of them were extremely practical and powerful. Clone, transformation, enhancement, devouring, amplification, soul devouring, soul suppression, soul absorption, golden body, time, space, and so on. Not only were their innate secret techniques modified, but their original cores were also transformed, making them the darlings of the laws that matched their respective attributes. The women had only recently grasped their respective domains, but now they were all able to sense the laws. The women were both shocked and overjoyed to receive so many benefits. At the same time, this also made Yi Yu secretly breathe a sigh of relief. The fact that the 12 women were able to obtain the innate secret technique means that Yi Yu is not that special being. As for what makes Yi Yu special, it's naturally because he has a system that allows him to travel through countless worlds. Night Rain arrived in front of the vortex passage and then disappeared into it. This left everyone speechless. The first elder actually went in, someone stammered. Ruins Number 9 was originally a training ground for selecting apprentice-level disciples of the meteorite star lineage, and people above the planetary level were not allowed to enter. But this time was an exception. Yi Yu walked straight in. It's worth noting that Hong and Thor tried to enter this vortex passage back then, but they couldn't get in at all. The first elder truly is the first elder. Everyone could only marvel at Yi Yu's strength. What Hong and Leishan couldn't do back then, Yi Yu accomplished. However, what they didn't know was the reason Yi Yu was able to enter was because Ruins Number 9 was now completely under the control of Xiao Yao. More than a year ago, after Yi Yu obtained Xiao Yao, he had been eyeing this place ever since. Now, more than a year later, the little demon has finally breached this place. Without Xiao Yao, Yi Yu would be unable to enter the Number 9 ruins unless he destroyed them. After the little demon broke through this place, Yi Yu directly obtained a large number of basic secret techniques from the meteorite star lineage. For example, 312 basic forms of martial artists, 312 basic forms of controllers, basic secret techniques of illusionists, basic secret techniques of mystic runes masters, escape from heaven. There are also various secret techniques for breaking through to the planetary and stellar levels. After conquering ruins number 9, Yi Yu obtained hundreds of basic secret techniques from the meteorite star lineage. Don't underestimate these basic secret techniques, they're nothing compared to the powerful secret techniques Yi Yu obtained. But what Yi Yu wanted were all sorts of basic secret techniques. For a little demon to constantly transform, these basic things are indispensable. In particular, the book Basic Secret Texts for Mystic Runes was like a godsend for Xiao Yao, who was just looking for a pillow when she was sleepy. With this, the little demon can independently design various primitive armors and weapons. Having obtained all the secret techniques here, Yi Yu planned to empty the place out of its contents. Night Rain traveled smoothly all the way and soon arrived at the center of the ruins, where the warehouse was located. Boom! The warehouse doors opened, revealing tens of thousands of neatly arranged Black God sets Tier 1 original armor. There are also tens of thousands of Tier 1 source weapons, as well as paper versions of various arcane techniques. Splash! With a wave of his hand, Yi Yu collected everything in the warehouse. Although none of them are particularly valuable, they are just right for the Earth today. For example, these tens of thousands of Black God suits and principal weapons can be directly used by Night Rain's 30,000 personal guards. Greetings, First Elder. Seeing that Yi Yu had returned so quickly, everyone looked at her with puzzled expressions. Alright, you don't need to stay here anymore. I've already moved everything out of the house. I will release all the secret techniques inside to the War God Palace's shop later, and you can view them yourself, Yi Yu said directly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What? Night Rain emptied the whole place? What? What? Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Yi Yu walked straight out of the Hall of Ruins number 9. Boom! Night Rain transformed into a streak of light and entered the fighter jet in the sky. Beep beep beep. Just then, Yi Yu's communication device rang. Brother, come quick to Foggy Island in Australia. We've found something amazing here. Fu Junyu's still slightly chubby face appeared directly in front of Yi Yu, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. Chapter 69 30,000 planetary levels, a great sweep. And just before Night Rain came to ruins number 9. In the plaza of the Ares Palace headquarters building in Jiangnan Base City, high-ranking officials from various countries gathered together. The Palace of War has 10 founding members and over 6,000 planetary-level counselors. 5 major nations, 23 independent base cities, the Ultimate Martial Arts School, the Thunder Martial Arts School, and the HR Alliance. Almost all of humanity's top leaders gathered together. Below the square were the 30,000 personal guards, who formed 300 square formations. 30,000 people, each exuding an incomparably powerful aura, each one a planetary-level powerhouse. Looking at the 30,000 people below, the leaders of various countries and major forces all showed expressions of shock and disbelief. Boom! Everyone felt a sudden jolt in their heads, their ears ringing, and they were all a little dizzy, unable to react. 30,000 planets. This is a powerhouse with a strength of 30,000 planetary level. However, what was even more shocking were the 33 commanders and deputy commanders standing in front of these 30,000 people. Su Exayan, Lu Ting, Lu Shi, Li Qi, Tang Yongqing, Zhao Rua, Janet, Li Xiaoning, Gong Miaomiao, Gong Yanyan, Diana, Athena, Ing Menjing, Ma Xiaodong, Wang Ron, Jinan, and others. The aura emanating from the 33 individuals erupted without reservation, each possessing strength exceeding the 7th level of the planetary realm. How is that possible? The 7th tier planetary level possessed an immense and unfathomable power that terrified many present. Looking at these 30,000 plus people, the leaders of various countries were deeply moved, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The shock brought by the 30,000 planetary level army was unparalleled, and it took them a while to react. Even Hong and Thor were the same, their hearts were surging, and their eyes revealed boundless excitement. A big spender. That's a really big deal. Everyone remembered that this army had been formed for less than 2 years, or to be precise, only 1 year and 4 months. They racked their brains but still couldn't figure out how Yi Yu had trained this army of 30,000 to such strength in such a short time. However, while some are happy, others are sad. While the major powers were marveling at the scene, the expressions of the leaders from the 4 parties, the Russian Federation, India, the European Union, and North America, were quite grim. They were even somewhat whitish. Night Rain's sudden rise directly propelled Great Xia to become the world's #1 power, and even cultivated a planetary army of 30,000. From this day forward, the world will no longer consist of 5 great powers, but only one superpower, Great Xia. The 20-odd independent base cities, however, didn't have that kind of focus. They were already struggling to survive, but when they saw this army of 30,000, they felt that they were saved, and they were so excited that their faces turned red. Boom! Yi Yu glanced at the high-ranking officials of the 4 countries, and that tangible gaze instantly plunged everyone present into an icy abyss. Then Yi Yu immediately looked away. This wasn't exactly a warning, because Yi Yu no longer paid any attention to the surrounding area. If these people are clueless and try to cause trouble, Night Rain wouldn't mind a true global unification. Yi Yu led the high-ranking officials from various countries out of the War God Palace building, and then took a step to stand high in the sky, looking down at the 30,000 people below. Boom! Night Rain's powerful and domineering aura suddenly erupted, directly affecting the entire Gaia arena. Hold head high. 3,600-foot-long water dragons slowly condensed in the air. The 36 divine dragons roared to the sky, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, making Yi Yu look like a god descending to earth. Boom! Greetings, First Elder. Greetings, First Elder. Greetings, First Elder. 30,000 people suddenly knelt on one knee, their voices shaking the heavens and even scattering the clouds above. Looking at the night rain in the sky, their eyes were filled with fervor, like the fanatical devotion of believers. So strong. On the high platform, all the high-ranking officials from various countries felt as if their bodies were suddenly weighed down, as if they were carrying a mountain of immense weight. He definitely broke through. Han and Thor exchanged a glance, then suddenly realized something and their bodies jolted. Immediately, their eyes lit up with immense excitement. If Yi Yu could break through, so could they. Set off. Above the sky, Yi Yu said nothing, but simply waved his hand and addressed the 30,000 troops below. Boom! Just then, thousands of A-7, A-8, and A-9 class advanced intelligent fighter jets streaked across the sky and landed above the square. Only 30,000 people responded with a roar, and then, led by Su Xian, Lu Ting, Li Qi, and 33 others, they flew into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in all directions. Clean. The global leaders gathered in Jiangnan Base City only today because it is the day when the night rain begins its sweep across the globe. Brother, we're going too. Just then, Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxue, Su Hongdo, and Su Shangxi, 8 girls, giggled. All right. You can go now. Yi Yu nodded. The king-level monsters were all right, but the Beast King in the sea required Fu Junyu and the other 8 to take action. Then we'll go too. At that moment, Hong, Lei Xin, Jai, Wu Changwang, Yan Nantian, Li Dawei, Lan Ran, Luofeng, Katerin, and others also spoke with excitement. Because starting today, they will personally end the era of Monster Rampage. The Earth is about to enter a new era. Catalan is Vanina's nephew and received a lot of help and resources from her. Catalan naturally knew who gave him these things, and he was extremely loyal to his uncle, Yi Yu. Today, Catalan is Vanina's right-hand man, guarding the iron mine on Mars. Currently, Catalan possesses the strength of a 6th-tier planetary being. In addition, he is a mentalist, and his strength has surpassed that of Ister, making him the #1 expert in the EU. After making a fortune on Fog Island, Luofeng used the spirit of 10,000 years of vegetation to break through to the planetary level. With ample resources, Luofeng is now growing extremely rapidly. He is currently a 4th-level planetary martial artist, but in reality, he is a 6th-level planetary mentalist. Soon the square was deserted, leaving only Yi Yu, Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, Vinina, and Yao Rao. Let's go to the command center, said Tang Qin, the eldest sister. All 4 women are now pregnant, so Yi Yu naturally wouldn't let them go out to fight instead, they all stayed behind to oversee and command. Dad, I've conquered ruins number 9. Just then, Xiaoyao appeared directly in front of Yi Yu, her pretty face flushed and incredibly cute. You guys go ahead, I'm going to ruins number 9. Hearing this, Yi Yu smiled. The 4 women's eyes lit up as well. Back in the present, when Yi Yu heard Fu Junyu mention Wu Dao, Yi Yu quickly understood what had happened. Okay, I'll be right there. With that, Yi Yu hung up the call, and then the fighter jet streaked across the sky, heading directly towards the Fog Island in Australia. Chapter 70 Babata's breasts are sore. Brother Yi, wait a minute. Just then, a silver fighter jet chased after Yi Yu. It was none other than Yao Bingxue, the 8th sister, and Su Xian was with her. In this global crackdown, the 30,000 royal guards were divided into 300 teams and dispatched to various parts of the world. The 8 women, Fu Junyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxue, Su Hongdo, and Su Shangxi, were mainly out to deal with the dozen or so beast kings. And coincidentally, a 9th-tier planetary beast king resides in the Amazon rainforest. It was a giant red python with a body length exceeding 100 feet. With its strength at the 9th level of the planetary realm, this Beast King is considered one of the top-tier Beast Kings among the dozen or so Beast Kings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to survive on land at all. They would have been killed by Hong and Laishan long ago. Hong and Thor's strength is suppressed in the deep sea, but not on land. Is everything resolved? Yi Yu asked, seeing Yao Bingxue and Su Xian. It's all taken care of. One Beast King and 12 high-level Beast Kings have been killed, and they can handle the rest, Yao Bingxue said. Yao Bingxue, a peak 9th-tier stellar cultivator, could easily slay monsters that were only at the planetary level. Clearly, not only Yi Yu received Fu Junyu's message, but the other 8 women, including Yao Bingxue, also received it. Su Xian happened to be with Yao Bingxue, so she came along too. All right. Let's go. Yi Yu said. Boom. 2 fighter jets pierced the sky and headed southeast. In just over 10 minutes, Yi Yu and Yao Bingxue arrived over Fog Island. In addition, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu, who were clearing out criminals in the Pacific and Indian Oceans, also arrived at the same time. The 8 women were responsible for eliminating the Beast Kings in 8 different locations. Fu Junyu is in charge of the Australian continent, Tang Xiang is in charge of the Antarctic continent, Gu Shanshan is in charge of the Pacific Ocean, Bai Susu is in charge of the Indian Ocean, Lu Shuai is in charge of the Atlantic Ocean, Yao Bingxue is in charge of the Amazon, Su Hongdo is in charge of the African savanna, and Su Xiangxi is in charge of the Arctic Ocean. Brother, it's Muya Jing. As Yi Yu and the 3 women stepped out of the fighter jet, Fu Junyu quickly approached Yi Yu and took out a pale yellow crystal. The wooden crystal, about the size of a baby's fist, emitted a faint rice fragrance and emanated a tremendous life force. Muya Jing, how come there's Muya Jing here? Upon seeing this, Yi Yu was not surprised, but Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu showed expressions of astonishment. I thought it when I killed a Beast King in the waters below this misty island, but the quality isn't as good as the one you gave me, Fu Junyu said with some doubt. Night Rain thought to himself, of course, it's not as good as the quality he gave me. This is just ordinary wood crystal. The wood seed crystals rewarded by the system are all of superior quality. A single superior wood seed crystal is worth 100 times more than an ordinary wood seed crystal. Boom! 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 Just then, 5 more fighter jets approached Kirishima. These were 5 other women who had come from all over the world. Fu Junyu notified them of their purpose in coming so that they could use the detectors on the female fighter jets to locate the underground Muya crystal. Soon, 9 fighter jets were positioned in 9 different locations around Kirishima, providing comprehensive coverage of the area within hundreds of kilometers of Kirishima. Under the fighter jet's detector, the locations of the wooden crystals were quickly marked, totaling more than 500. This time, Babata really went all out. Looking at the more than 500 wood seed crystals marked on the map, Yi Yu thought to herself, in the original story, Babata didn't take out so many wood seed crystals to sprinkle out. Something's not right down there. Bai Susu said. 6th sister is right. Last time we harvested more than 500 plant spirits here. None of the 9 women were stupid. They quickly realized that something was amiss, and their eyes lit up. There's definitely something fishy going on, because there's an alien inheritance down here, Yi Yu said with a smile. Extraterrestrial heritage? Upon hearing this, the women's eyes grew brighter and brighter. How did the human race on Earth rise to power? It was through those alien ruins. They had no idea that there was an undiscovered alien relic here. Then Yi Yu released the Mo Yun vine. The vines of the Mo Yun vine reached a length of 30 kilometers, and soon, the wooden crystals were brought out from the ground. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of meters underground, Babata was so angry at Yi Yu and the others' actions that he screamed. Damn it, robbers! They're a bunch of shameless robbers. Not only did Yi Yu take her Mo Yun Tang last time, but now she's also sweeping away Muya Jing, who's going to throw her out. Seeing that all the wooden crystals were about to be swept away by Yi Yu and his group, her plan was about to fall through. Babata was so angry that her breasts ached. She threw out Muya crystal in order to attract more people. More precisely, it was to lure Luo Feng here. There's nothing in the world that can be hidden from Babata. She detected Luo Feng's brain capacity during his last visit to Australia. While Luo Feng's talent as a mentalist might not be considered exceptionally genius in the universe, it's still quite good among the best. Most importantly, she had waited for tens of thousands of years and didn't want to wait any longer. Seeing that the night rain was about to ruin her plans, Babata panicked. Asshole! Babata cursed loudly, wishing she could go up and beat Yi Yu right now, but she couldn't do anything about Yi Yu. Humph! Nothing can stump me, the demon Babata. I'll have to resort to my ultimate move. Babata, hands on his hips, snorted coldly and sent the message directly to the world via wireless network. Wireless networks on Earth are rendered useless in the face of Babata, a highly advanced artificial intelligence. Soon, top experts around the world received the message from Babata, including Luo Feng, who was in the Pacific Ocean with a large force to clear out monsters. Boom! News of the treasures found on Foggy Island, Australia, quickly spread around the world, causing a huge stir. Then, apart from Yiyu's 30,000 personal guards, top experts from all over the world flocked to Fog Island in Australia. It seems Babata is getting anxious. Over Fog Island, Australia, because this was a group message from Babata, Yiyu, and Jionu also received the message. Suexayan, Fujunyu, and the other 9 women looked at each other, puzzled as to how the news had leaked. Because there is a beast king on Fog Island, Fujunyu is clearing it out here, and even his personal guards haven't been able to enter. In other words, there is no one else within a radius of several hundred kilometers around Kirishima except for them and the 10 members of Night Rain. Upon seeing the message, Yiyu quickly understood what had happened, which made her chuckle. Alright, stop now. Let's leave the rest of the Muya crystals to the others. Yiyu said with a smile to the 8 women. It was the artificial intelligence below that made the move, Yiyu explained, seeing the puzzled looks on the 9 women's faces. So that's how it is. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, the 9 women suddenly understood. This explained everything. They wondered how the news had been leaked. So that's how it happened. The women knew how powerful artificial intelligence was. It was a game changer for the Earth's internet. Chapter 71 Luo Feng's Excitement, Inheritance. The area within hundreds of kilometers of Kirishima was thoroughly explored by the Night Rain. Of the more than 500 wood crystals in total, they received more than 400 directly and kept more than 100. Are you sure you don't want the rest? Suexayan asked, somewhat reluctantly. This wooden crystal contains a large amount of life force, and it has a very good effect on life evolution even at the stellar level or even the cosmic level. Who would complain about having too many treasures? Don't worry, the remaining Muya crystals will all end up in the hands of those who are meant to receive them, Yiyu said with a smile. As he spoke, Yiyu grabbed Suexayan's slender waist and pulled her into his arms. Suexayan was taken aback at first, then her pretty face quickly flushed red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. Giggle. The women chuckled at Suexayan's shy demeanor, their expressions teasing. Looking at Suexayan, who was limp in his arms, Yiyu smiled and felt great. Over the past 2 years, Suexayan has matured and become more charming, shedding her youthful naivete. Her curves were prominent where they should be, and her figure was graceful and alluring, so much so that her toes were not visible when she looked down. In particular, her temperament possesses both the gentleness of a woman from Jiangnan and a fierce and ruthless spirit. Boom! 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 Just then, the group closest to Kirishima arrived, and hundreds of fighter jets swept in from the sky. However, when everyone saw Yiyu and the others in the sky, no one dared to make a move. Time passed slowly, and 2 hours later, almost everyone who was supposed to come had arrived, and thousands of fighter jets surrounded the entire Kirishima island. Just then, Yiyu, along with a blushing Suexayan and the other women, stepped out of the fighter jet. Opportunities depend on one's own abilities. No killing is allowed. Go! Yiyu said directly to the crowd. We will obey the First Elder's orders. Thousands of people bowed directly to Yiyu and said, not one of them daring to object. Then everyone eagerly dispersed towards Kirishima. Luo Feng, Hong, Lei Shun, Lao Jia, Lao Li, come here for a moment. Just then, Yiyu addressed the 9 people who were about to leave: Luo Feng, Hong, Lei Shun, Jia, Li Dawei, Wucheng Wang, Yan Nantian, Lan Ran, and Katerin. All 9 of them were somewhat puzzled, but they still came to Yiyu's side. These are the locations of the remaining Muya crystals. Yiyu directly sent the locations of the remaining Muya crystals to the 9 people. It's actually Muya Jing. The 9 people were taken aback when they heard Yiyu's words, and then their faces showed uncontrollable joy. What they didn't expect was that Yiyu had actually figured out Muya Jing's location. Clearly, this was something Yiyu had deliberately left for them. Also, these are the secret techniques I just brought out from Ruins number 9. With that, Yiyu directly sent hundreds of secret techniques to the 9 people. The group looked at the secret technique sent by Yiyu, glanced through it, and their eyes gleamed. In particular, Hong and Thor actually saw the secret technique to break through to the star level. The two were overjoyed. With this secret technique, they believed they would soon be able to break through to the stellar level. Luo Feng and Catlan were overjoyed to discover the secret method for cultivating mental power. Unlike the original story, Luo Feng broke through his limits after returning from the last time he went to the Fog Island, so he did not go to Ruins number 9. Therefore, he did not obtain the 312 basic secret techniques of the controller and that escape from heaven's secret technique. Thanks. All 9 of them solemnly addressed Yi Yu, saying that by accepting these gifts, they owed each other a great favor. Need not. Yi Yu waved his hand, then dismissed Hong and the other 8, leaving Luo Feng behind. There's another extraterrestrial inheritance beneath this misty island. Go down and see if you can get it, Night Rain said. Extraterrestrial heritage? Luo Feng's eyes lit up. He was no stranger to alien ruins. Humanity's rise to power was all thanks to these alien ruins. Okay, I'll go take a look. If there's anything we find, we'll split it equally, Luo Feng chuckled. He didn't ask Yi Yu why he didn't go and retrieve the alien ruins himself. There were reasons why Yi Yu didn't go or let the women go down. Yi Yu believed that as long as he removed the little demon's cover and allowed Babata to detect his bloodline and genes with the women, he would surely gain Babata's approval. She simply didn't want to ruin Luo Feng's opportunity. Over the next 2 days, thousands of people searched the entire island of Fog thoroughly, and each person found something. Clearly, Luo Feng, Hong, and the other 9 members of the Thunder God group were not the type to keep everything to themselves, and they did not pack up all the remaining Muya crystals. Each of the 9 people took 10 wood seed crystals, and the remaining 40 or 50 wood seed crystals were left for the others. There's not much more to say after that. With Yi Yu's instructions, Luo Feng kept digging underground, trying to find the alien ruins. Finally, guided by Babata, Luo Feng first picked up the fragments of the meteorite starship, and then found the meteorite starship itself. After finding the meteorite starship, Luo Feng resisted his greed upon seeing the large amount of wood crystals outside the hatch. Instead of acting alone, he directly notified Yi Yu. I won't come down, you can go in by yourself. Yi Yu thought for a moment and said directly to Luo Feng. Just kidding, Babata is no pushover. If Babata had any malicious intentions, he could simply close the hatch of the meteorite star, leaving Night Rain in a predicament. Night Rain has no way of destroying an F-class Immortal-class spaceship. Although Yi Yu still has 4 world cards that she hasn't used, which would allow her to travel directly to other worlds, there's no need for that. Tens of thousands of meters underground, inside the meteorite starship, Babata watched with some frustration as Luo Feng informed Yi Yu and the others. That silly boy. She originally only wanted Luo Feng to come in, but she didn't expect Luo Feng to be so foolish. Fortunately, Yi Yu Shangdao didn't come along, otherwise she would have had to resort to some tricks. Although Yi Yu's talent wasn't bad, she was looking for a mentalist. There's not much more to say after that. After entering the meteorite starship, Luo Feng was stunned by Babata, and then he became the disciple of the deceased Hu Yanba. Boom! An hour later, a slight tremor was heard from underground. Yi Yu quickly realized what had happened. Luo Feng was collecting the meteorite starship. Teacher! Luo Feng, who had just emerged from the ground, was incredibly excited to see Yi Yu. His harvest this time was truly phenomenal. It also broadened his horizons. The vast universe, the Blue-Silver Empire, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Planetary level, stellar level, cosmic level, domain lord level, world lord level, and even immortal gods. The inheritance he received was that of an immortal god, which excited him greatly. At this moment, he longed to share and confide in someone. Let's go. We'll talk about it when we get back. Yi Yu smiled and patted Luo Feng on the shoulder, then led the women and Luo Feng directly away from Fog Island. Chapter 72 3 years, a cosmic-level avatar. Time passed quickly, and 3 years went by, arriving in October of Earth's calendar year 2062. 3 years have passed, a period that can be described as both peaceful and eventful, with a number of things happening along the way. 3 years ago, after Kirishima, the global sweep also came to an end. The 18 Beast Kings were all killed, followed by high-level Beast Kings of planetary rank 4 and above. More than 13,000 high-level Beast Kings were also slaughtered under the crushing force of the army. From then on, the monsters no longer posed a threat to humans, and the remaining monsters could only become food for humans. Thus, humanity entered a new era. Countries began to actively expand outwards, and the number of human base cities doubled from the original 57 to 110. With a large supply of monster meat, the number of warriors increased from 60 million to 300 million, a 5-fold increase. The number of planetary-level powerhouses has also increased from the original 6,000 to 30,000, a 5-fold increase. After returning from Kirishima, both Hong and Thor broke through to the stellar level. Following them, Luofeng, Jai, Li Dawei, Wu Changwan, Yan Nantian, Lan Ran, Catlan and others also broke through to the stellar level. After Luofeng received Hu Yanba's inheritance, Yi Yu also got what he wanted. One method is to enter and exit the solar system. Tens of thousands of years ago, Hianbo used a secret spatial technique to conceal the coordinates of the solar system over thousands of light years away. Even if Yi Yu obtained the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spaceship, he still wouldn't be able to enter or leave the solar system. The second is some less important knowledge about the universe. Various A-level, B-level, and C-level techniques, as well as some less important martial arts inheritances. Then, more than 2 years ago, the Golden Horned Beast was born. The Golden Horned Behemoth that brought profound disaster to Earth in the original story had barely appeared when it was directly suppressed by Night Rain before it could cause any trouble. Then Babata found Night Rain. He directly used all the inheritances of the meteorite star lineage, excluding the core cultivation technique, and the corpse of an immortal god to exchange for the young golden horned giant beast from Yi Yu, intending to let Luofeng possess it. Luofeng initially resisted. After all, he wasn't prepared to give up being human. In the original novel, Luofeng's possession of the golden horned beast was both an accident and a last resort. After much persuasion from Babata and learning that the golden horned beast could create human clones, he reluctantly agreed. Then, Luofeng got married and had a child within a year. His wife was Lu Gang's daughter, and they also had twins, named Luoping and Luohai. After that, Luofeng began to possess the golden horned beast and create clones. As for Yi Yu, he didn't go anywhere in the past 3 years, nor did he rush to go out into the universe. Firstly, we have no shortage of resources, and secondly, we have no shortage of cultivation techniques, so there is no need to go out. Third, the universe is too dangerous. If a small Karami of star level were to run out and be easily killed by some powerful being passing by, it would be too much of a loss. So for the past 3 years, Yi Yu has been diligently cultivating himself and laying a solid foundation for all the women. Whether it was Yi Yu or the women, their strength improved too quickly, breaking through to the peak of the 9th level of the stellar realm in just a few years. Improve your basic power generation, whether it's telekinesis or martial arts power generation. Finally, the force, multiplied by dozens of times, is concentrated into a single force and applied to the weapon, allowing for complete control. Then came the improvement of the women's knife skills, sword skills, spear skills, and movement techniques. Then comes improving their domain, comprehending the power of laws, and cultivating martial arts divine weapons and psychic divine weapons. The results over the past 3 years have been quite impressive. With Yi Yu and the others practicing together, constantly improving their soul comprehension, over 3 years, all the women increased their power by more than 40 times. The transformation by the original cosmic will made the women the darlings of their respective laws. The women's domains have also been raised to level 8 or higher, and their understanding of the corresponding laws is almost at the entry level, which means they have stepped into the threshold of the laws. At this point, the 12 women's strength was roughly equivalent to that of the top 500 in the genius battle. Of course, this is without taking into account the 12 women's genes, souls, and innate secret techniques. Over 3 years, thanks to Yi Yu's efforts, the 12 women's genes and spirits have increased by more than 15 times. With a 30-fold increase in combat power, plus the 12 women's innate secret techniques, the 12 women now possess the strength of roughly the top 30 geniuses. Then there's Yi Yu herself. Name, Night Rain. Age, 37. Level, peak of the 4th tier of the cosmic level. Exert force 55 times the force. Skills Ice Soul Divine Sword, 4th level Profound Origin Divine Sword, 4th level. Skill 10,000 lines flow 10 lines flow 55%. Domain 9-fold peak. Talent Heaven rewards diligence, Xian Shui Physique. The Laws Introduction to the Laws of Water 45%. Laws Spatial Laws Not Yet Grasped 18%. Bloodline Peak Bloodline Progress 12%. Genes 25 times. Soul 25 times. Return of cultivation level 0 years. This is Yi Yu's current strength. With Yi Fengxi's cultivation returned to him, Yi Yu's strength has increased quite rapidly. More than 2 years ago, Yi Yu broke through to the cosmic level, and now he has reached the peak of the 4th cosmic level. Yi Yu broke through directly when he needed to, without dragging out any suppression of his cultivation. The Ice Soul Divine Sword and the Profound Origin Divine Sword Night Rain directly upgraded it to the 4th level, which is the strength of the 4th level of the Bridge to Heaven. The 4th level of the Sky Bridge is at the level of a Domain Lord. Yi Yu's newly learned movement technique, Wanxian Lu, has also been upgraded to the 10-line flow level. The law of water has also entered the threshold of the law, and its genes and divine soul have been enhanced by 25 times. In addition, with Yiyu's innate secret technique, Mysterious Water Body, Yiyu's true strength is no less than that of an ordinary domain lord. Then there are the 12 women, including Tang Qin and Zhang Feng. Over the past 3 years, Yiyu has gradually taken in 16 women, including Su Exayan, Lu Ting, Li Qi, Tang Yongqing, Janet, and Diana, into his household. Under Yiyu's tutelage, the 16 girls have also broken through to the 9th level of the stellar realm in the past 3 years. Hold head high. On the shores of the East China Sea, 2 colossal golden horned beasts, each over 900 meters long, roared to the sky. Boom! The immense power directly shook the entire sea area and stirred up towering waves. The oppressive aura emanating from the bloodline of the superior caused countless monsters throughout the sea to flee in a frenzy. It wasn't easy. It took us almost 3 years, to finally bring this clone into existence, Tang Qin and Fu Junyu said with a smile. That's right, these 2 golden horned behemoths are not the same golden horned behemoth that Luo Feng possessed. These 2 golden horned behemoths are clones created by the eldest sister Tang Qin and the third sister Fu Junyu. Last time, the 12 women's bloodlines broke through to the peak of their bloodlines, and each of them obtained a talent secret technique. The eldest sister, Tang Qin, and the third sister, Fu Junyu, obtained the clone secret technique. The 2 women had not found good genetic material for creating a clone when the golden horned beast arrived. As one of the 12 peak bloodlines in the universe, the golden horned beast is the perfect candidate to serve as an avatar. Can this clone create more clones? Night Rain asked. Yiyu remembered that the golden horned beast possessed a secret technique for creating clones, but she wondered if this clone could also create more clones. Chapter 73: The Memory Inheritance of the Golden Horned Beast. On the shore of the East China Sea, Yiyu and the women stood in mid-air, while 2 giant golden horned beasts roared wildly, stirring up the winds and clouds of the entire East China Sea. Boom! The waves rolled and shook the sky, and dark clouds pressed down over the entire area for thousands of miles, as if the sky were collapsing. The 2 golden horned behemoths, born from the wombs of Tang Qin and Fu Junyu, were immediately at the peak of the 9th level of the stellar realm. The 2 women waved their hands, and countless strands of black iron essence rained down. Tons of grade B Xian iron essence were swallowed by the 2 golden horned behemoths, making them even more magnificent. In particular, the golden runes of law on their bodies made the 2 golden horned behemoths appear even more mysterious and noble. It seems we need to make a trip to space as soon as possible, Yiyu said thoughtfully. The golden horned beast grows by devouring rare metals. The Earth today is very barren, with not enough rare metals for the 2 golden horned behemoths to devour. Fortunately, there are many veins of black iron on Mars, including a considerable amount of B-grade black iron essence. Moreover, a proper combination of metals can allow the golden horned beast to grow at a speed of 10 times or even 100 times. It normally takes 11,110 years for a golden horned beast to grow to the level of a world lord, but if it is fed a large amount of rare metals, this time can be shortened to less than 1,000 years. The golden horned beast is a favorite of the law of gold and is a perfect match for the third sister, Fu Junyu. Because Fu Junyu's attribute is also metal, the 2 are not as simple as 1 plus 1. I believe that in the future, my third sister, Fu Junyu, will be invincible in the path of the law of gold. The eldest sister, Tang Qin, is of the earth element. This doesn't quite match the attributes of the golden horned beast. However, if one comprehends both the earth and metal laws simultaneously and finds the right point of convergence, their combat power will inevitably increase exponentially. Moreover, according to the principle of mutual generation and restraint of the 5 elements, earth generates metal, so it can't be said to be that bad. I wonder if this clone can breed more clones. Yiyu said, stroking the 2 golden horned giant beasts. Yiyu knew that this golden horned behemoth possessed 3 great innate secret techniques: devouring, strengthening, and creating clones. I just don't know if this clone talent technique can still create clones. Cannot. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Tang Qin and Fu Junyu, who had calmed down after their initial excitement, shook their heads. That's a bit of a pity, Yiyu said. Come to think of it, if the clone could keep creating more clones, that would be an infinite bug. One clone gives birth to another clone, and the clone's clone gives birth to yet another clone, and so on, endlessly. Even the will of the primordial universe would not allow such a bug to exist. There's nothing to regret. The talent technique we obtained, which allows us to create 3 clones, is more than enough. Eldest sister Tang Qin said with a smile. The innate clone technique they obtained allows them to create a clone at 3 different stages: stellar, cosmic, and domain lord levels. If used properly, these 3 clones can be an extremely formidable asset. 1 lower level law favored avatar, 1 higher level law favored avatar, and then another divine power avatar. But Yiyu was thinking that she wondered if the golden horned beast could take human form. She wished it could. With 3 clones and 1 main body, that makes 4, which is 4 times faster. Unfortunately, the 10 transformation pills I received as a reward last time have already been used up, so I'll have to wait and see if there will be any more transformation pills as a reward later. Fortunately, Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, Vinina, and Yao Rao are all about to give birth. From January 2058 to October 2062, the 4 women have been pregnant for almost 5 years. The bloodline of the universe has truly been nurtured for quite a long time. What mischief are you plotting now? Looking at Yiyu's malicious smile, the eldest sister, Tang Qin, said suspiciously. Knowing Yiyu as she did, she knew without even guessing that Yiyu was up to no good. No. Yiyu quickly stopped smiling and said seriously. I don't believe it. My husband is definitely up to some bad idea again. Lu Shi giggled, her eyes sparkling with charm. Well, you dare to slander me? Looks like you want to get a beating again. Yiyu chuckled and pulled Lu Shi, the stunningly beautiful woman, into his arms, lifting her smooth, rounded chin as he spoke. So, how would you like to draw it, my husband? Lu Shi wore a white cheongsam with a slit up to her waist and hips, revealing her long, slender legs. At this moment, she wrapped her arms around Yiyu's neck, her eyes sparkling with desire, her sexy red lips slightly parted, looking at Yiyu provocatively. Lu Shi appears dignified, like an unapproachable, stunningly beautiful noblewoman, but she is actually passionate inside. Pooh. Upon hearing Lu Shi's bold words, the women blushed and rolled their eyes at the 2 shameless men. Giggle. Only 4 of the most attractive women, Vinina, Janet, Diana, and Athena, were somewhat eager to try. The 4 women were the most uninhibited, and Yiyu always found himself unable to put them down. Ha! Yiyu chuckled, grabbed Lu Shi by the knees, and flew directly into the fighter jet in the sky. He kissed Lu Shi's sexy red lips, and then Yiyu placed her directly on the table in the middle. Then Yiyu directly lifted up the pair of long, straight legs of this stunningly beautiful woman. Night Rain decided to teach this stunningly beautiful woman a lesson, keeping her confined to her room for 3 days. Seeing Lu Shi's eyes roll back, Yiyu finally withdrew, satisfied. Over the next few days, Yiyu and the women were organizing the various secret techniques passed down from the Golden Horned Beast. The Golden Horned Beast's secret techniques are divided into 2 main categories: innate secret techniques and inherited secret techniques. The innate secret techniques are clone, enhancement, and devour. The inherited secret techniques are further divided into 18 special secret techniques and 3,199 ordinary secret techniques. If the 18 special secret techniques can only be cultivated by the Golden Horned Beast, then not all of the 3,199 secret techniques are tailor-made for the Golden Horned Beast. In other words, many of them are also suitable for human cultivation, and those that can be included in the Golden Horned Beast's inherited memories are not simple secret techniques. It took Yiyu and the women a full half-month to organize these secret techniques. Of course, in the past 2 weeks, I have only had a general overview of these thousands of secret techniques. If one were to browse through it in detail, it would be impossible to finish without hundreds or even thousands of years. Then comes the inherited knowledge of the Golden Horned Beast clan. For example, an introduction to the various human races: masters of control, illusions, beast tamers, puppet masters, and warriors. There are also the 6 most powerful races in the universe and the 9 major alliance forces. Besides flesh and blood life forms, there are also metal-based life forms, rock-based life forms, plant-based life forms, and so on. There are also the 12 most powerful bloodline races in the universe, and so on. Countless races, countless cultures, and detailed descriptions of various treasures from the universe. The 10 intelligent beings, including Xiao Yao and Xiao Qin, were incredibly excited when they received this information. If the knowledge Babata gave them was only basic, then the knowledge passed down from the Golden Horned Beast was all advanced. Many cosmic secrets are recorded in the knowledge passed down by the Golden Horned Beast. It took 10 intelligent beings, including Xiao Yao and Xiao Qin, a full half-month to organize this knowledge. If all this knowledge were added together and compiled into books, it wouldn't be enough to fill an entire Earth. Chapter 70 for the Women Breakthrough, and Mount Newelin arrives. After organizing these secret techniques and knowledge, they planned out the cultivation paths for the eldest sister Tang Qin and the third sister Fu Jinyu. Then came the task of helping the women break through their limitations. Let's break through when the time is right. The 12 women are eldest sister Tang Qin, second sister Jiang Feng, Vinina, Yao Rao, Fu Jinyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxue, Su Hongdo, and Su Shangxi. The 12 women have already reached their peak strength, and it is impossible for them to increase their strength in a short period of time. Therefore, there is no need to suppress or delay it any longer. Once everything was ready, Yu began to help each of the 12 women break through to the cosmic level. Boom! As Tang Qin began to activate the secret technique, changes soon began to occur within her primordial core. The power within him erupted, but it was quickly blocked by the secret chamber rebuilt by the little demon. The C-grade alloy gravity chamber that Xiao Yao rebuilt is covered with densely packed secret texts. The gravity inside the entire sealed chamber can reach hundreds of millions of times that of Earth. A powerful force trembled within the sealed chamber, while the outside world remained completely calm. Yu stood inside the secret room, protecting his elder sister Tang Qin. If anything went wrong, he would immediately intervene. At this moment, Tang Qin was not only concerned about herself, but also about the child in her womb, so she had to be extremely careful. Fortunately, Tang Qin had accumulated enough experience, and without any unexpected incidents, she broke through smoothly. After the breakthrough, a large amount of life force dissipated from the primordial core and continuously transformed her body. To elevate her life. Name, Tang Qin. Rank Universe Level, Tier 1. Kung Fu Technique Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony. Exerting Power Basic Martial Arts Secret Technique, Basic Master's Secret Technique 45x Power Exertion. Divine Weapons Chongyue Sword, 2nd Level Rifting Divine Weapon, 2nd Level. Domain Eightfold Domain. Talent Heaven rewards diligence multiple lives. The principles of Earth are not yet understood 85%, and the principles of Metal are not yet understood 2%. Laws Spatial Laws not yet grasped 10%. Bloodline Peak Bloodline 0.5%. Genes 18 times. Soul 18 times. This is Tang Qin's state after her breakthrough. I've broken through. Even with Tang Qin's current state of mind, a look of joy appeared on her face. Yes. Let's consolidate it properly. Yu smiled and pulled her voluptuous body into his arms. Life was elevated once again, and Tang Qin's temperament became even more noble and elegant, like a goddess descending to earth. Wait a moment. The breakthrough in her life made Tang Qin even more excited. Looking at Yu with seductive eyes, the meaning was self-evident. Hey hey! Yu chuckled, kissed her sexy red lips, then picked her up and placed her on the ground. The Tang Qin, after its breakthrough, became even more charming, making Yu quite fond of it. Soon, beautiful singing filled the secret room. For the next 2 weeks, the remaining 11 women were replaced one each day. Yu spent half a month helping them break through their difficulties one by one, and nothing unexpected happened. The 12 women had already accumulated enough experience. If it weren't for the need to ensure their progress was more stable, they would have broken through 2 years ago. Boom! 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 Within the virtual space, bursts of sound, tearing through the void, rang out. Mountains collapsed, rivers froze, and the entire world was devastated, resembling the end of the world. Yu stood in the void, holding the Ice Soul Divine Sword, unmoving as a mountain, and the void crackled with every thought he had. Thousands upon thousands of small swords surrounded Yu. The endless stream of small swords, densely packed like a long, surging river, each one radiating boundless sharpness. Around Yu, a 3-meter-tall alien woman with a single horn kept flashing around her. This woman was none other than Dui, one of Hianbo's 12 servants. When Yu made the deal with Babata, she naturally also traded the virtual data of these 12 servants. Over the past 3 years, Yu and the 12 others have fought hundreds or even thousands of battles. Over the past 3 years, Yu's combat experience has improved rapidly. From being completely outmatched by his peers at the beginning, to being able to launch a counterattack 6 months later. A year later, Yu was able to compete on equal footing with his peers. 2 years later, among those of the same level, Yu was able to completely overwhelm them. Now, among those of the same level, Yu can instantly kill them, forcing them to raise their levels to fight against him. At this moment, Yu was at the 5th level of the universe, while Duo E on the other side was directly promoted by Yu to the peak of the 9th level of the universe. Even so, Dui, a 9th-order cosmic being, no longer posed any pressure on Yu. It's important to know that none of the 12 Dui were ordinary people. They all eventually broke through to the level of immortality. If placed in a battle of geniuses, Duo E and the other 12 would at least be among the top 500 geniuses. This is boring. Little demon, let them all come at me at once. Yu shook her head and said directly. Okay, Dad. As soon as Xiaoyao finished speaking, the other 11 people instantly appeared out of thin air in the center of the battlefield. Kill. With a roar, the 12 men charged towards Yi Yu. The 12 included martial artists, mentalists, illusionists, and demons. Boom! In an instant, Yi Yu faced a multifaceted test, encompassing her spirit, body, and will. Boom! At that moment, Yi Yu vanished from the spot, leaving hundreds of afterimages in the void. Fourth move: Frozen Hell. In an instant, the world turned pale, as if the entire world had fallen into an abyss of ice and snow. Then the entire world seemed to freeze in time and space, and Dui and the other 12 people stood frozen in place. Click clack click clack. Between heaven and earth, Yi Yu stood proudly in the void, her fox fur cloak flapping fiercely in the cold wind. The Ice Soul Divine Sword in Yi Yu's hand emitted endless cold light, as if it could freeze people's souls. As hundreds of afterimages merged into one, cracking sounds echoed across the sky. Then, Dui and the other 12 exploded and vanished into nothingness. 10,000 lines of data, 100 lines of data, complete. Yi Yu carefully recalled the movement technique she had just used, her face full of smiles. Yi Yu's weakness lies in movement techniques, and in the past 3 years he has mainly focused his skill points on understanding the laws and the 2 divine weapons. That's why the myriad threads flow technique has reached the 2nd level. In the original novel's Battle of Geniuses, there weren't many geniuses who mastered the 100 lines flow, but there were still quite a few. The amount of water a bucket can hold depends on its shortest stave. Night Rain's understanding of the laws and his 2 divine weapons are definitely considered very strong among those of the same level. At this moment, Yi Yu made up for his weakness in movement techniques, and with the help of the fourfold Ice Soul Divine Sword, his strength suddenly increased dramatically. The 12 people, including Duo-E, who were at the peak of the 9th level of the universe, were instantly killed by Yi Yu. Little demon, next time just promote them to the Domain Lord level. Yi Yu's strength had greatly increased, and she was in a great mood. Okay, Daddy. Little demon said happily. Just then, the little demon's chubby face turned serious, and she said directly, Daddy has something to say. The person you've been waiting for has arrived. Chapter 75 Soul Secret Technique, Slay. Reaching the level of 100 lines flow in movement technique directly compensated for Yi Yu's weakness in movement technique, and also caused Yi Yu's strength to increase dramatically. The 12 members of Dui were instantly killed by Yi Yu without even lasting a single round. All that's missing is a soul magic technique. Among the 3,199 secret techniques of the Golden Horned Beast, Yi Yu and the women carefully selected one called the Heavenly Fox Secret Technique, a secret technique for the soul of the demon race. The demon race is one of the 6 most powerful races in the universe, and the celestial fox race is the most skilled in soul cultivation. The soul techniques of the celestial fox clan are among the most advanced in the entire universe, comparable even to those of the Zerg. This secret technique is capable of both offense and defense, and it is also adept at soul enslavement. The entire technique is divided into 7 levels. The first level corresponds to the stellar level, the second level to the cosmic level, the third level to the domain lord level, the fourth level to the world lord level, the fifth level to the immortal military lord level, the sixth level to the immortal marquis level, and the seventh level to the immortal king level. This Heavenly Fox secret technique is considered the most top tier among these 3,199 secret techniques. Reaching the peak of the 7th level of cultivation, while not necessarily achieving invincibility at the king level, reaching the peak or limit of the king level is certainly not a problem. Yi Yu killed all 12 of Duo-Yi's men in one move, and was in a great mood, constantly reminiscing about the battle. A brief summary of the battle that just took place. Dad, the person you've been waiting for has arrived. Just then, Xiaoyao said again. As Xiaoyao finished speaking, a scene appeared in front of Yi Yu. A silver-gray flying saucer-shaped spaceship was constantly approaching Earth. Has it finally arrived? Looking at the spaceship, Yi Yu muttered to himself, then logged off and went to the lobby. The person Xiaoyao was waiting for was naturally the adventurer fleet of the Norland family. It is now November 23, 2062 in the Earth calendar. Clearly, while the tiny butterfly of Night Rain changed the entire Earth, it had no effect on the universe beyond Earth. As for how Yi Yu discovered the New Alantian family's adventure ship, it was naturally the Black Dragon Mountain X-81. The detector on Black Dragon Mountain X-81, after being modified by Xiaoyao, can now cover the entire Earth. The investigation doesn't need to be very detailed, it just needs to cover a large enough area. Hongdo, Xiangxi, you sisters come with me. Yi Yu arrived in the hall and immediately sent a message to the Su sisters, Su Hongdo and Su Xiangxi. What's wrong? The 2 sisters quickly transformed into 2 afterimages and gracefully arrived in front of Yi Yu. Due to the limited number of slots, the 2 women were not initially bound to Yi Yu. However, as time went on, the system was gradually updated, and the number of fixed binding slots gradually increased. The number of fixed binding slots allocated by the system has now increased from 10 to 17. The extra 7 people were given directly by Yiyu to Su Hongdo, Su Shangxi, Su Xayan, Lu Ting, Lu Shi, Li Qi, and Tang Yongqing. Once bound, the system will directly grant you the talent secret technique Heaven Rewards Diligence. Name, Su Hongdo. Age, 27. Level Cosmic Level 2. Kung Fu Technique Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony. Exerting Power Basic Martial Arts Secret Technique, Basic Master's Secret Technique 47x Power Exertion. Divine Weapon Sky Splitting Blade, 2nd level Divine Weapon, 2nd level. Body Techniques Myriad Flow, 9 Flow 45%. Domain of 8-fold Metal. Secret Technique Skyfox Secret Technique Level 1. Talent Heaven Rewards Diligence, Enhancement. The Law and Introduction to the Law of Gold 13%. Laws Spatial Laws Not Yet Grasped 13%. Bloodline Peak Bloodline 0.3%. Genes 17 times. Soul 17 times. The two sisters are the same, but their attributes are different. One is metal and the other is wind. An enemy has arrived. Yiyu recounted the events in detail, and the two men were immediately alarmed, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Don't worry, it's just a minor inconvenience, Yiyu said with a smile. With the current strength of Yiyu and the others, let alone a small adventure fleet of the Nualanshan family. Even the entire Nualanshan family is no match for Yiyu now. Let's go. As she spoke, Yiyu put her arms around the two sisters' waists and led Su Hongdo and Su Shangxi towards outer space. Meanwhile, outside Earth, in the starry sky, a saucer-shaped, silver-gray spaceship floated silently in space. Inside the spaceship's control room, the eyes of the several space adventurers from the Narantian family were filled with excitement. It's so intoxicating, I love it, yes, I love it, because it can bring me money and status. The handsome man at the head of the group, who was 2 meters tall and had pointed ears, said with great delight that he could smell money. The other members next to the handsome man cheered excitedly. Wow, we're rich now. The value of a wild, life-bearing planet is self-evident. It could directly enable them to achieve financial freedom. The discovery of a wild life-bearing planet alone can earn you a reward of 10 billion to 100 billion Black Dragon coins from the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Of course, reporting it to the authorities would be the most foolish decision. The only way to maximize the value of this planet is to report it to the family or sell it to slave traders. In the Black Dragon Empire's official system, a life-bearing planet is worth around 300 billion to 3 trillion Black Dragon coins. This is still a preferential policy for the discoverer of the unclaimed planet. If it were to be bought and sold normally, its value would be several times higher. Most importantly, this planet, inhabited by life, was once ruled by an immortal being, making its value immeasurable. Quickly, I can't wait. Once you're down there, start the exploration immediately. I need detailed data, the more detailed the better. Boom! While everyone was excitedly shouting and dreaming of status, money, and wealth. Just then, a silver light flashed across the starry sky, heading directly toward the silver-gray spaceship. The silver light moved incredibly fast, reaching speeds of tens of thousands of kilometers per second. Neither the people on board the spaceship noticed it, nor did the spaceship's detectors. Put! The silver light pierced directly through the hatch of the Class C spaceship and then swept through the entire spaceship. Bang 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 bang! Immediately afterwards, bloody holes appeared on the foreheads of more than a dozen people. The excited voices stopped abruptly, and the excited expressions on everyone's faces froze in time. Then they all collapsed to the ground with a thud, and they died without understanding what had happened. Sizzle! At the same time, the spaceship's control room computer, as well as the computer on the wrists of more than a dozen people, started emitting puffs of white smoke and were all damaged. Bang! A moment later, the spaceship's hatch was forcibly opened, and 3 figures walked in. Ahead stood a man, 2 meters tall, with a straight posture, a resolute and handsome face, and an indescribable noble air about him, like an immortal being. The other 2 were twin women who looked to be in their early 20s, with tall and graceful figures of 180 centimeters. Her exquisite face was like a masterpiece of nature. Her long, swan-like neck and towering chest made it impossible to see her toes when she looked down. A slender waist, a pert, round bottom, and long, straight legs. She could keep you entertained for years without getting tired of her. She wore a pair of pink crystal high-heeled boots, revealing her 10 toes that were as white as nail polish. The pink nail polish added a touch of desire and allure to the 2 women. The 3 were none other than Yiyu and the Su Hongdo and Su Shangxi sisters. Chapter 76 4 Women Give Birth, Reward. It can still be used after some repairs. Yu laughed. The spaceship itself wasn't severely damaged, only the spaceship's control computer was destroyed. Oh, right, there's also a hatch. The three then disposed of the body and stored the C-class spaceship away. The arrival of the Narantian family's adventurer spaceship did not have any impact on Earth. Those who knew that the adventurer's spaceship from Mount Norlon had been there were limited to Yu and his companions, as well as the 10 elders of the War God Palace. Yu didn't use the crisis of the Nualantian family to gain any fame, because it was no longer necessary. As for the fleet of the Naran Mountain family 3 months later, Yu didn't take it to heart. Unless that old fellow from Nualantian comes in person. January 2063. And it was at this time that Tangqin, Zhang Feng, Vinina, and Yao Rao, who had been pregnant for 5 years, finally gave birth. In less than a month, the 4 women gave birth to 4 sons for Yu. Having learned from her first experience, Yu was much calmer this time. All 4 little ones were boys, and Yu named them directly using the 1000-character classic. The eldest sister, Tang Qinsheng, named her eldest son Yifeng Tian. The second sister, Jiang Fengsheng, named her second son Yifengdi. D is a homophone for Earth, so she simply called him D, which also sounds more domineering. Vinina named her third child Ji Fengxian. The fourth child born to the enchanting woman was named Ji Fengwan, just like the second child, with Huang and Huang being homophones. The birth of the 4 little ones has made the entire Jiangnan Shanshui residential community incredibly lively. Boom! One after another, intelligent fighter jets continued to approach the Jiangnan base city. Most of the people who were supposed to come came, and even those who weren't supposed to come came. Fortunately, after several expansions, the entire Jiangnan Shanshui residential area is large enough, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to accommodate so many people. With the birth of her 4 children, Yu was in high spirits and brought out many nice things. In particular, the HR Alliance offers a 70% discount on all the best products worldwide. It can be considered a cause for universal celebration. The festivities lasted for 3 days before the guests reluctantly departed. There are just too many good things here in Yeyu, such as plenty of high-level king-level monster meat. Even monster meat of the Beast King level was brought out by Yu. Moreover, this meat is the essence of monster meat, and a bite of it is no less than a drop of dragon blood from the Ultimate Martial Arts Academy. Then there's the reward that the birth of 4 children brought to Yu. Award. Reward 1 10 bottles of transformation pills 100 pills. Reward 2 1 chaos steel of the fire and void laws, and 1 accompanying secret technique. Reward 3 1 additional slot card for binding in another dimension. Award. Reward 1 100 SSS type bloodline potions. Reward 2 1 chaos steel of the earth and void laws, and 1 accompanying secret technique. Reward 3 1 additional slot card for binding in another dimension. Award. Reward 1 100 premium grade nutrient tanks and 1000 tons of accompanying nutrient solution. Reward 2 1 golden void law chaos steel, and 1 accompanying secret technique. Reward 3 1 additional slot card for binding in another dimension. Award. Reward 1 1 G grade synthesis panel. Reward 2 1 wood void law chaos steel, and 1 accompanying secret technique. Reward 3 1 additional slot card for binding in another dimension. The birth of her 4 sons brought Yu a considerable reward. 100 transformation pills. Last time, Yu was still wondering if the clones of her eldest sister Tangqin and third sister Fujinyu could transform into human form. Yu was directly rewarded with 100 transformation pills. There's also the SSS-type bloodline potion. The system has given Night Rain a large batch of 100 vials. Then there are 100 top-grade nutrient tanks, along with 1000 tons of nutrient solution. Such a grand gesture is something that even some poorer, more advanced spacefaring nations probably couldn't afford. It's likely that only the 5 major human powers could easily produce such a weapon. What Yu valued most was the G-grade synthesis panel, which gave her a huge surprise. Combining 9 of the same type of item into one will inevitably elevate the quality of the item to a new level. The upper limit is G level, and G level corresponds to the Immortal King title. Seeing this, Yu's head was spinning. This wasn't a surprise, it was a shock. The shock of the night rain left me unable to calm down for a long time. Finally, there are the 4 Chaos Tablets, which, like the Chaos Tablet that Yu obtained before, are all Chaos Tablets and cultivation techniques that lead directly to the Lord of the Universe. Now, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are complete in the night rain. Only the 4 Chaos Steels, wind, thunder, light, and time and space are missing. Splash! Yi Yu stepped directly out of the treasure-level nutrient tank, feeling the immense power within her body, and her face was filled with smiles. Level, peak of the 9th tier of the universe. In just a few days, Yi Yu jumped from the 5th level of the cosmic level to the peak of the 9th level of the cosmic level. Even with nearly 30 times the genetic and spiritual strength, Yi Yu consumed less than 1 kilogram of nutrient solution. If it were a normal cosmic level being, the consumption would probably be less than 20 grams. 1 kilogram of nutrient solution is negligible compared to the reward of 1,000 tons of nutrient solution. This reward of 1,000 tons of nutrient solution is enough for Yi Yu and the women to use up to the level of a realm lord or higher. Moreover, even if the 1,000 tons of nutrient solution are used up, Yi Yu can still use the synthesis panel to synthesize a second-grade G-level nutrient solution for use. Clang! At that moment, the other 14 nutrient tanks on the side were also opened one by one. Soon, Tangqin, Jiangfeng, Vinina, Yaorao, Fujinyu, Gushanshan, Baisusu, Lushua, Yaobingshua, Suhongdo, and Su Shangxi, 12 women, emerged from the nutrient tank, radiating youthful beauty. In addition to the 12 women, there are also the golden horned beast clones of the eldest sister Tangqin and the third sister Fujinyu. That's right, they are the 2 women's clones. After obtaining the transformation pill, Yi Yu immediately had the 2 female clones consume it. And the transformation pill rewarded by the system did not disappoint Yi Yu. The 2 women's golden horned beast clones successfully transformed into human form, and the transformed women looked exactly like their original forms. However, because their true form was a golden horned behemoth, the murderous and tyrannical aura made the 2 female clones even more imposing and heroic. It also brought double the joy to Yi Yu. If the 2 women's clones were to give birth to children, it's unknown whether their talents would be as great as Rong Jun's and the founder of the Giant Axe. The Giant Axe founder and Rong Jun belonged to the Two-Man clan, a special race born from the marriage of the Giant Axe founder's grandmother and a starry sky beast. They were born with a body as powerful as a cosmic behemoth. It is also a favorite of the laws, especially the lower-level laws and the higher-level laws, such as the spatial laws, as well as the fusion of the 2 laws. And a natural fighting instinct. Yi Yu felt it necessary to give birth to a new race that was no less powerful than the Two-Man clan. Unsurprisingly, the 12 women, along with their 2 clones, all reached the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic level, just like Yi Yu. Chapter 77 The Invaluable Nutrient Chamber, the 9th Order of the Universe. As expected, the 12 women and their 2 clones all reached the peak of the 9th level of the universe by soaking in the nutrient tank. That's right, they are the 2 golden horned behemoth clones of the eldest sister Tangqin and the third sister Fujinyu. Not long after the 2 women broke through, their clones also broke through to the cosmic level. At first, Yi Yu thought that her eldest sister Tangqin and third sister Fujinyu's golden horned beast clones would need a lot of metal to evolve. Now that the entire province is under control, the 2 clones that have transformed can simply soak in nutrient solution like humans. However, before Yi Yu could even feel happy, something happened that soon left her speechless with despair. How could so much have been consumed? Seeing the nutrient solution consumed by the 2 women's 2 clones, Yi Yu was completely stunned. The 2 clones directly consumed a full 1,500 kilograms of nutrient solution from Yi Yu, which is 1.5 tons. Seeing this number startled Yi Yu. In other words, each clone consumes 750 kilograms of nutrient solution from Yi Yu, which is 750 times the amount of Yi Yu's 30-fold genes and soul. Dad, although Mom's 2 clones have taken human form, their essence is still the golden horned beast. The cosmic level golden horned beast is over 9 kilometers long. The little demon quickly gave an explanation to Yi Yu. Okay, I was just being a bit presumptuous. As Xiaoyao explained, Yi Yu said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. He finally understood what was going on. Although the golden horned beast clone only had 10 times the genetic power, its length reached 9 kilometers after transforming back into its original form. Compared to Yi Yu's small stature of 2 meters, 9 kilometers and 2 meters are not even in the same league. Well, actually, Yi Yu should have thought of that earlier. It seems that feeding these 2 clones with composite metal will be the most cost-effective way to cultivate them in the future. Yi Yu said that 1,000 tons of nutrient solution would be enough, but now it seems that's far from enough. The next evolution of the golden horned beast will be at the domain lord level, and then at the world lord level. A domain lord level golden horned behemoth can reach 90 kilometers in length, while a world lord level golden horned behemoth exceeds 1,000 kilometers in length. The nutrient solution that Night Rain rewards will be barely enough to feed the 2 clones. Seeing the enormous energy expenditure of the 2 clones, even Tangqin and Fujinyu felt a little embarrassed. Both women blushed slightly, they really could eat a lot. Their physical forms are similar to those of Yi Yu, and they consume less than 1 kilogram of nutrient solution. This nutrient tank truly lives up to its reputation as a treasure. It allowed me to directly transcend 7 or 8 minor realms without exhibiting the slightest instability in my aura. All the women experienced it, and this direct boost had absolutely no effect on them. If other methods were used to enhance it, such a terrifying increase in power would definitely lead to the loss of control over the power. However, they did not feel any loss of control over their power, which was clearly thanks to the nutrient tank. That's not entirely true, it's also because your level of understanding is high enough. Yi stopped worrying about the consumption issue. With the G-grade synthesis panel, he could afford to maintain it. Any F-grade or G-grade treasure you pick out will be priced according to the Hunyuan unit. Yi chuckled and stepped forward, pulling his eldest sister Tang Qin and her clone into his arms. According to the realm of this world, basic artistic conception domain world. To be precise, the domain corresponds to the domain master level. Even a peak bloodline like the golden horned beast, representing the 12th cosmic level, only reaches the cosmic level before being associated with a specific realm. In fact, those who have comprehended a field at the stellar level are geniuses among geniuses. Those who, like Hong and Thor, comprehend a domain at the planetary level are extremely rare. Now, all the women are at least at the 8th level of the domain. The eldest sister Tang Qin, the second sister Jiang Feng, and the 3 women, including Vinina, are all now at the peak of the 9th level of cultivation. It wouldn't be a big problem for them to break through to the 9th level of the domain lord level directly. Looking at the women with their radiant beauty, Yi picked her up, then scooped her up by the knees, and disappeared into the underground chamber with her clone. The women all giggled and then followed with their long legs. "Tell me, did you plan this all along?" Tang Qin wrapped her arms around Yiyu's neck, her eyes sparkling with desire, and gave Yiyu a disdainful look. She said that all the bad ideas Yiyu had been plotting back then were actually here. Looking at the 2 women in front of him, their appearances, figures, expressions, and movements were almost identical. However, the 2 women have completely opposite temperaments. The original Tang Qin is gentle, dignified, and elegant, while the clone Tang Qin is sharp and domineering. He. Yi chuckled. These kinds of things can only be done, not said, they can only be understood, not explained. He kissed his older sister's sexy red lips and placed her directly on the bed. Her snow-white jade feet swayed continuously, and soon beautiful singing filled the room. In the days that followed, Yi directly trained with the women to gain experience while adding skill points. The birth of his 4 sons brought Yi a return of 20 years of cultivation. Cultivation points returned 20 years. Yi sat directly in front of the chaos steel of the water and void laws and immediately began to gain insights into the laws. Boom! Yi's consciousness was elevated, and elevated again, and countless insights into the laws surged into Yi's mind. 20 years of cultivation were returned, and 5 years were added to the law of water. 5 years were directly added to the laws of space. 5 years were directly added to the myriad lines of movement technique. The last 5 years were added to the Ice Soul Divine Sword and the Profound Origin Divine Sword respectively. When 20 years of cultivation were completely exhausted, Yi's overall strength advanced by leaps and bounds. As long as one comprehends the laws effectively, improving combat power is a breeze. The law of water, introduction 45% 85%. Laws spatial laws, beginner level 20% 55%. Body technique myriad threads flow 100 threads flow 1% 50%. Divine weapon Ice Soul Divine Sword, 4th level 35% 6th level 12%. Divine weapon Xian Yuan Divine Sword, 4th level 35% 6th level 12%. After 20 years of cultivation, Yi directly possessed the strength of the 6th level of the Tongtian Bridge. The 6th level of the Sky Bridge is invincible at the Domain Lord level. Of course, this is Yi's raw strength. If we take into account his innate secret techniques, plus the enhancement from his genes and soul, it's a different story. At this point, Yi had already earned the right to fight against ordinary realm lords. As long as it's not a realm lord recognized by the laws, Yi can fight against it. Feeling the power within her body, like a primordial beast, made Yi feel great. That's the joy of cheating, the endless joy of cheating. Click clack click clack. The entire underground chamber was surrounded by endless ice, as if time and space were frozen. As Yi withdrew all her power, the entire secret chamber seemed to spring back to life, and the endless ice crystals began to melt away. Stepping out of the secluded chamber, they saw the twin sisters, Gong Yan Yan and Gong Miao Miao, approaching gracefully. The night rain at this moment seemed to have inexhaustible energy. Amidst the two women's gasps, Yi Yu grabbed them by the knees and strode into the room. Chapter 78 Enslavement, Entering the Universe. During this time, Yi Yu originally intended to take out 16 SSS-level bloodline potions and give them to Su Xian, Lu Ting, Lu Shi, Li Qi, and 16 other women. Unfortunately, the 16 Girls Foundation is too weak. Making them take this SSS-level bloodline potion now and then break through to the cosmic level might not be a good thing. Su Xian, Lu Ting, Lu Shi, Li Qi, and Tang Yongqing, who were the first to be taken into the room by Yi Yu, were relatively easy to deal with. It's hard to say about the 11 girls who follow: Li Xiaoning, Gong Yanyan, Gong Miaomiao, Zhao Ruo, Janet, Athena, Diana, Ying Menjing, Ma Xiaotong, Wang Rong, and Jin Nan. With limited binding slots available, Yi Yu needs to cultivate and nurture them properly. Upon seeing Yi Yu, the two sisters first exclaimed in surprise, then their beautiful faces were filled with joy. The two sisters are just like their names. The two women had their long hair tied up high. One of them wore a fiery red palace dress, with a graceful and slender figure and a fiery personality. She was dressed in a sky blue palace gown, with a gentle and graceful personality, a voluptuous figure, and unparalleled beauty. Both women are just as good looking and have figures as the twin sisters Su Hongdou and Su Shangxi. One by one, the long palace dresses slid off, and soon two works of art were directly presented to Yi Yu. After a long while, their lips parted, their crystal high-heeled boots swayed, and soon beautiful singing voices began to spread. 3 months passed quickly. As Yi Yu had anticipated, the Nolan Mountain family's follow-up fleet arrived despite the inability to contact the advance force. Two massive spaceships, each over 6,000 meters long, arrived on Earth with a force of over 10,000 members from the Naranson family. Dozens of stars of the Ninth Order, thousands of stars of the same order, and tens of thousands of planets of the same order. However, their fate was already sealed. This time, Yi Yu brought Su Hongdou and Su Shangxi, along with Lu Xue, Yao Bingxue, Gu Shanshan, and by Susu 6 women in total. Yi Yu did not make a move, he left it to the 6 women. The 6 women, who had broken through to the 9th level of the cosmic level, swept through the 2 warships. In just a few breaths, tens of thousands of people, except for a few important members, were all slaughtered. The reason they didn't kill them all was that Yi Yu still needed them to stabilize Nulan Mountain. Yi Yu directly activated the Heavenly Fox secret technique to enslave the souls of those disciples of Nulan Mountain and all the Nulan guards. Celestial Fox secret technique, 2nd level, 65%. Once you reach a higher level, you can cultivate any secret technique very quickly. This time, without any extra help, Yi Yu relied on his own comprehension and directly mastered the 2nd level of the Heavenly Fox secret technique. Soon, the eyes of the dozen or so people dimmed under the influence of Yi Yu's secret technique. Of course, they regained their senses in just a dozen or so breaths. This time, however, the look in the eyes of the dozen or so people towards Yi Yu was no longer one of fear and apprehension, but rather one of utmost respect and reverence. The night rain has imprinted my thoughts on me. Even if Yi Yu asked them to slit their own throats right now, they wouldn't hesitate for a second. Greetings, Master. A dozen or so people knelt respectfully on the ground, their eyes filled with the fervor of religious fanatics. Tell me, where are the 3 patriarchs of your Norlan Mountain family, and the other 4 cosmic level disciples? Also, how many people know the location of the wormhole that leads here? Yi Yu addressed the dozen or so people from Pula Nolan Mountain who were completely enslaved in front of him. Reporting to Master, the 3 patriarchs of the Nualanshan family have always been on the family's ancestral home, Binglan Star, while the other 4 are at the cosmic level. Soon, Yi Yu got the answer he wanted. The 3 clan leaders of Mount Nualan are on their ancestral home, Ice Storm Star, while the other 4 cosmic level disciples are elsewhere. On Carlo Star, the capital planet of the Carlo Empire, he helps the Norlan Mountain family manage their business. The other 3 are on Xiolong Star, and the other 2 are in the Black Dragon Empire. As for knowing the location of the Earth's wormhole, besides these 8 direct disciples, only the 3 clan leaders knew. Is that so? Yi Yu didn't intend to retaliate passively, he preferred to take the initiative. Immediately, Yi Yu led Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu towards the Ice Storm Star of the Carlo Empire. You guys go back first, we'll be back in a month or 2 at most. Yi Yu said. Alright. Then be careful. The 4 sisters, Lu Xue, Yao Bingxue, Su Hongdou, and Su Shangxi, all looked at Yi Yu with resentment. Yi Yu brought Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu along but not the 4 girls, which made the 4 girls resentful. However, they still had to listen to what Yi Yu said. Su Gushan and Bai Susu were extremely excited, finally going to see the universe. Boom! A dark red triangular spaceship, a kilometer long and wide, headed directly into the depths of space. This warship is classified as D9. It was created by synthesizing 729 A9 class primordial class warships using the synthesis panel. Due to time and production capacity constraints, Night Rain has currently synthesized 4 such D9 class warships. 2 boats were taken away by the Night Rain, while 2 others were left in the hands of the eldest sister, Tang Qin, and the second sister, Zhang Feng. 3, 2, 1. As Xiaoyao reported, the warship quickly reached the speed of light and then disappeared into the universe. It didn't disappear, rather, the spaceship entered the dark universe. The whole process was very smooth, and Yiyu, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu only felt a slight tremor. Little Demon, activate 70% outdoor scene simulation. As Yiyu finished speaking, the entire spaceship began to blur, and soon a magnificent scene appeared before Yiyu and the other two. So beautiful, the 2 women couldn't help but exclaim. Looking at the scene in the dark universe, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu were filled with wonder. Even Yiyu was the same, after all, this was his first time entering the dark universe. Brother, should we go to Ice Storm Star first, or to Dragon Star first? Inside the control room, Bai Susu wore her long hair pulled up high, a white dress, and a pair of off-white high-heeled boots. Then, with her long legs, she wrapped her arms around Yiyu's neck and sat directly in Yiyu's lap. Gu Shanshan, dressed in a long red dress, sat on Yiyu's lap on the other side. Don't be nervous. Yiyu comforted the 2 women. This is the first time for both women to enter space, and the things they need to do are quite extraordinary, so it's understandable that they are a little nervous. The 2 women felt the warmth from Yiyu's large hands and gradually calmed down. Let's go to Binglan Star and deal with Newlin Mountain first, then go to Chiolong Star, lest things get complicated. Yiyu said directly. Little Demon, what's our current speed? How long will it take to reach Ice Storm Star in the Carlo Empire? Gu Shanshan asked. We're currently traveling at 5.2 times the speed of light, which is also the maximum speed of this spaceship. It will take us 3 days to reach Ice Storm Star in the Carlo Empire, Xiaoyao chuckled. Although the Carlo Empire ranked among the top in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's 500 vassal states. However, the Carlo Empire is still within the more than 100 star systems radiated by the Chiolong Star. Chapter 79 Arrival, Slaying Nualanshan. The distance from Earth to the Carlo Empire is not too far, about the same as the distance from Earth to the Chiolong Star. Traveling in a D9 class spaceship, with a speed increase of 10,081 times in the dark universe, it would take about 3 days. The 2 women, one on each side, gazed at Yiyu with seductive eyes, their little hands beginning to wander. Yiyu chuckled, lifted by Susu's smooth, rounded chin, and then kissed her sexy red lips directly. Bai Susu coiled around Yiyu like a beautiful snake, wrapping her arms around his neck and her long legs around his waist. After a long while, their lips parted. Yiyu picked up Bai Susu and placed her on the central table. Then he simply picked up her long, slender legs. The milky white crystal high-heeled boots swayed, and soon beautiful singing filled the control room. Traveling through space can be quite tedious, but with Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu by my side, the Night Rain is anything but boring. Having the opportunity to be alone with Yiyu was extremely rare, and the 2 women were overjoyed, so they used all their charms. With 20 or 30 sisters in the family, opportunities to spend time alone with Yiyu are few and far between. Aside from her seclusion, Yiyu's other time is entirely taken care of by her sisters. Fortunately, Yiyu's body was extremely strong, which convinced them both. 3 days passed quickly. For 3 days, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu did not leave their room. At this moment, both women's pretty faces were flushed, and their skin became even more supple and smooth. In just 3 days, the 2 women's brows were brimming with springtime charm, and they exuded even more of a mature, womanly allure. In the bathroom, Yiyu finished tidying up the 2 women who were completely limp, and then carried them to the control room. Hee, you guys take a good rest and recover. Yiyu chuckled. After 3 days of irrigation and nourishment, both women's legs were still a little weak and they could hardly stand. The 2 women each gave Yiyu a charmingly disdainful look, then quickly recovered, as they were approaching their destination. 3, 2, 1. 2 hours later, when the spaceship came to a stop, it also left the dark universe. How do we get into Ice Storm Star? Night Rain asked, calling over a dozen people from Pula Nolan Mountain. Although Night Rain can directly bombard Ice Storm Star. His D9 class spaceship was equipped with 3 D9 class laser cannons and 18 D1 class secondary cannons. It should be noted that a single shot from a D9 level laser cannon is equivalent to a full force attack from a 9th tier domain lord. A single barrage could turn the entire Ice Storm Star into a dead star. However, since they didn't accurately target Nualanshan and the others, they might not be able to kill the three of them. Secondly, directly bombarding Ice Storm Star would cause too much noise, as there are quite a few orbital cannons outside Ice Storm Star. After all, this is the ancestral home and stronghold of the Nualanshan family, so its defenses should not be underestimated. We miscalculated, we should have gone to Cholone Star first. Yi Yu patted his head. If he went to Cholone Star first, he could synthesize an E-class, F-class, or G-class spaceship. It could blow up this planet Nolan in one shot. Against laser cannons of E-level or higher, Nualanshan's ninth order cosmic strength is nothing but trash. Master, leave it to us. A dozen or so people from Pulla Nolan Mountain immediately knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Alright, please double check whether Nualanshan and the other two are still on this Ice Storm Star?" Yi Yu asked. The master has confirmed that the three of them are still on this Ice Storm Star. Okay. Go. Yi Yu waved his hand, signaling the dozen or so people to leave immediately. An hour later, a standard spaceship belonging to the Nolan Mountain family passed port inspection and flew into the Nolan Mountain family's ancestral home, Binglan Star. Let's split up, 3 people, 1 for each of us. Yi Yu said directly to Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu. Good. The 2 women responded and then left the spaceship, heading towards their respective destinations. Boom. Night Rain also transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the North Pole of Ice Storm Star, which was the secluded training ground of Nolanshan, the founder of the Nolanshan family. 80% of the entire planet Ice Storm was covered in ice and snow, and the sky was filled with howling wind and snow. Boom! Just as Yi Yu was about to approach the Arctic iceberg, the iceberg suddenly exploded, and a figure shot straight into the sky. Did you spot it? You're quite alert, but do you think you can escape? Clearly, Nualanshan had installed advanced detection instruments near where he was in seclusion. However, it was too late, because the discovery of the Night Rain came too late. Let's do it! At this moment, Yi Yu directly ordered Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu to begin their operation. The 2 were already in place, having already identified the other 2 cosmic-level patriarchs of the Nualanshan family. They were just waiting for Yi Yu to arrive so the 3 of them could make their move together. To prevent someone from sending a message before they die, which would allow the other 2 to discover the situation and escape. Upon receiving Yi Yu's message, the 2 women immediately flew towards their target. Buzz. Meanwhile, on Yi Yu's side, the psychic weapon bloomed like flower petals, revealing a mesmerizing light. In an instant, several ice crystal flying swords pierced through the void and caught up with the fleeing Nualanshan in the blink of an eye. Spare me! Nualanshan was so frightened that he immediately begged for mercy without any hesitation. Although the detector could not determine Yi Yu's specific cultivation level and strength. But both Yi Yu's speed and the power she unleashed surpassed the cosmic level. If a powerful expert, at least at the Domain Lord level, wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to resist. However, the Night Rain remained unmoved. Yi Yu didn't use her ultimate move. With Yi Yu's current strength, she wouldn't need to use her ultimate move against Nualanshan, she could just use a normal attack. Boom! 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 The first sword pierced through the alloy armor protecting Nualanshan's body, the second sword pierced through his source energy armor, and the third sword pierced through Nualanshan's head. No! A piercing scream abruptly stopped, and Nualanshan stared wide-eyed, never understanding why this had happened until his death. He also didn't understand when he had offended such a terrifying enemy. Little demon, check his AI computer. Night Rain Walk went directly to the unseen corpse on Mount Nualan. This powerful 9th-tier cosmic warrior, who once held the title of Giant Axe, has killed 1,000 warriors of the same tier. His true strength is already not much different from that of an ordinary Domain Lord level expert. However, in the end, their strength was still far inferior to that of Yi Yu. Then Yi Yu picked up the intelligent computer from Nualan Mountain and threw it into Xiao Yao's world ring. Then he picked up the spatial ring from Nolan Mountain, which could also be considered a spoil of war, and then threw it into the little demon's world ring as well. Done. Just then, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu's voices rang out simultaneously, indicating that they had also dealt with their opponents. Okay. Let's go then. Chapter 80 Arrival at Xiolong Star, Jihong. Boom. With a single punch, Yi Yu shattered Nualanshan's corpse, turning it into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air. After destroying the evidence, the Night Rain shot straight into the sky. When Yi Yu returned to the spaceship, Bai Susu and Gu Shanshan had already returned to the spaceship as well. The 2 women remained calm and showed no unusual behavior, clearly indicating that they were both decisive and ruthless individuals. On Earth, they also fought their way through, though they rarely killed anyone. The two women acted swiftly and cleanly, and the deaths of the three patriarchs of Nora Mountain were clearly not discovered. The spaceship then left Ice Storm Star in a swagger. In the vast universe, two spaceships flew past, one after the other. Ahead, inside the triangular D9 class warship, Yi looked at the spaceship following behind and a thought crossed her mind. The faces of the dozen or so people from Pula Nolan Mountain changed, then screams rang out, and they finally collapsed to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. Boom! A flash of light, and then the entire spaceship was annihilated without leaving any trace. These people are no longer useful, and Yi has no intention of keeping them around. Looking at the fireworks behind her, Yi nodded in satisfaction. This mission was considered a complete success. What about the other four? Gu Shanshan asked. The other four are at the cosmic level. One is on the capital planet of the Carlo Empire, one is on the Chilom Star, and the other two are in the Black Dragon Empire. Clearly, Gu Shanshan intended to eliminate the threat completely. Don't worry about them. If they're smart, they'll run away when they hear about the deaths of the three from Norlan Mountain. But if they're not so smart, the Emperor of the Carlo Empire will help them be smart, Yi said with a smile. The Norlan family occupies thousands of inhabited planets. It's a huge piece of meat. The Emperor of the Carlo Empire will definitely be tempted. The Narantian family is basically finished now. Let's go. To Chiolong Star. Night Rain embraced the two women's voluptuous waists, causing Little Demon to accelerate towards Chiolongxing. Boom! A dozen or so breaths later, the spaceship disappeared into the cosmos. 3 days later, the spaceship docked directly in the space docking port of Chiolong Star. Chiolong Star is one of the core planets of the Black Dragon Empire. It is the most prosperous planet among hundreds of nearby star systems and can be considered the economic center of hundreds of nearby star systems. The planet is twice the size of Earth and has a gravity more than 3 times that of Earth. This is an extremely beautiful planet, with colorful clouds floating in the sky, making the whole planet magnificent. This also prompted powerful figures from many nearby star systems to settle on Chiolong Star. When there are more strong players, consumption increases, and with increased consumption, the economy improves. Therefore, the Star of the Dragon is extremely prosperous. So beautiful. As they emerged from the D-Zone harbor, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu couldn't help but marvel at the colorful clouds in the sky. Isn't it beautiful? How about we buy it? Yi said with a smile. Can I buy it? Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu were taken aback when they heard Yi's words, and then looked at Yi and said, Yes. Yi nodded. This gentleman is right. Everything in this universe has a price, and you can buy anything if you can afford the price. Just then, a soft, sweet voice rang out from behind the three of them. The three of them were speaking a universal language, so others could naturally understand them as well. The three of them looked toward the sound and saw a woman with a graceful figure walking toward them. The woman's appearance was very similar to that of Chinese people on Earth, both in hair color and skin tone. Only those eyes were azure blue. The woman was about 180 centimeters tall, and her height was similar to that of Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu. This is the woman that Yi and the two women have seen since they came to the universe, and she is the one who best fits Earth's aesthetic standards. The woman looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, and her voluptuous figure was wrapped in a long black dress. The woman had a very imposing figure, with full breasts, a pert bottom, a slender waist, and long legs. You couldn't see her toes when she looked down. The woman's long hair was styled in a high bun, and her graceful figure made her appear elegant and intellectual. This is a woman similar to Bai Susu. However, one woman was dressed in black and the other in white, with the black adding a touch of allure and seduction. Of course, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this woman's strength has reached the 9th level of the universe. Okay, the people who come out of the D-sector docking port are basically all cosmic-level powerhouses. Aside from those with powerful family backgrounds, how could anyone afford a Class D spaceship without cosmic-level strength? Let me introduce myself. I am Ji Hong, and I run a rare treasure shop in Chiolong City. May I ask your guidance? The woman approached Yi and his companions with a confident demeanor, introduced herself, and then looked at them. Of course, she was mainly looking at Yi, and Yi could even see a hint of expectation in her eyes. Night Rain. Hello. Night Rain introduced herself directly and smiled at Ji Hong. This woman's surname is Ji. Could she be from the Ji family, one of the 300 kings and marquises of the Qianwu Universe Kingdom? Of course, this is just Yi's guess. The universe is too big, with countless races, and even more races that look similar to Earthlings. Gu Shanshan. By Susu. Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu exchanged a glance, and they could easily understand that this woman was probably after Yi Yu. The two women understood all too well the fatal attraction Yi Yu possessed for women. On Earth, Yi Yu attracts many admirers, especially the women in the royal guard, who are mostly drawn to her. The two women couldn't help but roll their eyes at Yi Yu. Upon hearing Yi Yu and the other two introduce themselves, Ji Hong was delighted and became very enthusiastic. Of course, her enthusiasm was not offensive. She maintained a good balance of distance and propriety. Soon all four of them added each other's contact numbers. Then, under the respectful yet envious gazes of the port staff, Yi Yu and the other three boarded their private aircraft and left the port. Yes, that's right, privileged classes exist everywhere. A cosmic-level fighter would already be considered high-end combat power in Xiaolong City, so Yi Yu and his companions didn't fly to Xiaolong City on their own like Luo Feng did in the original story. In Zone D, there is a shuttle bus service. Their private flying vehicle carried the four of them directly into the Dragon City, without them having to queue to enter. If you two sisters need anything, please feel free to come to Qibao store to find me. I still have some influence in Xiaolong City. Ji Hong held the hands of Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu and said, "Yes, that's right." In just a short while, the three women were already calling each other sister and younger sister. "Okay. We'll come find you after we've finished our business," Gu Shanshan said with a smile. Ji Hong made a move to get closer, and the two women naturally followed suit. It wouldn't be bad to make a friend here when you're unfamiliar with the place. Although this woman was after Yi Yu, there were far too many women who were after Yi Yu. Watching Yi Yu and the other two leave, Ji Hong withdrew her somewhat reluctant gaze and then left the parking lot. Chapter 81 Processing Identification, 5-Star Client. Watching Yi Yu and the other two leave, Ji Hong tried her best to suppress the urge to follow them. This is so torturous. However, the beginning was good. With a good start, continuing the contact. Only after watching Yi Yu disappear at the end of the street did she withdraw her somewhat reluctant gaze and leave the parking lot. The streets of Xiaolong City were bustling with activity. Although they were all human, the differences between the various races were truly enormous. The shorter ones are less than 20 centimeters tall, while the taller ones can reach more than 10 meters. Its appearance is also extremely unique, with patterns all over its skin, 3 eyes, horns on its head, a head full of tufts, wings on its back, and a long tail. If this were set in a fantasy or martial arts world, one might think they'd stumbled into the lair of some demons or monsters. However, here, they truly belonged to the human race. Whether it was Yi Yu or the two women, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu, they all found it extremely novel. Xiaolong City has a history of over 3 million years and is the only city on the entire planet Xiaolong. The entire Xiaolong City is also very large, with a length and width exceeding 6,000 kilometers. It is roughly 36 to 40 million square kilometers, which is equivalent to the land area of 4 Chinas. If you add the wealthy castles outside the city, the entire Xiaolong City covers an area exceeding the total area of an entire Eurasian continent. Let us go, let us get our imperial citizenship sorted out first, Yi Yu said to the two women. Good. The two women withdrew their curious gazes and nodded, which was one of their main purposes for coming to Xiaolong City. Only with citizenship can one obtain an account on the virtual universe network. Following the little demon's guidance, the three of them soon arrived at the administrative building of the Black Dragon Empire stationed on Xiaolong Star. Led by a bunny-eared girl, we arrived at the 32nd floor. The three of them then spent 150 Black Dragon coins to obtain citizenship in the Black Dragon Empire. As for where the money came from, it naturally came from Babata. Babata gave Night Rain a total of 10 dry witch coins. I have some friends who also want to join the Black Dragon Empire, but they can't make it because of other commitments. Can you help them? Yi Yu looked at the two dark-skinned, red-eyed staff members in front of her and said. Night Rain naturally refers to Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, Vinina, Yao Rao, Fu Junyu, Su Exayan, and Lu Ting. If it can be done, Yi Yu will do it together, so that they won't have to come back again later. Upon hearing this, the staff looked at the cosmic level strength detected in Yi Yu, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu. He immediately replied respectfully, yes. However, you need to provide them with their genetic information, and their strength must reach at least the planetary level. If it were someone else, of course it wouldn't work. But whether it's Yi Yu, Gu Shanshan, or Bai Susu, all three are at the cosmic level, so of course everything is negotiable. Cosmic level figures are high-ranking individuals in hundreds of star systems surrounding the entire Qilong star, let alone the 3 cosmic level figures right in front of us. Then there are those who join the Black Dragon Empire as citizens, who must be at least planetary level. If the person Yiyu needs to handle doesn't reach the planetary level, even if Yiyu and his 2 companions are cosmic level experts, they, as city lords and domain lords, wouldn't be able to handle it. This is the universal rule of the universe. No problem. Yiyu nodded and handed over the genetic and personal information of Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and 26 others to the staff. This was something Yiyu had prepared long before she entered the universe. Then 2 staff members took out 2 scanning devices to scan the genes provided by Yiyu. Check, no such person found. Strength at the cosmic level. Check, no such person found. Strength at the cosmic level. Check, no such person found. Strength at the cosmic level. A series of no such person found messages, along with a voice that sounded like it had reached the cosmic level, caused both staff members to tremble slightly. There were a total of 26 cosmic level beings. No, adding the 3 in front of us, there were a total of 29 cosmic level beings. The 2 men looked at Yiyu and the other 2 with increasing respect. Indeed, the kind of people you associate with determines the kind of circle you form. Furthermore, what kind of family could cultivate so many cosmic level young disciples? It's probably only those world lord level families on the Black Dragon Empire's capital star that can cultivate so many universe level young disciples. Then, the 2 of them quickly helped Yiyu process the citizenship information for Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and the other 26 people. Take care, guests. The 2 men respectfully escorted Yiyu and the other 2 to the door. After leaving the administration building, the 3 of them went to Virtual Universe Company and registered an account with the company. Babata only gave Night Rain 10 Xianwu coins, paid the spaceship's parking fee, and processed citizenship for 29 people. Now Yiyu only has 7 Xianwu coins left, and Yiyu has only opened 3 virtual accounts. Where are we going now? Bai Susu asked. Make money. Night Rain said. He paid for 100 years of internet access for him, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu, and now Yiyu only has 4 Qianwu coins left. 4 Qianwu coins aren't enough for Yiyu and the other 2 to eat, drink, and stay here. They need to get some money now. Let's go to the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Night Rain said. Night Rain hadn't forgotten that the last reward included a 5-star account from the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Dad, the 5-star account of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank has been linked to your Virtual Universe account, the little demon said. Just now, after Yiyu completed the Virtual Universe Network account, Xiaoyao began to link it to his bank account. Okay. Let us see how much is left. Yiyu said. No balance. Little demon said innocently, shrugging her shoulders. Night Rain. Okay, they said they'd reward you with an account, but sure enough, there was only one account, and it didn't have a single cent in it. Giggle. The 2 women giggled as they looked at Yiyu's bewildered expression. The 3 of them soon arrived at the building of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Really? Because the account was linked to Yiyu's spiritual imprint, the entire bank was immediately taken over by the bank's intelligence system after Yiyu reported the account. Dear customer, please follow me. A moment later, a blue-skinned man with pointed ears quickly approached Yiyu and said respectfully. The man was the branch manager of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank's branch on Xiulong Star. Seeing the strength of this bank president, who was at the domain lord level, Yiyu's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. However, what Yiyu didn't know was that the bank manager was startled the moment he saw her. Okay. Yiyu nodded. Then, led by the bank manager, they arrived at a spacious and luxurious reception room. Then the bank manager automatically left, and Yiyu was received by an intelligent robot. Dear 5-star customer, what service do you require? The beautiful female AI robot bowed slightly to Yiyu and asked. I need to deal with some items. Yiyu said directly. Chapter 82 Selling an Immortal Corpse for 1200 Han Yuan. Dear 5-star customer, our Cosmic Galaxy Bank has a powerful sales network in all the cosmic kingdoms within the human realm. Our bank offers 2 main categories of services, goods consignment service and goods acquisition service. For the consignment service, our bank will charge a handling fee of 1,000th of the selling price of the item. The goods purchase service buys goods at the standard price. Which service would you like to choose? The female intelligent robot had a clear, crisp voice, a smiling face, and was extremely respectful. I choose to buy the goods. Yiyu said directly. Consigning items for sale takes time, but Yiyu needs money right now and can't wait that long. Okay, please show me the items you wish to sell. Without further ado, Yi Yu took out the immortal corpse of the mechanical race. Boom! Even though he had been dead for 50,000 years, the pressure from the immortal powerhouse still made Yi Yu tremble with fear. The mechanical corpse was about 5 meters tall, its entire body was bronze in color, as if it had been cast from bronze. There was a huge hole in the chest of the corpse, as if it had been ripped open by a hand. This mechanical corpse was naturally the one that Night Rain had traded for with the golden horned beast in Babata. Of course, Night Rain wouldn't dare sell a corpse that wasn't an immortal corpse of the mechanical race. Heaven knows what would happen if the corpse of an immortal human warrior were brought out. Yi Yu might be arrested on charges of treason immediately. When Yi Yu took out the corpse, the intelligent life form began to quickly scan the corpse and assess its value. The corpse of an immortal powerhouse, 5 meters tall. The military lord with unparalleled strength before him. Residual divine power. Damage level. The female AI conducted a series of assessments on the corpse of this immortal mechanical warrior. Dear 5-star customer, we have conducted a comprehensive evaluation of this mechanical immortal corpse. The corpse is valued at 1,200 chaos units. Do you agree with this price? When Yi Yu heard the price announced by the Universe Galaxy Bank's AI, she was slightly surprised. The corpse of an immortal powerhouse of the machine race is actually more valuable than their spaceship. With the common sense given by Babata and the inherited memories of the golden horned beast, this was something Yi Yu already knew. However, Yi Yu did not expect that the corpse would be so valuable, reaching a value of 1,200 Hunyuan units. Cosmic currency conversion. 1 Hunyuan equals 1 trillion cosmic coins. 1 universe coin 3,300 Xianwu coins. 1 Xianwu coin equals 1,000 black dragon coins. 1 black dragon coin equals 1,000 blue silver coins. It's worth noting that a human-made E-class advanced alloy spaceship, approximately 100 meters long, is worth around 1 mixed yuan unit. Due to technological limitations, the mechanical race's spaceships are all defaulted to E9 level. In terms of price, for spaceships of the same size, the mechanical race's spaceships are worth about 10 to 20 times more than human spaceships. In other words, for a 100-meter spaceship of the same size, the price of a human spaceship is 1 mixed yuan unit. The price of a mech race spaceship can reach 10-20 mixed units. Yi Yu remembered that the 1,200-meter mechanical spaceship in Bermuda in the original novel was worth about 1,000-2,000 Hunyuan units. This immortal corpse of the mechanical race, only 5 meters tall, was worth almost the same as that spaceship. I approve. Yi Yu said directly. Yi Yu knew that the corpse of this mechanical race immortal powerhouse was definitely worth more than 1,200 Hunyuan units. If it were auctioned, it might be worth more than 2,000 Hunyuan units. However, Yi Yu didn't care. With the synthesis panel, it won't be difficult for Night Rain to make as much money as she wants in the future. Dear customer, please sign the sales documents. The two parties then began signing the sales documents. After signing, Yi Yu placed the immortal corpse of the mechanical race into a groove. Then the groove quickly swallowed the corpse, and Yi Yu's account received a transfer notification. Dad, the money has been received. Xiao Yao said happily. Looking at the balance of 1,200 mixed yuan units, Yi Yu couldn't help but grin. Dear 5-star customer, what other services would you like? The female robot asked again. Open a few more accounts for me. Yi Yu said directly. Okay, it's a pleasure to help you. Yi Yu took out the newly obtained ID cards of the 28 women and opened an account for each of them. Then Yi Yu transferred 20 Hunyuan units to each account. Then the accounts of all 28 women were automatically upgraded to 3-star customers of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. The 3-star customer of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank requested 10 mixed yuan units. Having reached the level of a Samsung customer, one is eligible to participate in the Samsung auction held by Virtual Universe. Please take care, esteemed guest. Bank President Kamala personally and respectfully saw Yi Yu and his companions out the door. Even if a client is a domain lord, one must still treat them with utmost respect when dealing with a 5-star client. Come on, bind your spiritual imprint, virtual account, and bank account. As they walked out of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank building, Yi Yu addressed Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu directly. Good. Without further ado, the two women began the binding process. After the binding was completed, the two women quickly saw the balance in their accounts. They were both surprised to see a balance of 20 Hunyuan in their accounts. They weren't clueless newbies, they knew the value of those 20 mixed yuan units. These 20 Hunyuan units are more than enough to buy over 100 star systems around Xiaolong Star. How could this not surprise them? Don't be surprised, that immortal corpse of the mechanical race is worth 1200 chaos units, Night Rain said directly. So much? Upon hearing this number, the two women were utterly shocked, truly shocked. Let's go spend some money. Yi Yu chuckled and pulled the two women, whose heads were still a little dizzy, towards the Kiyulongking Real Estate Center. They'll be coming to Chilong Star often in the future, so how can they not have a place to stay? The three of them first found a decent-looking restaurant and tried some alien cuisine, and then went to the real estate center. Instead of buying a castle outside the city, Yi Yu directly chose a manor inside the city. The area outside the city is far too dangerous. There are many space pirates in the wilderness. Space pirates may plunder outside the city, but they would never dare to cause trouble inside the city. 88, Lockhart Road. This is a large estate that is 9.8 kilometers long and wide, covering an area of 96 square kilometers. On Earth, this would be considered a small town. Such a large manor within Shillong City is definitely considered luxurious. After all, this is inside the city, not outside. The entire estate boasts beautiful scenery, a blend of Eastern and Western styles, possessing the elegance of Eastern gardens while also incorporating modern technology. The entire manor cost Night Rain 1.8 trillion Black Dragon coins, which is approximately 1.8 billion Xianwu coins. However, now that Yi Yu is wealthy and powerful, this amount of money is nothing to him. Chapter 83: The Slave Market, the Mindsets of Two Women. The entire manor has a protection level of D, which means that even a domain lord level expert cannot force their way in without the owner's permission. In addition, the main building, as well as the podium building and the 36 auxiliary buildings, all have reached the D grade standard in terms of main materials. The most important thing is this underground chamber, whose wall alloy material even reaches grade E. If any customer is dissatisfied with anything, we can make changes immediately. The manager of the real estate center personally led the team and respectfully addressed Yi Yu and the other two. Putting aside the strength of Yi Yu and his group, such a large castle or manor might not be sold even after decades. For a major client like Yi Yu, the real estate center manager would naturally lead the team personally. He led Yi Yu, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu on a tour of the entire castle estate. What do you mean? Yi Yu asked, looking at the two women. No problem. The two women nodded to Yi Yu, clearly very satisfied with the manor. Okay, then let's sign it. Yi Yu nodded and signed it immediately. After the transfer, Yi Yu immediately put Xiao Yao in charge of the entire Castle Manor's intelligence center. Little Demon, please conduct a thorough inspection of the entire manor to see if there are any oversights or potential safety hazards. Night Rain said. Don't worry, I've got it covered, the little demon assured, patting her chest. Let's go buy some more people. With that, Yi Yu led the two women out of the castle manor and headed towards the slave market in the north of the city. The manor, which is 9.8 kilometers long and wide, cannot possibly be inhabited by only a few people like Yi Yu. It naturally needs some people to manage and maintain it. If they needed people, they would naturally go to the slave market in the north of the city. Night Rain had been eyeing this slave market for a long time now, she had heard so much about it. Rabbit-eared girls, cat-eared girls, fox-eared girls, here I come. Yi Yu chuckled, and soon the three of them entered the slave market in the north of the city. The entire slave market covered an area of 300 square kilometers and contained tens of thousands of slave traders. The slave market on Chilong Star is the largest slave trade center among hundreds of star systems near Chilong Star. The market was packed with people and extremely lively. Don't miss out. 9th level apprentice Iron Luo people, all strong, only 20 black dragon coins each. Take a look at her. A beautiful Mengbei girl, only 5,000 black dragon coins. The market was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and people haggling over prices. Those who have read the original novel, like Yi Yu, don't have much of a problem with it. The two women, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu, were deeply affected by the slave market shortly after entering it. A 9th level apprentice, equivalent to a peak war god on Earth, only requires 20 black dragon coins here. The worst off are the female slaves. Those who aren't pretty are cheaper than male slaves, costing only 10 black dragon coins. Those who are beautiful fare even worse, they are basically reduced to playthings. Even though the two women were exceptionally strong-willed and decisive, they both showed expressions of reluctance, as if they were feeling a sense of shared sorrow for the fate of their comrades. The two women were also very fortunate to have Yi Yu by their side. The two women recalled the arrival of the Nolan Mountain family fleet not long ago. If it weren't for Yi Yu, the entire Earth would probably have been. They will likely become one of those here, chosen like commodities. Thinking of this, both women broke out in a cold sweat. What? You think it's cruel? Yi Yu asked, looking at the two women. Yes. The two women nodded. The universe follows the Dark Forest law, a world where the strong rule. We just need to take care of the people around us and not overthink things, Yi Yu comforted the two women. Yes, we know. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, the two women quickly composed themselves. They haven't wasted their time all these years, especially in terms of their mindset. Afterwards, the three of them strolled around the slave market, which truly broadened their horizons. Slaves below the planetary level are worth an average of 10 black dragon coins, while those at the planetary level are worth an average of 10,000 black dragon coins. In contrast, a stellar level slave, who would be considered a top-tier fighter on Earth today, would only cost around 100 million black dragon coins. It should be noted that, apart from Yi Yu's 30,000 personal guards, there are only a dozen or so stellar-class celestial bodies on Earth today. Although Yi Yu had read the original novel, she had not personally experienced what happened. Let's go check out that shop. Yi Yu chuckled and walked straight ahead. Outside the mall, people were coming and going, shoulder to shoulder. In front of the gate stood a group of incomparably beautiful women of all races. It was exactly the kind of cat-eared girl, rabbit-eared girl, and fox-eared girl that Yi Yu wanted, along with girls with fluffy tails and wings. Every woman here would be considered stunningly beautiful on Earth, and they also have the added advantage of being from a special race. 5,000 black dragon coins each, discounts available for bulk orders. A beautiful woman stood in front of the gate, constantly calling out her wares. Upon seeing this, the two women rolled their eyes at Yi Yu, but still followed him upstairs. Go and call your manager here. Yi Yu stepped forward and released his aura, a powerful aura at the cosmic level, causing all the onlookers to tremble. Honored guest, please follow me, the woman stammered, her teeth chattering, but she still managed to say it quickly. Lead the way. Yi Yu nodded, then led Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu into the mall with the woman. This is indeed a shopping mall, a 5-story mall, covering tens of thousands of acres. The mall is filled with displays of beautiful female slaves of various races. The woman led Yi Yu and the other two directly to the 5th floor, and Yi Yu and the other two were secretly surprised as they passed by. The 5 floors were filled with female slaves of varying strengths. The 1st and 2nd floors are filled with apprentice-level female slaves below the planetary level. The 3rd and 4th floors are filled with planetary-level female slaves. All 5 floors are populated by female slaves of stellar level. What kind of slaves do you three esteemed guests require? Upon reaching the 5th floor, an elderly man with green skin quickly came up to greet them and respectfully addressed Yi Yu and his companions. Bring up all the information on the stellar-level female slaves. Yi Yu said directly. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, the green-skinned old man's eyes lit up. He knew a big deal had arrived. He quickly led Yi Yu into the VIP room. Please feel free to make any requests, and if you are not satisfied, I can directly transfer more from the headquarters, Kanglan Star. Then your business is quite large, Yi Yu said with a smile. The green-skinned old man mentioned Kanglan Star, which is the economic center of thousands of star systems, including Cholong Star. It is equivalent to the superior administrative unit of Cholong Star. If we divide the administrative units of the Black Dragon Empire into 4 levels, province, city, county, and town. A galaxy is like a town. The Silver Blue Empire, which governs 8 star systems, is equivalent to a county. A prosperous planet like Cholong Star is equivalent to a city. Kanglan Star is equivalent to a provincial capital city. The entire Black Dragon Empire governs 8,000 star systems, and there are only 8 such planets. Chapter 80 for the female slave Emperor Liuli, Lu Mei. You flatter me, esteemed guest. The green-skinned old man said it was too kind, but his eyes betrayed his arrogance. Oh, do you have any cosmic-level female slaves? Yi Yu asked directly. Have. The green-skinned old man answered without hesitation. Would the honored guest like me need some documents? The old man in green looked at Yi Yu with eager eyes. Whether it was Yi Yu, Gu Shanshan, or Bai Susu, they were all shocked to hear this. There really was a female slave of cosmic level. Don't rush, let me choose first. Yi Yu waved her hand and said. Welcome, distinguished guest. As he spoke, the green-skinned old man tapped the smart computer on his wrist, and soon a huge virtual screen appeared in front of Yi Yu and the others. The screen was filled with countless female slaves. Yi Yu looked at the numbers above. There were over 30,000 star-level female slaves. Does our esteemed guest know the rules of our business? The green-skinned old man asked, looking at Yi Yu. Tell me about it? Yi Yu asked, withdrawing her gaze. All right, let me tell you something. We are different from other merchants. Our female slaves are all carefully selected top quality ones, so they are 3 times more expensive than ordinary slaves of the same rank. Understood. Yi Yu nodded. Just like how an ordinary apprentice-level female slave outside only costs 10 black dragon coins, while theirs costs 5,000 black dragon coins, which is 500 times the price of an ordinary female slave. As for why they're so expensive, there's no other reason than they're beautiful. Okay, Yi Yu has figured it out. Simply put, they're going for the high-end route. Adding 3 times the price to a stellar class astronomical. Will the mentalist raise the price? Night Rain asked. Because mentalists are relatively rare and have high combat power, they are worth 3 times the price of martial artists in the outside world. No extra charge. Here, the price is the same for both spirit masters and female warrior slaves, said the green-skinned old man. All right. Hearing this, Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction and looked at the huge virtual screen again. Although Yi Yu's money came easily, he wasn't going to be a sucker and decided to check out the goods first. If it is indeed worth the price, then why not raise the price? Remove those who are over 185 centimeters tall and under 160 centimeters tall, Yi Yu said directly. As Yi Yu finished speaking, half of the more than 30,000 star-level female slaves were eliminated, leaving less than 15,000. Then remove those over 300 years old, Yi Yu said again. As Yi Yu finished speaking, the original 15,000 people were reduced by half again, leaving less than 7,000. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, the green-skinned old man's eyelids twitched involuntarily. With this strike, those remaining would be the true elites. But it wasn't over yet. The sound of Night Rain continued to rise slowly and steadily. Then remove the bloodlines of the 8th rank and below. Then remove the dark skin. Remove it again. As Yi Yu continued to raise his demands, the number of people, which was originally less than 7,000, was reduced to less than 300. Looking at the 200 to 300 people, Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction. All 300 people were directly adjusted by Yi Yu to be under 200 years old, with a stellar level of 6th rank or above, a bloodline of 7th rank or above, and a height of about 165 centimeters to 185 centimeters. Moreover, each and every one of them is an exceptionally beautiful woman. 300 women, of all shapes and sizes, each with their own unique charm, some dignified, some alluring, some innocent, some seductive, some charming, some noble, some elegant, some adorable. The 300 people were divided into more than a dozen races, such as snake girls, cat girls, rabbit girls, fox girls, leopard girls, winged race, and demon race. The green-skinned old man couldn't help but twitch his lips as he looked at Yi Yu's selection method. With Yi Yu's selection method, it's hard to say about appearance and figure. Although everyone is human, there are still significant differences in aesthetics among different races. But those selected by Yi Yu are absolutely top-notch elites. Because those under 200 years old, above the 6th rank of a star, and above the 7th rank of bloodline all represent talent and potential. It has the potential to break through to the cosmic level in the future. These 300 people can be said to be the true essence of these 30,000 people. These elites were previously sent to powerful families to reap huge profits. Regardless of what it's used for, even just for breeding offspring, it's a high-quality resource. Okay, that's all. Yi Yu smiled with satisfaction. Although she paid 3 times the price, she felt it was worth it. After Yi Yu finished selecting the items, the price was quickly calculated. There are 297 people, with an average price of about 10 billion black dragon coins per person, which adds up to 2.97 trillion black dragon coins. That's roughly 3 billion Xianwu coins. It's really expensive. This is almost enough for Yi Yu to buy 2 large manors in Xiulong City. However, for Yi Yu, who had a huge sum of money in his hands, this small amount was nothing. After finishing her sentence, Yi Yu turned directly to the green-skinned old man and said, "Bring me the information on the cosmic-level female slave." Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, the green-skinned old man's eyes suddenly lit up. Cosmic-level female slaves were a big deal. Without saying a word, the green-skinned old man directly opened the information on the cosmic-level female slave. Soon, information on more than a dozen female slaves was presented directly to Yi Yu. Clearly, even with the scale of this trading company, there aren't many cosmic-level slaves, only a dozen or so. There was no need for meticulous selection. 2 stunningly beautiful figures were immediately presented to Yi Yu's eyes. Name: Delili, height, 183 centimeters, age, 525 strength, universe level tier 1 martial artist, bloodline, 5th rank, origin, former empress of the empire on star 183455 in the Yunmeng star system. Name, D. Lume. Height, 183 centimeters. Age, 525. Strength, Universe Level. First Tier Mentalist. Bloodline, 5th Grade. Origin, former Queen of the Empire on star 183455 in the Yunmeng star system. These were twin sisters, one an empress and the other a queen, which immediately caught Yi Yu's eye. The two women, a martial artist and a mentalist both over 500 years old, can be considered true geniuses. Perhaps in the eyes of many, being over 500 years old and only at the first level of the cosmic level is hardly considered genius. However, it depends on who you compare it to. It's obviously incomparable to the geniuses in the cosmic genius battle. Such geniuses are the culmination of geniuses from the entire universe. They represent the true essence of humanity. A speed of cultivation that is hundreds or even thousands of years old, at the stellar level, or tens of thousands of years old, at the cosmic level, is what a normal human cultivation speed should be. Just like Mount Newelin. The over 80,000-year-old Ninth Order cosmic being still very famous in the Carlo Empire and several nearby lower-level cosmic nations. Moreover, reaching the first level of the cosmic level at the age of 500 already puts one among the most outstanding individuals among ordinary people. Of course, none of these are the most important things. The most important thing is that both women are beautiful. Looking at the 3D images of the two women, both their appearance and figures perfectly match the aesthetic standards of Earthlings. The two women had exquisitely beautiful faces, as if crafted by nature, and graceful, slender figures. Their toes were invisible when they looked down. She was truly a beauty that could topple kingdoms and possessed unparalleled elegance. Chapter 85. Buying 3,300 female slaves. Yi Yu looked at the two women's information in 3D images, and was very satisfied with them. "You have excellent taste, esteemed guest," the green-skinned old man immediately praised. "These are the two people with the highest cultivation levels that we captured on a newly discovered, undeveloped, primitive life-bearing planet in the Yunmeng galaxy. They caused us considerable losses back then. Several C9 class warships and hundreds of Star class ships were left on planet 183455. If they had developed technology and ventured into the cosmos, their achievements would have been far greater. If we buy these two esteemed guests and train them a little, they will definitely become two excellent helpers in the future. Or it can be used to reproduce, which is also a very good tool." Yi Yu ignored the green-skinned old man's praise and instead looked at the other dozen or so people. However, the other dozen or so people didn't quite fit Yi Yu's aesthetic, so she stopped watching. "The two of them are it. How much?" Yi Yu asked. "No bargaining, 10 trillion black dragon coins per person, 20 trillion black dragon coins for two people. Of course, distinguished guests can get a 20% discount if they pay with Qianwu coins," the green-skinned old man said directly. 10 trillion black dragon coins is roughly equivalent to 10 billion Qianwu coins, which is about the amount of the first account that Hianbo left to Luo Feng. This price is 10 times the price of a normal cosmic level slave, enough to buy more than a dozen inhabited planets. A first-tier cosmic-level martial artist costs 800 million Qianwu coins, a fourth-tier cosmic-level martial artist costs 16 billion Qianwu coins, a seventh-tier cosmic-level martial artist costs 400 billion Qianwu coins, and an eighth-tier cosmic-level martial artist costs 1.6 trillion Qianwu coins. The same applies to mental cultivators, which cost 3 times as much. However, once it reaches the 9th level of the cosmic level, the price will drop sharply, becoming even cheaper than the 8th level of the cosmic level. As for the reason, it's because there's a risk of breaking through to the Domain Lord level at the 9th level of the universe. Once you break through to the Domain Lord level, your soul will shrink and enter the original core, so even if you shatter its head, it can immediately recover. Therefore, once you break through to the Domain Lord level, you can no longer control them using slave chips, unless you use the secret technique of soul control. However, the secret techniques of the soul are extremely precious, and even immortal powerhouses would fight over them. "What if we settle in cosmic currency?" Night Rain asked lazily. 40% off. Upon hearing that Night Rain would settle the matter in cosmic currency, the green-skinned old man's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he answered without hesitation. "Okay. Let's settle the account." Upon hearing the green-skinned old man's words, neither Yi Yu nor Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu showed any expression. Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu had absolutely no concept of the 10 trillion black dragon coins. After all, Yi Yu had just transferred 20 mixed yuan units to them. If we convert it, 10 trillion black dragon coins wouldn't even amount to a fraction of 20 mixed yuan units. Yi Yu, on the other hand, is very wealthy and powerful. Several hundred billion Qianwu coins are just small change to him. The green-skinned old man's face lit up with a smile when he heard Yi Yu's words. In fact, true elites like Di Liuli and Di Lume have no trouble selling their slaves at all. But these are customers that Yi Yu personally brought in. Can the sales he makes be the same as those made by other people in the company? Moreover, and most importantly, Night Rain uses cosmic currency for settlement. Send another 3,000 apprentice-level 9th tier and planetary-level female slaves. Yi Yu said directly. No problem, the green-skinned old man replied readily. 3,000 apprentice-level 9th tier and planetary-level individuals are nothing. I could give away 10,000, let alone 3,000. Then, Yi Yu, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu analyzed the racial characteristics of these 300 star-level beings. Based on the physical characteristics of Earthlings, 3,000 apprentice-level 9th rank and planetary-level female slaves were directly selected. The height of these 3,000 people was set directly between 170 centimeters and 185 centimeters. The age limit for apprentice level is under 20, and the age limit for planetary level is under 25. Apprentices under 20 years old at the 9th level and planetary level under 25 years old are considered geniuses. The green-skinned old man was very excited. Just from this one deal with Night Rain, his commission would be enough for him to live a carefree and happy life for hundreds of years. How long will it take for them to arrive? Yi Yu asked. Night Rain was referring to the sisters Di Lili and Di Lume, both of whom were currently on Kanglan Star. Rest assured, esteemed guest, it will be delivered in 7 days at most, said the green-skinned old man. Okay. Yi Yu nodded. Since the two sisters, Di Lili and Di Lume, are not on Shilong Star, they need to be transported from Kanglan Star. Therefore, Yi Yu only paid a 20% deposit, for billion Xianwu coins, plus the 300 star-level items worth 3 billion Xianwu coins. Because Night Rain uses cosmic coins, the discount is 40%. After the discount, the original 7 billion Xianwu coins dropped to 4.2 billion Xianwu coins. One cosmic coin is approximately equal to 3,300 Xianwu coins, which is equivalent to 1.27 million cosmic coins. If you find any good deals in the future, just contact me. I guarantee you won't lose out. Yi Yu said directly. We guarantee to notify you immediately. The green-skinned old man's eyes were fervent, and he became even more respectful to Yi Yu, bowing to a 90-degree angle. Yi Yu took Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu out the door, and as for the female slaves, they would naturally deliver them to their door. Nighttime, 88, Lockhart Road. Looking at the 3,300 people below in the square in front of him, Yi Yu nodded with satisfaction. The screen is filled with legs that are over 170 centimeters long, each with its own unique charm. Some are dignified and beautiful, some are noble and elegant, some are alluring and charming, some are fiery and passionate, some are aloof and ethereal, some are delicate and petite, some are graceful and charming, some are alluring and seductive, some are otherworldly and refined, some are plump and smooth. Each one of them was exquisitely beautiful, like a flower in full bloom. To say they were peerless in their beauty would be an exaggeration, but they were all stunningly beautiful. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. The more than 3,000 beauties were clearly well trained by the slave traders. Kneeling on one knee, their clear, resonant voices rose in waves, creating a truly awe-inspiring sight. Get up, all of you. Yi Yu chuckled and waved his hand, directly causing more than 3,000 people to stand up. Then it's about feeding them chicken soup, giving them a pep talk, and winning them over. Of course, offering empty promises and motivational speeches is just talk, but what Yi Yu actually offers are real benefits. Night Rain promised to remove the slave chip control from their bodies in the future. This deeply moved the 3,300 people, and most of them regained their spirits, their eyes no longer so empty. After all, Yi Yu was willing to act, but if it were someone else, they wouldn't even bother to act, they would just whip them if they disobeyed. The fact that they were captured but did not commit suicide shows that they all wanted to live. After Yi Yu distributed cultivation resources and various techniques, everyone knew that Yi Yu wasn't just talking nonsense, but meant it. So the way he looked at Yi Yu began to change. Very good. Yi Yu's face was full of smiles. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Yi Yu didn't buy these people just for their looks, she genuinely intended to train them. Nighttime, the main building of the manor. Inside the luxurious room, amidst the rolling waves, Gu Shanshan's slender neck was raised high, and her long, flowing hair danced in the air. Her delicate hands gripped the edge of the bed tightly, her eyes glazed over. Bai Susu also had a dazed look in her eyes, her long, slender legs tightly pressed together. Chapter 86: The 10 Universe-level female slaves. The next morning, Yi Yu slowly opened her eyes, stretched, and found the room in a mess. Torn dresses, stockings, lace, halter tops, and high-heeled boots were scattered all over the floor. Looking at the two women, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu, who were as lazy as kittens in his arms, Yi Yu felt refreshed. After walking around the slave market yesterday, the two women became even more eager for power, and thus became more proactive. Good. Yi Yu got up and went to the window. Looking down at the women diligently cultivating in the square below, Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction. Last night, having obtained resources and cultivation techniques, 200 to 300 of them broke through from the 9th level of apprenticeship to the planetary level. These people's original planets were actually just like Earth, lacking resources and cultivation techniques. With resources and techniques in hand, Yi Yu then motivated them and gave them hope. 200 to 300 people broke through in just one night. Perhaps in just a few days, all 3,000 people will be able to break through to the planetary level. After breakfast, served by female slaves, Yi Yu took Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu out again. Over the next 3 or 4 days, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu were busy setting up the manor. After all, the estate was just bought and needs to be renovated and decorated. Night Rain has plenty of money, so the entire manor's security level needs to be upgraded by another level. They were directly upgraded to level E, while the main building and the underground secret room were directly upgraded to level F. Then Yi Yu, along with Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu, once again toured the entire slave market. It's not just the mall that Yi Yu visited last time that specializes in high-end female slave trading. There are dozens of such businesses in the entire slave market that specialize in the trade of high-end female slaves. Yi Yu visited all of these dozens of shops. 10 cosmic-level female slaves, 3,000 stellar-level female slaves, and 30,000 apprentice-level and planetary-level female slaves were selected as gifts. The selection criteria are naturally the same as before. The 10 cosmic-level female slaves, apart from the sisters Di Liuli and Di Lume, the remaining 8 are as follows. Ning Ruowei, Ning Ruwatching, Edith, Candace, and Shinya, and Shinji, Elena, Avril. Name, Ning Ruowei. Age, 585 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Strength, 3rd tier universe martial artist. Bloodline, 5th grade. Origin, former sect master of Star Sword sect number 198832 in the Andromeda Galaxy. Name, Ning Ruwatching. Age, 585. Height, 180 centimeters. Strength, 1st tier universe spiritual master. Bloodline, 5th rank. Origin, originally the Grand Elder of Star Sword sect number 198832 in the Andromeda Galaxy. Name, Edith. Age, 638. Height, 183 centimeters. Strength, 4th tier cosmic level martial artist. Bloodline, 5th class. Origin, former queen of the church on star 176653 in the Red Dust star system. Name, Candace. Age, 483. Height, 181 centimeters. Strength, universe level tier 1 spiritualist. Bloodline, 5th rank. Origin, former holy maiden of the church on star 176653 in the Red Dust galaxy. Name, and Shinyo. Age, 589. Height, 185 centimeters. Strength, 4th tier cosmic level martial artist. Bloodline, 5th class. Origin, former Empress Dowager of the Empire on star 179834 in the Qingyun star system. Name, and Shinji. Age, 497 years old. Height, 184 centimeters. Strength, universe level 1st order spiritual master. Bloodline, 5th grade. Origin, former Empress of the Qingyun star system Empire number 179834. Name, Elena. Age, 613 years old. Height, 180 centimeters. Strength, universe level tier 3 mentalist. Bloodline, 5th rank. Origin, former demon lord number 146780 of the Tanyu star system. Name, Avril. Age, 508. Height, 182 centimeters. Strength, universe level tier 1 mentalist. Bloodline, 5th rank. Origin, former queen of the Dark Church number 146780 in the Tanyu star system. The 8 women were all similar to Di Liuli and Di Lume, all around 500 or 600 years old and had reached the cosmic level. I am quite satisfied with these 8 women in the Night Rain. With the addition of Di Liuli and Di Lume, all 10 women are considered to be exceptionally beautiful in terms of appearance, figure, temperament, and talent. For the next period of time, Yi Yu, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu embarked on a shopping spree. Buy resources, buy equipment, and upgrade the Little Demon's factory. That's right, it's about upgrading Xiao Yao's factory. Yi Yu plans to build a G-level world factory inside Xiao Yao's world ring. However, this will take time. First, there are resources. Night Rain needs a large number of nutrient tanks and nutrient solutions to supply the 30,000 female slaves she bought and the 30,000 personal guards on Earth. Then there were the seedlings of the Moyun vine. Yi Yu ordered 100 seedlings directly. There's also the Muya crystal that cultivates the Moyun vine, and the Lanka fruit, among other things. There are also metal sets prepared for the golden-horned beast clones of the eldest sister Tangqin and the third sister Fujinyu. Then there's equipment, armor, weapons, and warships. However, the amount of rain needed at night is too large, and it will take time to adjust. A week later, with the help of the little demon, the entire manor was renovated. Boom! Above the sky, Yi Yu unleashed his full power, slamming a powerful punch directly onto the central main building of the manor. So strong! Looking up at the sky, the night rain burst forth, making him appear like a blazing sun. The more than 33,000 female slaves outside the manor were terrified. Outside the manor, Ji Hong also opened her sexy red lips wide, her eyes filled with shock. Yi Yu's Ninth Order cosmic realm is far superior to even the Ninth Order domain lords she has seen within her clan. With such combat power, what kind of monster is this? Even the top elites of the 5 major companies in the Qianwu Universe Kingdom probably couldn't do that. The 2 women standing next to Ji Hong, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu, had expressions of pride on their faces. Above, Yi Yu unleashed a punch, and seeing the entire manor only shake a few times, Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction. The little demon transformed the entire manor, connecting it into a seamless whole. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just then, the full force of the night rain erupted, directly disturbing the surrounding neighbors. Hundreds of people transformed into streaks of light and arrived above Lock Road number 88. All of the hundreds of people were at the cosmic level or above, and more than a dozen of them had even reached the domain lord level. Excuse me, everyone. Yi Yu's eyelids twitched. He hadn't expected there to be so many experts on Xiulong Star. This was definitely not all of them. He bowed slightly to those around him, feeling a little embarrassed. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for my abruptness and for disturbing you all. To express my apology, I will treat you to dinner at Baiwelu restaurant tonight. Of course, of course. Then I shall respectfully accept your offer. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, everyone responded politely to her. Being polite to Yi Yu wasn't because Yi Yu had a lot of influence, but because of the strength Yi Yu had just demonstrated. The crowd came and went quickly, and soon hundreds of people disappeared without a trace. You're here? Then Yi Yu went directly to Ji Hong and smiled at Ji Hong, who was dressed in an office lady outfit. What was that just now? Ji Hong asked, somewhat puzzled. From her interactions with Yi Yu these past few days, she knew that Yi Yu wasn't a reckless person, but what Yi Yu did today was somewhat. Just as you think. Yi Yu said with a smile. That's right, Yi Yu just revealed his strength to intimidate others. During this period, the commotion on Ye Yu's side has been too great, with various companies delivering goods to their doorsteps, which has long attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 87 Deterrence, captured Ji Hong. During this period, the commotion on Ye Yu's side has been too great, with various companies delivering goods to their doorsteps, which has long attracted the attention of many people. As the saying goes, wealth can move people's hearts. Xiulong Star is the economic center of hundreds of nearby star systems, and its resources are basically sufficient to support cultivation at the cosmic level. In other words, a cosmic level being can buy most of the cultivation resources he needs on Xiulong Star. Otherwise, so many cosmic level powerhouses wouldn't have settled here. Only a small portion requires going to the virtual universe or to Kanglan Star to order and purchase. The resources that need to be ordered and purchased from the virtual universe and Kanglan Star are mostly precious resources. Once or twice is fine, but here in Ye Yu, every day there's a constant stream of deliveries from various companies. Therefore, Yi Yu's place inevitably attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Yi Yu didn't want to cause any trouble, so it was necessary for him to reveal some of his strength. If even after all this people still come to their deaths, then Yi Yu has nothing more to say. Hearing this, Ji Hong nodded knowingly and said that Yi Yu's behavior today was a bit strange. As for why Ji Hong came to Yi Yu's place. Naturally, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu had already contacted Ji Hong in the past few days. While treasure shops may not be the most professional in any particular industry, they have the largest and most diverse collection of treasures. These days, Yi Yu has ordered quite a few good things from Ji Hong. Here, these are everything you need, I've brought them all for you. After saying this, the group returned to the manor, and Ji Hong immediately took out a spatial ring and gave it to Yi Yu. Ji Hong gave Yi Yu the production lines that Yi Yu planned to use to upgrade the Little Demon World factory. This stuff is a strictly controlled substance. It's the kind that even if Yi Yu wanted to buy it, it would be difficult to find a way to get it. Of course, it's not to say that it's absolutely difficult to find a way. As long as you're willing to spend money and waste some time, you can still get your hands on it quite easily. Yi Yu has money, but is unwilling to waste too much time. As a member of the Ji family, one of the 300 kings and marquises of the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, Ji Hong naturally had connections. Another thing is Ji Hong. Since they are mutually attracted, Yi Yu naturally wants to keep in touch with Ji Hong more often. Thanks. Yi Yu casually reached out and ruffled Ji Hong's long hair. Seeing Yi Yu's intimate gesture, Ji Hong's pretty face flushed instantly. Her body trembled, as if she had been electrocuted, and her whole body went limp. She fell directly into Yi Yu's arms. Looking at Ji Hong in his arms, with his arm around her voluptuous waist, Yi Yu's lips curled up slightly. Then he lifted Ji Hong's smooth, rounded chin and said, "Would you like to be my woman?" Hearing Yi Yu's words, Ji Hong felt dizzy, but she still nodded slightly. Yi Yu laughed and then kissed her sexy red lips. Ji Hong's jade-like arms naturally wrapped around Yi Yu's neck. Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu rolled their eyes at Yi Yu, then quietly led the female slaves around them out of the hall. After a long while, their lips parted. Seeing Ji Hong's dazed expression, Yi Yu chuckled, grabbed her by the knees, and strode into the room. Inside the luxurious room, clothes slipped off one by one, and soon a perfect work of art was presented directly to Yi Yu. Yi Yu carried Ji Hong and placed her directly on the spacious bed. Then he simply picked up her long, slender legs. A pair of crystal clear, jade-like feet swayed continuously, and soon beautiful singing filled the room. The beautiful singing continued intermittently until nightfall. "Let's go. I don't see tomorrow, so I'm not coming out." Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu glared fiercely at the room on the rooftop. Then, with a wave of their hands, the two women summoned two E-rank silver guardians and two E9 rank mechanical puppets that appeared in the hall. That's right, it's the E9 level silver guardian and the E level mechanical puppet. This is a powerful weapon that Night Rain synthesized using the synthesis panel. E9 level represents the peak of the 9th rank of the Realm Lord level. Looking at the vertical lines on the foreheads of the four puppet guards, it was clear that they were mechanical puppets that had been recognized by the laws. No, this can no longer be called a puppet, it would be more appropriate to call it a mechanical lifeform. Yi Yu prepared for such mechanical lifeforms for each of his women, 2 for offense and 2 for defense. They took out 4 E9 level mechanical lifeforms, and then the two women led them directly towards Bai Weilu. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Looking at the beauty nestled in his arms, Yi Yu's face was full of smiles, and he felt completely relaxed. After becoming Yi Yu's true woman, Ji Hong's brows showed more spring-like charm, and she exuded a more mature and alluring aura. Then Yi Yu directly opened Ji Hong's attribute panel. Just a few days ago, the system had one more slot available for binding. Slots available, 1920. Yi Yu didn't bind this spot to anyone else, she had always reserved it for Ji Hong. Yesterday afternoon, Yi Yu directly bound Ji Hong to her account. Then he passed on the Phoenix Cry chapter and the Gluttonous Secret technique to Ji Hong. Name, Ji Hong. Level, Cosmic Level, 9th Order. Domain, Ninefold Domain of Light. Talent, Heaven rewards diligence. Laws, Basic understanding of the Law of Light, 11%. Introduction to the Law of Time, 15%. Bloodline, 3rd class Bloodline, 12%. Genes, 1.1 times. Soul, 1.1 times. When Ji Hong woke up, she quickly noticed the changes in her body and was completely stunned. At her level, she could perceive every single change in her body. Putting everything else aside, the changes in her genes and soul alone directly increased her strength by 20%. Don't underestimate her. Just because she only has 20% of her strength, she can completely overpower her from yesterday. This is the result of last night's work. What if it were 10 days, 100 days, 10 years, or 100 years? No wonder I feel such a strong attraction to Yi Yu every time I see her, and I can hardly control myself. My husband. Ji Hong looked at Yi Yu, her eyes alluring and filled with an unprecedented light. More. Ji Hong stood up and straddled Yi Yu. Yi Yu chuckled, flipped over and pinned Ji Hong beneath him, then lifted her long legs up again. Soon, beautiful singing filled the room again. It wasn't until 3 days later that Yi Yu led Ji Hong out of the room. At this moment, Ji Hong underwent a complete transformation. Nourished by the night rain, she exuded the charm of a young married woman. We thought you'd be waiting a few more days before you came out? Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu teased Ji Hong. Elder sister. Ji Hong's pretty face flushed slightly, and she stubbornly started scratching at Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu. Soon the hall was filled with sweet laughter, which put Yi Yu in a great mood. Chapter 88, The Dowry, Ji Hong's shock. How about it? After the 3 girls finished laughing and joking, Yi Yu looked at Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu and said. Yi Yu was referring to the incident at Bai Weilu the night before last. Of course everything went smoothly, the 2 women said with a smile. What else could happen if things didn't go smoothly? The moment the 4E-level mechanical puppets appeared, even just revealing a hint of their aura, hundreds of people immediately knelt down. Some even packed their things and left Xiaolong City that very night, probably never daring to return. That's good. Yi Yu nodded, and then stopped paying attention to those people. Here, Honger, this is for you. Yi Yu beckoned to Ji Hong, pulled her into his arms, and then took out a world ring and handed it to her. What is it? Ji Hong asked curiously. You'll see when you take a look, little sister, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu said with a chuckle. Boom! When Ji Hong obtained the world ring and saw what was inside, her pupils suddenly contracted. Then Ji Hong stood there stunned, unable to come to her senses for a long time. Ji Hong runs a rare treasure shop, and her knowledge of all kinds of treasures in the universe is extensive. A piece of F-grade original armor, a piece of F-grade martial arts divine weapon, a piece of F-grade psychic divine weapon, and an F-grade mechanical race spaceship. 4E rank mechanical puppets, a seedling of the Moyun vine, and 1,000 Lanko fruits. 100,000 top-grade wood crystals, and the life fruit that is said to be equivalent to the life of a world lord. And there are as many as 10 of these fruits of life. There is also a nutrient tank of unknown level, nutrient solution, and a bloodline potion of unknown level. Upon seeing these things, Ji Hong was suddenly jolted. Aside from the nutrient tank and the bloodline potion, which she couldn't discern the level of, there were other treasures among them. Everything else was a priceless treasure. All these things combined probably exceed the entire fortune of some immortal military lords, which is more than the treasures she possesses. No, even the entire fortune of some poorer immortal marquises is not as rich as the treasures inside this ring. That one 1,800-meter-long, F-class mechanical spaceship. That's right, it's a mechanical race spaceship. The spaceships synthesized by the synthesis panel are even more sophisticated than those of the mechanical race. The value of this F-class warship alone surpasses that of her Ji family ancestor, Marquis Yin Shui. It would probably take selling the entire Silver Snow domain to afford such an F-class mechanical race spaceship. This. Ji Hong stared at the treasures inside the world ring, speechless with shock for a long time. Take this, consider it my betrothal gift to you. Yi Yu chuckled, and his large hand unconsciously slipped inside Ji Hong's skirt. Ji Hong's body went limp instantly, collapsing into Yi Yu's arms. I won't go into detail about the other things, but let me tell you about the nutrient tank and the bloodline potion. This nutrient tank is a treasure-level nutrient tank, which can directly enhance life evolution regardless of cultivation level. And this bloodline potion is a pinnacle bloodline potion in the universe. After taking it, one can obtain the 12 pinnacle bloodlines in the universe. After reaching adulthood and the world lord level, one can also obtain a talent secret technique rewarded by the original universe will. Ji Hong was completely stunned when she heard Yi Yu's words. A top-tier nutrient chamber? What level of nutrient chamber is this? I've never even heard of it. An E-grade nutrient chamber is among the most advanced nutrient chambers in the universe. Besides its amazing effects, it's also expensive. 1 ton of E-grade nutrient solution can create a cosmic-grade slave, but if that money were used to buy cosmic-grade slaves, it could buy hundreds of cosmic-grade slaves. Above E rank is F rank, corresponding to Immortal Army Lord and Immortal Marquis. Above F rank is G rank, and G rank corresponds to the Immortal King. And only treasures above G grade are truly powerful, which would correspond to. Ji Hong found it hard to imagine. However, Yi Yu simply gave her this nutrient tank without hesitation. And this bloodline potion, the pinnacle bloodline potion in the universe. The highest bloodline potion she knows of is a domain lord level bloodline potion, which is a first-class bloodline potion. Now, Yi Yu tells her that the potion in front of her is comparable to the potion of the 12 peak bloodlines in the universe. What if one drinks this bloodline potion? Thinking of this, Ji Hong's heart began to pound, and her face flushed. I don't know if it's because of the big hand in the night rain, or because my mind is still unsettled. It took Ji Hong a long time to calm herself down. Then the way he looked at Yi Yu changed again. What merit did she possess to deserve Yi Yu to bring out so many precious treasures as a betrothal gift for her? It wasn't that she was underestimating herself, but all these things combined could buy millions, or even tens of millions of them, more than enough for Ji Hong. Hee, take it, each of us sisters will get one. Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu seemed to have noticed Ji Hong's unease and chuckled. Real? Of course, why would we lie to you? The two women smiled at each other again. Fearing that Ji Hong wouldn't believe them, the two women took out their respective treasures, which finally put Ji Hong at ease. What? Are you afraid your husband will sell you? Yi chuckled and slapped Ji-Hong's shapely buttocks. Ji-Hong let out a soft moan, her pretty face flushed, and she buried her head directly in Yi's arms. Just who is this cheap husband of hers? Every item he takes out is a true treasure. There were also the 2 cultivation techniques that Yi had passed on to her, and the immense benefits she had gained from cultivating with Yi over the past 3 days. It seems that the origin of the night rain is much more mysterious than she imagined. However, no matter what, Yi is now her man, and the stronger Yi is, the better. Thank you, my husband. Ji-Hong chuckled and gave Yi a sweet kiss, her eyes practically drooling over him. Alright, go and take this bloodline potion. After taking it, with your current foundation, you should be able to break through to the domain lord level, Yi said directly. Come on, we'll protect you. Let's see what kind of innate secret techniques you can obtain. Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu immediately got up and grabbed Ji-Hong, eagerly heading towards the underground secret chamber. But Yi did not follow. Watching the 3 women disappear, Yi headed straight for the adjacent building he wanted to see his 10 cosmic-level female slaves. Indeed, during this period of time, 10 women Dilioli, Dilume, Ningruoe, Ningruwatching, Edith, Candace, and Xinya, and Shinji, Elena, and Avril have been successively sent to the manor. Now that she has some free time, Yi naturally wants to go and see them. Greetings, Master. In the spacious hall, 10 stunningly beautiful figures bowed gracefully to Yi Yueying. Chapter 89. 10 Universe-level slaves arrive. In the spacious hall, looking at the 10 beauties lined up in front of her, Yi nodded with satisfaction. During their stay at the manor, Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu treated them well, allowing them to rest and recuperate. Both women knew Yi's future plans, so they knew what to do without Yi having to explain. Upon learning that Yi was coming to see them, the 10 women dressed up meticulously, making them all radiate dazzling brilliance. At the same time, I also hope to leave a good impression on Yi. As for why they should leave a good impression on Yi, it was naturally because their lives were now in Yi's hands. Dilioli and Dilume are twin sisters. One was once the supreme empress of the empire, and the other was the queen who stood shoulder to shoulder with the empire. The 2 sisters clearly had a very good relationship, jointly ruling an empire. The empires ruled by the 2 women are also the largest empires on their respective planets. The 2 women are about 180 centimeters tall, with striking features, and look somewhat like they are of mixed Chinese and foreign descent. Black hair, blue eyes, snow-white skin, an extremely domineering figure, and an exquisite face that seems to have been crafted by nature. A long, swan-like neck, a high, firm chest, a slender waist, a full, pert bottom, and long, shapely legs. The 2 women, one in a magnificent blue palace dress and the other in a magnificent red palace dress, made them look like goddesses. Their temperament is even more outstanding. The elder sister, Dilioli, possessed a graceful and noble demeanor, and the golden vertical line between her brows added to her imperial majesty. The younger sister, Dilume, exudes an aura of steely resolve and ruthlessness, like a female war goddess. But she also has a pair of captivating eyes, which adds a touch of alluring charm to her ruthless and shrewd demeanor. Then there are the 2 sisters, Ningruoe and Ningruwatching. The world where the 2 women lived was filled with numerous sects, known as the 100,000 Great Sects. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land, where the 2 women lived, was also the largest sect on their planet. The 2 women are also twin sisters, and they look exactly alike. The 2 women are exactly the same in appearance, figure, and temperament. Both women were dressed in gorgeous white palace gowns, exuding an ethereal beauty. A ribbon around her waist, seemingly small enough to be grasped in one hand, revealed glimpses of her long, slender, snow-white legs clad in white silk. On her feet were a pair of exquisite white embroidered shoes, her delicate jade feet making one want to take a good look at them. Their aloof and cold appearances made the 2 women seem like 2 unsheathed peerless swords, or like plum blossoms braving the snow, standing alone in the world. These are 2 female sword immortals. Then there are Edith and Candace, a mother and daughter. Both women had long, golden hair, voluptuous figures, and prominent, erect breasts that seemed ready to burst out. Edith, the mother, was noble and elegant, with a mature charm. The daughter, Candace, has a baby face, pure and innocent like an angel, but is a typical example of a child with a large bust. And Xinyao and Shinji are also a mother and daughter. The mother swayed her long hair high, her face round and smooth, like a blooming peony. She wore a phoenix robe, exuding elegance and nobility, with a large expanse of snow-white breasts towering high on her chest, revealing her deep cleavage. She is like a ripe peach, inspiring a desire to conquer her and making one want to whip her mercilessly. Her daughter, and Shinji, also wore a 9 phoenix robe, exuding both gentle beauty and nobility. The last 2 girls, Elena and Avril, are also a mother and daughter. Both women had long, flowing, blood-red hair that reached their knees, and devil horns on their foreheads. Both women are the kind of dark goddesses, one is glamorous and the other is enchanting. With fiery red lips, a seductive figure, and unparalleled beauty, she was like a black rose. Another was alluring and captivating, like a bewitching datura flower, possessing a fatal attraction. The moment he saw the two women, he felt an irresistible urge to ravage them. Each of the 10 women has her own unique characteristics and temperament. Delioli possesses both noble elegance and the majesty and domineering presence of an empress, while Di Lume exudes both heroic spirit and allure. Ning Ruohui and Ning Ruoqing possessed an ethereal, otherworldly aura, like snow lotuses on an iceberg, yet also carried a soaring sword energy. Edith's mature charm and Candace's angelic purity. Ang Sinyeo's pearly roundness and smoothness, as well as its noble elegance and graceful demeanor. Elena's unparalleled beauty, Avril's alluring charm. All 10 women fully displayed their strengths. The 10 women were all stunning beauties, whether in terms of appearance, figure, or temperament. Greetings, Master. The 10 women knelt respectfully on the ground, and their hearts began to tighten as they saw Yi Yu arrive. Because Yi Yu's attitude towards them would directly determine their true fate. The best outcome would be for Yi Yu to take a liking to them, to make them his concubines, and to have children with him and continue the family line. Perhaps by winning Yi Yu's favor, Yi Yu might be able to rescue their close clansmen. They didn't even want to think about the worst possible outcome. Only after they were captured and enslaved did they truly witness what cruelty meant, and what it meant to be unable to live or die. At this point, they were no longer the high and mighty empresses, queens, patriarchs, popes, saints, or demon lords they once were. At this moment, they had only one identity, female slaves of the master before them. Raise your head. Yi Yu walked closer and directly lifted Ning Ruoqing's chin. The moment Yi Yu touched her, Ning Ruoqing trembled all over, as if she had been electrocuted, and almost collapsed to the ground. Then Yi Yu lifted the chins of the other 9 women one by one, and their reactions were similar to Ning Ruoqing's. Very good. Looking at the 10 women, Yi Yu was quite satisfied with his own judgment. Seeing that Yi Yu was very satisfied with their performance, the 10 women couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Then a strange feeling swept through their entire bodies, causing their legs to involuntarily tighten. Especially upon sensing the masculine aura emanating from Yi Yu, the 10 women's exquisite faces quickly flushed red. From now on, you will be my people. Your most important task now is to cultivate. Of course, there are also the 33,000 people in the manor who help me manage them. I'm never stingy with my own people. I'll provide you with all the resources you need for cultivation. This includes granting you freedom, arranging imperial citizenship, and opening virtual company accounts. And if you can satisfy me, it is not impossible to reward you with your home planet, or even the entire galaxy. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, the 10 women were initially taken aback and somewhat incredulous. Chapter 90 Take down Jihong's innate secret technique. Then, an unprecedented brilliance burst forth from pairs of beautiful eyes. Very good. Seeing the light in the eyes of the 10 women, Yi Yu smiled and, without playing any tricks, immediately began to arrange things for them. Here you go. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yu sent 10 spatial rings flying directly into the hands of the 10 women. Come with me. Yi Yu took the 10 women directly to obtain imperial citizenship for them, and then took them to activate virtual accounts. I also created virtual accounts for Tang Qin, Zheng Fong, Vinina, and the other 26 people. Last time, Yi Yu didn't have enough money, so he only opened accounts for himself, Gu Shanshan, and Bai Susu. Subsequently, Yi Yu purchased another 100,000 anonymous virtual accounts, intending to use them for the royal guard on Earth and the female slaves in the manor. Finally, Yi Yu opened a cosmic galaxy bank account for each of the 10 of them. After receiving what Yi Yu had promised, the 10 women were somewhat dazed. They thought they would be condemned to an inescapable hell, but little did they know. At this moment, the 10 women looked at Yi Yu with different eyes, each carrying a different meaning. Then Yi Yu led the 10 women to another cultivation room. The cultivation room contained 10 neatly arranged G-grade nutrient tanks synthesized by night rain. Go in, everyone. This is a nutrient tank. It can raise your life to the peak of the 9th level of the universe in a short period of time, Yi Yu said. Upon hearing this, the 10 women trembled. However, the 10 women didn't waste any words. Their clothes slipped off one by one, and soon 10 perfect works of art were presented to Yi Yu without reservation. Yi Yu's blood boiled and her mind wavered as she watched. The 10 women then entered the nutrient chamber. 4 days later, when Di Liuli and Di Lume emerged from the nutrient tank, all 10 women had reached the peak of the 9th level of the universe level cultivation. Owner. Seeing the 10 women's aura change drastically, Yu nodded in satisfaction. The G-grade nutrient tank not only enhanced the 10 women's cultivation but also repaired the hidden injuries they had sustained in battles over the years. Not only were there hidden injuries to her body, but also to her soul, from the inside out and from the outside in, making the 10 women feel as if they were reborn. By this time, the 10 women had completely let down their guard against Yu. Looking at Yu and smelling the masculine scent emanating from him, the 10 women's breathing quickened, their eyes filled with seductive allure as they gazed at him. He. Yu chuckled, stepped forward, and pulled Edith and Candace, the 2 large Western women, into his arms. He embraced the 2 women's voluptuous waists and lifted Edith's smooth chin. Yu kissed her fiery red lips directly. Edith wrapped her arms around Yu's neck and began to respond to him, her long legs encircling his waist. After a long while, their lips parted, and looking at Edith with her dazed eyes, Yu simply scooped up her legs and placed her on the table. Then he lifted up her long, slender legs. Her crystal-clear jade feet swayed continuously, and soon beautiful singing voices filled the secret room. In the following time, Yu didn't mince words and directly took down the remaining 9 women one by one. They became the true women of the night reign. Yu never hesitated to treat his women well, and he also prepared a gift for them. Unfortunately, their foundation was too weak. Even the forces they originally belonged to were powerful forces with thousands or tens of thousands of years of history. But how good can the cultivation techniques on the native planet be? They are already considered exceptionally talented if they can break through to the cosmic level. Therefore, none of the 10 women immediately took the peak bloodline potion they needed to recuperate for a while. Yu directly taught them all the techniques of the sect. Enhance your power, expand your domain, improve your understanding of the laws, improve your combat skills, and improve your movement speed. The best place for this is the killing space in the virtual universe, where you can create any opponent you want. The virtual space created by the little demon can also create opponents for battle. However, Xiaoyao needs templates and data, and currently, Xiaoyao only has templates and data for Huyanba and his 12 servants. Having endured hardship, the 10 women became even more eager for strength. Another 2 weeks later, Jihong broke through to the domain lord level directly, and with the help of the nutrient tank, reached the peak of the 9th level of the domain lord level. Furthermore, after taking the peak bloodline potion, his bloodline was directly elevated to the peak bloodline of the universe. Furthermore, they also became darlings of the laws of light and acquired a powerful innate secret technique forbidden annihilation. The blade, once drawn, obliterates a void. It can be directly pulverized into particles, and unless one is a whole realm higher than Jihong, it is very difficult to stop it. When Yu learned of the power of the innate secret technique that Jihong had obtained, he was immediately shocked. Jihong's forbidden extinction is already comparable to Yu's innate secret technique, mysterious water body. Boom! In the killing space, Jihong, dressed in a red combat suit, unleashed a single strike that instantly turned the world upside down. Quick, this strike was incredibly fast, severing the light beam completely. Roar! The 10 powerful realm lords in front of them didn't even have time to scream before they were turned into ashes. The long sword sliced through the void, cleaving the mountains and land below in two. The women stared wide-eyed at Jihong's knife strike, their mouths forming an O shape large enough to fit an egg. Wow, that's amazing. I wonder if our time flies and Heavenly Abyss can withstand it. Gu Shanshan and Bai Susu laughed. My 2 older sisters are teasing me again, Jihong said with a chuckle. I'm currently benefiting from my higher cultivation level. Once you 2 break through to the domain lord level, your innate secret techniques will definitely be no worse than my forbidden annihilation technique. Gu Shanshan's time flies like a sword and Bai Susu's the abyss of desolation both involve profound elements of the laws of wind and time fusion, as well as the laws of water and space fusion. Only after the 2 women break through to the world lord level or immortal level can these 2 innate laws truly reveal their power. Don't be envious. Once you have a solid foundation, you will also gain innate secret techniques after taking the bloodline potion. Yi looked at Di Liuli, Di Lume, Ning Ruowei and the other girls with undisguised envy and laughed heartily. Yes. The 10 women nodded heavily upon hearing Yi's words. Dad, the people from the Virtual Universe Company's business department have arrived. Just then, Xiaoyao's voice rang out. Okay, you guys continue, I'll go take a look. After talking to the girls, Yi logged off, preparing to meet with the people from the Virtual Company's business department. Yi approached them with the intention of buying several companies for his own use. The fact that the neighbors were spying on her last time taught Yiyu a lesson, so she decided to change her approach. Otherwise, this kind of thing will happen again next time. Chapter 91 The Immortal Powerhouse, Xian Miaotong. Okay, go ahead and get busy. The women all nodded to Yiyu, knowing that she had things to do. Night Rain withdrew from the virtual universe from the manor he purchased on Black Dragon Island. Then, leading 4 E9 level mechanical golems, they went directly to the reception room in the front hall. After all, when you're out and about, you have to choose your own identity, so Yiyu doesn't mind pretending to be a member of some big family. Sure enough, after seeing the 4 E-class mechanical puppets behind Yiyu, the way the virtual universe company's staff stationed in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire looked at Yiyu changed, and their tone became much more respectful. Dear sir, we are happy to serve you. A dozen or so people bowed to Yiyu and said, No problem. Yiyu chuckled. Without wasting words, Yiyu went straight to the point. The main reason I invited you here is to acquire a few companies for fun. Night Rain's request was simple. He wanted to acquire a mining company of sufficient size, along with supporting industrial companies and factories. A large metallurgical and manufacturing company, along with supporting industrial companies and factories. A large energy company, along with supporting industrial companies and factories. A large spacecraft and warship manufacturing company, along with supporting industrial companies and factories. A large nutrient storage facility, a nutrient solution production company, and supporting industrial companies and factories. A large company producing original armor and source weapons, as well as supporting industrial companies and factories. A large telekinetic weapon manufacturing company, along with supporting industrial companies and factories. Except for metallurgical and mining companies which need to be rated E or above, all other companies must be rated C or above. Finally, Yiyu plans to buy up Xiulong Star and hundreds of surrounding star systems. Night Rain had no intention of buying the Earth alone, much less the Milky Way. Buying the Earth alone, or even the Milky Way alone, would be too conspicuous. When Huyanbo occupied Earth, his actions were widely known throughout the region. If the New Alantian family knows there are treasures in this void region, do you think others wouldn't know? Huyanbo simply used a spatial technique to conceal the coordinates of this area, preventing others from entering. Everyone else knows this, so how could the Black Dragon, as the founder of the Black Dragon Empire, not know it? Heilong definitely knows. So, would Heilongjiang be envious of Huyanbo's legacy? The answer is yes. If Black Dragon knew that Huyanbo died on Earth, would he come and try to seize that meteorite starship? Therefore, this is considered a minor bug in the original work. Therefore, it's best not to reveal Earth's location or the newly discovered wormhole. Upon hearing Yiyu's request, even the well-informed people from Virtual Universe Company felt their mouths dry and were overjoyed. Big business. The request made by Yiyu was definitely a big deal. Whether it's a metallurgical mining company of grade E or above, or an energy company of grade C or above, the spaceships, warships, nutrient tanks, nutrient solutions, primitive armor, source force weapons, and telekinetic weapons of grade C or above are not something that ordinary companies can produce. To put it simply, a C-grade psychic weapon generally requires a world lord level expert to barely manufacture or imitate, or even an immortal level expert to create. The source power armor of grade C and above, as well as weapons, warships, nutrient tanks, etc., are simply beyond the capabilities of the Black Dragon Empire. It usually requires the concerted efforts of several multinational corporations to complete. This no longer involves just the Black Dragon Empire, but dozens of surrounding empires. Such a large deal is simply beyond the capacity of their Black Dragon Empire branch to handle. It is necessary to report to the headquarters of the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Of the several requests made by Yiyu, purchasing Xiulong Star and hundreds of surrounding star systems was the simplest. Their Black Dragon Mountain branch can handle it for Yiyu immediately, and the Black Dragon Mountain Empire will also give them face. However, before that, Yiyu needs to demonstrate that he has the purchasing power. To be precise, it's a capital verification process. Without further ado, Yiyu took out his 5-star account at the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. Universe Galaxy Bank's star-rated customer standards. 1-star customer 10 million cosmic coins. 2-star customer 10 billion cosmic coins. Samsung customer 10 mixed units. 4-star customer 10,000 mixed units. 5-star customer 10 million mixed units. When the people at Virtual Universe Company saw Yiyu's 5-star account, they immediately began to report it. Then the negotiations moved directly from offline to online. The Virtual Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Island, Sky Island, within Manor number 88. This Black Dragon Island, the number 88 manor on Sky Island, is a property that Night Rain purchased in the virtual universe. This property is dozens of times more expensive than Yiyu's manor number 88 on Xiaolong Star. Dear valued guest, these are the target companies we have selected for you. Please take a look. The person speaking to Yiyu was a manager from the virtual universe company, sent by the Commerce Department of the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. His name is Qian Miaotong, and he is also a true immortal powerhouse. The woman before me, Qian Miaotong, naturally possesses the kind of stunning beauty that conforms to the aesthetic standards of Earthlings. Qian Miaotong appears to be a stunningly beautiful mature woman in her 30s. He was dressed in a well-fitting black suit, but the restraints on his chest seemed about to burst, as if he wanted to break free. She wore a pair of high-waisted, cropped wide-leg pants. Her slender waist was so delicate it could be encircled by a single hand, like a willow swaying in the breeze. Her full, round, pert buttocks exuded sexiness. Her legs, at least 180 centimeters long, were encased in flesh-colored stockings. They were simply breathtaking. She wore a pair of milky white crystal high-heeled boots, giving her a queenly aura. Her long hair was pulled up high, forming a bun that was dignified and elegant, and full of intellectual beauty. Her delicate face, especially the red mark between her brows, added a touch of allure and charm to her appearance. She is an exceptionally beautiful woman who embodies grace, maturity, elegance, competence, and charm. She is also an unparalleled beauty who makes men want to conquer and ravage her the moment they see her. She exudes a mature charm and allure. Even though Yiyu is used to seeing beautiful women, he was still greatly amazed by Qian Miaotong's beauty. Good. Yiyu nodded, turning her gaze away from Qian Miaotong and looking directly at the virtual screen in front of her. Seeing that Yiyu is not intimidated at all in front of her, an immortal powerhouse, Qian Miaotong nodded to herself. Although everyone's physical body is uniformly at the 4th level of the apprentice level in the virtual universe. However, the will and soul of an immortal powerhouse cannot be compared to that of a small universe-level being. How could someone below the immortal level dare to look directly at, or even scrutinize, an immortal powerhouse? This suggests that Yiyu either has a very strong will. This could mean that Yiyu has a powerful background and often faces immortal experts, so he has long been accustomed to such divine will. I wonder which immortal being's offspring this Night Rain is. Chapter 92 Immortal King Level Mechanical Life. It should be noted that she was a manager under the business department of the virtual universe company stationed in the Qianwu Universe country. Her status is much higher than that of some rulers of medium-sized universe countries. However, her bank account was only 4-star, while this little guy's bank account had reached 5-star, even higher than hers. Qian Miaotong looked at Yiyu, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. However, he quickly composed himself and looked at Yiyu with a gentle smile on his face. Honored guest, please look. Then Qian Miaotong began to personally explain the specific situations of these companies to Yiyu in detail. The virtual company personnel who followed Qian Miaotong all looked at her with surprise. Let's go with these 14 group companies. Half an hour later, Yiyu selected 14 large group companies from the more than 100 companies. Zijin Mining, Tata Manufacturing, Nofi Group, Silverscale Heavy Industry, Hill Energy, Krobio. 14 companies, each a large conglomerate spanning dozens or even hundreds of empires. Each group has a market value of no less than tens of thousands of mixed units, and some can reach more than 100,000 mixed units. The 14 groups have a total market value exceeding 500,000 mixed units. Seeing Yiyu spend 500,000 Hunyuan units without even blinking, even Qian Miaotong couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Because her total net worth doesn't even exceed 500,000 mixed yuan units. I need to integrate these 14 groups into one company, but I'm currently short-staffed. I wonder if you have any business in this area? Yiyu looked at Qian Miaotong, who was about to stick to him, and smiled with a teasing look in his eyes. Seeing the teasing smile in Yiyu's eyes, Qian Miaotong also noticed something was wrong, and her beautiful face blushed slightly. For some reason, she found herself unconsciously moving closer and closer to Yiyu as she smelled his scent. There was a strange attraction about Yiyu, which made her keep getting closer to him. Have. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Qian Miaotong quickly composed herself and replied without hesitation. All right. It'll be a pleasure doing business with you. Yiyu smiled and extended her hand. It's a pleasure to work with you. Qian Miaotong also extended her hand and shook hands with Yiyu. The moment their hands touched, Qian Miaotong's heart skipped a beat. Both parties signed the contract. Watching the figure quickly leave, still somewhat disheveled, Yiyu was in a great mood, her face full of smiles. After Qian Miaotong and her group left, Yi Yu exited the virtual universe and went directly to the headquarters of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank. With 500,000 mixed units, Yi Yu naturally doesn't have that much cash right now. However, it doesn't matter, selling one F-class spaceship is enough. Yi Yu arrived at the headquarters of the Cosmic Galaxy Bank with ease and directly selected the item acquisition service. An E9-class Terran spaceship with a diameter of 100 meters is worth 1 Chaos unit, while a mech spaceship is worth 10-20 Chaos units. However, once it reaches the F level, its value increases by several thousand times. E-class and F-class, that's the eternal dividing line. Night Rain directly produced a synthesized 1800-meter F9-class warship and then provided detailed data about the warship. Soon the bank's intelligent robot assessment results came out: 40 million mixed units. 40 million mixed yuan units. Upon seeing this assessment result, Yi Yu laughed out loud. 40 million mixed units, enough to open 4 5-star accounts. You can also buy approximately 4,130 Black Dragon Empires. In the original work, the total value of the Black Dragon Empire was around 300,000 to 1 million mixed yuan units. Then, Yi Yu directly transferred the deposit to Qian Miaotong. Qian Miaotong also sent a message saying she had received the transfer. Half a month later, having bought everything they needed, Yi Yu left Xiulong Star with Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Ji Hong, and the 10 women of Di Liuli. Having taken in Ji Hong, Di Liuli, Di Lume, and the other 3, he felt he should bring them home to visit. The acquisition of those 14 companies, Xiulong Star, and hundreds of nearby star systems cannot be completed in a short period of time. Moreover, Yi Yu wasn't in a hurry. The resources he brought back this time were enough for him and the women to use for several decades. Therefore, Yi Yu gave Qian Miaotong 3 years to complete the acquisition before the Genius Battle. The current Earth calendar is March 2063, while the registration period for the Genius Battle is March 9, 2066. It has been exactly 3 years since then. Buzz. In the vast and boundless void, a G-class spaceship, tens of thousands of meters long, slowly emerged from the dark universe. The massive ship's hull was dark red, radiating a cold, eerie light. Beneath the dark red metal are densely packed law inscriptions, which are also full of strange beauty. The massive ship lay across the void of space, like a peerless, primordial beast that had emerged from the ancient times. Inside the warship, in the cockpit, Yi Yu brought Tang Qin, Zhang Fong, Vinina, Yao Rao, Fu Jinyu, and Tang Xiang, a total of 12 people. And 16 girls including Su Xian, Lu Ting, Lu Shi, Tang Yongqing, Janet, and Diana. 11 other women, including Ji Hong, Di Liuli, Di Lume, and Xinyao, and Xinji, gathered together. Inside the cabin, the 4 little ones, Yifeng Tian, Yifengdi, Yifeng Xian, and Yifeng Wan, were constantly chasing and playing. Although the 4 little ones are only a few months old, they have already grown to the size of a typical 2 or 3-year-old child. Its strength has even reached the planetary level. Yes, that's right, it's a planetary level, a 3-month-old planetary level. That's the power of a peak bloodline. Once they turn 1 year old, the 4 little ones will possess stellar-level strength. 11 years later, at the age of 11, the 4 little ones will possess cosmic-level strength. Of course, this requires a lot of resources to cultivate carefully in order to achieve such results. Qiner, Fonger, are you both ready? Inside the cabin, Yi Yu looked at the 10 figures lined up in a row on the virtual screen. The 10 figures were the 10 mechanical beings that Yi Yu had synthesized during this period. Their software is one of the 10 intelligent life forms that the system rewarded. The system originally rewarded 12 intelligent beings, but now that Xiao Yao is Yi Yu's head steward, it's not advisable to take any risks. Another one was left behind in the Dolawa world by Yi Yu, remaining by Poseidon's side. Everything's ready, Dad. In the vast starry sky, Qiner and Fonger, along with 9 others, stood in mid-air and answered Yi Yu's words in unison. There was still a hint of barely suppressed excitement in the eyes of the 10 people, because Yi Yu was about to officially promote them to the immortal level. Moreover, it's an immortal king title. Alright, little demon, transmit the secret technique to them. Night Rain said again. As Yi Yu spoke, a hint of anticipation appeared in her eyes. Whether it would succeed or not depended on this sudden tremor. The other women also wore expectant expressions. Okay, Dad. Without wasting any words, the little demon directly transmitted the Golden Void Secret Manual, Wood Void Secret Manual, Water Void Secret Manual, Fire Void Secret Manual, and Earth Void Secret Manual to Qiner, Fonger, and the other 10 people. These 5 secret manuals are the 5 secret techniques that come with the 5 chaos steels that the system rewarded you with. All 5 secret techniques are unparalleled manuals that lead directly to the 5th Order Universe Master. Chapter 93 Unrivaled King, Venerable Warrior Strength. The 5 secret manuals rewarded by the system are all peerless techniques that can lead directly to the 5th Order Universe Lord. Each book contains over 30,000 secret techniques, progressing step by step from stellar level to cosmic master level. Afterwards, Yi Yued Xiaoyao transmits several secret techniques related to wind, thunder, light, and time to him. It's not enough to have space without time. Several days ago, Yi Yu had already synthesized Qiner and Fanger's physical hardware to G9 level through the synthesis panel. The G level is comparable to the title of King and Immortal. However, while their hardware met the standards, their software did not. Yi Yu tried many times, and even the G-level intelligent lifeform she synthesized using the synthesis panel was the same. There's always something missing. Finally, Night Rain used the other 10 intelligent beings that were rewarded in the same batch as Little Demon to perfectly adapt. It was only then that Yi Yu once again witnessed and understood what it meant for a system to produce only the finest products. Take the Little Demon and Babata as an example. The little demons of today have surpassed the Babata, which has existed for tens of millions of years, in many ways. The little demons of today are far more capable of creating and reasoning than ordinary intelligent life forms. However, even so, they cannot be considered true G-class mechanical life forms at present. Because the most important link is missing, the secret of immortality. When Yi Yu was synthesizing the immortal technique, fearing that it might cause a big commotion, Yi Yu asked Qiner and Fanger to delete it first. Everything is now ready. Today is the day to transmit the secret techniques to Qiner and Fanger, the 10 intelligent beings. Only when they possess matching immortal level secret techniques can they be considered true G-class mechanical life forms. Originally, the machine race needed the heart of evolution to break through to immortality. The heart of evolution is an unparalleled treasure that helps intelligent life forms and bodies perfectly adapt and merge. However, when it comes to Night Rain, there's no need for evolution hearts. The synthesis panel can solve everything. Boom! 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 The vast expanse of space is devoid of life, with no living planets within a radius of thousands of light years. All around is nothingness. The 10 women stood quietly and proudly in the void. As the little demon transmitted the 5 secret manuals to Qiner, Fanger, and the 10 girls. In an instant, powerful and domineering forces erupted from Qiner and the other 10 people. He instantly broke through to the peak of the Realm Lord level. An unparalleled power began to spread in all directions, distorting the surrounding space. They're here. At that moment, the endless void began to change, and 10 enormous black hole vortexes began to form in the void. The 10 enormous vortexes, which started at a few hundred meters, rapidly expanded to thousands of meters, and then tens of thousands of meters. 100,000 meters. 1 million meters. 10 million meters. Watching the changes in the void, everyone, including Yi Yu, Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, and the other women, was captivated. Boom! Just then, an overwhelming pressure filled the entire void, making it difficult for everyone in Night Rain to breathe. An ocean of divine law power has descended. Ocean of divine power based on the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In the void, the ocean of 5 divine laws descended, then poured down like the Milky Way flowing backwards. Sensing the fluctuations of that divine power, both Yi Yu and the other women's eyes gleamed as they stared intently at the 10 women in the cosmic starry sky. The live broadcast that broke the immortal record is something none of them have ever truly witnessed before. Therefore, they don't overlook any detail. Such a massive breakthrough left everyone feeling nothing but awe and shock. Boom! Endless divine power of the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth began to pour wildly towards Qiner and the other 10 people. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, the fluctuations of the laws of the higher space began to spread in all directions. Then came the fusion of the laws of metal and void, wood and void, water and void, fire and void, and earth and void. The 5 chaos steels all tell the story of the beast god's path, a fusion of laws. As divine power continuously flowed back and merged into the bodies of Qiner, Fanger, and the 10 other women. The 10 women's divine bodies are constantly undergoing transformation, evolving towards an immortal body. 1 times the power of a peak 9th level world lord. 10 times the power of a 9th tier peak realm lord. 100 times the power of a peak 9th tier realm lord. 1,000 times the power of a 9th tier peak realm lord. 10,000 times the power of a peak 9th level world lord. 10,000 times the power of a peak 9th level world lord. The first breakthrough to the level of an immortal god has no time limit, allowing one to freely absorb divine power and transform their divine body. Buzz! At that moment, the 10 women's divine bodies began to grow larger, instantly reaching a size of 3,000 kilometers. That's right, it's about 3,000 kilometers in size. Having transmigrated to the devouring universe, how could Yi Yu not know the benefits of a powerful divine body? When Yi Yu was synthesizing the bodies of the 10 women, he added memory metal and flowing silver metal to them. Shape memory metals can repair themselves from damage, while silver has excellent malleability. These two metals are not of a very high grade, they are only C grade metals. However, after being synthesized to G grade using the synthesis panel, the effects of these two metals become even more incredible. G-grade memory metal has reached tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of times its original value, and the same is true for G-grade flowing silver. Therefore, the original divine bodies of the 10 women could extend to a size of thousands of kilometers. The 10 women, spanning 3,000 kilometers, stood proudly in the void, like true goddesses. Time passed slowly, and through the little demon's monitoring, the 10 women steadily reached the peak power of the 9th level of the Realm Lord, 10,000 times stronger than before. A power 10,000 times that of a 9th-tier Realm Lord is already the foundational strength for the peak of the King Sealing Realm and the limit of the King Sealing Realm. Immortal Military Lord, Immortal Marquis, Marquis Peak, Immortal King, High-Level King, King Peak, King Limit, King Invincible. However, 100,000 times the power of a World Lord is only the limit of 1x gene, and also the limit under normal circumstances. However, the bodies that Yi Yu created for the 10 women were not within this conventional scope. For example, even though they are both G-grade metals, there are different grades from G1 to G9. The difference between G1 and G9 is enormous, ranging from hundreds to thousands of times. Therefore, the endless divine power pouring down from the sky continued without any sign of stopping. Moreover, the 5 elemental divine laws above the sky and the ocean black hole continue to expand. The aura emanating from the 10 women continued to surge and grow wildly. 10,000 times the power of a 9th-level World Lord at the peak. 1,000,000 times the power of a peak 9th level World Lord. 10,000,000 times the power of a peak 9th level World Lord. 100,000,000 times the power of a 9th level World Lord at the peak. The aura emanating from the 10 women reached a peak power of a 9th level World Lord, 100,000,000 times stronger, before finally stopping. Boom! 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 10 immense pressures swept across the cosmos, distorting the surrounding space for tens of light years. That's right, it's within a radius of tens of light years. 100,000,000 times the power of a peak 9th level World Lord has already surpassed the basic power of even the lowest level Universe Venerable. Chapter 94 Enlightenment T, Preparing for Another Time Travel. A power 100,000,000 times that of a peak 9th level World Lord has already surpassed that of the most ordinary Universe Venerable. An ordinary Universe Venerable's basic power is 10,000,000 times that of a peak 9th level World Lord. Furthermore, the 10 women can perfectly unleash, or even surpass, the 3 profound mysteries of the superior laws of space, i.e., spatial blockade, spatial strangulation, teleportation. In addition, the fusion law of the Beast God, mastered by the 10 women, and more than 30,000 sets of ordinary secret techniques, advanced secret techniques, peak secret techniques, and ultimate secret techniques. At this time, although the 10 women were only at the level of king-level invincible, their actual combat strength was no less than that of an ordinary Universe Venerable. The current 10 women lack any powerful treasures. If they were equipped with 1 or 2 more powerful treasures, the 10 women definitely possess the strength to fight against a high-level cosmic venerable. It was only then that Yi Yu realized why the G-level intelligent lifeform she had synthesized using the synthesis panel was no longer working. A G-level intelligent lifeform may not be able to perfectly utilize a G-level divine body and immortal secret techniques. G-level life intelligence plus G-level divine body plus immortal secret techniques, immortal kingship. It's like a supercar with a top speed of 500 km per hour, but you can't usually drive at 500 km per hour all the time, because that engine cannot handle that speed. Intelligent life is like the engine of a mechanical life. Only by using intelligent life that surpasses G-level can the divine body and immortal techniques of G-level be fully utilized. Buzz. When everything calmed down, the 10 women instantly teleported away from that void and appeared directly inside the spaceship. Dad. Mother. The 10 women entered the warship, perfectly concealing their divine power, their expressions still carrying the excitement of their breakthrough. Good. Yi Yu laughed and ruffled each of their long hair. With these 10 women, as long as Yi Yu didn't do anything inhumane that would incur the wrath of both gods and men, he could basically roam freely across the human territory. The women were also excited, especially Ji Hong, who knew all too well the weight of a powerful and invincible king. Take the entire Qianwu Universe Kingdom as an example. Among its 300 kings and marquises, plus the 18 personal guards of the Qianwu kingdom ruler, there is not a single immortal level king. Not to mention someone like Feng Wudi. Shiner, you should cover up the spatial coordinates left by Huyen Bo again, especially that spatial wormhole. Yi Yu said. After the 10 women broke through, Yi Yu's first order was to reconceal the Earth's coordinates. And it expands its range from 1,000 light-years to 10,000 light-years. Hu Yanbo was only an immortal marquis who was close to the peak of the marquis title, so his spatial manipulation skills were naturally not comparable to those of Qiner and the others. From now on, unless a high-ranking cosmic being comes in person, no one will be able to enter Earth. Okay, Dad. After receiving their orders, the 10 women immediately got to work, eager to try out the new methods they had learned. Furthermore, they also need to build their own divine kingdom. Isn't the area a bit too large? Tens of thousands of light-years, there must be quite a few life-bearing planets in there, Tang Xin said. The entire Milky Way galaxy is only a few 100,000 light-years wide, and this area of tens of thousands of light-years wide directly occupies 1/10 of the total area. Within this area spanning tens of thousands of light-years, there are likely no fewer than 20,000 life-bearing planets. The most important thing is these 20,000 planets, many of which are connected to the universe. They can enter the virtual universe. If word gets out about what happened here, it will probably attract the attention of even more powerful figures. Don't worry, Mom, we can arrange it in layers. We definitely won't disturb them or let them find out, the 10th girl assured her, patting her chest. That's fine. Yi Yu nodded. By the way, if we discover any undeveloped, pristine planets, we should include them in our list, Yi Yu added. Okay. Next, with the examples of Qiner, Fenger, and the 10 girls before him, Yi Yu followed suit and prepared to start a big operation. Although the synthesized G-level intelligent life form cannot achieve the combat power of an immortal king after breaking through, it is still possible to synthesize it. However, it is still not a problem to make him reach the peak combat power of a marquis. The 12 women are Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, Vinina, Yao Rao, Fu Jinyu, Tang Xiang, Gu Shanshan, Bai Susu, Lu Xiua, Yao Bingxua, Su Hongdo, and Su Xiangxi. Li Qi, Su Xian, Lu Ting, Lu Shi, Tang Yongqing, Janet, Zhao Rua, Li Xiaoning, Gong Yanyan, Gong Miaomia, Diana, Athena, Ing Menjing, Mao Xiaodong, Wang Rong, Jin Nan, and 16 girls. Ji Hon, Di Liuli, Di Lumei, Ning Ruwei, Ning Ruwatching, Edith, Candace, and Xinya, and Xinji, Elena, and Avril are 11 girls. There were 39 people in total, plus 4 sons. Night Rain plans to create 2 bodyguards for each of them at the peak of the marquis level. For the next 6 months, this area remains shrouded in the ocean of laws. In the past 6 months, Yi Yu has also used the synthesis panel to create many strange and wonderful things. For example, Super Purple Light Road, Super Azure Wave Marrow, Super Life Water, Super Wood Crystal, Super Life Fruit, Lanka Fruit, Gene Potion, and so on. The most successful of them all is Wudao Tea. That's right, it's enlightenment tea. Yi Yu discovered that tea synthesized from Earth's tea leaves has the effect of enhancing the soul's essence and improving enlightenment. That's right, it's tea leaves from Earth. Even if tea leaves from outside Earth were synthesized, they wouldn't have the same effect. Yi Yu quickly thought of the God King, the one who had set up his schemes across thousands of light years around Earth. People born here are born with an inherent advantage in their souls. The higher the grade of the synthesized enlightenment tea, the stronger its effects. Especially after reaching level E, it can directly lead one into a state of enlightenment. With the blessing of this enlightenment tea, the women's cultivation immediately entered the fast lane. With numerous treasures and resources, especially nutrient chambers, they have no need to worry about physical evolution in terms of life evolution. Their primary focus now is on comprehending the domain, enhancing their understanding of the laws, and cultivating secret techniques. All of this is related to comprehension. Meanwhile, Yi Yu began to use the enlightenment tea to comprehend the remaining 5 elements laws, the laws of metal, wood, fire, and earth. In just 6 months, Yi Yu had mastered the remaining 4 laws. Introduction to the Golden Rule 0-1%. Introduction to the laws of wood 0-1%. Introduction to the laws of fire 0-1%. Introduction to the laws of earth 0-1%. The mastery of the remaining 4 laws directly enhanced Yi Yu's combat skills, further boosting her combat power. At this moment, Yi Yu decided to travel through time again. Not only did Yi Yu hold 8 time travel cards, but she also needed to find clone genes for her eldest sister Tang Qin and third sister Fu Jinyu. The 2 women have 3 slots for creating clones, and each can create a clone at the stellar, cosmic, or domain lord level. Yi Yu needs to find the clone genes that the 2 women need as soon as possible, otherwise it will delay their cultivation progress. Chapter 95, Forging the God Race and Transmigrating Again. With the blessing of the Enlightenment Tea, EU's cultivation speed was very fast, not much worse than the system's points. Yes, it's that exaggerated. Not only EU, but all the other women were the same. In particular, there are 16 of them: Li Qi, Su Xayan, Lu Ting, Lu Shi, Tang Yongqing, and Janet. And Di Liuli, Di Lumei, Ning Ruowei, Edith, and in Xinya, a total of 10 people. They have a weak foundation, but there is huge room for improvement. They are making progress at an amazing pace every day. Therefore, the night rain became somewhat urgent. Also, the eldest sister Tang Qin and the third sister Fu Junyu have 3 clone slots, and Yu needs to find suitable clone genes for them as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would slow down their cultivation progress. Night Rain also asked the Virtual Universe Company to help collect powerful genes, such as the other 11 bloodlines of the 12 peak bloodlines. However, these genes are not easy to obtain, many can only be acquired by chance. Moreover, it wasn't just Tang Qin and Fu Junyu. After that, Su Xayan, Lu Ting, and 16 others, as well as Di Liuli and Di Lumei, and 10 others, will also consume the peak bloodline. They will also acquire innate secret techniques, including the technique of creating clones. Don't be stingy with resources. We're not short of them. Use them as needed, Yu said directly. The women gathered in the hall, and Yu directly pulled Diana and Athena, 2 large Western women, into his arms. Then, without realizing it, his large hand reached directly inside the long skirt. The 2 women trembled and then collapsed into Yu's arms. Last time Yu returned from Qiulong Star, he also bought several hundred tons of Ziguangdu and distributed them. However, unlike Luo Feng, Yu did not distribute her work globally, she only distributed it domestically and within the HR alliance. Therefore, in recent days, all of China's 2.2 billion people, except for children under the age of 16, have been promoted to martial artists. Why 2.2 billion people? Because of China's rise in recent years, the 10 elders of the War God Palace and most of the counselors are now Chinese. Within the entire Ares Palace, there were virtually no foreign voices. Today, China is a beacon of global civilization, a country and paradise that countless people yearn for. Then China opened its immigration channels to the world. Of course, the immigrants here are not the typical immigrants. A large number of foreign girls who yearn for a better life are flocking to China in pursuit of that life. In just a few years, more than 200 million foreign girls have immigrated to China through this immigration program. In addition, there are the newborns born in recent years. Therefore, there are now a total of 18 base cities in China, with a population of over 2.2 billion. In today's global reshuffling, the domestic market naturally takes precedence. After that, he rose above the martial arts level, and Yu continued to invest heavily in his training. In particular, the purchase and exchange of rare resources have been greatly liberalized within the military forces of each base city. Examples include advanced neutralizing agents, synthetic purple light dew, blue wave marrow, and even wood crystal, etc. The opening up of a large amount of resources has yielded very encouraging results. The number of planetary level powerhouses increased from 30,000 to over 300,000 in just 6 months. I know, don't worry, it won't interfere with your important matters. Tang Qin nodded. Do we still need to hire people? Recruit. The more the better, Yu said directly. Let's expand the Royal Guard from its original 30,000 core members to 300,000 members worldwide. Let's build another interstellar fleet, limited to 30 million people. Afterwards, Yu and the women discussed the matter again, such as encouraging childbirth, as Yu would need a lot of manpower later. It's not a few thousand or a few million people, but billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions. Night Rain intends to transform the Huaxia lineage into another Yen God Clan. No, it's a god race even more powerful than the Yen God Clan. Yu has the ability and confidence to do it. Night Rain doesn't offer any fancy subsidies to trick people, they just give out money directly. The reward is 1 million for the first child, 3 million for the second child, 10 million for the third child, and 30 million for the fourth child. If you can have 5 children, I'll give you 100 million. Then came the task of terraforming Earth and Mars, and receiving the hundreds of uninhabited planets discovered by Qiner and Fenger. With the increasing number of skilled individuals on Earth and the upgrading of industry, we now have the ability to terraform the planet. In particular, there are also 10 invincible powerhouses who have been granted the title of king, such as Qiner and Fenger. The Earth is still too small, with a diameter of only a little over 12,000 kilometers. We must expand the Earth's surface area. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be enough space to grow tea trees. Since synthesizing the Enlightenment tea, Night Rain needs to plant a large number of tea trees to obtain tea leaves. A single G-grade Enlightenment tea requires more than 40 million ordinary tea leaves to synthesize. Even now, Yi Yu can't afford G-grade Enlightenment tea, she can only use E-grade Enlightenment tea leaves normally. Fortunately, even E-grade tea can meet Yi Yu's usual needs. To meet the needs of Yi Yu and his many women, an extraordinary number of tea trees would be required. Mars could also be terraformed into a habitable natural planet suitable for human life. Finally, there was the time when Sheener and Fanga used their spatial magic to discover hundreds of life-bearing planets that had not yet left their home planet. Night Rain simply made these hundreds of planets Earth's backyard, which was also the first step and bridgehead for Earthlings to adapt to the cosmic environment. Night Rain withdrew from the sleeping Su-Xin. Then she pushed aside Athena and Diana, two blonde, blue-eyed women standing next to her. Feeling refreshed, Yi Yu left the room, washed up, and then went to the underground secret room. With a flick of his wrist, 8 cards appeared directly in Yi Yu's hand. The first 4 cards were rewards given to Tang Qin, Zhang Feng, Vinina, and Yao Rao when they were pregnant. At that time, Yi Yu was at the peak of the 9th level of the planetary realm. The last 4 pictures are rewards given to the 4 women when they gave birth, at which time Yi Yu had already broken through to the cosmic level. The first 4 cards are somewhat useless for Yi Yu now. Now that the Night Rain has passed, given the current life level of the Night Rain, it's not certain that they can get the Night Rain pregnant. This is difficult. But since we've already been rewarded, we should at least go and take a look. How can we just abandon them? They're all tender, juicy cabbages, how can we just give them up? Just as Yi Yu got up to leave, a message entered her mind. Huh, you can do that? Yi Yu was taken aback at first, then overjoyed. The system consumes energy to merge several small worlds into one, and the merged small world will directly increase its upper limit. Is that so? Yi Yu rubbed her chin and, without hesitation, took out the first 4 cards. The 4 cards depict 4 stunningly beautiful women, each with a distinct style. The first one was a woman in a flowing pink dress, holding a long sword, her sword intent soaring to the heavens. She was truly a woman of unparalleled beauty and elegance. Chapter 96, Binding 4 Women, GMO Huashui. The first one was a woman in a flowing pink dress, holding a long sword, her sword intent soaring to the heavens. She was truly a woman of unparalleled beauty and elegance. The second one is a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a white palace gown, accompanied by another woman, amidst an endless sea of flowers. The third is a stunningly beautiful woman in a long yellow palace dress, with a golden crow soaring behind her. The last woman was dressed in a long purple palace gown, exuding nobility and elegance. Behind her were 9 stunningly beautiful women holding various musical instruments. Buzz. With a thought from Yi Yu, the 4 cards merged together. This card fusion does not require any energy from Night Rain, it only consumes the energy stored in the system. The only impact on the system is that the upgrade speed will be slower. Then Yi Yu took the card that showed the 4 women together, looked it over, and then disappeared from the spot. When Yi Yu reappeared, she was already outside an ancient city. The towering city walls are over 10 zhan high, which clearly exceeds the scope of a typical ancient city. Yi Yu ignored everything else and first sensed whether this world had any cosmic energy. Only after sensing the presence of cosmic energy did Yi Yu feel relieved. Then comes sensing the laws governing this world, as well as its structure and human environment. Buzz. The little demon's detection covered the entire city, and soon countless pieces of information were collected by the little demon. Zhengzhou, Qin, Han, Liang, Shu, Yan, Southern Tang, Song, Ming. Martial Arts Legends, Nameless, Sword Saint, World Alliance, Peerless City. Zhang Sanfeng, Sihang Jingjai, Iwa Palace, the Demon Master Pangban, Yi Guqing, Hanmei Manor. Ying Zheng, Dongwang Tai of the Yin Yang School, the Giga School, Xuanzi of the Jixia Academy, Tianzong. Empress, Yuan Tiangang, Huanyanfang, Yuming Sect, Tungguan Hall, Moron Longchang, Duan Siping. The Confucian sage Dongfang Xiaoye, Shanglin Heavenly Palace, the Lord of Jima City, the Red-Clad Sword Immortal. The 9 heavens of the acquired realm, innate, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Celestial Being, Mortal Immortal Realm. The 9 basic ranks, Vidra Mortal Realm, Free and Easy Earth Realm, Carefree Heaven Realm, 9 heavens, Soaring, Great Carefree, Half-Step Divine Travel Mystic Realm. The lower 9 realms, Autumn Water Realm, Soaring Realm, End of the World Realm, No Return Realm, and the 3 realms of Heavenly Tao, Perfect Man, Sage, God. Star position, minor star position, middle star position, major star position, celestial position, minor celestial position, middle celestial position, major celestial position, above celestial position, transcendent realm, divine firmament position. Countless pieces of information flooded into Yi Yu's mind, and she quickly figured out what kind of world this was. Depend on. After clearing his mind, Yi Yu couldn't help but swear. It's a complete mess, a real hodgepodge, all mixed together, it's really chaotic. Night Rain had probably figured out which worlds had been incorporated into this merged world. The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Nine Songs of the Sky, The Legend of Qin, The Demigods and Semi-Devils prequel, Jun Yuyun, The Twin Swords, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Based on the information gathered from the entire city, this is all that we have, but it is certainly not comprehensive enough. Yi Yu opened her eyes, took out the card, and saw that the 4 arrows on the card pointed in 4 different directions. Night Rain. So, which direction should we choose? Yi Yu was at a loss for words. Fine, let's bind it first. As he spoke, Yi Yu directly bound the 4 women together using the system. Buzz. Just then, the instant Yi Yu bound the 4 women together, Yi Yu felt a faint connection with them. Meanwhile, Jima City, located on the southeastern coast. Jima City is famous throughout the world for its swordsmanship. Because its successive city lords were revered as sword immortals, it is also known as Sword City. Jima City was the territory of the Jima clan for generations. The Jima clan has practiced swordsmanship for generations, producing many talented individuals over the centuries, including 3 generations of sword immortals, which can be described as amazing to the world. This established Jima City's unparalleled status in the martial arts world. The current lord of Jima City is a woman named Jima Huashue. Like her ancestors, Gmo Huashue possesses unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. At just over 20 years old, his cultivation had already reached the terrifying peak of the unreturning realm, with 1 foot already in the 3rd realm of the heavenly Tao. Although he only stepped halfway into the 3rd realm of the heavenly Tao and did not truly achieve the 3rd realm of the heavenly Tao, he was still called a contemporary sword immortal. Because of his amazing swordsmanship, unparalleled beauty, and the fact that he often wears a red robe, he is also known in the martial arts world as the red-clothed sword immortal. Inside the magnificent city lord's mansion, a figure in red robes, sword flashing wildly, moved with the grace of a startled swan and the fluidity of a swimming dragon. Dressed in red, her robes fluttering, her long hair flowing like a waterfall, and sword energy surging around her. Within a radius of 100 feet, the clanging sound never ceased. Just then, the beautiful figure seemed to sense something, and a familiar feeling welled up in her heart, making her unable to help but look westward. Buzz. Along with that familiar feeling came a sudden realization that welled up in Gmo Huashua's heart, and things she hadn't understood before suddenly became clear. Snap. It was at this moment that the bottleneck that had been holding her back for nearly 2 years was suddenly broken through. The true energy within her body surged and roared like a river, flowing throughout her entire body via the 8 extraordinary meridians. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying sword intent erupted from her body and soared straight into the sky. The immense sword intent pierced through the clouds in the sky, and in an instant, the entire world changed color. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, all the thousands of longswords in the city began to hum, as if they were trembling or excited. What happened? What happened? My sword! Throughout the city of Jima, countless swordsmen stared at their trembling swords, bewildered by what had happened. The long swords they had used for decades were no longer under their control, they couldn't be restrained at all, which horrified them. Clang! 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 At that moment, countless longswords automatically unsheathed themselves, flew from their hands, and soared into the sky. 10 handles. 100. 1,000 handles. Thousands of handles. 100,000 handles. Millions of handles. Throughout the entire southeast, spanning thousands of miles, millions of longswords soared into the sky, creating a world of swords. The entire southeast was shaken, the whole world was shaken, especially the swordsman who suddenly realized something. Sword immortal. This is the birth of a true sword immortal. Nan Yulo looked at the city lord's mansion in Jima City and at the million long swords in the sky, then turned and left. As the second teacher of the academy, his mastery of the flowing water sword intent is renowned throughout the martial arts world. He originally came to challenge the lord of Jima City, but now there is no need for that. A true sword immortal is someone he cannot challenge right now. He almost lost control of his own sword, how could he possibly take on the challenge? Wait, Gmo Huashue, I will be back. Nan Yulu said with burning eyes before turning and leaving. Chapter 97 Inviting the Moon and Pitying the Stars, Yin Fei. I will come back. Nan Yulo thought to himself silently, then turned and left, heading towards Baiyun City overseas. I've heard that Ji Guqing, the lord of Baiyun City overseas, is exceptionally talented and renowned both at home and abroad. His sword technique, known as flying immortal from beyond the heavens, was said to be otherworldly. He planned to go and see this flying immortal from beyond the heavens. Meanwhile, in the embroidered Jade Valley of the Ming Dynasty, the Yihua Palace of Xiuyu Valley was originally only a second-rate power, but the appearance of two exceptionally talented women made it famous throughout the martial arts world of the Ming Dynasty. This is a deadly place for men, but also a paradise on earth. The entire Xiuyu Valley is like spring all year round, surrounded by endless seas of flowers, forming a world of flowers. Just as a million longswords were traversing the sky in Jima City in the southeast, a tiny jade rabbit also soared into the heavens from within Xiuyu Valley. Boom! In an instant, the world changed color, and the entire sky darkened, as if it were the end of the world. Then a bright moon slowly rose, creating a scene of the sun and moon shining together in the sky. The Mingyu divine skill, Ming means sun and moon, takes the essence of heaven and earth, sun and moon, and returns it to oneself. Above the heavens, the endless brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars bursts forth. Endless lunar and solar radiance poured down from the sky, enveloping the entire Xiuyu Valley within 1,000 miles in the brilliance of the sun and moon. 16th level of Mingyu divine skill. Sister has broken through. Outside Xiuyu Valley, Lianqing looked with delight towards the secluded place where her sister Yaoyue was cultivating. Lianqing wore a gorgeous white palace dress, her skin is smooth as jade, radiating a crystalline glow. Her cool and aloof appearance, coupled with her graceful and slender figure, made her seem like a goddess descended from heaven. Boom! With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the 12 constellations, causing them to vomit blood, fly backward, and suffer severe injuries. Seeing the poison in chased Zhang Feng, Lianqing didn't hesitate at all. She transformed into a white streak and soared into the Xiuyu Valley. Although Jiang Feng was very handsome and extraordinary, which made her a little bit attracted, now was not the time to think about men. Compared to the man before her, she could clearly distinguish which was more important, her sister Yaoyue or Zuyugu. This is the embroidered Jade Valley Flower Palace. If there is a next time, you will die. Lianqing and several disciples of the Yihua Palace disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye, their voices echoing throughout the area. Zhang Feng and the 12 constellations couldn't help but shiver. Seeing the strange phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together in the sky, he was horrified and quickly left the scene. Inside the embroidered Jade Valley, tens of thousands of women, holding long swords, gazed into the depths of the valley and up at the sun and moon shining together in the sky. Bathed in the radiance of the moon and the power of the sun descending from the heavens, I felt incredibly wonderful. Inside the empty, secluded room, Yaoyue possessed an unparalleled beauty, her voluptuous figure partially concealed by a thin veil. It also revealed a stunningly beautiful landscape, making one's blood boil. Her chest was towering and imposing, with deep, unfathomable cleavage and a flat stomach without an ounce of excess fat. And those long, straight legs, like a white python. A pair of crystal-clear jade feet were bare, with 10 toes like red nail polish and pearls. At this moment, she stood on the void, her 3,000 black hairs flying. The immense, unfathomable power emanating from him created an invisible force field, causing the surrounding void to distort and collapse. This is the unparalleled power of the 16-fold bright jade divine skill plus the shifting flowers and jade technique, capable of truly distorting the void. On Yaoyue's stunningly beautiful face, a rare smile appeared on her face, which had remained calm and expressionless for countless years. Upon entering the mortal realm, she could clearly feel that the entire world had become vastly different. She can use the power of the entire world. 9 heavens of acquired realm, innate realm, grandmaster, great grandmaster, celestial being, mortal realm. The biggest difference between the celestial realm and the mortal realm is that one can only use one's own power, while the other can mobilize the power of heaven and earth. How can human strength possibly contend with the power of heaven and earth? In the mortal realm, only one person in the entire Ming Dynasty's martial arts world and imperial court has reached this level. That was Zhang Sanfeng, the founder of the Wudong school who suppressed the entire martial arts world of the Ming Dynasty for 60 years. People like He Di, Rio, Tai Zhongtong, Zhu Wushi, Yan Nantian, Xie Xiaofeng, Shui Muingji, Lang Fanyun, and others are still a step or two behind. Shiman Shueishua, the lord of Baiyun City, Xu Liuxiang, and Li Xuanhuan are all younger generations in the martial arts world. And now she's at the forefront. Then Yaoyue looked towards the northwest, where the Tang dynasty lay in ruins, and it seemed a familiar stranger was waiting for her there. Today, she was just doing her usual routine of cultivation when suddenly it seemed as if she had suddenly gained enlightenment. The bottleneck that had trapped her for years was unexpectedly broken through so naturally. It's time to go out for a walk. Yao Yue murmured to herself, slowly drawing all her power into her body. Then, she took a step forward, creating ripples in the void. Then he went straight out of the secluded chamber. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the west, lies the sacred site of the Yin-Yang school of the Great Qin dynasty. The entire sky and the ground were dotted with stars, endless stars twinkling, making one feel as if they were in a hazy starry sky. The Yin-Yang school originated from Taoism and is skilled in Yin-Yang techniques, divination, astrology, and so on. In a scorching valley, raging flames quickly engulfed the entire valley. Cry! A deafening cry echoed across the sky, and a three-legged golden crow soared directly up from the valley. The temperature within the entire Holy Land suddenly soared, and the three-legged golden crow shot straight into the sky. Cry! The three-legged golden crow soared into the sky, its blazing flames resembling another great sun in the heavens. A stunningly beautiful figure ascended into the air, clad in a magnificent blue and gold palace gown, with long, flowing black hair that reached her waist and hips. Exquisite face, snow-white swan neck, delicate collarbone, perfect S-shaped figure, and snow-white skin as clear as jade. Her high, firm breast stood out, her head bowed so low that her toes were invisible, and her plump, slender waist resembled a water snake. Her long, straight legs were breathtaking, clad in gold stockings and paired with purple gold ankle boots. It gives her an air of nobility and elegance, as well as an endless allure. Her stunning beauty seemed to make the world pale in comparison. She was none other than Dongjun Yanfei, the peerless genius of the Yin-Yang school who had not appeared in a century. She is also known as the most extraordinary woman in the Yin-Yang arts in the past century. At this moment, Yanfei exuded a vast power, as if she could rival the sun and moon in the sky. In the northwestern countries, countless people looked up in astonishment at the peerless figure in the sky. How so? The moon goddess looked at Yanfei in the sky, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The moon goddess wore a sky blue palace dress that tightly enveloped her perfect figure. Her long purple hair danced in the wind, and her imposing figure was in no way inferior to the former. She was equally tall and her toes were invisible when she looked down. Her face was cool and refined, with a thin veil draped over her forehead, obscuring her eyes and making her appear even more mysterious. The high slit of the long skirt revealed her long, shapely legs clad in purple stockings. Chapter 98 Moon Goddess, Yanfei's Rejection. She wore a pair of purple ankle boots with high heels, which added a touch of allure and charm to her originally aloof and ethereal appearance. How could she have broken through to the next level? The moon goddess's heart was in turmoil, and she could no longer maintain her aloofness. Yanfei was the imaginary enemy in her heart. Yanfei is known as the most extraordinary woman in the Yin-Yang school in the past 100 years, but she is no less remarkable than the moon goddess. Her skill in Yin-Yang arts was not much inferior to Yanfei's, so they had been at odds for many years. But countless people can only see Yanfei as number one, and not her as number two. She knew how difficult this last step was. In the past, both Yanfei and she were invincible in practicing Yin-Yang techniques, but they were both stuck at this last step. For years, the two of them have been stuck at this final step, unable to make any progress. If they don't figure it out, they may be stuck here for the rest of their lives. She ultimately lost to Yanfei. The Yin-Yang school takes an unconventional approach, pursuing the ultimate in harmony between heaven and man. Yanfei's step into this ultimate realm opens up a whole new world. Above the sky, Yanfei was surrounded by golden crows, and the entire sky, spanning thousands of miles, was dyed into a golden world. Yanfei unleashed her full power, harnessing the power of heaven and earth, and was in high spirits. He glanced at the distraught moon goddess on the ground, and from that moment on, the two were no longer from the same world. To be honest, although she is known as the number one extraordinary woman in Yin-Yang arts, the moon goddess is no less remarkable. The moon goddess can be considered exceptionally talented, a rare genius who would be seen only once every few centuries. These years have also brought her considerable pressure. If it weren't for that sudden flash of insight today, I might have actually been overtaken by the moon goddess a few years later. Then, Yanfei, like Jima Huashue and Yaoyue, looked towards the east. There was a familiar yet unfamiliar aura there, which instinctively aroused a primal desire in her. What are you looking at? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yanfei. The newcomer was dressed in a black robe and wore a black mask, with no trace of power emanating from him. But the fact that he stepped into the void shows that his strength had reached an extremely profound level. The person who came was none other than Donghuang Tai, the leader of their Yin-Yang school. Donghuang Tai's identity is very mysterious and he is also very powerful. No one knows what kind of face lies beneath that mask, or how powerful he is. But Donghuang Tai is definitely one of the strongest immortals in the mortal world. Unknown, mysterious, and powerful, this leader was someone everyone in the Yin Yang school was filled with awe and reverence. As for how much respect or fear they felt, that's hard to say. However, none of that matters now. The former Donghuang Tai was someone she greatly feared. But now everyone stands on the same realm, on the same level, in the mortal realm above the ultimate heaven and man. Taking this step is tantamount to the difference between immortals and mortals. Their lifespans are at least several hundred or even 1,000 years. Even though Donghuang Tai entered this realm decades earlier than her and has progressed far in this realm. However, there is no significant difference in quality between the two unless he breaks through to the level of immortal. Nothing. Yanfei placed her hands in front of her lower abdomen, looking extremely noble and elegant. At this moment, she shook her head, not wanting to say anything more to Donghuang Tai. Prince Dan of Yen will be coming to Xianyang soon, and I hope you can delegate this to someone else. I have more important things to do. Before Donghuang Tai could finish speaking, Yanfei interrupted him. Quiet. The entire Yin Yang school, numbering in the thousands, buried their heads in the ground, not daring to make a sound. How dare she? The moon goddess and the other elders of the Yin Yang school all trembled, their hearts filled with monstrous shock. As the absolute leader of the Yin Yang school, this was the first time someone had disobeyed Donghuang Tai's orders. Oh, she also broke through to the mortal realm, then it's alright. Does this mean the Yin Yang school is going to split up from today onwards? Which side will they choose to stand on? The entire world was silent, and an invisible oppressive atmosphere permeated the air, so that no one dared to breathe. However, something unexpected happened next. Good. Beneath Donghuang Tai's black mask, no one could see any expression on his face, nor could they discern any joy or anger. He simply glanced at Yanfei with his deep eyes, and then disappeared into the air. On this day, the eyes of countless powerful figures throughout the world turned to Jima City in the southeast. They looked northeast towards the embroidered Jade Valley and the Flower Palace of the Ming Dynasty. They also looked towards the sacred site of the Yin Yang School in the Northwest Qin Dynasty. Countless people throughout the world know that another true peerless sword immortal has emerged in Jima City. The palace mistress of Yaoyue Palace in the embroidered Jade Valley of the Ming Dynasty created a celestial paradise in the mortal world. The Yin Yang School of the Great Qin Dynasty has gained another powerful figure from the mortal realm. There are very few peerless experts in the entire world, such as those from the mortal realm, the mysterious realm, the three realms of heaven, and the divine firmament. Such unparalleled powerhouses are definitely fewer than two in the entire world, each one capable of single-handedly ruling a nation. Today, three more such unparalleled experts have appeared at the same time. The sight of three immortals in one day caused a sensation throughout the land, and this day was destined to be recorded in history. What people don't know is that, also in the north, there is a small country called Qi. In Qi Kingdom and Fengxiang City, the Empress also broke through from the heavenly realm to the transcendent realm with the help of this inexplicable enlightenment. The Empress, who was in a great mood after her breakthrough, was completely distraught after learning what had just happened. Others break through and directly achieve the mortal realm and the three realms of the heavenly Tao, while she is only at the minor transformation realm. Doesn't that make her seem useless? How could she not know GMO Huashui, Yao Yu, and Yanfei? They were all among the top female experts in the world. Get out of here. I'm annoyed just looking at you. The Empress reclined on the couch, revealing a pair of long, white legs that resembled a python, exuding boundless charm. Then he waved to his maids Ji Rushui, Fan Yinshan, Maya Chengshan, Zuan Jingshan, Dua Wenshan, Guang Mushan, and Yan Jianshan. The seven women, Ji Rushui, Fan Yinshan, Maya Chengshan, Zuan Jingshan, Dua Wenshan, Guang Mushan, and Yan Jianshan, exchanged glances. I don't understand where the Empress's anger came from. Shouldn't she be happy to have broken through to the transcendent realm? It should be noted that in the entire Ten Kingdoms region, apart from the legendary Yuan Tiangang, the bad commander who has lived for 300 years, the transcendent realm is already the ceiling of existence. Is there anything else? The Empress looked at the Brahma heavenly Tao below, which had not yet retreated. Empress, just as you were breaking through, a powerful expert entered the city. Fan Yintian hurriedly said. A master? How skilled? The Empress asked. I don't know. He just vanished right in front of me in a flash, said Fan Yintian. Then I'd like to see who it is? With that, the Empress let out a soft snort and vanished from her phoenix bed. Report. Empress. A barbarian army of 300,000 men from the north has besieged the pass. Just then, a messenger arrived and rushed into the city lord's mansion. Chapter 99 Ing Goen's sister, achieve merit. Let's go back half an hour. The moment Yi Yu bound herself to the 4 women, they automatically gained the Heaven Rewards Diligence talent. With the blessing of Heaven Rewards Diligence, no obstacle is difficult and can be overcome in one go. At that very moment, 3 extraordinary phenomena shot straight into the sky, shaking the entire land of China. Seeing the extraordinary phenomenon soaring into the sky, Yi Yu couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. However, why are there only 3 strange phenomena? Who is the last one? It's too useless. Yi Yu looked at the arrow on the card pointing north to the Empress and shook her head. That's you. Yi Yu put the card away, then took a step forward, causing ripples to spread through the air. By the time the night rain returned, it had already reached the north, thousands of kilometers away. Looking at the large characters Fengxiang City on the city gate, Yi Yu already knew who the last person was. It was the Empress of the Illusionary Sound Pavilion. At the same time, Yi Yu also produced a tiny little thing in her hand. The little girl looks only 3 or 4 years old. She is extremely cute, like a porcelain doll. She is carrying a big bag that is taller than her on her back, which creates a kind of adorable contrast. Too fast, ugh. At this moment, the little one was being held in Yi Yu's hands, his face pale, and he almost vomited bile. Little Dot is none other than the elder sister, or Ingo, from the original work. I met him on the way home in the rain at night. Yi Yu ignored the little one who was feeling a bit carsick, and then carried her inside. Yi Yu took a step and disappeared directly from the official road, reappearing in the city. At that very moment, a stunningly beautiful woman in a long red dress looked down at Yi Yu and her eyes lit up. She is none other than Fan Yintian, one of the 9 heavenly maidens under the Empress's command. Looking down at the ethereal man below, Fan Yintian almost drooled. However, in the next instant, the ethereal-looking man below slowly vanished. A master. When the night rain disappeared again, Fan Yintian's pupils suddenly contracted, and he shuddered. Then they quickly descended the city wall and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Steamed buns, freshly steamed buns, only 3 coins. Candied hawthorn skewers, sweet and sour candied hawthorn skewers, 5 coins a skewer. The streets were bustling with people, shoulder to shoulder, extremely lively and prosperous. And no one noticed that 2 more people had suddenly appeared on the street. No, put me down. The little one's limbs were limp, his eyes rolled back, and he spoke weakly. Good. Yi Yu nodded in agreement, then let go. With a thud, the little one was slammed flat on the ground. Honestly, you can't even be a little gentler with girls. As she spoke, the little one seemed like a wriggling worm, drifting away into the night rain. Oh, by the way, what did you want to see me about? Yi Yu asked. Well. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, the little one trembled and froze on the spot. As she spoke, Yi Yu reached out and directly sucked the still wriggling little thing into her hand. You. Before the little one could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly turned red, his scarlet eyes carrying an ominous aura. At the same time, a violent aura erupted from the little one, carrying endless bloodshed and killing intent. If it weren't for the night rain shielding them, the entire street would probably have descended into carnage and bloodshed. I need you to kill someone for me. I'll agree to any condition. Before he could finish speaking, the violent aura quickly dissipated, and the little boy's eyes regained their clarity. Ah, you can't kill me. Kill her. No, I don't want to die. Kill her, and I'll be yours from now on. You can't kill me. How could you kill someone as cute as me? Yi Yu stared speechlessly at the 2 individuals with split personalities, utterly bewildered by what was going on. Many years ago, in order to help the corpse ancestor Jiang Chen, the corpse ancestor Ingo practiced the 9 nether profound heaven divine art and went mad. Then another personality split off, and the older sister's body shrank to the size of a 3-year-old child. Ingo wants to kill his sister's other personality in order to gain control of his body. You've fallen into demonic possession after practicing that 9 nether profound heaven divine art. How did you know? I know a lot more. Yi Yu said with a smile. Take it out. What? Let me take a look at that 9 nether profound heaven divine art for you. It might help you return to normal. Real? You either believe me or you don't. Night Rain said. Good. Half an hour later, when Ingo saw the brand new 9 nether profound heaven divine art, his eyes suddenly lit up. No, it can no longer be called 9 nether profound heaven divine art, it should be called 9 nether profound heaven soul dividing divine art. To be precise, Sister and Ingo are 2 independent personalities, not 2 independent souls. The 2 personalities still belong to the same soul. Once this technique is successfully mastered, it allows one to truly split, or rather, to give birth to another soul. This is equivalent to splitting the souls of Sister and Ingo into two completely independent individuals. Then we'll prepare a body for the two of them, and then extract the other soul that split off to inhabit the new body. Then neither of them will have to disappear, which would be a win-win situation for everyone. As for how the new body came about, it was naturally created using gene cloning technology to clone another body. The factory inside the little demon world ring has now been upgraded to D level, making it easy to clone a body. Take this and practice it. After you've successfully cultivated it, use this to contact me. As Yiyu spoke, she tossed an AI wristwatch to Ingo and then disappeared from the spot again. As expected of a powerful figure above the mortal realm, impressive. Ingo sighed inwardly as he held the new cultivation technique. The cultivation technique given by Yiyu was truly imaginative and ingenious. Even though she and the surrendered minister were both martial arts prodigies. But compared to the technique that Yiyu created in just half an hour, it was truly worlds apart. This cultivation method is not only a method that can nurture a split soul. Moreover, it is a supreme cultivation technique that points directly to the realm of immortals in the mortal world. If such a cultivation technique were released in the mortal realm, it would surely cause a bloodbath. Actually, she didn't really want to erase her sister's personality, so having a solution that satisfies both sides is naturally the best thing. By the way, it's a good time to go find Jiang Chen. Hasn't she always wanted someone to successfully cultivate the 9 nether profound heaven divine art? Now we've found her. As she spoke, Ingo withdrew from control of the body, and her older sister re-entered the game. Oh wow, my older sister is back again. Fragrant meat buns. Sweet and sour candied hawthorns, a beautiful new world. A funny guy came online, and Yiyu shook her head with amusement before turning around and leaving. Chapter 100: The Empress assembles the army. Illusory Sound Pavilion. Yiyu walked towards the city center. When she saw the luxuriously decorated 7-story building in front of her, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she strode inside. Listening to music in a brothel is a first for me in both my lives, so I have to experience it properly. Inside the illusionary sound pavilion, on the 6th floor. The sounds of the zither, flute, drum, pipa, and various other musical instruments combined to create a beautiful melody. A dozen or so young women dressed in sheer fabrics danced gracefully to the music, showcasing their amazing flexibility. She would occasionally flutter past Yiyu, bringing with her a fragrant breeze. Looking at Yiyu, her eyes were filled with tears and boundless affection. They had never seen such a handsome man before, and their mouths were practically watering. They would be willing to spend a wonderful night with a man like that, even if it meant giving up 20 years of their lives. If it weren't for a bit of restraint, professional ethics, and the rules of the illusionary sound pavilion, they probably would have pounced on her long ago. Night Rain. Who the hell is soliciting whom? Yiyu felt like she'd been taken advantage of. Unwise. Yiyu was somewhat amused and exasperated, secretly thinking that it was indeed a miscalculation, and then sent the dozen or so young ladies away. The dozen or so people left with resentful expressions, like abandoned young wives, making one feel a sense of guilt. The illusionary sound technique? Not bad. In just a short while, Yiyu had figured out most of the fundamental technique of the illusionary sound pavilion, the illusionary sound technique, from these dozen or so people. Here. Yiyu sat by the window of the private room on the 6th floor and waved to the figure that flashed by on the opposite rooftop. Brush. As Yiyu waved, a figure flashed by, and then a fragrant breeze suddenly wafted in front of Yiyu, stopping directly in front of her. The newcomer was dressed in a purple outfit that covered her voluptuous figure. Her long hair was tied up with a crown, making her look extremely heroic and dashing. The person who arrived was none other than the Empress. Having just come from the city lord's mansion, she originally wanted to see the expert that Fan Yin Tian had mentioned. He sensed the opportunity throughout the city, but still couldn't find the person that Brahma Heaven had mentioned. Just as the Empress was feeling down, she followed a premonition and arrived at the illusionary sound pavilion. She had a premonition that someone very important to her was waiting for her here. Sure enough, when the Empress saw Yiyu, she was instantly captivated. It was a primal, instinctive desire that made her want to get closer to Yiyu. "You're here, please have a seat." Yiyu smiled and waved to the Empress, as if greeting an old friend she had known for a long time. "Do we know each other?" Seeing Yiyu's actions, the Empress was stunned for a moment, then obediently sat down opposite Yiyu, just like a well-behaved primary school student. "Now that we know each other, don't we?" Yiyu chuckled. 2. The Empress thought for a moment, then nodded seriously, glanced at Yi Yu stealing a look before quickly looking away. A blush crept onto her pretty face. This world is a strange place. Some people remain strangers even after knowing each other for decades, while others become instant friends and have a pleasant conversation. And some even fall in love at first sight. The Empress suppressed the agitation in her heart. She felt that she was in the last possible situation. Before the Empress could even ask a question, 7 figures flew into the 6th floor. The newcomers were none other than the 7 women, Ji Ruxue, Fan Yinshan, Maya Changshan, Zuan Jingshan, Duo Wenshan, Guang Mushan, and Yan Jianshan. Empress, urgent report. Upon hearing the urgent report, the Empress's expression changed instantly. She abruptly stood up and quickly took the report from Ji Ruxue's hand. Boom! Upon reading the urgent report, the Empress's face turned extremely grim, and the report in her hand instantly turned to dust. She was originally a small country, a prefecture, with only 15 or 16 cities. The population was no more than 2 million, and the army no more than 50 or 60,000, of which no more than 30,000 were truly capable of fighting. Faced with 300,000 iron cavalry from the northern barbarians, what could they possibly use to resist? Of course, in a world where great power belongs to oneself, a strong person like the Transcendent Realm, the Great Freedom Realm, or the Celestial Realm can be a match for 10,000 troops. However, just because our side has experts, does that mean the other side doesn't? Unless one reaches the mortal realm, where one person can be a match for 1,000,000 soldiers or a ruler of a nation. However, having ruled the Qi Kingdom for over a decade, the Empress quickly calmed down. The orders were quickly passed down. First, they sought help from the Kingdom of Han to the west, the Kingdom of Northern Han to the east, and the Kingdom of Liang to the south, all of which bordered the Kingdom of Qi. If the Qi Kingdom were to perish, the 3 kingdoms would have to face 300,000 iron cavalry from the northern barbarians. Second, prepare provisions and organize the army for war. Do you need any help? When Ji Ruxue and the 6 women from Fan Yinshan presented the urgent report, Yi Yu quickly understood what had happened. Seeing that the Empress had quickly regained her composure, Yi Yu nodded approvingly. Are you willing to help me? The Empress looked at Yi Yu with hope in her eyes. She asked if Yi Yu was willing to help her, rather than questioning whether Yi Yu had the ability to help her. In her subconscious, Yi Yu believed that he had the power to help her. Let's go, take me to the military camp. Without further ado, Yi Yu got up and headed towards the military camp outside the city. The Empress was taken aback, and silently followed behind Yi Yu. For some reason, she had a strange trust in Yi Yu. This trust has no basis. Ji Ruxue and the 6 women of Fan Yinshan were also puzzled. They wanted to ask questions several times, but in the end, none of them dared to speak. The governance is quite good. Yi Yu and the Empress walked side by side down the street. Looking at the bustling city, Yi Yu praised it. Of course. Hearing Yi Yu's praise, the Empress was overjoyed, and a proud expression appeared on her face. Soon the group of 8 entered the military camp outside the city. Wah! As the bugle sounded, squads of soldiers quickly rushed out of their tents. Half an hour later, a full 30,000 elite cavalrymen, each with 2 horses, stood neatly in formation on the training ground. The entire training ground was filled with a somber atmosphere. In fact, in the midst of chaos, the armies of the various warlords were always on standby for war, which is why they were able to assemble so quickly. Greetings, Prince Qi. Greetings, Prince Qi. Greetings, Prince Qi. The roar of the 30,000-strong army rose higher and higher as they paid homage to the Empress on the high platform of the training ground. Yi Yu nodded in approval. For an ancient army of ordinary people, this was already a very good army. Leave the rest to me. Yi Yu nodded to the Empress, then stood directly on the front desk. Boom! Yi Yu took a step and stepped directly into the void, and then walked step by step into the sky. Whoosh! Seeing Yi Yu's appearance as if a god were walking on air, the entire training ground erupted in an uproar. Even if they were completely ignorant, they would know what walking on air meant. Only those powerful individuals at the level of the mortal immortal realm or above can travel through the air as terrestrial immortals. The 8 women Empress, Ji Ruxue, Fan Yinshan, Maya Changshan, Zuan Jingshan, Duo Wenshan, Guang Mushan, and Yan Jianshan were also shocked as they watched Yi Yu. Chapter 101: A major upgrade shocks all the women. Yi Yu walked on air, step by step, until she reached the sky, which greatly shocked the people below. The strongest in the mortal realm. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are 3 red dust immortal realms in one day today, as if the powerful beings in the red dust immortal realms of this world are as cheap as cabbages. But in reality, there are no more than 2 hands worth of such powerful individuals in dozens of countries across the world, including overseas. Each one of them was an unparalleled powerhouse of Gaia's era, and such powerhouses were rarely seen. To put it another way, the entire Tang dynasty, from its founding to its current state, is one of the 10 kingdoms that have since disintegrated. In over 300 years, only one Yuan Tian gang has emerged. Night Rain stands proudly high in the sky, a howling wind making Night Rain's clothes flutter, making Night Rain seem like a god descending to earth. The 8 women of Yin Yang Tian Empress, Ji Ruxue, Fanning Tian, Miaoqing Tian, Xianjing Tian, Duowen Tian, and Guangmu Tian are all exceptionally beautiful. Looking at the Night Rain in the sky, which seemed like a banished immortal, the 8 women's eyes were glazed over, and their legs couldn't help but tighten. The 30,000 elite cavalry below were all seasoned veterans who had experienced at least 80 or 100 battles, large and small. Their knowledge is certainly broad enough to know what it means to have such an unparalleled powerhouse overseeing a country. The Night Rain was just a fleeting moment, nothing had actually happened yet. Meanwhile, the morale and spirit of the 30,000-strong army below were visibly increasing. Boom! A soaring aura of bloodlust erupted from the bodies of 30,000 people, instantly uniting their wills. The combined bloodlust of 30,000 people spread out, turning the entire training ground into a bloody hell. Boom! Apart from the Empress, the 7 women present Ji Ruxue, Fan Yin Tian, Nao Cheng Tian, and others pale instantly under the endless killing aura. Don't try to fight your way through, quickly blend into the army, the Empress shouted softly. The 7 women reacted instantly and quickly and proactively integrated themselves into the military formation. Boom! As the Empress, Ji Ruxue, and the 7 women of Fan Yinshan actively integrated into the army formation, the bloodthirsty aura of the entire army intensified, soaring straight into the clouds. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Empress, Ji Ruxue, and the 6 women of Fan Yinshan are all beautiful and delicate women. They all fought their way up from the battlefield alongside the Empress. Under this bloodthirsty aura, even powerful beings above the heavenly realm dared not confront it head-on. The 8 women, including the Empress, Ji Ruxue, Fan Yinshan, and Maya Chengshan, were all speechless with astonishment upon seeing the changes in the army below. Then came overwhelming joy. If we were to categorize armies into different levels, a mob, a well-trained force, a battle-hardened elite, a veteran force, an army of steel. If the previous army was a battle-hardened elite, then the current 30,000 men represent a significant leap forward. Their physical strength hasn't changed much, but their spirit and energy have undergone a tremendous transformation. It's as if this army suddenly gained a faith. An army of steel, possessing an iron woolen body, facing certain death and never being defeated in 100 battles. For example, the historically renowned Trapped Camp, the Vanguard Camp, the Black Armor Army, the White Robe Army, and so on. Yi Yu was also somewhat surprised to see the changes in the 30,000 people below, but after a moment's thought, she understood. The 30,000 people below saw hope because of the Night Rain. Yes, it is hope. The kingdom of Qi was far too small, caught in the midst of this chaotic world, and they saw no hope whatsoever. In this era where everyone is willing to follow King Qi to the death, King Qi is already a rare and capable ruler. Now that the kingdom of Qi has seen the emergence of Yi Yu, a powerful figure from the mortal realm, what they are protecting has gained meaning. Even if they die on the battlefield, as long as the Qi kingdom is not destroyed, their families will be well taken care of. Good. Without further ado, Yi Yu unleashed beams of light, more than 90,000 beams of light directly enveloping the more than 30,000 people and 60,000 warhorses present. Yes, that's right, it's people and horses together. Boom! 90,000 rays of light entered their bodies, and boundless vitality erupted within them. 90,000 powerful auras erupted from them, instantly transcending the boundaries of martial artists. These 30,000 men were originally elite warriors who had been through countless battles. Although they were not true martial artists, they were not far from being true martial artists. 90,000 drops of high-grade purple light dew fell in the night rain. That's right, the raindrops falling at night were the synthesized high-grade purple light dew. A single drop of purple light dew can transform a senior martial arts student into a martial artist, and roughly one drop can increase an ordinary person's strength by 100-200 kilograms. The high-grade purple light dew synthesized from night rain can directly increase the strength of ordinary martial artists by 10,000 to 20,000 kilograms. How much it can specifically improve one's strength depends on individual talent. In just a few breaths, 30,000 people crossed the boundary of martial artists and directly became minor star-level martial artists in this world. However, this was not the end. The momentum of the 30,000 people continued to rise at an extremely rapid pace. Minor star position. Mid-star position. Major star position. Boom. Even the highest star position is not the end for these 30,000 people. In an instant, 30,000 people surpassed the great star rank martial artist level and became lesser heaven rank martial artists in this world. The lesser celestial realm is equivalent to the innate realm, Vajra mortal realm, and autumn water realm of other countries. Moreover, many of them were exceptionally talented, and some even reached the middle heaven level or above. 30,000 people felt the changes within themselves and were overjoyed. They looked at the night rain in the sky with awe, as if it were a god. God! 30,000 people, their eyes burning with fervor. From this day forward, you would be their god. Meanwhile, the 60,000 warhorses were also undergoing an astonishing transformation, their bodies beginning to grow taller and longer. Woo-loo-loo! 60,000 warhorses neighed wildly, their hair began to fall out, and traces of blood seeped out. Then scales began to grow out. That's right, it's scales, just like dragon scales. 60,000 warhorses neighed in agony, yet dared not utter a single act of madness under the oppressive force of the night rain. Finally, sharp claws grew from the hooves of the warhorse, and the teeth in its mouth became extremely sharp. In just 1 hour, 60,000 warhorses underwent a bloodline reversion, transforming into monstrous beasts covered in scales. Dragon-scaled horse. Each of the strange beasts exuded an extremely ferocious aura, and their strength was no less than that of a lesser celestial realm martial artist. Among them, several hundred horse kings were born, each with a strength no less than that of a mid-level martial artist. Shocking. An indescribable shock. Looking down at the army of 30,000 lesser celestial and middle celestial level warriors, and the 60,000 scaled beast warhorses. Whether it was the Empress, or the 7 women including Ji Ruxue and Fan Yin Tian, this moment caused a huge shock to the 8 women. Even a minor celestial realm expert is considered a top-tier master across the entire 10 Kingdoms region. Those at the middle heaven level are the absolute backbone of major forces, truly top-tier experts, comparable to grandmasters. Chapter 102 The Empress, Ji Ruxue, and 6 women. There are as many as 90,000 such experts right before us. I heard that there was once an army called the 18 Riders of Yin Yun. These 18 riders swept across the northern desert, striking fear into the hearts of countless foreign tribes. I don't know if it's true or false. Boom! The 30,000 Iron Cavalry, after breaking through, unleashed a truly earth-shattering momentum. The Empress can now say that she relies on these 30,000 lesser celestial and middle celestial warriors and Iron Cavalry. She could not only sweep across the 4 barbarian tribes of the northern desert, but also the Xiongnu, Khitan, Yuan, and Jin dynasties. She was able to sweep across the 4 regions of the northern grasslands with her 30,000 Iron Cavalry. With this army of 30,000, they could sweep across the entire world, unify the 10 kingdoms, and establish a powerful dynasty. At this moment, the Empress's eyes burned with fervor, and a flame of ambition was raging within her. Even in a world where power resides within oneself, possessing such an army is an extremely terrifying thing. At the same time, I was shocked by Yiyu's methods. What kind of methods were they? In just 1 hour, it can directly create 90,000 heavenly realm experts, which is something even experts in the mortal-immortal realm cannot do. It is likely that only true immortals above the mortal realm would possess such abilities. The immortals in this world are not just legends, but real extraterrestrial palaces that exist. Moreover, there are 4 guardian families in the human realm, the Su family in the north, the Lu family in the south, the Yi family in the west, and the Mo family in the east. And the 4 divine beasts of the 4 directions, the dragon, the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. It's your turn. Yiyu took a step forward, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, descending from the heavens and arriving before the Empress's 8 daughters. Each of the 8 women has her own unique characteristics and charm, and they are all absolutely top-notch beauties. Each one of them had a curvaceous figure, with a voluptuous body that made it impossible to see their toes when they looked down. The Empress wore a long purple palace dress, resembling a blooming, delicate purple rose. Noble and elegant, with a heroic and valiant air yet gentle and dignified, and a touch of pride. Ji Ruxue had shoulder-length short hair and wore a smart and neat dark blue outfit. Although still somewhat immature, it has developed to a considerable size and is at its most tender and suitable age for harvesting. Fan Yin Tian wore a long red dress that revealed a large expanse of snow-white skin. She had a voluptuous figure, held a pipa in her arms, and had a pair of alluring eyes. She was seductive and charming. Miao Chengtian was also wearing a long red dress, revealing her long, snow-white legs. Her long hair was styled in a high bun, and she held a red oil paper umbrella, making her appear very intellectual and elegant. A gold choker adorned her neck, adding a touch of allure and charm to her intellectual elegance. Xian Jingtian and Miao Qingtian are sisters, both dressed in short purple skirts and have extremely tall figures. Her graceful figure was adorned with a pair of over-the-knee lace purple high-heeled boots. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, which swayed back and forth, making her look very dashing. She carried a quiver on her back and held a purple longbow in her hand, looking both capable and elegant. Duo Wenchen wore a long green dress. Her magnificent breasts were extremely domineering, making her the most imposing among all the women. She had a slender waist, wore lace stockings, and green knee-high boots. Holding 2 fans, she appeared incomparably charming. Guang Mushin was wearing a purple short skirt, white lace stockings, and high heels. Her long hair was styled into a high bun, and she held a guqin in her arms, making her appear graceful and elegant. On the last scorching day, she wore 2 maidservants' buns on her head. She has the pretty face of a young girl, but the domineering figure of a mature woman. Holding 2 double dagger hammers, she gives off a dual vibe of a cool, aloof older sister and a violent, cute lowly. The 8 women were of various types. Some were noble and elegant, some were young and naive, some were charming and alluring, some were aloof and delicate, and some were petite and exquisite. Each of the 8 women has her own unique charm, and the fact that they are lined up in a row creates a visually stunning spectacle. Night rain drifted down from the heavens. The 8 women Empress, Ji Ruxue, Fan Yinshan, Maya Changshan, Zuan Jingshan, Duo Wenchen, Guang Mushin, and Yan Jianshan had long been fertilized. As Yi Yu approached, and smelling the masculine scent emanating from him, the 8 women's bodies went limp, and they almost collapsed to the ground. Night rain. Seeing the Empress about to throw herself into his arms, Yi Yu chuckled and pulled her into his embrace. Since they're not going to act anymore, then Yi Yu won't hold back. As the beautiful body was drawn into his arms, a fragrant breeze wafted over him, and the Empress, held in Yi Yu's embrace, trembled, this time truly going limp. The moment Yi Yu embraced her, his whole body went numb, like he was being electrocuted, and then he couldn't get up. Meanwhile, the 6 women from the heavens of Brahma sound, wonderful completion, profound purity, abundant hearing, wide eyes, and blazing sun all revealed resentful expressions in their eyes. However, no one dared to compete with the Empress for a man. Only Ji Ruxue, still somewhat young and inexperienced, blushed, her small hands trembling with unease, not daring to look at Yi Yu any longer. Come with me. Ignoring the resentful looks from the women, Yi Yu swept the Empress up in his arms. He grabbed her by the knees, and in a flash, headed towards the city lord's mansion inside the city. Could it be 1 against 8? Young master, you truly live up to your reputation as a celestial being. You are truly extraordinary. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, the 6 women's eyes lit up, and they eagerly followed Yi Yu as she flew away. What are you all standing there for? Let's go. Ji Ruxue, who was hesitating, was pulled along by Guang Mushin, who was carrying a guqin, and followed behind him. Still being coy? You silly girl, are you stupid or what? Guang Mushin chuckled. You are the Empress's maid. Do you expect us to teach you what a maid should do? Upon hearing this, Ji Ruxue blushed all the way to her ears, and in the end, she obediently followed her inside. In the backyard of the city lord's mansion in Fengxiang City, Yi Yu chuckled as he looked at the women with their watery eyes and alluring gazes. Fine. Improving my cultivation while doing it is the same thing. Since both parties are in love, Yi Yu has never been one to be sentimental. Since she's already thrown herself into his arms, Yi Yu has no reason not to take her. One by one, the gorgeous purple dresses slipped off, revealing stunning scenery. Night Rain lifted the Empress's smooth, rounded chin, looked at the Empress with dazed eyes, and kissed her sexy red lips directly. The Empress wrapped her arms around Yi Yu's neck, responding to his advances. A pair of long, straight legs were wrapped around Yi Yu's waist. Yi Yu carried the Empress and placed her on the bed, then directly lifted up her long, white, python-like legs. Soon, beautiful singing voices echoed throughout the room. Name, Shueyun Ji. Age, 22. Level, early stage of transformation. Techniques, illusory sound technique, illusory sound sword technique, illusory sound body technique. Talent, 5th rank standard for devouring the universe, corresponding to 11th rank bloodline. Bloodline 10 ranks. Soul 1 times. Gene 1 times. Chapter 103 Cleansing the Marrow and Purifying the Body, Enlightenment. Yi Yu opened and looked at the Empress's attribute panel. Compared to the past, this time there is an additional talent attribute on the panel. Talent is a combination of various factors, including comprehension, innate talent, potential, and lineage. 11th grade talent is similar to 11th grade bloodline. The fact that Empress Shoyunji was rated as having a 5th-tier talent by the system is already a very high evaluation. A 5th-tier talent means that, in the context of the devouring world, the Empress's minimum achievement would be at the stellar level. However, one is achieved through bloodline, which can be achieved simply by eating and sleeping, while the other requires personal effort to achieve. Inside the luxurious palace, the unique fragrance of a young woman filled the air, and beautiful songs echoed through the room. Ji Ruxue, Fan Yinshan, Maya Changshan, Jing Fanshan, Duo Wenshan, Huang Mushan, and Yan Jianshan, the 7 women, all became the Empress's bedchamber maids. One by one, their dresses slipped off, and the 8 women became sisters sharing a blanket. Yi Yu directly passed on the Phoenix Cry chapter, the gluttonous secret technique, and a brand new version of the illusory sound divine technique to the Empress. Ji Ruxue, Fan Yinshan, Maya Changshan, Jing Fanshan, Duo Wenshan, Huang Mushan, and Yan Jianshan, the 7 women, also obtained simplified versions of the 2 secret techniques. The brand new illusory sound divine technique is the same as the 9 nether profound heaven soul divine art that Yi Yu gave to Ingo. It was the night rain that led the little demon to deduce that it was also a supreme divine skill that pointed directly to the mortal world and the immortal realm. I know that this world has 2 high martial arts worlds, Storm Riders and Jun Yuyun. Then the mortal realm and anything above it are nothing. What is Yuan Tiandong's 300 years of internal energy worth? In the world of Fengyun, there was Di Shitian, who drank phoenix blood and lived for over 1,700 years, nearly 2,000 years, and created the sacred heart technique. There were also the god and the demon who once created the heaven-shifting divine technique and the world-destroying demon body at the search for God's palace. There's also the family of Xiao Sanshao, who have lived for over 4,000 years. Xiao Sanshao obtained the essence of the Xian turtle, and his 2 sons, the great boss and the great demon god, also possessed the Xian turtle bloodline and lived for 4,000 years. And you say the world is not bad either. The patriarch of the Su family, Su Xinghe, was a powerful figure who was above the 3rd realm of the heavenly Tao, which is above the immortal realm of the mortal world. This man once cleaved through the clouds and mist of Kunlun Mountain with a single sword strike, fought against the immortals in the heavens, and made the immortals of the upper realm dare not descend to the mortal world. Yes, that's right. In Jun Yoyun's world, there is also an upper heavenly palace, where immortals reside. Now that multiple worlds have merged, the heavenly palace will undoubtedly become even more powerful. Boom! With the infusion of endless energy, the aura emanating from the 8 women began to rise steadily. Night Rain's enhancement of the 8 women's cultivation was not a one-off deal like the one-off deal with the 30,000 troops outside. Without Yi Yu's help and the use of more advanced treasures, the 30,000 people outside will find it very difficult to make any further progress in their cultivation through their own efforts. But the 8th woman was different. She was the woman he would become in the future. Naturally, Yi Yu wanted to appreciate and observe every inch of them, and tailor make something for them. Yi Yu took out a large bottle of top-grade purple light and made the 8 women drink it. The finest purple light dew, a single drop is enough to increase the strength of an ordinary martial artist by 1 million to 2 million kilograms. For Yi Yu now, there's as much of this stuff as he wants. He could even use it to bathe the 8 women. Inside the spacious bath, mist swirled and laughter echoed continuously. Yi Yu embraced the Empress and Ji Rushua's delicate bodies and gave the 8 women a comprehensive cleansing and rejuvenation treatment. From the inside out, and from the outside in, it penetrated deep into the soul, giving the 8 women a thorough cleansing and making them feel as if they were floating on air. It also gave the 8 girls a second growth spurt. That's right, it's a secondary development. Aside from the Empress, the other 7 women were all born into poor families and had developmental deficiencies in childhood. Boom! A vast power surged within the 8 women, cleansing their bodies and enhancing their strength. The new version of the illusory sound divine technique circulated within the 8 women, simultaneously strengthening their vital energy and spirit. The new version of illusory sound divine technique has a total of 18 levels. The 1st to 3rd layers correspond to star positions, the 4th to 6th layers correspond to celestial positions, and the 7th to 9th layers correspond to positions above the celestial positions. The 10th to 12th levels correspond to the transcendent realm, and the 13th to 15th levels correspond to the immortal realm and the mortal world. The 16th to 18th levels correspond to the celestial realm above the mortal realm. In fact, the new version of Phantom Sound Divine Technique has nothing to do with the original. Yi Yu and Xiao Yao make significant modifications. The new version of Illusory Sound Divine Technique cultivates essence, energy, and spirit simultaneously. Most of the martial arts skills in the martial arts world are basically specialized in one, and they are mainly focused on cultivating internal energy. With the addition of spiritual or physical cultivation, one can at most cultivate both paths simultaneously. It's not impossible to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit simultaneously, but it's extremely rare. Every such method is a peerless secret manual. Boom! With the help of the night rain, the 8 women's momentum rose steadily, their bodies became stronger, their spirits transformed, and their dantian expanded and underwent a qualitative change. With the boundless power of life, the 8 women quickly broke through the shackles of their original realms. Lesser heavenly position. Mid-heaven position. The great celestial rank. Above the celestial rank early, middle, and late stages. Transcendent realm early stage, mid-autumn festival stage, late stage. Apart from the Empress, the cultivation levels of the 7 women Ji Ruxue, Fanyinshan, Mayachengshan, Zuanjingshan, Duowenshan, Guangmushan, and Yanjianshan stopped at the peak of the 12th level of the transformation realm. The dantian in Shi Si expanded hundreds or even thousands of times, truly expanding from a small stream to a surging sea. The roar of true essence in the dantian is no less than the accumulation of those geniuses over hundreds or thousands of years. The 6 women's souls underwent several sublimations, directly giving birth to divine thoughts. Furthermore, the 8 women possessed bodies as strong as diamonds, and had immense strength of tens of millions of kilograms. To prevent the women's power from increasing too quickly and causing them to lose control of their power, Yi Yu also gave each of the 8 women a piece of E-grade enlightenment tea. The E-grade enlightenment tea directly put the 8 women into a state of enlightenment. This caused the 8 women to improve their skills in the illusory sound divine technique and their respective sword techniques, pipa, guqin, fan, thousand mechanism umbrella, double hammers, and bow and arrow at an extremely rapid pace. The moves became increasingly sophisticated and powerful. If we were to categorize all the martial arts techniques and skills in the world into a hierarchy heaven, earth, black, yellow, it would be 4 ranks and 12 grades. The original swordsmanship, guqin, pipa, thousand mechanism umbrella, hammer techniques, archery, and fan skills of the 7 women could only be considered to be at the Xian level. Now, after drinking a cup of enlightenment tea, the 7 women directly advanced their respective techniques to the upper grade earth level and mastered them perfectly. After all, this was a technique they had come to realize on their own, tailor-made for them, and when truly unleashed, it was no less than a heaven-rank martial art. Boom! A pair of colossal hammers, each 100 feet long and capable of blotting out the sky, crashed down with immense force, turning the entire inner palace of the city lord's mansion into dust. Watching the lowly-like mature woman Yin Yangtian smash the entire 3-story palace to pieces with a single hammer blow, Yi Yu shook her head speechlessly. Get down! Yi Yu grabbed Yin Yangtian, who was still giggling, and then forcefully pinned him down beneath her. I'm asking for your monthly votes at the end of the month. Thank you, dear readers. Chapter 104 Opening the Sword Realm, the pinnacle of mortal immortal realm. Seeing the other women who were itching to try it out, Yi Yu had no choice but to subdue them all one by one. Inside the room, the women, bursting with energy after their breakthrough, had nowhere to vent their frustrations. The sounds of the zither and pipa accompanied the beautiful singing incessantly. The Empress, too, climbed steadily from the early stage of the transformation realm, breaking through the shackles of the divine firmament position. Boom! The surging true essence within her body was continuously compressed, and soon, a dazzling martial arts golden core took shape in her dantian. Martial arts golden core formation completed. Divine firmament position achieved. However, this was not the end. Her aura continued to rise at an extremely rapid pace. Early stage of the divine firmament realm. Mid-stage divine firmament. Late stage of the divine firmament realm. At the same time, countless sword techniques, movement techniques, and skills flashed through the Empress's mind. The heavenly sound sword technique, which was not originally considered particularly profound, was constantly being innovated and improved by the Empress. Breaking limits. Breaking limits. Constantly breaking limits. Her swordsmanship became increasingly refined, and its power grew ever greater. The sword intent surrounding her also grew stronger. Sing. Just then, a deafening sword cry resounded through the sky, and a million swords soared into the air, once again shaking the world. Another sword immortal has been born. In Fengxiang City in the north, just like in Jima City today, that familiar scene is playing out once again. Moreover, this time the momentum was even greater, with the soaring sword intent reaching straight into the sky. A rift slowly opened in the void. And at the very moment the void rift was slowly opened, countless longswords trembled and hummed throughout the world. Buzz buzz buzz. The countless swords across the world trembled and hummed, as if they were submitting or paying homage. Throughout the world, countless swordsmen from dozens of kingdoms were shaken to their core, all looking up at the void rift. Thousands of swords bowed their heads, and countless eyes were filled with boundless fervor. because that is the realm of swords. The sword realm was created by the sword intent and sword spirit of countless swordsmen throughout the world. It gathers countless peerless sword techniques from all over the world, making it a sacred place that countless swordsmen yearn for. The sword realm contains countless high mountains and countless abysses. Every mountain is a peerless sword technique, and every abyss is the final resting place of a peerless swordsman. The Empress's breakthrough unleashed a soaring sword intent that directly opened the sword realm. Although it only created a crack that quickly healed, it still shook the entire world. There are two ways to open the sword realm. The first is to find the key to unlocking the world of swords, a peerless and unparalleled sword. However, in the entire world, there are very few swords that can meet the standard of being unparalleled and peerless. Secondly, it uses supreme sword intent to break through the sword realm. Hundreds of years ago, two peerless sword immortals clashed with their sword intents, which briefly opened up the sword realm. It was this duel that made the world aware of the existence of the sword realm. Since then, countless swordsmen, sword immortals, sword saints, and sword gods have all pursued breaking through the sword realm with their own sword intent as their ultimate goal. But over the years, very few sword immortals and sword gods in the world have been able to break through the sword realm. As time went by, the sword realm's absorption of the sword sensibilities of all swordsmen in the world became increasingly stable and powerful. The further they go, the more difficult it becomes to break through the sword barrier. However, what countless people did not expect was that today, following the appearance of 3 immortals in one day, a 4th immortal has appeared. This peerless swordsman even opened up the sword realm. Throughout the land, countless swordsmen were filled with fervor, and countless masters all looked toward the direction of Phoenix City in the north. I learned about that peerless empress and also remembered her sword technique, the Heavenly Sound Sword Technique. From this day forward, the Heavenly Sound Sword Technique will be ranked among the world's pinnacle. From then on, an insurmountable mountain rose once again in the world of swords. The Empress slowly suppressed her aura and stepped down from the sky with her long, shapely legs. Each step she took brought forth a lotus flower. She was truly a woman of unparalleled beauty. Watching the Empress with her boundless springtime beauty, Yiyu's blood boiled with excitement. This could be considered the joy of raising a child. The Empress, who had reached the pinnacle of the mortal realm, underwent a complete transformation in appearance, figure, and temperament. She was truly like a goddess descending to earth. The Empress paid no attention to the shattered city lord's mansion, but looked at the man in front of her with burning eyes, who seemed like an immortal. Looking at the man she had chosen at first sight, she knew her choice was right. More. With that, the Empress let out a sweet laugh and, like a little girl, threw herself into Yiyu's arms. A pair of jade-like arms wrapped around Yiyu's neck, her eyes were alluring, and her sexy red lips took the initiative to kiss her. Yiyu wrapped his arm around the Empress's waist and once again lifted those long, slender legs. This night is destined to be sleepless. Not only Yiyu and the Empress's 8 daughters, but also the 300,000-strong Khitan army that was rushing from the grasslands. At this moment, the 300,000-strong Khitan army was caught in a dilemma. Inside the central command tent, the still charming Khitan queen Shalijua was draped in a fox fur cloak, which enveloped her voluptuous body. Her face was extremely pale at this moment. The army of 300,000 men is coming in a grand procession, and they are expected to arrive at Yunzhou City, the northernmost city of Fengshan Prefecture, by midnight tomorrow. Now we are stuck in a dilemma, unable to retreat or advance. Shalijua, as the queen of the Khitan, had finally come to power, and this time she defied public opinion and sent troops to Fengshan. He originally intended to pick on an easy target to further expand his authority, but he never expected such a turn of events. If she were to step down this time, it would be a huge blow to her prestige. Those at the center of power, especially in a country like the Khitan, would face a fierce backlash if they lost their prestige. Her fate will be absolutely tragic. She'll be wishing for a fate worse than death. And to go in is even more impossible. As a superior and a martial arts expert, she knew better than anyone how terrifying a powerful figure like the mortal realm immortal was. The saying one man can fight against a million soldiers may be an exaggeration, but it's not just talk. It's true that one person can turn the tide of a major battle. Unless there is a skilled opponent of the same level to restrain him. Why is the Mongol Yuan dynasty the number 1 among the 4 kingdoms of the northern grasslands? Because they have many experts from the mortal realm and those on the verge of becoming immortals, such as the Grand Preceptor Basiba, the Imperial Uncle Han Sifei, Meng Xixing, and Pang Ban. They were so overwhelmed that the other 3 departments couldn't even lift their heads. The entire central command tent was deathly silent. Aogu, Shirley Qishan, Yan Yan, Dave Fone, and the others did not dare to breathe. Meanwhile, in the hidden soldiers' valley. This is the headquarters of the bad guys. Yuan Tiangang stood with his hands behind his back, gazing silently northward. At this moment, Yuan Tiangang was very unsettled, and he still couldn't figure out what had happened. Someone has jumped off his chessboard, which is the last thing he wants to see. He had previously devised a plan to lure away Prince Qi, Li Maozhen. Although the Empress was not lacking in talent, she was not yet that stunning. What kind of opportunity did she obtain that allowed her to rise to such heights? He miscalculated. But it doesn't matter. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Let's see if you, the Empress, have 3 heads and 6 arms. Conquering the world isn't something you can do with just one expert. Yuan Tiangang thought to himself silently. Otherwise, with him around, the Tang dynasty wouldn't have fallen. I'm asking for monthly votes at the end of the month. Thank you everyone. Chapter 105 Scheming and Crushing. The strong in the mortal realm are indeed strong, capable of easily turning the tide of a great battle. However, this does not mean that she is a qualified commander, nor does it mean that she is a ruler or leader. It's time for Li Maozhen to come back. He wanted to see how the Empress would behave after Li Maozhen returned. Furthermore, with such powerful figures in the hearts of the people of Korea, Northern Han, Jin, and Liang, I don't believe they can sleep soundly. It's time to give them a push. Yuan Tiangang muttered to himself before disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, the leaders of the states to the west of Qi, the east of Qi, the southeast of Qi, and the south of Qi were also extremely heavy-hearted. Han Wanyan, Lu Ziyuan, Zhu Yozhen, Li Qiong and other warlords all looked very grim and began to summon their trusted subordinates to discuss countermeasures. Fortunately, the Qi kingdom was not large, with only a dozen or so cities, a population of 2 million, and an army of no more than 60,000. If the Qi kingdom had an army of hundreds of thousands, coupled with the Empress, they would be at a loss. However, even so, the Empress's attainment of the mortal realm brought them immense pressure. Just as the Khitan army of 300,000 was caught in a dilemma, Yuan Tiangang was devising a new plan, and the various warlords were uneasy. The night rain here is gradually getting better. It turns out their intuition was right. Doing things they loved with Yi Yu could bring them huge benefits. After discovering this, the 8 women became obsessed with Yi Yu. Despite the fact that Huanyanfang is a brothel, Fan Yinshan, Maya Chengshan, and Zuan Jingshan, who are the 9 heavenly maidens, are still novices and have never actually practiced. Having mastered all 18 martial arts skills but having nowhere to use them, he finally has the opportunity to prove himself. Even Ji Rushua, who was originally very shy, gradually relaxed and began to seriously learn from and observe the experience of her seniors. The battle lasted until the early hours of the next day, finally ending as the women were routed and abandoned their armor. The following day at noon, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the chaotic scene inside the 7th floor palace of the illusionary sound pavilion. The room was littered with tattered clothes, embroidered bodices, stockings, embroidered shoes, and high-heeled boots. The room was filled with the boundless beauty of spring. Looking at the Empress and Ji Rushua, who were like kittens in his arms, Yi Yu's face was full of smiles. After becoming a true woman, the Empress's brows softened with a touch of spring, and she became even more charming. Ji Rushua had also shed her youthful naivete and gained the charm of a young married woman, making Yi Yu unable to put her down. Not only the Empress and the 6 women Ji Rushua, Fan Yinshan, Maya Chengshan, Zuan Jingshan, Dua Wenshan, Guang Mushan, and Yan Yangtian, but also the same applies. Having undergone a second growth spurt, the women became even more charming and alluring, inspiring awe in Yi Yu. Empress Shuyunji's dignified nobility, Ji Rushua's youthful shyness, Fan Yinshan's alluring figure, Maya Chengshan's gentle charm, Zuan Jingshan's passionate fiery nature, Dua Wenshan's charming and affectionate nature, Guang Mushan's gentle elegance, and Yan Jianshan's graceful and exquisite beauty. My husband, wait for our good news. We'll be right back. Ji Rushua wrapped her arms around Yi Yu's neck, reluctant to let go, her eyes full of affection. Indeed, I've heard that the Khitan Queen is a still beautiful woman, and her daughter, Aogu, is also a pearl of the grasslands, a rare beauty. Husband, let's capture her and bring her back to be your bed warmer, Dua Wenshan said with a charming smile. The women all giggled, their bodies trembling with laughter. At this moment, the women were brimming with confidence and didn't take the Khitan army of 300,000 seriously at all. The Empress is a peak-level mortal immortal, along with the 7 other half-step mortal immortal powerhouses. In addition, with the 30,000 heavenly rank iron cavalry that Yi Yu created for them last night, they couldn't imagine who in the world could be their match. The women were all secretly resentful that the Khitan army had arrived at the worst possible time, interrupting their dual cultivation with Yi Yu. If they really wanted to stay home with Yi Yu for 3 months, no, 3 years. Don't let things get unexpectedly messed up. Yi Yu lay lazily on the recliner, holding Ji Rushue in his arms, his large hands constantly roaming inside her skirt. Ji Rushue trembled slightly, her eyes almost overflowing with tears. Looking at the arrogant eighth girl, whose tail was practically wagging in the air, Yi Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, my husband. We, the illusionary sound pavilion, have gathered a great deal of intelligence on the four kingdoms of the northern desert. We know a lot about them. Unless the four kingdoms unite. Yi Yu didn't say anything to discourage the 8 women. The 8 women are indeed quite strong now. Although the Empress is only at the peak of the mortal realm, her actual combat power is no weaker than that of a celestial immortal above the mortal realm. The remaining 7 women are no weaker than those who have just entered the mortal realm. Furthermore, even if something unexpected happens, Yi Yu will be there to cover for you. Boom! At noon, 30,000 iron cavalrymen, fully equipped and clad in gleaming armor, marched northwards towards Fengxiang Prefecture, exuding an aura of menace. 30,000 cavalrymen covered 300 kilometers in just 3 hours and arrived at Yunzhou City, the northernmost city of Fengxiang Prefecture. Outside Yunzhou City, a massive army of 300,000 chitin men stretched as far as the eye could see. The forest was dense with armor, and a chilling atmosphere permeated the area within 100 miles of Yunzhou City. Shilijuo was still unwilling to give up, so she brought 300,000 chitin cavalry. She was forced to retreat without even a fight. How could she accept that? It's not like her at all. Moreover, she also received a letter last night, in which Han Wangen, Zhu Yozhen, Li Qian, Lu Ziyuan and others were also somewhat eager to make a move. It seems that the 4 families have received some strong support. They sent her a letter assuring her that she could attack Qi with confidence, as there were powerful figures to deal with the Empress. The 5 families would then join forces to destroy Qi, so she came. Well, actually, Shilijuo didn't believe their nonsense at all. She just listened to it and then ignored it. The 4 feudal lords were more likely using her as a stepping stone to probe the Empress's true intentions. Shilido's true thought was that retreating meant certain death, but advancing might not be without a way out. She didn't want to retreat and die a humiliating and miserable death, because Yellow Abaoji would never let go of such a great opportunity to turn things around. So let's move forward and gamble on the future. How could it be so fast? Shilijuo looked at the distant Yunzhou city and the 30,000 strong army outside the city. The overwhelming murderous aura made her expression change drastically. Fengxiang City is more than 300 kilometers away from Yunzhou City. At a normal marching speed, it would take at least 5 or 6 days. Even with a forced march, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to reach Yunzhou City, a distance of 300 kilometers. She had originally planned to first capture the northernmost cities of Qi Kingdom, then observe the situation before negotiating with the Empress to find a way out, but now her hopes have been dashed. Are you all still able to fight? The Empress's voice echoed for miles around Yunzhou City, and also resonated among the 30,000 iron cavalry. War! 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 30,000 iron cavalrymen, their eyes burning with fervor, their roar shaking the plains, their soaring battle intent directly overwhelmed the opposing 300,000 chitin army. I'm asking for monthly votes at the end of the month. Thank you everyone. Chapter 106 Sweeping Through, Shilijuo Agu. 30,000 iron cavalrymen, their fighting spirits soaring to the heavens. The boundless aura directly overwhelmed the 300,000 strong chitin army opposite, making them unable to even raise their heads. When all parties saw the true strength displayed by these 30,000 iron cavalry, countless people turned pale. And the warhorses of these 30,000 soldiers were a head taller than ordinary warhorses, and their bodies were covered in scales. The heavenly throne. Dragon-scaled horse. How is this possible? Countless people trembled violently, their faces turning deathly pale in an instant. Whether it was the chitin army or the spies sent by other major forces, they were all terrified. The central palace, pulled by 36 pure white warhorses. Mother! Augu stepped forward, wearing a golden mask that symbolized the highest honor of the grasslands, so her expression could not be seen. But her trembling body revealed the sheer horror and disbelief she felt. At this moment, she gripped the scepter tightly in her hand, making a clicking sound, and her fingers turned white from the excessive force. Meanwhile, Shilijuo was in no better shape, staring at the other side in complete disbelief. Boom! This is not an army of 30,000, it is clearly a celestial army composed of 30,000 celestial warriors. How do we fight this? Even a minor celestial realm martial artist can take on 100 opponents. What else could an army of 30,000 martial artists be but celestial soldiers and generals? Kill! Without any further ado, the 30,000-strong army, led by Ji Ruxue and the 7 women of Fanyinshan, charged towards the Khitan army opposite them. Boom! The sound of galloping hooves shook the entire earth, producing a sound like thunder. Buzz! The Empress stepped directly into the void, wearing a blood-red alloy battle armor, and drew the greatsword that Yi Yu had tailored for her. The soaring sword intent, carrying a giant sword hundreds of feet long, crashed down towards the Khitan army. Boom! The giant sword, hundreds of feet long, cleaved through the void, as if tearing apart the sky, and crashed down onto the earth. Sweep! Unstoppable! A battle that should have been a decisive victory was instead completely overturned and crushed without any suspense. The great battle was swept and crushed by the Empress, Ji Ruxue, Fan Yintian, and the other women. The 30,000 cavalrymen split into several groups, moving freely among the 300,000-strong Khitan army, making 7 incursions and 7 withdrawals. The army collapsed like a house of cards. The 300,000-strong army couldn't even hold out for half a quarter of an hour before collapsing in defeat. Kill! The sounds of clashing weapons, shouts of battle, screams, and cries of agony echoed across the battlefield, which stretched for dozens of miles. This was a one-sided massacre that lasted for a day and a night. The entire battlefield, spanning hundreds of miles, was littered with severed limbs and filled with an endless stench of blood. In the center of the battlefield was a massive abyss stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Within the abyss, endless sword intent permeated the air. This abyss was precisely the place where the Empress had unleashed her sword strike. One sword pierced the sky, and another left a deep abyss stretching over 100 kilometers on the earth. The Empress only used this one sword strike. When the sword slashed down from mid-air, even the Empress showed a dazed expression. She herself hadn't expected that her strength had reached such a level. I've heard that in Wushuang city of Zhengzhou, there is a pair of Wushuang swords, which contain a devastating move called Love of the Fallen City. She used to not believe that a person could be that powerful, but now she does. Yesterday, she didn't even use her full strength. She just struck casually, without even using 3/10 of her power, and yet she cleaved through 100 miles of land with a single sword strike. If that sword had landed in the city, she could have easily destroyed it with a single blow. Over the course of a day and a night, the Empress's mindset began to undergo a tremendous change, a change that brought her confidence. It is also the heart of a strong person. Good. Yi Yu appeared directly inside the city lord's mansion in Yunzhou City, looking at the Empress, who exuded confidence from the inside out and praising her. Compared to yesterday, the Empress was even more radiant now, her confidence bringing about a change in her aura from the inside out. Yi Yu pulled the Empress's voluptuous body into his arms. Upon seeing Yi Yu, the Empress's eyes burned with desire, and her sensual red lips pressed against hers in a passionate kiss. Soon, one by one, the clothes slipped off, revealing that exquisite scenery. Yi Yu swept the writing brush, ink, paper, and inkstone off the table and placed the Empress on it. Then he simply hoisted up those long, white legs that looked like a white python. Her crystal clear, snow-white feet swayed, and soon beautiful singing voices echoed throughout the city lord's mansion. Meanwhile, deep in the northern desert, at the foot of the Yin Mountains. Boom! Yang Yantian, dressed in a red and yellow alloy armor and high-heeled boots, looked extremely heroic. At this moment, she abandoned the double hammers in her hands and slammed her fist down. Yang Yan Angel wields twin hammers, and under the influence of the Enlightenment Tea, she independently comprehended a technique called heaven-shaking hammer technique. The principles behind hammer techniques and fist techniques are essentially the same. Even without her twin hammers, relying solely on her fists, her strength remained undiminished. A pair of small fists contained immense force, smashing the air to pieces. Then he suddenly clashed with Queen Shilijuo, the Khitan queen. Although Shilijuo is a queen, she is also a true master in the northern desert, and her strength has long since reached the half-step immortal realm. It was precisely because of this strength that he was able to seize power from Yellow Abaoji, the Khitan king, and take control of the Liao dynasty. Boom! In an instant, a shockwave surged, and trees within a radius of 1,000 feet collapsed, uprooted by the collision of their forces. With a deafening roar, the ground shook violently, and the ground beneath their feet suddenly collapsed. Puff! The violent power flowed directly into Shilijuo's body through her arm. A mouthful of blood suddenly gushed out, and with a loud bang, Shilijuo was directly blasted away by the violent force. You think you can run? Take me with you. Yang Yantian chuckled as he looked at Shilijuo, who was severely injured and barely breathing. Although both of them were at the half-step immortal realm, there were still differences in their levels within the same realm, and the gap between them was ridiculously large. Especially since Shirito is queen and holds a high position, there are very few situations where she can take action. Therefore, in terms of combat experience, Shilijuo is far inferior to Yang Yantian. With just one move, Shilijuo, the queen of the northern desert, was severely injured by Yang Yantian. Shilijuo's face turned pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had been defeated by Yang Yantian in just one move. However, you cannot die like this. We promised our husband that we would take you back to be his bed warmer. Your status as the queen of the northern desert is enough. As he spoke, Yang Yantian lifted Shilijuo's chin. Shilijuo looked to be in her early 30s. She looked quite miserable at the moment, but she was still a stunning beauty with a captivating charm in both her face and figure. At this moment, it has a broken beauty that is truly pitiful to behold. I'm asking for monthly votes at the end of the month. Thank you everyone. Chapter 107 Queen Shirito, who knows when to yield? Queen Shilijuo of the Khitan was extremely beautiful, with a voluptuous and alluring figure, like a ripe peach. At this moment, her clothes were torn, revealing large areas of snow-white skin and deep cleavage, giving her a kind of broken beauty. It evokes a strong desire to conquer. Unfortunately, the person in front of her was not a man, but a stunningly beautiful woman who was no less beautiful than her. Yang Yantian's pretty face was as delicate as a porcelain doll's, and her figure was equally stunning. She strode over to Shilijuo with her long legs and directly sealed all of Shilijuo's major acupoints. Then he took out a drop of the water of life and fed it to Shulito. With the life-giving water, Shilijuo's previously fatal wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Her shattered internal organs were recovering at an extremely fast pace, and her pale face regained its rosy hue. I see, Shilijuo said with a bitter smile. Queen Shilijuo of the Khitan was undoubtedly a woman of great wisdom, a remarkable woman who could conquer the world on horseback and bring peace and stability to the country on foot. She is ambitious, resourceful, capable, and ruthless enough. She basically possesses all the excellent qualities a leader should have. She was destined to shine in this chaotic world, but before she could realize her ambitions, she suffered a crushing defeat. The moment Yang Yantian uttered husband, she quickly realized where the problem lay. An army of 30,000 heavenly realm warriors. This is a power that no human should possess. Among the dozens of kingdoms and thousands of sects in the world, no other force possesses the capability to cultivate 30,000 heavenly realm warriors. The expenses involved are unimaginable. Even if you emptied a country's treasury of decades or centuries, you still wouldn't find that many rare and precious materials. And the dragon-scaled horse was originally just a legend. Dragon-scaled horse. Its entire body is covered in dragon scales, it can traverse mountains and seas as if walking on flat ground, its roar is like a dragon's cry, and its speed is like lightning. It can travel 3,600 li by day and 3,000 li by night. The dragon-scaled horse only existed in various ancient books, but now it had actually appeared in front of her. She knew better than anyone else what level the former empress and her 9 heavens maidens were at. Now, a single Yang Yantian could easily crush her, leaving her with nowhere to escape. At this moment, Shilijuo suddenly understood everything and her mind cleared up. Clearly, all of this was thanks to the husband that Yang Yantian mentioned. To be a concubine and bed warmer for such a powerful man, is that my honor? Shilijuo said as if she had resigned herself to her fate. It wasn't that she lacked ability or strength, it was simply that the other party was favored by heaven. Shilijuo felt no shame whatsoever at the thought that Yang Yantian wanted to capture her, the queen of the northern desert, and make her a concubine. This is a world where the strong are respected. In the northern desert, the victor is entitled to possess everything of the loser, including their wife and daughters, which are considered property. Just as she said, it was her honor to be a concubine to a peerless expert like Yu. This is not a humiliation, but a blessing from heaven, a blessing she desires as well. Thinking of this, Shilijuo's originally dim eyes gradually regained their brightness, and became brighter and brighter. Good, you know when to adapt. At this moment, Guang Mutian, holding a magnificent longbow, flew through the air and landed in the arena, chuckling as he spoke. Meanwhile, on the other side of Yinshan Mountain, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, chased and fled. Ji Rushua, clad in milky white alloy armor, walked on the phantom sound movement technique, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the air. In just a few breaths, Ji Rushua traversed thousands of meters and stood in front of Aogu. Go back! A delicate shout rang out, and Ji Rushua swung her long sword, slashing directly at Aogu opposite her. The pale sword light carried an unparalleled sense of determination and annihilation. Although she and the Empress both used the heavenly sound sword technique, the heavenly sound sword technique she comprehended was already different. The Empress's heavenly sound sword technique is magnificent and imposing, possessing an unstoppable and invincible domineering power that can destroy everything in its path. Ji Rushue's heavenly sound sword technique carries an unwavering determination and a sense of annihilation. Ao Gu's face was very ugly. Looking at the sword that tore through the void, her true essence surged throughout her body. Boom! The power of the half-step mortal immortal realm erupted, and the scepter in his hand, carrying boundless power, directly met the attack. Clang! A sword, a pale white light, ripped through the void, carrying endless sharpness, and struck directly at the scepter in Ao Gu's hand. Boom! Countless sharp sword energies spread out in all directions, and the force, like ocean waves, directly blasted Ao Gu away. Call out! Ji Rushue moved like a ghost, leaving behind afterimages in the sky, and arrived in front of the flying Ao Gu as if she were a shadow. Take advantage of your weakness to kill you. Boom! With the second sword strike, a cracking sound rang out, and the scepter in Ao Gu's hand was cleaved in two by Ji Rushue's longsword. The longsword continued its momentum and then slashed towards her chest. In an instant, blood stained the sky, and Ao Gu let out a scream before crashing to the ground. Boom! The overwhelming power blasted a crater 10 feet in diameter into the ground, directly causing Ao Gu to be blasted out. It was still a one-sided crushing defeat. With two sword strikes, Ji Rushue directly defeated Ao Gu, a half-step mortal immortal and the top expert of the chitin on the surface. I still can't escape. Am I going to die? The golden mask symbolizing divine authority on Ao Gu's face had long since fallen off, revealing a pale and exquisitely beautiful face. Her full breasts heaved, and she was already breathing more out than in. At this moment, Ao Gu's eyes were filled with resentment and despair. She trained diligently from a young age, wanting to gain her mother's approval, even if it meant becoming the sharpest sword in her mother's hand. She didn't want to be abandoned, and she didn't want to be a useless person. Over the years, she has done a great job, paving the way for her mother, seizing power in the Liao dynasty, and becoming second only to the emperor. She had never been defeated in all these years, and before she was 20, she had achieved the half-step mortal realm, becoming invincible throughout the entire Khitan Liao dynasty. I never imagined we would suffer such a complete defeat today. She suffered such a miserable defeat that she had no chance to fight back. The incomparably sharp sword energy left a deep, bone-revealing wound on her chest, from which blood gushed. Most of the bones in his body were broken by Ji Rushue's attack. Don't worry, I won't kill you, and you won't die either. Ji Rushue pursed her red lips, wearing lace-high boots, and with her long legs striding forward, carrying a blood-dripping longsword, she approached Ao Gu and said, "It's really beautiful." Ji Rushue looked at Ao Gu, chuckled, and nodded. Ao Gu was indeed a rare beauty. Her wheat-colored skin gave her a wild beauty, especially her sapphire-like eyes. She is at least 175 centimeters tall, with a graceful and full figure. Especially those long legs, as her husband would say, you could play with them for a year and never get tired of them. That's what they call playing with legs for a year. Chapter 108: Shilijuo Ao Gu's submission. And that curvaceous figure, with its alluring curves, would make any man's heart flutter. The most important factor is Ao Gu's strength. Ao Gu is about the same age as her, but her strength has reached the half-step mortal realm. This deeply moved Ji Rushue. After becoming EU's woman, Ji Rushue also revealed the true nature that one would expect at her age. Her original indifference and aloofness were just a disguise, and every time she encountered the protagonist Li Xingyun, she almost always faced death. The arrival of the rain this night completely changed the course of her destiny. It allows her to feel at ease being a gentle, feminine woman. Alright, we've been running for 3 days, let's stop here. Then Ji Rushue, just like Yang Yantian, sealed all of Ao Gu's major acupoints and gave Ao Gu the water of life to drink. Feeling her injuries rapidly healing, Ao Gu was taken aback and didn't come to her senses. Let's go. Before Ao Gu could react, Ji Rushue led her directly towards Yang Jianshan. That's right. Maybe we'll all be best friends for life in the future. Guang Mutian, also dressed in a dark red alloy armor and carrying a longbow, stepped forward and chuckled as he looked at Queen Shilijuo of the Northern Desert and Ao Gu, the mother and daughter brought back by Ji Rushue. Mother! Ao Gu looked at Shilijuo, her eyes filled with confusion, bewilderment, and disbelief. Ao Gu, we have no way out. Shilijuo looked at Ao Gu, said only one sentence, and then said nothing more. She believed that Ao Gu would come to her senses. Is there no way out? Ao Gu was shocked. Speak, Guang Mutian Dao said, did you and your daughter Yelu Jiwu Ao Gu flee to Yinshan because of that Yinshan saint? The Khitan Liao dynasty also had its own powerful figures from the mortal realm, such as the Yinshan saint who had lived for over 300 years. Otherwise, the Khitan people would not have had any hope of rising to power, nor would they have become one of the 4 great kingdoms of the northern deserts, with 1,000,000 archers. Not bad. Shilijual wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and nodded seriously. The Khitan suffered heavy losses this time, losing 300,000 elite archers in a single battle. Even the Khitan Liao dynasty, with its 1,000,000 archers, was truly crippled. These 300,000 people are all true elites. However, Shilijuo knew that even if she escaped back to the Khitan capital, it would still be a problem. Yelu Abaoji and the nobles who opposed her regency were the first to not spare her. Only by gaining the support of the sage of Yinshan, the guardian deity of the Khitan, could she have a chance to turn her life around. Then why didn't she show herself to save you? Guang Nushan blinked his large, expressive eyes and asked with some confusion. Because the sage will not side with or support either side. She has not left Yinshan for 300 years. Shilijuo's expression turned somewhat unpleasant as she spoke. Although I knew it would be difficult to gain the support of the sage in Yinshan, I did not expect it to turn out this way. Roan, it's not that she doesn't want to come out, it's that she's been sealed on this mountain and can't come down. Just then, 3 figures descended from the sky, stepping on the moon. The sound came from dozens of miles away, and when it reached the scene, the figure also arrived. 3 figures, 1 man and 2 women. The man in the lead was exceptionally handsome, with an otherworldly air, like a banished immortal. The man was naturally Yu, and the 2 women following behind him. She wore a light red dress and had long, wine red hair that reached her waist and hips. Her face was stunningly beautiful, with striking features and an exotic charm. Her full, rounded body was so delicate that her toes were almost invisible when she looked down. Behind the woman was another stunningly beautiful woman wearing a red and pink strapless dress. The woman in the pink strapless dress was equally stunning, no less so than the former. Although her figure wasn't as imposing as the former's, her chest was covered in a large expanse of snow-white skin, and her deep cleavage was so deep that it seemed impossible to see the bottom. These 2 women were none other than corpse ancestor Junchen and corpse ancestor Ringo. As for why the 2 women were here, it all started with the book 9 Nether Profound Heaven Soul Divine Art that Yu had given them. After obtaining the cultivation technique, Ingo went directly to the surrendered minister. Both women were true geniuses, and in just a few days, they successfully mastered the new cultivation technique. Ingo regained control of her body and returned to the appearance of an 18 or 19-year-old girl. The elder sister's divided soul was successfully separated, and she was just waiting for the clone body that Yu would give her. After successfully cultivating the 9 Netherworld Profound Heaven Divine Art, the surrendered minister couldn't wait to drag Ingo to Yinshan to find the Yinshan saint, Duo Kuohua. Dokuho was originally a peerless genius of the grasslands. 300 years ago she was born with the ability to sense the 6 elements. Finally, Yuan Tiangang used the spirit stone to seal it on Yin Mountain, preventing it from ever leaving Yin Mountain for the rest of its life. The surrendered minister sought out Dokuho in order to help her remove the spirit-removing stone that sealed her. Dokuho told the surrendered minister the location of Jugai and how to open the gate of Jugai. Finding Jugai has always been the obsession of the surrendered officials. It was to fulfill a promise made 300 years ago to Princess Sayuden of the Feathered Spirit tribe. Of course, in reality, the surrendered minister was deceived by Dokuho. In the original story, the surrendered minister was possessed by Dokuho. As for why Yu came to Yinshan, he naturally wanted to see the effects of the spirit stone. The Baling stones are 8 extraordinary stones left behind by 8 ancestors of the Khitan people in the northern grasslands after their deaths. It has many benefits, but what Yu values most is its ability to unlock the potential of the human body. Developing human potential is not about enhancing human strength. Instead, like the great shift of heaven and earth, it allows one to fully unleash their inherent power. For example, an ordinary person may have 1,000 kilograms of strength in their body, but can only exert 1/10 of that strength, or 100 kilograms, normally. Only at crucial moments do some people have the good fortune to unleash that 1,000 kilograms of power. Like an old lady saving her grandson, she lifted up the car. But this was only a short-lived outbreak. The potential of the Spirit Stone is that it allows you to perfectly unleash 1,000 kilograms of power anytime, anywhere, or even surpass that power. Of course, this is the most basic function. The human body is complex and mysterious, with unimaginable hidden potential. Therefore, Yu plans to take these 8 spirit-extracting stones to study. So that's how it is? Upon hearing this, the women were taken aback, including Shilijuo and her daughter Agu, who both showed expressions of sudden realization. No wonder this Yinshan sage has never descended Yinshan in 300 years. All these inconsistencies now make sense. However, he soon forgot about it. My husband. Yang Yentian and Guang Mutian chuckled and then threw themselves into Yiyu's arms. Ji Rushue, who was a step too slow, revealed a resentful look in her eyes. Is it him? Shilijuo looked at Yeyu, then led Aogu directly to Yeyu's side and knelt down on one knee. Shilijuo and Aogu greet their master. Yiyu released Guang Mutian and Yang Yentian and came to stand in front of them. He lifted the chin of the stunningly beautiful woman, Shilijuo, then looked at her daughter, Aogu, and nodded in satisfaction. With the gifts presented to him, Yiyu naturally wouldn't refuse the women's kindness. Chapter 109: The deal with the surrendered minister Ingo seeking monthly tickets. Sure enough, after Queen Shilijuo of the Northern Desert chose to submit, Aogu also came to her senses. In fact, Aogu lacks assertiveness and a sense of security. Her greatest wish was to have family affection and to gain the approval of her mother, Shilijuo. In the end, Shilijuo abandoned her without hesitation. She was a pitiful person. In the original story, she longed for her mother's approval until her death, but could not obtain it. Just as Yiyu touched the stunningly beautiful Shilijuo, Shilijuo's entire body trembled. His legs involuntarily tightened, and he almost collapsed to the ground. With an exquisite face, high breasts, a wasp waist, and peach-shaped buttocks, she was a stunningly beautiful mature woman. Aogu was similar to Shuli Duo, her beautiful face flushed with a blush that extended all the way to her ears. The moment he touched her in the night rain, his whole body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, and he felt a thorough and refreshing sensation throughout his body. The night rain was like the sun in the sky, or a ray of light, illuminating her lonely heart. In just a few breaths, Aogu's gaze toward Yiyu changed. How is it? Does my husband like it? Duo Wenchen and Guang Mushan asked with a smile. Ha ha. Not bad. Yiyu laughed and released the two women's smooth chins. The two women were panting heavily, and their eyes became glazed as they looked at Yiyu. Pooh. Behind Yiyu, the two women, Jiang Chen and Ingo, who had remained silent, secretly rolled their eyes at Yiyu. Her delicate body trembled involuntarily, and her legs tightened involuntarily. It's hard to say whether the new owner they found for themselves is good or bad. How could I have been so bewitched back then, actually agreeing to the deal with Yiyu? That's right, it's a transaction. Ingo promised Yiyu that as long as she could fully recover, she would belong to Yiyu. Ingo practiced the technique given to him by Yiyu, and not only regained control of his body, but also returned to his former appearance. Her strength has also recovered to its peak and complete state. Early stage of the divine firmament position. Ingo has always been the strongest among the four corpse ancestors. Ingo's talent is undeniable. She has never formally studied martial arts for even a single day. However, she can glean the martial arts techniques from reading storybooks. Moreover, she actually mastered it. It's just that outrageous. Such terrifying comprehension is probably a once-in-a-millennium phenomenon. If she hadn't gone mad while practicing the 9 nether profound heaven divine art, her strength would probably have surpassed Yuan Tiangong's long ago over the past few hundred years. And the surrendered minister. As long as Yiyu helps her get the spirit stone or obtains the method to open the gate of Jyogai, she will be Yiyu's person in the future. Yiyu agreed to the two women without even thinking. They were offering themselves up, so why shouldn't she accept? Moreover, both women are top-notch beauties, and there's also the added bonus of the original novel. The two women felt a little regretful, but faced with Yiyu's primal, instinctive desire, they couldn't help but want to get closer to him. It's just too tempting. Which woman could withstand such a test? Let's go. Yiyu chuckled and casually put his arm around the waists of Jiang Chen and Ingo, causing the two women to stiffen. Before the two women could react, he led the group of women directly up Yinshan Mountain. With a few steps, Yiyu led Jiang Chen, Ingo, Guang Mutian, Yang Yantian, Jirushue, Shuli Duo, and Aogu to the Yin Mountain. At the summit of Yinshan Mountain, a chilling wind howled, and the place was filled with deathly silence. In the arena, besides the four women Guang Mutian, Yang Yantian, Jirushue, and Ingo who knew Yiyu's strength, there were also others present. The remaining three women, namely, the surrendered minister, Shilijuo, and Aogu, were greatly shocked, and their eyes became burning with desire. Especially Shulito and her daughter Aogu, perhaps their choice was right. Just now they were at the foot of Yinshan Mountain, dozens of kilometers away from the summit, but in the blink of an eye, Yiyu carried them across dozens of kilometers. You've come. When Dokuho saw the surrendered minister, his expression brightened, but when he saw Yiyu and the others, his face changed instantly. Boom! Night rain didn't give Dokuho time to waste words. The overwhelming pressure pressed Dokuho to the ground, rendering him unable to move. In an instant, the entire Inshan mountain trembled, and countless rocks crashed down from the mountaintop. The pupils of the three women, Jiangchen, Shilijuo, and Aogu, contracted sharply once again. Duo Kuahua, who was pressed to the ground by Yiyu's oppressive aura, stared at Yiyu's back with terror in his eyes. It's not quite the script she envisioned. Where on earth did this monster come from? For 300 years, her energy has been inexhaustible, and even she herself does not know just how strong she has become. At this moment, Yiyu gave her a rude awakening. Night Rain strolled directly to the remaining 7 spirit stones, and the original repulsive force posed no obstacle to Night Rain. It collapses at the first touch. Yiyu forcibly removed the 7 spirit removing stones one by one. Yiyu sensed the energy within the 7 spirit drawing stones and found it to be quite good, roughly equivalent to a B9 level item. Yiyu casually tossed a spirit drawing stone into the synthesis panel. The item's information was quickly revealed. Item name, Spirit Stone, also known as Bloodline Stone. Item level, B9. Item function, unlocks human potential and slightly increases the level of one's bloodline. Upon seeing the description of the item, Yiyu was clearly taken aback. This thing could actually enhance the human body's blood circulation. Interesting. Yiyu quickly figured out the origin of this Spirit Stone, which was said to have been left behind by the 8 ancestors of the Khitan after their deaths. There is another legend about the origin of these 8 ancestors. Legend has it that countless years ago, a valiant warrior rode a white horse across the desert and met a fairy riding a blue ox in the Yin Mountains. The two then married and had 8 children, who later became the leaders of the 8 tribes of the Khitan and the origin of the 8 tribes of the northern desert. Looking at the description of its ability to enhance blood circulation, could it be that the legendary 8 leaders were truly descendants of fairies? No. Just after Yiyu removed the 7 spirit-removing stones, Duokuahua's life came to an end. Dokuho's life was intertwined with this formation. With Yiyu present, Duokuahua, who wanted to possess the body of the surrendered minister, naturally had no chance. Thanks. Looking at the soul of Duokuahua in Yiyu's hand, Jiangchen felt a chill of fear, cold sweat pouring down his back. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Yiyu. We're all family now, so let's not be formal. Yiyu chuckled. Go! The surrendered official gave Yiyu a charmingly disdainful look, but in reality, his heart was pounding wildly. The surrendered minister was becoming increasingly powerless against the Night Rain. Even if I don't make a move, she can't possess you, Yiyu said with a smile and a shake of her head. The new version of 9 Netherworld Profound Heaven Soul Divine skill given by Yiyu is simply beyond the reach of Duokuahua. At most, it can cause surrendered officials to become mentally unstable for a period of time. I'm asking for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Thank you everyone. Chapter 110 Enhancing Bloodline, Serving the Emperor Seeking Monthly Tickets. That's truly despicable. The surrendered minister was furious, having almost been caught off guard, and his eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked at Dokuho's soul. Do as you please. Yiyu sealed Dokuho's soul and then handed it to the surrendered minister. Come here, I'm going to do an experiment for you. Night Rain waved to Shilijuo, Aogu, and the surrendered minister. The women looked at Yiyu with some confusion, but the 3 women still obediently stood in front of Yiyu. Snap! Yiyu directly divided a spirit stone into 9 equal parts and then threw them back into the synthesis panel. Clang! Synthesis panel activated. The 9 layered spirit stones merged back into one. Item name, Spirit Stone, also known as Bloodline Stone. Item level, C9. Item function, it can greatly unlock human potential and significantly improve the level of one's bloodline. Looking at the description of the synthesized spirit stone, it really works. Yiyu's eyes lit up. Yiyu took out the synthesized C9 grade spirit stone again. Looking at the thumb-sized, blood-red stone in his hand, it was smaller than before. But Yiyu could clearly feel that the energy contained within was hundreds of times stronger than before. Night Rain once again divided it into 9 parts, and then used the synthesis panel to synthesize it into a D9 grade. Level B9. C9 level. D9 level. E9 level. Boom! When the Night Rain combined it into an E9 level, its immense power erupted. Yiyu's expression changed, and she almost lost her grip on him. It can't be synthesized anymore. If it's synthesized into an F grade again, Yiyu probably won't dare to take it out of the synthesis panel. The other women also looked at the brand new spirit extracting stone in Yiyu's hand. No, it shouldn't be called a stone anymore, it has become a drop of incredibly pure golden blood. The immense pressure emanating from his blood made none of the women dare to approach within 30 feet of Yi Yu. None of them understood how an ordinary spirit-drawing stone could unleash such power in Yi Yu's hands. However, the three women, Shilijuo, Aogu, and Jiangchen, had a completely different experience. The three women felt a pull from the golden blood. Shilijuo, Aogu, and Jiangchen felt the pull of their bloodlines from this brand new golden blood. It was a primal instinct and desire that originated from the depths of one's blood. Get it? Swallow it. A primal desire arose within the three women. They felt an urge to possess it and devour it. Give. Without further ado, Yi Yu directly separated 3 strands of blood from the synthesized E-grade golden blood. Then it was injected directly into the bodies of the 3 women, Shilijuo, Aogu, and Jiangchen. The reason for the 3 women is simply because they were Khitan people from the northern desert and descendants of the 8 tribes. The 3 women themselves carried the bloodline of the ancestors of the 8 tribes of Khitan, which is why the bloodline within them resonated. Boom! 3 strands of golden blood were injected directly into the hearts of the 3 women by Yi Yu, and in an instant, a powerful energy erupted from their bodies. Rank E represents the Realm Lord level. The E-grade essence blood synthesized by Night Rain has already exceeded the upper limit of this world. Even those 8 ancestors, or even that fairy. Even her immortal bloodline is not as high in quality or purity as the essence blood in Yi Yu's hands now. Even a trace of the essence blood of a Realm Lord would be an unimaginable tonic for the 3 women in their current state. Even this wisp of essence blood contains energy that is as vast and boundless as an ocean for the 3 women today. Strands of essence and blood dissolved within the 3 women's bodies, circulating throughout their entire limbs and bones. It continuously strengthens their bodies, from skin and flesh to tendons and bones, to internal organs, and then deep into their bone marrow. Under this power, their original bloodline is also constantly enhanced. Shilijuo and Aogu opened their red lips wide, their hearts filled with ecstasy. The 2 women could feel themselves undergoing a transformation. Get rid of that haphazardly cobbled together body of yours, Yi Yu said, looking at the tormented surrendering minister. The surrendered officials were described as having mere corpses and decaying remains. That's because, apart from her head and torso, her limbs and even internal organs were pieced together from various parts. Clearly, there is now a conflict between the bloodline and those organs in her body. If we really have to give it up, can't we think of a way? The surrendered official said with some reluctance. She loves beauty, and it took her a lot of effort to get all these body parts together. For example, her hands are the same as Yang Guifei's hands. Night Rain. Yi Yu looked at the surrendered minister speechlessly and said, "Don't worry, after you give it up, it will grow back, and the new body will be your true self." Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and began to circulate his full strength. Bang 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 bang. With several loud explosions, the surrendered minister's limbs were blown into a bloody mist, leaving only his head and torso. A single finger flicks through the night rain. A drop of sea-grade life-giving water was directly spewed into the mouth of the surrendered minister. In just a few breaths, Jiang Chen's limbs grew back. Then, the internal organs in the surrendered minister's body began to explode one by one, and then regenerated. Even her long, wine-red hair had been completely replaced. Night Rain. Yi Yu was speechless again. He had never seen anyone undergo such thorough plastic surgery before. Well, actually, the surrendered ministers weren't of high enough character to live that many years. With her exceptional medical skills, she devised a method to replace all the aging bodies. Boom! Soon, the 3 women broke through the shackles of the half-step divine firmament position and directly entered the divine firmament position. The divine firmament position corresponds to the mortal realm. Seeing that his essence blood was about to be depleted, Yi Yu once again separated a few strands of essence blood and injected them into the 3 women's bodies. The 3 women's auras, which were about to stop, began to surge again. Early stage of the divine firmament realm. Mid-stage divine firmament. Late stage of the divine firmament realm. The aura emanating from the 3 women grew stronger and stronger, shaking the entire Yinshan mountain and the entire northern grasslands. Looking at the remaining golden essence blood in his hand, Yi Yu simply divided it into 3 parts and sealed them into the bodies of the 3 women. Let them absorb and digest it slowly. Once the 3 women have finished digesting this drop of essence blood, they will be close to reaching the divine firmament level. That night, the birth of 3 more powerful beings from the mortal realm shook the entire world once again. Countless powerful figures turned their gazes toward the Yinshan mountains in the northern desert. Countless powerful figures across the world looked bewildered, unable to comprehend what was happening to the world. Not long ago, 4 powerful figures from the mortal realm appeared, and just a few days later, 3 more have arrived. The world had changed so much that they no longer recognized it. When did it become as easy for powerful beings in the mortal realm to break through to the next level as eating and drinking? Nighttime, in the capital city of the Liao dynasty, inside the royal palace. Inside the luxurious royal palace of the Khitan king. To express their gratitude for their master Yeyu's hard work, Queen Shilijuo and Princess Aogu, after their transformation, offered themselves up to him. Owner. One by one, the clothes slipped off, soon revealing 2 stunningly beautiful sights. I'm asking for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Thank you everyone. Chapter 111 Palace Coup, Inshan Saint Night Reign. The capital of the Liao dynasty. Outside the palace, squads of armored soldiers moved through the city, shouting battle cries as a bloody massacre unfolded. Any opposing forces fell in pools of blood, their entire families wiped out, not a single one spared. The emperor is the one with the strongest army and the most powerful horses. Moreover, in the wild and lawless grasslands, the strong are respected. Having broken through to the mortal realm, and even the peak mortal realm, Shilijuo already has the ability to single-handedly govern a country. In addition, Aogu's daughter also broke through to the peak of the mortal realm. Most importantly, with her master Yeyu supporting her, Shilijuo felt even more confident. Therefore, Shilijuo no longer tolerated those opponents, keeping them as an eyesore. Those who needed to be eliminated were eliminated, and those who needed to be subdued were subdued. While a fierce battle raged outside the palace walls, another great battle was about to erupt on the dragon bed inside the palace. The dresses of Shilijuo and Aogu slipped down, revealing 2 stunningly beautiful figures. Owner. The 2 women, dressed in sheer gauze, were barely concealed, exuding endless allure and captivating charm. The 2 women stepped forward and knelt down in front of Yeyu, their eyes filled with fervor as they looked at him. A spirit drawing stone, after just a few moments in Yeyu's hands, became an unparalleled treasure. After being split into 3, her strength, along with that of Aogu and the 3 women who had surrendered, was directly elevated to the peak of the immortal realm. Moreover, she could feel that the tiny drop of essence blood that Yeyu had sealed inside her heart was still continuously providing her with energy. They continuously cleansed her meridians and strengthened her blood vessels. This was before the 3 of them had fully digested the drop of essence blood. Once they had fully digested it, the man before me is a god, an immortal. The advancement of her bloodline and the improvement of her strength directly transformed the stunningly beautiful woman, Shilijuo, from the inside out. She, who originally looked to be in her early 30s, suddenly looks 10 years younger, now appearing like a woman in her early 20s. Standing next to Aogu, they look like a pair of sisters. However, although she has become younger, the mature charm that comes with the fading of her youthful appearance makes her even more alluring. Aogu's face was flushed, and she became more confident after her breakthrough. Although she was still a naive young girl with the shyness typical of young girls, she was, after all, a daughter of the grasslands, passionate and unrestrained. He. Yeyu chuckled as he swung the giant pendulum, then stepped forward and pulled the stunningly beautiful Shilijuo into his arms. Shilijuo wrapped her arms around Yeyu's neck and kissed him on the lips. From now on, you and Aogu will be the queens of this entire northern grassland. After a long while, their lips parted, and Yeyu lifted Shilijuo's smooth, round, full breasts, her eyes glazed over, and chuckled. Upon hearing Yeyu's words, Du Zhao's body trembled. His dazed eyes instantly cleared, revealing a look of immense ecstasy. Aogu was deeply shaken. She looked up at Yeyu with a look of surprise followed by endless emotion. Yeyu scooped her up by the knees, laughed, and strode towards the adjacent bathtub. Aogu's pretty face turned as red as blood, and she followed closely behind. Thump! Night rain threw Shilijuo directly into the bath, splashing water everywhere. Then he pulled Aogu, who was still lost in her self-pity, into his arms and kissed her sexy red lips. Aogu wrapped her arms around Yeyu's neck and responded even more passionately, far more enthusiastically than Shuli Duo. Yeyu actually allowed her to become empress alongside her mother, which was a form of recognition. Approved. Yeyu trusted her, Yeyu approved of her. From childhood to adulthood, what she has longed for and desired most is recognition. It has become an obsession for her. The night rain was like the sun in the sky, a ray of light that illuminated the confusion in her heart. Will it work? Yeyu pinched Aogu's smooth chin and chuckled. If Master tells Aogu to do it, then Aogu can do it. Aogu put her arms around Yeyu's neck, and tears began to flow uncontrollably, the joy of being recognized. Then, her gaze hardened with determination. Good. Yi Yu laughed heartily, then, embracing Aogu's delicate body, strode into the misty bath. After a long while, their lips parted, and then he directly lifted up Aogu's long, slender, and straight legs. The spacious bath was filled with rippling water and swirling mist, creating a scene reminiscent of a fairyland. Rolling waves sprayed out, and elegant, beautiful melodies echoed within the palace. The next day, at noon, Yi Yu woke up slowly and looked at Shilijuo and Aogu, who were still asleep in her arms. Yi Yu then pulled away from Aogu. Nourished by the night rain, Shilijuo became even more feminine, mature, and charming. Aogu is transformed from a young girl into a young woman, becoming even more charming and alluring, with a hint of spring in her eyes, making Yi Yu unable to put her down. Owner. Just as Yi Yu got up, a voluptuous body wrapped around her from behind. Yi Yu chuckled and flipped over, pinning the beautiful mature woman, Shilijuo, beneath him. He kissed her sexy red lips, and then lifted her long, straight legs up again. Having tasted the sweetness of love, Shilijuo and Aogu became obsessed with Ye Yu and didn't want to stop for a moment. Power and the Liao dynasty of Khitan had long been forgotten by the two women. Power comes from strength. As long as you have enough strength, as long as you are strong enough, what power can't you get? In the evening, Shilijuo and Aogu, who had been working hard all day, fell into a deep sleep once again. Yi Yu walked out of the palace feeling refreshed. Outside the palace, the 30,000-strong royal guard led by Shiri Kika, Haryuni, and Ogakid are also the trusted forces controlled by Shirito and Aogu. 30,000 men, after a day and a night of slaughter, each one carried a strong stench of blood. Greetings, Your Holiness. Greetings, Your Holiness. Greetings, Your Holiness. Led by Shiri Kika, Haryuni, and Ogakid, 30,000 people knelt and worshipped Ye Yu, their voices rising in waves. The eyes of all 30,000 people were filled with fervor. The sage of Yinshan was the guardian deity of the Khitan people for hundreds of years, and countless Khitan men grew up listening to his legends. The sage of Yinshan was the god of the entire Khitan people, and not just anyone could see him, not even the royal family. Now that they have finally seen the emperor's face, everyone is filled with fervor. Yes, starting yesterday, Yi Yu has become the new sage of Yinshan. That's not right either. In the words of Shilijuo and Aogu, Ye Yu has always been the saint of Yinshan, the guardian deity of their Liao dynasty for hundreds of years. Although there is no strict etiquette in the northern deserts, it is still important to have a legitimate reason for a military action. With the support of Yi Yu, the saint of Yinshan, Shilijuo and Aogu had a legitimate reason to launch a coup. The words of the Yinshan saint, the guardian deity of the Khitan, are absolutely correct. Moreover, their queen and princess have both become the saint's women, and if they can bear him a son or daughter, that is the chosen one. Well done. This is your reward. Chapter 112: The Voluntary Surrender and Ingo. This is your reward. Night Rain nodded, and with a wave of her hand, another 60,000 drops of purple light dew fell, heading towards each person in Warhorse. Since Yi Yu wanted to make Shilijuo and Aogu the queens of the entire northern grasslands, they also became Yi Yu's women, and Yi Yu naturally wouldn't treat them badly. Therefore, Yi Yu naturally had to leave some savings for Shilijuo and Aogu. Otherwise, if the Liao dynasty were to be directly destroyed by the remaining Xiongnu, Mongol Yuan, and Jin dynasties, wouldn't that be a slap in the face for Yi Yu? Moreover, the Liao kingdom lost 300,000 elite troops this time, and the other three kingdoms will certainly not let go of such a good opportunity. Of course, given the current strength of Shilijuo and Aogu, even if the three kingdoms joined forces and sent out all their experts, they might not necessarily be able to defeat the two women. Boom! As 60,000 drops of purple light dew were sprinkled down, the morale of the 30,000 men and their 30,000 warhorses began to rise steadily. Such a commotion naturally woke up the two women, Shilijuo and Aogu, who were fast asleep. The two women, disregarding the fact that their bodies were exposed, forced themselves to go to the window and look out at the square. Shocking. Besides being shocked, the two women really didn't know what words to use to express their feelings at that moment. Although the two women had already experienced Yi Yu's power, they were still deeply shocked by him. The two women finally understood how the Qi kingdom acquired its 30,000 heavenly rank iron cavalry. The two women were immediately excited, incredibly excited. Their legs involuntarily tightened again, and their eyes were filled with infatuation as they looked at Yi Yu. I really want to have another 300 rounds of battle with Yi Yu, but unfortunately their bodies are not up to the task. As expected, these 30,000 people and 30,000 warhorses immediately possessed the strength of the Lesser Celestial and Middle Celestial realms. Meanwhile, the three at the very front, Siri Kika, Haruno, and Ogakid, have broken through to the heavenly realm. Thank you for the saint's grace. Feeling the surge in their strength, the three were overjoyed and bowed deeply to Yi Yu. Then the three men led 30,000 iron cavalry out of the city with a thunderous roar, and began to purge all the Khitan tribes and gather their armies. 3 days later, the somber atmosphere in the capital of the Liao dynasty gradually dissipated. Meanwhile, Ingo returned from Jiogai with the dejected surrendered officials and the playful older sister. Yes, that's right. Ingo and Jiangchen separated from Yi Yu and the others 3 days ago to open the gate of Jiogai. Opening the gates of Jiogai has always been the obsession of the surrendered ministers, an obsession that has lasted for over 300 years. So the night rain did not stop them. Meanwhile, Ingo also took away the clone body that Yi Yu had prepared for his older sister. The clones were originally made using Ingo's genes, so their bodies are almost identical to Ingo's original body. 3 days later, Ingo successfully separated his sister's other personality and her divided soul, and one person officially became two. The two women are more like twins than twins, except for their different temperaments. Upon his return, the surrendered official's eyes were lifeless, filled with dejection and resentment. His 300-year obsession had vanished like a bubble. Without Jiogai, there would be no place in this world where people can grow old and die laughing. Her 300-year obsession had led to this result, which she found hard to accept. Waha! I need your comfort, brother Yu. With his long legs, Jiangchen pulled Ao Gu out of Yi Yu's arms and then threw himself into Yi Yu's embrace. Ao Gu. Firefly hook. She's in heat, the older sister said, blinking her big, bright eyes, making an inappropriate remark. If you're a brat who doesn't know any better, then get out of here. Enraged, the surrendered official clenched his fists so tightly they cracked, and with a wave of his hand, threw his elder sister out of the palace. The atmosphere, which had been somewhat somber, was brightened by the elder sister's intervention, and the women's faces began to light up with smiles. If you don't have Jiogai, then go and build one yourself. Yi Yu chuckled, put his arm around the plump waist of the surrendered woman, and unconsciously slipped his large hand inside the hem of her skirt. How to build it? Jiangchen's entire body went limp, as if she had been electrocuted, and she collapsed directly into Yi Yu's arms. Come to my room tonight, and I'll teach you how to build it, Yi Yu said, biting Jiangchen's delicate earlobe. It's already dark. The surrendered minister's pretty face was flushed, and she looked at Yi Yu with seductive eyes. Ha ha! Upon hearing Jiangchen's blatant hint, Yi Yu burst into laughter, then grabbed Jiangchen by the knees and strode towards the palace. Leave? We'll share the hardships, and of course, we'll share the joys. Don't say your sister didn't give you a chance. Seeing Ingo's pretty face flushed, the surrendered minister naturally wanted to bring his younger sister Ingo along. The surrendered minister immediately pulled Ingo into the room. After all, they were people who had lived for hundreds of years. Since they had made up their minds about Yi Yu, neither the surrendered minister nor Ingo hesitated. Not to mention, they themselves have little resistance to night rain. It's a longing that comes from the depths of their souls. Whether they were surrendered officials or Ingo, their looks and figures were impeccable. They are all stunning beauties with large breasts, slender waists, perky buttocks, and long legs, so beautiful that you can't see their toes when you look down. She kissed the surrendered minister's sexy red lips, and his clothes slipped off to the ground one by one. Soon, the boundless scenery was revealed, crystal clear skin like jade, and undulating mountains of varying heights. Danko's 10 toes were painted with red nail polish, adding to her alluring charm. Those long, white legs, like a python, were wrapped around Yi Yu's waist. As night rain fell, the two women, Jiangchen and Ingo, were lifted up by their long, slender legs. Soon, beautiful melodies filled the luxurious palace. 2 weeks later, everything was settled. The great war between the Qi kingdom and the Liao kingdom was full of twists and turns, and it shook the entire world. The empress, a powerful figure from the mortal realm, cleaved through 100 miles of land with a single sword strike, directly shattering the formation of the 300,000-strong Khitan army. Then, the Qi kingdom's iron cavalry army, composed of heavenly realm experts and dragon scale horses, swept across the northern deserts of the Khitan Liao dynasty. Then, Empress Shilijuo and Princess Yelu Jiwu of the Liao dynasty broke through to the mortal realm in a desperate situation. They even gained the support of the Yinshan sage, and then the mother and daughter together seized power in the Liao dynasty. Yelu Jiwu ascended the throne directly, becoming the second emperor and empress of the Khitan, with Empress Dowager Shilijuo acting as regent. From then on, the Liao dynasty had a new leader and entered a new era. Just when everyone thought that the Liao dynasty and the Qi kingdom would have an epic life or death battle, the Liao dynasty was about to engage in a decisive battle. After all, the Khitan suffered a great loss at the hands of the Qi kingdom, with their 300,000 elite troops being slaughtered. However, an unexpected twist occurred again. The two empresses of Qi and Liao did not fight each other, but instead formed an alliance. This left countless people around the world dumbfounded. In particular, the four states of Han, Jin, Liang, and Northern Han, which bordered Qi, all fell silent. After the silence came endless terror, because all four countries had sent troops at the same time. Chapter 113 Arrival, all the women gathered together. The four countries, which were initially incredibly excited, now felt as if they had fallen into an endless abyss, their spines tingling with cold. The four kingdoms originally intended to take advantage of the situation and cut off a piece of the Qi kingdom, especially the dragon-scaled horse, which everyone coveted. A dragon-scaled horse is equivalent to a heavenly realm expert. Traveling 3,600 li by day and 3,000 li by night, such a peerless steed makes even the red hare and the Fergana horse pale in comparison. Last time, the Qi kingdom's 30,000 iron cavalry charged straight into the 300,000-strong Khitan army, and carried out a one-sided massacre. Although the Empress's sword deserves a large part of the credit, no one can deny the power of those 30,000 iron cavalry. Once the army is formed, even powerful figures from the mortal realm will have to walk around it. Currently, the Liao dynasty has 3 powerful figures from the mortal realm, while the Qi kingdom only has 1 empress. No matter how you look at it, the Qi kingdom's chances of winning are slim. Now they've miscalculated, and this miscalculation has become their death warrant. What to do? The 300,000-strong army of the four kingdoms is now in the same dilemma as the 300,000-strong Khitan army of the past. Neither advancing nor retreating is an option. The four-nation allied forces' main tent included General Ji Wuye of Korea, Generals Pang Shirgu and Wang Yanzheng of Liang, Generals Li Siyuan and Li Tsuanqiu of Jin, and General Lu Ziyuan of Northern Han. Now, a dozen or so people gathered together, appearing quite anxious and restless. This is the awe-inspiring power of a powerful figure from the mortal realm, and this is a peak mortal realm expert who has broken through the sword realm. They misjudged the situation. The state of Qi had not actually gone to war with the state of Liao. Now they were about to face the wrath of the Empress of Qi. The rage of a peerless sword immortal. Meanwhile, in Phoenix City, inside the magnificent new city lord's mansion. When the Empress broke through last time, her sword intent soared into the sky, directly destroying the entire city lord's mansion, which had to be rebuilt. The Empress is indeed under a lot of pressure and is quite annoyed. The pressure was immense, especially on the food and supplies of those tens of thousands of soldiers and horses. It was terrifying. In addition, they also had to pay wages. People follow you into battle, risking their lives, so naturally they deserve compensation. Otherwise, why would they follow you? Now, how should these people be paid their salaries, and how much should they be paid? We need a specific set of rules. Furthermore, after Yi Yu returned from the grasslands, he also promoted the remaining 30,000 troops of Qi Kingdom. The consumption of a 60,000-strong heavenly rank army practicing external martial arts, plus 60,000 dragon-scaled horses, is even more terrifying than that of an ordinary million-strong army. It's simply not something a small country like Qi could afford to support. At this moment, the Empress was caught in a happy dilemma. Night Rain looked at the Empress speechlessly and said, "Are you just going to raise them like this?" As he spoke, Yi Yu casually pulled the Empress's voluptuous body into his arms. In the back garden of the city lord's mansion, beautiful women gathered together, creating a lively scene. Despite their unparalleled ruthlessness, the 9 heavenly maidens are also exceptional in their primary professions, playing musical instruments, calligraphy, painting, singing, and dancing. These past few nights, Yi Yu has been intoxicated by the gentle embrace of Ji Ruxue, Fan Yinshan, Maya Changshan, Jing Fanshan, and other women. What should we do then? The Empress's peach-like buttocks swayed as she looked at Yi Yu with a guilty conscience. She really did intend to do just that. Of course we'll attack. Night Rain, feeling a bit exasperated, slapped the Empress's constantly writhing, sexy buttocks. Ning. The Empress let out a soft moan, her legs tightened, and she collapsed into Yi Yu's arms, her pretty face flushed. Some people even call themselves empresses, but that's all they have. If I, the palace master, possessed such power, I would have unified the martial arts world long ago and become the supreme ruler of the martial arts world. Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out from afar. Looking towards the sound, one could see a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a magnificent white palace gown, her white robes flowing gracefully. Her cool and aloof face, and her gorgeous white palace dress with silver embroidery, exuded nobility and elegance. The woman looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, with snow-white skin as clear as jade, and her long, flowing hair tied up high, clearly indicating that she was already married. His towering chest, so high that you can't see his toes when you look down, exudes an aura of domineering arrogance, clearly indicating that he has been in a high position for many years. With her stunning beauty, graceful figure, and domineering aura, she was truly a woman of unparalleled elegance. Beside the woman was a stunningly beautiful woman, also dressed in white palace attire. The woman also had long hair tied up high, and her appearance, clothing, and figure were about 80% similar to the woman in front of her. They both had skin as smooth as jade, possessed unparalleled beauty, and were equally stunningly beautiful. However, the two still have some differences in temperament. One is cold and domineering, while the other is gentle and playful. The two women were none other than Yao Yue and Lianqing from the Ihua Palace. Yao Yue, accompanied by her younger sister Lianqing, strolled over, a faint smile on her stunningly beautiful face. He, Supreme Martial Arts Master, what a prestigious title. What a grand vision. Just then, two more stunningly beautiful figures emerged from another room. The woman in front of them was a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in a gorgeous blue and gold palace gown, who was in no way inferior to Yao Yue and Lianqing. She wore an amber-colored hairpin, her hair styled into a woman's bun, indicating that she was also a married woman. Exquisite face, snow-white swan neck, delicate collarbone. A perfect S-shaped figure, with high, firm breasts that seemed to be trying to break free from their constraints, and a deep, unfathomable cleavage. Her long, straight legs were breathtaking, clad in gold stockings and paired with purple gold ankle boots. It gives her an air of nobility and elegance, as well as an endless allure. Beside the woman was another stunningly beautiful woman, no less beautiful than her, dressed in a blue palace gown. Grace. This is the first impression of a woman in a blue palace dress, elegant yet with a touch of allure. She had long purple hair, delicate features, and a blue-purple sash around her waist that accentuated her slender figure. The blue ribbon covering her eyes, in particular, adds to her mystery, making people want to find out more. These two women were none other than Dongjun Yanfei and Right Protector Yushin from the Yin Yang School. The four women had come to Yiyu's door simultaneously 10 days earlier, the day after Yiyu returned to Qi. No, to be precise, it was Yao Yue and Yanfei who found Yeyu Lianqing and Yueshin were just incidental. Besides the four women, there were two other equally stunning women in the backyard. She was dressed in a long red dress, dignified and elegant, with a graceful figure, like a gentle and beautiful woman from the water towns of Jiangnan. The other one wore a flowing white dress, her figure light and graceful, like a goddess from a beautiful painting. The two women are GMO Huashui, the red-clad sword immortal, and Lu Xianyun. GMO Huashui needs no introduction. She is the current city lord of GMO City on the southeastern coast. But Lu Xianyun is interesting. Lu Xianyun is the current grand envoy of the Lu family of the Southern Territory, one of the four great guardian families, and the younger sister of Lu Xianshui, the current head of the Lu family. Chapter 114 Lu Xianyun, above the third realm of heavenly Tao. Lu Xianyun was originally the mother of Su Bai, the protagonist of Jun Yu Yun. Moreover, he is an unparalleled expert with over 300 years of cultivation, surpassing even the three realms of the heavenly Tao. That's right, they are peerless experts who have surpassed the three realms of the heavenly Tao, that is, those who have surpassed the immortal realm of the mortal world. In the original story, in order to stop his brother Lu Xianshui from going north to the Central Plains, Lu Xianyun stole his family's Immortals book and ran to the Central Plains. The Lu family's Book of Immortals is hailed as one of the 9 most powerful books in the world. This includes internal energy cultivation techniques, palm techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, spear techniques, fist techniques, finger techniques, leg techniques, and staff techniques. Mastering any one of these unique skills will make you invincible. Does this feel familiar? Yes, it's similar to Wu Wudi's 10 strong martial arts and Xuan Wu true skill. Lu Xianyun stole his family's Immortals book and came to the Central Plains, where he encountered Su Han, the most talented disciple of the Su family. In the end, the two fell in love at first sight, got married, and had a son, the protagonist Su Bai. Later, in order to fight against her brother Lu Xianshui, Lu Xianyun exhausted 300 years of internal energy and was ambushed and killed along with her husband Su Han. However, Lu Xianyun has only just escaped from the Lu family of Yingzhou after stealing the Book of Immortals. Before even meeting Su Han, the current genius of the Su family and the master of Shanglin Heavenly Palace, he was already attracted by the commotion caused by GMO Huashui's breakthrough that day. GMO Huashui achieved the third realm of the heavenly Tao at just over 20 years old, which naturally earned her great admiration from Lu Xianyun. The two women hit it off immediately and became sworn sisters. They also followed GMO Huashui to Fengxiang City in Qi Kingdom. With the appearance of the 6 women, the atmosphere in the entire back garden instantly became heavy. The saying goes, kings don't meet. Every woman here is exceptionally talented and beautiful, a dominant figure in her region. Besides the Empress, Yao Yue Lianqing, Yanfei Yueshin, Jima Huashui Lu Xianyun, there were also 2 women present, Zhangchen and Ingo. Except for Shilijuo and Aogu in the northern desert, almost all of Yeyu's women have now arrived. If the two women were there too, it would be even more lively. The two women were very dissatisfied with their loss to Yang Yintian and Ji Rushue. Now that their strength has increased, the two of them probably wouldn't mind coming back to get revenge. The women present were all used to being assertive, and none of them would submit to the others. Yi Yu watched the women present with great interest, becoming a spectator. Yi Yu wasn't afraid they would fight. If anyone dared to make a move, Yi Yu would just suppress them. They wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. The women who refused to believe in evil spirits were thoroughly taught a lesson by Yi Yu, who suppressed them under his body for the past 10 days. Then all the women obediently became well-behaved. Yes, that's right. The 6 new women, Yao Yue Lianqing, Yanfei Yueshan, Jima Huashue, and Lu Xianyun, were all won over by Yi Yu. Yao Yue possesses a cold and aloof beauty, while Lianqing exudes a cool and playful charm. Yanfei possessed a noble and graceful demeanor, while the moon goddess exuded elegance and charm. Jima Huashue is gentle and dignified, while Lu Xianxue is ethereal and fairy-like. Each of the 6 women has her own unique charm. Well, it wasn't really a case of being taken down, it was mainly because the 6 women took the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. No one could resist the fatal attraction emanating from Yi Yu, it was simply too tempting. In the world of cultivation, strength is paramount, and these women are not love-struck fools who believe love is everything. Moreover, feelings can be cultivated gradually. When the opportunity arises, one will naturally know how to seize it. The 4 women, namely the surrendered minister, Ingo, Jimo Huashue, and Lu Xianyun, who were not involved, went directly to Yi Yu's side and lay down, becoming spectators as well. Nourished by the night rain, the 2 newly born women, Jiangchen and Ingo, became increasingly charming. Ingo has also broken through to the peak of the mortal realm in the past half-month. Not only Ingo, but also Yao Yu Lianxing, Yanfei Yuxin, Jimo Huashue, and the other 5 women are the same. Today, Yi Yu is with 18 women in this world. Apart from Ji Rushue, Fan Yanxian, Maya Changshan, Jing Fanshan, Duo Wenshan, Guang Mushan, and Yan Jianshan, the 7 women are still at the peak of the transformation realm. The reason is that the 7 women's foundation is too poor. Half a month ago, the 7 women were only at the lesser heavenly position and the middle heavenly position. Night rain forcibly raised their strength by several levels in a short period of time, and now they need to settle down. The remaining 10 women Empress, Shilijuo, Aogu, Jiangchen, Ingo, Yaoyue, Lianqing, Yanfei, Yueshan, and Jima Huashue all reached the peak of the mortal realm. As for Lu Xianyun, Yi Yu directly used a nutrient tank to elevate him to the peak of the peerless earth immortal realm in this world. That's right. According to Lu Xianyun, the mortal realm, the divine firmament, the 3 realms of heaven, and the mysterious realm of divine travel are all immortals. Above that is the realm of the peerless earth immortal, and above that is the realm of the celestial immortal. Back then, Su Xinghe cleaved through the clouds and mist of the Kunlun Mountains in the north with a single sword strike, stormed into the immortal realm beyond the borders, and fought against the immortals, so much so that the celestial beings from beyond the borders dared not descend to the mortal realm. Therefore, according to Yi Yu's understanding, Su Xinghe's sophistication is still rising. Yi Yu, from the left and right, directly embraced the voluptuous bodies of Jimo Huashue and Lu Xianyun. His large hand unconsciously slipped inside the skirts of the 2 women. The 2 women's beautiful faces were flushed, and their eyes were filled with tears as they looked at Yi Yu. He, you have a broad perspective. Tell me about it, Yao Yue chuckled, looking at Yanfei. Seeing that Yao Yue and Yanfei were about to clash again, Yueshan and Lianqing quietly stepped back and protected their 2 elder sisters in front of them. Although with her husband Yi Yu by her side, the 2 women are unlikely to actually fight, but what if they do? They didn't want to be caught in the crossfire. If it were me, I would naturally sweep across the world and become a true empress. Upon hearing the 2 women's words, the empress's face darkened. She had been underestimated by them. To say she lacks perspective is to say she lacks knowledge. How could I lack vision? I not only have vision, but I also have a broad mind. This is why she's furious. These 2 mistresses are trying to steal her position as the rightful wife. You 2, that's enough. Do you want to go into the virtual space and have another fight? The empress said quietly. Heh, who's afraid of who? Both Yao Yue and Yanfei chuckled and said without any fear. In the past, the 2 of them would have been somewhat apprehensive about Empress Shoyanji, as the Sword Immortal's attack power was no joke. Moreover, they are still 2 minor realms below Empress Shoyanji. But now, they've all been elevated to the pinnacle of the mortal realm by their husbands, Yi Yu, so who's afraid of whom now? Of course, this excludes Lu Xianyun, the peerless immortal. Previously, they could rely on cultivating essence, energy, and spirit simultaneously, making them invincible among their peers and even challenging those of higher levels, thus putting up a good fight against Lu Xianyun. But ever since Yi Yu re-examined the incomplete Book of Heaven and Man that she had brought out for Lu Xianyun. Yes, that's right. The Immortals book that Lu Xianyun brought out from the Lu family was incomplete, missing the most important part. This was also done intentionally by Lu Xuanyun's brother, Lu Xianxue. Yi Yu re-examined the Book of Immortals, allowing Lu Xianyun to cultivate essence, energy, and spirit simultaneously. Lu Xuanyun's strength began to increase dramatically, making it impossible for him to challenge opponents of higher levels. Especially after Lu Xianyun reached the peak of the Peerless Earth Immortal through the nutrient capsule. Chapter 115, the 20th Realm, the Empress. Yi Yu re-analyzed Lu Xuanyun's Book of Immortals, transforming it into a peerless cultivation technique that surpassed even the realm of celestial immortals. 9 basic levels: Vajramortal Realm, Free and Easy Earth Realm, Carefree Heaven Realm, 9 Heavens Realm, Soaring Realm, Great Carefree Realm, Half-Step Divine Travel Realm, Divine Travel Mystic Realm, Great Divine Travel Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm, Above Heavenly Immortal. The Night Rain divided it into the lower 9 realms, the upper 6 realms, and the 5 immortal realms. A total of 20 realms. This is a classification of realms reorganized by Yi Yu based on all cultivation systems and combat power performance in this world. The cultivation techniques that Yi Yu deduced for the women were all based on this system. After revising the Book of Immortals, Lu Xuanyun's strength increased dramatically. Moreover, Yi Yu used a nutrient capsule to directly elevate him to the peak of the Peerless Earth Immortal Realm. Finally, Yi Yu used one of the binding slots to bind it. Name: Lu Xianyun. Age: 255 years old. Level: Peak Earth Immortal of the 18th Realm. Cultivation Techniques Immortals Book. Power level 6,500 years. Exerting force 12 times. Potential level 4. Bloodline 4th class. Gene 2.2 times. Soul 2.2 times. Yes, that's right. At this time, Lu Xianyun was over 250 years old, about the same age as the surrendered minister in Go. After undergoing a marrow cleansing and body tempering treatment, Lu Xianyun, having been immersed in a nutrient capsule, possessed 6,500 years of internal energy. The golden elixir within his body was like the sun, and his true essence was truly vast and mighty, surging like rivers and seas. With an additional 12 times the power, and 2.2 times the genes and soul, even a celestial realm expert wouldn't be unable to defeat him. At this moment, Lu Xianyun could suppress them all with a mere wave of his hand, directly overwhelming them with brute force. Lu Xianyun has already fallen far behind them, unless they also break through to the Peerless Earth Immortal Realm. Or they could take their techniques a step further and increase the power output. Therefore, whether it was the Empress, Yao Yue, or Yanfei, they all automatically ignored Lu Xianyun. The Empress, Yao Yue, and Yanfei are about to start another war, and all the women are very excited. Then they all entered the virtual space to watch the battle. Only GMO Huaxue and Lu Xianyun watched Yi Yu withdraw her hand, and then gave Yi Yu a resentful look. This is like starting a fire but not putting it out, isn't it? Come on, line up. Who wants to join the battle today? Inside the virtual space, Yi Yu chuckled and looked at the women. All the women are martial arts fanatics. Without them, they wouldn't have achieved what they have today. They were all warmongers, and upon hearing Yi Yu's words, they were all eager to try. I won't participate. I'm not participating either. Moon Goddess and Lianqing were the first to raise their hands. The two girls giggled and went straight to Yi Yu's side, each taking one of his arms. Just kidding, they were all brought along by Consort Yan and Yao Yue. Why would they go and fight for the position of Empress? Wouldn't they just be making things difficult for Consort Yan and Yao Yue? We're not participating either. Ji Ruxue, Fan Yinshan, Maya Changshan, Jing Xuanshan, Dua Wenshan, Huang Mushan, and Yan Jianshan, the 7 women, also withdrew. The 7 women are currently at the peak of the Transformation Realm, which is the 15th level of the half-step Divine Travel Realm. Their strength is far inferior to that of the other women, so they can only hide in a corner and tremble with fear. In the end, Lu Xianyun was also excluded by the women. Lu Xuanyun's current strength is like a bug. Aside from the Night Rain, it would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that Lu Xianyun is the best in the world now, but it's not far off. In this world today, perhaps only the 3 members of the Xiao Sanxiao family, who have lived for over 4,000 years, and Su Xinghe can compare to Lu Xianyun. Lu Xianyun didn't care. She wasn't competing with the other women for the position of the main wife. As long as her strength continued to be overwhelming, she would be the uncrowned queen. Kill. Without any unnecessary words, after determining the number of participants, the women immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. A massive battle ensues between 6 women, the Empress, Yaoyue, Yanfei, Jiangchen, Ingo, and Jima Huaxue. Name: Inviting the Moon. Age: 28. Level: 17th Realm, Great God Realm. Cultivation Technique: Mingyu Divine Skill. Power level: 1200 years. Exerting Force 12 times. Talent: 4th class. Bloodline: 4th class. Gene: 2.2 times. Soul: 2.2 times. The other women were in similar situations. Yi Yu used top grade wood crystals to maximize their power, and each of them reached a power level of over 1,000 years. As for their bloodline, Yi Yu directly used divine blood synthesized from spirit stones to forcibly elevate their bloodline to the 4th grade. After their bloodlines were enhanced, their potential was also raised from the original 5th grade talent to the 4th grade talent. The pinnacle of the mortal realm, also known as the 17th realm Great God Realm Expert, is such an expert that the heavens change color with a mere wave of their hand, and all things tremble with fear at a glance. The strongest beings in the pinnacle of the mortal realm possess the power to move mountains and seas, shift stars and tread the moon, and sever clouds and seas, shaking mountains and startling gods. The Empress's Illusory Sound Divine Technique. Yao Yue's Mingyu Divine Skill. Yan Fei's Yin Yang Dao Shu. The 9 Netherworld Mysterious Heaven Divine Art of the 2 women, Jiang Chan and Ingo. GMO Huashue's Snowflake Divine Sword. All of these were reanalyzed by Yi Yu and tailored specifically for them, creating unparalleled divine skills that directly surpass the 20th realm of celestial immortals. This includes 20 internal cultivation techniques, 20 protective divine skills, spiritual secret arts, martial arts, likeness skills, and life-saving explosive techniques. Night Rain specifically incorporated Martial Artist Basics 312 styles, Controller Basics 312 styles, and Illusionist Basics into it. This allows their strength to be unleashed many times over. The 6 women were locked in a chaotic battle, causing the entire virtual space to erupt in chaos. Virtual space is truly a wonderful thing. A battle between powerful beings in the mortal realm is a rare sight, perhaps only once every few decades. Now they can enter the virtual space anytime, anywhere to hone their combat skills and improve their combat experience. Well, it wasn't really a friendly sparring match, because you don't really die here, so the women attack without any restraint. They can unleash any special move, killing move, or ultimate move without any restraint. You killed me today, but I'll secretly train hard to find your weakness, and I'll get my revenge tomorrow. This caused the women's combat experience to skyrocket in the past 10 days. They probably haven't encountered so many battles and killings in their entire lives. Little Demon increased the gravity, adjusted to over 1,000,000 times. Yi Yu frowned as she watched the women unleash their powerful attacks. They gained experience in such battles, but it didn't significantly improve their overall strength. Right now, their main focus is on building a solid foundation, which means increasing their power output speed. Okay, Dad. The little demon smiled mischievously, sat on Yi Yu's shoulders, and swung her little feet back and forth, looking extremely cute. She also held a slice of watermelon in her hand. Come on, Dad. Have some watermelon, and all you aunties too. The little girl conjured up more than a dozen watermelons out of thin air, gave one to each of the girls, and at the same time began to manipulate the gravity of the virtual space. You little devil is so good. The women all chuckled. The little demon's address of auntie had touched their hearts. Boom! At that moment, the environment of the entire virtual space suddenly changed, and the collapsed mountains and seas were restored as if time had reversed. 10 times the force of gravity. 100 times the force of gravity. 1,000 times the force of gravity. 10,000 times the force of gravity. 100,000 times the force of gravity. 1,000,000 times the force of gravity. The 6 women in the midst of the battle suddenly felt a heavy weight on their bodies, as if 1,000,000 times the pressure was suddenly pressing down on them. Boom! 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 Unable to maintain their flight in the sky any longer, the 6 women crashed one by one into the earth and the sea. The 6 women crashed to the ground like meteors, creating deep craters and causing giant waves to surge in the ocean. My husband! All the women let out a soft snort and gave Yi Yu a charmingly reproachful glare. Chapter 116 Gold, Unifying the 5 Northern Kingdoms. Caught off guard by 1,000,000 times the force of gravity, the 6 women fell directly from the sky, then rolled their eyes at Yi Yu. Right now, your main focus should be on building a solid foundation. Whoever is the first to increase their power by more than 30 times will receive a mysterious reward. Yi Yu chuckled. Real? Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, the women's eyes lit up involuntarily. Applying 30 times the effort can be difficult, but it can also be easy. If they were to cultivate on their own, it would take them at least 30 to 50 years to reach the level of 30 times their normal strength. However, if you take a few pieces of enlightenment tea, it will only take 2 or 3 months to achieve 30 times the power. Of course, you are the same. Yi Yu said, then looked at Lianxing, Yuexin, Jiruxue, and the 9 women of Fanyinshan. Again. Having received Yi Yu's affirmation, the women's eyes were filled with fervor, and they all turned their gazes toward their opponents. Looking at the confident women, Yi Yu nodded in satisfaction. My husband. Lianxing and Yuexin chuckled and immediately sat on Ye Yu's lap, hoping Ye Yu would make things easier for them. Night rain. Slap. Slap. Yi Yu chuckled and slapped the 2 women's peach-shaped buttocks. The 2 women trembled and collapsed into Yi Yu's arms. Looking into the 2 women's bright, clear eyes, it was as if they were about to overflow with tears. With a chuckle, Yi Yu carried the voluptuous bodies of Yuxin and Lianxing away from the virtual space. Pooh. This also caused Lu Xianyun, Ji Ruxue, Fan Yintian, and the other women to roll their eyes, thinking that it was too unethical. Then they all logged off as well. How could such a good thing be enjoyed by Moon Goddess and Lianxing alone? Especially Lu Xianyun, whose heart was stirred by the night rain and Gmo Huashua's feelings, she couldn't wait any longer. Inside the luxurious palace, the dresses of the Moon Goddess and Lianxing slipped off, quickly revealing 2 stunningly beautiful figures. Majestic and magnificent mountain ranges, graceful and beautiful figure, and skin as smooth as jade. The Moon Goddess, with her alluring eyes and slightly parted red lips, embraced Yi Yu's neck and kissed him directly. He. Don't be fooled by the Moon Goddess's aloof and ethereal appearance, as if she were a goddess untouched by worldly affairs. In truth, she was passionate at heart and possessed a captivating charm. She was most uninhibited in bed, which made Yi Yu unable to let go of her. He embraced the voluptuous waists of the 2 women, Yuxin and Lianxing, and placed them on the bed. Then he lifted their long, straight legs. Half an hour later, in the virtual space. The great battle between the Empress, Yaoyue, Yanfei, Jima Huashue, Jiangchen, and Ingo ended in mutual destruction. However, it wasn't a one-on-one mutual destruction, but rather Ingo fighting 5 women all by himself. A 1 against 5 mutual destruction. Ingo's comprehension is truly terrifying. After fully recovering, Ingo displayed astonishing martial arts talent. Ingo's comprehension surpassed that of everyone present. None of the women present were not proud. They considered themselves to be true martial arts prodigies, 1 in a million. However, compared to Ingo, they had to admit that they were still a step behind Ingo. Currently, the women's power is generally around 11 or 12 times, while Ingo's power has increased to 15 times. The next day, early morning. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room, which was in a state of disarray. Torn dresses, colorful embroidered bibs, stockings, and embroidered shoes were scattered all over the room. Inside the room, her body lay sprawled, filled with boundless springtime beauty. Feeling refreshed and full of energy, Yi Yu pulled Lu Xuanyun's voluptuous waist into his arms. How is your bloodline now? Let me see. Yi Yu said with a smile. Lu Xianyun usually wears a white palace dress, and her whole person looks like an ethereal fairy. Her slender waist was so thin it could be encircled by one hand, and a red ribbon around her waist accentuated her ample bosom, making it impossible to see her toes when she looked down. Especially after becoming Yi Yu's woman, she was nourished by Yi Yu, and her brows were filled with spring passion, truly exuding a myriad of charms. She has a delicate face, like a porcelain doll, and possesses both the charm of a mature woman and the shyness of a young girl. No wonder her brother, Lu Xianxue, had designs on his younger sister. Everything's ready. Lu Xianyun chuckled and sat directly in Yi Yu's lap, his eyes filled with affection as he looked at her. The bloodline of the Lu family is similar to the mad blood of the Feng and Yun families, capable of turning people into mindless monsters. Only by cultivating the Lu family's Immortals book can this problem be solved. However, even so, it still needs a blood transfusion in body snatching every 300 years. As for the reason, it's naturally because this external force was too domineering and couldn't be fully controlled. She was supposed to have another 40 or 50 years before reaching the age of 300. If a person of the same bloodline is not found to perform the blood transfusion and rebirth, then the person will die. Her brother, Lu Xianxue, wanted to marry her to continue the Lu family's legitimate bloodline. Naturally, she was unwilling, so she secretly took the Book of Immortals and left Yingzhou Island. I came to the Central Plains hoping to find someone I love to spend my last few decades with, but I never expected to meet Yi Yu. Yi directly resolved her blood vessel problems using a nutrient capsule. The E-grade nutrient chamber is undeniably effective, easily resolving this minor concern. After fully absorbing this power, Lu Xuanyun's bloodline was also upgraded to the 4th grade. My husband. A charming and alluring voice rang in Yi's ears, and Lu Xuanyun's eyes were filled with seductive allure. Yi chuckled and simply hoisted her long, slender legs onto his shoulder. Soon, melodious singing filled the room again. 3 days later, Yi stood proudly in the void, looking down at the mine below, and suddenly peered down. Boom! The entire earth trembled, and the mines within a radius of hundreds of miles were directly seized by Yi. As the hundreds of miles of mountains soared into the sky, the women stared blankly at Yi, their mouths agape in an O shape. Even though they were already used to Yi's power, they were still deeply shocked by him this time. Capturing a mountain that stretches for hundreds of miles and splitting a mountain that stretches for hundreds of miles in half with a single sword stroke are two completely different things. Yi ignored the women's shock. Condense! With a soft shout from Yi, strands of gold were instantly drawn from the entire mountain. A moment later, when the entire mountain turned to dust, a glittering ball of gold about a meter in size appeared in front of Yi. Yes. That's right, Yi is dealing with gold. Yi had no use for this stuff, it was all prepared as military pay for the Empress. For Yi, who has mastered the law of metal, controlling metal is the most basic application of the law of metal. Then, the night rain repeated the process, traveling all over several northern countries and uprooting dozens of mountains. In total, more than 100 cubic meters of the purest gold were obtained. More than 100 cubic meters of gold, roughly 2,000 tons, or 40 million taels of gold. 40 million taels of gold, that's a fortune that probably doesn't exist in dozens of countries combined. 3 months passed quickly. 3 months later, the 5 northern kingdoms of the entire 10 kingdoms region were unified, shaking the entire world. Chapter 117 Brahma Daka Daka Daka. Yi traveled to several countries, uprooted more than a dozen mountains, and obtained more than 40 million taels of gold. More than 40 million taels of gold, that's more wealth than the combined treasuries of dozens of countries across the land. That would be enough for Empress Shuyanji to use for several decades. The women watched Yi's actions with wide-eyed amazement. Women are all like dragons, and they have no resistance to anything golden. This made Yi chuckle involuntarily. Gold, which has been devouring the universe, is only an A3 grade metal, belonging to one of the most widely used and least valuable metals. Even on Earth, it is currently only used in some low to mid-range industrial electronic devices. However, gold was extremely difficult to mine in this ancient world, making it a true hard currency. Here. This is for you. With a thought, a blazing flame appeared before Yi, and soon exquisite and gorgeous jewelry appeared before the women. Empress, Lu Xianxue, Gmo Huaxue, Yaoyue, Lianqing, Yanfei, Moon Goddess, Jiangchen, Ingo, Shilijuo, Aogu. Ji Ruxue, Fanning Tian, Miaoqing Tian, Jingshan Tian, Duowen Tian, Wangmu Tian, Yangyan Tian, Paluo Tian, Yanma Tian, Zizai Tian. Yes, Shilijuo and Aogu have also arrived in Qi Kingdom. Everything else is fake, only strength is real. Moreover, after being nourished by the night rain, the two women naturally did not want to be alone in their empty rooms and separated from the night rain. Then there's the army of 30,000 Shilijuo and Aogu simply can't afford to support them. Not only could the Empress not afford to support those 60,000 iron cavalry, but the same was true for Shilijuo and Aogu. The northern desert region is already barren, and snow disasters are frequent in winter. 30,000 Heavenly Realm experts practicing external martial arts, plus 30,000 dragon-scaled horses, consumed resources equivalent to a million-strong army. Therefore, I had no choice but to seek help from Yi. Night Rain was also speechless, and could only say that you all failed to seize the opportunity. Furthermore, the 9 heavenly princesses Brahma, Yama, and Zizai were also summoned back by the Empress yesterday. The 3 women were originally the strongest among the 9 heavens maidens, having reached the great heavenly rank. All 3 women were stunningly beautiful women who looked to be in their late 20s, with ample breasts, shapely hips, slender waists, and long legs. The 3 women were dressed in black, red, and white. Brahma, dressed in a long black dress, had a cool and aloof face, like a datura flower, appearing profound and mysterious. Yen Matian wore a gorgeous long red dress, her figure was plump and smooth, and her whole body was flirtatious, full of heat and bewitching charm. Zizaishan was plump, dignified, and beautiful, and had the air of a virtuous wife and loving mother. The 3 women were arranged by the Empress last night to serve Yi in bed, and thus became Yi's women. Night Rain didn't hold back either, unleashing a smooth little combo. The marrow cleansing and body tempering gave the three women a thorough makeover, raising their strength to the 15th level, half a step into the mortal realm. The 21-year-old girl was overjoyed with the gifts given to her by Yiyu, and gave each of them a sweet kiss. 3 days later. These guys are truly courting death. The Empress sneered, holding the intelligence she had put away. The armies of the four kingdoms of Han, Liang, Jin, and Beihan are currently hesitant to advance, so there is no need to waste any more time. Let's go, it's time to take care of these guys. Perhaps they are right. Since the title of Empress has been revealed, she should live up to it, otherwise she will become a laughingstock. The Empress would never admit that she was narrow-minded, otherwise it would make her seem inferior to Yao Yue and Yin Fei. She's just storing up her strength. Yes, she's just storing up her strength, so that she can make a name for herself in the future. Boom! The Empress, along with Ji Rushua and Zhou Tianji, the 11 of them, soared into the sky, transforming into 11 long rainbows and heading towards the Allied army camp. 3 months later, the unification of the 5 northern kingdoms, along with the Liao and Khitan, shocked the world. That's right, it's the 5 northern kingdoms plus the Khitan Liao dynasty. 3 months ago, an army of 300,000 from 4 countries besieged Fengxiang Prefecture. However, before they could even reach Fengxiang City, they were stopped halfway by the Empress, who descended from the sky with Ji Rushue, Fan Yinshan, and Maya Chengshan, a total of 10 women. Boom! A great god of the 17th realm, a peak mortal immortal, can summon the might of heaven with a mere wave of his hand. In addition, there were 10 half-step divine travel realm experts at the 15th level, including Ji Rushue, Fan Yinshan, and Maya Chengshan. The overwhelming divine power erupted, directly overwhelming the 300,000-strong army, making it difficult for them to breathe. Then, the general of the 4-nation allied forces knelt down in utter terror. The great general of South Korea, Ji Wuya, and the vanguard general, Xu Ho, by General Pang Shirgu of the Liang Kingdom and vanguard general Wang Yanjiang. General Li Siyuan and vanguard general Li Tsuanxiu of the Jin state. Lu Ziyuan, the grand general of the northern Han, was himself the king of Han and the vanguard general Guo Wei. The army of 300,000 men, along with hundreds of generals, knelt down the moment the Empress and Ji Rushue and her 10 daughters descended from the sky. They didn't want to die, and they certainly didn't want to take their families with them. Not only did hundreds of generals of the 4-nation coalition kneel down, but their entire army of 300,000 also surrendered en masse. This was a chaotic era, an era of moral decay, and an era devoid of loyalty and righteousness. Today, fathers kill sons, tomorrow, sons kill fathers, and the day after, military governors rebel. In this era, rebellion became commonplace, with one uprising followed by another. Hundreds of generals and 300,000 soldiers knelt without any psychological burden, submitting to the strong and taking money to risk their lives as a matter of course. They will follow whoever feeds them and makes them live well in rebellion. Damn it, just give us gold. How much money does this Qi kingdom have? Ji Woming, by Pang Shirgu, Wang Yanjiang, Li Siyuan, Li Tsuanxiu, Lu Ziyuan, and Guo Wei all looked very grim. The Qi kingdom directly paid its 300,000-strong army 3 years' worth of military pay, and in gold no less. Gold has always been a true hard currency, regardless of the era. 1 tael of gold equals 100 taels of silver, which is equivalent to 100,000 coins. 1 tael of gold per person is enough for 3 years' salary for each person. That's enough to buy the lives of these 300,000 people. A dozen or so men knew that from that moment on, this elite army of 300,000 would no longer belong to them. Now they've truly become mere decorations. The fact that the Empress isn't killing them is simply because she wants to continue winning people's hearts. As for whether the Qi kingdom would lack a general to lead troops, that is naturally not the case. Apart from those born with the talent of generals, the rest had fought their way out of the chaos of war. Anyone who can lead troops in dozens of battles in virtual space can basically become a qualified general. Yes, that's right. Yiyu directly instructed the Empress to throw 60,000 iron cavalry into the virtual space for simulated combat. In just over half a month, a group of qualified generals were trained. Among them were many exceptionally talented individuals who were promoted directly, skipping ranks. Moreover, by using virtual space to simulate cities, a group of qualified domestic affairs personnel were also trained. Even if they are trained to be of the caliber of prime ministers, they should have no problem governing a city or county. Being an official in this world actually requires the least amount of skill. As long as those in power don't mess things up, ordinary people can actually live quite well on their own. Chapter 118 Qi Kingdom, the number 1 under heaven. If those in power had even a slight understanding of the hardships faced by ordinary people, they could bring order to a city or county. Then came the four armies, led by Ji Ruxue, Fan Yinshan, Maya Chengshan, Jing Xuenshan, Duo Wenshan, Guang Mushan, Yan Jianshan, Poluoshan, Yan Moshan, and Zizishan, 10 women. Under the supervision of 40,000 Fengshan cavalry, they returned along the same route and marched directly towards the capitals of the four kingdoms of Han, Liang, Jin, and Northern Han. That's right, we went back the way we came. With the Fengshan Iron Cavalry as the vanguard and the main army following behind, the four armies advanced with unstoppable momentum, capturing the capitals of the four kingdoms. Xinjiang was the capital of the state of Han, Luoyang was the capital of the state of Liang, Taiyuan was the capital of the state of Jin, and Yi was the capital of the state of Northern Han. The capitals of the four kingdoms fell in less than 5 days. 5 days were spent traveling, and it took less than an hour to actually conquer the capitals of the four kingdoms. Han Wangan, Liang Wang Zhuyozhen, and Jin Wangli Qiong, along with their officials and family members, were arrested and taken to Fengshan Prefecture. As for the Northern Han, the king of Han was Lu Ziyuan, who had already surrendered. For the next 2 months, Fengshan's 60,000 iron cavalry launched attacks in all directions, sweeping away all forces within the four kingdoms. They stripped all the military power of the regional governors within the four kingdoms. This was an era of local warlords even within the four kingdoms. Military governors were everywhere. These military governors, large and small, numbered no less than 100. A minor military governor controls a city and commands an army of several thousand men. A high-ranking military governor Jadushi controls a prefecture or state and commands an army of 10 to 20,000 men. Wherever the 60,000 iron cavalry passed, all the military governors were left in a state of utter despair. He could either relinquish his military power, accept a noble title, and take his family to the new capital, Luoyang, to live a peaceful and leisurely life as a wealthy old man. Either you die or your entire clan is wiped out. Of course, for those military governors who were truly inhuman and treated the people like pigs and dogs, their entire clans were exterminated. Quick! So fast that no one could react, the Qi kingdom not only destroyed the four kingdoms in just 3 months, but also eliminated all the military governors' forces within its territory. From then on, the entire northern region, comprising 5 kingdoms, 36 prefectures, and 42 states, was unified. The land of the 10 kingdoms was reduced to 5 kingdoms in the south: Wu, southern Tang, southern Shu, southern Han, and Shu. The unification of the 5 kingdoms shook the world. What shocked the world even more was that the Khitan Liao dynasty in the north announced its annexation into the Qi kingdom, making the 2 kingdoms one. This is the truly momentous event that will shake the world. Whether it was the 6 states of Qin, Zhao, Wei, Qi, Shu, and Yan to the west. It is still the 5 kingdoms of Deming, Bailey, Beike, Nanju, and Shichu in the east. And the Xiongnu, Mongol Yuan, and Jin dynasties in the northern desert. The various factions, including the World Alliance and Wushuang City in Zhengzhou, all turned their attention to the land of Qi. In particular, this time the Qi kingdom fully revealed the strength of its 60,000 iron cavalry, as well as the 30,000 iron cavalry of the Khitan. This has terrified all parties involved. The 90,000 Heavenly Realm Army, which is also the 90,000 Innate Realm Army, is also the 90,000 Vajra Mortal Realm Army. In addition, there is the million-strong army that Qi state has gathered from various military governors, as well as the million-strong Khitan army. 90,000 heavenly cavalry and 2 million troops. With such a powerful state, Qi became a behemoth. How could they not feel terrified? The Tang dynasty is finished. Inside the hidden soldiers' valley, Yuan Tiangang never expected that his half-mistake would actually lead to the rise of the Qi kingdom. The Empress, Shilijuo, and Yelu Jiwu are all at the peak of the divine firmament level, and their strength is no less than his. Each of the 9 heavenly maidens under his command is a powerful expert who is halfway to the mortal realm, and can step into the mortal realm at any time. There are also the newly formed 18 marquises. Li Maozhen, Ji Woming, Bai Yifei, Pang Shirgu, Wang Yanzhang, Li Siyuan, Li Tsuanxiao, Li Ziyuan, Guowei, Fu Yanqing, Gao Siji, Guo Chongtao, Jitsongwan, Jia Kuangying, Duan Saiping, Dave Feng, Yang Yan, Shirley Qishiang. That's right, Empress's brother Li Maozhen has returned. However, upon his return, Li Maozhen made no progress whatsoever when facing his sister, who was at the peak of the divine firmament realm. Li Maozhen had no choice but to accept the reality and became one of the 18 marquises under his sister's command, fighting for her to conquer the world. These people all possess strength above the great celestial level, and they are all skilled warriors. With an army of 2,090,000 cavalry, the Qi kingdom has transformed from a pawn into a player. Today, there are only a handful of countries and powers in the entire world that can compare with the state of Qi. To the west are the Qin and Shu kingdoms, in the central region are the Tianxia Hui and Wushuang City, and to the east are the Ming and Bailey 6 kingdoms and forces. Including the 3 kingdoms of the northern desert, there are a total of 9 countries and forces. The rest are not worth mentioning. Moreover, with its 90,000 iron cavalry, Qi Kingdom undoubtedly became the number 1 among these 10 great powers and forces. In other words, the Qi Kingdom has now become the number 1 kingdom in the world. Of course, these are not the most important things. Most importantly, it's the mysterious person who strongly supports Empress Shuyunji, Shilijuo, and Yelu Jiwu. We don't know what that mysterious person looks like, what level of cultivation they possess, or what their background is. It was only because of the existence of that mysterious person that the Empress rose to power so rapidly. It not only helped her win the battle against the Khitan Liao dynasty in the northern desert. According to reliable sources, the previous new Empress Yelu Jiwu and Empress Dowager Shilijuo were also people working for that mysterious person. Others do not know who that Yinshan sage is. But how could he, who personally sealed Dokuho, not know that now that Dokuho is dead, a new Yinshan saint has emerged? The most important thing is that the two countries are now united, and the merger has been quite smooth. Even a fool knows what's going on. Moreover, not only Empress Shuyunji, but also Empress Yelu Jiwu of the Northern Desert and Shilijuo had close relationships with that mysterious person. There are also the left and right protectors of the Yin-Yang school of the Qin state, Dongjun Yanfei, and the right protector Yueshan. There are also the sisters Yaoyue and Lianqing from the Yihua palace of the Ming dynasty. There's also the red-clad swordsman from Jima City in southern Chu and the female grand envoy from the Lu family on Yingzhou Island in the South China Sea. Yes, that's right. The two most exciting things in the world right now, besides the rise of the Qi Kingdom, are the arrival of the Lu family on Yingzhou Island in the South China Sea. The entire Southeast Asian countries are bustling with activity these days. Lu Xianxue, the patriarch of the Lu family in Yingzhou, possesses unparalleled strength as an earth immortal, surpassing all other countries in the southeast. The entire Southeast Asian countries have produced a wealth of experts. The Tianmen Holy Sect, Shanglin Heavenly Palace, the 4 great families, as well as the Academy and hundreds of other sects formed a standoff with the Lu family on the shores of the South China Sea. Besides the people mentioned above, there are also 2 women, Jiang Chen and Ingo, 2 of the 4 corpse ancestors. Jiang Chen and Ingo also broke through. Their breakthroughs were also related to that mysterious person. 11 experts at the divine firmament level, 10 experts at the peak of the transformation realm, plus 18 experts above the great heaven level. These people flashed through Yuan Tiangong's mind one by one, and then he felt a wave of powerlessness. He couldn't save the Tang dynasty in the past, but can he really revive it under the rising Qi kingdom? At this point, Yuan Tiangang began to doubt his own abilities. Sure Yao. Your subordinate greets the commander-in-chief. As soon as Yuan Tiangang finished speaking, a stunningly beautiful woman in a purple dress appeared before him. Chapter 119 Shock and Fear, a generous bonus. This woman was none other than Shi Yao, one of the 36 captains of the bad guys, also known as Tianyuxing. Shi Yao looked to be around 25 or 26 years old, with a delicate face and a rather domineering, voluptuous figure. Her strength is among the top in the entire 36 captains of the bad guys, reaching the Great Heaven rank. She once disguised herself and infiltrated the Xianming sect in Liang Kingdom. She was Mangpo of the Xianming sect. Now that the Liang Kingdom has been destroyed, the Xianming sect has also been destroyed, so Shi Yao escaped and returned to the Hidden Soldier Valley. Go to Qi Kingdom. At all costs, we must find out the details about that mysterious person, Yuan Tiangang said in a deep voice after a long silence. 300 years have passed like this, and Yuan Tiangang felt it was necessary to try to salvage the situation again. Moreover, judging from the current situation, he probably has to live for a few more years, as Li Xingyun has not yet matured. Yes, sir. Shi Yao respectfully responded. She had already understood Yuan Tiangong's meaning, and then, with her graceful figure, she slowly retreated, disappearing into the night. Meanwhile, in the Qin, Zhao, Chu, Mongol Yuan, Ming, Bailey, and Zhangzhou, almost all the major powers in the world have taken notice of Yiyu, this special existence. The investigation revealed a shocking truth to those in power. This time, the major powers in the world were not just shocked, but genuinely frightened, so much so that some couldn't sleep. Because, whether it was the Empress of Qi, or the Empress Dowager Shilijuo of the Northern Desert, or Aogu, it was Dongjun Yanfei and Yueshan from the Yin-Yang school, and Yaoyue and Lianqing from the Yihua palace. GMO Huashui, Lu Xianyun, Jiang Chen, Ingo, and others are all related to Yiyu. In other words, the fact that these people were able to break through and achieve the mortal realm of immortality is most likely related to that person. This time, the major powers could no longer sit still. They were so frightened that cold sweat broke out on their backs, and they even felt fear. Because no matter whether it's 2 million troops or 90,000 cavalry, they still have ways to solve the problem. A powerful individual from the mortal realm, the divine firmament realm, or the mysterious realm can be worth 1,000,000 soldiers in modern terms. They would be like a nuclear bomb, and a mobile one at that. Currently, the Qi Kingdom has 11 peak-level immortal realm experts that they are aware of. What does this mean? Now, the Qi Kingdom alone can rival all the powerful beings from the entire mortal realm. Of course, these are the publicly known powerful figures from the mortal realm. Send someone. We must send someone to the state of Qi. Isn't that mysterious being surrounded by beauties? Then let's send some beauties over. If there are no beauties, then go find some. Throughout the entire world, almost everyone with a bit of ambition sent their most capable generals to the present-day land of Qi. Luoyang, the Imperial Palace. A month ago, after the entire city of Luoyang was thoroughly cleaned, the capital of the Qi Kingdom was moved from Fengshan City to Luoyang City. Besides Luoyang itself being the former eastern capital of the Tang dynasty, it was also the center of the entire Ten Kingdoms region. The entire city of Luoyang was divided into 108 wards, and at its peak, the population exceeded 2.5 million. Even after decades of war, this place remains prosperous, with a population of over 1.8 million. It is one of the top cities in the entire world. Only the Qin capital of Xianyang, the Ming capital of Yanjing, the Bailey capital of Tianqi, and the Zhangzhou capital of Wushuang can compare to it. The magnificent palace inside and out was also renovated and cleaned, giving the entire palace a brand new look. After unification, the next step is to select officials to fill vacancies in various regions, and then allow the people to recuperate and rebuild. There's no need to worry about that. Using virtual space simulations, qualified officials leave Luoyang every day to take up their posts in various places. The Night Rain gave them a governing principle, rule of law, clean government and strong military, emphasis on agriculture and commerce, development of all industries, and revitalization of the country through science and education. However, when there are more people, different opinions will arise. Various disagreements arose regarding how to implement Yiyu's 20-character governing policy. The 11 women empress, Yaoyue, Lianqing, Yanfei, Moon Goddess, Jiangchen, Ingo, Jima Huaxue, Lu Xianyun, Shilijuo, and Aogu had differing opinions. "This is my country, listen to me," the empress declared forcefully. "Listen to me, and support everyone? You spendthrift woman, even 40 million taels of gold wouldn't be enough for you to squander, so you have to listen to me. Do you even know how to govern a country? Do you think we can turn a country into a martial arts sect? It seems we still have to have a fight. Whoever wins gets to decide," Lu Xianyun said leisurely. Upon hearing this, the women fell silent and glared at Lu Xianyun with hostility. Now, even all 10 of them combined are no match for Lu Xianyun, and only Ingo can last a few rounds against her. "I heard they're fighting like dogs in the South China Sea. Your brother is such a troublemaker, shouldn't you, as his sister, do something about it? It wouldn't be worth it if we ran into some reclusive old monster and got killed right away." Yanfei, dressed in a blue and gold palace gown, smiled and spoke with grace and elegance. By this time, the women had long known that there were always people more capable than themselves, and their horizons and perspectives had broadened after following Yiyu. "I know there are people like Yiyu in this world. There are also ancient monsters like Xiao Sanxiao who have lived for over 4,000 years, and peerless powerhouses like Su Xinghe who have defeated even celestial beings from beyond the realms, making them afraid to descend to Earth. Therefore, even now that they have broken through to the peak of the mortal-immortal realm, they have put away their initial pride. What was there to be proud of? They couldn't even beat Lu Xianyun in front of them, which made them extremely frustrated. Ha, trying to lure me away from my mountain? I'm not falling for it." Wearing milky white high-heeled boots, Lu Xianyun gracefully sat down in the main seat with her long, shapely legs and chuckled. The women gasped upon hearing this, feeling the pressure of a peerless earth immortal powerhouse looming over them. All schemes and tricks are paper tigers in the face of absolute power. "Do whatever you want, I'm done. I'm going to train myself and beat you to a pulp sooner or later." The women were furious and scattered immediately, heading to find Yiyu for dual cultivation. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Garden, the renovated garden is more than 10 times larger than before. Rare flower species from all over the world bloom in profusion, vying for attention. This has also made this place a picturesque landscape. Yiyu awoke from her reverie about the laws of this world and, hearing the women arguing in the Imperial study ahead, shook her head with amusement. The Golden Rule for Beginners, 5% 15%. Introduction to the Laws of Wood 5% 15%. Water Laws Proficiency, 86% 88%. Introduction to the Laws of Fire 5% 15%. Introduction to the Laws of Earth 5% 15%. 75% of people are still learning about spatial principles, 1% have grasped them. This is the result of Yi Yu's cultivation over the past 6 months since he returned from Cholon Star. Experiencing the differences in the laws of different worlds is indeed an excellent way to cultivate and comprehend the laws. Yi Yu has finally grasped the basics of spatial principles. Buzz. As Yi Yu opened her eyes, the space in front of her seemed unable to withstand the pressure and began to crumble inch by inch. Chapter 120. Upon arrival, all were familiar faces. Fortunately, Yi Yu managed to suppress the fluctuations of his laws in time, which stopped the space from continuing to shatter. Night Rain's current power has somewhat exceeded the limits of this world, making it comparable to a dragon in a small pond in this world. The women around Yi Yu were all shocked. A chilling force of death was felt, filling the 9 heavens maidens around Night Rain with fear and unease. Husband. Just now. The 3 women, Brahma, Yama, and Ishvara, hesitated to speak, cold sweat breaking out on their backs and their faces turning deathly pale. It's nothing. I was cultivating just now and triggered the laws of space. Yi Yu chuckled, then pulled Yen Matian and Zizishan into his arms, and then reached his large hand directly into the hem of their skirts. The 2 women trembled, their pretty faces flushed, and then they collapsed into Yi Yu's arms. I see. The other women looked at Yi Yu with eyes that were practically overflowing with tears, their gazes burning with desire. The power of laws? Space shattered. They still have no idea just how strong their husband, Yi Yu, really is. Don't even mention that they're only at the half-step divine travel realm of the 15th level, having just come into contact with the power of heaven and earth, and are still some distance from mastering the rules of heaven and earth. Alright. The 15th realm means you're among the top experts in the entire world. Just like GMO Huashui a few months ago, who was at the half-step divine travel realm, he was a red-clad sword immortal recognized by the world. Even Lu Xianxue, who had reached the peak of the 18th realm, was unsure of Yi Yu's strength. I've already chosen my husband, what do you think? Just then, Ji Rushue, Fan Yintian, Miao Chengtian, and several other women gracefully approached, smiling as they spoke. Slap. Slap. As applause rang out, 2 rows of more than 30 stunning women dressed in long palace gowns filed in. With the arrival of these stunning beauties, the entire imperial garden seemed to brighten up. All factions are shrewd, especially the ministers and families within Qi, who are now generally aware of Yi Yu's existence. They also learned how the empress and her ilk rose to power. Of course, besides Qi, there were also the states to the south, Wu, southern Tang, southern Chu, southern Han, and Shu. And that's how we ended up with this scene, where ladies from all the prominent families gathered together. If any of them could catch Yi Yu's eye, even if she became his concubine, the entire family would truly prosper. There were originally more than 300 people. After being carefully selected by Ji Rushue, Fan Yintian, and other female elites, only these 30-odd people remain. There were over 30 women, each one a stunning beauty. Several of them were particularly outstanding, and even Yi Yu couldn't help but take a second look at them. Good. Yi Yu stretched and nodded with a smile. This is the list. Ji Rushue and the other girls became interested in Yi Yu, giggled, sat in Yi Yu's lap, and then handed the list to Yi Yu. Let me see who's here. Yi Yu chuckled, took the list, and began to compare it with the list of over 30 beauties below. Jingyi, Shuriao, Xina, Princess Honglian, Mingzhu, Yanlingji, Xuenu, the Hu sisters, Nongyu, Princess Shangro, the Fu sisters, Zisewa, the Su sisters, Fei Shi, Zhao Jingyang, Yanning, Wuxinjian, the Li sisters Joshua and Li Sanghai sisters, Wuqing. Yi Yu quickly scanned the list and saw many familiar names. Yes, it's Yi Yu who's familiar with them, not the other way around. Yi Yu is someone they've all heard of. Among them, Jingyi, Shuriao, Xina, Princess Honglian, Mingzhu, Yanlingji, and Xuenu are self-explanatory. The Hu sisters were the 2 daughters of Huoyu Gong, the owner of Huoyu Manor. These are Lady Hu and Beauty Hu from the TV series 9 Songs of the Sky, and Nongyu is Lady Hu's daughter. Princess Shangro was a princess of the King of Wu in the Wu Kingdom. The Fu sisters were the 2 daughters of Fu Yanqing, and were historically known as the 2 Fu empresses. The 2 sisters later married Emperor Shizong of Zhou, Chirong. They also had a younger sister who later married Zhao Guangyi, so the Fu family later had 3 empresses. Zhe Saihua was the daughter of the Zhe family in Fugu. She was extremely beautiful and was the prototype of Shi Taijun, the matriarch of the Yang family generals. The Su sisters were originally the queen and concubine of the king of Shu. The elder sister, Su, was the first Lady Huarue. Then there was Lady Fei, who was the second Lady Huarui. The woman in the background, Zhao Jingyang, was Zhao Kuangyin's sworn sister, the one he saw off 1,000 miles away. Apart from Madame Hu, who was a young married woman, all the other women were still young girls. You dare to take in just anyone? Yi Yu chuckled as he looked at Ji Ruxue and the other women, including Fan Yingtian and Jing Xiantian. Besides the 20 or so relatively normal people, there were also more than a dozen spies sent by other forces and countries. For example, Jing Yan'ai was the top assassin in the Luo Wang organization under Lu Buwei, the prime minister of Qin. Shi Yao was Tian Yuxing, one of the 36 captains of the bad people under Yuan Tiangang. Yanning is the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world of Zhengzhou, and she was sent by Wushuang City. And then there's Wu Qing, one of the 4 great constables under Zhuge Zhenhua of the Great Ning Divine Marquis Mansion. And then there's Jin Bingyun, one of the 2 most outstanding disciples of the Sihan Jingjai sect in the modern era. And Zhao Min was a princess of the Ruyang Prince's mansion during the Mongol Yuan dynasty. And then there are those 2 named by Suzhen and Shaoqing. Yes, these 2 are not by Suzhen and Shaoqing from the legend of the White Snake, but rather Xue Yuan, the goddess of the Zhengzhou Searching God Palace, and Shaoqing, the goddess mother. The reason she was named by Suzhen was because the immortal god of the Search God Palace changed the name of his daughter Xue Yuan to by Suzhen in memory of his wife by Suzhen. This immortal god is quite a peculiar character. Out of jealousy of his wife by Suzhen's talent, he not only poisoned by Suzhen when she was pregnant and weak after giving birth to their daughter Xue Yuan, but also attacked her. However, even so, they failed to kill by Suzhen, and she escaped. And this demon lord, by Suzhen, was truly a genius. He created unparalleled martial arts such as Earth-level Moat Boundless, Undying Demon Body and 6 Great Demon Crossings, and also achieved immortality. And that one named Luo Xian is the disciple of Tianmen Di Tian, the Divine Mother Luo Xian. Okay. They're not even acting anymore, all of these are just using their original names. Of course, it's also possible that they knew they couldn't hide it from Yi Yu and Qigua, so they simply sent the person over openly. The gamble was on Yi Yu's confidence, believing that Yi Yu would keep them. There are also Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Canghai, 3 women. I don't know what that Xia Yaozi was thinking, sending all 3 of his disciples to him. Most people send 1 gift, but he sent 3 at once. Or was it their own idea? Or was it the idea of the forces behind them? If they're all sent to him, what will Wayazi do then? Will he end up carving 3 jade statues? Then there were the remaining few, whose origins even Yi Yu didn't know for a while. Could they possibly cause any trouble here? Ji Ruxue chuckled. Since you're here, why not stay? As for Yi Yu, she was naturally happy to accept it. Since you want to deliver it, how could Ji Yu refuse to accept it? Chapter 121 39 Women. Very good. Before Yi Yu could even search for them, they were automatically brought to her. They are all such wonderful people. Based on Yi Yu's habits, these people can be roughly divided into 3 groups. One group consists of women from the state of Han, which has now been destroyed by the state of Qi. These women were sent up by King of Han, Ji Wuye, by Ife, and others, totaling 7 women. They are Xinu, Mingzhu, Yan Lingji, Princess Honglian, the Hu sisters, and Nongyu. Xinu is the owner of Zilan Xian, the #1 club in Korea. She is a true woman of great talent, possessing dozens of diverse skills. He was skilled in flower arranging, tea and winemaking, perfumery and poison making, metallurgy and porcelain making, chess and design, and was also a good dancer. She was an expert in various pharmacologies, and her skills in making and using poisons were unparalleled. Moreover, his martial arts skills are also very high, reaching the 9 heavens realm of the 12th realm of the free and unfettered heaven realm. Xinu is not only exceptionally intelligent and resourceful, but also courageous and strategic. Moreover, she is a stunningly beautiful woman who combines elegance and charm. This is a woman who is mature and charming to the core, like a perfectly ripe peach. Mingzhu is by Ifei's younger sister, and she is also an extremely alluring and charming woman. Her figure was extremely domineering, with a towering chest, a waist like a water snake, and long legs like a white python. This is the kind of woman who, upon first sight, makes you want to pin her down and ravage her. Yan Lingji appears gentle and tender, but is actually passionate and fiery. She seems gentle, but is actually strong inside and out, and is also a bit quirky. She has a tall and slender figure, with a graceful posture that makes it impossible to see her toes when she looks down. Princess Honglian, though her country was destroyed, her family was still intact, and she retained her innocence and liveliness. She was also extremely pretty and delicate. The Wu sisters and Nongyu, the elder sister is dignified and elegant, the younger sister is charming and beautiful, and the daughter Nongyu is unparalleled in her musical skills and has a pure and refined appearance. Then comes the second group. This group consists of 8 women from various prominent families and noble families across the 10 kingdoms. Princess Shangrao, the Fu sisters, Zhou Saihua, the Su sisters, Fei Shi, and Zhao Jingyang. Princess Shangrao was a daughter of the king of Wu. She was beautiful, with a delicate and charming figure, and a slightly naive and innocent air about her, making her extremely adorable. The Fu sisters were the daughters of Fu Yanqing. The elder sister, Fu Dingjin, is dignified and elegant, with a plump and round face, while the younger sister, Fu Xiaomei, is tall and slender, with a very dashing and heroic air. Zhou Saihua is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family in Fugu. She was exceptionally tall, about 185 centimeters, and her wheat-colored skin gave her a wild beauty. The Su sisters and the Fei family were women sent to the Shu king. The Su sisters possessed the petite and delicate features characteristic of women from Sichuan, with exquisitely beautiful faces, like a pair of porcelain dolls. However, their figures are all quite well developed, typical of the baby face, big breasts type. Fei, on the other hand, is bright and elegant. Although she is still young, she has already fully blossomed and is like a blooming peony. Whether it's appearance, figure, or temperament, she ranks among the top in the group of over 30 people. Then came Zhao Jingyang, who was sent up by Zhao Kuangyin. Zhao Jingyang is a typical chivalrous woman of the martial arts world, with a cold and beautiful appearance, unparalleled beauty, and a graceful and charming figure. With the great and small Fuhou and Lady Huarui, all that's missing are the great and small Zhouhou. Whether it was the 2 Empress Fu, the 2 Empress Shou, or Lady Huarui, they were all famous beauties in history and left a strong mark on history. However, since both Zhouhou and Dezhou are still young, they were not sent up this time. These are all harmless, they are all gifts from various powerful families and their subordinate ministers, offered to curry favor with Yi Yu. Then comes the third group. The 13 characters are Jing Yanai, Shi Yao, Shui Nu, Yanning, Luo Xian, Wu Qin, Jin Bingyun, Shui Yuan, Xiao Cheng, Zhao Min, Wu Xingyan, Li Qiushui, and Li Tsangai. Jing Yanai truly lives up to her nickname baby fish. Her looks, figure, and temperament are among the best of the 30-odd people. Her exquisite face is like a masterpiece of nature, her figure is curvaceous and graceful, and she also has the aura of a cold and elegant older sister. Her strength is also quite outstanding among the crowd, reaching the 13th realm, the soaring realm. Only Wu Xingyan, Li Qiushui, Li Tsangai, and Xu Weimei could rival her, and only Luo Xian, Xu Yuan, and Xiao Qing surpassed her. Shi Yao has a voluptuous figure, while Shui Nu is like a snow lotus from the Tianshan Mountains. Yanning is known as the epitome of a strong person. She only marries powerful figures, regardless of who they are. Yanning has no cultivation, yet she is known as the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world. Her appearance is truly extraordinary. Luo Xian was voluptuous and stunningly beautiful. Although she had not mastered the complete version of the Sacred Heart technique, she was still able to fight Duan Lang, who possessed the twin dragon Yuan, for several rounds. Wu Qing and Jin Bingyun were both dressed in white palace gowns. Both women had exquisite features and ethereal, fairy-like demeanor, like goddesses descending to earth. It's worth mentioning that Wu Qing was born with a strong innate spiritual power. It's a pity that there are no spiritual cultivation techniques for her to practice in this world, which is a waste of her great talent. Xu Yuan and Xiao Qing are 2 women. One is elegant and noble, with a holy aura, untouched by any dust. The other is pure and beautiful. Zhao Min and Wu Xingyun are both heroic and spirited women. Zhao Min is decisive and valiant, while Wu Xingyun is gentle yet strong and domineering. Li Qiushui and Li Tsanghai look almost identical, both possessing an ethereal beauty, like the legendary fairy maidens of Gusha. Then there were the remaining dozen or so people. Han Zhao, Zhou Rua, Ji Shi, Xian Zi, Lan Dai, Shuemei, Yin Zhu, Yang Yan, Lin Shi. These dozen or so people looked somewhat familiar to Yi Yu, but she couldn't place their names, so she guessed they had changed their names. However, it would be easy for Yi Yu to find out. With Di Qi's current strength, it would be easy for her to find out their origins. Seemingly knowing what Yi Yu was thinking, Ji Rushua quickly handed over the identity information of these dozen or so people to Yi Yu. Upon seeing the identities and backgrounds of these dozen or so people, Yi Yu suddenly realized. Han Zhao's real name was Han Zhao, also known as Xiao Zhao, the daughter of the Ming cult's Dharma King, the Purple-Robed Dragon King. Zhou Rua's real name is Zhou Zhirua, and she is a disciple of the Yamei sect. Ji Shi, whose real name is Ji Cece, is the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world and is known as the Fairy of the Qin. Her beauty and talent are unparalleled in the martial arts world. Xianzi's real name is Gu Xianzi. She is a princess of the Great Ming Dynasty's Dual Cultivation Palace. Her mother is the head of the Dual Cultivation Palace. Both mother and daughter are stunningly beautiful. The blue butterfly is actually named Lan Xiaodai, the Lan Xiaodai from the movie The Crane Needle, who used her internal energy to force out the essence within her body. Xuemei's real name is Huang Xuemei of the six-fingered Qin demon Zhongtian demon Qin. Yin Zhu's real name is Yin Li. She is the granddaughter of Yin Tianzhang of the Eagle cult, who is also the granddaughter of the White-Browed Eagle King, one of the four great Dharma kings of the Ming cult. Lin Shi's real name is Lin Shirin, the eldest daughter of the Daming sword sharpening sect and the #1 beauty in the martial arts world. Yes, that's right, another top beauty in the martial arts world, and also the cousin of Li Xuanhuan, the flying dagger. As for Yang Yan, she didn't change her name. Yang Yan is the same person as the stunning fairy. You didn't think of her for a moment, mainly because her name wasn't very well known, while the name Fairy Jinghong was quite famous. Each of the dozen or so girls had her own unique characteristics. Some were charming, some were cute, some were alluring, some were seductive, some were gentle, some were innocent, and some were dignified and elegant. Chapter 122 Distribution. Women compete for the man. There were a total of 39 women in total. 39 women, the youngest being 15 or 16, the oldest. Well, it's hard to say about the older ones. Some, like Luo Xian, Shui Yuan, and Xiao Qing, look like girls who were 18 or 19 years old. But their actual age is also several hundred years old, just like Jiang Chen, Ingo, and Lu Xianyun. The women's strengths varied greatly. Shui Yuan and Xiao Qing are undoubtedly the strongest, ranking first among the 39 women, and have reached the 15th level of the half-step divine travel realm. Lower 9 realms foundation 9 levels. The 6 realms above, Vajra realm, Free realm, 9 heavens realm, Soaring realm, Great freedom realm, and half-step divine travel. The 5 realms of immortals, Divine realm, Great divine realm, Earth immortal realm, Celestial immortal realm, and above Celestial immortal. The 2 women cultivated the heaven-shifting divine technique created by the god of immortality and the world-destroying demon body created by the demon lord by Suzhen. Of course, it's an incomplete version. If it were the complete version, the 2 women would probably have already reached the 16th realm. Even the immortal god is jealous of his own wife. How could he possibly hand over his complete divine skills? Although neither of the 2 women cultivated the complete 2 divine skills, over the course of several hundred years, their strength had already reached the 16th realm of immortal cultivation. Secondly, Luo Xian reached the 14th realm, the great free and unfettered realm. Luo Xian is younger than Shui Yuan and Xiao Qing, only a little over 100 years old. She cultivates the sacred heart technique of Emperor Shi Tian, which is also an incomplete version. Of course, that cunning old man, Indra, would never hand over the complete sacred heart manual. Then, Jing and Wu Xingyan, Li Qiushui, Li Cangai, and Huang Xuemei, the 5 women, reach the 13th realm, the Soaring realm. Huang Xuemei cultivates the complete version of Tianlong Baiyan and uses the heavenly demon Qin, enabling her to fight against those in the 14th realm of the Great Freedom realm. Then comes the 9 heavens realm, one of the 12 realms. Those who have reached this level are Xinu, Mingzhu, Shiyao, Wu Qing, Jin Bingyun, Lan Xiaodai, and Yang Yan. Finally, those who reached the 11th realm of freedom were Yanlingji, Xuanu, and Zhao Jingyang. The rest of the women were all mediocre, not even having entered the Vajra mortal realm, so let's not talk about them. Here you discovered that a key force is missing, as they haven't sent anyone over, and that is Bailey. However, considering that several countries, including Bailey, are currently engaged in a fierce battle with Lu Xuanyan's brother, Lu Xianshui, in the South China Sea, he felt relieved. At this moment, the northern kingdoms and the other kingdoms had no time to spare for Yu. Without the participation of Lu Xianyun, a high-level combatant from the original drama, the experts from Bailey and other countries were repeatedly defeated by the Lu family led by Lu Xianshui. There was no other way at this moment. Lu Xuanshui's strength was at the 18th level, the Earth Immortal realm. His strength is now a level above that of Lu Xianyun when he first arrived in Qi Kingdom. One person overwhelmed several kingdoms, including Bailey, Beike, Nanju, and Nanchu, to the point of being unable to breathe. The current nations are fighting a very tough battle under the leadership of Su Han of Shanglin Heavenly Palace, Nangong Yunhua of Tianmen Holy Sect, Dongfang Xiaoye, the Confucian sage of Shuigong, and Daojun of Qingcheng Mountain. Even the combined strength of the 4 top experts at the 17th level of the Great Divine Realm could barely hold off Lu Xianshui. Unless the northern Li side brings out Su Xingha, or Su Suama and Zhang Jinren, the Kunlun sword ancestor, they have no hope of turning the tide. Yes, that's right. Su Suama and Zhang Jinren have both reached the 18th realm of peerless earth immortals. Therefore, Bailey couldn't possibly take care of Qi. Good. Yi Yu held the list and looked down at the 39 women below, nodding with satisfaction. Each of the women had her own unique charm and was a stunning beauty. Yi Yu looked at the women, scanning them one by one. Some women boldly looked at Yi Yu, while others shyly lowered their heads. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Your Majesty." All the women bowed gracefully to Yi Yueying. "Get up, all of you." Yi Yu chuckled and waved her hand, unleashing an invisible force that made all the women stand up. "Raise your heads, everyone." As Yi Yu walked past the group of women, each one a stunning beauty, she was delighted to behold. The women trembled at the masculine scent emanating from Yi Yu, and their legs involuntarily tightened. Especially those with high cultivation levels, such as Xue Yuan, Xiao Qing, Luoxian, Jingni, Huang Xuemei, Wuxinjian, Li Qiushui, and Li Sanghai. Sensing the turbulence in their cultivation, the women were both shocked and overjoyed. Clearly, they had all guessed something, and their beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yu with a different expression. The women with low or no cultivation were even more embarrassed. Yi Yu was like walking hormones, and they all blushed. Xinu, Mingzhu, Shiyao, Wuqing, Jin Bingyan, Lan Shaodai, Yang Yan, Yan Lingji, and Xuenu all had blushes on their beautiful faces. Giggle. Just then, a series of sweet laughs rang out, belonging to the 11 women, the Empress, Yanfei Yuexin, Yao Yue and Lianqing, Zhang Cheningo, Shilijuo Agu, Jima Huaxue, and Lu Xianyun. Judging from the reactions of the women below, they knew exactly what was going on. No one knew better than them how attractive their husbands, like Yi Yu, were to women. "What are your plans for them, my husband?" Consort Yen asked, stepping forward with graceful steps. "You want it?" Yi Yu chuckled and said, "How could I not understand what Yin Fei meant?" Empress Xue Yunji has 10 capable assistants, including Ji Ruxue and Zhou Tianji, and they also want to cultivate their own team. Upon hearing this, the other women's minds began to stir, and their beautiful eyes turned to Yi Yu, their meaning self-evident. "All right, then I'll leave it to you. But it's a promise, you have to take good care of it," Yi Yu said nonchalantly, rubbing her chin. Regardless of who Jingni and Xinu follow, they will ultimately be people in Yi Yu's bowl anyway. Thank you, my husband. Don't worry, I promise I won't break them." The women each gave Yi Yu a sweet kiss, and then began to assign tasks. The women below held their breath, not daring to utter a single exhale. These are 11 peak-level immortals of the mortal realm, powerful experts in the great god realm. The women all had burning eyes. When had they ever seen so many peerless experts? They felt the air around them was somewhat oppressive. They dared not object to the idea of Yanfei and her women dividing them up. Yanfei and Yushin directly selected the following 9 women: Jing Yan'ai, Xinu, Xuenu, Yan Lingji, Mingzhu, Princess Hong Lian, the Hu sisters, and Naomu. The 2 women, Zhang Chen and Inggo, chose Zhao Jingyang, Shiriyao, Princess Shangrao, the Fu sisters, Zhisai the Su sisters, and the 9 Fei women. Yao Yue and Lianqing chose 11 girls: Huang Xuemei, Wuqing, Jin Bingyan, Xiao Zhao, Zhou Jiruwa, Jisisi, Gushanzi, Lan Shaodai, Yinli, Jinghong Feri, and Lin Shirin. Shilijuo and Aogu chose 5 women: Xue Yuan, Xiao Qing, Luoxian, Yenying, and Zhaomin. Lu Xianyun and Jimo Huaxue chose 3 women: Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Sanghai. Although Shilijuo and Aogu, Lu Xianyun, and Jimo Huaxue had the fewest people. However, the quality selected by both parties was the highest, so everyone was quite satisfied. Only the Empress, who already had Ji Ruxue and the 10 women of the 9 heavens, did not come to snatch anyone away. Chapter 123 Greeting Gift, The Women's Advancement. The women were quite satisfied with the allocation of manpower. "I don't care who you were before, or whose people you belong to, but from today onwards, you belong to my Qi kingdom, and also to my husband." At this moment, the Empress stepped forward and addressed the women. "I don't care what your purpose is in coming to my Qi kingdom. From now on, put away your wicked thoughts." As she spoke, the Empress's gaze swept over Jing Yan'ai, Shiriyao, Shui Yuan, Xiao Qing, Jin Bingyun, Wu Qing, and other women. He could only feel a sense of unease among the women, and their faces turned pale instantly. The gaze of a powerful figure from the pinnacle of the mortal realm swept over them, instantly causing the women to feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their entire bodies chilled to the bone. "As long as you serve your husbands well in the future, you will naturally receive your share of benefits and be able to get whatever you want." Upon hearing this, many of the women's eyes lit up, their gazes filled with fervor. "Of course, I don't want you to be ungrateful people. Your betrothal gifts will be prepared by me and my sisters." The Empress's meaning was clear: they would prepare a dowry for each woman as a way of repaying the kindness of the forces behind them. They repaid the kindness of the forces behind them for raising and educating them, and from then on, they had no further complicated relationships with the forces behind them. Of course, if it's a normal family relationship, the necessary contact should still be maintained. It's unrealistic to say that after arriving here, they wouldn't even recognize their own families. Upon hearing this, the women below were not afraid at all. On the contrary, several of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I felt inexplicably relaxed. What the Empress meant was that they had taken responsibility for the consequences that led to their deaths. The Empress spoke casually, but her words were undeniably domineering. Whether the 11 peak level immortals of the mortal world can bear the karma behind them is a question that must be answered. Especially Jing Yan'ai, Luo Xian, Shui Yuan, Xiao Qing, Jin Bingyun, Wu Qing, Yan Ning, and Shi Yao. As the top-ranking assassin of the Luo Wang organization, Jing Yan'ai cannot simply leave Luo Wang unless she dies. Now the opportunity is right in front of her. With the Empress vouching for them, not only will the Luo Wang, a powerful organization, not dare to provoke the Qi Kingdom. Luo Xian, Shui Yuan, Xiao Qing, Jin Bingyun, Wu Qing, Yan Ning, and Shi Yao are the same. If the Heavenly Gates Emperor Shi Tian and the immortal god of the Searching God Palace knew that 11 peak mortal immortals were here, they would feel fear. Both of them were terrified of death and had always believed in the way of survival. The Xihang Jingjai behind Jin Bingyun, the Shinho Mansion behind Wuqing, and the Wushuang City behind Yanning dared not offend the Qi Kingdom for their sake. As for Shi Yao, she was somewhat confused. Could the bad people really restore their kingdom now? Shi Yao's heart wavered. Perhaps leaving the bad guys would be a good choice. Alright, the storyteller has finished his story. This is a gift from your husband to you. To win people's hearts, one must naturally use Yi Yu's name, which made Yi Yu shake his head with amusement. As Yanfei spoke, the 5 women, Yao Yue, Aogu, Jiangchen, and Jima Huashue, stepped forward. The 5 women pointed with their fingers. The Yin-Yang School's 5 elements Yin-Yang techniques, the Yoa Palace's Mingyu divine skill, Aogu's great shaman techniques, Jiangchen's 9 netherworld profound heaven divine skills, Jima Huashua's snowflake divine sword, and Lu Xuanyun's immortal book were directly passed on to the 49 women. Come here. Just then, Yi Yu directly summoned Xinu, Yan Lingji, Xuenu, Jing Yan'ai, Shi Yao, Jin Bingyun, Gu Xianzi, Huang Shuimei, Luo Xian, Shui Yuan, Xiao Qing, Wu Xingyun, Li Songhai, Li Qiushui, and Zhou Jiruo. Since the women all have inherited skills, it is not advisable to rashly change their cultivation methods. Tell me the cultivation techniques you practice, and I will demonstrate them for you again, Yi Yu said directly. The women hesitated, for the cultivation techniques they practiced did not belong to them personally, but to their sect. However, the women hesitated only for a moment before revealing all the cultivation techniques they practiced. They always had a strange trust in Yi Yu, and it could be considered a kind of pledge of allegiance. In just a moment, Yi Yu had Xiao Yao deduce all the new techniques based on their characteristics. Yi Yu directly deduced a set of 8 divine sword techniques of King Yu based on Jing Ni's Jing Yan'ai sword. She also had Xiao Yao forge a set of 8 god sword box in her factory and give it to Jing Yan'ai. Of course, it is called the 8 god sword technique. When it is cultivated to a high level, one can control 10,000 swords. Then there's Xinu, who knows too many skills and too many different kinds of things. Based on the fact that her chainsword can be both hard and soft, Yi Yu deduced a set of purple dragon divine sword technique. After mastering it, Xinu can also directly transform into a divine dragon to fight enemies. Yes, it's similar to the dragon god technique. Then there's Yanlingji's crimson flame heaven burning divine technique, which, when cultivated to a high level, can incinerate the entire world. Snow Woman's frozen world, heavenly demon dance. Shi Yao's heavenly illusionary dragon body staff technique. Huang Shuemei's Tianlong Bayan, Jin Bingyun's Xihang Sword Manual, Gu Xianzi's De Yin Yang Hawan Jing, and Luo Xian Xingxing Ju. Xue Yuan and Xiaoqing's The Divine Shift of Heaven and the World-Destroying Demon Body. The Eternal Youth Divine Skill by Wu Xingyun, Li Qiushui, and Li Songhai. The 9 Yang skill was used to help Zhou Jiruo deduce the 9 Yin Manual. Night Rain had the little demons completely improve these techniques and also forged matching weapons for them. The techniques include internal energy cultivation methods, body protection techniques, mental techniques, combat movement techniques, and lightness skills, as well as dozens of combat methods such as knife techniques, sword techniques, palm techniques, and finger techniques. Each cultivation technique is a peerless treasure that points directly to the 20th realm of celestial immortals. When the women received the new cultivation technique, they all looked at Yi Yu with horrified eyes, pointing directly to the cultivation technique above the celestial immortal level. Ordinary techniques become unparalleled divine skills in Yi Yu's hands in the blink of an eye. Now they have finally witnessed just the tip of the iceberg of Yi Yu's strength. What happened next shocked them even more. With a wave of her hand, the 5 women invited the moon, and 49 drops of the finest purple light dew were sealed directly into their bodies. Buzz. When the premium purple light dew was absorbed into the bodies of the 49 women, a rich life essence burst forth within them. The finest purple light dew flowed through their limbs and internal organs, then penetrated deep into their bone marrow. They continuously cleansed their marrow and refined their hair, improving their physique, strengthening their constitution, and even enhancing their spirit. Sing. That ultimate comfort penetrated deep into the soul, as if the soul had flown to heaven, causing all the women to let out soft moans. The 5 women's technique was very skillful, just enough to ensure that the effects of the premium purple light dew reached their respective limits. They are not like Yi Yu, and they don't have Yi Yu's methods to suddenly increase their strength. Therefore, the only option is to maintain a steady, long-term approach. 3 days passed quickly, and during those 3 days, the 49 women changed every single day. Their energy and spirit are constantly rising. Chapter 124 1 year, Lingyun Cave. 3 days later, the 49 women completed the first round of marrow cleansing and body tempering, and their strength all broke through to the 10th realm, the Vajra mortal realm, and they forged the Vajra body. Even women like Yan Eng, Lin Shireen, Princess Shangrao, and the Fu sisters, who had never cultivated before, were no exception. To achieve an indestructible body, possessing immense strength, and accumulating 60 years' worth of innate true energy. 10 days later, the women completed the second round of marrow cleansing and meridian tempering, breaking through to the 11th realm of the free and easy realm, possessing 2 cycles of innate true qi. A month later, the 49 women completed the third round of marrow cleansing and meridian tempering, breaking through to the 12th realm, the 9 heavens realm, possessing 4 jazi of innate true essence. 3 months later, the 49 women completed 4 rounds of marrow cleansing and hair purification, breaking through to the 13th realm, the soaring realm, possessing 6 jazi years of innate true essence. 6 months later, the 49 women broke through to the 14th realm, the great freedom realm, possessing 8 jazi of innate true essence. A year later, the 49 women broke through to the 15th realm, the half-step divine travel realm, possessing innate true essence equivalent to 10 jazi 600 years. At this point, the difference between immortals and mortals becomes apparent, and breakthroughs become much more difficult with conventional power. Of course, there are also unconventional forces. This describes the situation of the women who originally had no cultivation, including Yan Eng, Lin Shireen, the Wu sisters, Princess Shangrao, the Fu sisters, and the Su sisters. The other women, who already possessed considerable cultivation, achieved even greater success. First are Xue Yuan and Xiao Qing, both of whom are at the half-step divine travel realm of the 15th level. After obtaining the new cultivation technique, the 2 women broke through their shackles and achieved the 16th level of the divine travel realm. They then advanced all the way to the 17th level of the great divine travel realm. Then there are 6 women, Luo Xian, Jing Yan'ai, Huang Xueme, Wu Xingyan, Li Qiushui, and Li Tsanhai. With Yi Yu's help, the 6 women also broke through to the 17th realm of the great divine travel realm. The remaining 10 women are Xinu, Mingzhu, Shiyao, Wu Qing, Jin Bingyun, Lan Xiaodai, Yang Yan, Yan Lingji, Xuenu, and Zhao Jingyang. That year, the 10 women also directly achieved the 16th realm of divine travel and profound mystery. Then there are the 11 women, Empress Ji Rushui, Yao Lianxing, Yan Feiyuishen, Shilijuo Ogu, Jiang Cheningo, and Jima Shuihua. Half a year ago, the 11th woman broke through to the 18th realm, the peerless earth immortal realm. They are the people Yi Yu is bound to. They are blessed with the power of heaven's reward for diligence, various treasures to enhance their life evolution, and the enlightenment tea to improve their comprehension. These things combined would be a game changer in this world, so their breakthroughs were naturally very rapid. After the breakthrough, Yi Yu used the nutrient capsule to directly elevate them to the peak of the 18th realm of Earth Immortal. It is worth mentioning that the 9 women from the Brahma Sound Heaven, Wonderful Achievement Heaven, and Pure Profound Heaven also broke through and reached the 16th realm of Divine Travel Profound Realm, which is the immortal realm of the mortal world. In just over a year, the women's cultivation levels underwent a dramatic transformation. The 12 peerless Earth Immortals of the 18 realms. Empress Ji Rishui, Yao Lianxing, Yan Feiyuishen, Shilijuo Ogu, Ingo Jiangchen, Jima Huashu Lu Xianyan. There are 8 powerful cultivators at the great god realm of the 17th realm. Xueyuan, Xiaoqing, Luoxian, Jingni, Huang Xueme, Waxinjian, Li Qiushui, Li Tsamai. There are 19 experts at the divine travel profound realm of the 16th realm. Xinu, Mingzhu, Shiyao, Wu Qing, Jin Bingyun, Lan Xiaodai, Yang Yan, Yan Lingji, Xuenu, Zhao Jingyan, plus Zhou Tianji. The remaining 21 people, who were originally just ordinary people, have all broken through to the 15th level, the half-step divine travel profound realm. Moreover, all the women cultivate essence, energy, and spirit simultaneously. They also have virtual space simulated combat, and their combat experience is extremely rich. They can basically fight opponents of higher levels. This made them feel like they were in a dream a year ago. They were just ordinary people. To reach the 15th level of the half-step divine travel realm, countless talents throughout the world could not achieve such a height. It should be known that outside, anyone who reaches the 15th level of the half-step divine realm can be called an immortal, a saint, or a god. Sword immortal, knife immortal, spear immortal, sword saint, knife saint, spear saint, sword god, knife god, spear god. If they were placed outside now, they could certainly establish a powerful force, if not dominate the martial arts world, and would be treated with respect by emperors of major countries. As the women did this, their families also benefited from the same opportunity, with even their chickens and dogs rising to heaven. Yuan Tiangang, Zaiyaozi, Han Wangan, Han Fei, Fu Yanqing, Ife, Fu Yanqing, Zhao Kuangin, King of Shu, King of Wu, Huayu Mountain Villa. In addition to Qi Kingdom, there are Luo Wang, Tianying Sect, Shuangqiu Mansion, Amei Sect, Wushuang City, Xinhou Mansion, Sihang Jingjai, and so on. Having received the betrothal gifts sent by Yi Yu, they not only tacitly acknowledged that the women belonged to Qi Kingdom and to Yi Yu. He practically wished he could send Yi Yu 10 or 8 more beauties. The things Yi Yu brings out are all extraordinary. Each one can stir up a bloodbath in the martial arts world. Inside the magnificent Luoyang Imperial Palace, sunlight streamed through the windows. The room was a mess, with dresses, bodices, stockings, embroidered shoes, and high-heeled boots scattered everywhere. Inside the room, her beautiful body lay sprawled, exuding boundless spring-like allure. Yi Yu pulled away from Jing and I and pushed aside Xinu, Yan Lingji, the Hu sisters, and Nongyu. I felt refreshed and invigorated. That's right. In the past year, apart from a few younger girls, all the other girls who were supposed to be taken by Yi Yu have been taken by him. Surrounded by beautiful nights and rain throughout the year, I've had a very pleasant time. Yi Yu got up and went to the window, looking down at the entire city of Luoyang. After a year of recuperation, all 23 states, 270 prefectures, and 3,000 cities of the entire Qi Kingdom have recovered to a certain degree of prosperity. That's right. The Qi Kingdom has now unified the entire land of 10 kingdoms, and just half a year ago, the 5 southern kingdoms took the initiative to surrender. It ended nearly 2 decades of war that had lasted since the end of the Tang dynasty. After great chaos comes great order. In addition, the Qi Kingdom has been actively spending money over the past year, attracting countless merchants from various countries who, like sharks smelling blood, have flocked here with their goods. In that year, the state of Qi actively distributed nearly 10 million taels of gold, and various large-scale infrastructure projects were launched, giving countless people some extra money. Luoyang City expanded outwards once again, and the city, which could originally only accommodate more than 2 million people, can now accommodate 5 million people. What are you thinking about, my husband? Just then, a delicate body wrapped itself around him. I'm wondering when you guys can give me a baby. Yi Yu chuckled and pulled the increasingly beautiful Xuannu into his arms. If the older sisters can't do it, then we're even less capable. Holian said, somewhat frustrated, as she joined in. They knew that their life level was far below that of Yi Yu, and that the higher the life level, the harder it was to conceive. Even the 12 women among them, including the Empress Ji Rushui and Yanfei Yueshin, who had the highest cultivation levels, were unable to conceive, let alone the others. Then we need to work even harder. Yi Yu laughed and had Xuannu and Han Lian place their hands on the window, then put his arm around Xuannu's slender waist. My husband is so naughty. Snow Maiden and Crimson Lotus gave Night Rain a charmingly disdainful look, and then obediently did as she was told. Soon, beautiful music filled the room once again. Boom! A long rainbow streaked across the sky as a dark red fighter jet, hundreds of meters long, pierced the air and came to a stop above Lingyun Cave. Chapter 125 Cultivation Techniques. The women returned to their parents' homes. The sky was clear and cloudless. A dark red fighter jet pierced the sky and landed directly above Lingyun Cave. The waters submerged the Buddha's knees, and the Lingyun Cave was set ablaze. The hatch opened, and Yi Yu walked forward, followed by the Empress, Yanfei, Yao Yu, and the other women, who also descended into the air, looking down at the surging river and the great Buddha path. Lingyun Cave is one of the most infamous dangerous places in the entire Central Plains, because it is inhabited by a peerless ferocious beast, the Fire Qilin. For countless years, countless heroes and warriors have tried to get rid of it, but in the end, they all met their demise at the hands and jaws of this ferocious beast. Of course, beneath Lingyun Cave lies not only the peerless ferocious beast, the Fire Qilin, but also a treasure coveted by the entire martial arts world. Over the years, this fire Qilin has created countless legends. For example, the Fire Kirin sword of the Duan family, the current leader of the Southern Kirin sword in the Central Plains martial arts world. It was made into an unparalleled divine weapon because it was stained with the blood of the fire Qilin and inlaid with its scales. There's also the Nia family ancestor, who, by devouring the blood of the fire Qilin, created the Nia family's mad blood, which has been passed down from generation to generation. Of course, the most important thing is the blood Bodhi of Lingyun Cave, which is the most coveted treasure in the entire martial arts world. Blood Bodhi is not only a holy medicine for healing wounds, but also can heal any injury, no matter how severe, as long as the person is not completely dead. It's like a martial artist's second life. At the same time, a blood Bodhi can directly increase a martial artist's skill by 60 years. Just one pill can transform an ordinary martial artist into one of the world's top masters. This is why countless martial artists from all over the world flock to it. However, over the past hundreds or thousands of years, very few people have been able to successfully emerge from Lingyun Cave. This time, Yi Yu came specifically for the fire Qilin, or more precisely, for its genes. The fire Qilin in the original work, although powerful, was nothing special. It belongs to the kind of creature that true strongmen look down on, while those who do admire it can't defeat it, so it has always lived a peaceful life. Even Indra went on to slay dragons. However, this is a fusion of martial arts worlds, and its upper limit has been raised several levels. The realm of divine wandering belongs to immortals, the realm of great divine wandering is the pinnacle of the mortal world, and beyond that are peerless earth immortals, celestial immortals, and even higher celestial immortals. I wonder what level this fire Qilin has reached. Dad, it's been detected. Based on the energy fluctuations, this fire Qilin is roughly equivalent to the 17th level great divine realm in this world. Just then, the little demon appeared directly on Yi Yu's shoulder. 17th realm? Not bad. Yi Yu nodded. The women were speechless. The women stared at Yi Yu speechlessly. What did he mean by 17th realm is alright? In Yi Yu's eyes, those of them who weren't even 17th realm were nothing but trash. The Hu sisters stepped forward and grabbed Yi Yu's ribs, giving him a disdainful look. Night Rain. Judging from the age of this fire Qilin, it is only a few hundred years old, less than 1,000 years old. It should still be in its infancy to adulthood. Xiao Yao said again. The lifespan of mythical beasts is measured in tens of thousands of years. It is indeed still in its infancy and growth stage, having existed for several hundred years but less than 1,000 years. Moreover, deep within the magma of this cave, I also scanned the skeleton of a fire Qilin, and this little fire Qilin should be its descendant. I see. Hearing this, Yi Yu and the other women nodded. After all, the fire Qilin was a divine beast. While the 17th realm is already considered the pinnacle in the human world, it is still too low for divine beasts. Alright, let's go. Let's go inside and take a look. Night Rain led the women, transforming into streaks of light, and flew directly into the Lingyun Cave. These are the Nia family's Ice Heart Manual and 6 Secrets of Unyielding Cold? Soon, the group arrived at a skeleton chained with black iron chains. The skeleton was none other than Niang, the ancestor of the Nia family. The walls are engraved with the Nia family's 6 Secrets of Unyielding Cold and Nia Ying's self-created Ice Heart Secrets. Having memorized the 6 Secrets of Ayahan and the Ice Heart Secret, the group considered themselves to have received a debt of gratitude from Niang. Bang! Yi Yu waved his hand and dug a pit, burying Nia Ying's remains and allowing her to rest in peace. The little demon quickly deduced the 7th, 8th, 9th, and so on from the 6 Secrets of Ayahan. They continued to refine this technique up to the 12th secret. Then the group obtained a peerless sword technique above the celestial immortal level, the 12 Secrets of Arrogant Cold. Similarly, the same applies to the Bing Xinju Ice Heart Manual. This is perfect for you. Yi Yu directly sent the 2 cultivation techniques she had deduced to Xuanwu Dao, who was on her way to Zhaogua. Thank you, my husband. In the Zhao Kingdom, at the Snow Concubine Pavilion, upon receiving the cultivation technique sent by Night Rain, the Snow Maiden's exquisite face was filled with a joyful expression. As for why Xuanwu went to Zhao, it was of course to return home in glory, and she also moved Xuefei Pavilion to Qi. Most importantly, she didn't come to Qi Kingdom voluntarily, she was forced to. Although the ending was good, she gained Yi Yu's favor and her strength reached the 16th realm of the divine travel mystic realm. But she was still seething with resentment, and this time she was going back to settle scores and grievances. Not only Yukiana, but all the other women were in similar situations. Jing and I returned to Qin, and it was time for the Luo Wang net of heaven to have a new master. This time, Jing and I plan to take the Luo Wang into our possession. Yanfei and Yueshan returned to the Yin-Yang school in Qin State, preparing to discuss the issue of the Yin-Yang school's affiliation with Donghuang Tai. Shiyao also returned to Hidden Soldier Valley, preparing to discuss the next steps for the bad guys with Yuan Tiangang. Shuayuan and Shaoqing also returned to the Search God Palace to see the God of Immortality and to ask her where her mother, the Demon Lord Bai Suzhen, was. Luo Xian also prepared to return to Tianmen to see Emperor Shi Tian. Jin Bingyun returned to Cihanjingjai, feeling resentful because her master, Yan Jing'an, had trained her only to give her away. Pang Ban, who had originally intended to give her to the Mongol Yuan dynasty, has now, by a twist of fate, sent her to Yi Yu of the Qi Kingdom. By the way, I also brought my junior sister Qin Mengyao out of Cihanjingjai, so that she wouldn't become a tool of our master like her. GCC and Wuqing also returned to the Ming dynasty. GCC planned to find Zhu Wushi, the divine marquis of the Ming dynasty, and Wan Sanqian, the richest man, to pay some price. Wuqing prepared to find the Zhuge Shenhou to investigate the truth behind the massacre of her Shang family. The Shang family has been wiped out, and this cannot be left unresolved. Even if the Ming emperor is behind them, we must make a huge fuss about it. Ainli returned to the Sky Eagle sect, intending to seek justice for her mother from her father. Zhou Jiruo returned to the Amei sect, Gu Xianzi returned to the Shuangqiu mansion, and Xiao Zhao went to find her mother, Dai Qixi. Lin Shirin and Huang Xuemei also bear deep-seated hatred, and it's time for them to avenge their deaths. Lan Shaodai also wanted to go back to her father to get an explanation and clear her mind. Zhao Min returned to the Ruyang prince's mansion. She felt that the Mongol Yuan dynasty might have no future and was preparing to persuade the Ruyang prince's mansion to abandon the darkness and embrace the light. Shilijuo and Algu have been in Luoyang for most of the year, and their influence in the northern deserts is somewhat limited. The Prince of Ruyang's mansion is a good place for them to seek refuge. Chapter 126 Blood Bodhi, Divine Beast Bloodline. GMO Hua Shui and Lu Xianshui are preparing to return to GMO City in the South China Sea for a visit. The war between the northern nations and the Lu family in the South China Sea has lasted for more than a year, with both sides suffering heavy losses. It's time for this war to stop. This time, the women returned to their parents' home to settle scores, repay kindness, and resolve grievances. Yi Yu wasn't worried about their safety. With the women's current strength, they were more than capable of roaming the world freely. And Yi Yu was there to cover for them. After burying Nie Ying's remains, the group continued deeper into Lingyun Cave. They quickly turned their attention to the legendary Blood Bodhi. Each of the women picked one and tasted it, but unfortunately, it was no longer of much use to them. Before reaching the innate level, one cultivates internal energy. After achieving the innate state, one's acquired internal energy transforms into innate true qi. Upon reaching the free and unfettered heaven realm, also known as the Nine Heavens realm, the innate true qi transforms into innate true essence. After achieving the divine realm of profound journey, the true essence within his body underwent another qualitative transformation, cultivating into a martial golden core. At this moment, which of the women did not possess innate true essence accumulated over hundreds of years? The power accumulated over 60 years, once transformed into innate true essence, is only equivalent to the spiritual energy absorbed from heaven and earth over 5 or 6 months in ordinary times. Furthermore, at this time they were in Luoyang, and everything they ate, drank, and used was a rare and precious treasure. Nowadays, this blood bodhi can only be eaten as a rare fruit. Clang! Yi Yu took down 9 blood bodhi beads and placed them directly into the synthesis panel to synthesize them. Item name, Blood Bodhi Seed. Item level, A7. Item efficacy, heals injuries, tempers the body, and enhances one's innate true qi energy for 60 years. May grant a faint trace of the fire Qilin bloodline. When Yi Yu saw the synthesized blood bodhi, she couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. This thing can even obtain the bloodline of the fire Qilin, which is already quite a good item. Then Yi Yu picked some more blood bodhi seeds and directly synthesized them into B7 grade. Item name, Blood Bodhi Seed. Item level, B7. Item efficacy, heals wounds, significantly strengthens physique, increases innate true essence by 60 years, and grants access to a high-grade spirit level fire unicorn bloodline. Once the blood bodhi reaches grade B7, its efficacy changes significantly. Not only are the healing and body tempering effects enhanced, but the original increase of 60 years worth of innate true qi has been transformed into an increase of 60 years worth of innate true essence. He went from having a weak fire Qilin bloodline to having a high-grade spirit level fire Qilin bloodline. Just as Yi Yu was wondering what level spirit level was, a message quickly flooded into Yi Yu's mind. Divine Beast bloodline levels: Demonic Beast, Spirit Beast, Ferocious Beast, Divine Beast, Super Divine Beast. These correspond to planetary, stellar, cosmic, domain lord, and world lord bloodlines, respectively. Heh, I guess I've struck gold this time. Come on, pick these blood Bodhi seeds. I'll give you a surprise later, Yu said with a smile to the women. The women's eyes lit up when they heard Yu's words, and they began to pick the fruit. Night Rain uprooted the blood Bodhi vines and transplanted them into the little demon's world ring. Can this little demon survive transplantation? There shouldn't be any problem. Let me take a look. Xiao Yao said directly. All right. Then it's up to you. Yu said directly. Yu and the others split up and, with the little demon's map as a guide, knew exactly where the blood Bodhi was. Soon, all the blood Bodhi seeds in the cave were picked clean, totaling more than 30,000 seeds, and there were also hundreds of blood Bodhi vines. At this point, Yu and the others arrived deep within the grotto, at the nest of the fire Qilin. Yu and the others concealed their presence upon entering, so the fire Qilin naturally did not notice them. When Yu and the others entered its lair, the fire Qilin suddenly realized that Yu and the others were uninvited guests. The entire fire Qilin was over 10 meters long, radiating intense heat as it lay prostrate on the ground. Even just lying there quietly, it exudes an aura that makes one's heart tremble. Roar! Upon seeing Yu and the others, the fire Qilin suddenly opened its eyes, letting out a deafening roar that echoed throughout the entire cave. The raging flames, radiating overwhelming ferocity, rushed towards Yu and the others. Let me! Without Yu needing to intervene, Ingo took a step forward and flashed to the head of the fire Qilin. Boom! With a stomp of its foot, Ingo unleashed a powerful and domineering force, and with a loud bang, the entire fire Qilin was pressed to the ground. The force of millions of pounds crashed down, causing the entire underground cavern to shake violently. Roar! 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 No matter how much the fire Qilin struggled, it could never break free from the suppressing power of Ingo. Behave yourself. With a light stomp of her crystal high-heeled boots, Ingo unleashed an invisible force that sealed off the fire Qilin's entire power in flames. Wah! Finally, the fire Qilin came to terms with reality, let out a mournful cry, and obediently lay down on the ground, whimpering. That's more like it. Yu chuckled and walked directly in front of the fire Qilin, patting its enormous head. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, I'll just take a little blood from you. As she spoke, Yu flipped her hand, revealing a container. Then, amidst the terrified gaze of the fire Qilin, Yu slashed directly at the fire Qilin's chest. Put! The fire Qilin let out a mournful roar, and in an instant, scalding blood gushed out. Yu quickly caught it with a container. He stopped filling the container with about 10 liters of his heart's blood. After Yu finished drawing blood, the wound on the fire Qilin's chest healed completely on its own. The physique of a divine beast is truly remarkable. After extracting so much of its heart's blood, the fire Qilin's enormous body immediately weakened. This is compensation for you. Yu chuckled, flicked his finger, and a piece of top-grade wood crystal, radiating rich vitality, was sent directly into the mouth of the fire unicorn. Wood crystals are excellent for feeding spirit beasts. Top-grade wood crystals are treasures among treasures. Boom! The immense power spread directly through the fire Qilin's body, and soon the fire Qilin was fully restored and became radiant. Boom! A raging inferno suddenly erupted from the fire Qilin, and its power began to rise steadily. Looking at Yu and the others, a human-like gratitude appeared in the fire Qilin's otherwise savage eyes. Then it knelt down on its 2 front paws and bowed to Yu and the others. It also sniffed at Yu and the others, as if trying to remember their scent. Then, without looking back, it turned around and rushed directly into the magma behind it. Is it about to advance to the next level? Yanning asked. Yes, once it emerges from the magma, it should reach the 18th or 19th realm, Yu said. As a super mythical beast, the fire Qilin has a high enough bloodline, but it lacks the accumulation of energy. The top-grade wood seed crystal from Night Rain can help it save at least several thousand years of accumulation time. The women were all secretly amazed when they heard this. The 19th realm was the realm of celestial immortals. Chapter 127 The Fire Qilin Evolution, the Xuanwu True Scripture. As one of the 5 divine beasts, the fire Qilin's bloodline belongs to the ranks of super divine beasts, that is, the bloodline of a realm lord. That is to say, one can reach the level of a world lord after adulthood. Its bloodline is high enough. What it lacks now is the process of accumulating energy, and Yu intends to help it. Once it has fully absorbed and digested this top-grade wood seed crystal, it will be able to reach the peak of the 18th realm or even the 19th realm. Return. Seeing the fire Qilin about to sink into the underground magma, Yi Yu waved to it. Wah! The fire Qilin's enormous body was summoned back to the ground by Night Rain without any resistance. The fire Qilin tilted its enormous head and looked at Yi Yu, its eyes filled with confusion. It is not afraid of the Night Rain. If the Night Rain were to harm it, it would have been dead long ago. Little guy, do you want to take it a step further? Yi Yu asked the fire Qilin with a smile. The fire Qilin looked at Yi Yu with confusion, not understanding what Yi Yu meant. However, he still nodded at Yi Yu. Who doesn't want to improve? Only a fool wouldn't want to improve. Okay, wait. After Yi Yu finished speaking, she took out the heart's blood that she had just released from the fire Qilin and took out 9 drops. Clang! When the 9 drops of heart's blood merged into one, a drop of golden essence blood appeared on the panel. Item name, Fire Kirin Essence Blood. Item level, F8. Item effects, greatly strengthens the body, granting the form of the divine beast Fire Qilin, making one a darling of the fire law, and allowing bloodline reversion to ancestral form, achieving the primordial Qilin bloodline. Yi Yu's eyelids twitched as she looked at the synthesized Fire Qilin Essence Blood. Yi Yu tried to take it out, but as soon as she opened the synthesis panel a crack, she felt a heart-pounding aura. Damn it! Night Rain cursed under his breath and quickly closed the synthesis panel. If he were to simply take out this drop of essence blood, he and his woman would surely be reduced to ashes. Put on your original armor. Yi Yu addressed the women directly, and then covered herself with her G-grade original armor. Although the women were somewhat puzzled, they followed Yi Yu's instructions and did as she said. Boom! Once all the women had covered their entire bodies with G-grade original armor, Yi Yu finally took out the drop of F-grade essence blood. In an instant, the scorching heat began to spread, and the tiny drop of essence blood emitted a light as bright as the sun. The entire underground cavern began to melt as if ice and snow were melting. In just a few breaths, the underground cavern, which was originally only 2 or 3 zhang in size, rapidly expanded to 100 zhang in diameter. The entire underground cavern transformed into a world of magma. Even though Yi Yu and the others were covered in G-grade original armor, they could still feel the temperature. Shocking. The women stared wide-eyed at the blood essence in Yi Yu's hand, their expressions filled with shock. Quick! Swallow it! Yi Yu immediately shouted at the fire unicorn whose eyes were as big as copper bells. The scorching heat did not harm the fire Qilin at all. Instead, it aroused the fire Qilin's most primal instincts. Roar! The fire Qilin could sense the immense bloodline power within this drop of essence blood. It was the bloodline power of their ancestor. If it can devour this drop of essence blood, its bloodline will definitely advance further, achieving a return to its ancestral form. Roar! Upon hearing Yi Yu's cry, the fire Qilin was immediately awakened, and without hesitation, it pounced forward and swallowed Yi Yu whole. Ah! When the essence blood entered its mouth, even though it was from the same source as the blood, a scream still rang out. Boom! The flames on the fire Qilin suddenly surged again, turning the entire underground space into a world of fire. Go down! Yi Yu suddenly slammed out a palm, and with a loud bang, he slammed the fire Qilin, which was rolling and screaming in the lava, back into the lava. Call! Watching the fire unicorn sink into the magma world, Yi Yu breathed a sigh of relief. If it had been any slower, the entire Lingyun cave and the surrounding mountains for thousands of miles would have been destroyed. Just now, in a short period of time, the entire underground cavern had melted from a radius of tens of feet to a size of thousands of feet. This shows how powerful the flames were. So strong. At this moment, the women, standing in the void, unconsciously swallowed and looked down at the churning lava world below. Will it be alright? Yening twisted her waist, hugged Yi Yu's arm, and buried herself deeply in his cleavage, whispering sweetly. Won't. Night Rain shook his head and said, that was originally the heart's blood taken from its body. It has the same origin as it, at most it will just make it suffer a little. That's good. The women all nodded upon hearing this, feeling a lingering sense of unease. Looking down at the magma world, Yi Yu wondered what heights the fire Qilin would reach in the future. At this moment, Yi Yu was somewhat uncertain. Let's go! Then Yi Yu led the women away from the underground space burning with endless flames. A moment later, Yi Yu led the women to the stone chamber where Wu Wuti was in seclusion. The walls were covered with dense writing and depictions of little figures practicing martial arts. The 10-strong martial arts, also known as the mysterious martial arts. Xuanwu true skill is an internal skill, while 10-strong martial arts is an external skill. The 10 strongest are knife, spear, sword, halberd, club, fist, palm, leg, claw, and finger. The names are respectively: 1 strike, no other strike technique. 2nd strike, heaven asking strike technique. The 3 swords, the sword path of destiny. 4 halberds, the Great E Halberd Manual. 5 stroke set, Tiger Roar Stick Collection. 6 fists, the classic of mountain and sea fist. 7 palms, Xuanwu Divine Palm. 8 legs, fierce and powerful leg technique. 9 fingers, perfect and harmonious golden fingers. 10 claws, Oracle Bone Dragon Claws. In addition to these 10 major techniques, there are also advanced peerless killing moves such as 10 Directions Invincible, 10 Paths of Extreme Strength, and Heavenless Sword Tiger Technique. The 10 Directions Invincible is further divided into 3 major moves: defensive moves, offensive moves, and killing moves, namely, 10 Directions All Defend, 10 Directions All Kill, and 10 Directions All Annihilate. The 10 Paths of Ultimate Might, this involves using 5 weapons and 5 martial arts simultaneously. When this move is unleashed, it is like a raging dragon devouring the sky and the sun. The Heavenless Sword Tiger Technique is a combination of the Heavenly Dao Battle Box, fists, palms, legs, claws, and fingers, which gathers the essence of the 10 strongest martial arts and possesses boundless variations. This Wu Wuti is truly a peerless genius. He actually created such a peerless martial art, which is no less than the immortal book of Sister Xuanyan's family, and may even be stronger. That's good. Yi Yu nodded. When Wu Wuti was young, he severely injured Di Shirtian, an old monster with nearly 2,000 years of internal energy, with his Xuanwu true skill and the 10 strong martial arts. Is Phoenix Essence Blood plus 2,000 years of cultivation power plus Sacred Heart technique weak? Of course, they are not weak. Whether it is the 4 tribulations of the Sacred Heart, the return of 10,000 swords, the mad thunder of the Emperor's Heaven, the unfettered ascension steps, or the 7 deadly realms, they are all peerless martial arts techniques. If we were to rate the mysterious martial arts and the 10 strong martial arts, the top 10, those skilled in swords, spears, halberds, clubs, fists, palms, legs, claws, and fingers, have all reached the level of Earth Immortals. If you add the later ones, such as Invincible in All Directions, Extremely Powerful in 10 Paths, and Heavenless Sword Tiger Technique, it would definitely reach the level of a celestial immortal. That's why he was able to severely injure Indra. Chapter 128: The 4 Mysterious Stones, the Phoenix Reborn. After collecting the Xuanwu true skill and the 10 strong martial arts, Yi Yu led the women away from Lingyun Cave. Yi Yu did not enter the Emperor's tomb to look for any dragon veins. Such a thing was useless to Yi Yu and the women. Over the next period of time, Yi Yu collected the 4 strange stones. These 4 strange stones are said to be remnants left behind by Nuwa when she mended the sky. One of them was Bai Lu, which was forged into the snow drinking blade, and is now in the hands of Nia Runwang. The second was Black Cold, which was located in the sword forging manor. It was later split in 2 and forged into the Peerless Sword and the Sword of Defeat. The third is Ice Soul, which is now used to preserve corpses within the Hero King's mansion. The 4th stone was cast into a bowl in the Temple of Searching for Gods, and now the bowl is suppressed at the bottom of West Lake. Anyone who can establish a connection with Nuwa, even in the slightest way, is no ordinary being. Having obtained the 4 extraordinary stones, Yi Yu went directly to the Heavenly Gate and found Emperor Shirtian, obtaining the Phoenix Essence Blood. Boom! Night Rain led the women directly to the Heavenly Gate in the far north, and the group strolled down from the heavens. The immense pressure descended, directly crushing the 1,000-foot-tall iceberg. Roar! Before Indra could react, a massive, sky-covering hand descended from the heavens and grabbed him. So it was you. Di Shirtian stared at Yi Yu in shock, recognizing who Yi Yu was, and a storm of emotions surged within him. At this moment, Di Shirtian was like a 3-year-old child in Yi Yu's hands. His proud strength could not be exerted at all in Yi Yu's hands. Good to know. Yi Yu looked at Di Shirtian indifferently, and without saying a word, activated the soul-searching secret technique. Why? Immediately afterward, Di Shirtian let out a miserable scream as his soul was endlessly torn apart by the night rain. The pain of having his soul ripped apart was nothing compared to the agony of being cut into 1,000 pieces. Yi Yu flipped through Di Shirtian's memories and quickly found what she wanted. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yu conjured up the Phoenix blood essence that Di Shirtian had not yet used up. Splash! Then, Yi Yu inhaled a Di Shirtian, and with a whoosh, all the blood in Di Shirtian's body was sucked out by Yi Yu. Even as his life was ending, Di Shirtian did not understand why Yi Yu wanted to kill him. Moreover, he didn't understand why the night rain was so strong. He, a peerless earth immortal of the 18th realm, had no power to resist Yi Yu. Boom! A burst of flame appeared directly in Yi Yu's hand. Instantly, all the blood in Di Shitian's body evaporated, leaving only a drop of phoenix essence blood the size of a thumb. Even with the phoenix's essence blood, you still can't figure it out. Yi Yu shook her head. Di Shitian had obtained the phoenix essence blood, but he hadn't fully integrated it with himself at all. More precisely, the phoenix's essence blood was of such a high level that Emperor Shitian simply couldn't absorb or digest it. My lord, I want this phoenix blood essence. Yan Lingji looked at the phoenix blood essence in Yi Yu's hand with longing in her eyes. Okay, I'll give it to you when we get back. Yi Yu chuckled and waved his hand, instantly turning Di Shitian's corpse into ashes. I didn't even have a chance to make a move before you attacked first. At this moment, Luo Xian, dressed in a fox fur cloak that covered her voluptuous body, stepped into the air and came to Yi Yu's side, looking at Yi Yu with some resentment. You're too slow. Yi Yu shrugged and chuckled. What good things do you have? Ji Rushue came out at this moment and looked at Luo Xian with a smile. Tianmen has accumulated over 1,000 years of history, and there are quite a few good things here. Luo Xian handed a spatial ring to Ji Rushue with a smile. Just now, she had emptied the entire heavenly gate, taking away all sorts of treasures, spiritual herbs, divine weapons, cultivation techniques, and secret manuals. That's good. Ji Rushue breathed a sigh of relief. The Empress, Yaoyue, Yanfei, and Shilijuo were all incredibly extravagant. Last year alone, they spent 10 million taels of gold and a full billion taels of silver. Repairing cities, dredging canals across the country, repairing post stations across the country, building highways across the country, reclaiming farmland across the country, building schools across the country. Everything costs money. The commercial taxes collected were less than 90 million taels, which was less than 1/10 of what was spent. If they keep spending like this, that little bit of money won't even be enough for them to squander. Of course, the most important thing is that the Qi Kingdom has been recuperating and resting for the past few years, so it has exempted the country from agricultural taxes. In feudal society, agricultural taxes were the main source of income. Moreover, as the country develops and the economy becomes more prosperous, the amount of commercial taxes collected will also increase. Then Yi Yu led the women away, while Luo Xian stayed behind. There are still quite a few experts in the entire Tianmen, and Luo Xian wants to subdue these people, which would make them a considerable force. Afterwards, Yi Yu led the women to the place where the phoenix had fallen, and then used the phoenix's essence blood to revive the phoenix. That's right, it's about resurrecting the phoenix. The phoenix is a super mythical beast, capable of being reborn from the ashes. Yi Yu directly seized the phoenix's remnant soul from the place where the phoenix fell and took it to the southern volcano. Cry! Above the sky, raging flames burned like a second sun. Although the phoenix, reborn from the ashes, is still just a fledgling, it is already close to the level of a half-step into the divine realm. At the very moment of the phoenix's rebirth, Yi Yu discovered that the entire world had changed. How should I put it? It was as if the whole world had become whole again. That's right, the whole world became whole again. Not only Yi Yu had this feeling, but all the women who had reached the 16th level of the divine travel realm or above also had this feeling. Meanwhile, the whole world. Countless powerful figures looked up at the sky, and they all felt that mysterious connection. The 4 guardian families are currently engaged in fierce battles with various countries in the northern Li Kingdom, including Lu Xianxue and the various esteemed envoys of the Lu family. And the Su family of Kunlun Mountain in the north, the Mo family in the east, the Yi family in the west, the Qin Kingdom, the Chu Kingdom, the Zhanghua Pavilion, Wushuang City, the Ming Dynasty, the Mongol Yuan Dynasty, the Bailey Kingdom. Countless powerful figures looked up at the sky, sensing the strange changes in the heavens and earth. I see. Yi Yu rubbed her chin and quickly understood what was going on. The 5 divine beasts were originally the 5 guardians of this world. Since the fall of the Xian turtle more than 4,000 years ago, the entire world has become flawed. 4,000 years ago, gods, demons, and immortals truly existed in this world. The black tortoise perished, the phoenix was killed, the qilin also mysteriously perished, the white tiger disappeared, leaving only the divine dragon of the East Sea. Well, without Yi Yu's intervention, the dragon would have been killed by Indra and his people decades later on the day of the awakening of insects. Now, thanks to the intervention of the night rain, the slain phoenix has been reborn. Yi Yu remembers that in the original novel, Xiao Sanxia was always accompanied by a little turtle, which should be the new Xuanwu divine beast. Now all that's missing is the white tiger of the west. If the white tiger returns to its rightful place, then the world will get back on track. Here, take this. Night Rain, also a top-grade wood seed crystal, was flicked into the mouth of the newborn phoenix along with a drop of F-grade phoenix blood essence. Let's go find Xiao Sanxiao and that divine dragon from the East Sea. As he spoke, Yi Yu led the women out and disappeared into the southern volcano. Cry. All that remained was the phoenix, its majestic presence ever increasing, circling and soaring in the sky. Chapter 129 The Five Divine Beasts Gather. Cry. A thunderous phoenix cry echoed across the entire land of China from a southern volcano. Having obtained the top-grade wood seed crystal and the F-grade phoenix essence blood, the phoenix's aura began to rise steadily. In just a short time, he surpassed the 15th level of the half-step divine travel realm. Half-step divine travel in the 15th realm. 16 realms of divine journey through mysterious realms. The 17th realm great god travels through the realm. The realm of the 18th immortal realm. Cry. At that moment, the phoenix's true form grew wildly, reaching a height of 1,000 feet. The phoenix's true form, 1,000 feet tall, was surrounded by flames that enveloped an area of thousands of miles and even obscured the sun in the sky. Buzz. Just then, the surrounding void rippled, and Yi Yu and her group reappeared. Besides Yi Yu, Empress Ji Rushue, Yaoyue Lianqing, and the surrendered minister Ingo, a kind-looking old man also accompanied them. A small turtle, about the size of a palm, was perched on the old man's shoulder. This old man was none other than Xiao Sanxiao. Yi Yu ignored Xiao Sanxiao for the time being and looked around. He didn't see the person he was looking for, which made him a little disappointed. The person Yi Yu was waiting for was naturally the final boss of the Storm Riders series, the Great Sun Tathagata. This Vairocana Buddha is a more ancient and mysterious being than the Laughing Buddha. Then Yi Yu thought about it and realized that this guy only appeared once, in the finale. The rest of the time, he was always an observer and never showed himself. Even in the final episode, when the half-god travels through time, Mahavairocana remains an observer. Since the Great Sun Tathagata did not appear, Yi Yu stopped interfering and looked at Xiao Sanxiao. The peak of the 19th realm, the celestial immortal realm. Xiao Sanxiao has lived for over 4,000 years and has the help of Xuanwu's essence blood, so his strength has reached the terrifying peak of the 19th realm. The myriad paths of the forest and for absolute techniques of chaos that he created are truly unparalleled martial arts. Apart from Yan Fei and Yushin, who were not present, the 4 women included Jiamo Huashui and Lu Xianyun. The remaining 8 women, the Empress, Ji Rushue, Yaoyue, Lianqing, Shilijuo, Aogu, Jiangchen, and Ingo, were all eager to try. The 8 women had long heard of Xiao Sanxiao's great name from Yi Yu, who was one of the most outstanding masters in the world. In this world, apart from the goddess Niwa who created the world, there is no other goddess who can create it. Only the mysterious Great Sun Tathagata and Su Xingha of Kunlun Mountain can compare to him. Sir, you are truly righteous. Just then, Xiao Sanxiao's eyelids twitched, and he felt as if he were being pricked by needles. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly stepped forward and bowed to Yi Yu. Oh, how so? Yi Yu looked at Xiao San with great interest and asked with a smile. Because of your actions, sir, I can deduce that the great calamity of 1,000 years has been postponed due to your intervention, Xiao San said with a smile. Is that so? Yi Yu nodded. She had known this outcome from the moment she resurrected the phoenix. This is also why the Night Rain returned, to see if the Great Sun Tathagata had come. How about you give it to me? Yi Yu looked at Xiao Sanxiao and pointed to the Xuanwu divine beast on his shoulder. It's its good fortune to be able to follow you, sir. With that, Xiao Sanxiao handed the Xuanwu divine beast over to Yi Yu without hesitation. You trust me that much? The little Xuanwu divine beast, held in Yi Yu's hands, was still a little shy and immediately retracted its head into its shell. Yes, it is indeed a little Xuanwu, even though this little guy is over 4,000 years old. However, Xuanwu is inherently long-lived, with its age measured in tens of thousands of years. 4,000 years is equivalent to a human child of a few years old. Little Xuanwu stared longingly at Xiao Sanxiao with its 2 tiny, bean-sized eyes, its gaze filled with reluctance. Xiao Sanxiao was also a little reluctant to part with it. After all, he had raised it for 4,000 years, so he had developed feelings for it. Go, only master can better protect you, Xiao Sanxiao said to Xiao Xuanwu. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as if a huge burden had been lifted off his shoulders. You mean the deaths of Xuanwu, Phoenix, and Fire Qilin, as well as the disappearance of White Tiger, were not accidents? Yi Yu said. I don't know. Xiao Sanxiao shook his head. Then he added, when I encountered Xuanwu back then, it had already perished, leaving only this little guy and the phoenix. With Di Shitian's meager strength, he couldn't kill the phoenix. I see. Yi Yu nodded. Yi Yu noticed something amiss from Indra's memories. The phoenix at that time was excessively weak. It's hard to believe that Indra and his army killed him. It should be noted that even a newly born phoenix possesses the strength of a half-step divine traveler at the 15th level. 2,000 years ago, Emperor Shirtian was merely immortal. How could he possibly lead an army to kill it, unless those soldiers were celestial warriors? It would be best if you kept them with you until they were fully grown, sir, Xiao Sanxiao said again. Good. Yi Yu nodded. Now that he knew that Xuanwu, Qilin, and Phoenix had not died in an accident, Yi Yu naturally wanted to keep them by his side. Although Xiao Sanxiao's words inevitably carry a hint of shifting blame, Yi Yu does indeed need the essence and blood of the Xian turtle. Then I shall take my leave. Xiao Sanxiao bowed to Yi Yu and then disappeared into the air, as if some terrifying thing had been watching him. The 8 empresses looked at Xiao Sanxiao, who had disappeared, and all showed regretful expressions, which made Yi Yu shake his head with amusement. No need to feel sorry for him. Although he is at the peak of the 19th realm, he is no longer a match for you. Yi Yu laughed. Although the Empress and the others are currently only at the peak of the 18th realm. However, their experience in hundreds of battles over the past year, as well as the skills they have cultivated, are all among the most supreme techniques in the world. In addition, the women's genes and souls were nearly 20 times stronger, so their power was more than 30 times greater. Their true combat strength, even for ordinary peak-level 19th realm cultivators, which is the peak of the heavily immortal realm, might not be a match for the 8 women. As for Xiao Sanxiao, he probably hasn't fought a single battle with a master of the same level in thousands of years. Alright, let's go in. Yi Yu took out a world ring and armed Xiao Xian inside it. The world ring contains a separate little world, which is perfect for feeding them. At the same time, Yi Yu also threw several top-grade wood crystals directly into Xiao Xuanwu's mouth. Roar! Inside the world ring, the little Xuanwu that obtained the wood crystal suddenly grew larger, instantly transforming into a colossal creature thousands of feet in size. The entire Xuanwu is like a moving mountain. His aura exploded, reaching the peak of the 18th realm of the Earth Immortal. After swallowing the Muya crystal, Xuanwu's aura began to surge rapidly, and it would reach the 19th realm by the time it woke up. Return! Then Night Rain summoned the constantly flying phoenix back and put it into another world ring. It was Yi Yu who revived it, so the little phoenix was very close to Yi Yu and the women, and therefore did not resist. Let's go to Lingyun Cave and take the fire Qilin with us. As he spoke, Yi Yu and the women disappeared from the spot once again. Chapter 130 The Golden Age has arrived. Afterwards, Yi Yu and his group first went to Lingyun Cave, took away the evolving fire Qilin, and then went to the East Sea. Indra had long been plotting against the dragon and had found the location where the dragon was sleeping. The Night Rain followed the same pattern, taking away the dragon that was still sleeping in the East Sea. The divine dragon is currently the strongest of the 4 divine beasts, possessing the strength of the 19th realm. However, he was no match for Yi Yu and the others, and quickly became obedient. Afterwards, Yi Yu and the women went to the west without stopping, and used the senses of the other 4 divine beasts to find the missing western white tiger divine beast. As the 5 divine beasts, they are one and have a connection with each other. However, what they found was also a small white tiger divine beast. The larger white tiger divine beast had long since perished. The girls were instantly charmed by the little guy who looked like a puppy. Don't let this little guy's appearance fool you, he's actually at the peak of the 17th realm. At this point, all 5 divine beasts were gathered in Yi Yu's hands. 1 month later, at the Imperial Palace in Luoyang. When Yi Yu led the women back to the Luoyang Imperial Palace, the other women also returned. The women returned home with a wealth of experiences. They avenged their grudges, settled their scores, and repaid their debts of gratitude. It also shook the entire world. The return of these women has caused quite a stir. Jing and I directly raised the residence of Qin Prime Minister Lu Buwei with a single sword strike, took over the Luoyang net of heaven, and thus the Luoyang changed hands, allowing King Ing Zheng of Qin to seize power in Qin ahead of schedule. Yanfei and Yuetian successfully took over the Yin Yang school from Donghuang Tai, and from then on, the Yin Yang school changed hands. The Snow Maiden's power oppressed Handan, the capital of Zhao, causing snow to fall for miles around the city. Zhao then had a new king and a new group of ministers. Zhao Min, wielding a crescent-shaped blade, intimidated the Mongol Yuan court and the 3 great immortals of the mortal world, the warring state's preceptor Basiba, the imperial uncle Han Sifei, and the demonic sect leader Pang Ban. He was hailed as the #1 sword immortal by the entire northern desert. Then the Ruyang prince's mansion directly broke away from the Mongol Yuan dynasty and became the 3rd largest family under the Shao family and Yelu family of Qi state in the northern desert. Yanning defeated Dugu Jianqing's sword 22, conquered Wushuang City, obtained the Wushuang Yin-Yang sword, and acquired love of the fallen city. Xue Yuan and Shaoqing personally destroyed the god of immortality, took over the search for God's palace, and found the demon lord by Suzhen. Jin Bingyun shattered the cloud formation of Emperor's Peak with a single sword strike, pressing down on Emperor's Peak of Xihan Jingjai. This forced his master, Yan Jing'an, the current head of Xihan Jingjai, to abdicate, and he became the new head of Xihan Jingjai. Afterwards, he moved Xihan Jingjai to Qi State with Yan Jing'an and his junior sister Qin Mengyao. With ruthless sword and knife, Lin Shirin avenged the massacre of her family. Ruthless, with his peerless sword box 10,000 swords returned to the source, descended from the sky, directly annihilating the Prime Minister's mansion and the infamily behind it. Lin Shirin annihilated Zhuge Shenjun and the entire families of the four major sects with a single strike, leaving behind a deep abyss stretching for hundreds of miles on the earth. With a zither and a sword, GCC razed Zhu Wusher's Dragon Guard manor to the ground and wiped out his 4 secret agents. The richest man in the Ming dynasty, Wan Sanxian, also had his family property confiscated and his entire clan wiped out by GCC, which can be described as a very lucrative endeavor. Tens of millions of taels of silver ended up in GCC's pocket and were taken back to Qi Kingdom. Yinli returned and immediately deposed his father, Yin Yuan, then unified the Ming cult and became its leader. Huang Xuemei also destroyed 8 major sects with her heavenly demon harp. GMO Huashui and Lu Shenyun, each wielding a sword, subdued the various kingdoms of Bailey and Lu Shenshui of the Lu family, forcing the two sides, who had been fighting to the death, to cease hostilities. In the end, Shi Yao persuaded Yuan Tiangang, and the entire bad people directly submitted to the Qi Kingdom, becoming the bad people of Qi Kingdom. The women really turned the world upside down this time. From the northern deserts to the central plains, from the Qin dynasty in the west to the Ming dynasty in the east, and to the various northern states. One after another, sword immortals, knife immortals, and spear immortals emerged, shocking the entire world. This also made Qi State and Luoyang a holy land for the entire world, attracting countless experts to flock to Luoyang. At the same time, the women's strength also improved after their thoughts were cleared. In particular, all the women who were below the 16th realm broke through to the 16th realm, the divine travel profound realm. Of course, their breakthrough was mainly due to the return of the 5 divine beasts to their rightful places, thus restoring the integrity of heaven and earth. Not only did the women achieve breakthroughs, but many masters across the land also benefited. For example, Donghuang Tai, Shunan Gong, Xuanzi, Geguzi, Beimingzi, Yuan Tiangang, Zaiyaozi, Wuming, Dugu Jiansheng. There are also masters from the northern desert, such as Fuyu Jianlang Fanyun, Ling Donglai, as well as the Confucian sage Dongfang Xiaoya, Tiamen Xingzong Nangon Yunhua, and Qingcheng Mountain Daojun. These are all renowned masters, and there are many more who have not left their names, or those below them. It was as if the whole world had entered a golden age. Yes, that's right. With the completion of heaven and earth, a golden age indeed arrived. The Luoyang Imperial Palace was bustling with activity, filled with beautiful women. After breaking through to the 16th realm and forming the golden core of martial Dao, the women's lives were sublimated, and each of them became peerless in beauty. The 15th and 16th realms are fundamentally different. They represent the difference between immortals and mortals. After breaking through to the 16th realm, not to mention anything else, lifespan alone can be greatly extended. After breaking through to the 16th realm, it is not a problem to live for 200 or 300 years in normal times, and 400 or 500 years in special circumstances. After being nourished by the night rain, the women's genes and souls were at least 5 or 6 times stronger. Their lifespan is more than 10 times that of the average 16th realm cultivator. Living for 3,000 to 5,000 years is no problem for them. Of course, this is under the current condition that they are at a standstill. However, with Yi Yu's help, how could they possibly stop? They would only walk faster and faster. Tomorrow you'll all soak in the nutrient tanks and break through to the peak of the 17th realm. Yi Yu lay on the Empress's lap, with Yao Yu in her left arm and Yan Fei in her right, and smiled as she looked at the women who had broken through. My husband is so good. The women giggled and gave Yi Yu a sweet kiss. The fragrance wafted through the hall, and they worked even harder. The 16th realm of divine travel and the 17th realm of great divine travel are actually considered to be the same realm. All of these are refinements to perfect the martial golden core. Only when one reaches the 18th realm of Earth Immortal will a fundamental qualitative change occur, and one will cultivate a martial primordial spirit. The martial arts spirit is also divided into 2 realms, Yin spirit and Yang spirit. The 19th realm, the celestial immortal realm, is the unity of a martial artist's essence, energy, and spirit, cultivating the 3 flowers of martial arts, also known as the 3 flowers gathering at the top. Each blooming flower represents a minor realm, so the 19 realms are further divided into 3 minor realms. Then comes the 20th realm, above the celestial immortal realm. When the 3 flowers bear fruit, it should be the fruit of the Tao, which is commonly known as attaining the Tao. This is the entire cultivation system summarized by night rain in this world. I've missed you terribly after a month apart. Looking at Yanfei and Yushin, whose eyes were already filled with seductive charm, as well as GMO Huashui and Lu Xin Yun, Yi Yu chuckled. He picked up Yanfei and Yueshin and strode towards the palace.